Chapter 1. Changed Marriage or Changed 100. When Yi Xiaofan woke up, he found himself standing in the infinite starry sky, with countless stars slowly rotating around him. Awake! A voice entered Yi Xiaofan's ears, startling him out of his shock. Following the sound, he saw a man with an ordinary appearance, wearing black clothes, and with eyes that seemed to have swirling nebulae, now standing beside Yi Xiaofan. Who are you? Yi Xiaofan was at a loss to understand what was happening in front of him. Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Yadi's Lancy Dermore, title, Wu, and I am the only supreme god in this infinite universe. The man opposite Yi Xiaofan said, Supreme God. Xiaofan felt as if his brain couldn't process it all. Before this, he had been playing PUBG at home. After being killed and watching his teammates dominate, he heard the doorbell ring. Who is it? Hello, there's a delivery for you. Delivery? I haven't bought anything recently. Yi Xiaofan opened the door hesitantly. As a flash of white light passed by, Yi Xiaofan lost consciousness. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Yi Xiaofan vaguely saw a plain-looking man standing outside the door, holding a square box inscribed with the words, xuanhuan, crossing gift pack. When Yi Xiaofan regained consciousness again, the above scene occurred. I remember now, you're the delivery guy? Yi Xiaofan suddenly pointed at the man across from him and shouted. Don't say anything else yet. Let's take a look at how you look right now. The man gently waved his hand, and a huge mirror appeared in front of Yi Xiaofan. What do you think, satisfied? Huh? Oh, wow. Is this me? The reflection in the mirror showed a long-haired girl about 16 years old in her youthful prime, delicately touching her lips with her small hand, her beautiful face filled with surprise. A white dress adorned the girl, and her petite body shivered uncontrollably, whether from anger or surprise remained unclear. Is this me? Yi Xiaofan turned his head toward the man next to him. Yes, it's you. What is this all about? Was it you who changed me into this? The man named Yadi sat cross-legged in midair and motioned for Yi Xiaofan to sit down as well. Following Yadi's example, Yi Xiaofan hesitantly sat cross-legged. Seeing Yi Xiaofan sit down, Yadi's began speaking. I've lived through countless chaotic ages and have long forgotten what joy, sorrow, or anger feels like. And nothing makes me feel those emotions anymore. Then one day when I passed by your world, I discovered a type of novel called time travel, which made me feel happiness for the first time in countless years. So I decided to randomly select a person from your world to experience time travel as a reward for making me happy. And you were the lucky one selected. How does that make you feel, unexpected or not? As Yadi spoke, Yi Xiaofan sincerely sensed a deep loneliness emanating from him, prompting him to ask aloud. So this is why you turned me into a woman? Are you reading time travel novels or transformation ones? There's no need to dwell on this detail. Yadi's laughed awkwardly twice. Your focus shouldn't be on the transformation part, but rather that you're about to embark on a journey through time, through strange worlds, marrying rich beauties, reaching the peak of life. How can I possibly marry a beautiful rich girl and reach the pinnacle of life looking like this? Am I supposed to start growing cucumbers? Yi Xiaofan asked while looking at Yadi's, whose demeanor suggested he had delved into middle school syndrome once more. Oh, this isn't something I need to consider. Yadi shrugged helplessly, adding, the body you're in now is my carefully crafted creation. It's beautiful, mesmerizing, and its power nearly matches mine. How does that make you feel? Excited my big head ghost. Yi Xiaofan could no longer restrain herself and roared at Yadi's. But sensing Yadi's determination to proceed with the transformation, Yi Xiaofan relented. After all, as the saying goes, if resistance is futile, then one should learn to enjoy it. Great, prepare yourself. I'm sending you off to another world. It's a world I've meticulously selected for you. As he said this, Yadi's prepared to send Yi Xiaofan away. Wait, I have one final request. Yi Xiaofan suddenly interrupted. Speak up. If it's reasonable, I'll fulfill it for you. Yadi's grinned mischievously. After all, unlike characters in novels who are orphans, I have loving parents whom I love deeply. So I'd like you to. You can rest assured about this. I've already cloned a duplicate of you on Earth, and he will take your place in life there. Moreover, I guarantee that your parents and loved ones will live healthy and happy lives. All right, in that case, I'm reassured. Send me off then. Hearing Yadi's meticulous arrangements, Yi Xiaofan's face lit up with a joyful smile, yet it carried a tinge of loneliness. From here, you'll arrive at another world. With a casual sweep of his hand through the void, Yadi's created a dark spatial rift before Yi Xiaofan's eyes. Good, time to embrace a new life. Farewell, Supreme God. Yi Xiaofan waved and stepped into the spatial rift. Hee, I look forward to your performance. Yadi's murmured to himself as he watched the spatial rift about to close. The spatial rift slowly sealed itself, and Yadi's figure had long vanished without a trace. Only the unchanging starry sky remained. Is this what they call another world? After crossing the spatial rift, Yi Xiaofan appeared on a bustling street. Crowds of people walked by without giving a second glance at her sudden appearance, as if she had always been there. Looking down, Yi Xiaofan noticed her clothing had somehow changed. It was no longer the pure white dress from before, but instead a set of garments suited for this different world. What's the first issue after arriving in a foreign world? Yi Xiaofan asked herself introspectively. Indeed, as an experienced reader of countless transformation and time travel novels, Yi Xiaofan fully understood the problems one faces after such a transition. Changed marriage or changed 100? This is truly a perplexing question. Yi Xiaofan complained while scratching her head. Just as Yi Xiaofan was troubled, a sunny-looking handsome man appeared in front of her. Miss, you seem to be facing some troubles. Is there anything I can help with? Startled by someone speaking, Yi Xiaofan looked up to see a handsome face exuding aristocratic charm. Anything I can assist you with, beautiful miss? The handsome man repeated. Of course. The whole universe speaks Chinese. Yi Xiaofan sighed helplessly. Excuse me for asking, miss, what do you mean by that earlier statement? Could you restate it? The man seemed confused by Yi Xiaofan's seemingly random comment. Oh, never mind. Thank you so much for offering help. I've just arrived in this city, but my wallet got stolen by some nasty pickpockets. Yi Xiaofan acted as if she were pure and innocent, making herself almost nauseous in the process. But considering her recent arrival and unfamiliarity with this world, Yi Xiaofan swallowed her discomfort. That's quite unfortunate, but luckily you've met me. After hearing Yi Xiaofan's story, the man introduced himself. My name is xuanhuan. I know a place that offers free accommodation. Could I possibly learn your name, beautiful miss? Ahaha, too kind. My name is Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan said while observing the man's exaggerated manners, finding it increasingly awkward. Subsequently, Yi Xiaofan followed this man named xuanhuan, twisting and turning until they reached outside the city walls. Hey, are we leaving the city now? Yi Xiaofan curiously looked at xuanhuan. You see, outside Fire City, there's a branch of the Light Saint Hall where the nuns provide lodging for passing adventurers. xuanhuan patiently explained to Yi Xiaofan. Oh, I understand now. Yi Xiaofan nodded. But inside, Yi Xiaofan began to grow cautious. This man named xuanhuan might not be as bright and honest as he appeared. If asked why, it would simply be due to her sixth sense as a woman. No, what am I even thinking about? Yi Xiaofan violently shook her head, trying to shake away the messy thoughts cluttering her mind. Miss Xiaofan, we're here. Lost in thought, Yi Xiaofan was brought back by xuanhuan's voice. She looked up and surprisingly found that there was nothing here. Am I seeing things? Why don't I see anything? There are only trees and rocks here. Yi Xiaofan struggled to look up at xuanhuan. It must be said that Yi Xiaofan, who was only 1.5 meters tall, felt quite strained craning her neck to look at xuanhuan, who was at least 1.8 meters tall. All's well, come out everyone. xuanhuan smiled as he spoke. As his words faded, 7 or 8 people emerged from under the ground and from the trees. What do you mean by this? Yi Xiaofan's expression grew increasingly grim. As you can see, we belong to the High Species Trafficking Syndicate. Surrender quietly, Miss Xiaofan. Judging by your attire, you must be a magician, right? xuanhuan looked at Yi Xiaofan's unpleasant expression and continued to speak unhurriedly. Though I'm not sure about your rank, at such close range, you wouldn't have time to chant a magical incantation. Be a good girl and avoid unnecessary suffering. So in short, you're just slave traders. But don't underestimate me. I was once the undefeated champion of number 14 middle school. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but act a bit dramatic. According to what Supreme God had said, this body of Yi Xiaofan concealed immense power. During the journey here, Yi Xiaofan wasn't entirely lost in thought. Instead, she'd formulated a rough idea on how to control the powers of this body. Supreme God's craftsmanship was truly impeccable, making Yi Xiaofan feel no discomfort with this new body at all, as if it were the same one she'd been using for 20 years. Alas, why do all the girls who come here refuse to surrender peacefully? They always need a lesson first. xuanhuan wore an expression of regretful disappointment, and with a casual wave of his right hand, everyone rushed toward Yi Xiaofan. Didn't I say not to underestimate me? Yi Xiaofan sneered, swinging her fist at the enemy who charged at her first. Chapter 2. The Magic Academy is a unique feature of the OtherWorld. I told you not to underestimate me. Yi Xiaofan gave a cold laugh and swung his fist at the enemy who had rushed to him first. Secret technique, tiny fists on your chest. Yi Xiaofan shouted as his pink little fists made an intimate contact with the enemy's face. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, vast areas of space began to collapse. xuanhuan and his subordinates were instantly annihilated by the collapsing space. Oops, looks like I used a bit too much force. Yi Xiaofan, looking at the result of his single punch, stared wide-eyed in amazement. But, that guy, the Supreme God, sure did come through here. First was astonishment, then Yi Xiaofan felt extremely satisfied with his punch. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Holy Light Chamber in the southern part of the continent. Your Holiness, what was that terrifying spatial fluctuation just now? In a hall entirely white from top to bottom, a man dressed in a white robe knelt halfway. Across from him stood an ordinary-looking elderly man. I do not know. After long contemplation, the old man said, I cannot obtain any answers from my God. Italos, take people to investigate personally. As you command. The same scenario played out countless times across this land. Yi Xiaofan's unintentional punch marked the beginning of turmoil across the continent. At this time, our protagonist Yi Xiaofan had just escaped from the spatial turbulence. Pant. I'm exhausted. I never expected spatial turbulence to be so terrifying. Although I can't die from it, the feeling of being restrained everywhere really pisses me off. Yi Xiaofan sat on the ground without grace, panting heavily. Young girl, are you hurt? Upon turning back, Yi Xiaofan saw a middle-aged man wearing a mage robe, yet full of muscles. When the muscular man saw Yi Xiaofan's state, he couldn't help but shudder all over, revealing a fleeting shock in his eyes. The reason why the space here collapsed suddenly remains unknown. It is truly fortunate that we both managed to survive. The man helped Yi Xiaofan up from the ground. He probably didn't see me escape from the spatial turbulence. Yi Xiaofan thought inwardly while saying aloud, Thank you, uncle. It scared me earlier, just walking along, when suddenly everything changed. I came here to visit relatives, but now? Whoa. Saying this, Yi Xiaofan squatted down, burying her head between her legs. There was no way for her to cry the tears she intended to squeeze out for sympathy. After scrutinizing Yi Xiaofan carefully for a long time, the muscular man finally said, "If you truly have nowhere to go, you may follow me." Huh. Yi Xiaofan pretended not to understand, tilting her head as she looked at him. Without providing much explanation to Yi Xiaofan, the muscular man simply waved his hand, summoning a strong gust of wind, and carried Yi Xiaofan away into the distance. The man's name was Nalen Hongwu, the deputy principal of the largest martial arts academy in the Xinjiang Kingdom. These facts became known to Yi Xiaofan later. Nalen Hongwu took Yi Xiaofan back to the capital of the Xinjiang Kingdom and arranged for her accommodation and meals. Confronted with a table full of delicacies, Yi Xiaofan wasted no time, quickly devouring all the food, leaving nothing behind, and causing the nearby server to gape in shock. Satiated, Yi Xiaofan returned to her room, fell straight onto the bed fully clothed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. It was understandable. Even someone as thick-skinned as Yi Xiaofan would feel unsettled arriving alone in a foreign world. This explained why Yi Xiaofan didn't resist when taken away by Bu Huang and Nalen Hongwu. In this unfamiliar place, loneliness could swallow a person's spirit like a ravenous beast. When Yi Xiaofan woke up again, it was already the evening of the next day, and Nalen Hongwu had come looking for her. From Nalen Hongwu, Yi Xiaofan learned that they were in a northern country called the Xinjiang Kingdom. Within the Xinjiang Kingdom, four cities were especially renowned, the most prosperous and flourishing cities in the kingdom, even more bustling than the capital. These four cities were the Fire City where Yi Xiaofan had landed when she first arrived, Water City, Earth City, and Wind City. Located between these four cities was the city where Yi Xiaofan currently resided, which was also the capital of the Xinjiang Kingdom, Alaska. Nalen Hongwu sought Yi Xiaofan to ask about her future plans. Although he had initially brought her to Alaska, he still wanted to hear her thoughts. After Nalen Hongwu learned that Yi Xiaofan had no particular plans, he decided to send Yi Xiaofan to study at the Martial and Magical Academy, which was also the largest academy in the Xinjiang Kingdom, Luo de Martial and Magical Academy. Of course, before this, it was still necessary to test Yi Xiaofan's aptitude. However, seeing Yi Xiaofan's face that looked like she hadn't fully woken up yet, Nalen Hongwu decided to postpone the testing until the next day. After Nalen Hongwu left, Yi Xiaofan threw herself onto the bed and continued sleeping. In the fleeting moment before drifting into dreams, her thoughts were as follows. MMP, expletive, after finally arriving in another world, I'm actually forced to attend school? The next morning, Nalen Hongwu arrived promptly at Yi Xiaofan's room. Knock knock. The door echoed loudly with each knock from Nalen Hongwu. Xiaofan, wake up quickly. I know. Yi Xiaofan mumbled reluctantly as she crawled out of bed half awake. Upon entering the room, Nalen Hongwu placed a crystal sphere about 20 centimeters in diameter on the table. Xiaofan, this is the magic aptitude testing crystal ball. Place your hand on it, and it will determine your magical talent. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but feel thrilled upon looking at the sparkling, translucent crystal ball. Although the supreme god said she had been given tremendous power, for someone from Earth, the allure of magic was immense. Placing her hand on the crystal ball, Yi Xiaofan closed her eyes tightly with anticipation. Hee, don't be nervous. Relax, relax. Nalen Hongwu's voice carried a mystical charm, gradually calming Yi Xiaofan down despite her initial tension. As time ticked away slowly, at one particular moment, the crystal ball suddenly lit up. The fiery red glow illuminated the entire room. So, did we succeed? Yi Xiaofan opened her eyes eagerly and looked at Nalen Hongwu. Yes, you have an affinity for high-level fire elements. Nalen Hongwu smiled warmly at Yi Xiaofan. Yay! Overjoyed, Yi Xiaofan jumped up from the ground. If not for reducing her force midair at the last second, she might have leaped straight out of the atmosphere. Later, Nalen Hongwu handed Yi Xiaofan a badge, a book, and a pouch of coins. According to him, the badge served as proof of enrollment at Luo Do Academy, allowing her some rest before officially starting school on Monday. The book detailed the essential points when cultivating either as a magic warrior or a mage. Nalen Hongwu suggested she carefully consider and decide her path in these few days. In those following days, Yi Xiaofan indeed thoroughly read the book from cover to cover and thus understood the world's power system. This world was divided into magic warriors and mages, both requiring a certain sensitivity to magical energy in order to learn. Simply put, they represented the distinction between warriors and wizards. Without much deliberation, Yi Xiaofan chose to become a magic warrior. Apart from needing to learn how to control the raw strength within her body, the sheer sensation of physical combat, a punch meeting flesh, was purely romantic, though Yi Xiaofan wasn't technically male at the moment. Because of this choice, everyone who came to know Yi Xiaofan well would affectionately call her Violent Loli. Even though Yi Xiaofan didn't much care for this nickname. Time flew by, and soon it was Monday. Yi Xiaofan early pinned the emblem representing her identity to her chest, awaiting Nalen Hongwu's arrival. Nalen Hongwu was punctual, leading Yi Xiaofan to the kingdom's largest academy. Afterward, he handed Yi Xiaofan over to a stunning beauty named Yifan, disappearing without a trace. Xiaofan, Yifan will be your homeroom teacher from now on. Let her show you around first. As they walked through the academy, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but secretly check out the woman in front of her. With a devilishly curvaceous figure, her large, wavy golden locks shone brilliantly, revealing long legs beneath a light yellow miniskirt, highlighting a perfectly refined silhouette. Her mature and statuesque charm contrasted sharply with Yi Xiaofan's flat-chested Lolita physique. She epitomized the quintessential older sister mold. Yifan led Yi Xiaofan around the campus first, and then took her to the girls' dormitory. Each dorm is standardly equipped for 4 people. This room has only 3 residents currently, so you'll live here from now on. Yifan grinned broadly while addressing Yi Xiaofan. At the sight of Yifan's smile, Yi Xiaofan inexplicably shivered. It's class time right now. Your roommates should all be in class unless something unexpected happens. I'll take you to your classroom later. Yes, teacher, Yi Xiaofan replied meekly. Before long, under Yifan's guidance, Yi Xiaofan arrived at the classroom. Come on, go in and say hello to your future classmates. With that, Yifan pushed open the classroom door and walked in. Xiaofan followed closely behind Yifan into the classroom. Bang! As soon as Xiaofan entered, she was hit by an unknown flying object. Chapter 3, Friends. Yi Xiaofan took a look at the mysterious object that attacked him and found out that it was a pillow embroidered with a cute cat, which had a pair of wings behind it. By the way, why is there a pillow in the classroom? Can't you all have one day of peace? Yifan said as she looked at everyone in the classroom. Inside the classroom, chaos reigned. There were people fighting, sleeping, and everything in between. As Yifan and Yi Xiaofan entered, after a brief moment of stunned silence, everyone quickly sat up properly. It must be said that the sound insulation effect of Rod Academy's classrooms was excellent. Even though the room was buzzing with noise, standing outside would reveal not a single sound. Yi Xiaofan roughly counted and estimated that there were about 20 people in the class. Who threw the pillow? Yifan asked while stepping onto the podium. It was me. A skinny boy slowly raised his hand from below. Great, now run 10 laps around the school. Yifan swiftly punished upon seeing someone take responsibility. 10 laps? Isn't he probably going to run himself into exhaustion? Yi Xiaofan silently criticized in his mind. The boy said nothing and left the classroom without hesitation, and no one in the classroom voiced any opposition. It could be seen that they were already very familiar with this situation. Today, our class will welcome a new student. Let's give them a round of applause. After the boy left, Yifan spoke to the group below. New student? Is it a transfer student? It's been a month since school started, and yet there are still new students? Isn't it just that girl standing at the door? She looks so adorable. Xiaofan, do a quick self-introduction. Feeling somewhat nervous, Yi Xiaofan walked onto the stage. Hello everyone. My name is Yi Xiaofan. I look forward to spending beautiful college life together with all of you. Xiaofan, sit over there. Yifan pointed to a position by the window. Wow, it's the protagonist's exclusive spot. Stepping down from the platform, Yi Xiaofan excitedly thought. Indeed, I possess the protagonist template. Alright, everyone, familiarize yourselves with the new student first, and then we'll start class in half an hour. After finishing her sentence, Yifan opened the door and stepped out. Hello, my name is Ackerman Islamki. My hobbies include eating, sleeping, and beating up Daodu. Yi Xiaofan had just sat down when a young man with freckles approached her. Beating up Daodu, who's Daodu? Out of habit, Yi Xiaofan immediately counter-asked the question. I am Daodu. My full name is Qingzhou Lu, nicknamed Daodu. My most recent interest is reading books and flattening Mao Mao. A glasses-wearing teenager pushed aside Ackerman and came in front of Yi Xiaofan to speak. Instantly, Yi Xiaofan showed a deadpan expression. Then who is Mao Mao? Mao Mao is me. Ackerman squeezed back past Daodu. Haha, you two really make a good pair. Hello? My name is Lucy Abraham. Nice to meet you. A soft voice entered Yi Xiaofan's ears. Yi Xiaofan turned around and saw a sweet-looking girl. That, can you return that to me? Lucy pleaded. This. Yi Xiaofan held up the pillow in her hand. Why yes, you see, Guadalu snatched it earlier. Guadalu was the comrade penalized by Yifan for running 10 circles around the school. Here you go. Yi Xiaofan returned the pillow embroidered with the cat to Lucy. Is it allowed to bring a pillow to class? B. Because Lucy is a well-known sleep god? At this moment, another little fat guy walked over. Fatso dared to laugh at Lucy once more. Suddenly behind the little fat guy, a tall youth appeared, placing a pitch-black dagger on the little fat guy. After being introduced by Lucy, Yi Xiaofan learned that this fatty was named Wang Dahai, allegedly due to his parents' wish that he possessed a broad heart like the sea. In reality, he indeed achieved that, in various senses. And the one holding the dagger was Lucy's brother, Alan Abraham. In the half hour that Yifan was absent, Yi Xiaofan fully comprehended just how chaotic this class was. In this class, you had to stay vigilant at all times, because you might get caught up in some random fight without warning. What was strange was that no matter how much everyone caused trouble, the chairs and desks inside the classroom remained perfectly intact. Though it was a new student class, this class was already notorious throughout the entire Rod Martial Arts Academy, earning itself the moniker, the Death Class. It was rumored that within a month of starting school, over 20 people transferred due to the immense stress, amounting to half of the original number. Such disorder only ceased with the arrival of Yifan. In the meantime, Yi Xiaofan also asked Lucy why everyone seemed to be very afraid of Yifan, but she received no answer. The air inexplicably became quiet for 3 seconds, and everyone revealed a look of horror. This made Yi Xiaofan even more curious about what inhumane things Yifan might have done to them. Unfortunately, all the way until class ended, Yi Xiaofan did not get the answer she wanted. The first class in this other world opened the door to a new world for Yi Xiaofan. The nature of magic, the use of mental power, and the source of magical energy. These were all things Yi Xiaofan had never heard of before. This was one of the few times in her life that Yi Xiaofan could conscientiously finish an entire class. At 10 a.m., Yiflan announced that today's lesson was over. Afterwards, Yiflan stopped Yi Xiaofan and told her that while the main class was finished, there would be professors giving lessons in the afternoon. If Yi Xiaofan was interested, she could go listen. It was different from Earth. Here, you only needed to attend one class every day, starting at 8:30 in the morning until 10 o'clock. During this time, the teacher would impart basic knowledge of magic and then answer questions encountered during daily practice. After finishing the main class of the day, people could choose elective courses in the afternoon based on personal interest and magical attributes. Of course, you could choose nothing, but if you didn't have enough credits by the end of the year, you wouldn't be able to advance to the next grade. If you didn't advance for 4 consecutive years, you'd have to say goodbye to Rod Academy. Speaking of credits, it's necessary to mention the task system of Rod Academy. Credits came not only from attending classes, but also from completing tasks issued by the academy or individuals, which would earn corresponding credits upon completion. First-year students were forbidden from taking tasks. After class, Yi Xiaofan declined Lucy's invitation to go shopping and returned to the girls' dormitory alone. In addition to needing to arrange some essential living supplies, Yi Xiaofan was also driven by a bit of curiosity. After all, she had just had a quick glance earlier without seriously inspecting the place, right? Yi Xiaofan returned to the dormitory according to memory, meeting Guadalu along the way, who was punished by Yiflan to run 10 laps. Yi Xiaofan had wanted to comment on this name for a long time. Pushing open the dormitory door, Yi Xiaofan found someone had already returned to the room. A cuter than expected little girl was lying down, holding a large magazine titled Academy Weekly. If Yi Xiaofan could Menchang be considered a lowly, then this one was purebred lowly. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the little girl shifted her gaze from the magazine and looked at Yi Xiaofan standing by the door. Hi, I'm the new roommate. My name is Yi Xiaofan. Hello, I'm Suri Chris. Nice to meet you. Suri, the little girl, got off the bed and performed a standard aristocratic bow toward Yi Xiaofan. That's how Yi Xiaofan met her first roommate and learned from Suri that their other 2 roommates' names were Carice Croatia and Jonah. When Suri found out that Yi Xiaofan lacked daily necessities, she enthusiastically pulled Yi Xiaofan to the commercial street outside the academy for a shopping spree. On the way, they ran into Lucy and her roommate Lena, and thus the 4 formed a group that thoroughly swept through the commercial street. By the evening, when they finished shopping, Yi Xiaofan returned to the dormitory, laid down on the bed, and didn't want to move an inch. Even after being remodeled by the Supreme God, her body couldn't resist the innate talent of girls. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Xiaofan met her remaining 2 roommates. Carice was an incredibly lively girl. Wherever she was, the dorm would never stay quiet. The other one, Jonah, was a curious baby, constantly asking Yi Xiaofan various questions. Apart from Yi Xiaofan and Suri, Carice and Jonah also had lowly-like faces. A dorm with 4 lowly. In Yi Xiaofan's previous life, this would surely have melted the hearts of many gentlemen. The next morning, as Yi Xiaofan walked out of the classroom, she was suddenly stopped. Is something the matter? Yi Xiaofan looked curiously at the boy in front of her. Hi, I'm Encheng from class 4. Please take this. Encheng handed Yi Xiaofan a heart-drawn envelope and quickly ran away. So, is this a love letter? This was the first love letter Yi Xiaofan had ever received in her life, and it was from a man. This left Yi Xiaofan unsure whether to cry or laugh. Oh, I saw everything. As Yi Xiaofan was hesitating between crying and laughing looking at the love letter in her hand, a voice came from behind her. Ah, it's you, Carice. You scared me. Yi Xiaofan nervously hid the hand holding the envelope behind her back. Don't hide it. I've seen everything. Who's the handsome guy that gave you the love letter? Carice looked at Yi Xiaofan with a smile. No one, Yi Xiaofan said, her face turning red. Let me tell you a secret. This is your first love letter, but it definitely won't be the last. What do you mean? Yi Xiaofan was a little confused by what Carice had said. Oh, here they come already? So fast, Carice suddenly screamed. Following Carice's gaze, Yi Xiaofan saw a large group of boys rushing towards her, vying with each other. You're all dead, because I was here first. Cut it out. Xiaofan Goddess belongs to me, so you should scram. Don't boast too much. Even if Xiaofan Goddess lost her eyesight, she still wouldn't look at you. Seeing the crowd coming in droves, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but think of a phrase from her previous life. The enemy army will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Chapter 4, The Seal. Yi Xiaofan had been in this world for over 2 months now, and by this point, he had gained a certain level of understanding about this foreign world. The unease he felt upon first arriving in this other realm had largely dissipated by now. However, the only thing that continued to bother Yi Xiaofan was the group of monkeys outside who were currently in their mating season. Is the cold drink ready? Where's the animal trainer? Animal trainer, quickly bring your pet under control. Lady Goddess will be coming out soon. Do you want the Night Goddess to walk all the way back to her dormitory? Where are the ice magic users? Hurry up and lower the temperature. If the Night Goddess suffers from heat stroke, you'll all be in big trouble. Sitting in the library and looking out the window at the boisterous group of boys, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but feel exhausted. Alas! Why are you sighing so sadly? Being admired is a good thing, Kara said as she put her arm around Yi Xiaofan's neck. From an outsider's perspective, they really looked like a pair of closely knit sisters. Only Yi Xiaofan knew that Karis was preparing to tease her again. Karis, you must stop teasing me. As Yi Xiaofan moved Karis' hand away, her face turned bright red. Yes. With a bored expression, Karis returned to her seat. Seeing that Karis seemed to have given up on teasing her, Yi Xiaofan redirected her gaze back out the window. Alas, what am I supposed to do? It all started from the day Yi Xiaofan first entered school. That night, after finishing dinner, Yi Xiaofan was taking a leisurely stroll beneath a fire tree in the academy courtyard. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting her long hair along with countless crimson leaves. And just this scene was witnessed by the editor-in-chief of the Academy weekly publication, who recorded it using a recording crystal. Later, for some unknown reason, the magical crystal containing this scene spread widely. The photo displayed in the magical crystal melted the hearts of countless bachelors. Also starting from that day, numerous boys competed fiercely to deliver love letters to Yi Xiaofan. After Yi Xiaofan politely declined every one of them, a dedicated night group was established solely for her service. She was then given a resounding title, the Night Goddess. Hey, isn't this the Night Goddess? She doesn't look very special, does she? Yi Xiaofan looked up and saw a girl with golden double ponytails standing at the table, her bright eyes fixed intently on her. This girl was named Tiana, who had originally been selected by the Academy Weekly as one of the top 10 campus beauties. But that was history now. When Yi Xiaofan received the title of Night Goddess, the Academy Weekly carried out an emergency remake. The main part remade was the ranking of the top 10 campus beauties, with the Night Goddess deservedly making the list. Because of Yi Xiaofan's inclusion, Tiana, who was originally ranked last, was excluded from the top 10 campus beauties altogether. Ever since then, Tiana would always use various opportunities to find fault with Yi Xiaofan, trying to embarrass her publicly. But it was Tiana herself who often ended up humiliated instead. Tiana, why don't you learn to behave? What nonsense scheme have you concocted this time? Despite normally having a good temper, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but grow slightly angry after being troubled multiple times. This time I'm definitely going to make you embarrass yourself. I understand. Tiana noticed that Yi Xiaofan completely disregarded her, causing her anger which was already at its limit to explode. Yi Xiaofan, I challenge you to a duel. It was Yi Xiaofan's turn to be surprised. At Rod Academy, when students had conflicts and didn't want to resolve them with teachers, they could head to the training ground for duels. It could be 1v1 or NVN. As long as no serious injuries occurred, the academy generally wouldn't interfere. Furthermore, the loser in a duel must apologize publicly to the victor and thereafter avoid meeting them wherever possible. Of course, this was a privately established rule among the students. How many participants? Seeing the serious look in Tiana's eyes, Yi Xiaofan reluctantly agreed. 1v1. Don't say I'm bullying you. Alright, I agree. You can send the date of the duel to my dormitory later. When Party A issues a duel challenge to Party B has the right to decline. However, doing so would come at a cost of losing face, so few people ever refused. Of course, for Yi Xiaofan, who had lived 2 lifetimes, face wasn't something she valued too much. But if she refused this time, Tiana would undoubtedly continue to create problems in other ways. If Yi Xiaofan won this duel, according to the rules, Tiana would never be able to bother her again in the future. Upon seeing that Yi Xiaofan had actually agreed, Tiana scoffed and turned to leave. Xiaofan, how could you agree? Tiana is a second-year student, and you've only been here for 2 months. There's no way you're a match for her, Karis said worriedly beside Yi Xiaofan. Don't worry, I may look like this, but actually, I'm quite strong. For Yi Xiaofan, who possessed power almost equal to the supreme god, there was no doubt about the outcome of this duel. Instead, it was how to hold back that troubled her. But, even though Yi Xiaofan sounded very sure, Karis was still extremely concerned. Relax, there's nothing to be concerned about. Let's go, otherwise those hot-headed guys will tear up the library again. After saying that, Yi Xiaofan picked up a large and thick magic book and dragged Karis away from the library. They hot-headed guys, Yi Xiaofan referred to were naturally the night knights outside. Yi Xiaofan would spend an hour in the library every day, and this habit had naturally become familiar to the night knights, who always kept an eye on her. Whenever Yi Xiaofan came to read books in the library, the night knights would wait at the door and then shower her with attentions after she left. Once, Yi Xiaofan became so engrossed in reading that she didn't leave the library at her usual time. Just being 10 minutes late caused all the night knights to rush into the library out of concern for Yi Xiaofan's safety, thus triggering the library's defense magic array. For a while, screams filled every corner of the library. Afterwards, Yi Xiaofan was summoned by Nalen Hongwu and lectured for 3 hours. By the time she came out of Nalen Hongwu's office, Yi Xiaofan felt as if she had grown another head. Goddess, please try this blue sprite. As soon as Yi Xiaofan stepped out of the library gate, surrounded by the night knights, she sat down on a magical beast resembling a wild boar, the earth dragon. Soon afterward, someone handed her a daily limited supply beverage from the royal city. Sometimes, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but admit that the feeling of being waited upon was truly fantastic. No wonder wealthy people in ancient times always wanted a multitude of servants. Sitting on the earth dragon, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but think about this. And Karis, under the escort of another group, similarly rode an earth dragon, walking side by side with Yi Xiaofan. Since the admirers of Yi Xiaofan formed the Night Knights, others followed suit, and each built their own knights group around their favorite goddesses. Karis, whose beauty was not inferior to Yi Xiaofan's, naturally had her own group, called the King's Legion. Unlike Yi Xiaofan's troubles, Karis enjoyed the feeling of having people surround her and got along well with the members of her legion. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaofan's night knights envied her greatly and couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiaofan riding the earth dragon. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman? Noticing everyone was looking at her, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but roll her eyes. This single act alone made many hungry wolves in the knights group tremble deeply inside. After arriving at the dormitory, Yi Xiaofan got off the earth dragon and walked straight into the girls' dormitory without looking back. She left Karis behind, still bidding farewell to her group members and comforting the night knights' injured hearts. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Xiaofan sat on her bed and opened the large and thick magic book again, quietly reading it with interest. Xiaofan, did you ride the earth dragon back again? How envious. Qiangna approached Yi Xiaofan and said enviously, I want my own knights group too. If you want it so much, take mine. Yi Xiaofan responded to Qiangna without lifting her head. Qiangna, who shared a dormitory with Yi Xiaofan, was not unattractive, but for some reason, no one had set up a knights group for her. In the same dormitory, only Qiangna lacked her own knights group, making her always admire the other three. Xiaofan, why do you keep reading books even when you're back? Haven't you had enough in the library? Karis said upon entering and seeing Yi Xiaofan reading on the bed. You should interact with your knights group once in a while. Otherwise, they'll get discouraged. There are things in this book that have caught my attention. And anyway, their discouragement has nothing to do with me. I wish they'd disband. Yi Xiaofan never took her eyes off the book. Reading more books is a good thing. Su Rui, usually quiet and reserved, chimed in briefly. Karis, don't bother with them. Tell me what it feels like to be surrounded by people. Kiona pulled Karis onto her bed. While the other three girls were fooling around, none of them noticed that Yi Xiaofan's breathing was slightly heavier than usual. This magic is it. Biolink. The purpose of using some kind of medium to connect with oneself is to seal magical power. Yi Xiaofan silently recited the annotation from the magic book. Yi Xiaofan's body possessed an immense amount of strength, but this power was granted by the Supreme God, making it difficult for Yi Xiaofan to control. There wasn't much impact on daily life, but when Yi Xiaofan wanted to practice magic, failures often occurred due to the inability to control her own power. Yi Xiaofan had been searching for a solution, and this victory link magic gave her a bold idea. If she could seal her power and then gradually unlock it bit by bit like leveling up in a game, wouldn't that allow her to gain control? Once she had the idea, Yi Xiaofan immediately swung her legs off the bed and began searching for something that could serve as the medium. Chapter 5. The Alchemist. To the south of Alaska City, Yi Xiaofan was walking along what was said to be the largest magic business street in the country, looking for materials that could create magical artifacts. As Yi Xiaofan strolled along, he pondered over the content described in the spellbook. The medium required for creating a biological link could vary widely. Items like sunglasses, earrings, bracelets, and other small ornaments all sufficed. Of course, normally people prefer to make handcuffs. After all, the purpose of creating the biological link spell was to seal away those ferocious and powerful beings. There was no more reliable sealing magic than using one's own power to seal oneself. Yet, as far as history went, Yi Xiaofan was the first person ever to think of using a biological link to seal himself. Though the medium used for making the biological link could be anything, two very rare materials had to be added without fail: Longkong stone and mist silver. Longkong stone is a type of stone with spatial properties, each piece containing a small space, which is why it's also used for crafting item storage space rings. The biological link takes advantage of the Longkong stone's inherent spatial nature, channeling mana into its space to continuously provide power to the sealing array. On the other hand, mist silver has excellent resilience and magical conductivity, ensuring that even with excessive mana, the medium won't shatter. When Yi Xiaofan passed by a shop called Magic Cottage, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Wow, what a huge piece of mist silver. Yi Xiaofan nearly drooled just looking at it. Boss, how much do you sell this piece of mist silver for? Just stepping up to the store entrance, Yi Xiaofan asked without delay. Su La had long harbored the dream of owning a shop on the magic commercial street of the capital city, counting gold coins earned by her own hands. Even though Su La, being one of the top magicians in the Star Auspicious Kingdom, did not lack gold coins. Today Su La's business wasn't very good, having sold no magical item in the entire morning. As Su La was troubled, she heard an elegant voice. Looking up, she saw a young girl dressed in a light brown shirt with a blue badge pinned to her chest. The badge bore an exquisitely drawn leaf from a fire tree, which was the emblem of the Rod Magical Martial Academy. Su La quickly approached. Young lady, you've come to the right place for mist silver. All my mist silver is high quality. Which piece are you interested in? That one. Following Yi Xiaofan's finger, Su La looked towards a mist silver block the size of an adult man's fist. Her expression involuntarily changed slightly. Young lady, mist silver with such fine coloration and this size is quite rare. Do you have enough money? Su La wasn't lying. Mist silver had extremely low production levels. The entire Star Auspicious Kingdom could only mine a few hundred pounds of high-quality mist silver per year, keeping its value consistently high. Ordinary magical equipment needed no more than a fingernail-sized chunk of mist silver, usually filled with impurities. A scornful smile appeared at Yi Xiaofan's lips. Is this enough? A fiery red, glowing orb-shaped stone lay calmly in Yi Xiaofan's hand. Upon recognizing the object Yi Xiaofan held, Su La almost bulged her eyes out. Is this a magic crystal? Emitting such a concentrated magical aura, it must be at least a 5th grade magic crystal. This is a 6th grade magic crystal. If you don't believe me, feel free to check. Upon hearing this, Su La immediately snatched the magic crystal from Yi Xiaofan's hand and took out professional equipment from behind the counter to conduct an inspection. According to different magical powers, monsters were divided into grades 1 through 9. Monsters from grade 1 to 3 are called magical soldiers, 4 to 6 are called magical generals, 7 to 9 are called magical kings. Magic crystals serve as the force sources for every monster, and the grade of the magic crystal corresponds to the monster's grade. Seeing Su La's enthusiastic look, Yi Xiaofan gave a faint smile. Uncle, surely this magic crystal can exchange for your mist silver, correct? Alright. Su La feigned a reluctant demeanor. That piece of mist silver happens to be my store's crown treasure. I originally didn't intend to sell it, but this magic crystal will help my research immensely, so I'll reluctantly let you have it. After receiving the mist silver, Yi Xiaofan carefully examined it, and then placed it satisfactorily into his storage ring. Uncle, do you happen to have any Langkong stones? A strikingly beautiful silver ring adorned Yi Xiaofan's left index finger, given to him by Nalen Hongwu. I do. How many do you need? I'll give them to you for free. Consider it our little meeting gift. It was evident that Su La was quite satisfied with the magic crystal Yi Xiaofan presented. Thus, Yi Xiaofan exchanged a 6th grade magic crystal for a fist-sized piece of mist silver and 3 top-grade Langkong stones. When Nalen Hongwu learned about this matter, he summoned Yi Xiaofan to the office and scolded him fiercely. Standing before Yi Xiaofan, Nalen Hongwu's face was flushed red from sheer excitement. What should I say about you? A 6th grade magic crystal is something that can be called priceless, and you actually exchanged it for just a few broken stones. Yi Xiaofan trembled like a quail. But it's already been exchanged. How could I have known such a broken stone would be so valuable? Broken stone? Not even I have such broken stones. Forget me. Even the royal treasury probably doesn't have more than a few pieces. Nalen Hongwu pointed at the mist silver and the Langkong stones on the table. Instead, the things you treat as treasures, I can pull out a ton without any effort. Do you know what? With a 6th grade magic crystal, exchanging for these so-called treasures could get you dozens in return. Yi Xiaofan stayed silent, not uttering a word to avoid being reprimanded further. But inside his mind, Yi Xiaofan had already wished Su La's ancestors well all over again. That damn uncle actually tricked me. To talk about this incident, one couldn't completely blame Yi Xiaofan. Although he knew the price of magic crystals wasn't low, he didn't expect them to be worth so much. That magic crystal was found by Yi Xiaofan when he first arrived in this world, in a space rift that he shattered with a punch. Yi Xiaofan remembered that there was a strange-looking large bird sucked into the space rift, which after struggling for only a few seconds, was torn into pieces by the rift. With swift reflexes, Yi Xiaofan picked up the magic crystal before it got destroyed. Though Yi Xiaofan didn't know what kind of bird it was, based on countless novels he read in his past life, this thing was likely the so-called magical gemstone mentioned in those stories. Later, Yi Xiaofan found out in the college library that this object extracted from beast monsters' brains was called a magic crystal, which held immense value. Perhaps tired of yelling, Nalen Hongwu picked up the cup on the table and drank a big gulp of water. Well, learn from your mistakes. I know the shop you talked about. I'm somewhat familiar with the owner too. Let me see if I can help you retrieve the magic crystal back. Oh, and why are you buying these items? Want to become an alchemist? An alchemist, a profession capable of refining magical artifacts. Seeing that Nalen Hongwu's tone softened, Yi Xiaofan hurriedly replied respectfully. Yes, I'm interested in this. Should I tell you that my strength is so overwhelming that I need to seal myself? Becoming an alchemist isn't as easy as you think. Well, since you're interested, you may give it a try. But under no circumstances should you neglect your cultivation training, understand? I understand. I won't neglect my cultivation training. Yi Xiaofan promised verbally to Nalen Hongwu, but thought privately. Am I not the man, or woman, who comes just second to the supreme god? Do I even need to work hard to cultivate? Tired of standing, Nalen Hongwu sat down on the chair and said, I heard you're going to duel with Tina? Mentioning the duel made Yi Xiaofan's exquisite face light up with a devilish smile. I didn't want to, but unfortunately, without showing my real power, some clowns will keep jumping out. Watch your hand during the fight, don't cripple her. After all, she's still a young girl. Nalen Hongwu reminded him. I know. Although Yi Xiaofan had only studied magic for a mere 2 months, Nalen Hongwu could clearly sense the overwhelming magical power emanating from him. This allowed Nalen Hongwu to know that the match between Tingna and Yi Xiaofan would surely result in Tingna getting overwhelmed. It could be said that Yi Xiaofan's magical power was already roughly at the level of a 4th-year student. After saying that, Nalen Hongwu shooed Yi Xiaofan out of his office. In his own words, just seeing you, this extravagant wastrel, makes my heart ache. Oh right here, take this. Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to walk out of Nalen Hongwu's office, the latter suddenly called Yi Xiaofan back and threw him a green key. Puzzled, Yi Xiaofan stared at the key in his hand and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, wow, this is a key made from Aimlast? Yet you call me an extravagant wastrel. Yi Xiaofan gave Nalen Hongwu a disdainful look. Aimlast, a type of mineral thousands of times more precious than mist silver. The Star Auspicious Kingdom could still mine hundreds of pounds of mist silver every year. As for Aimlast, ever since the founding of the kingdom, this material has existed only in legends. The tiny piece in Yi Xiaofan's hand was something Nalen Hongwu coincidentally obtained during his travels in other countries in his younger years. Cough, cough. Nalen Hongwu cleared his throat twice to cover up his embarrassment. As long as you infuse the key with magic power, you can open the door to my alchemy room. Be careful not to wreck anything inside. Afterwards, Nalan Hongwu put on a stern look and reminded Yi Xiaofan. Also, the reason I made the key from AIM last is because the alchemy room stores my life savings. It's not because I'm extravagant. Yi Xiaofan gave Nalan Hongwu a look that said, if you think I believe that, you're dumber than a dog, and replied sarcastically, got it. All right, go already. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Xiaofan found no one was there. He took out the AIM last key and infused it with magical power as Nalan Hongwu had instructed. Chapter 6. The Duel. Wow, this place is so huge. After infusing magic into the key, a massive green gate appeared in front of Yi Xiaofan. This, could it be? Yi Xiaofan approached a silver rock that was nearly half as tall as a person. Is this actually mithril? How can there be such a large piece of mithril? Crack. Unable to resist, Yi Xiaofan reached out to touch the mithril, but was stopped by a bolt of purple lightning. Rubbing his numb hand, Yi Xiaofan muttered under his breath, there's a magic array here, what a stingy old man. But what is this lightning that makes me feel tingling? Shifting his focus from the giant piece of mithril, Yi Xiaofan continued inspecting the glittering treasures behind it. This one is blue void stone. This one is ironwood branch. Wow, there's even a pile of magic crystals over here. Some of these magical materials were extremely valuable and rare in the market, yet they were scattered about here like they were worthless. As Yi Xiaofan strolled along, gazing at each treasure, he eventually grew desensitized to their presence. Looking at all the scattered treasures around him, Yi Xiaofan said to himself, the old man must be so wealthy. Looks like I'll need to extort some money from him later. But for now, let's finish creating the biolink magic. With that thought, Yi Xiaofan walked into another room filled with various precision instruments designed for research. Retrieving the magic book from his spatial ring, he once again browsed through the process. A serious look crossed his face. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion, Yi Xiaofan emerged with a face blackened by soot. Never would have guessed, element fusion would be much harder than I imagined. Washing his face clean, Yi Xiaofan immediately resumed his study. Boom, 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 boom. For an entire month, aside from attending classes, eating, and sleeping, Yi Xiaofan spent all his other time researching the creation of the biolink magic. During this period, Yi Xiaofan failed countless times, but thankfully, the supply of materials was abundant enough for him to waste freely. After yet another failure, looking at the pile of burnt charcoal in his hand, Yi Xiaofan shook his head and murmured, now that I think about it, the amount of mithril and blue void stones I initially bought clearly wasn't enough. Calmly focusing, Yi Xiaofan immersed himself in his research again. Though he hadn't succeeded in a single attempt throughout the month, Yi Xiaofan made steady progress. From initial explosions while fusing different elements, to incorporating the dimensional properties of the blue void stone, and finally reaching the point where the form was nearly complete. In alchemy, Yi Xiaofan was slowly gaining mastery. At the same time, his control over power also improved significantly. Unlike before, when he carelessly disrupted space, he was now more skilled. Drip, drip, drip. Deeply engrossed in his research, Yi Xiaofan suddenly heard the sound of the communication crystal. Retrieving the crystal from his waist, Su Rui's voice came through. Xiaofan, your duel with Tina is about to begin. I forgot about this. Hearing Su Rui's message, Yi Xiaofan remembered that today was the day for his duel with Tina. Slightly trembling, Yi Xiaofan's body shook off the layer of black soot that had covered him. Putting the communication crystal back on his waist, Yi Xiaofan took out the key to open the realm. It's no wonder Su Rui has a completely waveless tone, not something most people can achieve. Injecting magic into the key, it emitted a green glow. In a moment, a green gate opened in front of Yi Xiaofan. In the training arena, Tina stood on the specially built circular platform for duels, TCH, that Yi Xiaofan probably chickened out. Such a coward still claims to be the goddess of night. Tina's words incited anger among the members of Yi Xiaofan's Knights of the Night Below. Someone wanted to go up and warn Tina, but was held back by her guards. Immediately, tensions arose between the two sides. On the stage, acting like some circus monkey, and you still have the nerve to brag. From down below, Karis mocked Tina on the platform. Hearing this, Tina's anger flared up. You little dwarf, who exactly are you calling a performer? Try saying that again. Karis's height was always her second biggest pain. No one was allowed to bring it up under normal circumstances. Trouble ahead, the big boss is getting angry. Yeah, the big boss hates it when people say she's short. When a queen is enraged, the casualties stretch for miles. Unbearable to see, unbearable to watch. Upon hearing Tina mocking Karis as a little dwarf, Karis' royal army quickly moved 3 meters away from her to avoid collateral damage. Sure enough, a gentle breeze gathered around Karis as she mobilized all her magic power. Even if you say it again, what of it? You show off. Watch me tear your mouth apart. With that, Karis charged onto the circular platform. Karis was a wind-using magic warrior, gathering her magic into a vortex around her body to increase her speed and striking power. On the arena, Tina saw Karis charging and swiftly muttered a few incantations, swinging her wand forward. A bolt of lightning emerged out of thin air and surged toward Karis. The lightning moved with terrifying speed, reaching Karis in the blink of an eye. Unprepared to dodge, Karis swung her wind-imbued fists in an attempt to disperse the lightning. Snap, crackle. 2 sounds rang out, and Karis stared in astonishment at the figure standing before her. A long black hair flowing down to the waist danced in the air, framing a delicate face with a faint smile. Beneath a large cloak fluttering in the breeze was the appearance of a seemingly frail but beautiful frame. Embroidered on the cloak was a big character knight. This cloak had been a gift from the members of the Night Knights to Yi Xiaofan. Karis, this is my duel. How did you end up on stage? Yi Xiaofan tilted his head, smiling gently at Karis. Then Yi Xiaofan turned his gaze to Tina. Sorry, I'm late. Look, it's the Goddess of Night. Wow, the Goddess of Night is so cool. I want to be a fan already. I can't wait for the goddess to crush me. Yi Xiaofan's impressive arrival set fire to the excitement among the spectators below. TCH, I thought you hid out of fear. Tina was not pleased with Yi Xiaofan's flamboyant entrance. Now that you're here, let's start already. I can't wait to teach you a lesson. The teacher responsible for refereeing ushered Karis off the stage. Xiaofan, go for it. Karis waved her little fists as encouragement to Yi Xiaofan while stepping down. Beat that show off for me. Once Karis left the stage, the referee activated the protective magic array around the area and announced the beginning. I went all out back there, and Xiaofan blocked it so effortlessly. Is Xiaofan really this strong? Upon reaching the ground, Karis looked perplexed as she stood beside Su Rui and Xiaona. If we were to rank by strength in our dormitory, Xiaofan would undoubtedly be first, followed by me, then Xiaona. Su Rui replied expressionlessly to Karis. You're the weakest, Karis. Struck by these words, Karis glumly looked at Su Rui. Su Rui, that was brutal. Quick, it's about to start, Xiaona reminded Karis. Instantly, the dejected Karis perked up, shouting loudly towards the stage. Xiaofan, give her hell. Standing on stage, Yi Xiaofan heard Karis' encouragement and turned to flash her a big smile. At that moment, Tina wasted no time and immediately unleashed a spell against Yi Xiaofan. A mysterious chant issued from Tina's lips, followed by an even thicker bolt of lightning hurtling towards Yi Xiaofan. Feeling the immense surge of magical energy, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but admit, though Tina was annoying, her mastery of magic was certainly no joke. If it had been just a month ago, Yi Xiaofan would have only been able to endure the attack through sheer physical toughness. But now he simply leaned slightly to one side, effortlessly dodging the lightning strike. How could this be? Tina looked shocked at Yi Xiaofan and her expression grew serious. Yi Xiaofan, looks like I underestimated you earlier. I'll take you seriously now. As soon as she finished speaking, Tina started chanting again, forming a defensive magic shield in front of herself. So those mysterious chants are called magical incantations? Yi Xiaofan wondered curiously without any knowledge of the principles of mage spells. Though both magic warriors and mages use magic power to construct magic, their methods are fundamentally different. Magic warriors store their power within their bodies and use it to enhance themselves. Mages, however, focus on strengthening their mental powers. Using magical incantations along with their spiritual energy, they harness the surrounding magical power to form powerful spells. It was said that mages with potent spiritual strength could even cast spells without reciting incantations. With her defensive shield in place, Tina noticed Yi Xiaofan lost in thought and furrowed her brow. Daydreaming in battle? Yi Xiaofan, don't you dare underestimate me. After quickly finishing the incantation, Tina crouched down and struck the ground forcefully with her wand. Just as Yi Xiaofan felt something was wrong and leapt away, a burst of magical energy shot up to his previous position, sparks of lightning sizzling in the air. Buzz, buzz. As Yi Xiaofan landed, he suddenly felt heat under his feet and promptly retreated. As Yi Xiaofan just dodged, the ground melted due to the high temperature, and flames surged up from beneath. I warn you not to underestimate me. I'm a dual-element magician of both lightning and fire. Tina looked at Yi Xiaofan with pride. Sorry about that. From now on, I'll take this seriously too. After speaking, Yi Xiaofan gathered magical power within himself, and a ball of flame appeared in his hand. This magic was researched based on the anime from his previous life. Let you taste the power of another world's imagination. Thinking this, Yi Xiaofan took an offensive stance. Holding the flame in his hands, I've never seen such a type of magic before. This young lady is quite intriguing. The referee standing nearby thought in his heart as he watched Yi Xiaofan. What kind of magic is that? Tina said to Yi Xiaofan. Hee, feel my original creation. Yi Xiaofan, holding the flames in both hands, rushed toward Tina. Chapter 7. This necklace is an artifact. So bored. Lying in the dormitory, Yi Xiaofan was idly playing with the silver necklace around his neck, muttering. It was a necklace entirely made of mithril, with a blue, crystalline leaf at its end. The leaf was etched with intricate magical patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly see a soft glow emanating from the necklace. It was the living link magic created by Yi Xiaofan. A few months earlier, after Yi Xiaofan's duel with Tina ended, he had successfully created this living link magic. Yi Xiaofan remembered the situation that day clearly. After Tina consecutively used lightning and fire magic, Yi Xiaofan imitated a scene from an anime he remembered from his previous life and conjured flames of mana on both hands. Take this. With a loud shout, Yi Xiaofan vanished in a flash, reappearing right before Tina. Truly still as a virgin, swift as a frenzied rabbit. Faster than I could perceive. Tina hadn't even seen how Yi Xiaofan got close to her. Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Worried about accidentally harming Tina if he unleashed too much power, Yi Xiaofan chose to strike the magic shield in front of her instead. Pop. In an instant, the magic shield shattered into fragments. The flame-infused punch didn't stop and slammed full force into Tina's body. From start to finish, it took Yi Xiaofan only a few seconds. The spectators below were amazed, jaws dropping open, and then erupted into thunderous applause. Nice, so cool. Too strong. Truly worthy of being called the goddess of the night. This level of power has already surpassed the limits of a beginner. In my view, you might rival the 10 kings already. Once the magical formation surrounding the arena dissipated, members of the royal guard rushed to carry the unconscious Tina away. Xiaofan, you're amazing. I think I'm starting to fall for you. Carla ran up to the stage immediately and hugged Yi Xiaofan. Members of the Night Knights and King's Legion standing below looked at Yi Xiaofan and Carla with expressions that read, "You two are such resource wasters." Xiaofan, what kind of magic was that? You can wrap flames around your body. Xiaona hurriedly followed Carla to ask. Great job. Su Rui walked over calmly. Surrounded by his friends, Yi Xiaofan returned to the dorm. This jealousy-inspired duel thus came to an end. A month later, just after finishing class and preparing to call Su Rui to go take a bath together, Yi Xiaofan was stopped by Tina. Unlike a month ago, Tina now looked exhausted, and even her golden hair lacked its usual luster. Tina stared at Yi Xiaofan's exquisitely handsome face, staying silent for a long time before finally speaking. Yi Xiaofan, I admit, this time, I lost. I will keep my promise not to bother you anymore. But I will train hard and eventually surpass you and defeat you. At that time, I'll challenge you again. According to the rules, you cannot refuse. According to Rod Academy's student self-drafted duel rules, the defeated party's revenge challenge must be accepted by the victor. I look forward to it. Yi Xiaofan walked past Tina indifferently. After this brief interruption caused by Tina, Yi Xiaofan no longer felt like going for a bath. Instead, he went to a quiet place and took out the Amelasu key. Entering the laboratory, Yi Xiaofan felt inexplicably calm. Alright, let's see if I can create a living link. Skillfully, Yi Xiaofan melted various materials, fused them, and meticulously drew the magical array. Without a single hiccup, he managed to create the body link magic. A silver necklace emitting a light halo appeared in Yi Xiaofan's hand. Looking at the exceptionally beautiful necklace in his hand, Yi Xiaofan said doubtfully, So, did I succeed? Then what was I doing for that whole month? You succeeded because you entered the emptiness state. Hearing someone speak behind him, Yi Xiaofan turned around to see Nalen Hongwu. Old man, how did you get in here? Isn't the key with me? Nalen Hongwu smiled slightly and took out a red key. I never said there was only one key. There was yet another key made from Imelasu. Rather than marveling at how many keys Nalen Hongwu possessed, Yi Xiaofan directly asked, Old man, what is this emptiness state you mentioned? Don't rush. Let me explain slowly. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Nalen Hongwu gestured for Yi Xiaofan to sit down and began. For those who practice magic, there isn't one who does not yearn for the three great realms. And emptiness is one of these three realms. After entering the emptiness state, a person will become very calm, and the control of magic power will reach a peak. In this state, whether it is to cast magic or practice alchemy, it will all become very easy. Unfortunately, such a realm can be aspired for but not achieved. Moreover, after entering this realm, one's magical power and mental strength will greatly increase. Upon hearing Nalen Hongwu's words, Yi Xiaofan checked his body's magic power. It has actually reached the level of an intermediate magician. To think I've actually reached the level of an intermediate magician, looks like I've gained quite a lot from this. Nalen Hongwu felt happy for Yi Xiaofan. After checking his magic power, Yi Xiaofan examined his mental strength, but found no pleasant changes. So what if you keep entering the emptiness state? Ha ha. Nalen Hongwu burst out with a loud laughter. That's impossible. That's why it's called a realm. He was interrupted when he saw Yi Xiaofan's eyes becoming calm, seemingly untouched by any ripples. Pure heart. Unmoved even if the heavens collapse. Yi Xiaofan lightly parted her lips and slowly uttered 8 words. I read in ancient texts that in ancient times there were those who could fully master the emptiness state, being able to enter this state anytime. This situation was referred to by ancients as harmony between man and heaven, where the self merges with the universe. In Nalen Hongwu's eyes, Yi Xiaofan's figure seemed to have already merged into this space, about to disappear at any moment. Yet, Yi Xiaofan was truly standing before him. Nalen Hongwu said incredulously, Is this what they call harmony between man and heaven? Then, Nalen Hongwu dragged Yi Xiaofan and kept asking how she managed to do it. You old man are so troublesome. I told you already, just don't think about anything. A distressed Nalen Hongwu scratched his head and said, But why can't I achieve it? How am I supposed to know when you don't? Don't bother me anymore. I'm going back to my dormitory. Having said that, Yi Xiaofan wore the living link charm necklace around her neck and opened the gate leading outside. Walking on the path in the academy, suddenly a pair of hands stretched out from behind Yi Xiaofan. Oh! The students busy in the academy heard a thunderously loud scream. Her face flushed red. Yi Xiaofan looked at the girl before her and kept retreating. Fina, what are you doing here? A somewhat masculine female student was looking at Yi Xiaofan with an evil expression and taking steps closer to her. This is destiny, little sister Xiaofan. I tell you Fina, don't mess around. In the face of Fina's approach, Yi Xiaofan stammered and couldn't speak. What are you going to do, my dear little sister Xiaofan? Fina was a third-year student who had met Yi Xiaofan due to some chance encounter. Since then, Yi Xiaofan had fallen into a nightmare. Yi Xiaofan always thought that knowing Fina was the biggest mistake since coming to this different world. Little sister Xiaofan, I happen to have some high-quality tea. Would you like to taste it? Yi Xiaofan backed against a corner, realizing she had nowhere else to retreat. I rather not. I'm a bit tired, I'll go back first. Saying that, Yi Xiaofan took out a magic scroll from her spatial ring and activated the magic upon it. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiaofan disappeared from Fina's sight. Oh my, wasting such a precious magic scroll, what a waste. Seeing Yi Xiaofan run away, Fina said with apparent disinterest. Well, anyway, I'll soon break through. Then you won't be able to escape using the space scroll again. After Yi Xiaofan fled, Fina lingered there for a while longer. Only when she could no longer sense Yi Xiaofan's presence in the air did she reluctantly leave. Having escaped from Fina's grasp, Yi Xiaofan returned to the dormitory and found no one else inside. With nothing better to do, Yi Xiaofan lay down on her bed playing with the silver necklace around her neck, suddenly feeling lonely and empty. Before I knew it, I've been in this world for such a long time. Looking up at the sky outside the window, Yi Xiaofan murmured, Dad, Mom, and younger brother, I wonder how you all are. I'm fine here. I've made lots of new friends and learned magic here. If I get the chance, would you all like me to show it to you? Dad, Mom, I miss you all so much. Bang. Shalif, I heard you ran into Fina the Freak again. Karais burst in from outside and immediately noticed the tear stains on Yi Xiaofan's face upon entering. Shalif, why are you crying? Did Fina do something outrageous this time? Let me go and teach her a lesson. As Karais turned to leave, she was stopped by Yi Xiaofan's hand pulling her back. No, it's not that. Yi Xiaofan wiped the tears off her face. I just miss home. Karais sat down and hugged Yi Xiaofan, saying, There. Don't cry. Isn't vacation coming up soon? Once it starts, you can go home. Uffed. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh. Karais, you're comforting me like I'm a kid. Chapter 8, Chilean Mountain Range. Thank you, Karais. I'm feeling much better. Yi Xiaofan sat by the bed, swinging her two little white feet. Karais sat across from Yi Xiaofan, looking at her tenderly. Xiao Yi, have you been to the Chilean Mountain Range? The Chilean Mountain Range. Yes, to the north of Water City lies an endless mountain range known as the Chilean Mountains. Yi Xiaofan rubbed her little head and asked, No, I've never even heard of it. A nearby Karais looked defeated. Xiao Yi, how could you be such a homebody? One of the third-year seniors took on a mission to go to the Chilean Mountains and another one for training rookies. The task system at Rod Academy only allowed students in their second year or above to take missions, and third-year students could not only take regular missions, but also accept a training rookie mission. Of course, rookies referred to first-year freshmen. Oh, you fool. What I mean is, would you like to come along? It'll help you unwind a bit, Karais roared at Yi Xiaofan. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaofan's eyes lit up. That's actually a pretty good idea. In the next moment, her face turned into one of annoyance. But with such a good opportunity, there will surely be many others interested. The competition is too fierce, so forget it. Calm down. Karais moved closer to Yi Xiaofan and said, Because that third-year senior has a crush on me. So, you get the gist. Karais gave Yi Xiaofan a smug little look. Wow, thud. Don't talk with your tongue curled like that. Yi Xiaofan held her head pitifully while looking at Karais. Got it. Seeing that Yi Xiaofan agreed, Karais pulled out a voice transmission crystal. Hey, big dummy, a friend of mine also wants to join our trip to the Chilean Mountains. Save a spot for her. Not long after, the message returned through the crystal. No problem. As long as it's your request, Karais, I'll make sure it happens. Yi Xiaofan stood beside with a mischievous smile looking at Karais. Looks like you two are getting close, huh? Thud. Yi Xiaofan covered her head and squatted down. In this dormitory, the person Yi Xiaofan feared most besides Su Rui was Karais. Even though Karais usually acts silly, when she gets serious, her presence radiates like a queen. This is also why Karais Night Corps calls themselves the King's Army. In the evening, when Joanna returned to the dorm and learned that Yi Xiaofan and Karais were going to the Chilean Mountains, her eyes sparkled as she wanted to follow them. No, Joanna, have you forgotten about our tasks? Su Rui pulled Joanna back, expressionless. Joanna turned around and looked pitifully at Su Rui. But I really want to go so much. No, Su Rui said decisively. Wah. Yi Xiaofan dragged the equally entertained Karais aside and whispered. Karais, don't you think it's terrifying how Su Rui says such heartless words with such a calm face? Yeah, I completely agree. Karais quickly nodded to concur. Perhaps hearing Yi Xiaofan and Karais' murmurings, Su Rui turned around to look at both of them. I'm sleeping too. Su Rui looked at the perfectly synchronized pair without saying anything, then dragged Joanna back to the bed. Early the next morning, while still half asleep, Yi Xiaofan was pulled off the bed by Karais. Karais, just let me sleep 5 more minutes, only 5 minutes, Yi Xiaofan pleaded with blurred eyes. No, you can sleep late on normal days, but today we're setting off for the Chilean Mountains. If we don't reach Water City before dark, we'll end up camping outside. Karais was rarely this strict. Yi Xiaofan adjusted the strap of her pajamas. I see. You're eager to meet your big crush. Also, you didn't tell me yesterday we were leaving today. Xiao Yi, I've noticed you're becoming harder to discipline. Karais stared at Yi Xiaofan with her beautiful large eyes. Perhaps an instinctive survival warning went off, and the drowsy Yi Xiaofan suddenly shivered, looking at Karais in horror. Got it. I'll get up right away. Within 5 minutes, Yi Xiaofan was fully dressed and stood neatly in front of Karais. Hee, now that's my good buddy. Karais hugged Yi Xiaofan. All right, let's go. Yi Xiaofan followed Karais all the way to the central square of Rod Academy, where they saw the clumsy giant Karais had mentioned. By the way, because some tasks are difficult to complete by individuals alone, the Academy has defined them as group tasks. And since the central square is the place where tasks are released, many student groups gather here. Hello, my name is Yi Xiaofan. Please take care of me. Yi Xiaofan introduced herself to the few people in front of her. The first to respond to Yi Xiaofan was the clumsy giant Karais had mentioned, a towering man. Yeah, I'm Xiong. Karais already told me about you. Surprisingly honest and kind-hearted. If he really hooked up with Karais, he would likely be a henpecked husband. This thought couldn't help but enter Yi Xiaofan's mind. Goddess of the Night, ranked fourth among the beauties in the Academy Weekly, right? Got it. Oh, and my name is Mage, said a man who looked rather thin compared to Xiong. Mage's badge had 3 stripes drawn on its leaf, indicating that he too was a third-year student. A boy and girl standing behind Xiong, and Mage seemed very shy. After introducing themselves, Yi Xiaofan learned that the boy was called Alex and the girl Amy, all of whom were first-year freshmen just like herself. Let me make something clear to you guys first. Besides the rookie training mission, Mage and I have taken another one. Xiong's rough voice reached Yi Xiaofan's ears. So, we will only guide you for 7 days. After the 7th day, you must return to Water City. Whether you come back to the academy, or stay in Chilean Mountain Range to adventure after that is none of our business, understood? Xiong's towering frame and rough voice left an unimaginable sense of authority. Yi Xiaofan and the other 2 students quickly nodded their heads. Hiss. Xiong clutched his ear, which was being pulled by Carice. Dummy, why so serious? Can't you see that you've scared little Yi? Carice scolded Xiong while glaring at him. Sure enough, this dummy giant was destined to become a henpecked husband. Looking at the scene in front of her, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but think. With the farce over, Yi Xiaofan and the other 5 officially set off towards the Chilean Mountain Range. Chapter 9. The wrong names for the scene. In the north of Alaska, the city of water. After a whole day's journey, Yi Xiaofan and his companions finally arrived at this city more prosperous than the royal capital. I can't do it anymore. How can you still have the energy to read books, Xiaoya? Karis lay on the back of an earth dragon, looking strangely at Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan shifted his gaze from the book on the nature of magic in his hand. What's strange about that? Although we're all magic warriors, my magic power is greater than yours, so naturally I'm stronger. Yeah, your magic power is more than mine, and your stamina is better too. But look over there at those 2 third-year students. Their magic power isn't less than yours, right? Karis gestured for Yi Xiaofan to look to the side. On another earth dragon's back, 3 male figures lay there like dead dogs. Xiaofan was left awkwardly, unsure of what to say. The earth dragon, despite its name containing the word dragon, looks quite similar to wild boars from Yi Xiaofan's previous life. However, the earth dragon is larger in size and extremely gentle in nature. So people in this world have domesticated the earth dragons as means of transportation. However, riding them wasn't particularly comfortable. Everyone, take a look, the city of water is here. Xiong, who had been lying on the back of the earth dragon, suddenly sat up and pointed ahead. Everyone followed Xiong's finger and saw a magnificent city appear before their eyes. Let's keep going, everyone. Once we're in the city, we can rest, Mage said, climbing off the back of the earth dragon and encouraging everyone. With that, everyone, like they were injected with adrenaline, frantically urged the earth dragons forward. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the city of water. Halt, 5 copper coins per person to enter the city. The soldier guarding the city stopped Yi Xiaofan and his group. Xiong skillfully tossed 30 copper coins to the soldier. 80% of the city of water was made up of water, and even the houses were built on water. Walking along the roads of the city of water, Yi Xiaofan asked Karis, "Isn't this city too overbearing? We have to pay just to get in." Karis, with an embarrassed face, pulled Yi Xiaofan close by her side. "Xiaoya, paying to enter the city is normal. Don't you know that even the royal capital charges 10 copper coins to enter?" MMP, should have kept my mouth shut. Yi Xiaofan lowered his head, trying to hide his reddening face. Alexander, walking beside him, couldn't help but open his mouth and said, "So cute." "Huh, kid, don't tell me you've got a crush on our Xiaoya." Upon hearing Alexander's words, Karis smirked mischievously. No, I. Panicking, Alexander tried to defend himself, but his voice grew smaller. "That's enough. Karis, stop teasing him." Yi Xiaofan stepped in. Karis immediately turned her focus back on Yi Xiaofan. "Oh ho, our Xiaoya is feeling sorry for him." Yi Xiaofan rolled his eyes at Karis and quickened his steps to distance himself from her. "Hey Xiaoya, don't be shy." Karis sped up to catch up with Yi Xiaofan. Standing in place, Alexander's mind sank into endless reverie. She spoke up for me just now. Does she like me? Hey kid, stop staring, they're far gone." Mage suddenly came over and slapped Alexander hard on the shoulder. "Huh? Oh," pulled out of his reverie by Mage. Alexander flustered and nodded. "We'll stay here." Xiong pointed at the inn in front of them and said, "The boss of this place is good. Whenever Mage and I come to the city of water, we always stay here." Seeing that no one objected, Xiong took the lead and rushed into the inn. The others quickly followed behind Xiong and went inside, leaving Yi Xiaofan alone outside the door with a peculiar expression looking at the sign. "Well, how much I want to complain." Yi Xiaofan struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge within him. Just then Karis walked out of the inn again. "Xiaoya, why aren't you coming in? What are you looking at?" Karis followed Yi Xiaofan's gaze, but found nothing unusual except for the 4 large characters of ULIN. "Is there anything strange?" "No, nothing. Let's go inside." With great difficulty suppressing the overwhelming feelings within him, Yi Xiaofan pushed Karis, who looked puzzled, into the inn. There were 6 of them, 3 men and 3 women. So it was only natural that the 3 men shared one room, while the 3 women each had their own room. Looking at the imposing figure of Xiong in front of him, Alexander almost cried and said, "Why do they get their own rooms while we 3 grown men have to squeeze into one?" "That's enough, kid. Girls always need a little privilege," Mage said, hooking his arm around Alexander's shoulder. Alexander looked at Mage with a pleading expression. "If I pay for it myself, can I stay in my own room?" "Don't talk nonsense." "All right, Our room is on the second floor, let's go. Mage hooked his arm around Alexander's and walked toward the second floor, with Xiong following behind. When they reached the second floor, just as the three girls were about to enter their room to rest, Xiong suddenly stopped them. There is an all-night street in the city of water, it's quite fun. If you're not too tired, we could go there tonight. Although Xiong was speaking to the three girls, his gaze lingered on Karis. But no one is allowed to go alone, in case anything dangerous happens. Especially you girls, if you go out, there must be at least one man accompanying you. Alright, I understand. Yi Xiaofan picked up the undertone in Xiong's words, gave a forced laugh, and returned to his own room. I'll go back too. Amy, who had been barely noticed, said quietly and hurriedly retreated into her own room as well. This left only Karis and Xiong, creating an awkward atmosphere. Finally, Xiong broke the silence first. Karis, would you like to go to the all-night street tonight? I can protect you. No, Karis replied decisively. Oh, Xiong looked disappointed, lowered his head, and turned around to return to his room. Wait. Karis seemed to remember something and called out to Xiong who was leaving. Upon hearing Karis's voice, Xiong immediately turned around, full of anticipation, looking at Karis. If I am going, I want to bring Xiaoya along too. But Xiaoya probably won't want to go, so you are responsible for convincing her. Although Xiong wanted to go out alone with Karis, given the situation, he could only agree first. Alright, leave it to me. Why don't you two just have your date? Why drag me along? Yi Xiaofan, who was eavesdropping behind the door, complained discontentedly. Chapter 10, The Black, Cloaked Man. In order to take Carol out on a date, Xiong pulled out all the stops and pestered Yi Xiaofan relentlessly to join them. Ultimately, Yi Xiaofan agreed, simply because she couldn't stand his incessant nagging. But the condition was that Xiong would have to gather some alchemical materials for Yi Xiaofan. For the sake of happiness, Xiong enthusiastically accepted Yi Xiaofan's request, but when he saw the list of materials she handed him, this tough guy couldn't help shedding tears. Xiao Yi, there's just too much, Xiong said with difficulty, looking at Yi Xiaofan with pleading eyes. Yi Xiaofan sat in a chair with her legs crossed as she replied to Xiong. You don't agree? Well then forget it. I'd rather stay inside and read alone. Please don't, Lady Yi. Xiong anxiously said. I'll do it. I promise. Satisfied, Yi Xiaofan nodded. Mountains crossing dragon and 1,000 gold vines are fairly easy to find. They're available in the market. Xiong swallowed before continuing. But blood drop stones and dragon blood grasses. They're in the hands of the dragon clan. You can't buy these even if you have money. I never said you had to get me everything right away. Just give me part of the list first, and the rest when you're capable of taking down a big dragon yourself. Yi Xiaofan tried to reassure Xiong. As an old saying goes, every talent has its use, and lost wealth always returns. Spending a little money for a spouse is worth it. Despite this, Xiong still looked torn between options. Seeing Xiong hesitate, Yi Xiaofan decided to stoke the fire further. If you really don't want to, then forget it. I've never liked forcing others. But you know, Carol and I are in the same dormitory. If I were to whisper something into her ear, I'll do it. Xiong cut her off mid-sentence with a firm agreement. Yi Xiaofan smiled contentedly and jumped down from the chair, wanting to pat Xiong on the shoulder. Unfortunately, her height was an issue. Unable to, Yi Xiaofan instead coughed dryly. Cough. Young man, I believe in you. At 8 o'clock that evening, Xiong took Carol and Yi Xiaofan to the all-night street of Water City. Although called the all-night street, it was actually a waterbound amusement park. Xiong rented a small boat, which carried Carol and Yi Xiaofan, the two beautiful ladies. People on passing boats kept glancing at their boat enviously, wondering how this seemingly less handsome fellow could enjoy the company of such beautiful women, two of them no less. And yet, despite being the envy of everyone around, Xiong was anything but happy. I wanted a romantic time with Carol alone. Woo, sob. Hey, big dummy. What's wrong with your gloomy face? Aren't you lucky to have us two beautiful ladies with you? Carol hugged Yi Xiaofan and said to Xiong. No, not at all. Xiong quickly forced a smile to deny it. Yet that smile looked grotesque. What a strong concentration of water elements. Uninterested in their playful banter, Yi Xiaofan lifted her left hand lightly and focused on feeling the water elements in the air. The book on the nature of magic explained that similar elements possess different natures. To alter an element's nature, one must feel them deeply from within. What are you doing, Xiaoyi? Carol asked curiously when she noticed Yi Xiaofan raising her left hand. I'm sensing the water elements. They are so rich here. Yi Xiaofan replied with her eyes closed. Carol grew more puzzled. Sensing water elements? Aren't you of the fire element? Why sense water? I am of the fire element, but there's barely any fire essence around here. Hence, I can only sense water elements, Yi Xiaofan explained to Carol, adding, fortunately, the water elements here are very dense, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to feel them at all. Curious, Carol imitated Yi Xiaofan, closing her eyes and lifting her right hand. Why can't I sense anything? Neither can I. I can only detect faint traces of earth elements, Xiong chimed in nearby. Unfortunately, Carol ignored him completely. We came out to have fun, so let's play to our heart's content. Don't keep thinking about practicing all the time. Carol grabbed Yi Xiaofan and surrounded them both with a gentle breeze formed by her magic. With a light kick on the edge of the boat, Carol leaped onto the nearest commercial vessel, where various goods were sold. Being an earth elemental practitioner, Xiong obviously couldn't leap as gracefully as Carol did. His heavy step would definitely break the boat. Disheartened, Xiong could only glide slowly toward the direction Carol had gone. Carol, Wait for me. But unfortunately, Carol and Yi Xiaofan had already vanished. Xiao Yi, look at this necklace. It would suit you so well. Carol held a fine magical necklace and compared it against the delicate jade neck of Yi Xiaofan. It even comes with an earth element defensive magic array. Without waiting for a response, Carol prepared to buy the necklace and gift it to Yi Xiaofan. Shaking her head in refusal, Yi Xiaofan pointed to the silver necklace around her neck and said, "No, I already have one on." "Humph, I haven't even criticized yours yet. Who gave you that slobbery old thing? It's hideous." Carol sneered while glaring at the silver necklace on Yi Xiaofan's neck. "Hey, is it really that ugly? I think it's quite nice. See, it even glows." Yi Xiaofan tugged on the collar of her shirt to show Carol more clearly. She pulled too hard, causing the already loose collar of her magical robe to open widely, exposing her elegant clavicle and drawing the attention of countless passersby. "Xiao Yi, pay attention to your image." Carol hurriedly covered Yi Xiaofan up and simultaneously glared at the bystanders. "What are you looking at?" Due to its brevity, those who had only caught a glimpse displayed expressions of regret. "Hee hee, I forgot we're not in the dormitory." Yi Xiaofan smiled apologetically at Carol while thinking inwardly, "Forgot I'm a girl now. Girls here sure are modest. Back in my past life, this wouldn't be anything worth mentioning. Still, the past was better. No chance to see long legs anymore." As Yi Xiaofan and Carol were giggling, Xiong walked right past them without noticing, still searching for the two. Phew, it's truly difficult to use magic on so many people at once, but thankfully it worked. Not far from the two girls, three men dressed in black stood in the shadows. One looked exhausted and sighed. "Quit your complaints. Such premium goods don't come by often, and they will surely fetch a handsome price." Another black-clad man leered greedily at the pair. The last black-cloaked man urged, "The magic won't hold much longer. Let's move quickly." Chapter 11. Hero Saves Beauty. Ultimately, Khaleesi was unable to convince Yi Xiaofan to accept the necklace. She pouted unhappily and pulled Yi Xiaofan toward the next shop. Suddenly, Khaleesi hugged Yi Xiaofan. "Xiao Yi, my head is so dizzy." Yi Xiaofan originally thought that Khaleesi might be teasing him, but when he saw Khaleesi nearly losing her balance, he realized she wasn't faking it. Yi Xiaofan held Khaleesi and asked, "Khaleesi, what's wrong with you?" "Magic. Magic has disappeared," Khaleesi said weakly. Yi Xiaofan hurriedly tried to channel his own magic, but he couldn't sense a single bit of it. "What's going on?" Just as Yi Xiaofan wondered, he suddenly felt dizzy. When he regained consciousness, he was in a dim room. There was a square table in the room, and an old man with gray hair was writing something on it. Next to Yi Xiaofan and Khaleesi stood three men dressed in black. They were holding something like handcuffs, locking both of their hands. Without resistance, Yi Xiaofan let them lock him up. "Who are you? Why did you capture us?" Yi Xiaofan looked at the old man with gray hair seated at the table without any fear. "You may call me Pikachu. These three here are Da, Air, and Sand." Pikachu smiled as he spoke to the two women. "All of us belong to the high-class species trading group." Upon hearing Pikachu's words, Khaleesi's face turned pale. High-class species trading group? The largest human trafficking organization in the world. Pikachu frowned at Khaleesi and said, "Please don't say nonsense. Our group doesn't only trade humans. We sell everything of value, even elves and dragons. But since you know about our group, then you should also know that no one has ever escaped from us. So cooperate, it's better than suffering." Thinking back, Yi Xiaofan remembered encountering someone from this group on the first day he arrived in this world. Xiao Yi, what should we do?" "Wah wah." Khaleesi buried her head in Yi Xiaofan's chest. Yi Xiaofan gently patted Khaleesi's back. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." If Yi Xiaofan unsealed his powers, he could easily teach these people a lesson in moments. However, since he had agreed to help someone, he decided to wait and give that person a chance to shine. Boom. A loud noise echoed as Xiong burst through the wall, immediately spotting Yi Xiaofan and Khaleesi half lying there. Relief spread over Xiong when he confirmed that they weren't seriously harmed. "Big dump." Seeing Xiong, Khaleesi exclaimed joyfully. They stared intently at Xiong, asking in a hoarse voice, "Kid, how did you find us?" "Fortunately, I planted a magical mark on Khaleesi and Xiao Yi ahead of time. When I discovered the Disperse spell had been cast, I activated their marks and chased them all the way here." Disperse, which made nearby creatures subconsciously ignore a target, was usually used by mages to avoid monsters during wilderness adventures. "I already told you. Too many people around weaken the effectiveness of such spells for magicians," Air interjected. Never mind. Let's kill him first." Sen cackled harshly, then shot his palm out toward Xiong. Bang! Sen struck Xiong's chest, but astonishingly found that Xiong was completely unharmed. Xiong swung his fists at San. While San narrowly dodged them, he noticed that Xiong's chest skin had turned into stone. "Earth magic, petrification. That explains why you can withstand my strike," San said to Xiong. "But kid, mere petrification won't stop me." With that, San rushed at Xiong again, his hands oddly turning blood red. "Blood hands? Duh. Take these two to my room." Pikachu glanced at the battle between Xiong and San, saying to Da. "Yes." Da slung Yi Xiaofan and Khaleesi onto his shoulders. "Let go. Stupid big guy, save me." Khaleesi tried hard to resist, but with her magic sealed, she was powerless against Da. Xiong got distracted trying to rescue Khaleesi first, allowing San to hit his chest. Even though his petrified skin provided some defense, Xiong still spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing how Xiong was struggling against just one opponent, Yi Xiaofan was about to remove the necklace around his neck engraved with a biolink when he suddenly glanced upward. Was that Mage Match? And Alex and Amy too. They had actually come. Yi Xiaofan carefully sensed the auras that suddenly appeared on the roof. Also looking toward the roof with Yi Xiaofan was Mage Match. There sure are a lot of rats tonight. Ada, who was carrying Yi Xiaofan and Khaleesi, suddenly felt his feet become soft. By the time he realized it, he had already sunk into the ground. This is earth magic. Ada thought as he looked at the ground which had become like mud. Xiaoya, Khaleesi. Alex and Amy jumped down from the roof and pulled Yi Xiaofan and Khaleesi away from Ada's hands, rescuing the two of them. Release. Amy lightly touched the two who had just been rescued, allowing them to immediately feel the magic within their bodies once again. You all go quickly. Mage Match also jumped down from the roof and used earth spikes to block Air, who was trying to come over. Khaleesi worriedly looked at Xiong fighting nearby. But, don't worry about it. You all would only be a burden here. Xiong, and I can get out. Mage Match said anxiously to Khaleesi. Then, the four of them quickly ran toward the wall Xiong had smashed through. Mage Match turned around and cast an earth prison spell at Air, trying to trap him. Unfortunately, it was broken in an instant. Even though he was fighting with Air, Mage Match was constantly aware of Pikachu, guarding against Pikachu making a sudden move. And even more, in Mage Match's perception, Pikachu seemed much stronger than these three black-clothed men. Yet, Pikachu didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. He continued to sit by the table, watching Xiong and Match indifferently. The four people who encountered no resistance were about to run out of the wall when they were suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier. What is this? Alex touched the invisible wall in front of him. It should be a sigil formation. Yi Xiaofan turned around and looked at Pikachu sitting at the table. Match, who was struggling fiercely with Air, also noticed the predicament they were in. Sigil formation? When was it set up? A sigil formation is a magical array established using ancient symbols, possessing extremely strong defensive power. Chapter 12. Unsealing. If I let you little rats escape from my hands, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me? Pika, who had been sitting at the table all this time, finally stood up. However, as Pika stood up, an astonishing amount of magical power emanated from him. Under the overwhelming pressure of this powerful magic, Xiong and Mage couldn't help but kneel down on the ground, looking at Pika with full faces of terror. Intermediate Magic Master? It has been a long time since there have been any blind rats causing trouble for the group. You few sure have guts. As Pika took each step down, the pressure felt by Xiong and Mage grew heavier and heavier. But since you have brought me another good merchandise, I've decided to give you a quick death. Pika stared at Amy while saying this. Amy looked at Pika, her eyes revealing looks of fear. Pika ordered Da-A. Take that black-haired beauty to my room. Lock the other two up. I'm going to enjoy myself properly tonight. Carrie had red hair. Amy's was pink. The one with black hair naturally referred to Yi Xiaofan. Upon hearing Pika's command, Doa slowly emerged from the bog-like ground. Alex collapsed on the ground, his face showing despair. Intermediate Magic Master. It's over. Using magic to form oppressive aura? If so, I should also be able to do that. Yi Xiaofan slowly removed the necklace around his neck. Carrie, upon hearing Yi Xiaofan's voice, laughed bitterly and said to Yi Xiaofan, Useless Xiao Yi. Only those above great magic masters can use their magical energy to form an oppressive aura. And even if you could release an oppressive aura, it would be useless against an intermediate magic master. Whether it works or not, we'll never know unless we try, right? Yi Xiaofan took off the necklace and placed it inside the storage ring. Instantly, a massive oppressive aura radiated from Yi Xiaofan. As the oppressive aura spread from Yi Xiaofan, everyone, whether Pika and the cloaked man, or Xiong and Mage, all collapsed on the ground. In just an instant, Yi Xiaofan retracted the emitted oppressive aura. This is quite a nice skill. This way I won't worry about breaking the space again. Muttering quietly, Yi Xiaofan then looked at the people lying on the ground and said, Aha, sorry about that. First time using it, didn't mean to harm our side. Are you guys okay? Unfortunately, no one responded to Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan felt extremely awkward for a moment, thinking inwardly. Could it be I used too much force and scared them all into shock? How is this possible? Pika lay on the ground, staring dumbfoundedly at Yi Xiaofan. Even in the presence of the group leader, Pika had never sensed such a powerful oppressive aura. After all, the leader of the group was a Saint-class magic master, one of the top existences on this continent. It was precisely because of the existence of the leader that the group could remain standing strong. At the same time, within the mansion of the governor of Water City, Sabah, the governor of Water City, who was playing with his 7-year-old daughter, suddenly raised his head and looked toward the distance. Daddy, what are you looking at? Yifline asked curiously when she saw her father suddenly ignoring her. Oh, nothing. Daddy suddenly remembered something. Let's continue to play, Sabah explained to his daughter. Why did I feel such a strong heartache just now? Was it my illusion? Carrie looked at Yi Xiaofan with a strong sense of unfamiliarity. Xiao Yi? Seeing Carrie's expression, Yi Xiaofan felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Carrie, how much longer are you going to stay on the ground? Get up quickly. Forcing himself to show a slight smile on his face, Yi Xiaofan squatted down to try and pull Carrie up. I can do it myself. Carrie dodged Yi Xiaofan's outstretched hand and got up herself. Don't be deceived by her show of bravado. If she were truly strong, she wouldn't have been captured by us. Air, San, kill her. The recovering Pika shouted at Air and San. Air and San shouted loudly to boost their own morale. Yi Xiaofan raised his left hand, flicked it slightly. Boom. With a loud explosion, a rift in space appeared before everyone's eyes. Air and San disappeared without a trace. Even Da behind them and Pika were pulled into the space rift, dying utterly. Compared to the one from the Fire City, the space crack in front of their eyes was small, almost imperceptible, and restored quickly. From this point, it could be seen that Yi Xiaofan had already somewhat mastered his own strength. After another silence, Yi Xiaofan spoke softly. Let's go back. The strong always evoke reverence. In the library of Rod Academy, Yi Xiaofan once read this sentence from a magic book. Turning his head to look at the few people who had been following him from behind, too afraid to take a single step forward, Yi Xiaofan deeply understood the meaning of that sentence, as well as the profound loneliness hidden behind it. The journey back was silent. Upon returning to the inn, Yi Xiaofan directly walked into his room, lay on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Carrie stood for a long time in front of Yi Xiaofan's room before turning around and walking into her own. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaofan just opened his door after waking up and found Xiong and Mage standing respectfully outside his room. A trace of barely noticeable desolation flashed in Yi Xiaofan's eyes as he asked, "You came to find me so early. Is there anything?" The two men outside looked at each other. In the end, Xiong spoke up. Today's plan was originally to practice at the Chilean Mountains, but given what happened last night, Xiong himself hadn't noticed that he had unconsciously started using honorifics in his speech. And with your strength being so formidable, you don't even need us to bring you for practice. So we were thinking. Yi Xiaofan cut off Xiong's words. I already understand what you mean. You can continue going to the Chilean Mountains with Carrie and the others to practice. I'll go back by myself. Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to turn back into the house, he suddenly turned again and said, and one more thing. My affairs are not to be mentioned to anyone. That's not what we meant. Mage began to explain, but Yi Xiaofan had already shut the door. Mage turned to Xiong and said, why do you have to be so blunt? What if she gets mad and does something to us? Although Mage didn't finish his sentence, Xiong already understood what he was trying to say. Yi Xiaofan shouldn't be that kind of person, right? McGee couldn't help glaring at Xiong. You know nothing. When she hid her strength, she might have seemed easy to talk to, but now that she has shown her true strength, who knows what kind of personality she has? A mere flick of her finger could create a space crack. She must be a Saint-class master. And those Saint-class masters are usually some old creatures who've lived no one knows how long. Chapter 13. When you're sad, you must think of ways to make money. A famous person once said, money makes me happy, and when you're sad, you must think of ways to make money. So, Yi Xiaofan was now standing in the great hall of the Mercenary Guild, where a young lady at the window was registering her as a mercenary. Being a mercenary is one of the significant features of a different world. Though it's not the fastest way to make money, it is undoubtedly the most effective. Hello, your identity registration is complete. From this moment on, you are an honorable mercenary. The young lady handed Yi Xiaofan a mercenary certificate along with a badge. The badge, naturally designed by Yi Xiaofan herself, depicted a bright green fire tree leaf. Silently taking the certificate and badge, Yi Xiaofan opened the certificate to see the rank section clearly marked with an E grade. Yi Xiaofan pointed to the big E on the certificate and asked, isn't the lowest rank F? Why is mine E? The highest rank for mercenaries is S-class, followed by A-class, all the way down to F-class at the bottom. The young lady smiled gently and said, here's the thing. If a task fails more than 10 times, a mercenary's rank will be lowered. If even E-class tasks cannot be completed, the mercenary's rank drops to F-class. Oh, by the way, accepting missions is over there. The young lady pointed towards another side of the hall surrounded by a crowd. How could anyone fail, even an E-class mission? This rank is completely made for jokes, Yi Xiaofan muttered quietly after hearing the explanation. Wriggling through the crowded crowd, Yi Xiaofan carefully picked tasks from the bulletin board. Find a lost cat with animal ears. Lose one, just get a new one. I really don't understand these cat slaves thinking. Next, retrieve the magic crystal from the magical-eyed python. This one is good, but requires a D-class mercenary rank. Next, gather 30 stone crystals in the dark forest. This one is good, rewards 50 copper coins. It's decided then. After deciding, Yi Xiaofan extended her hand toward the commission form. However, as Yi Xiaofan touched the commission form, another hand reached out from the crowd, contacting the mission almost simultaneously. Turning around, Yi Xiaofan instantly froze. It was a nearly 2-meter-tall woman who had muscles that would make any man feel inferior. Yi Xiaofan barely reached her waist. Mullah, you're here to accept a mission again? Forget it, Mullah. You failed E-class missions 8 times. You're not cut out to be a mercenary. Clearly, someone in the crowd recognized Mullah. Mullah ignored the ridicule coming from the crowd, giving Yi Xiaofan a shy smile. You take it. I'll choose another one. After saying that, Mullah turned around and started looking for other missions. Looking at Mullah's back, Yi Xiaofan remained silent for several seconds before tearing off the mission from the bulletin board and turning away from the crowd. I didn't expect someone who couldn't even finish E-class missions. When filing for the acceptance of the mission, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but think, I want to take this mission. Yi Xiaofan turned around to see Mullah standing beside her, holding a mission application form. Seeing that Yi Xiaofan was watching her, Mullah flashed her a big grin. Mullah, I know your situation, but you should give up being a mercenary. There are many other ways to make money. An old man responsible for registering mission applications told Mullah. Mullah nodded to the elder and replied, I understand my own limitations, Grandpa Golol. At this point, Yi Xiaofan's identity information had been registered, and another person responsible for registration returned her identity certificate. Receiving the identity certificate, Yi Xiaofan walked out of the Water City Gate and soon arrived at the edge of the dark forest. Stone crystals, a crystalline formation of earth elements, can be used to craft various magical items and are easily found in areas with high elemental activity. Recalling the data about stone crystals in her mind, Yi Xiaofan stepped into the dark forest. I wonder if Khaleesi and the others entered the dark forest from here. This thought involuntarily came to Yi Xiaofan's mind. The dark forest has a history stretching back thousands of years and has always been a place bustling with all sorts of monsters. Legend has it that deep within the dark forest sleeps a saint-class monster. Of course, whether this is true or false, no one knows, because no one has ever seen it. Or perhaps those who have already became monster feces. Walking on the leaves that have accumulated year after year, Yi Xiaofan's footsteps made crack sounds. They say there are so many monsters in the dark forest, yet I've been walking for so long. How come I haven't met a single one? Looking around at the monotonous scenery, Yi Xiaofan irritably said. Even though the dark forest is teeming with monsters, compared to its vast size, the monsters are but a drop in the ocean. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan sensed a massive surge of magical power emanating from ahead. Someone was engaged in battle there, or perhaps it was a territorial fight between two magic beasts. With this thought, Yi Xiaofan quickened her pace and moved toward the source of the energy. She landed silently on a tree branch without making a sound. Looking down from the tree, she saw a magical-eyed giant python fiercely battling a steel-hide gorilla. The magical-eyed giant python is a low-tier third-class magic beast, while the steel-hide gorilla is a peak second-class magic beast, yet it seems like the gorilla has the upper hand. Yi Xiaofan carefully observed the fight below as she muttered to herself. The magical-eyed giant python continuously slithered around the steel-hide gorilla, spewing out venomous arrows from its mouth. Whenever the venom hit the steel-hide gorilla's fur, it shattered into pieces, and the toxic liquid that dripped onto the ground corroded large pits. Yet, the steel-hide gorilla's fur remained shiny and intact. Each attack by the steel-hide gorilla was thunderous. Though it rarely managed to strike the python, when it did, the snake would expel a large amount of blood. Beaten so badly, and still not retreating? It's as if something is luring it. Yi Xiaofan watched curiously at the battered magical-eyed giant python. What is that? A black little tiger. Behind the two fighting magic beasts, hidden among a pile of broken rocks, was a small black tiger no more than a dozen centimeters long, glaring fiercely at the battling duo. The hind leg of the little tiger bore a deep wound that revealed bone, with fresh blood constantly flowing out. So cute, but it appears to be injured. Yi Xiaofan stared at the tiger with gleaming eyes. Snap! The battle below took an unexpected turn. Seeing that its magic was ineffective, the magical-eyed giant python risked moving in front of the steel-hide gorilla and used its thick body to tightly constrict the ape. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Little Black Tiger. After being entangled by the demon-eye python, the adamant Kong ape's body emitted a crackling sound, the sound of bones breaking. Even with the adamant Kong ape's hard body, it could not withstand the massive constricting force of the demon-eye python. Roar! From the start of the battle until now, the adamant Kong ape let out its first cry of pain. The adamant Kong ape grabbed the demon-eye python's body with its free right hand, trying to tear the python off its body. The demon-eye python only tightened its grip on the adamant Kong ape even more. I remember there was an old saying that goes something like, the clam and crane fight, so the fisherman profits. I'll be the fisherman today. Yi Xiaofan steadied himself on the branch and took a deep breath. Dragon saliva of fire. A massive pillar of fire erupted from Yi Xiaofan's mouth, rushing toward the two monsters locked in combat beneath the tree. When the two creatures sensed the tremendous magical fluctuation, the fire column already struck them forcefully where they were intertwined. The flames slowly faded, leaving the demon-eye python's body charred to ashes. Due to the demon-eye python shielding it partially and its strong physique, the adamant Kong ape didn't suffer severe injuries. Even so, the adamant Kong ape now appeared black in patches and yellow in others, looking quite disheveled. With eyes as large as copper bells, the adamant Kong ape stared intensely at Yi Xiaofan on the tree. Despite its not-so-high intelligence, the adamant Kong ape could still feel the vast power contained within the petite figure up in the tree. If you leave now, I can still let you go with your life. Yi Xiaofan said with a smile as he looked at the adamant Kong ape. Unfortunately, the adamant Kong ape, with its limited intellect, couldn't comprehend Yi Xiaofan's meaning at all. Turning its head to glance at the little black tiger hiding in the rock crevice, the adamant Kong ape revealed a look of greed in its eyes before leaping fiercely toward Yi Xiaofan, standing on the tree. Seeing the adamant Kong ape jump up, Yi Xiaofan was genuinely shocked. For such a large body to leap so high, what about gravity? Flipping his body, Yi Xiaofan landed on the ground from the tree. Looking at the adamant Kong ape that had just broken the branches directly, Yi Xiaofan spoke. It seems you don't understand what I'm saying, then there's really no way. But I must say this, the little black tiger belongs to me, and no one else can snatch it from me. Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. The flame-covered fist moved incredibly fast, smashing toward the adamant Kong ape. Realizing the power behind this punch, the adamant Kong ape hurriedly tried to dodge to the side. At this moment, its large body became a hindrance instead. Bang! Failing to dodge completely, the adamant Kong ape was sent flying several meters away. As the adamant Kong ape climbed back up from the ground, its right arm was already scorched black and hung uselessly by its side, with a look of intense fear in its eyes. Yi Xiaofan, holding a ball of flames in his right hand, looked at the adamant Kong ape whose right arm had been ruined. Do you want more? Perhaps understanding Yi Xiaofan's meaning, after hesitating for a moment, the adamant Kong ape turned around and fled. Seeing the adamant Kong ape flee, Yi Xiaofan cheerfully ran towards the direction of the little black tiger. Dudu, are you okay? Let me treat your wounds. Yi Xiaofan had already come up with a name for the little black tiger. Dragging its legs that could no longer stand, the little black tiger looked warily at the approaching Yi Xiaofan. Seeing the alert gaze of the little black tiger, Yi Xiaofan slowly extended his right hand towards it. Good girl. Dudu, don't be afraid. Puff. In response to Yi Xiaofan's approaching hand, the little black tiger spat a black sphere, roughly 1 centimeter in diameter, towards Yi Xiaofan. Hey, Dudu, why do you know how to spit ink? Are you an octopus? Yi Xiaofan looked at the clothes hit by the black ball, which had a prominent black stain. Having used up all its magic, the little black tiger fainted helplessly. In great distress, Yi Xiaofan immediately held the little black tiger tenderly, so severely injured. Unfortunately, I don't know healing magic, but I can give you some herbs. Looking down at her chest, Yi Xiaofan murmured softly. If they were bigger, I could have placed you there like in anime. There's nothing I can do about my small chest, so just stay on my head. Saying this, Yi Xiaofan placed the little black tiger on her head. I'm sure I saw 4-leaf clover here when I came. How come I can't find it now? With Dudu atop her head, Yi Xiaofan walked carefully while inspecting the surroundings. 4-leaf clover, a type of herb that can stop bleeding. As the name suggests, the 4-leaf clover is a grass with 4 leaves, known for its remarkable vitality. Found it. Excited, Yi Xiaofan rushed under a big tree and pulled out the 4-leaf clover by its roots. Chewing the leaves of the 4-leaf clover and applying the paste onto Dudu's wounds, she then tore a piece of fabric from her clothing to bandage Dudu. Afterward, Yi Xiaofan patiently waited for Dudu to wake up. Yi Xiaofan stared at the unconscious Dudu and thought to himself, I remember seeing on TV in my previous life that wounds were treated this way. It should be fine, right? After a long while, Dudu's eyelids fluttered, and after flipping over, it lay still again. The rising and falling of its belly indicated that its injuries were improving. Sitting on the ground, Yi Xiaofan watched Dudu's adorable sleeping face and occasionally poked its cheeks with her fingers. Distracted, Dudu scratched its face randomly with its front paws, which made Yi Xiaofan laugh heartily. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan sprang up from the ground and looked up at the sky. In the dense forest, only a few rays of sunlight filtered through, and through the gaps in the leaves, Yi Xiaofan vaguely saw several dark figures flash by. What's that? Yi Xiaofan squinted and stared at the sky. Whether it was an illusion or not, Yi Xiaofan felt as though the originally quiet forest had suddenly become restless. Holding Dudu and placing it atop her head, Yi Xiaofan muttered, It seems there is some unforeseen event occurring. I'd better gather enough stone crystals quickly and return to Water City to complete the mission. Making up her mind, Yi Xiaofan carefully began searching for the stone crystals with Dudu. Mage. While wandering in the dark forest and having already collected most of the stone crystals, Yi Xiaofan suddenly heard a scream. Mage? Is that Kale's? Yi Xiaofan lifted Dudu from her head to her chest and rapidly ran toward the direction where the voice came from. When she arrived, Yi Xiaofan saw Kale's and the others, all injured, standing back to back, surrounded by a group of silver moon wolves. A quick glance revealed that the wolf pack consisted of at least 20 wolves. As a type of communal magical beast, the silver moon wolves were considered one of the strongest magical beasts on the outskirts of the dark forest. Every year, countless mercenaries who entered the dark forest became food for the silver moon wolves. Level 3 magical beast, silver moon wolf, skilled in wind magic. And the alpha wolf among the pack, Yi Xiaofan focused her eyes on the largest silver moon wolf, is a level 4 mid-tier magical beast. Chapter 15 The Shattered Sea of Magic. The silver moon wolves surrounded Carice and the others, attacking in turns under the direction of the Wolf King to deplete Carice and her companion's magic. Even a low-tier 4th-level magical general class creature possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. Seeing Carice battered and bruised all over, Yi Xiaofan's face turned cold as he set Dudu aside and removed the silver necklace hanging around his neck. Even if there have been some unpleasantness between us, Carice is still one of my few friends in this world. I won't allow you to bully her. In an instant, Yi Xiaofan appeared before the Wolf King. Compared to the nearly 2-meter-tall body of the Wolf King, Yi Xiaofan seemed so tiny. If he didn't use physical strength but drove only by magic for the battle, Yi Xiaofan was confident he could protect Carice and the others inside without harming them. The Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly noticed a small human appear in front of him. Before it could react, a massive force struck its abdomen. Yi Xiaofan stared at the Silver Moon Wolf King, which had flown several meters away. It seems I'm not quite skilled enough using this technique for the first time. The magic I drew from the air just now should have been enough to kill it. Xiaoyi. Carice couldn't help shouting loudly. Hearing Carice shout, the others instinctively looked along with her line of sight. A beautiful silhouette came into view, her waist-length hair fluttering in the air. Her exquisite face revealed a level of seriousness never seen before. Nodding to Carice and the others, Yi Xiaofan began absorbing magic from the surrounding air with all his might. Around Yi Xiaofan, a visible magic vortex formed. Magic vortex? St. Class Magus. Although Alex had suspected as much, when he saw the magic vortex emanating from Yi Xiaofan, he couldn't help but yell out loud. One significant characteristic of a St. Class Magus is that they produce a magic vortex while casting spells, as though they possess all the magic in the world. On the other side, the Silver Moon Wolf King, who had just risen from the ground, also saw the magic vortex around Yi Xiaofan. Possessing intelligence on par with humans, its immediate reaction was to flee. Howl. With the Wolf King's long howl, the silver moon wolves began charging fearlessly toward Yi Xiaofan. Facing the incoming horde of wolves, Yi Xiaofan stopped absorbing magic without panic. His right foot gently touched the ground, and a vast amount of magic radiated from him. In an instant, the oncoming wolves were all blown away by the magic, lying unconscious or dead on the ground. Raising his right hand, a mighty flame burst forth from Yi Xiaofan, forming a giant fire dragon above his head. Carice and the others standing not far from Yi Xiaofan felt a sudden dryness in their mouths and tongues. Following the direction of Yi Xiaofan's pointing finger, the fire dragon soared towards the Silver Moon Wolf King, who was preparing to escape. Feeling the intense heat coming from behind, the Silver Moon Wolf King involuntarily glanced back. That single glance almost made it lose its soul in fright. Desperately channeling magic, the Silver Moon Wolf King tried to escape the oncoming fire dragon. The fire dragon hovering above the Silver Moon Wolf King swallowed it whole. In an instant, the Wolf King turned to ashes, leaving behind a crystal-clear magic crystal stone falling to the ground. Perhaps affected by the powerful fluctuations in magic, Dudu, whom Yi Xiaofan had left on the tree, slowly opened his eyes, just in time to see the Silver Moon Wolf King being devoured by the fire dragon. Dudu's human-like little eyes showed a look of shock. Then, it passed out again on the tree. After reining in his magic, Yi Xiaofan had no idea Dudu had woken up. He and Carice and the others nearby stared at each other in silence, both hesitating about whether to approach and say hello. Xiao Yi, save me again. With yesterday, that's twice. Eventually Mage broke the silence, approaching Yi Xiaofan and speaking. Frowning, Yi Xiaofan looked at the smiling Mage, unable to sense any magic from him. Mage, your magic. Nothing serious, just the magic sea has shattered, Mage replied indifferently. Although magic warriors store magic within their bodies, their nature is indeed different. Magic warriors convert natural magic from the air into their own magic, directly drawing upon it during use, without consuming it. The vitality of magic within can be restored gradually. However, mages confine their magic within themselves. During use, they employ their mental power to release the magic outside their body, relying solely on absorbing natural magic from the air to replenish it. At this point, seeing the others also walk by Yi Xiaofan's side, looking at the group covered in injuries, Yi Xiaofan led them to a safe place for rest. After setting up the tent, everyone came to Yi Xiaofan and bowed to thank her, including Carice without exception. Yi Xiaofan gave a bitter smile while holding Dudu in her arms. Can I have a chat with you? Mage's voice reached Yi Xiaofan's ears. Yi Xiaofan and Mage avoided the other's sight and went under a very thick tree that would take at least 3 adult men to embrace. Sitting down on the ground, Mage got straight to the point. Don't blame them. Anyone who suddenly learns their friend is a Sync-class Magus they can only look up to will feel overwhelmed. Imitating Mage's posture, Yi Xiaofan sat down on the ground as well and said to Mage, I'm not blaming them. But the way they look at me, like I'm a stranger, makes me so sad. I'd rather they blame me or question me. I don't want them to ignore me. I don't want to be alone. From Yi Xiaofan's tone, Mage sensed deep loneliness, making him want to pull Yi Xiaofan into his arms. Mage eventually refrained from doing so, but instead patted Yi Xiaofan's little head with his right hand and said, they're just not used to it yet. Once they get some time to think it through, they'll naturally accept you. You're talking like you're consoling a child. Mage's gesture of patting her head made Yi Xiaofan feel a hint of warmth, prompting a smile as she asked, then what about you? How did you come to terms with it? I've become a useless person already, so what else is there to be troubled about? Mage gave a self-deprecating laugh. The expression on Mage's face made Yi Xiaofan feel a pang of sympathy. By the way, how did your magic sea shatter? Is there no way to restore it? There's no way. I used my family's ancestral secret technique, which means I can never become a magician again. Mage shook his head and said, but it doesn't matter anyway. Even if I'm not a magician, with my family's strength, I can still live a very comfortable life. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan thought of something and said to Mage, I have a method that might help you regain your power, but... Upon hearing Yi Xiaofan say that she could help him recover his strength, Mage responded skeptically, it won't work. After using the secret technique, the magic sea cannot form again. Chapter 16, The Awakened Little Black Tiger. On the early morning of the next day, Yi Xiaofan, who had safely escorted several people back to the Water City, returned alone to the dark forest. Before leaving, Karis suddenly hugged Yi Xiaofan from behind. Even though it only lasted for a few short seconds, Yi Xiaofan could still feel Karis's sentiment. With a big smile on his face, Yi Xiaofan rushed into the dark forest with Dudu. This time, entering the dark forest, Yi Xiaofan not only aimed to find the spirit crystals required for the mercenary task, but also to seek something that could help Mage recover his strength. Last night, when Yi Xiaofan said he had a way to help Mage restore his strength, Mage's first reaction was disbelief. Afterward, Yi Xiaofan explained in simple terms how Mage could restore his strength. Mage, it is practically impossible for you to restore your magic power now. But I have a way for you to regain your previous strength without restoring your magic power. Mage wore an expression as if to say, you're fooling me. Xiaofan, how can you cast spells without magic power? Yi Xiaofan looked proudly confident. Humph, you are a top student of the 3rd grade and you don't even know this simple fact. When casting spells, the primary use of magic power is to combine with the natural magic power in the air, allowing mental power to better mobilize them, right? Yes, I know this, but what does it have to do with what you're saying? Yi Xiaofan nodded as if everything made sense. What if we bypass magic power and directly use mental power to mobilize the natural magic power in the air? Are you talking about mental magic? Mage looked shocked at Yi Xiaofan. Mental magic was very popular in ancient times. However, due to an incident later on, this kind of magic has become lost. Exactly. I saw in an ancient book that there's a method for people to practice mental magic. Yi Xiaofan snapped his fingers and said, however, this method is quite dangerous. But under my protection, there will be no problems. In the end, Mage agreed to Yi Xiaofan with a tinge of hope in his heart. Yet, this method requires many materials, so Yi Xiaofan decided to search for them in the dark forest. The dark forest has another name, Paradise for Magicians, which means that it contains abundant magical materials. Walking alone in the dark forest, Yi Xiaofan did not know how far he had walked inside the forest. During this period, Yi Xiaofan had encountered countless waves of troublesome magical beasts. As he ventured deeper into the dark forest, the levels of these magical beasts were getting higher and higher. In the end, Yi Xiaofan would only encounter magical beasts above level 4. It seemed like the level 3 magical beasts were almost extinct here. However, all those who dared to provoke Yi Xiaofan ended up being absorbed into Yi Xiaofan's space ring as part of his collection of magic crystal stones. If I was a beggar before entering, then now I am already a millionaire, Yi Xiaofan thought contentedly. Suddenly, the scene in front of Yi Xiaofan became open. A huge valley appeared in front of Yi Xiaofan, with one end of the valley featuring a massive waterfall. Under the waterfall, by the riverbanks, was a vast grassland adorned with beautiful flowers that Yi Xiaofan had never seen before. Wow, so beautiful. Yi Xiaofan ran down happily shouting. Beautiful scenery could make one's mood pleasant. Feeling elated, Yi Xiaofan lay directly on the grassland, pressing the tender green grass underneath him. Blue skies, white clouds, fresh air, everything around was so beautiful. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help feeling a bit sleepy. Since arriving at the water city, continuous events had left Yi Xiaofan sleep-deprived. Half asleep, Yi Xiaofan seemed to feel something coming towards him. Slap. Like swatting a fly, Yi Xiaofan casually slapped away the object that had attacked him. Dudu got up from the ground and glared fiercely at Yi Xiaofan, lying lazily nearby. Bowing down, pouncing. Instincts as a wild beast told Dudu how to attack. Slap. Once again came a crisp sound. Dudu lay on the grass some distance away from Yi Xiaofan, constantly licking the area where he had been slapped. After the pain finally lessened somewhat, Dudu rose again from the ground, opening his mouth towards Yi Xiaofan. Having endured 2 slaps, Dudu finally thought to use magic to launch an attack. Magic power gathered within Dudu, eventually forming a pitch-black sphere, which flew toward Yi Xiaofan. Slap. A faint red glow emitted from Yi Xiaofan's raised hand, and the dark magic ball flew back along its original path, striking directly onto Dudu's perplexed face. Stunned on the spot for 3 seconds after being hit by his own magic ball, Dudu turned and bolted for his life toward the distance. Oomph. What is it that's bothering me and won't let me sleep in peace? Waking up, Yi Xiaofan rubbed his sleepy eyes and immediately saw Dudu fleeing. Dudu? You're awake. Where are you going? Yi Xiaofan called out in surprise to the retreating figure of Dudu. Hearing Yi Xiaofan's voice from behind, Dudu stumbled but ran even faster. In the blink of an eye, Dudu disappeared from Yi Xiaofan's sight. Realizing Dudu was attempting to escape, Yi Xiaofan thought smugly, "You won't get away from me. You belong to me." Taking off the necklace engraved with the biolink magic, Yi Xiaofan closed his eyes and carefully sensed Dudu's presence. Found you. Yi Xiaofan suddenly opened his eyes, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Gathering strength, then leaping, Yi Xiaofan jumped toward Dudu's location. Leaping from the ground into the air, then landing back on the ground, Yi Xiaofan landed directly in front of Dudu, who was still trying to flee. Boom. A massive sound echoed as the ground was crushed beneath Yi Xiaofan's feet, creating a crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Dudu lay inside the pit, watching Yi Xiaofan approach with a smile, his expression clearly saying, "Woman, are you trying to kill me?" Picking up the terrified Dudu from the ground and rubbing his face against him, Yi Xiaofan cooed, "Why did you run, Dudu? There are many terrifying magical beasts in the forest. A single misstep and your little life could be gone." Dudu's eyes conveyed resignation. "If anything, my life would be in more danger staying with you. Dudu, let's go. We still need to gather materials for Mage's spiritual magic training," Yi Xiaofan muttered, looking at his nearly flat chest and placing Dudu atop his head. How I wish I could grow taller." At the same moment, deep within the darkest recesses of the dark forest, 2 bright eyes lit up in a cavernous cave. "Who dares violate the ancient pact and intrude upon my territory?" Chapter 17. A Bountiful Harvest. Dudu, shall we rest here for a while before we continue? Back in the valley from earlier, Yi Xiaofan took Dudu off his head and placed it in front of him to seek its opinion. Holding Dudu's small tiger-like head, he shook it up and down. "Dudu agrees too, huh?" Yi Xiaofan was enjoying himself thoroughly, completely ignoring the look Dudu gave him as if he were looking at an iceberg. "Dudu, look, that turtle is so interesting." Yi Xiaofan walked to the riverside, placing Dudu by his feet and pointing towards the river. Dudu followed the direction Yi Xiaofan was pointing at and saw a group of goldfish with large tails happily swimming. Next to them was a lone turtle playing by itself. Against the current, the turtle struggled to swim upstream, but after moving half a meter forward, it stopped resisting and let itself drift downstream with the flow. Once it returned to its original position, the turtle once again made a great effort to swim upstream. This cycle repeated itself over and over again, as if the turtle never grew weary and continued this process tirelessly. The goldfish swam to the side of the turtle, nudging its shell with their mouths wanting to play together. But the turtle paid no attention to these creatures different from itself, still absorbed in its own private game. Looking sideways at Yi Xiaofan, who was earnestly observing the turtle, Dudu thought to itself, "This idiot woman. What's so interesting about a stupid turtle?" Yi Xiaofan sat on the grass, holding Dudu in her arms, stroking its soft fur. Looking far away, there was a trace of sorrow in Yi Xiaofan's eyes that wasn't easy to notice. Dudu, turtles and goldfish are naturally two different species, so they can never play together, right? You're right. Those not of our kind will always be different. Hey, can you talk, Dudu? Yi Xiaofan looked in amazement at Dudu in her arms. It's me talking to you. Yi Xiaofan turned around and saw a beautiful woman standing behind her, causing her face to turn black with awkwardness. I'm sorry, Auntie, I thought my pet spoke just now. Yi Xiaofan quickly stood up from the ground, apologizing to the woman. Auntie, do I really look that old? The woman trembled slightly as she said this. A little? To be honest, the woman standing in front of Yi Xiaofan didn't look a day older than her 20s, and one might even believe she could be Yi Xiaofan's sister. But because she was wearing clothes typically seen on middle-aged women, Yi Xiaofan hesitated and called her aunt. After a brief silence, the woman finally regained her composure and calmly asked Yi Xiaofan, "Which family do you come from? Don't you know that dark forest is off-limits to saint-level beings?" "No idea. I'm the only one left in my family." "Humph, stop pretending to be ignorant. Since you've reached the saint level, someone must have told you this already." The woman sneered. "If you say so, then. The supreme god who sent me over here never told me anything at all." Thinking this internally, Yi Xiaofan instead responded aloud, "Aunt, nobody has ever mentioned this to me before. Why don't you tell me about it?" Upon hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, the woman's face gradually turned grim. "You want me to tell you, all right. If you can survive 3 strikes from me, I'll tell you." With that, the woman unleashed an enormous magical vortex larger than the one Yi Xiaofan had created before. "Young girl, don't think just because you've reached the saint level that you can act recklessly. The world is much bigger than you think." As the woman enhanced her magic power, she warned Yi Xiaofan. "Remember well, you're going to die under my bai." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly flew several kilometers away and smashed through countless ancient millennium-old trees. Ugh! The woman spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulous. How is this possible? In order to better adapt to the powers within her body, Yi Xiaofan hadn't worn the biological link magic necklace since finding Dudu. Holding Dudu, Yi Xiaofan took a single step and crossed a distance of several kilometers to reach the woman. "I said, Auntie, if you want to fight, just fight. Why so many unnecessary words?" It was the shrinking the earth technique which Yi Xiaofan had just comprehended while observing the turtle in the river. You're the reincarnation of which great god?" Seeing Yi Xiaofan suddenly appear before her, the woman questioned. Yi Xiaofan snorted disdainfully. "I am not anyone's reincarnation. Is any deity in this world stronger than the supreme god? And I am a direct creation of the supreme god." Yi Xiaofan thought proudly, entirely forgetting how she initially resented the supreme god for turning her into a woman. "Hey, Auntie, why have you stopped talking?" Yi Xiaofan waved her hand in front of the woman's face. Suddenly, the woman collapsed on the ground and turned into a pool of mud. "Wow, running away because you can't fight anymore? How tasteless." Yi Xiaofan muttered to the pile of mud on the ground, looked around, and then disappeared using the shrinking the earth technique. Only the ancient 1,000-year-old trees that were broken during the clash remained at the spot. "It's not that easy to kill me, White Sanang." On the other side, after using a secret technique to escape, Bai Sansang returned to her cave. Her face was pale from exertion. How could you find me here? It shouldn't be possible." Still catching her breath in the cave, Bai Sansang stared in horror at Yi Xiaofan, who suddenly appeared before her. "You must be a demon beast in disguise, aren't you?" Gulp. Bai Sansang swallowed hard and nodded at Yi Xiaofan. "That's wonderful. Do you know where these things are located in the dark forest?" Yi Xiaofan pulled out the same list she had shown Xiong earlier and placed it in front of Bai Sansang. "I have them all right here. You can take them if you want." To save her life, Bai Sansang had no choice but to painfully hand over the magical materials she had been collecting for over 1,000 years. "Wow, Auntie, you're so wealthy." Yi Xiaofan opened the space ring Bai Sansang handed her. The enormous space inside and the abundance of items dazzled Yi Xiaofan's eyes. After bidding farewell to Bai Sansang, Yi Xiaofan held Dudu as they walked out of the dark forest. "This trip has truly been very rewarding." Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but smile. "Now I can not only let mage practice mental magic, but I can also finally craft those few magic equipment I've always wanted." This woman must be crazy, or rather, she never seemed smart to begin with. Lying in Yi Xiaofan's arms, Dudu glanced at her with its small eyes, thinking. Chapter 18, Fairness. Strange, why is there not a single person in the school? "Dudu, do you know what's going on?" As Yi Xiaofan walked through Rod Academy, looking at the silent campus, she wondered. "Whoa," Dudu whimpered softly. "I see, that makes sense. Let's go back to the dormitory then." It was unclear how Yi Xiaofan interpreted the meaning behind Dudu's expression. "Lady Goddess of the Night." A surprised voice came from behind. Turning around, Yi Xiaofan saw a slender figure standing among the grass. Yi Xiaofan recognized this person as an elite officer of the Night Knights. "Kalon, what are you doing here? Where's everyone else in the academy?" As Yi Xiaofan approached Kalon, she detected a nauseating smell. Glancing at Kalan's slightly red face and loose pants, Yi Xiaofan understood the source of the smell. A look of disdain crossed Yi Xiaofan's face. Seeing that Yi Xiaofan had noticed what he had been up to, Kalon hurriedly explained. Lady Goddess, please let me explain. I wasn't. Hold on, I don't want to hear about that. Tell me why no one is in the academy. Yi Xiaofan interrupted Kalan and asked. Though slightly unhappy with her perception being affected in the goddess's mind, Kalan dared not defy Yi Xiaofan and said, Goddess, you don't know? A group of dragons arrived at the academy recently. They say they've come here to find suitable dragon knights. Dragon knights? Those proud creatures would willingly allow people to ride them. Although the dragon and human races were not enemies, their relationship was not particularly good. Dragons were usually haughty, so it was hard for normal people to have a dragon as a mount. Only a few lucky ones, or those capable of taking down a great dragon, could potentially become dragon knights. That I don't know. Kalan shook his hand and continued. However, although they arrived a few days ago, today is the day they start formal selection. Lady Goddess, your luck is really good, returning just in time for such a great opportunity. Surely you will subdue a dragon and become a dragon knight. Forget about being a dragon knight. I'm not interested. Besides, I already have a pet, right Dudu? Yi Xiaofan patted Dudu on her head. Woo. Dudu raised her head to respond to Yi Xiaofan once before lying down to continue sleeping. It was only then that Kalan noticed a black, fuzzy lump resting on Yi Xiaofan's head. That thing, Lady Goddess, is truly extraordinary. Even pets like this. So different. Kalan didn't stop flattering Yi Xiaofan, but when he reached the end, he couldn't find words to describe Dudu on Yi Xiaofan's head. Different? I'll take it as a compliment then. Yi Xiaofan rolled her eyes. After speaking, Yi Xiaofan turned to leave, waving to Kalan behind her and saying, I suggest you quickly find a girlfriend. Too much of that will be bad for your body. Is Lady Goddess really concerned about me? In calling me to find a girlfriend, could this be a hint? Kalan drooled as his brain filled with fantasies. In the central square of Rod Academy, two burly men and a beautiful woman stood on the podium originally meant for the principal's speeches. The aura they exuded caused palpitations in all present. Rod Academy's principal, a gaunt old man, smiled nervously beside the trio. In front of them, 3 large eggs were placed. The eggshells were adorned with mysterious patterns, and a mere glance made ordinary people feel dizzy. Upon arriving at the central square, Yi Xiaofan marveled at the crowd size. Wow, so Rod Academy has this many students after all. I never realized normally. Glancing around, there were at least 5,000 or 6,000 students encircling the podium. Even with such a vast crowd, the central square did not seem crowded, giving an idea of its size. Of course, the lack of congestion was relative to the square. For Yi Xiaofan, despite her power nearly reaching the supreme god's level, squeezing through the crowd was no easy task. Yet standing outside the crowd, due to her short stature, Yi Xiaofan could only see others' backs. Just as Yi Xiaofan was troubled by this, a spacious path was cleared through the massive crowd. Lord Goddess, Kalan has already informed us of your return. Please. Xuanhuan, the captain of the Night Knights, performed a standard knight's bow to Yi Xiaofan, making her shiver. Walking along the pathway opened up by the Night Knights, Yi Xiaofan felt for the first time that these guys actually served some purpose. Nevertheless, this behavior incited discontent among the onlookers, leading some to make irresponsible remarks out of anger. It's just that they look a bit better, so what? That's right. Don't be deceived by such a glamorous appearance. She might be working as a hostess in some tavern at night. Huh. It's probably that she needs several men to satisfy her. Even Yi Xiaofan, who had lived 2 lifetimes, had never been spoken of so poorly. She couldn't help but wanted to defend herself. Slap. A thick, strong hand slapped Yi Xiaofan's shoulder. Dudu, lying on top of Yi Xiaofan's head, thought they were under attack and cautiously raised her head to look around. Xuanhuan, the captain of the knights, spoke in a deep voice in Yi Xiaofan's ear. My Lady Goddess, you shouldn't pay attention to those clowns. But what we're doing is indeed somewhat domineering. It's not fair to others. Yi Xiaofan hesitated and said to Xuanhuan, the world itself is unfair, or rather, this is true fairness. Xuanhuan's deep voice continued to resonate in Yi Xiaofan's ears. What Xuanhuan said is correct. Because there is injustice, we need to work hard for so-called fairness. A clear voice continued after Xuanhuan. The speaker was Nilia, the vice captain of the Night Knights, a girl with freckles on her face. The existence of a female member in the night team made Yi Xiaofan feel incredibly astonished. Because of injustice, there is fairness? Yi Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully. Standing at the front of the crowd were the top 10 school beauties selected by the Academy Weekly magazine. Except for Yi Xiaofan, the 9 beautiful women stood there in order according to their ranking, from left to right. However, between the 3rd and 5th place, one person's spot was empty. Under the escort of Xuanhuan and Nilia, Yi Xiaofan walked toward that spot. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan and Nilia silently retreated into the crowd. With their abilities, they weren't yet qualified to stand in such a prominent position. Chapter 19, The Dragon. At the front of the crowd stood the 10 campus flowers selected by the Academy Weekly. And in front of these 10 campus flowers, there were 10 people sitting side by side. They were acknowledged as the strongest 10 within the Academy, known as the 10 Kings. Students, please be a bit quieter. Principal Mester's voice came from the stage and spread through a magic array to the ears of every student. The originally noisy square immediately fell silent. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Mester continued. I believe all students have already been informed that the dragon race has brought their offspring to our academy to form contracts with those who possess strength and potential. The dragon eggs before your eyes are the descendants of the dragon race with whom you will establish contracts. Woo woo, Daodu, who had been on Yi Xiaofan's head all along, suddenly stood up and barked twice at Yi Xiaofan. Daodu, calm down. That is a dragon egg, and it can't be eaten by you. Yi Xiaofan patted Daodu's head comfortingly. Woo woo, Dao Du reluctantly lay down. Standing to the left of Yi Xiaofan was the third-ranked campus flower, a purple-haired beauty. She turned her head and whispered quietly to Yi Xiaofan. Is this your magical pet? It's so cute. Its name is Dao Du. Yi Xiaofan responded equally softly. By the way, isn't the dragon race usually proud? Why would they take the initiative to form a contract with humans? The purple-haired beauty leaned closer to Yi Xiaofan and said, I don't know the exact details, but apparently, some agreement was reached, which is why the dragons came. I see. Yi Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully. Principal Mester on the stage continued his long speech, when suddenly a rough voice interrupted him. Have you finished speaking? If so, let's start quickly. It was the large man dressed in red standing next to Mester. Upon being interrupted, Mester's face revealed a hint of awkwardness, which soon disappeared. If that's the case, let us move straight to the main point then. Each student has 10 minutes to communicate with the dragon eggs on the stage. If the dragon egg recognizes you, it will automatically sign a contract with you. Why don't we start with the 10 kings first? Come up in order. Students near the back can go rest if they'd like. There were 5,000 to 6,000 people present. Even if each person only got 10 minutes, it wouldn't be enough time for everyone to take a turn in a month. Of course, if the 3 dragon eggs signed contracts early on, subsequent students would not need to try anymore. After Principal Mester finished speaking, more than half the students in the square left with disappointed expressions. Some students stayed behind, wanting to see who the first person to form a contract with a dragon egg would be. Who knows, maybe none of the people before them would successfully form a contract, and it would fall to them to succeed. Quite a few students held this thought. Though Yi Xiaofan had no intention of forming a contract with the dragon eggs, she stayed. One reason was to see which lucky individuals could form a contract. Another reason was that Yi Xiaofan wanted to observe what the process of forming a contract looked like. After all, Yi Xiaofan had used brute force to subdue Dao Du and hadn't formed a contract with Dao Du. In her mind, Dao Du became her magical pet because of her powerful aura. The first one to go up was Wulidil, the first among the 10 kings, also known as the Heavenly King. Among the 3 dragon eggs, Wulidil chose the middle red dragon egg. Wulidil walked up to the dragon egg, placed his right hand on the giant dragon egg, and began to channel his magical power. Time passed little by little, and sweat started to bead on Wulidil's forehead. Getting the approval of our dragon race is not that easy. Is it possible for these children alone? The red-clad figure who had interrupted Principal Mester earlier sneered, looking down at Wulidil. Fact. The only female among the 3 shouted irritably at the big man. This is the decision of our clan leader. Do you have any objections? Humph. Fact gave a cold laugh and turned away without speaking. Suddenly, the dragon egg in front of Wulidil emitted a brilliant light. Wulidil hastily cut his finger, and bright red blood dripped onto the dragon egg. The blood was quickly absorbed by the dragon egg, and beneath Wulidil and the dragon egg, a huge magic circle appeared. Fact. Didn't you say these young ones couldn't earn recognition? So what's happening now? Ulrich asked from the farthest right. Ulrich, do you want to die? Fact glared furiously at Ulrich. That's enough. If you're going to argue, wait until we return to Dragon Island. Do you plan on disgracing the entire dragon race? Shirley reprimanded the 2. Shirley was the only female among the trio. The huge magic circle slowly faded, and the brilliant light emanating from the dragon egg gradually dimmed. Crack, crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the red dragon egg. Not long after, a little red baby dragon hatched from the egg, flapping its small wings as it burrowed into Wulidil's arms. After completing the contract, Wulidil saw Principal Mester nodding approvingly at him, and then left the stage with the baby dragon. The students below looked enviously at Wulidil. Even the other 9 members of the 10 kings were no exception. Xuanhuan looked at the eggshell scattered all over the ground on the stage, and said in surprise, Isn't it supposed that a dragon should eat its eggshell after birth? Why would it need to eat the eggshell? The purple-haired beauty beside Xuanhuan questioned, looking at Xuanhuan curiously. It's because, never mind, it doesn't matter. Xuanhuan wanted to explain, but didn't know how to put it. Should he say that the eggshell contained a lot of calcium, which was good for the baby dragon's growth? Don't joke, this isn't Earth. Dragons aren't chicks. Who knows if their eggshells contain calcium? Or, do people in another world even know what calcium is? Next, the remaining 9 members of the 10 kings went one by one to form contracts with the dragon eggs, but none succeeded. Just now that guy was lucky. I said it before. How could humans easily gain the recognition of our dragon race? Fact's expression softened as he looked smugly at Ulrich. After all 10 kings had tried, it was then the turn of the 10 beauties. This process continued until it was Xuanhuan's turn, yet no one successfully formed a contract with the dragon eggs. Xiaoyi, it's your turn, good luck. Lena, coming down from the stage, clenched her little fists to cheer Xuanhuan on. Xuanhuan originally intended to give up this chance directly, but seeing Lena cheering her on and the expectant gazes of everyone in the Knights of Night behind her, she gritted her teeth and stepped onto the stage. Woo-woo, Dao Du whined unhappily on Xuanhuan's head. Be a good boy, I'll be right back. I'm not going to form any contract with them. Xuanhuan smiled at Dao Du, who was acting jealous. Chapter 20, Rejection. Could it be that there's no one left at Rod College? How come all the ones coming out are little girls? Fake couldn't help but open his mouth again to taunt. As Fake's arch-nemesis, Uruk had no reason not to rebut Fake. Are you practicing gender discrimination? Don't forget that the big sister is a woman too. After Uruk finished speaking, he gestured for Fake to look at Shirley standing there. The dragon race has always been renowned for their physical strength, and as for spells, the dragon race isn't very adept at them. Therefore, muscle-bound magic warriors who form contracts with dragons can better evoke admiration from the dragon race. A petite girl like Yi Xiaofan, who is flat as a board all over, generally finds it very hard to form a contract with the dragon race. But fortunately, Yi Xiaofan wasn't planning on forming a contract with the dragon race from the beginning. She only went on stage because she felt embarrassed to back down under public scrutiny, so she gritted her teeth and walked up. Unexpected events occurred. Just as Yi Xiaofan reached the stage, the remaining 1 green and 1 blue dragon eggs trembled simultaneously. How could it be? How could such a flat-chested girl easily cause resonance? Fake was surprised looking at Yi Xiaofan. Even Yuruk, at this moment, was shocked speechless. Although due to his long-standing discord with Fake, he often countered Fake's words. It doesn't mean that Yuruk disagrees with Fake's point of view. Or rather, Yuruk doesn't have high hopes for any of the top 10 beauties of Rod College. Shirley, standing between the two of them, while verbally saying nothing, similarly showed surprise in her beautiful eyes. Wah. Due to the response of the 2 dragon eggs, Dudu unhappily barked at them twice. Yi Xiaofan herself didn't expect that simply walking onto the stage would elicit such a reaction from the 2 dragon eggs. Although somewhat strange, Yi Xiaofan still calmly approached the 2 dragon eggs. As the largest creatures in the world, dragon eggs naturally are also very large. The 2 dragon eggs, each more than a meter tall, are almost as tall as Yi Xiaofan's chest. On the stage, the 2 dragon eggs simultaneously emitted strong light, issuing requests to Yi Xiaofan to form a contract. Truly worthy of the goddess of night. She can even make 2 dragon eggs vie to form a contract with her. This voice came from the Knights of the Night. I wonder which egg the goddess will choose to form a contract with. If it were me, I would pick the blue one. If it were you, there's no way you could form a contract with a dragon egg. But if it were me, I would choose the green one. Please, form a contract for life. Do not leave. Never. Yi Xiaofan suddenly felt 2 faint voices echoing in her mind. Is it you 2 talking? Yi Xiaofan looked at the luminous 2 dragon eggs before her and softly spoke. As if responding to Yi Xiaofan, the 1 green and 1 blue dragon eggs trembled even more intensely. I thank you greatly for your trust in me, but unfortunately, I cannot form a contract with you. Yi Xiaofan's calm words spread to every corner of the square through the magical array. The noisy square fell silent instantly, and the light emitted by the 2 dragon eggs seemed to dim considerably. Little girl, are you looking down on our dragon race? Fake glared angrily at Yi Xiaofan, emanating the strong aura exclusive to dragons. Dragon aura, a natural ability of the dragon race, has an intimidating effect on all races. Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to use her magical power to resist, a thin figure stepped forward in front of Yi Xiaofan, shielding her from this wave of dragon aura. As allies, I respect you, but if you intend to harm my student, then you must prepare to bear my wrath. Master stood in front of Yi Xiaofan, and the much stronger magical energy fluctuations emanated from his frail body far exceeded those of Fake. Yi Xiaofan suddenly realized that the figure of the old man who previously fawned over the dragons had become so towering. Fake. Shirley gave Fake a harsh glare and said, "We deeply apologize, Principal Master. We had no intention to offend." Helplessly, Fake retracted the aura of pressure around him and sulkily stood aside without further utterances. Seeing that Fake had retracted his aura of pressure, Master also calmed the turbulent magical energy within himself. Turning around to look at Yi Xiaofan, Master spoke. Can you tell me why you're unwilling to form a contract with the dragon race? The dragon race, as one of the most powerful races on this continent, can offer enormous benefits when forming a contract with them. Principal, I actually already have a magic pet, so... Yi Xiaofan pointed at Dudu on her head. Wah. Dudu greeted Master. Master stared intently at Yi Xiaofan, just about to say something to her, when Shirley's voice came from the side. If it's because of this, then you don't need to worry. The contract we dragons form with you is a symbiotic one and won't interfere with any other pact you have with a magical beast. From a rational standpoint, Shirley still hoped that Yi Xiaofan would form a contract with a dragon egg. After all, judging from the reaction of the dragon eggs, Yi Xiaofan would at least reach the level of a 7th-tier magic warrior in the future if she didn't meet an untimely end. The dragon race was born with powerful abilities, capable of reaching 6th-tier magic general upon adulthood. However, precisely due to their superior talent, it was far more difficult for dragons to break through from the 6th-tier magic general to the 7th-tier magic emperor than it was for members of other races. If the partner with whom they form a contract could ascend to the 7th tier, the dragons themselves would also benefit greatly, having a much higher chance of breaking through. Master looked at Yi Xiaofan and said, "Personally, I truly hope that you can form a contract with the dragon race. But ultimately, the decision lies with you." Wah. Dudu anxiously patted Yi Xiaofan's head, messing up her usually neat hair. With firm determination, Yi Xiaofan looked at Shirley and said, "I'm sorry, but I think I'll pass." From the very beginning, Yi Xiaofan had no intention of forming a contract with the dragon race. If it were the divine dragons of ancient myth from her past life, she would have agreed to form a contract without hesitation. But regarding the dragons of this world, Yi Xiaofan simply couldn't muster much interest. Had it not been for her concern about causing unnecessary trouble for Rod College, Yi Xiaofan would have turned around and left long ago. After all, Yi Xiaofan, who had now broken free of her seal, wasn't afraid of the dragon race in the slightest. Even if the entire dragon race attacked her together, she could easily fight them all off. So be it, it's truly regrettable. Shirley wore an expression of disappointment on her face. Buzz. 1 green and 1 blue dragon eggs seemed to know that Yi Xiaofan had rejected forming a contract with them. A mournful sound resonated from within their shells. Since there would be no contract formed, Yi Xiaofan no longer had any reason to stay on stage. Turning around, she walked away gracefully with Dudu by her side, leaving the stage behind. Chapter 21, Estrangement. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Yi Xiaofan departed from the square in a carefree manner. Xiaoyi. Having just stepped off the square, Yi Xiaofan heard someone shouting behind him. The tone was calm and emotionless. It could only be Su Rue. Turning around, sure enough it was Su Rue, with Xiao Na and Carius trailing behind her. Without saying a word, Su Rue grabbed Yi Xiaofan and returned to the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Su Rue sat on the bed and stared seriously at Yi Xiaofan and Carius. Carius hasn't been acting normal ever since returning from the dark forest. Moreover, Xiaoyi, you didn't even come back with Carius. Carius never explained anything, and since you've been gone for so long, I haven't pushed further to find out what happened. But now that you're back, Xiaoyi, we should know what exactly happened between you two. Xiao Na nodded in agreement beside her. Hey Su Rue, why so serious? Haven't you guys tried forming a pact with dragon eggs? Yi Xiaofan attempted to joke his way out, staring intensely. Alright, don't worry about that then. Let me show you my new magical pet. Its name is Dudu. Isn't it adorable? Yi Xiaofan took the sleeping Dudu from his head and placed it gently on his smooth, flawless thighs. Dudu, startled awake, saw Su Rue's stern expression and quickly buried its head back into its belly to pretend it was still asleep. Staring intensively, realizing Su Rue had no intention of letting go, the smile gradually disappeared from Yi Xiaofan's face as he looked at Su Rue and Xiao Na seriously. Are you sure you want to know? If you discover the truth of the matter, I'm not certain whether you'd still wish to remain friends with me. I don't want to lose you both because you're the first people who have sincerely accepted me here. You've made me feel like I belong, unlike how I used to always feel out of place in this world. But if... Enough! Su Rue interrupted Yi Xiaofan's lengthy explanation. Even though I don't yet know how severe your matter might be, nor do I know what hardships you've endured, I also can't be sure if I'll still want to be friends with you after hearing. For the first time, Yi Xiaofan felt an emotional undertone in Su Rue's words. Although it was very faint, it was evident that Su Rue was currently quite agitated. But there shouldn't be any concealments between friends. If our friendship ends once I uncover your hidden secrets, then I, Su Rue, am indeed unworthy of your sincerity. Sitting beside Yi Xiaofan, Carius opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately failed to voice her thoughts. Su Rue's words untied the long-standing knot in Yi Xiaofan's heart. Placing Dudu onto the bed, Yi Xiaofan stood up and smiled. Thank you, Su Rue. Since that's the case, I'll let you see. Standing up, Yi Xiaofan took off the necklace hanging from his neck, holding it out in front of them all. The previously placed Dudu pulled its head out from beneath its body, staring wide-eyed at Yi Xiaofan. This necklace has a biolink enchantment carved into it. A biolink? You mean the magic that uses one's own strength to implement a seal? Su Rue furrowed her brow as she looked at Yi Xiaofan. Xiao Na observed the necklace glowing faintly in Yi Xiaofan's hand with curiosity. It sounds impressive. But wait, I've seen Xiaoyi wearing this necklace continuously. Yet how are you still able to perform magic? That's precisely why, Yi Xiaofan said to Xiao Na. Huh. Unmoved by any wind, Yi Xiaofan's hair floated freely, and a growing aura emanated from his petite frame, becoming more intense with each passing second. In an instant, Su Rue and others struggled even to draw a breath due to the overwhelming pressure. To avoid fully releasing the aura, Yi Xiaofan retracted it back inside. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of my true power. Carius has witnessed a far stronger manifestation than this. Su Rue and Xiao Na turned their shocked gazes toward Carius. Carius nodded. That's correct. During the incident in Water City when I was captured by villains, Xiaoyi came to rescue me. Back then, Xiaoyi released an oppressive aura far surpassing this intensity, leaving me without even the strength to stand up. Looking back at Yi Xiaofan, Carius continued. Xiaoyi, I didn't actually want to distance myself from you. However, whenever I think about that night, terror inevitably overwhelms my heart. Yi Xiaofan sat down on the bed anew, picking up Dudu in his arms, and said, I understand, which is why I didn't want to tell you in the first place. And furthermore, to prevent inadvertently hurting you all, I used the biolink to seal my own powers. Yet, given my enormous strength, even the biolink couldn't completely suppress it. Su Rue looked at Yi Xiaofan, her tone becoming emotionless again. Xiaoyi, I have a question for you. That huge space crack outside the City of Fire, was it created by you? Yi Xiaofan looked at Su Rue in surprise and asked, How did you know that? Su Rue gazed calmly at Yi Xiaofan as she said, The day after the enormous spatial rift appeared in the City of Fire, you transferred to this academy, and with the strength you're showing now, it's not hard to connect the dots. Impressive, isn't it? No wonder Su Rue could figure out the truth from just a few clues. Yi Xiaofan nodded bitterly. Yes, there were a few bad guys back then, and because I was a bit nervous, I accidentally used too much force. Wow, Xiaoyi, are you really that awesome? You have to protect me from now on. Xiao Na wrapped her arms around Yi Xiaofan carelessly, her eyes twinkling as she spoke. With Xiao Na breaking the tension, the previously serious atmosphere immediately dissipated completely. Whine. Dudu, who was beside Yi Xiaofan, pushed Xiao Na forcefully with its front paws, defending its exclusive territory. Su Rue dragged Xiao Na off Yi Xiaofan and pulled her back on her own bed. See, Carius was shocked that night, and she couldn't get over the psychological trauma right away. Don't blame her. Of course not. From start to finish, I've always considered Carius as a good sister. Why would I blame her? Yi Xiaofan looked at Carius with a warm smile on his face. Su Rui then turned her gaze to Carius and said, Carius, so should you stop hurting Xiaoye's feelings? Okay, I understand. Carius replied softly and stole a glance at Yi Xiaofan. Seeing Yi Xiaofan smile, Carius was startled and returned Yi Xiaofan's smile. Whine. Dudu whimpered pitifully to Yi Xiaofan. When Su Rui pulled Xiaona back to her bed, she casually scooped up Dudu into her arms. Are you two not angry or afraid about my hiding my abilities from you? Yi Xiaofan looked at Su Rui and Xiaona curiously. Chapter 22, Spirit Magic. Xiao Yi, what do you think? Su Rui's voice remained as steady and unchanging as ever. I consider Xiao Yi a true friend. Xiaona chimed in from the side. Yi Xiaofan's beautiful eyes inadvertently became moist. You all. Carice hugged Yi Xiaofan. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry. Wah. Since arriving in this world, loneliness, estrangement, and friends' distrust had weighed heavily on Yi Xiaofan like a mountain. After letting go of her pressures, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but burst into tears. That day, the three of Su Rui held Yi Xiaofan tightly, warming her heart deeply. Through blurred, teary eyes, Yi Xiaofan looked at the few people who embraced her and thought happily. Dad, Mom, and little brother, are you all doing well? Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Here, there's a group of real friends who genuinely care for me. Woo woo. Dudu placed its front paws on Yi Xiaofan's legs. Yes, and there is also a cute little tiger. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. After that day, Yi Xiaofan became much more cheerful. Even towards the members of the Night Knights Guild, she no longer showed icy disdain. This change left the members of the Night Knights Guild shouting how uncomfortable it felt and requested that Yi Xiaofan treat them the same cold way as before. What a bunch of masochists. Yi Xiaofan sighed helplessly in her thoughts. The matter of signing the contract with the Dragon Clan came to an end as well. The remaining 2 dragon eggs each found their respective masters. As for who they were, Yi Xiaofan forgot their names right after hearing them once. They were just 2 inconspicuous individuals anyway. Is this what they call a rags to riches story, opening up a protagonist-like template? With this thought, Yi Xiaofan chuckled dreamily. By Yi Xiaofan's side, Dudu ate a meat bone larger than itself, while looking at Yi Xiaofan, as if she were an idiot. Still, those 3 lucky ones who successfully formed a contract with the dragons still had a long way to go before becoming genuine dragon knights. In the name of protection, the royal family of Xinxiang Kingdom took the 3 humans and 3 dragons away from Luo Da Academy, reportedly to a secret place for further training. However, this didn't concern the students of Luo Da Academy anymore. All they cared about was which 10 vacancies among the academy's ranks would be filled by whom. Some students even opened betting pools, listing a series of possible candidates. Of course, these questions wouldn't be resolved until next year, because Luo Da Academy was now on holiday. Ah, so boring. Sitting on the rooftop terrace, Yi Xiaofan dangled her 2 pure, white little feet in the air and shouted loudly to the empty school courtyard. Dudu, who was chewing on a piece of meat, was startled and cautiously glanced around, guarding against anyone snatching his precious meat bone. With the holidays approaching, almost all the students returned to their homes. Su Rui and the other 3 from the dormitory were no exception. Xiao Yi, be good during your time alone in the school, and I'll bring some candies when I come back. Carice said, petting Yi Xiaofan's head, having removed all previous misunderstandings between them. I'm leaving. Don't cause any trouble. Su Rui's tone was as devoid of emotion as always. Dudu, I'm going. Bye-bye. Xiaona cheerfully waved goodbye to Dudu. Yi Xiaofan struck the rooftop hard with her pinkish little fists, causing countless cracks to appear instantly. What do you mean by being good and don't cause trouble? Am I the type who causes trouble? Her small pink fists hit the roof repeatedly. Smartly, Dudu had already dashed down the stairs carrying his chunk of meat. And Xiaona, you actually only bid farewell to Dudu, ignoring me. How infuriating. Just when Yi Xiaofan started feeling a little warmth, she was ruthlessly abandoned by her roommates without any second thought. When you all come back, I'll show you something. Yi Xiaofan angrily said. You're showing something to whom? Hearing someone speak behind her, Yi Xiaofan turned around and saw Mage. Mage's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, his body filthy, and his hair sticking together in strands. Walking slowly over and sitting beside Yi Xiaofan, Mage told her, I've made my decision. I want to try one more time. No matter the result, I will accept it. A month ago, upon returning to the academy, Yi Xiaofan had sought out Mage to restore his powers. But when it came to implementation, Yi Xiaofan realized this was more complex than she had imagined. According to ancient books, if one wishes to cultivate spirit magic, one must first consume spiritual liquid made from countless rare ingredients. However, once the potion is consumed, the user's mental energy will surge beyond normal human limits. If the individual cannot endure it, there will be a risk to life. With her formidable strength, Yi Xiaofan could ensure Mage would emerge absolutely unscathed. However, the potion had another side effect. There was an 80% chance that upon consumption, the user's physical body would collapse, transforming them into a pure spirit. After becoming a spirit, not only would there be a risk of collapse at any moment, but the person would also lose all their memories and turn into a mindless killing machine. Is this what they call ghosts in the previous life? Yi Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise as she read this part in the book. But soon after, Yi Xiaofan found herself stuck in a dilemma. If the issue was merely about handling the explosive surge in mental energy, Yi Xiaofan could figure out a way. Yet, when it came to the mysterious cause of the physical body's collapse, Yi Xiaofan had no idea how to address it. Finally, Yi Xiaofan told Mage everything, leaving the decision to him. I will do my utmost to protect you. Yi Xiaofan earnestly assured Mage. Uffed, Mage chuckled. A little girl like you shouldn't talk about protecting others. Just let yourself be protected. As he spoke, Mage tried to pat Yi Xiaofan's head, but she nimbly dodged. Ugh, why does everyone like to pat my head? I'll become stupid if you keep doing that. Yi Xiaofan grumbled to Mage, adding, and by the way, haven't you gone a month without showering? Look how smelly you are. Woof woof. Dudu ran up from downstairs again, carrying his meat bone and agreeing with Yi Xiaofan. Mage looked down at himself awkwardly. Yi Xiaofan was right. For an entire month, Mage hadn't showered or even slept. If not for Xiong forcing food into his mouth daily, Mage might have starved to death. You go take a shower first, then get a good night's sleep. During that time, I'll prepare the spirit potion. Once you're in peak condition, we'll start. Yi Xiaofan pinched her nose and waved Mage away like swatting flies. Woof woof. Dudu placed one paw on his meat bone while using the other to imitate Yi Xiaofan's action of pinching her nose, making a few sounds at Mage. Chapter 23, The Last Resort. Take off your clothes, Yi Xiaofan said to Mage. Huh. Mage looked at Yi Xiaofan, utterly baffled. I said, take off your clothes. Yi Xiaofan pointed to a large wooden barrel nearby, filled with a black, unknown liquid. It's my specially prepared exclusive medicinal solution, capable of reducing the chances of your body breaking down. Why didn't you say so earlier? A look of disappointment briefly flashed across Mage's face, but it was too quick for Yi Xiaofan to notice. You get out first. Mage shyly asked Yi Xiaofan. In response, Yi Xiaofan gave Mage a scornful look. What's there to be shy about? You're just a caterpillar. Everyone has been one. Even though he said this, Yi Xiaofan still walked out of the room. Who are you calling a caterpillar? I'm a dragon, okay. Only after Yi Xiaofan closed the door did Mage grumble and protest. Then, without hesitation, Mage stripped off his clothes and jumped into the bucket of dark liquid. As soon as he went in, Mage felt an intense chill all over, and his formerly frail body seemed to strengthen slightly. Mage hadn't noticed that Dao Du in the corner of the room was glaring at him contemptuously. Xiaofan, come in, Mage shouted towards the door. Hearing Mage's voice, Yi Xiaofan entered holding a bottle of greenish liquid and handed it to Mage. If you're ready, drink it. Xiaofan, next time make the color less off-putting, will you? Always black or green. Makes me want to throw up. Mage couldn't help complaining as he looked at the green liquid in his hand. Yi Xiaofan rolled her eyes at Mage. It's naturally like this. I only made it according to what was written in the book. After a brief silence, Mage tilted his head back and swallowed the whole bottle of green liquid in one go. Cough cough. Mage nearly choked himself to death. Xiaofan, wasn't it supposed to be painful? Why don't I feel anything? After catching his breath, Mage questioned Yi Xiaofan curiously. How could it work that quickly? Yi Xiaofan moved half a meter behind Mage, placing her right hand on her chest and making a sword point gesture. Underneath Yi Xiaofan's feet, a massive magical array began to form. The moment the magical array appeared, Mage felt as if millions of needles were pricking his brain, prompting a painful scream. Even hearing Mage's cries of agony, Dao Du revealed a serious expression, hiding his bone under his body. Yi Xiaofan's calm voice reached Mage's ears. If the heart is pure as ice, even the collapse of heaven wouldn't disturb it. Amidst endless change, peace prevails. Free from dirt and impurity, free from worldly defilements. In the void, serenity reigns supreme. Under the light emitted by the magical array, Yi Xiaofan, for a fleeting moment, resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, pure, beautiful. Unfortunately, no one witnessed this scene. As Yi Xiaofan recited the Qingxin mantra, imbued with a unique power, Mage gradually felt the pain in his brain ease. Even Dao Du, watching from the side and listening to Yi Xiaofan's chant, slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing its effectiveness, Yi Xiaofan worked harder, repeating the Qingxin mantra over and over again. It was strange how the Qingxin mantra, from her previous life, had gained a mysterious force in this new world. It had been used when Yi Xiaofan comprehended the emptiness realm, and now proved effective for Mage's transition to a mental mage. As time passed, Mage's pain in his brain gradually became lighter, almost nearing success. The light emanating from the magical array beneath Yi Xiaofan's feet also wasn't as bright as it initially was. Sweat poured profusely from Yi Xiaofan's forehead. Lifting her arm for so long was truly exhausting. This was Yi Xiaofan's only thought at the moment. Suddenly, Mage, who had quieted down, let out another cry of anguish. But this time, the pain wasn't limited to his brain. It spread throughout his entire body. A shadow of worry crossed Yi Xiaofan's mind. The worst thing I feared still happened. The side effects of the mental solution began to manifest, and Mage's body was slowly disintegrating. Blood blossoms burst forth all over Mage's body, dyeing the previously pitch-black medicinal solution with vivid red hues. Without delay, Yi Xiaofan increased her magical output and took out bottle after bottle of various solutions from her spatial ring, blue ones, yellow ones, liquids of every hue. These were all prepared by Yi Xiaofan beforehand. Some helped wounds heal, others strengthened the body, and there were even ones that made skin smoother. Regardless of their actual usefulness, she tossed them all indiscriminately into the wooden tub where Mage lay. As bottle after bottle of medicinal liquid was added, the liquid in the wooden barrel took on a kaleidoscope of colors, like a rainbow, looking quite beautiful. Unfortunately, neither Yi Xiaofan nor Mage had the heart to pay attention to the changing colors in the wooden tub. Before long, all the magical solutions from Yi Xiaofan's spatial ring were tossed into the tub. However, Mage's agony did not ease even slightly. He continued to cry out in pain. But the depletion of her liquids didn't mean Yi Xiaofan had run out of options. She still had many more tricks up her sleeve. Yi Xiaofan moved continuously around the room, activating all the magical arrays she'd previously set up. For a moment, the room was filled with blinding light. Thankfully, even Yi Xiaofan's eyes had been altered by the Supreme Deity's spiritual enhancement, so this brightness was insufficient to impair her vision. Through the intense glow, Yi Xiaofan saw that Mage's body was deteriorating even further. By now, his 2 arms had completely dissolved, leaving only bone, and those bones were covered with fine cracks. Damn it, who invented this medicine? How could it have such severe side effects? Frustration filled Yi Xiaofan's mind. By this point, Mage was too distressed to make a sound. Perhaps his vocal cords had already collapsed. If things continue like this, there's no choice but to use that method. A determined look shone in Yi Xiaofan's eyes. The biological link magic was used not only for sealing, but also for connecting 2 different entities together so they could share pain equally. Given the strength of Yi Xiaofan's body, enhanced as it was by the Supreme Deity, a simple magical solution wouldn't harm her in the slightest. Thus, the biological link magic was Yi Xiaofan's final card and her last resort. Having made up her mind, Yi Xiaofan decisively activated the biological link magic array. Beneath the wooden tub and on Yi Xiaofan's own body, an intricate magical pattern began to form slowly. As long as my body doesn't collapse, you will definitely be fine, Mage. Gazing at Mage, who had already lost consciousness, Yi Xiaofan whispered softly. Chapter 24, Failure. As the living link magic formed, Yi Xiaofan actually felt a hint of pressure, which shocked her. After all, this body, remodeled by the Supreme God, made her feel as if facing a saint-level powerhouse was like confronting an ant. Yet, at this moment, a bottle of magical elixir could make Yi Xiaofan feel pressured? Moreover, this pressure was gradually increasing. How could Yi Xiaofan not feel ashamed? Fortunately, Mage's body in the wooden bucket finally stopped collapsing, and the wounds that had collapsed earlier seemed to have some signs of recovery. This brought comfort to Yi Xiaofan. If even the living link magic failed, Yi Xiaofan would truly be out of options. When Mage drank the magical elixir, the sun was still hanging in the east, but now, the sun was about to set in the west. As time passed, the sun slowly set in the west, and the pressure Yi Xiaofan felt became stronger and stronger. Yi Xiaofan, who was struggling against the pressure, didn't notice that with the increase of the pressure, her body started to faintly emit purple light. Even in Yi Xiaofan's eyes, there appeared starlight. If Yi Xiaofan looked into a mirror at this moment, she would surely be surprised to find that the starlight in her eyes had a trace of resemblance to the Supreme God. Change, existence, correction. While resisting the pressure, Yi Xiaofan seemed to hear its Song voice. Suddenly, the pressure on Yi Xiaofan disappeared completely, and the magic array linking Mage and Yi Xiaofan collapsed. The tremendous pressure was all channeled into Mage's body, causing him to explode like a bomb. How? How is this possible? Yi Xiaofan dumbly stared at the empty tub, unable to believe what happened. It's impossible, the living link magic shouldn't collapse. It must be because of that voice just now. Yi Xiaofan desperately tried to find the owner of the sound. If only he could be found, there might still be a chance for reversal. Yi Xiaofan thought so. Xiao Yi. I'm fine, Mage's voice sounded, and Yi Xiaofan joyfully looked towards the direction from where the sound came. Mage was floating in midair, looking somewhat ethereal. Still, it's a failure? Yi Xiaofan asked dejectedly. Not necessarily a failure. Look, I still preserve my own consciousness, Mage said nonchalantly to Yi Xiaofan. That's right. The book says that after becoming a spirit entity, one turns into a monster that knows only how to kill. Why are you unharmed? Yi Xiaofan asked in surprise. Haha, I don't know about this. Even though I no longer have a body, becoming a spirit entity isn't too bad, and I can fly as well. Mage descended from the air onto the ground. Flying in the air can be considered a dream for everyone. Unless one grows a pair of wings, no magician can fly before reaching the 7th level Magus level. Wind-type magicians can use magic to hover in the air for a period of time, but they still need to break through to the 7th level Magus level to learn how to fly. I ultimately prepared insufficiently. Yi Xiaofan reproached herself. Xiao Yi, being able to restore my strength already makes me very happy. Better than being a useless person like before, right? Mage consoled Yi Xiaofan. Besides, I feel stronger than before. At least, I am at the great magician level now. Mage tried to show off in front of Yi Xiaofan, but then noticed Yi Xiaofan staring at the ground all along. Xiao Yi, is there something on the ground? Mage curiously bent down. He then saw himself standing naked in front of Yi Xiaofan. Mage's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. Luckily, Mage was currently just a spirit entity. With a thought, a silver-white garment appeared on his body. TCH, you're still a caterpillar. Yi Xiaofan finally raised her head, looking at Mage disdainfully. What the hell? I'm clearly a dragon. Mage attempted to argue, but Yi Xiaofan wouldn't listen and turned around to leave the room. Understood. You should get used to your identity as a spirit entity first, came Yi Xiaofan's dismissive voice from outside. Upon sensing Yi Xiaofan's departure, Dudu woke up from its slumber, carrying a meat bone, and followed Yi Xiaofan away. In the room, only Mage was left kneeling on the floor, his expression full of defeat. I'm not a caterpillar, not. Leaving the room, Yi Xiaofan revealed a serious expression. At the moment when Mage put on clothes just now, Yi Xiaofan similarly felt something calling out to her. Following the feeling in her heart, Yi Xiaofan walked alone through the silent academy. Her figure grew increasingly dim until she finally vanished completely. Woo woo. Dudu, who had followed Yi Xiaofan out, walked to where Yi Xiaofan had disappeared and made a puzzled sound with the meat bone in its mouth. The scent clearly disappeared right here. So how could she vanish? Duda looked thoughtful. In an unknown space, the surroundings were all enveloped in a hazy gray mist. There was no air, no magical elements, just the desolate silence dominating this space. At one moment, a crack suddenly opened in the space, and Yi Xiaofan's figure emerged from it. Sensing the desolation of the space, Yi Xiaofan spoke aloud. Who guided me here? Yi Xiaofan found it incredibly perplexing. According to the Supreme God, her body possessed powers second only to his. Yet she clearly sensed that whoever had summoned her here must have a strength at least equal to hers. Had the Supreme God lied to her or? While Yi Xiaofan was lost in thought, the space around her began to change. Light started to gather in this place, slowly condensing until finally all the light converged into a massive luminous sphere. After a brief period of darkness, the light condensed into the luminous sphere, started emitting soft light outward, illuminating the entire space. Is that you, Lord God? Yi Xiaofan pointed at the luminous sphere in front of her and shouted in surprise. Could it be that I've been summoned by the Lord God to the cycle space? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but imagine. I am the Lord God, the creator of the cycle space. Yi Xiaofan, you will become a cyclic being, traversing countless times and spaces. The luminous sphere, or the Lord God, spoke to Yi Xiaofan. With a face full of annoyance, Yi Xiaofan looked at the fake Lord God before her and said, ATS, don't you have anything better to do? Come out. As soon as Yi Xiaofan finished speaking, ATIS, with an awkward smile on his face, stepped out from behind the luminous sphere. Chapter 25. Encounter with the Supreme God again. Yi Xiaofan looked at Yadis and said, It's really you, Yadis. It was you who guided me here, right? It wasn't me. Yadis shook his head and said. Then, Yadis pointed to the big light sphere next to him and said, The one who guided you here is him. Nice to meet you. A song, weathered voice came from the big light sphere, identical to the one Yi Xiaofan had heard before. Yi Xiaofan glared at the big light sphere and said, It was you who destroyed Mag's body, turning him into a spirit entity, wasn't it? Yes. The weathered voice came again from the big light sphere. Let me explain then. Seeing Yi Xiaofan's barely suppressed anger, Yadis stepped between Yi Xiaofan and the big light sphere. Yi Xiaofan fixed a steely gaze on Yadis, evidently saying, If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll make you pay. Let's sit down first. You won't be able to beat me anyway. Don't forget that even your powers were given to you by me. With a wave of his hand, Yadis conjured up 3 stone stools out of nowhere. He sat on one stool first and gestured for Yi Xiaofan and the big light sphere to also sit down. Despite being very angry, Yi Xiaofan knew what Yadis said was true and had no choice but to obediently sit on the stone stool. As for the big light sphere, it slowly drifted onto the stone stool. Whether or not there was a stone stool didn't matter much for the big light sphere. Where should I start? Well, I'd better introduce him to you first, said Yadis, pointing at the big light sphere to Yi Xiaofan. The sphere in front of you represents the world's will of this place. Upon hearing Yadis' introduction, Yi Xiaofan was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. You mean it's the Kanglan continent? Kanglan was the name of this world. Yes, you can call me Kanglan directly. The weathered voice sounded again. Since you are the world will of this world, why did you destroy Mag's body? Yi Xiaofan stood up agitatedly and questioned the will of Kanglan. The moment he stood up, Yi Xiaofan was pushed back to the stone stool by Yadis. Spiritual magicians, they were occupations existing 10,000 years ago. This world currently isn't suitable for the existence of spiritual magicians. Kanglan will explain to Yi Xiaofan unhurriedly. All world wills have an attitude like half dead. You should just listen patiently. Yadis whispered to Yi Xiaofan. Supreme God, as the leader of all realms, please maintain the decorum expected of a leader. Though it was advice, Yi Xiaofan somehow felt a hint of displeasure in Kanglan Will's words. Times evolve, and so do worlds. Things that are unsuitable for this world, I cannot let them exist within this world. That human, I've already shown restraint for your sake. This statement was clearly directed at Yi Xiaofan by Kanglan Will. Is there really no room for negotiation? Yi Xiaofan beseeched Kanglan Will with an imploring tone. Still with the same weathered voice, Kanglan Will stated resolutely. I regret to say this, but a spiritual magician absolutely cannot have a physical body. He can maintain his sense of self now because this is already my maximum concession. Yi Xiaofan wanted to say something more, but was pulled back by Yadis. Since things have been clarified, you may leave. As Yadis spoke, the big light sphere started to disintegrate slowly, finally reverting back into the natural light of this space. Yi Xiaofan looked at Yadis, waiting for Yadis to explain why he held him back. You girl, you're not as cute as you used to be. Yadis complained while looking troubled. Staring. All right, I'm afraid of you. Yadis helplessly said to Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan secretly made a yay gesture behind her back, a trick she learned from Su Rue and others. World wills are all a bunch of old fossils. No matter whether you beg them or want to kill them, if there's any possibility that might harm the world itself, they absolutely will not agree. Yadis gradually explained to Yi Xiaofan. Kanglan Will is correct. Your friend was only able to maintain self-awareness because you possess the highest authority, forcing him to compromise, but that is as far as it goes. Then, does Mag really have no chance to become human again? Yi Xiaofan said a little dejectedly. Does being human really matter so much? Yadis looked at Yi Xiaofan in confusion and said, Don't forget, fundamentally speaking, you can't really be considered human either. That's different. I can still blend in with ordinary people. But Mag, as a spirit entity, can only exist in this world and loneliness. Xuanhuan looked at Yadi's with moist eyes. A spirit entity is similar to the ghosts of Xuanhuan's previous life. Below the saint level, no living being can see them. Yadi scratched his head in annoyance. You really scare me. Let me tell you the truth. As long as he can break through to the saint level and become a god of this world, Kanglin will condense him a new body. Is that true? But didn't Kanglin will say that practicing spirit magic absolutely cannot let him have a body? Xuanhuan wiped his wet eyes and asked Yadis. Before I explain this to you, let me first ask you, do you understand the cultivation system of this world? Yadis countered. Of course, this world is divided into magic warriors and mages. Pausing for a moment, Xuanhuan continued. The levels of mages are Chiji, beginner, Zhongji, intermediate, Galji, advanced, mage, great mage, beginner, intermediate, advanced archmage, great archmage, and the topmost saint archmage. And as for magic warriors, they just changed the name to magic warrior and magic war master. The ranks remain unchanged. Yadis nodded at Xuanhuan and said, that's right. And above the saint level, there is the god level. God level is much more than just powerful strength. It represents a difference in life forms. Life forms? Xuanhuan asked in confusion. That's correct, but you don't need to know the specifics now. All you need to know is that after reaching the god level, Kanglin must condense a body for your friend. This is the supreme rule of the great universe, which Kanglin cannot violate. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan smiled happily. Does that mean if Mag becomes a god, he will get a body? Thank you, Supreme God Darun. This thank you was heartfelt from Xuanhuan. Haha, given our relationship, there's no need for you to thank me. Besides, I haven't actually done anything. Yadi's figure began to become increasingly ethereal. Girl, grow up quickly. I look forward to the day you come find me in the void. After finishing speaking, Yadi's figure vanished without a trace. Xuanhuan, left in the original place, became angry again after an initial excitement. Yadi's, come out. How am I supposed to go back? Chapter 26, The Benevolent Elder. After Artist left, Xuanhuan was trapped in an unknown space for an indeterminate amount of time. Xuanhuan tried every method he could think of, yet still couldn't escape from the unknown space. He even considered breaking the space itself. Xuanhuan swung a powerful punch with all his might, but as expected, nothing happened. Artist, just you wait. You left me here and didn't care. I'll get you next time I see you. Xuanhuan paced back and forth in this space, cursing at Artist under his breath. You cursed bastard Artist. May your children be born without an anus. Achoo. Back in the void, Artist suddenly sneezed. How do I feel like I've forgotten something? Never mind, better hurry back to my novels. In the void, Artist transformed into a streak of light. In the unknown space, Xuanhuan went berserk, throwing punches and kicks at everything around him. Artist, I'll kick you to death. Ouch. Suddenly, Xuanhuan missed a step and fell out of the unknown space. This person's temper is worse than Master Artist. A Tong Song, deeply weathered, voice sounded in the unknown space. On the other side, after Xuanhuan missed a step, she screamed and fell face first onto a grassy area. Spit spit, why did I land on my face? It's highly unlikely that it disfigured me, but what if I got flattened? Xuanhuan spat out leaves from her mouth and looked down at her chest. All good. All good. What person? A full-throated voice rang out next to Xuanhuan's ear. Subsequently, a middle-aged man holding a thin sword pressed its sharp tip against Xuanhuan's throat. Xuanhuan first froze for a moment, then shouted joyfully. I'm back. Thank goodness, I've finally come back. That crazed look made the middle-aged man stare in confusion. This girl, was she mentally unstable? Napo. An elderly man with graying hair approached Xuanhuan and waved for the middle-aged man to stand down. But, this woman is suspicious, and I need to ensure your safety, Napo said anxiously. Napo. The elder's tone became stern. The middle-aged man called Napo reluctantly sheathed his thin sword and stood to the side. On the ground, Xuanhuan looked curiously at the two people before her. Her intuition told her that although the elder was dressed simply, his identity was undoubtedly significant. Little girl, where are you from? Are you all right? The old man kindly asked Xuanhuan. I'm fine, thank you, old sir. Xuanhuan replied while standing up and dusting off her rear. By the way, old sir, could you tell me where I am? Because she didn't know how she had escaped the unknown space. Xuanhuan feared she might have been transported tens of thousands of miles away from the Star Auspicious Kingdom. Fortunately, the elder's next words reassured Xuanhuan. We are in the capital of the Star Auspicious Kingdom, Alaska. Actually, the elder hadn't added that they were also in the royal resort of the Star Auspicious Kingdom. Relieved that she hadn't ended up in some remote corner of the world, Xuanhuan finally calmed down. Old sir, do you know how to get to Rod Academy? You're a student at Rod Academy? It's quite far from here. Besides, isn't the academy on vacation right now? The elder asked curiously. Yes, it is vacation, but I don't have a family, so I stayed at Rod Academy. Xuanhuan answered honestly. Even though she sensed that this elder held an important position, Xuanhuan still felt an inexplicable fondness for him. That's the case. Let me send someone to take you back, the elder said, preparing to call Napo to arrange a dragon carriage. The term dragon carriage didn't refer to carriages pulled by earth dragons. Instead, they were pulled by a subspecies of dragons, the crystal dragons. Crystal dragons shimmered beautifully all over their bodies and were rather friendly to humans, making them the perfect choice for nobles to pull carriages. No need, old sir. Just tell me the way. I run very fast, Xuanhuan said, showing her legs to the elder for emphasis, though it wasn't very convincing. Looking at Yi Xiaofan's energetic demeanor, the elder couldn't help but laugh heartily. All right, but I'll escort you out first. If you accidentally trigger the alarm magic, you'll get arrested. In that case, Yi Xiaofan obediently followed behind the elder. Napo, however, kept a wary eye on Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan naturally felt Napo's hostile gaze, but she ignored it. If a stranger suddenly showed up at your home, wouldn't you be cautious and drive them away immediately? Therefore, Yi Xiaofan understood Napo's unfriendly behavior. By the way, little girl, how did you end up here? The elder ahead asked Yi Xiaofan. Speaking of this makes me so angry. Yi Xiaofan replied to the elder with a pout. I was tricked by an asshole first, then I used space magic to transfer here. You're lying. There's an isolation barrier around here that blocks space magic. You couldn't have used it to get here. Napo stepped forward and questioned Yi Xiaofan. Tell me, how exactly did you enter here? And the elder just smiled knowingly as he watched Yi Xiaofan explain herself. With a glance of disdain at Napo, Yi Xiaofan said, Uncle, are you talking about this one? Yi Xiaofan extended her right index finger and lightly tapped the air, causing a huge magical barrier to appear before everyone. What's the point of a barrier like this, which only looks impressive on the surface? As she spoke, Yi Xiaofan casually waved her right hand in the air, tearing the magic barrier in front of her straight into two pieces. Napo stared in disbelief at what had just unfolded before his eyes. In reality, the magic barrier here wasn't weak at all. It could easily block any space magic below level 7. But for Yi Xiaofan, even a barrier capable of blocking 9th level magic was merely something that could be dismantled with a single touch of her finger. A strange light flickered in the elder's eyes. Young lady, what's your name? My name is Yi Xiaofan. So, can we just go out from here now? Yi Xiaofan said to the elder. Thank you, uncle. Before her words had fully died away, Yi Xiaofan's figure had already reappeared hundreds of meters away. Rod Academy, Yi Xiaofan, huh? Seems like I need to go have a proper chat with that old stubborn Mystar. To think such a great talent existed, and he never told me. The elder mused aloud as he looked at the direction where Yi Xiaofan was slowly disappearing. But wait, I don't think I actually told her how to get back to Rod Academy, did I? The elder chuckled and glanced towards where Yi Xiaofan had vanished, saying with amusement, what a hurried young girl indeed. Chapter 27, Lost. Walking on the road at night, Yi Xiaofan felt an unusual sense of tranquility in her heart. Although I'm lost, this peaceful feeling is surprisingly pleasant. Surrounded by a bustling crowd and beneath a mesmerizing starry sky, Yi Xiaofan felt her body and mind elevated. Even though it was just her illusion, as Yi Xiaofan enjoyed her inner peace, she felt something tugging at her pant leg. Looking down, she saw Dudu looking up at her with a pair of pitiful big eyes. Whimper, how did you find me? Yi Xiaofan bent down and picked up Dudu. After losing Yi Xiaofan's trail during the day, Dudu had planned to return to nature and live a carefree life. But as Dudu reached the city gate, he suddenly sensed Yi Xiaofan's presence. At that moment, Dudu recalled what happened in the dark forest. Trembling, Dudu stared at the nearby city gate, his mind grappling with a fierce internal struggle unknown to others. In the end, the instinct for survival overcame the longing for freedom, and Dudu followed the trail of Yi Xiaofan's scent. Whimper. Dudu told Yi Xiaofan about the hardships he encountered along the way. Buying a bag of fried little fish from a roadside stall, Yi Xiaofan said to Dudu, Here, this is a consolation prize for you. Thus, Dudu, held in Yi Xiaofan's arms, happily enjoyed the food, although Dudu didn't particularly like fish. Continuing walking down the street at night, Yi Xiaofan had already prepared herself to look for an inn. However, she still wanted to try and see if she could walk back to Roth Academy. Yi Xiaofan had also asked passersby for directions, but strangely, even though the instructions were detailed, she still couldn't find her way back to Roth Academy. It must be because Alaska was built too complexly. Yes, it must be. There's no way Yi Xiaofan would admit that she was directionally challenged. It's a fork in the road. What do you think we should do, Dudu? Yi Xiaofan looked down at Dudu, who was furiously devouring the fish in her arms. Whimper. Dudu innocently looked at Yi Xiaofan before continuing to eat. You don't know either? Looks like I have no choice but to use this method. Yi Xiaofan mused. Lifting one of Dudu's front paws, Yi Xiaofan said, Let's play rock, paper, scissors. If you win, we go left. If I win, we go right. Dudu looked at Yi Xiaofan with the gaze typically reserved for mentally challenged children, but Yi Xiaofan remained completely unaware. Dudu chose left, Xiaofan went right. Thus, by consistently turning right, Yi Xiaofan successfully returned to where she started. Dudu, you're so stupid. Why do you always lose? Look, we're back here again. It's all your fault. Yi Xiaofan scolded Dudu in her arms. If Dudu could talk, he would definitely retort. Is it my fault? But alas, he couldn't speak. So, Dudu looked at his paws and wore an expression that said, I need some peace. Little girl, I see you've been wandering around here. Are you lost? It was the old man who had sold Yi Xiaofan the fried fish earlier. Yi Xiaofan nodded at the old man and said, Yeah, I want to get back to Roth Academy, but I don't know the way. After saying this, Yi Xiaofan noticed the old man clearly hesitating. Then, without a word, the old man quietly pushed his cart away. Left behind, Yi Xiaofan angrily stomped her foot and said, What's this about? I thought you were going to help me. Thankfully, Yi Xiaofan was wearing the BioLink magic necklace. Otherwise, the entire street might not have survived her anger. Alan, sir, it's her, that pretty little girl over there. The old man selling fried fish pointed at Yi Xiaofan, speaking to the city guard. That pretty girl turned out to be mentally ill, Luo sighed regretfully. Mentally ill? Where? Yi Xiaofan curiously looked around. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaofan didn't see the pretty girl they were talking about anywhere nearby. Who were they talking about? Yi Xiaofan didn't plan to give up and continued to search diligently. Then Alan approached Yi Xiaofan. Hee. Uncle, when you say mentally ill, you can't possibly mean me, right? Yi Xiaofan joked with Luo Da, but deep down she felt a bit uneasy. Because of his usual need to maintain a dignified appearance, Alan's speech was cold. And to avoid frightening the young girl in front of him, Luo Da tried to use as gentle a tone as possible when he spoke to Yi Xiaofan. Little girl, don't give up on treatment. The kingdom has the best experts, and they won't charge you anything. However, what Alan considered a gentle tone sounded like mocking to others. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Yi Xiaofan felt her self-esteem severely insulted and glared at Alan with anger. Whimper. Dudu voiced in defense of Yi Xiaofan, implying that someone who could afford to keep him, such a cute magical beast, certainly wasn't without money. Alan immediately apologized to Yi Xiaofan. I did not mean to insult you. If I have offended you, I apologize again. I'm sorry. But regardless of whether you have money or not, I still believe treatment should not be abandoned. Having apologized, Alan looked at Yi Xiaofan with utmost seriousness. The old man selling fried fish was once a renowned hero in his youth, having scaled mountains, crossed plains, and battled countless magical beasts. However, due to his limitations in talent, the old man had remained at the first rank of magic warrior throughout his life, and upon retiring, he chose to live quietly in Alaska, making a living by selling fried fish. But even with his vast experiences, he couldn't understand what Yi Xiaofan and Rod were talking about. Is it really a question of wealth? Or are both of them actually insane? The old man sighed helplessly and silently moved away from the two. I guess I am really old now. I can no longer keep up with the way young people think. On the other side, the two were still engaged in a lengthy debate about whether Yi Xiaofan could afford the treatment fee. Look at these things. They are all very rare magical materials. Any one of them sold would be worth a fortune. How could I possibly not afford the treatment fee? Due to her excitement, a light blush tinged Yi Xiaofan's face. Even if you were as rich as possible, the mental asylum in the capital city would still not charge you a single copper coin. This is the wise decision made by our great king. Finally finished eating the fried fish, Dudu flipped over in Yi Xiaofan's arms, lying on his back to enjoy a pleasant nap. If they don't charge me, then it means they look down on me, and I will definitely refuse to go. Yi Xiaofan held firmly to her dignity. You must receive treatment, and the kingdom will absolutely not charge you anything. Alan stuck to his honor. One by one, the magical lamps went out, plunging the streets of Alaska into gradual darkness. Even Roth Academy behind them was shrouded in deep shadow. Chapter 28, Ghost. Boom, boom, boom. In the early morning, the fierce knocking on the door woke Yi Xiaofan from a beautiful dream. Still dazed, Yi Xiaofan got up from the bed. The strap of her pajamas slipped off to one side, revealing a large expanse of snowy skin. On her beautiful jade neck hung a silver necklace that emitted a faint light. At the end of the necklace was a piece of emerald green fire tree leaf. Who could it be so early? Yi Xiaofan mumbled unhappily and slowly climbed down from the bed. The knocking continued and became increasingly intense. Finally crawling off the bed, Yi Xiaofan moved like a zombie towards the door. After much effort to reach the door, just as Yi Xiaofan was about to open it, an accident happened. Perhaps because of waiting too long, the person outside gradually lost patience. With a loud bang, the violently broken door hit the confused Yi Xiaofan against the wall. Didn't come back last night. Nalan Hongwu muttered to himself as he looked at the empty room. As for the disheveled bed and Dudu lying on it, Nalan Hongwu chose to ignore them. Dead girl, you're always getting me into trouble. Seeing no one, Nalan Hongwu anxiously left after closing the door. Apparently, Nalan Hongwu had something important to find Yi Xiaofan for. Old man, why are you looking for me so early? Only after Nalan Hongwu's figure disappeared did Yi Xiaofan wake up and ask. Old man. Seeing no one responding, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but call out twice. What? Waking me up this early in the morning, then not saying a word. Opening her eyes, seeing Nalan Hongwu's figure was gone, Yi Xiaofan started to complain. But halfway through her sentence, Yi Xiaofan looked at herself in shock. With a wall as the dividing line, half of Yi Xiaofan's body was outside the dormitory, the other half inside the dormitory. Yi Xiaofan felt her body extremely light, and with just a slight movement, she floated in the air. Not only did Yi Xiaofan discover she could fly, but her body was transparent. Looking down, Yi Xiaofan saw another version of herself. The other Yi Xiaofan was now firmly stuck to the wall, the kind that wouldn't budge even if you tried hard to pry her off. Could I really be astral projecting? Yi Xiaofan stared at her own hands in disbelief. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to see souls, right? Thinking about this, Yi Xiaofan flew beside the bed and gently blew a breath onto Dudu. Dudu, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly felt a chilling breeze. Startled, Dudu leapt up from the bed, alertly looking around. Seeing Dudu's adorable appearance, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but burst into laughter. But Dudu sitting on the bed heard none of Yi Xiaofan's laughter. After ensuring there were no enemies nearby, Dudu laid back down on the bed. Just as Yi Xiaofan found it amusing to have tricked Dudu, Nalan Hongwu returned and pushed the dormitory door open. That's strange. I'm sure that girl went back to the dorm last night. Seeing Nalan Hongwu come back unexpectedly, Yi Xiaofan instinctively dove under the bed. It doesn't make sense. The old man shouldn't be able to see me, so why should I fear him? Realizing this, Yi Xiaofan crawled out from under the bed and found Nalan Hongwu, gazing tearfully at the other self still stuck on the wall. It feels awkward referring to my other self. Let's call her body instead, thought Yi Xiaofan while floating closer to Nalan Hongwu. Girl. Just as Yi Xiaofan floated next to Nalan Hongwu, she was startled by his anguished shout. Nalan Hongwu pried the body off the wall. Realizing Yi Xiaofan had no pulse anymore, he embraced her tightly and wept bitterly. Seeing Nalan Hongwu's sorrowful face, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a tremble in her heart. Old man, don't cry. I'm right here. Unfortunately, Nalan Hongwu couldn't hear Yi Xiaofan's voice. Wah wah. Dudu, who had just fallen asleep again, also woke up due to Nalan Hongwu's shouts. Furious, Dudu glared at Nalan Hongwu, but instantly froze upon seeing Yi Xiaofan's body. Leaping off the bed, Dudu slowly walked to Nalan Hongwu's side, her round little eyes wide in shock at Yi Xiaofan's body. Girl, I'll take you to see your master. He will certainly bring you back to life, Nalan Hongwu said, while lifting Yi Xiaofan's body and rushing out the door. Dudu closely followed Nalan Hongwu and they both ran away. What exactly is going on here? Yi Xiaofan thought gloomily. And why am I astral projecting anyway? Could it be from being hit by the door? Looking at the dormitory door, Yi Xiaofan fell deep into contemplation. No, now is not the time to think about this. Wait for me, old man. Yi Xiaofan quickly flew out of the door. There was already no sign of Nalan Hongwu and Dudu outside the door. Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to fly down the stairs, she suddenly slapped her forehead and said, I must be an idiot. It's faster to go through the wall. Turning back to the dormitory, she went through the balcony of the dormitory. Yi Xiaofan saw Nalan Hongwu who was running with her all the way, as well as Dudu following behind him. With Dudu's short legs, it was quite an effort for it to keep up tightly with Nalan Hongwu. Old man, stop first, I'm not dead. Flying next to Nalan Hongwu, Yi Xiaofan shouted at Nalan Hongwu. In the midst of his sprint, Nalan Hongwu felt a cold breeze but did not pay attention to it. With a worried look, he ran toward the direction of the palace in Alaska. Girl, I will definitely save you this time, definitely. Seeing that Nalan Hongwu couldn't hear her at all, Yi Xiaofan had no choice but to follow Nalan Hongwu all the way to the palace. Halt! Who goes there? No entry allowed ahead. At the entrance of the palace, two guards armed with long spears pointed their weapons at Nalan Hongwu. I am the vice principal of Rod College, and I have important matters to report to His Majesty. Nalan Hongwu told the two guards, his worried expression obvious on his face. Please wait while I go and inform them. One of the guards said to Nalan Hongwu before turning to walk into the palace. Despite being extremely anxious, Nalan Hongwu did not lose his mind. He knew he must not make trouble at the entrance of the palace. Otherwise, not only would he be arrested, but Yi Xiaofan would also lose her chance to be healed. While Nalan Hongwu anxiously waited, the guard who went to notify returned from the palace. Chapter 29, A Total Mess. Please follow me. The guard who had returned after reporting said to Nalan Hongwu. Nalan Hongwu, having been permitted to enter the palace, excitedly dashed past the guards and ran quickly toward the palace. Hey, you're not allowed to run around. The guards were shocked as they watched Nalan Hongwu run away. Nalan Hongwu completely ignored the shouts from the guards, sprinting with Xiaofan Yi in his arms. Old man, if you keep running around like this in the palace, won't you get caught? The ghostly Xiaofan Yi followed behind Nalan Hongwu and said. However, Nalan Hongwu couldn't hear Xiaofan Yi's voice and continued to run with great speed. Dudu was wildly flailing its tiny legs. Buzz. A strange ripple passed through the air. Xiaofan turned around to see where it came from, realizing it was the alarm being triggered by the guards. As the ripple spread across the entire palace, the palace attendants were urgently mobilized. Though I'm just a humble guard, I won't let you underestimate me. After activating the alarm, the guard accompanying Nalan Hongwu emanated magical light. Wind sprint, activate. So it looks like his magic attribute is wind. Xiaofan Yi observed the magic energy coming off the guard and said. With the aid of magic, the guard rushed towards Nalan Hongwu at incredible speed. In just a few seconds, he crossed over 100 meters and reached behind Nalan Hongwu. Intruder, give up now, the guard shouted at Nalan Hongwu. That's pretty good kid, what's your name? Nalan Hongwu looked at him in surprise after seeing that the guard managed to keep up with his speed. Jeff Earlsons. Jeff, huh? I'll remember you. But there's something I need to correct. I am no intruder. Nalan Hongwu lifted Xiaofan Yi under one arm. You did inform others, right? I have already been granted access to the palace. Old man, don't treat me like some kind of item, will you? Xiaofan Yi felt distressed looking at her own body and couldn't help but hit and kick Nalan Hongwu. Alas, Xiaofan Yi's hits went straight through Nalan Hongwu and hit nothing but air. That's strange. I've been feeling cold since just now. Never mind. Kid, I'm leaving first. Nalan Hongwu struck his free right hand onto the ground. In the front courtyard of the palace, paved with hard luminescent stones, a pit with a diameter of about 4 or 5 meters appeared from Nalan Hongwu's punch. And the guard Jeff behind Nalan Hongwu fell directly into the pit. Damn, if there's next time, I definitely will. Before finishing his sentence, Jeff tilted his head to one side and pretended to faint. Sorry. Xiaofan floated in the air, hands together in apology for crashing into Jeff in the pit. And Nalan Hongwu, who had just dealt with Jeff, hadn't gone far before being surrounded by the palace attendants. We're in trouble now. With so many people, breaking through would surely take some effort, Nalan Hongwu said to Dudu while observing the surrounding guards. Whimper. Dudu showed agreement with Nalan Hongwu's opinion. Surrender your hostage. Put your hands up. It's your only way out. A guard seemingly leading the group spoke. Xiaofan Yi, still apologizing nonstop beside Jeff, noticed Nalan Hongwu being surrounded and flew quickly to his side. Old man. I'm here, old man. Still, no one could see Xiaofan Yi, nor could anyone hear her voice. I admire you, intruder. but unfortunately, you've met me. Xiao Jiuzi Wuliachiba. Xiao Jiuzi saw Narlan Hongwu refuse to surrender the hostage and decided to resort to forceful measures. Remember, you lose at the hands of the great Xiao Jiuzi. Xiao Jiuzi raised his long sword and stabbed towards Narlan Hongwu at an incomprehensibly fast speed. That swift strike had the power capable of piercing through space itself. Faced with such a powerful blow, Narlan Hongwu's expression slightly changed. Simultaneously attacking Narlan Hongwu, Xiao Jiuzi pondered. Looking at Xiaofan Yi clasped under Narlan Hongwu's arm, Xiao Jiuzi's heart grew intensely hot. After I slay the bandit in front of me, rescue this beautiful young lady, and present her with a loving kiss. But then there was no then anymore. Xiao Jiuzi, lost in his imagination, was punched far away by Narlan Hongwu, slowly vanishing into the distance. I will return someday. Xiao Jiuzi shouted as he was hurled away. Don't ever come back again. Xiaofan Yi in ghost mode stared at Xiao Jiuzi flying away, face full of exasperation. Having thrown Xiao Jiuzi away, Narlan Hongwu was fully plunged into a berserk state and began to beat the surrounding guards indiscriminately. In order to defend the palace and drive away the invaders, they don't even care about their own lives. They truly deserve admiration, Xiaofan Yi said with a sigh as she watched the brave guards rushing forward without hesitation. By comparison, old man seems like a major villain right now. Shaking her head, Xiaofan Yi sat in the air, ready to watch the ensuing battle. However, what happened next made Xiaofan want to shout out in frustration. Monster, run for your lives. The originally courageous guards charging at Narlan Hongwu suddenly turned tail and fled in all directions once they saw their comrades being defeated one by one. Hey, aren't you supposed to be the royal guard? Is this really how you're going to run away? Xiaofan Yi, who had just settled down in the air to enjoy the show, was thoroughly shocked by the guards' actions. Narlan Hongwu shifted Xiaofan Yi into the other hand and continued running deeper into the palace. After a brief respite, Dudu had no choice but to move its tiny legs again and follow closely behind Narlan Hongwu. The guards withdrew, Narlan Hongwu escaped, and even Dudu left. With nothing left to watch, Xiaofan Yi pouted and flew off in the direction Narlan Hongwu had gone. The monster's catching up. Run faster. The retreating guards were fleeing in the same direction as Narlan Hongwu's advance. Xiaofan Yi looked down at the chaotic scene below and felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Are you still worthy of being called soldiers of the kingdom? Suddenly, a dark-skinned giant appeared before the guards, standing on a fire tree in the courtyard, looking down at the guards as he spoke. It's Dazizi Jiushi Goquan Kai. Our savior has arrived. Recognizing the newcomer, the guards shouted excitedly. Feeling the thick magical power radiating from Dazizi, Narlan Hongwu grew serious. Dazizi Jiushi Goquan Kai, will defeat you, roared Dazizi as he leaped forcefully from the tree down at Narlan Hongwu. I think I remember a move that involves diving headfirst from the sky and landing face down. Floating in the air, Xiaofan Yi quietly murmured as she watched Dazizi struggle to lift his head off the ground. Chapter 30, The Soap. Captain Dazizi of the 4th Squad of the Imperial Guards. I have heard your great name long ago, Narlan Hongwu said, while looking at Dazizi whose face was covered with blood. Deputy Dean Narlan Hongwu of Rod Academy. It's an honor to meet you. Dazizi respectfully greeted Narlan Hongwu. Xiaofan Yi hung awkwardly in midair as he watched Dazizi below. Hey, why don't you clean that blood off your face first before talking? That monster was actually the Vice Dean of Rod Academy? But wait, why would the Deputy Dean of the Academy break into the palace? They're about to fight. Who wants some sunflower seeds? 10 copper coins for 1 liang. 10 copper coins can buy a whole gene of sunflower seeds. Are you really gouging like that? Xiaofan Yi looked at the ruthless guard and absent-mindedly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Damn, there are actually people buying them. You all really think this is just a show? The guard selling sunflower seeds kept a few for himself and quickly sold out the rest. Since you're my opponent, I cannot hide my abilities anymore. Here I go. Narlan Hongwu seriously looked at Dazizi and threw Xiaofan Yi away forcefully through the air. Old man, what the hell do you think you're doing? Xiaofan hurried towards the direction his body was flying. Before Xiaofan Yi could get there, Black Tiger Dudu had already run to Xiaofan's side. Xiaofan reached his own body, finding Dudu already waiting next to him. Dudu's eyes glistened with tears. Dudu, you're the best. I'll definitely reward you more fried fish later on. Xiaofan moved by Dudu's display. Woo-woo. Dudu howled mournfully at Xiaofan's body, twice then took a bite at his arm and tugged hard. The spectral Xiaofan Yi froze momentarily in the air. Woo-woo. Dudu exerted all his strength, but couldn't damage the body which was created by the Supreme God. Meanwhile, the battle between Narlan Hongwu and Dazizi heated up. Isn't this scene somewhat painful to look at? A bit yes, but quite thrilling. Are you feeling parched eating the sunflower seeds? I've got water here for 20 copper coins per pot. After seeing his body was fine, Yi returned to where Narlan Hongwu was fighting. As he arrived, he saw Narlan Hongwu and Dazizi, both bare-chested, grappling on the ground. This time, Yi once again froze. Ouch, I dropped my soap, Dazizi cried out while embracing Narlan Hongwu. Narlan Hongwu halted his movements and parted from Dazizi. Can you help pick it up? Dazizi asked. From their wrestling just now, Dazizi's magical power seemed comparable to mine, but he certainly lacked agility. It would take me 0.5 seconds to bend over and pick up the soap, while it would take him around 1.2 seconds to dash here from 6 meters away, clearly not threatening. With that thought, Narlan Hongwu bent down and picked up the soap. Finally fell for it, did you? Didn't expect me to be a mage, right? Dazizi's lips curled into a sinister smile. I spike rise. Dazizi shouted loudly, and behind Narlan Hongwu, a massive conical ice spike emerged from the ground. Ah! Nalan Hongwu screamed in agony, clutching his wounded back and glaring fiercely at Dizizi. He returned from being petrified and saw the group of royal guards frozen in place. Scratching his head confusedly, when he noticed blood flowing from Nalan Hongwu's wound, he turned toward Dizizi, his gaze turning increasingly dangerous. How dare you hurt the old man? Truly unforgivable. Looking at the injured Nalan Hongwu, Dizizi remarked, "Looks like you're wounded, so I'll just have to pick up the soap myself." Dizizi stepped closer toward the soap. For every step forward Dizizi made, Nalan Hongwu retreated, maintaining the distance of 6 meters between them. Approaching the soap, Dizizi slowly crouched. "I'm going to pick it up." Nalan Hongwu stared at Dizizi's evil grin, and the pain in his back worsened. Just as Dizizi was about to touch the soap, Nalan Hongwu suddenly pulled out a dagger, infused it with magic, and hurled it at Dizizi. Unexpectedly, an ice-made magical shield materialized behind Dizizi, blocking the magically charged dagger. Straightening up, Dizizi fiercely threw the soap back at Nalan Hongwu. With a loud explosion, the soap burst upon reaching Nalan Hongwu, sending up huge clouds of dust from the shockwave. "Old man," he called out to Nalan Hongwu's location, with magical energy starting to emanate from his body. Suddenly, Dizizi felt an ominous chill run down his spine, and he turned back sharply. At the very moment Dizizi turned around, Nalan Hongwu shot out from the smoke completely unharmed. His right hand was condensed into a sword finger as he thrust fiercely towards Dizizi. Ah! There was yet another wretched cry. Dizizi covered his back and glared venomously at Nalan Hongwu. Truly worthy of being the deputy dean of Rod Academy. Indeed resourceful. Still, I fall somewhat short compared to you, Nalan Hongwu replied without any courtesy. Yi Xiaofan flying in midair glanced at Dizizi's injured spot, then looked over at Nalan Hongwu. The fluctuating magical power started fading away. Yi Xiaofan seemed on the verge of becoming corrupted. Down below, Nalan Hongwu raised his right hand and launched an aggressive assault on Dizizi. Dizizi meanwhile dodged Nalan Hongwu's attacks while preparing a magic spell with one hand. That's enough. Hovering above the battlefield and showing signs of corruption, Yi Xiaofan suddenly heard a familiar voice. Following the source of the sound, it was the elder they had met after returning from the mysterious dimension. "Your Majesty." Upon seeing the arrival, both Nalan Hongwu and Dizizi, along with all the royal guards, knelt down. "So this is the Emperor of Xinxiang Kingdom, am I right?" Yi Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully. The Emperor slowly walked to the front of the kneeling group, followed by a person Yi Xiaofan had briefly met before. "Nalan Hongwu, let's just say we are old friends, and even classmates at Rod Academy once. Why have you come to demolish my palace like this?" The Emperor said to Nalan Hongwu. "Emperor Long Aotian III, could there be something I've done that angered you so much?" Yi Xiaofan felt regretful for ever coming to Xinxiang Kingdom. "Long Aotian III? You're trying to steal the spotlight from me, huh?" "Your Majesty, your humble servant means no offense. There is just an urgent matter that needs your attention. My improper behavior is due to haste. Please punish me accordingly." Nalan Hongwu bowed his head respectfully. Even though years had passed, Nalan Hongwu still vividly remembered his days studying at Rod Academy. It was a nightmare that he would never forget throughout his life. Chapter 31, Nightmare. In the Xinxiang Kingdom's royal palace, Lan Hongwu stood respectfully behind Long Aotian III, while Yi Xiaofan's body lay on an extremely luxurious bed. Truly befitting a royal palace. Even the bedding is made of celestial silkworm silk. The spectral Yi Xiaofan marveled at the extravagance of the palace. "I saw this girl just a few days ago. She was full of energy then. Who would have thought?" Long Aotian III gazed at Yi Xiaofan lying on the bed and sighed. Upon hearing Long Aotian III's words, Lan Hongwu spoke with a sob in his voice. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so violent when opening the door, the girl wouldn't have ended up like this." "Your Majesty, Grand Priest Hack arrived." A maid came forward to report. "Finally, bring Hack in quickly," said Long Aotian III. Lan Hongwu's face was filled with excitement. "Hack, the Grand Priest? Sounds very powerful." The spectral Yi Xiaofan lay next to her own body on the magnificent large bed. "Bow to His Majesty." The spectral Yi Xiaofan heard a childish voice and climbed off the bed to see. A boy of about 7 or 8 years old knelt before Long Aotian III, and Lan Hongwu stared excitedly at the little boy, muttering nonstop, "Hack is here, the girl will be saved. Hack is here, the girl will be saved." Huh? This little brat is actually the kingdom's Grand Priest? Don't fool me just because I haven't read much. Yi Xiaofan couldn't believe what she was seeing about Hack. Long Aotian III asked Hack to rise and said to him, "Hack, take a look at this young girl." At Long Aotian III's order, Hack walked over to the bedside to examine Yi Xiaofan. "This is..." Hack looked in astonishment at Yi Xiaofan's physical form lying on the bed. "How about it, Hack? How long will it take to cure her?" Lan Hongwu looked expectantly at Hack. He didn't ask if she could be cured, but how long it would take, clearly showing Hack's high status in Lan Hongwu's eyes. "Can you tell me first how she ended up like this?" Hack did not directly answer Lan Hongwu's question, but instead countered with one of his own. Lan Hongwu replied somewhat sheepishly. "Well, this morning I went to wake her up for practice, but after knocking for a long time, no one answered. And then you violently broke down the door, right at the moment when she was about to open it herself from the inside. Am I correct?" Hack's innocent voice finished Lan Hongwu's sentence for him. Lan Hongwu nodded bitterly. "That's exactly how it happened. But how do you know?" "Whoa, didn't expect this little brat to be pretty capable. No wonder he's become the Grand Priest at such a young age." Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but nod in admiration towards Hack. Hack pushed his non-existent glasses and told Lan Hongwu. After knowing each other for so many years and being roommates, how could I not understand your character? Huh? Yi Xiaofan's mind struggled to process this. Wait, let me sort it out. Yi Xiaofan counted with her fingers. He has known the old man for many years and is even a classmate, which means he must also be over 100 years old. In spectral form, Yi Xiaofan opened her mouth wide in shock, looking at Hack chatting easily. Even her figure became fainter. Mommy, I want to go home. Yi Xiaofan's face showed a desperate desire to cry. I roughly understand the situation. To be honest, I can't guarantee saving her, Hack said to Lan Hongwu. Hack, considering our many years of friendship, please save the girl. Lan Hongwu pleaded urgently with Hack, almost dropping to his knees. Hack glanced helplessly at Lan Hongwu. Hack, we are old classmates. Try your best to help him. You know his granddaughter. Long Ao Tian 3 interjected. Granddaughter? Since when does the old man have a granddaughter? Yi Xiaofan wondered as she looked at Lan Hongwu. I understand, Your Majesty. Hack gave a slight bow to Long Ao Tian 3. Then he turned to Lan Hongwu. You care so much about this girl simply because she looks a lot like your granddaughter. Isn't that right, Lan Hongwu? Lan Hongwu remained silent without answering. Yi Xiaofan looked incredulously at Lan Hongwu. I know of a way to save her, but I don't know if you can accept it, Hack continued. Hearing there was a way to save Yi Xiaofan, Lan Hongwu immediately responded. I'll accept it, whatever method it may be. Yi Xiaofan's eyes brightened. Ignoring the granddaughter matter for now, she seriously stared at Hack. You'd better hear me out first. This isn't something easily accomplished, Hack addressed everyone present. Seeing no one interrupt, Hack continued. 300 years ago, a thief created a mysterious magic. You all know this story, right? Could it be that one? Absolutely not. I firmly oppose it. Lan Hongwu staunchly opposed. Yi Xiaofan was utterly baffled on the bed. What kind of magic could possibly make the old man so resistant? She was forced to expel her soul due to a massive impact. If we want her soul back in her body, this is the only way. Hack again adjusted the non-existent glasses on his face. What exactly is this magic? Stop leaving things half-said. You're driving me crazy with suspense. Yi Xiaofan looked at them all anxiously. Lan Hongwu hesitated somewhat. But if we do this, how can the girl live as a normal person afterward? Double cultivation magic. Originally a secret art for the thief to enhance his own power by absorbing yin and yang energy, but it would also give the other party an unparalleled sense of transcendence. Hack paused for a moment before continuing, using this bodily sensation to forcibly pull the soul back into the body. Lan Hongwu stood there uncertainly, full of internal conflict. Even Long Ao Tian 3 had some doubts about making a decision. Yi Xiaofan stared wide-eyed at Hack, then frantically tried to burrow back into her own body. I don't want it. I'd rather die than have this. Unfortunately, in her ghostly state, Yi Xiaofan couldn't touch anything, including her own body. If Yi Xiaofan had encountered this situation before transforming, as long as the other person wasn't extremely unattractive, Yi Xiaofan might have reluctantly agreed. However, now transformed into a female, at the thought of having to engage in such activities with another man, Yi Xiaofan felt as though she was facing the end of the world. No one noticed that while Yi Xiaofan was desperately trying to enter her body, her physical form faintly emitted a purple glow. The silver necklace around her neck was covered with cracks. Well, Lan Hongwu, make your decision quickly. If the soul remains outside the body for too long, it will be irretrievable. Lan Hongwu painfully closed his eyes. Come in. Hack called out to someone outside the door. The door creaked open, and a man with a hunchback and large facial tumors entered. Chapter 32, The Start of School. I don't want to help. Yi Xiaofan screamed as she sat up in bed. Phew. Thank goodness, it was just a dream. Yi Xiaofan wiped the cold sweat off her face from the nightmare and sighed in relief. Dudu, who was sleeping next to Yi Xiaofan, glanced at her with his round little eyes before turning around and continuing to sleep. Dudu, what are you worried about? Yi Xiaofan picked Dudu up and played with his body without restraint. Despite Dudu's extreme dissatisfaction inside, unable to resist, he could only accept it silently. Bright sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a mysterious veil over Yi Xiaofan's tender and graceful figure. Placing Dudu on her lap, Yi Xiaofan looked at his snowy white belly and said, what if that situation really happens? It's not about being cautious under normal circumstances. It's those unlikely events we fear. So, we should take precautions early. Don't you think so, Dudu? Whimper whimper. Dudu had no idea what Yi Xiaofan was talking about. Putting Dudu aside, Yi Xiaofan got up and walked to the mirror, admiring herself while saying, it's all because my face is too pretty. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to live in constant fear. I've got it. Suddenly realizing something, Yi Xiaofan exclaimed excitedly. The reflection in the mirror showed Yi Xiaofan's delicate face, covered with an evil yet smug expression. Whimper whimper. Dudu, who couldn't sleep, glanced at Yi Xiaofan lost in self-satisfaction fantasies, then jumped onto the table and started munching on the dried fish Yi Xiaofan had prepared for him. Whimper whimper. As he ate, Dudu's face displayed a look of suffering. Bang. The dormitory door was violently pushed open. I'm back, Dudu. Did you miss me? Xuanhuan began, but stopped mid-sentence upon seeing Yi Xiaofan standing by the mirror. Inside, Yi Xiaofan stood in front of the mirror, slathering some black goo on her face, which made her look as if her face had been burnt. And there was Dudu on the table, busily devouring the dried fish. Xiaoyi. Xuanhuan pointed at Yi Xiaofan with trembling fingers. Yi Xiaofan turned toward the doorway. Xuanhuan, did you miss me? Unaware of how terrifying her face looked, Yi Xiaofan beamed widely at Xuanhuan. Ah! A scream followed by Xiao Na collapsing on the ground. Seeing Xiao Na fall unconscious, Yi Xiaofan rushed to lift her, but someone beat her to it. Kurisu strode through the dormitory corridor, excitedly anticipating the surprise Yi Xiaofan would show upon seeing his sudden return. But just as he reached the door, Kurisu heard Xiao Na scream and sprinted towards the room. There he saw Xiao Na lying on the ground, and Yi Xiaofan's face charred beyond recognition. Xiao Na, what's wrong with you? Oh, following Xiao Na, Kurisu became the second person to faint right outside the dormitory door. Speechless, Yi Xiaofan looked at the two sisters lying on the ground, and then checked her own appearance in the mirror. Is it really that scary? After speaking, Yi Xiaofan turned around and noticed Su Rue standing in the doorway. Ah! Su Rue successfully collapsed onto the floor as well. Staring blankly at nothing, Yi Xiaofan mumbled to herself. I guess I should wash this stuff off first. Meanwhile, Dudu continued his diligent mission of eating the dried fish on the table. After washing her face clean, Yi Xiaofan, head downcast, sat on the bed, enduring scolding from her three roommates. Xiaofan, even if you're bored alone, you shouldn't frighten people by pretending to be a ghost. Look at how scared Xiao Na and Kurisu were. Su Rue was the first to speak, her tone still calm and steady. But Yi Xiaofan seemed to sense a trace of fear in her words. Humph. Su Rue felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at with a sly grin by Yi Xiaofan. What are you laughing at? Behave seriously. Kurisu tried to act mad at Yi Xiaofan. Yes, you almost scared me to death, Xiaofan. Xiao Na kept pulling hairs out of Dudu as she spoke. Whimper. Dudu bore the pain of having his fur pulled out. The three girls took turns criticizing Yi Xiaofan. Unable to bear it, Yi Xiaofan recounted her nightmare and told her roommates everything about her countermeasure. So what do you guys think about my plan? Yi Xiaofan looked at them with an expression of anticipation, waiting for their praise. In response, the three gave her looks reserved for fools. Whimper. Dudu also joined their ranks. Feeling let down and depressed, Yi Xiaofan muttered. All right, I admit, it's not great. But how did you come back anyway? Xiaofan, could it be that you're actually dumb? School starts tomorrow. Kurisu pitted Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan glanced at Xiao Na and Su Rue, who both nodded knowingly at her. My vacation is already over, and I still haven't had enough fun. Yi Xiaofan yelled as she threw her head in despair. This familiar scene reminded Yi Xiaofan of her past life, the endless days of student life without sunlight. By the way, little Yi, I heard from Xiong that Mage quit school. You've been here all along. Do you know what happened? Kurisu suddenly asked Yi Xiaofan. Well, about that. Yi Xiaofan didn't know how to answer Kurisu. Should she tell Kurisu? Oh, Mage's plans were ruined by me, and now he's probably hiding somewhere far away to practice. If she said that, Kurisu would surely ruin her first. You can tell her I'm going home to take over the family business, Mage, who had quietly appeared next to Yi Xiaofan, said to her. And let her pass this message to Xiong, that I'm sorry for not being able to keep my promise. Yi Xiaofan looked at Mage standing beside her, wanting to say something but couldn't bring herself to speak. Sighing once, Yi Xiaofan relayed Mage's words to Kurisu. He really said that? This isn't good news. Kurisu said with a troubled expression on her face. The three of them watched Kurisu curiously. Don't look at me like that. I don't have all the details either. All I know is that Xiong and Mage seemed to have some sort of agreement, which was very important to Xiong. Kurisu explained. Staring. Why do you always look at me? Is there something on my face? Kurisu touched her own face and pretended to be confused. Xiao Na hugged Kurisu's left hand and said, Confess. When did it start between you and that Xiong? Su Rue held Kurisu's right hand and said, You'll be treated leniently if you confess, and severely punished if you resist. Yi Xiaofan happily watched as the others horseplayed around, waving goodbye secretly to Mage from behind. Mage also waved at Yi Xiaofan, leaving gracefully through the window. Chapter 33, Academy Festival. Before they knew it, summer had quietly arrived. The intense sunlight scorched the earth, and cicadas hidden in the shade of trees chirped irritably. Upon insistence by Chris and Suri, Yi Xiaofan took off her heavy robe and changed into a refreshing t-shirt and short skirt. Chris, isn't this too short? Yi Xiaofan awkwardly turned her body, tugging at the white short skirt that barely covered her thighs. Chris looked at Yi Xiaofan with shining eyes. Not at all. Summer should look like summer. It's hot wearing a robe. It suits you, said Suri calmly from the side. Yi Xiaofan glanced at the stockings and high heels in Suri's hands and realized she wouldn't escape today. Something big's happening. Something big. Jonah shouted as she ran in after finishing her secondary class. While Suri was looking at Jonah curiously, Yi Xiaofan secretly hid the stockings and high heels from Suri's hands into a space ring. Jonah, what's going on? Suri didn't notice Yi Xiaofan's little move and asked. After catching her breath, Jonah said, The Academy Festival is about to begin. The Academy Festival, an event held to commemorate Rod Academy's anniversary celebration. Oh, the three responded indifferently. Suri somehow pulled out another pair of stockings. And Chris was preparing yet another long-sleeve t-shirt for Yi Xiaofan. Are you even listening to me? Jonah pouted angrily. Suri pushed Yi Xiaofan onto the bed, trying to forcibly make her wear the stockings. It's just an Academy Festival. No need to be alarmed. Just, as long as we have fun and enjoy ourselves later, it will do justice to the founder. Chris jumped onto the bed, pulling Yi Xiaofan's top. I'm telling you, you perverts, don't. Yi Xiaofan blushed furiously as she resisted the two. Seeing everyone lacked interest, Jonah dejectedly walked back to her bed. I was planning to discuss with you guys, signing up for the 10 Kings competition. Suddenly there was silence in the air. 10 Kings competition? Suri was the first to break the silence, turning around and looking at Jonah, her eyes flashing mysteriously. Jonah nodded and said, apparently, it's to fill Vladur's position. The newly chosen Ten King gets to tour the Purple Light secret realm inside the palace. The vast continent of Kanglan has countless secret realms, and the Purple Light secret realm is one among them, controlled by the royal family of Xinxiang Kingdom. Legend claims it's as beautiful as a fairyland. Furthermore, it's rumored that if a couple enters it, they'll forever love each other, never separating. Purple Light's secret realm. Chris stared wide-eyed at Jonah. Jonah continued, not only that, but there's also supposed to be a reward of 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins. Yi Xiaofan was almost drooling. Yi Xiaofan had been worrying about being broke recently. When she came to this world, Nalan Hongwu gave her about 20 or so gold coins, which were now all gone. Recently, Yi Xiaofan had been relying on selling magical materials to survive. Junk materials weren't worth much, while valuable ones Yi Xiaofan was reluctant to sell, making her current situation quite difficult. Isn't it? But it seems none of you are interested, Jonah said regretfully, raising her head, only to find all three people staring intently at her. Huh, aren't you uninterested? Jonah couldn't help shrinking back onto her bed. To pursue their respective ideals and dreams, all four roommates, Yi Xiaofan, Jonah, Suri, and Kuris, went to the registration point for the competition. As Yi Xiaofan looked at the huge crowd, she hesitated. There are so many people. Maybe we should just give up. Unfortunately, the other three completely ignored her, eyes fixed tightly on the teacher handling the registration. As if responding to their enthusiasm, the sun above released its heat generously. Yi Xiaofan, are you here to participate in the contest for the 10 Kings? Just so you know, I'm not going to lose to you again. Turning her head, Yi Xiaofan saw a blonde girl with twin tails standing in front of her saying this. It's you, Tina. Long time no see. Yi Xiaofan greeted Tina with surprise. Since Tina's last defeat at Yi Xiaofan's hands during a duel, Yi Xiaofan had heard that Tina went somewhere for secret cultivation. She didn't expect to see her here today. Humph. Tina coldly snorted and stood behind Yi Xiaofan. Seeing Tina didn't say anything more, Yi Xiaofan turned around smartly. However, when Tina noticed Yi Xiaofan truly ignored her, she wanted to call her back, but found herself unable to utter a word. Continuing to queue in the long line, Yi Xiaofan yawned due to boredom. Back in the dormitory, everyone else was already obsessed with their own goals and showed no concern for her. As for Tina, Yi Xiaofan thought about her arrogant personality and decisively gave up on trying to reason with her. Suiwei wind. Suddenly, someone in the line shouted, and a green wind blew from ahead. The wind was as sharp as daggers, and those who were hit by it revealed countless small wounds on their bodies. Thick shield. Just as the wind was about to blow over, Yi Xiaofan was about to use magic to defend herself when another voice sounded in the line. A huge earth wall appeared in front of everyone. Abel, Austin, do you two want to be put in solitary confinement again? The teacher responsible for registration suddenly appeared in the line and pulled out the two people who had cast spells. Rod Academy prohibits students from fighting among themselves privately, though duels are an exception. Once caught violating the rules, students may either be confined to a small black room or expelled from the academy outright. Every year, some new students end up being expelled due to this rule because they think they know better than the academy's authority. Rapid Wind Austin and Thick Shield Abel. Both are in the 4th grade and are strong contenders for winning the competition. Tina, standing behind Yi Xiaofan, said, 4th grade? Shouldn't they already be graduating if they're still participating in the contest? Yi Xiaofan looked at Tina with confusion. Tina looked like she wanted to facepalm. Students in the 4th grade can apply for further studies within the academy. Didn't you know that? Yi Xiaofan innocently blinked. In Rod Academy, if graduating students feel that their abilities aren't sufficient, they can submit an application to remain in the academy for 2 more years of study. This postponement of graduation can last up to 3 years, after which the academy will require them to graduate forcibly. Most 4th grade students graduate only after extending their stay for 3 years since the academy offers abundant resources to train without restraint. Xiaoyi, there are times you really need to catch up on some basic knowledge. Finally pulling out of her feverish enthusiasm, Suri expresslessly told Yi Xiaofan. Chapter 34, Mogu Mountain. On this day, the Academy Festival's 10 Kings Championship officially began. Yi Xiaofan, who was forced by Evelyn to perform the opening dance, stood shyly on stage. Standing on stage with Yi Xiaofan were the other 9 members of Rod Academy's top 10 beauties. Long before, Yi Xiaofan had rehearsed the dance routine countless times with the others, so even though she was very shy, her movements remained without mistake. As the music started, the 10 beauties, clad in belly-revealing outfits and miniskirts, danced gracefully to the rhythm. The boys of Rod Academy drooled as they watched the performance on stage. Mastermeister, the quality of this year's students is truly impressive, said Long Out Yin 3, staring intently at the stage from the judge's stand. Haha. Thank you for your praise, your majesty, replied Meister, his eyes glued to the stage without turning his head. After the dance ended, Yi Xiaofan retreated backstage, listening to the incessant clamor outside, and saying, truly a bunch of animals who only think with their lower halves. Saying this, Yi Xiaofan completely forgot that not long ago, she too was one of them. Xiao Yi, quickly change clothes. The competition will start soon, Su Rui said to Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan hurried into the dressing room with Su Rui. After changing, Yi Xiaofan and Su Rui heard the call for all contestants to gather and rush toward the central plaza. The 10 Kings Championship consisted of 3 stages. After these, the remaining participants would hold a knockout tournament to decide the 10 Kings. It is worth noting that this year's students would elect new 10 kings. Those previously rated as the 10 kings also had to participate and win to retain their title. Night Goddess, cheer up. Night Goddess, cheer up. Dressed in a beige t-shirt and shorts with her long hair tied to one side, Yi Xiaofan walked shoulder to shoulder with Su Rue toward the central square. The members of the Night Knights team began to shout enthusiastically from the stands. In an instant, the sound of the Night Knights filled the stands. Although many students participated in the competition, there were still those who understood their own capabilities and chose to be bystanders responsible for cheering loudly. Most members of the Night Knights belong to this kind of idle fish. Everyone, please quiet down. Let me explain the rules of the competition first, Lan Hongwu said once almost everyone had gathered in front of him. Because of the large number of people, it was impossible to call out names one by one, so if someone didn't arrive on time, the Academy would consider them as having forfeited. This competition has a total of 2,234 participants. Later, I and the various mentors will teleport everyone to the foot of Mogu Mountain. Those who pass within the stipulated time can move on to the next round. Mogu Mountain, located within the territory of the Xianxiang Kingdom, is rumored to have been where the ancient Demon King fell. It usually takes ordinary people about 2 days to climb from the bottom to the top. The time limit for this competition is 10 hours. Except for no killing, there are no other rules. After finishing speaking, Lan Hongwu activated the spatial transfer magic array. With the cooperation of the other tutors, more than 2,000 people were teleported to the base of Mogu Mountain. This competition will broadcast in real time using magical crystals. After teleporting everyone away, Lan Hongwu informed the audience and the judges. Feeling dizzy for a moment, Yi Xiaofan found herself standing in front of a massive mountain range. Only 2 or 3 other students were nearby. She had no idea where Su Rue had gone. This feeling is exactly the same as in Water City. Yi Xiaofan recalled encountering the higher species trafficking group back in Water City. At that time, there was also a sensation of dizziness. It seems that then they also used the spatial transfer magic, Yi Xiaofan thought deeply. Above them, the screen projected by the magic crystal continued to show Lan Hongwu explaining the rules. Now then, let the competition begin. With Lan Hongwu's announcement, the countdown began on the screen. Several people near Yi Xiaofan rushed toward the summit frantically. What's the rush? We have 10 hours. There's absolutely enough time. Yi Xiaofan strolled into Mogu Mountain slowly and took out a fruit resembling a pear from her space ring. Yi Xiaofan bit into the fruit with a crunch. A sweet flavor stimulated her taste buds. This orange fruit tastes good. Next time, I'll buy more, she mumbled while eating. While Yi Xiaofan leisurely climbed toward the summit, fierce battles erupted among the students in Mogu Mountain. Acquaintances formed teams and continuously ambushed isolated students to reduce their competition. Kakin was one of them. Fortunately, he and 2 classmates were teleported together, advancing toward the summit while blocking others. Cough, cough. Kakin knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with horror as he looked at the person they had ambushed. Just moments ago, when Kakin and his companions cast their spells and charged towards Fairy, they felt an immense force. None of them even saw how Fairy struck back before all 3 were sent flying. Kakin's 2 companions were already lying unconscious on the ground. Being weak is the original sin. Fairy glanced at Kakin and then continued walking forward. Similar scenes were constantly unfolding within Mogu Mountain. After walking for so long, I finally see someone alive. Yi Xiaofan walked along the path in Mogu Mountain, her black leather shoes crunching against the dry leaves. The person Yi Xiaofan encountered was none other than Kakin and his group. It was also Kakin's 2 other companions, Nico and Saman, sitting there shivering with fear. When they heard someone speaking, the trio turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Upon seeing Yi Xiaofan, their eyes all lit up. Forgetting the fear they just experienced, Kakin teased Yi Xiaofan, saying, "Isn't this the goddess of the night? Come over here and give Big Brother a shoulder massage, and I might consider escorting you to the summit." Sure. Yi Xiaofan smiled sweetly at Kakin and started walking toward him. Kakin's eyes sparkled with lust. Whether or not he himself could reach the summit was still uncertain, let alone escorting Yi Xiaofan. But now, he didn't care about that anymore. For one of the top 10 beauties to give him a shoulder massage would be such an incredible pleasure. As for whether she could reach the summit within the time limit, well, it wasn't stated anyway. With that thought, a lewd grin spread across Kakin's face. Nico and Saman looked at Kakin with envious eyes, whispering to him, "Kakin, make sure she massages our shoulders and legs too later." Kakin gave his 2 companions a smug look. Yi Xiaofan walked behind Kakin and placed her delicate hands on his shoulders. "Is this the spot?" Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. Chapter 35. Having muscles makes a true beauty. In the Mushroom Mountain, Yi Xiaofan was leisurely sitting in a simple bamboo-made sedan chair, humming a tune as she relaxed. A gentle breeze passed by her ears, blowing her smooth hair. Kakin had a face full of distress as he carried the sedan at the front. Behind the sedan were Niku and Xiaoming. As they swayed, their wounds caused unbearable pain. "Humph, still enjoying yourself in this place." Not far from Yi Xiaofan, in the bushes, 3 rough-looking girls quietly lurked. Judging by the faint magical power fluctuating around them, they all possessed the strength of high-level mages. "Jia, you go left. Zhao Xuanhuan, you go right. When I count to 3, we attack," the leading girl instructed. Their movements weren't subtle enough. Rustling grass betrayed their positions. Kaku and Niku. Xiaoming noticed the shaking bushes and signaled toward Kakuin and Niku. Already panting hard at the front, Kakuin said, "It's fine. It's probably some low-grade monster." An uninformed person might have mistaken him for someone powerful, but Ka Kuen's abilities were still on the lower side. Out of envy for Ka Kuen, Sha Ming put aside his necessary vigilance. None of them noticed the small trace of mocking smile on Yi Xiaofan's lips, who sat leisurely in the sedan. What was that phrase again? They're really 3 angry little mice. Forcing the last goldfish bowl into Dudu's reluctant mouth, Yi Xiaofan wiped her oily hands and quietly summoned her magic power. Before the competition, Su Rui had repeatedly emphasized that Yi Xiaofan could only use her outwardly displayed strength. Even though I can only use mid-level magic warrior strength, it's more than enough for these commoners. Yi Xiaofan confidently patted Dudu's little head. 1, 2, 3 move. Suddenly from the bushes near Yi Xiaofan, 3 robust girls jumped out with weapons rushing towards them. Tianwang's sword, Ba Wang's spear. Jia and Zhao Xian surrounded Ka Kuen and his group from the left and right and instantly knocked them to the ground. Shit, I haven't done anything in this competition, just got beaten up. Ka Kuen mournfully looked at the sky before falling. Eat my blade. A flash of knife light swept through, and the commanding girl descended from the sky. Yi Xiaofan lightly touched her toe and narrowly avoided this strike, or so it seemed to outsiders. How did she dodge Zhao Ma's attack? It seems the opponent isn't just an empty flower pillow after all. Jia and Zhao Xian, with Ka Kuen and his team underfoot, looked astonishingly at Yi Xiaofan. Looks like I underestimated Yi Xiaofan earlier. My name is Zhao Ma, and you are worthy to know it. Apparently, even people from another world have those mid-adolescence moments of grandeur. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but comment as she took a few steps back and disengaged from the encirclement of the 3. Zhao Ma moved forward, forming a triangular flanking formation with Jia and Zhao Xian to Yi Xiaofan's intense pressure. Following Yi Xiaofan's retreat, Zhao Ma closed in quickly. A great opportunity. Watching Zhao Ma approach, Yi Xiaofan's eyes flashed with insight as her body carrying red flames suddenly arrived in front of Zhao Ma. Zhao Ma revealed a hint of mockery on her face. The trio from Grade 4 had already formed incredible teamwork within the Dark Forest, countless monsters having died to their combined attacks. Zhao Ma believed that Yi Xiaofan, one of the top 10 beauties, wouldn't be an exception either. Soon, she would be able to step on Yi Xiaofan and tell the world that true strength does not require beauty. After dodging this punch, Jia's attack will follow, leaving Yi Xiaofan nowhere to escape. Thinking this, Zhao Ma stepped back twice, evading the fire-wrapped punch. After her first circle missed, Yi Xiaofan's second followed immediately, heading forcefully towards Zhao Ma. Impossible. Zhao Ma stared fearfully at the approaching circle. Because she didn't expect Yi Xiaofan to be capable of attacking again, she hadn't considered what to do next. The bright fire illuminated Zhao Ma's chubby cheeks clearly. Standing there, Yi Xiaofan looked proudly at her pink fists. Big sister, are you okay? Jia and Zhao Xian anxiously watched Zhao Ma being blasted away, filled with concern. Why didn't you two attack? Zhao Ma asked as she climbed back up. Being punched away by Yi Xiaofan made Zhao Ma look better somehow compared to before. But, stepping on men feels too damn good like this. Jia said indulgently, adding a couple more stomps on the unconscious Ka Kuen beneath her. Already unconscious, Ka Kuen groaned painfully before fainting again. That's right, big sister. Finally, there are men prostrating themselves before me. Zhao Xian nodded in agreement, her movements causing the fat on her body to tremble continuously. Yi Xiaofan glared daggers at Zhao Xian, her face dark with irritation. Does your conscience not hurt when you say that? Zhao Ma struggled to rise from the ground, clearly suffering significant damage from Yi Xiaofan's punch. You two idiots, get over here. Once we claim the title of the 10 Kings, there will be endless men kneeling at your feet for you to trample on. No, I think that's impossible. Yi Xiaofan shook her head at Zhao Ma. The 3 of them surrounded Yi Xiaofan, their energy firmly locking onto her, and the atmosphere gradually grew heavy. Surveying her 3 opponents, Yi Xiaofan could feel the pressure mounting in the air, causing her expression to turn serious. Truly unexpected, I never thought the 3 of them together would exert such immense pressure on me. The second move of the Tianwang sword method, Sword Dance of Thousands. Jia was the first to attack. With a sword as tall as 2 meters, it whirled around her, producing an overwhelming momentum as it swung towards Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding Jia's sweeping sword. Losing its target, the mighty blade continued its trajectory, slicing through a nearby tree with the strength of 3 adult men embracing it. The massive tree was split cleanly into 2 by Jia's single stroke. The colossal ancient tree crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, the sound echoing throughout the entire Mogo Mountain. Have people become this savage these days? Halfway up the mountain, a rather handsome young man looked in the direction where the sound had come from. Leesta, will you agree with my suggestion or not? Facing the handsome youth was another man, glaring discontentedly at him. Meanwhile, on the other side, after narrowly avoiding Jia's sword, Yi Xiaofan didn't even have time to catch her breath before Zhao Xian silently approached from behind. Her spear jabbed out like a venomous snake, targeting Yi Xiaofan from an odd angle. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaofan reached back and grabbed Zhao Xian's spear mid-thrust. Oh dear, attacking from behind isn't very nice behavior now, is it? Seeing Yi Xiaofan smile back at her, Zhao Xian couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Chapter 36, The Little Admirer. Yi Xiaofan was gripping Zhao Xian's long spear as scorching flames turned the spear red-hot. Just as Yi Xiaofan and Zhao Xian were locked in a stalemate, Jiamar slashed down with her massive blade at Yi Xiaofan. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Yi Xiaofan was just about to snatch Zhao Xian's spear when a sudden sense of danger surged through her mind. Instinctively, she leaned slightly to the side. 3 centimeters away from Yi Xiaofan, a wave of knife energy sliced through the air, carving a massive trench into the ground. The 12 cuts of the Heaven Blade. Only now did Jiamar slowly announce the name of the technique. Yi Xiaofan's willow leaf eyebrows arched upward as she remarked, the 12 blades of the celestial Tao. They say that when fully mastered one can strike 12 times in a single instance. But you're nowhere near that level yet, are you? Legend had it that this blade art was created by an ordinary person unable to use magic. It was said that this individual once stood against a saint-level existence with this skill and was hailed as the sword saint by people back then. Alas, humans typically only live for around 100 years. After the death of the creator, no one in the world could bring this blade art to its pinnacle, nor could anyone inherit the title of the sword saint. Indeed, I can currently only make 3 strikes, Jiamar said, her face full of defeat. Jiamar and the other 2 encircled Yi Xiaofan again. This time, none of them dared to underestimate her any longer. 12 sword strikes in an instant. Perhaps I should give it a try. Thinking this way, Yi Xiaofan took out a branch of an iron tree from her space ring, pointing the sharp end downward. What Yi Xiaofan took out wasn't any ordinary branch. It was a millennium-old iron tree branch, and it was one she had previously taken from Bai Sanlang. Even with Bai Sanlang's extensive collection, there was only this single branch of the millennium-old iron tree. Upon seeing Yi Xiaofan's posture, Gaia looked at Jiamar and asked, "Sister, isn't this the starting stance of the 12 cuts of the Heaven Blade? Could she possibly know it too?" Jiamar, visibly shocked, exclaimed, This is impossible." With the swift movement of the branch toward Jiamar, despite appearing very fast, it felt abnormally slow in Jiamar's eyes. A visual illusion caused by the technique led to a feeling of heaviness in her chest. As Yi Xiaofan swung the branch, the air froze again. A gentle breeze passed, tearing Jiamar's clothes apart with a rip sound. "Sister." Gaia and Zhao Xian looked at Jiamar in terror. Jiamar stared blankly at her torn clothes lying on the ground, covering herself in embarrassment. Naked before everyone, Jiamar used her large hands to cover her bosom, with her thick thighs tightly closed together. Her stomach jiggled with each scream, while her fleshy face flushed with unnatural color. Covering her eyes, Yi Xiaofan turned away, exclaiming, "This is far too painful to watch." After what seemed like ages, Jiamar changed into another set of clothes. Only then did Yi Xiaofan turn back to face the 3. "Sorry, I'm not exactly familiar with this move. Let's continue." Yi Xiaofan awkwardly scratched her head. She then pointed the branch at the 3, entwining it with flames made of magical energy. Glancing at each other, Jiamar, Gaia, and Zhao Xian knelt down before Yi Xiaofan and cried, "We salute you, our great sister." Yi Xiaofan tilted her head, looking at the trio. Without raising her head, Jiamar explained, "I started learning the 12 cuts of the Heaven Blade at 7 years old. For the past decade, I've been practicing, yet I still can only make 3 cuts. But great sister, you achieved such proficiency with just a glance. Therefore, please accept our knees and become our leader." The final sentence was shouted in unison by all 3. Small but mighty Yi Xiaofan walked ahead, followed by 3 imposing women who acted more masculine than men themselves. With a wave of her hand, the 3 burly women approached Yi Xiaofan, presenting various tea fruits and snacks. I don't want these things." Yi Xiaofan, startled by the imagined scene, said fearfully, "Great sister, please accept us." Crawling forward on their knees, the 3 drew closer to Yi Xiaofan. I don't want them. Go away. If great sister does not accept us, we will follow you until you do." "I don't want to. Mommy." Yi Xiaofan ran off sobbing. "Great sister, wait for us." Rising up, the 3 pursued Yi Xiaofan. Fans were always terrifying in any world, especially fervent fanatics whose obsession could be 100 times worse. Given the immense bulk of Jiamar and her companions, chasing after Yi Xiaofan should have been next to impossible. However, the truth was that even as Yi Xiaofan was gasping for breath from exhaustion, Jiamar and the others followed behind her without breaking a sweat or missing a beat. I'm scared of you. I admit defeat, alright. Sister, rest assured. We will definitely help you complete the competition." The 3 of them pounded their chests loudly as they made a promise to Yi Xiaofan. After being relentlessly pestered by the 3, Yi Xiaofan, utterly exhausted, could do nothing but reluctantly accept these 3 little admirers. "I'll pretend to accept them for now, and then find a chance to get rid of them later." With that in mind, Yi Xiaofan spoke to the 3. "I have no strength left. Go get me a sedan chair first." Thus, Yi Xiaofan once again sat on the simple bamboo sedan chair, leisurely humming a tune. In her hand was a fruit that looked somewhat like an apple, which she was savoring quietly with great relish. Dudu, nestled in Yi Xiaofan's arms, stared enviously at the snow fruit in her hand, drooling nonstop. Feeling the dampness transmitted through her clothes, Yi Xiaofan looked at Dudu and asked, "Dudu, are you hungry?" After saying that, she still didn't forget to wave the snow fruit in front of Dudu. Dudu, seeing the snow fruit in Yi Xiaofan's hand, nodded incessantly. "Why didn't you say you were hungry earlier?" Yi Xiaofan took out a bag of small fish crackers from her space ring and placed it in front of Dudu. "Finish it all. If you don't, your bottom will be spanked." With tearful eyes, Dudu picked up a piece of fish cracker from the bag. "Sister has such a loving heart." *3. The 3 who were carrying the sedan chair looked at Yi Xiaofan's actions and couldn't help but get so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. Is this caring nature sister's secret of being beautiful and powerful? From now on, I also want to be just like sister. *3. The 3 sank into their own reveries. While Yi Xiaofan was comfortably riding in the sedan chair towards the top of Mogu Mountain, more than half of the contestants had already arrived at the halfway point, only to be blocked by two people. Riista, Jiru, what gives you the right to stop us from passing? Because of this, Jiru struck a punch that sent the one who dared to question him flying, crashing into and breaking several trees before finally stopping. Ahahaha. Those who can't even take one of my punches have no qualification to participate in the Ten Kings tournament. Jiru sneered disdainfully at everyone present, but restrained by Jiru's overwhelming strength, everyone there gritted their teeth and kept silent. Chapter 37, Barbecue. Jilu looked arrogantly at the contestants around him. Suddenly, a huge stone pillar appeared beneath Jilu's feet. Panicked, Jilu jumped into the air but was struck by a hurricane. Your boasting doesn't amount to much, does it? A short girl in a purple dress emerged from the crowd, calmly speaking to Jilu who lay on the ground. If Yi Xiaofan were here, she would certainly be astonished to discover that the person who made the move was Su Rue. Behind Su Rue were Carius and Qiangna. Qiangna, I've never seen Su Rue fight before. Who would have thought she's this strong? Me too. Jilu got up from the ground, wiping the blood streaming down his mouth. Oh, so you're Su Rue from the 10 Beauties. Not bad, spicier than I expected. Activating the magic in his body, Jilu stared at Su Rue with glowing eyes. Jilu, you've already lost. Leista blocked Jilu who was about to fight, earnestly telling him. Phew. Jilu spat out thick phlegm onto the ground and stepped aside, letting Su Rue pass. Carius and Qiangna, walking behind Su Rue, flashed a victory sign at Jilu as they passed him. The other participants envied Su Rue with looks of admiration. So there are actually such strong people among the 10 Beauties? What nonsense. Each one of the 10 Beauties is very powerful, isn't she? In every sense of the word. Under the envious gaze of the others, Su Rue maintained her calm expression and slowly disappeared from view. The remaining contestants continued to glare at Jilu and Leista in a standoff. This stalemate lasted until the sun climbed high above their heads, halfway through the competition time. Yi Xiaofan slowly approached everyone in a sedan chair made of wood and bamboo. Why are there so many people here? Is this some kind of outdoor picnic? Stepping off the sedan, Yi Xiaofan looked at everyone. What day is it that the 10 Beauties don't flirt and primp, instead coming here to vie for the 10 Kings? Jilu looked at Yi Xiaofan full of mockery. Hey, girl, I remember your name being Yi Xiaofan, right? If you want to pass here, either beat me or spend a night with me. Spit. What a thug. Bandit. Shameless scumbag. People angrily shouted curses at Jilu from the side, simultaneously protecting Yi Xiaofan behind them. Yi Xiaofan, on the other hand, looked perplexed at everyone. What's going on here? To dare insult the leader, die. Jiama took out the large sword from her hand. The blade pointed to the ground, concentrating deeply. Heaven sword 12 slashes. Just as Jiama performed the first slash, Jilu directly hit the large sword out of her hand. Yi Xiaofan slightly narrowed her eyes and looked at Jilu's hands. It seemed that at some unknown moment, Jilu had produced a pair of soil yellow gloves. Yi Xiaofan clearly remembered that before Jiama attacked, Jilu's hands held nothing. Looking at the knife that flew far away, Jiama couldn't believe what she saw when looking at Jilu. It's really been broken so easily. Sister, let us help you. No. Gaia and Zhao Xian rushed towards Jilu with weapons. Jiama, who just fought against Jilu, hurriedly tried to stop the two. But it was already too late. The two had already arrived in front of Jilu. The second technique of the Heavenly King's sword method, Thousand Autumn's Dance of Swords. The second technique of the Overlord Spear method, spears sweeping the world. From both left and right, top and bottom, Gaia and Zhao Xian swung their weapons at Jilu simultaneously. As their attacks were about to reach Jilu, Jilu suddenly disappeared from in front of the two. When he reappeared, he had already passed the weapons and arrived behind the two. The biggest disadvantage of long weapons is that once an opponent gets close, it will be too late to defend. Aiming at the abdomens of the two, Jilu quickly threw two punches. On the soil yellow gloves, many sharp thorns had emerged. Slap. With the thorny gloves failing to strike Gaia and Zhao Xian, a pair of delicate white hands appeared on Jilu's wrist. It was Yi Xiaofan blocking Jilu's attack. Sister Leader X2. Gaia and Zhao Xian looked astonished at Yi Xiaofan. Although I'm reluctant, since they call me Sister Leader, I have the responsibility to ensure no harm comes to them. Yi Xiaofan fixedly stared at Jilu, her sharp gaze causing Jilu to momentarily lose focus. If there are multiple enemies, then according to the agreement, I need to lend a helping hand. Leista took out his staff and quickly began chanting arcane magical formulas. Within just a flash, Leista finished reciting the complex yet profound magical formulas. Yi Xiaofan, be careful. Before releasing the magic, Leista didn't forget to warn Yi Xiaofan. Since Yi Xiaofan had never seen Leista use his magic, she didn't know what kind of magician he was. Nor did she know what kind of magic he would cast, or from where the attack might come. This is also one of the great advantages of a magician. Within a certain range, magicians can specify where their magic will be released. Frostfall. Leista's staff lightly pointed forward, and the surrounding temperature plummeted sharply. Yi Xiaofan, who had been tangling with Jilu, suddenly felt the magical fluctuations beneath her feet. Without thinking, she immediately let go of Jilu's hands and quickly leaped back. As Yi Xiaofan retreated, pieces of frost bloomed before her eyes. Fortunately, the onlookers were already far away from the spot. Even Gaia and Zhao Xian had been led to safety by Jiama. Otherwise, there would surely be numerous human-shaped ice sculptures frozen on the ground right now. Retreating all the way to a point where Leista's magical power could no longer reach her, Yi Xiaofan inhaled deeply. Roar of the Fire Dragon. Huge flames erupted from Yi Xiaofan's mouth, smashing against the ice crystals on the ground, melting them instantly and sweeping toward Jilu, who hadn't yet managed to move out of the way. With a deeper understanding of magic, Yi Xiaofan's Roar of the Fire Dragon was no longer just simple condensed magical flames as it once was. The flame that erupted from Yi Xiaofan wasn't only larger and thicker than before, but also carried within it a trace of an enigmatic force, suggesting something close to being able to burn anything. The massive flames struck Jilu, the sheer force making him feel as if hit by a colossal mountain. Combined with the extreme heat, his skin was burned and charred instantly. When the flames dissipated, Jilu lay unconscious on the ground, half naked, emitting a scent resembling roasted meat. Thankfully, Yi Xiaofan deliberately avoided setting fire to Jilu's lower body. Otherwise, singed genitals might have caused more severe trouble than merely being unpleasant to look at. Next, it's your turn. Yi Xiaofan turned towards Lista, her icy gaze making him tremble all over. Lista, always suave and maintaining his image, glanced at Jilu sprawled nearby, covered in soot, and hastily waved his hands at Yi Xiaofan. Big sister, I give up. Chapter 38. Natural Maze. Big sister, I surrender. Yi Xiaofan glanced disdainfully at Resta and said to Jia Ma and the other two, let's go. After saying that, Yi Xiaofan started walking toward the mountaintop. Jia Ma, Jia, and Zhao Xian quickly ran over, lifted the wooden bamboo sedan chair, and chased after Yi Xiaofan. Goodness, how amazing. Yeah, he defeated Jilu in one move. The other onlooker participants looked admiringly at Yi Xiaofan as they left. What are you all standing around for? Jilu has been defeated. Let's rush to the mountaintop. Indian shouted loudly at those standing dazed around him. That's right. No one is stopping us now. We can climb the mountain. Haha, let's hurry up, guys. Indian watched the frenzied crowd with a cold laugh. How lucky. That monster Jilu was actually defeated by someone, giving me another chance to snatch the title of 10 Kings and complete the mission assigned by the great man. With these people as cover, it will be very smooth sailing for me to reach the mountaintop. While running along with the crowd, Indian thought about this. Ice, great shield. A huge shield made of ice blocked everyone's way. The chill emanating from the ice continuously irritated the nerves of everyone present. What do you mean, Resta? Someone in the crowd questioned aloud. Although it was clear that Resta and Jilu were a team, when Jilu was blocking everyone, Resta never interfered. The only time he acted was just now, during his confrontation with Yi Xiaofan. In fact, Resta had even advised Jilu to hold back his power slightly, leading to Resta being well received by the group until now. But at this moment, the truth finally dawned on everyone. Resta was not part of their group. After Yi Xiaofan had left, Resta returned to his handsome expression. Even though Jilu has fallen, I will honor our agreement and keep the weak here. Prioritizing agreements above all else was also one of the reasons why Jilu sought Resta out as a helper. Jilu had long predicted he might get knocked unconscious. Thus, they had agreed if that happened, Resta would step in to block the path. Damn it. Indian glared bloodshot eyes at Resta, wishing he could devour him whole. Resta was unaware of Indian's thoughts, and even if he did know, Resta would merely have responded with an indifferent smile. The thoughts of the weak were smaller than a sesame seed. No matter how tumultuous things got at the halfway point of the mountain, Yi Xiaofan, who was already very close to the peak, was stopped again by someone. This time, it wasn't one of the participating students who stopped Yi Xiaofan, but rather one of the academy instructors responsible for this competition. Another 4 have arrived, so we now have exactly 10 people, and we can begin preparation. Watching the instructor speak, Yi Xiaofan muttered under his breath. This teacher looks a lot like a Sharpay from my past life. Unexpectedly kind of cute. Though he spoke under his breath, the mentor's strength was extraordinary, and every word Yi Xiaofan uttered was clearly heard. The mentor stared at Yi Xiaofan, tears welling up in his eyes. After all these years, finally, someone does not look down on me because of my appearance. This person has both inner beauty and outer charm, truly an angel. Mao's piercing stare made Yi Xiaofan feel extremely uneasy. Mao was in his early 30s, although young, his face was covered in wrinkles making him appear 80 years old. Coupled with his dark skin, every girl who saw him would scream and run away. Everyone else practicing magic became younger looking as their abilities improved, but Mao was exactly the opposite. The stronger his cultivation grew, the deeper the wrinkles on his face became. Currently, at the level of Chujimo Dao Shi, primary magic guide, Mao's deep wrinkles could almost pass for eyelashes. First of all, let me congratulate each of you on reaching near the top of Mount Mogu. Seeing that Mao paused inexplicably after finishing his sentence, Xuanhuan, another college instructor, coughed dryly and continued speaking. However, to reach the top, you must go through our trials. This is the essence of the first test. Yi Xiaofan raised her right hand indicating she had something to say. Teacher, what kind of trial will it be? Without waiting for Xuanhuan's permission, Yi Xiaofan blurted out the question. Don't rush. Wasn't I just about to explain? The first test will evaluate stamina and perseverance. For a magician, good physical fitness is fundamental for practice. Thus within 10 hours, you are required to climb to the summit of Mount Mogu. And the endurance aspect involves this spirit maze behind me. Following Xuanhuan's finger direction, the steep slope appeared to be shifting endlessly, resembling a labyrinth. Simply staring at it made a person feel dizzy and disoriented. This is a natural maze created by the inherent magical energy of Mount Mogu. Besides this one, there are 8 such mazes across Mount Mogu altogether. You need to successfully stay in the maze for 20 minutes to pass this test. And if you become unconscious or surrender, Mo and I will rescue you. Remember, don't overexert yourself. In the maze, a moment of carelessness can cost you your life. Yi Xiaofan raised her hand again to ask a question. Mentor, why must we wait for 10 people to gather before starting? Can't an individual start alone? This student has raised a very good question, but next time please wait for my permission before asking. After acknowledging Yi Xiaofan, Xuanhuan continued. An individual indeed can start directly, but it's impossible to see inside the maze from the outside. We need to use mental power to observe the situation inside the maze. In this case, the consumption of mental power is quite substantial. Therefore, we wait for more people, which reduces the number of times we have to release mental power. After hearing Xuanhuan's explanation, Yi Xiaofan nodded in understanding. However, she had a different opinion regarding Xuanhuan's statement about not being able to see inside the maze from the outside. It was perfectly clear. Lush green mountains and waters, some rather peculiar-looking magic beasts, and a force that could influence one's spirit. Do you agree, Dudu? While stroking Dudu's sleek black fur on its back, Yi Xiaofan suddenly asked out of nowhere. Dudu didn't respond, only staring at the maze with its pitch-black eyes gleaming with a fleeting red glow. Since no one has any questions, let's begin. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, apart from Yi Xiaofan and the three others, Jiama, Jia, and Zhao Xuanhuan, the other 6 participating students all rushed into the maze. Let's go in too. Yi Xiaofan turned to Jiama, Jia, and Zhao Xuanhuan and said, vowing eternal loyalty to Big Sister *3. The 3 responded loudly to Yi Xiaofan, their voices causing the Mount Mogu to tremble. And thus, Yi Xiaofan led Jiama, Jia, and Zhao Xuanhuan into this natural maze that Xuanhuan described as extremely dangerous. Chapter 39, Minuan. As soon as Yi Xiaofan entered the maze, he noticed that the 3 people next to him, Jiamas, were behaving like headless flies, wandering aimlessly and gradually moving further apart. Looking back, Yi Xiaofan could clearly see Mo Da and Xuanhuan standing there with their eyes tightly closed. Beside them, a faint protective film surrounded the two. It seems this maze can confuse human perception, but has no effect on spiritual power. But if that's all it does, staying here for 20 minutes should be quite easy. Why did the 2 mentors say it was dangerous? Yi Xiaofan thought deeply while lowering his head. While deep in thought, Yi Xiaofan suddenly noticed one of the students who had entered first was madly attacking a small tree in front of him, acting as though crazed. Yet despite his attacks, the tree remained unharmed, while the student's own wounds were multiplying. I understand now. This maze not only confuses senses, but also creates illusions. It even redirects any attack back onto the attacker. To figure this out isn't difficult. Simply refrain from taking action against whatever phenomena you see, and you can pass through this maze effortlessly. Ah, I'm a genius. Yi Xiaofan proudly laughed out loud where he stood. Outside the maze, Mo Da and Xuanhuan, who had been monitoring the situation using their spiritual powers, saw Yi Xiaofan laughing stupidly ever since entering the maze. They thought perhaps Yi Xiaofan had been frightened into madness by the maze. Mo Da, should we go in and rescue this girl? Let's wait a bit longer. I believe Xiaofan will come out safe and sound. Xiaofan. Xuanhuan opened his eyes, looking at Mo Da as if he were an idiot. A scream came from inside the maze, causing Mo Da to instantly enter the maze and drag out a blood-soaked girl. After being rescued by Mo Da, the girl trembled, glancing around anxiously. Realizing she was safe, she squatted on the ground despite her bleeding wounds, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Inside the maze, Yi Xiaofan clearly saw everything that happened. A 50-centimeter-long insect resembling a cockroach approached the girl. Its antenna swept lightly over the girl, sending her flying several meters away. Where the antenna touched, there appeared a wound that cut straight to the bone, spilling blood endlessly. How is that possible? I couldn't sense even a trace of magical energy from that cockroach. Unbelievably, Yi Xiaofan stared at the insect, which he named Cockroach, because he didn't know its true identity. Walking up to the cockroach, Yi Xiaofan lifted it off the ground. You look so disgusting. You're nowhere near as good-looking as my Dudu. Left outside the maze by Yi Xiaofan, Dudu tore a bag of fish crackers into pieces. Then, using its claws, it dug a hole and buried the remains. How strange. How can the antennas be so sharp when they feel so soft? Puzzled, Yi Xiaofan probed the cockroach's antenna with his fingers. The captured cockroach struggled desperately, trying to escape from Yi Xiaofan's grasp. As Yi Xiaofan stroked the antenna repeatedly, he suddenly felt a sharp sensation. This is it. Yi Xiaofan scrutinized the cockroach's antenna intently, continuously sensing the sharpness he'd just detected. Outside the maze, Xuanhuan was dressing the wounds of the first girl eliminated from the maze when Mo Da shouted abruptly. Oh no! Xiaofan ran into the deepest part of the maze. Hearing Mo Da's words, Xuanhuan's expression turned grim. The deepest part of the maze? Why didn't you stop her? Her speed was too fast, and before I reacted, she had already run inside. Hurry and report to the upper levels of the academy. This is no longer something we can handle. Inside the maze, divided by a small river, one side represented the outer layer of the maze. Even magicians with average skill could remain calm for an hour without issue. However, the other side of the river was known as the depths of the maze. No one had ever come out unscathed from there. Not even the dean of Lauda Academy, the 7th grade wizard Mace, dared to easily venture within. The sharp intent Yi Xiaofan felt from the cockroach's antenna was determined not to belong to the cockroach itself, but rather to someone using the antenna as a conduit to transmit the sensation from another location. Sensing the direction from which the sharp intent originated, Yi Xiaofan darted toward the deeper parts of the maze, unaware of the anxiety Mo Da and Xuanhuan felt outside. Closer, getting closer. Running, Yi Xiaofan continued to sense that elusive feeling. As Yi Xiaofan ran deeper into the maze, the surroundings changed more dramatically. From the initially captivating and beautiful scenery to now a scene akin to hell. The ground was littered with the remains of various creatures wherever Yi Xiaofan passed through. The air gradually became murky, faintly emitting sounds of wailing. Completely disregarding the terrifying and eerie sights around him, Yi Xiaofan quickened his pace. As he delved deeper into the maze, the sharp intent he sensed grew stronger. Finally, Yi Xiaofan arrived in front of a cave. That sharp intent originated from within the cave. I wonder what it is. Could it be some sort of heavenly treasure? It's truly exciting. Yi Xiaofan stopped running, slowing down as he entered the cave. Indeed, from the start, Yi Xiaofan had come here with the intention of seeking treasure. As for the competition, Yi Xiaofan had already forgotten about it long ago. In the silent cave, Yi Xiaofan's steady footsteps echoed constantly. As he went further in, the pitch-black cave inexplicably began to emit a pale red glow. Sticking out from the ground inside the cave was a slender knife, its pale red light illuminating the cave. So beautiful. Yi Xiaofan gazed at the knife before him, entranced. Having lived 2 lives, Yi Xiaofan wasn't particularly fond of knives, so he couldn't identify its type. Resembling seedlings, the blade gleamed with a vivid red color, while the handle was inscribed with 2 tiny characters, Mingyuan, instantly captivating Yi Xiaofan deeply. Hee, starting today you're mine. Yi Xiaofan reached out and grasped the handle, attempting to pull the knife from the ground. A mournful cry rang out as a powerful repelling force emanated from the knife, trying to push Yi Xiaofan away. Evidently, Mingyuan didn't wish to follow Yi Xiaofan. It was said that divine artifacts possess spirits, choosing their masters. Mingyuan was likely such an artifact. Chapter 40, Dog Egg. Understood, I'll take my leave first. At the Rod Academy, Master Mester sat beside Long Outyin 3, watching the first match reflected on the magical air screen. He spoke to the mentor behind him. Oh, and under no circumstances should you let Nalen Hongwu know, or that old man will go berserk again, Mester reminded once more. Old man? Who are you calling an old man? Speaking of Nalen Hongwu, there he was. Long Outyin 3, who had been sitting beside Mester all along, naturally knew about Yi Xiaofan entering the depths of the maze. But understanding Nalen Hongwu's character, he chose to quietly close his mouth. I've said it before, you belong to me. In a cave within the maze, Yi Xiaofan tightly gripped Mingyuan. Mingyuan began to tremble even more violently, increasing her rejection of Yi Xiaofan. But she was still unable to break free from Yi Xiaofan's grip. What did you say that I shouldn't know? Nalen Hongwu briefly bowed to Long Outyin 3, and before Long could speak, he somehow found a chair, sat beside Mester, while watching the magic screen in the sky, and asked, Oh, by the way, why can't I see young Yi? Has she reached the mountaintop yet? For candidates who had already passed, the magic screen only showed them when they reached the mountaintop. At other times, it would randomly play footage of participants still competing. Cough cough. Which young Yi are you talking about? Faced with Nalen Hongwu's question, Mester didn't know how to respond, stammering for quite some time, without giving a clear answer. Seeing this, Long Outyin 3 stepped in to try to change the subject. It's that one with long hair, short in stature, very pretty. Have you seen her? Nalen Hongwu proudly said to Long Outyin 3, completely disregarding any hierarchy. The only ones who could behave so freely in front of Long Outyin 3 were his few childhood friends. Counting Nalen Hongwu, there were only 6 people altogether. Except for these 6 people, anyone else who acted recklessly in front of Long Outyin 3 had already become dragon droppings. The magic screen continued to show various scenes of the competition, but never broadcasted the part of the maze where Yi Xiaofan was located. Are you all prepared? It's going to be very dangerous inside. I can't even guarantee your safety. Mester led 7 academy mentors outside the maze. The students who previously entered the maze had already been brought out and informed of their success, being permitted to ascend the mountain. Although Jia Ma's 3 sisters were puzzled as to why they couldn't see their senior sister, they dared not question the arrangements of the academy mentors and obediently followed the others up the mountain. The only one who knew the truth was the girl who had been injured at the start and was eliminated early. Thanks to Yi Xiaofan, she was also recognized as qualified and allowed to continue ascending. She wanted to say what she knew, but seeing the severe gaze of Principal Mester, the words died in her throat. Principal, can your mental construct really deceive the vice principal? The vice principal can get quite terrifying when angry. After all the students left, one of the mentors asked Mester, Sai, we'll just have to see how long we can keep it hidden. Otherwise, that old man will surely cause chaos. After everyone was ready, under Mester's lead, they entered the maze. Crossing the bright little river, they delved deeper into the maze. Destiny, you cannot wait for acceptance. While still struggling with Mingyuan, Yi Xiaofan faintly felt as if Mingyuan were trying to tell her something. However, the speech was fragmented, making it difficult for Yi Xiaofan to understand what Mingyuan wanted to express. But anyway, the exact content wasn't important. The gist was probably unwillingness to follow Yi Xiaofan. Hee, little cutie, just submit to me nicely. Yi Xiaofan's lips curled into an evil smile. As if able to see Yi Xiaofan's face, Mingyuan couldn't help but emit a mournful cry. I was perfectly fine here. How did I end up encountering such a weirdo? She actually wants to force herself on me if I don't submit. If Mingyuan had thoughts, this is probably what she'd think. At the academy, Nalen Hongwu kept telling bad jokes, bursts of hearty laughter constantly erupting from his mouth. After all these years, his laugh point is still so low, unlikely to ever improve. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Long Outyin 3 thought. Mester, hurry up with your plan, I can't stand this guy anymore. To humor Nalan Hongwu and to buy time for Mester, Long Outyin 3 tried hard to squeeze a hint of a smile onto his face. Dog egg, your laugh. Nalan Hongwu got too carried away, accidentally blurting out Long Outyin 3's childhood nickname. Realizing his mistake, Nalan Hongwu quickly shut his mouth. Nalan Hongwu clearly sensed the murderous aura in Long Outyin 3's eyes. To be called by his childhood nickname in public, if it weren't Nalan Hongwu, that person probably would have died countless times already. Your Majesty, I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Nalan Hongwu quickly got up. The guards standing behind Long Outyin 3 originally thought they had heard wrong. But when Nalan Hongwu stood up and paid respect, they realized that Dog Egg was truly the Emperor's nickname. All the guards bit their lips tightly, with faces tensed, fearing they might laugh out loud accidentally. Long Outyin 3 felt he shouldn't have left the palace today to watch any competition. I'm so bored I'm hurting. Knowing this guy is here, and yet I still came. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Shifting his gaze to the magic screen, Long Outyin 3 no longer had the mood to deal with him. Knowing he'd made a mistake, Nalan Hongwu dared not speak to Long Outyin anymore, quietly sitting on the chair to watch the competition. Rog, wake up quick. You're my younger brother. How can you be so easily swayed by illusions? In the maze of illusions, one of the 8 people in Mester's group had already fallen into an illusion, continuously releasing spells around him. Mester extended a finger, without chanting any magic incantations, and a massive vine shot up from the ground, tightly binding this mentor named Rog. We don't have the extra energy to take care of him. Let's leave him here first, and come back for him after we find Yi Xiaofan. Mester said to the other 6 mentors before leading the way deep into the maze. The rest of the mentors followed closely after Mester. Rod, the mentor who had initially called out to Rog, hesitantly glanced at Rog once more before chasing after the others. Kill. I will kill all of you. Not long after continuing deeper into the maze, Rod also fell victim to the illusions, his mind clouded. Chapter 41. Something terrible is happening. As Master Meister led the academy mentors into the maze searching for Yi Xiaofan, the competition between Yi Xiaofan and Mingyuan had also reached its final moment. Mingyuan was gradually pulled out of the ground by Yi Xiaofan. As Mingyuan was pulled out, countless cracks of various sizes appeared on the ground. It can't be, duty, protect. Mingyuan anxiously conveyed her will to Yi Xiaofan, but in Yi Xiaofan's ears, it was still intermittent. The mentors led by Meister were getting closer to the cave where Yi Xiaofan was located, and an ominous premonition rose in Meister's heart. In the legend, all races of the Kanglan continent once fought against the demon race here, and an unknown number of talented strong warriors fell here. There was even a legend that the demon emperor of the demon race fell here. The formation of the maze on the Magu Mountain was said to be due to the residual magic left by the fallen demon emperor. Come out for me. Yi Xiaofan suddenly increased the strength in his hands and pulled Mingyuan out of the ground in one motion. Buzz. Mingyuan let out her last mournful cry and then quietly remained still in Yi Xiaofan's hand. As Mingyuan was pulled out, the cracks on the ground instantly spewed out a large amount of evil energy, piercing through the maze and enveloping the entire Magu Mountain. Dudu, lying on the ground covering small fish, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction of the maze. A pair of little eyes revealed profound gaze as if they could penetrate the maze and see the situation inside. Getting up from the ground, Dudu opened his mouth to the rushing evil energy and continuously swallowed it into his stomach. With more and more gas being swallowed, Dudu's hair began to change gradually. His originally pitch black fur showed signs of turning white. Meanwhile, just when Yi Xiaofan had pulled out Mingyuan, Meister had just brought people to the outside of the cave and was thrown away by the strong shockwave, falling unconscious right there. In Rod Academy, Nalan Hongwu suddenly discovered that Meister next to him was gradually disappearing. A thought body. When did this old man do this? Woozy, look at that. Long Aotian 3's voice rang in Nalan Hongwu's ears, and following Long Aotian 3's gaze, he saw that the students who were still battling on Magic Ancient Mountain in the magic screen were now falling down one after another. According to their strength and distance from the maze, everyone fell at different speeds. All the students watching the competition at this time had also noticed the anomaly on Magic Ancient Mountain and began discussing what was happening in whispers. For a while, the entire venue became noisy. Your Majesty, are you hiding something from me? Nalan Hongwu stared intently at Long Aotian 3. Forget about this first. Saving people is more important. Damn. Nalan Hongwu hurriedly rushed to the direction of the teleportation magic array, wanting to reach Magic Ancient Mountain as soon as possible. Remember to look for Meister when you arrive at Magic Ancient Mountain. He is inside. Long Aotian 3 shouted at Nalan Hongwu's retreating figure. Before Long Aotian 3's words even finished, Nalan Hongwu had already departed through the teleportation magic array. Whether or not he heard Long Aotian 3's words, no one knew. Seeing Nalan Hongwu's figure vanish, Long Aotian 3 instructed someone to bring the amulet and go call the army over, and had others carve a large space teleportation magic array. The teleportation array that Nalan Hongwu passed through couldn't teleport too many people at once and had a long cooldown time. If you wanted to teleport a large number of people all at once, you needed at least the kind of transmission array that Nalan Hongwu carved when the competition first started. And the perpetrator of such chaos, Yi Xiaofan, was just blankly staring at the crack, continuously emitting evil energy. Oh dear, seems like I've caused trouble. Mingyuan hummed in Yi Xiaofan's hand, as if saying, you only realized you've caused trouble now, quickly put me back. I need to come up with a way to block this evil energy stream. Yi Xiaofan scratched his head, trying to think of a practical solution. The closest Yi Xiaofan felt the strongest effect of the breath emitted from the crack. That kind of evil sensation would likely kill any ordinary person who touched even a bit of it. Although everyone on this mountain was magicians, how long could these low-level magicians possibly endure under this current energy? As more and more evil energy was being sprayed out, the ancient trees on Mount Magoo began to slowly wither, and the fleeing magical beasts were constantly collapsing on the ground. Not long after, those who remained conscious on Mount Magoo aside from Yi Xiaofan were none other than Dudu. By now Dudu had grown to over 10 feet tall and was excitedly running around, continuously swallowing the endless flow of this energy. Contrary to Dudu's excitement, Yi Xiaofan currently looked worried and troubled. Apart from the biolink, I don't know any other sealing magic. How about just smashing it with a single punch? Buzz. Mingyuan emitted another mournful cry. Currently, this evil aura could only flow out from the crack. If Yi Xiaofan smashed it directly, the energy accumulated for 10,000 years beneath the crack would erupt all at once. Even worse, the monsters that had been dormant beneath the crack for an unknown number of years might also awaken. By then, it wouldn't just be Mount Magoo in trouble. This would be a terrifying disaster for the entire Star Auspice Kingdom and all races on the Kanglan continent. Outside Mount Magoo, Nalan Hongwu, who had just teleported over, didn't wait for the after-effects of the long-distance teleportation to wear off before rushing inside. Even with the strength of a 6th-level magic warrior like Nalan Hongwu, he struggled somewhat against the evil aura that existed everywhere on Mount Magoo. This was still at the foot of the mountain where the aura was weakest. From this, one could imagine just how immense the evil energy emanating from the crack really was. Nalan Hongwu continued his journey up the mountain from the base. Whenever he encountered a collapsed student along the way, he used the teleportation array to send them to a safe place. Under these circumstances, Nalan Hongwu's magical power steadily decreased, and beads of sweat were already visible on his forehead. If smashing it directly won't work, then we can only try to seal it using a biolink. Mingyuan successfully dissuaded Yi Xiaofan from his idea of smashing it, which made Yi Xiaofan even more troubled. Has the army not arrived yet? Long Ao Tian 3 looked at the desolate Mount Magoo on the magic screen, his face grim as he asked the eunuch beside him. Your Majesty, it's a 15-minute trip from here to the army. Adding the time it takes for them to gather, they likely won't make it anytime soon. Have you informed Grand Priest Hack? We've already sent someone. Messages have also been dispatched to Elder One and Elder Wu. Though deeply anxious, Long Ao Tian was still satisfied with the efficiency of his old servant who had served him for many years. Meister, what exactly happened in the Mushroom Mountain? Why haven't we been able to contact you? Could it be that even with your strength, you couldn't withstand the mystery of Mount Magoo? Chapter 42, Powerful Dudu. Really a bit hard to part with. Yi Xiaofan, looking at the silver necklace in her hand inscribed with the body-linking magic, said with a tinge of reluctance. This necklace was the first magical artifact Yi Xiaofan crafted after coming to this world, carrying deep emotions. As Yi Xiaofan threw the necklace into the crack, she took out a large number of magical materials from the spatial ring. Iron tree branches, monster crystal nuclei, Tian silkworm silk, and other materials worth a fortune were continuously thrown into the crack by Yi Xiaofan. After decades of hard work, back to square one in an instant. Slowly closing her eyes, recalling the biolink magic array in her mind once again, Yi Xiaofan summoned her magical power, linked it with the materials thrown into the crack, and constructed the biological linking magic, attempting to seal the crack with it. Even if the biological linking magic array itself, combined with countless valuable materials, was still insufficient to seal this crack. It was only when paired with Yi Xiaofan's magical power that it had any chance of sealing the crack. After all, Yi Xiaofan's flesh body was created by the Supreme God, and the magical power entering this body had already undergone fundamental changes. Nalan Hongwu, who was diligently searching for Yi Xiaofan on the Mo Ancient Mountain, was facing a huge crisis. Are these creatures always sealed on Mo Ancient Mountain? Nalan Hongwu, meeting Dudu, looked at Dudu with a face full of disbelief. At this point, Dudu no longer had the cute appearance from before, growing from a 20-centimeter miniature form to a 3-xuanhuan monster. Enormous fangs extended from its mouth, golden hair circled its forehead. Blood-red eyes stared intently at Nalan Hongwu, giving his tall figure an overwhelming presence. The robust tail was covered with multicolored hair, and with each swing of the tail, clear sounds of sonic booms could be heard. Hey, have you seen a pretty girl with long hair? She also wears an extremely ugly silver necklace around her neck. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Nalan Hongwu tried to greet Dudu. Unfortunately, Dudu did not intend to chat with Nalan Hongwu. Swinging its thick tail, mixed with the sound of a sonic boom, it swept toward Nalan Hongwu. Before he could react, Nalan Hongwu was sent flying by a tail strike. Nalan Hongwu, who was struck by Dudu, naturally did not see the hint of human-like fear in Dudu's blood-red eyes. That woman, she is more demonic than a demon herself, forcing me to eat dried fish every day. From the direction Nalan Hongwu was struck and sent flying, a breeze blew over. Accompanying the breeze came a large patch of lush green leaves. The green leaves surrounded Dudu, cutting its body continuously. However, the leaves couldn't harm Dudu even a bit, unable to sever even the hairs on its body. After all, Dudu was no longer the same pet that only knew how to act cute before. Having absorbed an unknown amount of evil energy, its body had become harder than the hardest minerals. Nalan Hongwu had anticipated that this move would not harm Dudu. Taking advantage of Dudu being obscured by the leaves, Nalan Hongwu arrived under Dudu's foot and began climbing up towards its back. Dudu became annoyed with the dazzling leaves and blew out a big breath from its mouth, dispersing all the leaves. Dudu's roar. While blowing air, Dudu imitated Yi Xiaofan in its mind, shouting, "No, no, Laozi, lousy, I don't want to be called Dudu." Finally reaching Dudu's neck, Nalan Hongwu took out a giant axe and slashed downward at Dudu's back. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the massive rebounding force caused Nalan Hongwu's hands to ache and go numb. Breathing heavily, Nalan Hongwu looked at his trembling hands and said, "Damn, this beast's hide is so tough." Already having consumed a great amount of magical power, Nalan Hongwu was sent flying by another tail swipe from Dudu, leaving him exhausted and barely able to stand steady. Realizing there was someone on its back, Dudu shook its head wildly, trying to throw Nalan Hongwu off. Despite being already injured all over and having little magical power left, Nalan Hongwu, as a 6th-level mage master, tenaciously held onto Dudu's back and persisted without falling off. Upon discovering that this method failed to shake Nalan Hongwu off, Dudu decisively laid flat on the ground and activated an invincible rolling mode. When following Yi Xiaofan around, Dudu had always been forced to roll on the ground for cuteness. Who would have thought that today it would become one of its ultimate skills? Dudu's huge body rolled on the ground, knocking down countless towering ancient trees, leaving the scene temporarily in complete chaos. In pain, Nalan Hongwu hid within Dudu's coarse hair. With every roll, he made intimate contact with Dudu's hard fur. It was really fortunate that Nalan Hongwu was a resilient magi warrior. Otherwise, if he were a magician with a weaker constitution, he would likely have been reduced to a pile of mush by now. The enormous cloud of dust stirred up by Dudu's rolling caught the eye of the royal army, who had just arrived. Even Long Outyin III personally rushed to the scene. "Is that where the disturbance originated from?" asked Long Outyin III as he looked at the swirling dust in the air. "Father, this matter can be left to me. There is no need for you to risk yourself," said a man beside Long Outyin III, bearing a striking resemblance to him. "Pharaoh, you are still young, and this is not yet something you can handle." Xiangxiang Kingdom's crown prince Pharaoh lowered his head reluctantly. "Seriously, father always treats me like a child. In the Xiangxiang Kingdom, only the emperor's successor is eligible to inherit the name Long Outyin, and Long Outyin III has only one son, Pharaoh, so barring any unforeseen events, the title of Long Outyin IV will surely belong to Pharaoh. However, perhaps it wouldn't hurt to consider this an opportunity for practice." "Pharaoh, the command shall be yours," said Long Outyin III after a pause. Pharaoh looked at his father with surprise before turning to issue commands to the troops behind him. "Jeff, take your team and seal off Mount Mogu. Allow no one to enter or any suspicious entities to exit." "Yes." "Xiao Jiuzi, lead another squad into the mountain to search for and rescue students of Road for Yan." "Yes." Pharaoh issued orders smoothly, while Long Outyin III observed him with satisfaction. "Perhaps I should seriously consider stepping down." While Pharaoh was issuing individual instructions to the troops, Long Outyin III shed his luxurious attire to reveal the green leather armor concealed underneath. "Heck, it's been quite some time since we last collaborated." Chapter 43, Counterattack. "Dogdon, after such a long period of comfortable days, can you still fight? You're no different. And don't call me Dogda." Hake put on a robe symbolizing the identity of a magician, standing side by side with Long Outyin III, unintentionally exuding an aura that gave Fullo immense pressure. But Hake's appearance resembling that of a 7 or 8-year-old little boy, wearing a large mage robe, looked hilariously comical. Fullo looked at the two people in front of him with great alarm. It was one thing to deal with Grand Shaman Hake, but he never expected his father's emperor's magical power to be so strong as well. "Fullo, this is handed over to you." Leaving a message without looking back, Long Outyin III and Hake moved swiftly, diving into the depths of the Mogu Mountain. Following the direction where dust was rising, they advanced further, breaking through increasingly dense evil auras until Long Outyin III and Hake reached their destination and saw Nalan Hongwu being pounded down into the ground by Dudu. Without any hesitation, Hake took out a staff more than a meter long, swinging it as he rushed under Dudu's feet and smashed towards it. Dudu, who had remained unscathed under Nalan Hongwu's attacks, actually showed an extremely painful expression upon receiving Hake's strike. Roar! The painful cry came from Dudu's mouth, its sonic shockwave directly blowing both Hake and Nalan Hongwu away. Long Outyin III released a multicolored gas sphere behind them, catching the two securely. "What is this thing?" Long Outyin asked Nalan Hongwu, who was covered in wounds. "I don't know. It was already here when I arrived. It might be a sealed beast within the Mogu Mountain. To be able to beat you up like this, it must be at least a level 7 magic beast." "Shut up, why don't you try then?" Detecting mockery in Long Outyin's words, Nalan Hongwu yelled in embarrassment and anger. With its pain subsiding, Dudu glared at the three of them with blood-red eyes. Dudu could not have imagined that these small ants on the ground could make it feel pain. "Hake, this environment is too disadvantageous for us." When Dudu looked towards the three, the quarrel between Long Outyin III and Nalan Hongwu ceased. Long Outyin calmly spoke to Hake. "Understood." In response, Hake clasped his hands together, emitting a pure white light from his palms. With a light yell, the white light spread around him. With Hake as the center, within a diameter of 1 kilometer, everything was covered by the white light. The white light slowly disappeared, forming a huge transparent dome. Inside the dome, all the evil auras vanished without a trace. This move significantly put Dudu at a disadvantage. Relying completely on the thick evil auras, Dudu had been able to maintain such a massive form. Now, with Hake wiping out the evil auras, Dudu would soon reveal its true form, reverting to what it looked like before, lacking sustenance. With the protection of the dome, the three no longer needed to waste extra magical energy, resisting the infiltration of the evil auras. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Dudu launched the first attack. Its colossal claw descended from the sky, with a grand momentum, smacking down on the spot where the three were located. When Dudu's attack was about to land, Long Outyin used the multicolored gas sphere to bring Nalan Hongwu and Hake, barely dodging in time. Hake, give support. Xiaozi, we're moving in. The moment Long Outyin 3 and Nalan Hongwu charged at Dudu, a large number of beneficial magic spells flew off Hake's staff, falling onto the two. In their youth, the three had often teamed up, experiencing countless adventures big and small. Their perfect coordination developed from numerous battles did not diminish even after all these years. Looking at the charging duo, Dudu swung its claw disdainfully. However, Long Outyin 3 easily blocked it with the multicolored gas sphere. Taking advantage of Dudu's blocked attack, Nalan Hongwu quietly ran under Dudu's abdomen, again drawing out his massive axe and fiercely chopping down at Dudu. A blow that could not even cut Dudu's fur earlier now managed to sever it, leaving a long white mark on Dudu's belly. Damn it, how high is this beast's defense? Nalan Hongwu was very dissatisfied with the results of his hit. However, even though there was no substantial damage done, it successfully made Dudu feel pain. Stimulated by the pain, Dudu quickly retreated backward, trying to create distance. What Dudu did not expect was that just as it had created some distance, it suffered another attack. Following the sway of Hake's staff, a dazzling streak of white light descended from above, striking Dudu. This blow far exceeded the strength of Nalan Hongwu's single-axe strike, directly blasting Dudu onto the ground. Roar! Dudu once again let out a sound of pain. While it was vulnerable, Long Outyin 3 and Nalan Hongwu launched their attack at Dudu. Close call, nearly got my mind swallowed. Outside the cave, Meister got up from the ground, holding his head as he spoke. Glancing at the few academy mentors still lying on the ground, he casually cast a calming magic spell over them before rushing into the cave. The evil aura had burst forth from inside this very cave. The source must be in here. With this thought, Meister pushed forward with all his speed. The deeper he went, the more concentrated the evil aura became, further confirming Meister's guess. In just a few minutes, he reached the deepest part of the cave. Here, Meister saw a crack continuously emitting an evil aura, and Yi Xiaofan standing in the middle of the crack, constructing a biological link. Yi Xiaofan's eyes were tightly closed, her petite figure surrounded by a purple glow as she kept releasing magical power into the crack. Attempting to use a biological link to seal the crack turned out to be much harder than Yi Xiaofan had anticipated. Upon hearing movement behind her, Yi Xiaofan paused what she was doing and turned around. As soon as she stopped supplying magical power, the biological link magic array that was 1/3 complete instantly collapsed. Dean! Yi Xiaofan looked at Meister with delight. Despite possessing extraordinary strength, Yi Xiaofan was still a novice when it came to magic. The arrival of an experienced mentor couldn't have made her happier. Truly reckless, attempting to seal something with a biological link magic. Meister immediately identified that Yi Xiaofan was constructing a biological link and frowned, scolding her. I don't know any other sealing magic, so I can only use the biological link. To seal something this powerful, a biological link might not be enough. Moreover, the necessary condition for a biological link is to have an object capable of withstanding such power. Where do you plan to link it to? Yi Xiaofan lowered her head in shame. Of course, it would be linked to myself. Where else could it possibly go? Chapter 44, Dudu, who looks completely confused. Inside the cave, Yi Xiaofan briefly explained the events to Meister after their meeting. Meister carefully examined Mingyuan in Yi Xiaofan's hands. This is mine, don't you dare to have it on your mind. Yi Xiaofan tightly held Mingyuan in his arms and looked at Meister as if he were a big gray wolf. Cough cough. Under Yi Xiaofan's gaze, Meister dryly coughed to cover his own awkwardness. Let me give it a try. With my strength as a level 7 magus, I might be able to seal this crack. Meister stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Xiaofan. Strong magical energy surged, and a huge magic circle unfolded beneath Meister's feet. In terms of magical expertise, Meister was leagues ahead of Yi Xiaofan. One seal magic spell after another flowed from Meister's hands, with constantly appearing magic circles lighting up the cave exceptionally brightly. Dean, can you actually do it? To seal the crack, we need to construct an extremely large magic circle. However, my magical power is still far from enough. After hearing Yi Xiaofan's inquiry, Meister remained silent for a long time before speaking. Dense cracks continuously sprayed evil aura outwards, seemingly mocking Meister's incompetence. Since that's the case, let me do it then. I've already said it. Even if you create the life link magic, you won't find an object that can be linked. Dude, you're so annoying. If you're idle, would you bother going outside to rescue the distressed students? Meister had not guessed Yi Xiaofan's intentions, but using oneself as the link subject, an average person would absolutely not withstand such powerful force and would explode. By then, the body link magic would naturally fail without the link object. So what difference does sealing or not sealing make? But upon seeing Yi Xiaofan shrouded in purple light, Meister inexplicably felt that this method might just work. After all, Yi Xiaofan under that state gave off a strong and reliable impression. No matter the process, Meister eventually decided to take a bet. Regardless, Meister could absolutely do nothing about this crack. Silently retreating outside the cave, Meister used magic to help awaken the mentors of the students. Dean, what happened? Yes, Dean, why did we faint? Maester raised his hand to stop everyone's questioning and roughly explained the current situation to them. It's like this, so I also don't know what the current condition of Mogo Mountain is, but the participating students must certainly have fallen into crisis. 2 people per group. Search Mogo Mountain and rescue the trapped participating students. After saying this, the mentors present followed Maester's instructions, forming groups of 2 and heading towards the maze's exterior. Fortunately, the outbreak period has passed, and the evil aura has become relatively stable. Otherwise, Maester wouldn't have dared to let them leave casually, not knowing how much time has passed, whether His Majesty has already sent reinforcements. Maester directed his magical power and directly flew out of the range influenced by the maze. Upon flying out of the maze, Maester immediately saw Dudu, along with Lan Hongwu and others who were battling Dudu. Upon seeing Long Outyin 3 also present, Maester couldn't help but narrow his eyes. All of you just like causing trouble. As the Emperor, you shouldn't be anywhere else but a safe place. What are you doing here? Even fighting with beasts, acting like a prince, thinking yourself still young. No matter how much he complained inside, Maester still rushed to the battlefield with the fastest speed. At this moment, Dudu had shrunk from originally being 3 zhang in size to 1 zhang. Without the supply of evil aura, Dudu was significantly affected. As the size slowly decreased, the anxious Dudu became increasingly ferocious, recklessly attacking the trio of Lan Hongwu. I will not. I absolutely refuse to go back to that woman. Although Dudu had become smaller and his power wasn't as formidable as before, Lan Hongwu's 3 injuries became more serious. Lan Hongwu's 2 arms hung on his shoulders like ornaments, with a wound the size of a bowl in his abdomen. Hak's magic robe, which could withstand 7th level magic, was already torn apart, and he could only barely stand by relying on his staff. The one whose condition was relatively better was Long Outyin 3. As the Emperor of the Xiangxing Kingdom, he wore the magic equipment passed down generation after generation within the kingdom. Hence, Long Outyin 3 only suffered from excessive depletion of magical power, with no physical injuries. Die. Not being too far away, Maester appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye, and cast a surge of magical energy onto Dudu. With just one blow, Dudu was sent flying hundreds of meters away, its figure instantly shrinking by half. Haha, where the hell were you? You're showing up now. Seeing Maester, Long Outyin 3 couldn't help but swear under his breath. Lan Hongwu lying on the ground, and Hak barely standing both gave a smile. With Maester's arrival, the tense atmosphere of the battle immediately relaxed. However, no one noticed that Dudu, struck down by Maester, was quietly running away from the protective barrier. Old Black, you magus of level 7 are indeed different. We fought for ages, but your one move finished it off. It was Lan Hongwu who said this, with Old Black, naturally referring to Maester. Yes, I wonder when I will break through to level 7. Breaking through from level 6 to 7 would bring a qualitative change in magical power. Although humans did not face as much difficulty breaking through as dragons did, it wasn't easy to achieve that either. No, I think that earlier attack should not have been enough to kill it. Maester shook his head as he spoke. How so? It seemed lifeless already. Roar. Just as Lan Hongwu had finished speaking, a thunderous roar filled the ears of everyone present. Looking towards the direction of the sound, they found that Dudu, having absorbed enough evil aura, had grown back to its original size of 3 zhang. Looking at Dudu's imposing and powerful form, the 4 people involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. With its restored strength, Dudu raised its massive claw and struck hard at the protective shield. Because of this protective shield, Dudu couldn't continuously absorb the evil energy around it. Naturally, upon recovering, the first thing Dudu did was attempt to shatter the protective barrier. As the giant claw came down, it seemed even the heavens and earth shifted. Then, Dudu's claw pierced through the protective barrier, smashing into the mountain body of Mount Mogo with a deafening crash. Dudu stared at the protective barrier in total confusion, not understanding why it could not damage the shield. Chapter 45, Success. Indeed, demons are all dumb. If the physical entity can touch the barrier, how did you get out? Hake looked at Dudu, who was still confused, and sarcastically commented. The few people who were familiar with Hake's character saw that Hake would actually make sarcastic comments. All had expressions like they had seen a ghost. Don't look at Hake with his seemingly 7 or 8-year-old innocent boy appearance. But he is always a person who never smiles. Hakai, can you fight it? I don't know. It's too powerful than before, and my magic power is almost gone. During the time in the cave, in order to seal the crack, Master had already consumed too much magical power. What to fear? We have overcome so many dangerous situations. The Zhodian squad is gathered here again today. There is no enemy we cannot defeat. Long Outyin 3 gathered a colorful bubble in his hand and spoke to everyone. If only Ilya was here. Hake's unintentional remark made the atmosphere suddenly become awkward. After a long while, it was Long Outyin 3 who broke the silence. Even though Ilya is not here, don't we still hold Ilya's belief? If Yi Xiaofan were here, he would surely sarcastically comment. A group of elderly grandpas actually also learned to play Rashid, a Japanese-inspired genre. Just as the few of them acted like young people playing Rashid, they saw Dudu outside the barrier unable to attack, starting to wildly devour evil aura on the outside of the barrier. Not good, quickly stop it. It was Master who had keen eyesight and noticed Dudu's actions first. After this period of time, Lan Hongwu's wound had been temporarily stopped from bleeding by Hake, and both arms could be used with difficulty. The 4 of them mobilized what little magic power they had left and went towards Dudu. Master, who could fly, was the first to reach beside Dudu, without using magic script. Just lifting his hand sent a surge of magic force that struck Dudu. Dudu cried out in pain when attacked, turned around, and fled in the opposite direction of Master, yet still didn't forget to keep devouring the evil aura. Seeing Dudu run away, Master quickly pursued Dudu, constantly releasing surges of magical power from his hands to attack Dudu. People like Long Outyin III, heavily injured themselves with little remaining magic power, could only trail far behind Dudu and Master. Thus, one side chased while the other side ran, surrounding the whole Mogu Mountain playing hide-and-seek. The Xinjiang Kingdom army responsible for rescuing up the mountain raised their weapons and attacked Dudu upon seeing him. However, their weak attacks could do nothing, instead being trampled to death by the fleeing Dudu. After reaching level 7, even a large number of people cannot bridge the gap in quality between levels. While running away, a flood appeared in front of Dudu, electricity flashing in the water. Not having time to avoid, Dudu collided head-on with the flood. The lightning mixed in the water paralyzed Dudu, and the tremendous impact force of the flood made Dudu feel chest tightness. After the magical flood disappeared, an elderly man and woman landed in front of Dudu. Wanlao Wulao, Master, as well as the recently arrived Long Outyin III and others, looked at the two people in pleasant surprise. The minister has arrived late to save his majesty, please forgive us. Wanlao and Wulao slightly bowed to Long Outyin III. Wanlao and Wulao were characters from the era of Long Outyin II. Although their magical levels were only that of 6th level mage mentors, they absolutely possessed the combat ability of 7th level mage mentors. Because of the qualitative difference between 6th and 7th levels, it is almost impossible for these two levels to fight higher ranked opponents. Yet Wanlao and Wulao could do it, showing just how terrifying these two people truly were. Dudu, recovering from the paralysis, struggled to rise from the ground. From that strike earlier, Dudu had understood that these two elders before it were not beings to easily provoke. Combine forces Wanlao, Wulao, capture this beast. As you command. Hake placed his hands together in front of his chest, and that giant barrier once again appeared before everyone. In such a situation, Dudu clearly couldn't continue absorbing the evil aura anymore, its face full of caution as it eyed these few creatures that seemed like ants compared to it. Despite its huge size, Dudu's attack speed wasn't slow at all. Its swinging claws kept forming illusions in the air. For Dudu's attacks, Master and the two, Wanlao and Wulao, could block somewhat, while Long Outyin III and others could only desperately dodge. With the current condition of these three people, if directly hit by Dudu, they would likely say goodbye to this world instantly. Hakai, Dog Dan, you provide support. Dog Dan, then what about you? My magical armor can still last a bit longer. Before Lan Hongwu and Hake could stop him, Long Outyin had already charged forward. Helpless, Hake cast a beneficial magic, while Lan Hongwu continuously supported the four attacking individuals. Dudu, with its gigantic figure, indeed launched powerful attacks with an extensive range that was hard to dodge. However, similarly, when attacked, Dudu also found it difficult to evade. Both sides unconsciously adopted a strategy of trading injuries for injuries, or rather, could only resort to such a method. As time passed, Dudu's enormous body began to slowly shrink. Clearly, the evil energy it had devoured was almost depleted. At this point, the biological link magic Yi Xiaofan had inscribed was approaching a critical stage. With previous inscriptions already in place, reinscribing became exceptionally easy. In a state of emptiness, Yi Xiaofan operated like a precise instrument, continuously channeling internal magic power and meticulously inscribing the magical array. Before long, Yi Xiaofan had completed reinscription of 1/3 of the previous work, significantly surpassing this progress. What remained was to transfer the connection object required by the biological link magic onto himself. Once this step was accomplished, the majority of the biological link magic would be considered complete. This step, however, was the most challenging one. Yi Xiaofan's eyes, void of expression, stared at the crack on the ground, aided by the emptiness realm without even a hint of deviation. With a low grunt from Yi Xiaofan, the connection object was successfully transferred to himself. Even the Mingyuan at Yi Xiaofan's waist seemed jubilant due to the impending success of the magical array. Yi Xiaofan did not revel in the temporary success but continued earnestly completing every step of the biological link magic. As long as the connected object, which was Yi Xiaofan himself, was completely merged with the magical array inscribed on the ground, the entire biological link magic would be fully completed. Compared to transferring the connected object, for Yi Xiaofan, this step was much simpler. Not long after, with a hum, the entire magical array started to function, emitting its unique light. Chapter 46, Detention. With a hum, the entire magic array began to operate, emitting its characteristic glow. Success! Yi Xiaofan exclaimed as he looked at the magic array beneath his feet. As the magic array operated, the cracks on the ground gradually closed together. The evil aura across the entire Mogu Mountain was continuously flowing back into the cracks. What is going on? The few people who were fighting with Daodu could clearly sense the retreat of the evil aura. As for Daodu, who relied on the evil aura to become so powerful, they felt it even more clearly. Daodu couldn't help but panic. Instead of charging towards Long Outyin's third body, his body slammed straight into a nearby tree. The already eroded tree, after being struck by Daodu, instantly split into pieces. I didn't expect Yi Xiaofan to actually succeed, Meister said in disbelief. Old Black, did you say Yi-girl? What happened to the Yi-girl? Meister explained the events inside the cave to Lan Hongwu in detail. After learning about this, Lan Hongwu, struggling to hold up his body, ran in the direction of the maze. Meister reached out his hand to stop Yi Xiaofan, but was stopped by Long Outyin's third body. Long Outyan's third body shook his head at Meister and said, "You know about Xiaofu's granddaughter. Let him go. There are still things that need to be resolved here, aren't there? Yeah, it's also time to end this farce." Meister mobilized his magic power and launched a fierce attack on Daodu, who had just climbed up from the ground. Already panicking under Meister's assault, Daodu could only take the beating. And this situation became even more obvious when Wang Lao and Wu Lao joined in. By now, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before Daodu was defeated. Apparently aware of this himself, Daodu's blood-red eyes revealed a glimmer of madness. Under Meister et al.'s attacks, though his body had already shrunk significantly, it suddenly enlarged again. But this enlargement was different from before. Previously, it was proportionally larger. Now, Daodu resembled an inflated balloon. Not good, it's going to self-destruct. To blow up because you can't fight back, that's low class. Seeing Daodu about to self-destruct, everyone immediately ceased their attacks and quickly retreated. Boom. A deafening explosion swept through the entire Mogu Mountain due to Daodu's self-detonation. What happened? Just emerging from the maze, Yi Xiaofan tightly held her skirt, which was lifted by the impact wave. Is that the old man? When the impact subsided, Yi Xiaofan saw Nan Hongwu lying motionlessly on the ground. Rushing to Nan Hongwu's side and sensing his faint breath, Yi Xiaofan finally set down her heart, which had been in suspense. Carrying Nan Hongwu on her back, Yi Xiaofan walked toward the direction where the impact came from. When Yi Xiaofan arrived at the location of Daodu's explosion, she found a deep pit with a diameter of about 100 zhang. Long Outyan and others all lay unconscious in the pit. On Long Outyan's third body, the magical armor passed down through 3 generations, had ruptured due to Daodu's self-destruction and would never be reparable. Placing Nan Hongwu on the ground, Yi Xiaofan rescued everyone in the pit. Although their injuries were very serious, none of them were in danger of death. Because of the large number of people, Yi Xiaofan couldn't carry each one down the mountain individually, so she waited for rescue on the spot. Not long after, Fiero, the crown prince of Xinxiang Kingdom, personally arrived with an army, surrounding Yi Xiaofan. Sitting casually on the ground, Yi Xiaofan looked up at Fiero and asked, "Hey kid, what are you doing? You cannot leave at will until my father wakes up." Ignoring Fiero's arrogant attitude, under the escort of soldiers, Yi Xiaofan and the unconscious Long Outyan and others returned to the capital of Xinxiang Kingdom, Alaska, via a teleportation array. After returning to the capital, Yi Xiaofan was directly thrown into the dungeon by the soldiers. The incident on Mogu Mountain had ended, and the students who participated in the competition along with the mentors were safely rescued. Though without life-threatening conditions, due to the erosion of evil aura, a severe illness was unavoidable. According to the official explanation from the Xinxiang Kingdom, a hidden trace of demons on Mogu Mountain was opened by someone, allowing demonic energy to escape, causing this incident. The person who opened the demon traces has been slain by Crown Prince Fiero, and the demon traces have been resealed anew. Henceforth, Mogu Mountain, due to the presence of the demon traces, shall be forbidden to any entrance. However, the fact that Long Outyan's third body remained in a coma has been concealed by the royal family. Except for a few people who know about it, others remain completely unaware. But all of this had nothing to do with Yi Xiaofan anymore. Since the day she was locked in the dungeon, it was as if Yi Xiaofan had been forgotten. No one came to ask her about the specifics of what had happened. Yi Xiaofan didn't mind enjoying herself either. The environment in the prison cell was decent, and they were treating her well with food and drink. Of course, only Yi Xiaofan's cell belonged to the luxury high-spec version. The other cells were all filthy. It was clearly special care from Fiero, which made Yi Xiaofan even more confused about what Fiero was thinking. Not letting her go, he just left her here. Could it be that he fancies me, keeping me in prison like a treasure? Yi Xiaofan let her imagination run wild. No matter how good the environment was, staying for too long would still get tiresome. Every time this happened, Yi Xiaofan would take out Daodu, who was unconscious, from her arms and play around with various embarrassing poses. On Mogu Mountain that day, when Yi Xiaofan saved everyone from the pit, she also found Daodu lying there in the same pit. At that time, Daodu looked like he had suffered severe injuries, covered in blood from head to toe. Rubbing Daodu's little head, Yi Xiaofan said to the unconscious Daodu, "This is what you get for not being obedient. If I couldn't barely condense water from the water elements, there's no way I'd hold you while you're dirty like this." In the Water City, Yi Xiaofan had once sensed the presence of water elements. And from that point on, Yi Xiaofan could barely manipulate some water elements. "Hey, young lady, if you're not going to eat that chicken leg, could you give it to me?" A prisoner in the adjacent cell stared at the chicken leg on Yi Xiaofan's table and asked. The chicken leg was something Yi Xiaofan definitely had every noon, and she said she had grown tired of eating it. "Sure, here." Without hesitation, Yi Xiaofan threw the chicken leg over to the prisoner in the opposite cell. As the chicken leg traced a beautiful parabola, it successfully bypassed the outstretched hand of that person and fell onto the ground. But this man didn't care that the chicken leg was dirty and started gnawing on it furiously. Watching this, Yi Xiaofan felt hungry again shortly after finishing her meal. Chapter 47, Punishment. Little girl, you're quite comfortable in jail. You must have a strong background. Sucking the fingers covered with grease after finishing an entire large chicken leg, this person said. "I don't know either. I'm just an ordinary person." Thinking that Yi Xiaofan didn't want to talk about it, he patted his belly and returned to the corner, ignoring Yi Xiaofan thereafter. Yi Xiaofan had no dissatisfaction at all, continuing to play with Dudu lying unconscious in her arms. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. On this day, someone finally came to take Yi Xiaofan out of the cell. During the college festival held by the Roth Academy, This man always stood behind Long Aotian 3. Yi Xiaofan remembered that Long Aotian 3 seemed to call him Troy. Walking out of the prison following Troy, Yi Xiaofan asked, "Old Troy, do you know how Deputy President Nalan Hongwu is doing?" Hearing Yi Xiaofan calling him Old Troy, Troy's steps faltered slightly as he hurriedly regained his composure and said, "Rest assured, Vice Principal has no major issues now." Learning that Nalan Hongwu was fine, Yi Xiaofan's long-standing worry vanished instantly. They walked silently, and Yi Xiaofan followed Troy into a lavishly decorated room. Whether it was an illusion or not, Yi Xiaofan felt she had been here before. Entering the room, Long Aotian 3 was seated by the table, slowly savoring tea. Besides Long Aotian 3, Wen Lao, Wu Lao, and Master were also present in the room. However, Yi Xiaofan's attention wasn't on them. Rather, her eyes fixed fearfully on the man standing behind Long Aotian 3. That was a hunched man with a lump on his face. There was no mistake. During her vacation dreams, Yi Xiaofan had dreamt about this man. Struggling to calm down, Yi Xiaofan bowed lightly to Long Aotian 3, "Greeting your majesty." Sit. Watching the chair brought by Chua, Yi Xiaofan sat down boldly without any hint of hesitation. Seeing Yi Xiaofan's behavior, the corners of Long Aotian 3's mouth turned up slightly. "Little miss, we've met before, haven't we?" "Yeah, I still have to thank you for your kindness." Seeing that Yi Xiaofan chatted freely with Long Aotian 3 without showing any respect, both Wen Lao and Wu Lao, who already weren't happy, their faces darkened further. "All details about the Magu Mountain incident are clear to me now, and the prime culprit is you. Do you have any objections?" "No objections." Without hesitation, Yi Xiaofan admitted everything. "Do you realize what sort of chaos you've created?" Wu Lao couldn't help but scolded Yi Xiaofan. Scratching her ears, Yi Xiaofan pretended not to hear. Wu Lao almost wanted to jump up and beat her, but luckily was restrained by Wen Lao and Master. For Yi Xiaofan, Long Aotian 3 liked her more and more. However, no matter how much he liked her, creating such disastrous events could not be condoned, even by Long Aotian 3 himself. "Since you have confessed, then it's time for me to announce your punishment. Originally, a severe penalty was planned for you. But considering that later on you stopped the disaster and also contributed greatly in saving my life, I decided to make some exceptions." Speaking of execution, it wasn't true that Yi Xiaofan didn't care about it. Now hearing that Long Aotian 3 would make an exception for her, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After consulting with Elder One, Elder Wu, and President Mester, it has been finally decided to expel Yi Xiaofan from Xuanhuan Kingdom. She will never again enter the borders of the Xuanhuan Kingdom. Long Aotian 3 calmly announced Yi Xiaofan's sentence. Despite imagining various possible punishments in her mind, Yi Xiaofan never expected that her punishment would end up being this one. Never entering Xuanhuan Kingdom territory again meant Yi Xiaofan might never see Nalan Hongwu, the good sisters in the dormitory, or those noisy classmates every day. However, regarding what happened on Magu Mountain, I will keep the secret. The sword you obtained on Magu Mountain, I will not ask you to hand it over. Long Aotian 3 continued speaking. Causing such serious incidents resulted merely in exile from the country. This punishment was already very generous. Not raising unreasonable fusses, Yi Xiaofan remained calm as she rose from her seat and slightly bowed to Long Aotian 3. Subsequently, Yi Xiaofan was taken back to Roth Academy by Master. They walked silently. It wasn't until they reached the gates of Roth Academy when Master finally spoke. Because of His Majesty's gag order, the public announcement stated that during the incident on Magu Mountain, you struck too heavily and have been secretly treated. Now since Xuanhuan Kingdom cannot fully heal your injuries, you decide to return to your homeland, Lei Kingdom. Got it. Silently nodding, Yi Xiaofan entered the gate of Roth Academy. Looking at the familiar scenes in the academy, Yi Xiaofan was overwhelmed with emotion for a moment. It turns out that, without realizing it, I've already become a part of this world. Lady Knight, you're finally back safely. As Yi Xiaofan was lost in thought, Carowin ran toward her sobbing. Spreading his arms wide, he clearly intended to embrace Yi Xiaofan. Smiling, Yi Xiaofan dodged Carowin's hug and teased him. "Carowin, if you dare flirt with me, be prepared for the others in the knighthood to beat you up." Carowin looked around nervously, letting out a long breath after confirming there was no one else nearby. "Lady Knight, don't scare me like that." Yi Xiaofan walked ahead while Carowin followed behind, hesitating several times before speaking. Noticing this, Yi Xiaofan asked, "Just say what you want to say." After a moment's hesitation, Carowin finally spoke. "My lady, I heard that you were severely injured. Even Hack the Great Priest couldn't cure you, so you're going back to Lei Kingdom for treatment?" The news spreads fast, didn't realize you already knew. Without denying it, Yi Xiaofan played along with the script Mester had given her. After all, the incident did start because of her greed for Mingyuan. Only the captain, vice captain, and a few others know about this. Most of the Knight members only know that you were injured. That's right. So, please don't tell the others just yet. Find the right time to inform them after I leave. Unconsciously, Yi Xiaofan had already accepted this noisy and troublesome Night Knights Guild. Lady Knight, you must promise me that once you're healed, you will come back. The Night Knights Guild cannot do without you. Carowin, who was usually lewd and irreverent, had rarely shown such seriousness. "Yes, I promise you." Turning around, Yi Xiaofan gave Carowin a warm smile. Capturing this scene might attract many more people to join the Night Knights Guild. But in Carowin's eyes, this beautiful moment filled him with immense sorrow. Chapter 48, Departure. Accompanied by Kaelin, Yi Xiaofan walked through the Rod Academy, where she had lived for a year after coming to this strange world. The empty classrooms, the quiet library, and every corner left beautiful memories in Yi Xiaofan's mind. Even the arena where she dueled with Tina now seemed so wonderful when she thought about it. For the last time, Yi Xiaofan wanted to imprint this academy forever in her mind. Thank you for accompanying me. Yi Xiaofan made a farewell gesture to Kaylin. No need to thank me. Kaylin stood there, watching Yi Xiaofan's figure gradually disappear. After bidding farewell to Kaylin, Yi Xiaofan took out the green key, infused magic into it, and a blue gate opened before Yi Xiaofan's eyes. Old man, I knew you would be here. Upon entering the gate, Yi Xiaofan immediately saw Lan Hongwu sitting on the ground, surrounded by a pile of wine bottles. Girl, Lan Hongwu, reeking of alcohol, looked up and seeing Yi Xiaofan, patted the ground beside him. Come, girl, have a drink with me. Yi Xiaofan did not refuse but sat down next to Lan Hongwu and started drinking from one of the bottles. Cough, cough. Drinking too quickly, Yi Xiaofan choked and held her chest as she continued coughing. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yi Xiaofan's reaction, Lan Hongwu burst into hearty laughter. If it weren't for the tears in his eyes, Yi Xiaofan might have thought he was completely happy at that moment. Once Yi Xiaofan caught her breath, the old man and the young woman unceremoniously sat on the ground and continuously poured alcohol into their stomachs. As if competing, they drank faster and faster, and the pile of empty bottles around them grew larger and larger. In the end, it was Yi Xiaofan who first couldn't hold up and spoke to Lan Hongwu, saying, Old man, tell me about your granddaughter. Lan Hongwu's hand holding the wine bottle trembled. How did you know? From Lan Hongwu's voice, Yi Xiaofan could hear the bitterness. Rolling her eyes at Lan Hongwu, she said, I've lived here for a year, at least. I could catch on, right? Her name is Elena. You two look very alike, or I should say, like cut from the same mold. No wonder when we met for the first time by the spatial rift, you were willing to take me in. I even thought you had some ill intentions towards me. Yi Xiaofan heavily patted Lan Hongwu's shoulder and loudly shouted in his ear. Dead girl, you show no respect. Grabbing Yi Xiaofan's delicate hands, with a bit of force, Lan Hongwu flung Yi Xiaofan away. But soon after, Yi Xiaofan wobbled back, still carrying her wine bottle. 3 years ago, Elena went missing in the Lai Ling kingdom, and afterward, we received no news. It wasn't until a year ago that we learned Elena had been killed by an assassin organization. Perhaps tired from drinking, Lan Hongwu found a comfortable position against the wall. Yi Xiaofan mimicked him, leaning against the wall comfortably. When I first got the news, I just sat here and drank like this. Later, after I finally accepted Elena's death, I decided to go out and clear my mind. Then you encountered me? That's right. At that time, I was extremely shocked, thinking Elena had returned. Upon speaking, the two exchanged a glance, laughed loudly, and simultaneously raised their wine bottles to gulp down another round. After finishing yet another bottle, both of them, already quite drunk, felt their heads spinning slightly. But, Elena was much cuter than you. Muttering those final words, Lan Hongwu lay on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the sleeping Lan Hongwu, Yi Xiaofan softly said, Old man, thank you for taking care of me all this year. At this moment, Yi Xiaofan's eyes were exceptionally clear, not a trace of drunkenness. If I ever get the chance, I'll find the person who killed Elena and avenge her. Placing the green key beside Lan Hongwu, Yi Xiaofan walked out of the alchemy room. When Yi Xiaofan left, Lan Hongwu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the key on the ground. Not at all cute. That 100,000 gold pieces is all the savings I've accumulated in my life. Spend it wisely. Closing his eyes, Lan Hongwu this time truly entered into dreams. If possible, maybe he would never want to wake up for the rest of his life. Walking out of the alchemy room, Yi Xiaofan headed straight for the gates of Rod Academy. Originally, she had planned to return to the dormitory to see Su Rue and others, but Yi Xiaofan didn't know what she should say to Su Rue and her friends, so she decided to quietly leave. Walking all the way to the gate of Rod Academy, looking at the scene before her, tears uncontrollably filled Yi Xiaofan's eyes. Su Rue, Kalins, and Jonah stood at the front. Behind them were all members of the Night Knights, along with Yi Xiaofan's newly acquired 3 little admirers. Classmates from her class were there as well, including Tina, whom she had once dueled. A large banner hung above the group, wishing Yi Xiaofan a speedy recovery. Seeing everyone gathered there, Yi Xiaofan was already in tears, unable to speak further. Amidst the farewells of those present, Yi Xiaofan departed from this city where she had spent a joyful year, Alaska. Arriving at the city gate, Su Rue suddenly embraced Yi Xiaofan, her tears soaking through Yi Xiaofan's clothes. In the eyes of others, it seemed that Su Rue was extremely reluctant to see Yi Xiaofan go. But at that moment, Su Rue was secretly using her mental power to communicate with Yi Xiaofan. Xiao Yi, tell me the truth, what exactly happened? Su Rue? A tone of surprise resonated in Su Rue's mind. Communicating mentally was something only accessible to those whose abilities reached great mage level or above. For Yi Xiaofan, achieving this was effortless. Yet, Su Rue clearly only possessed the strength of an intermediate mage, which meant her mental energy had already reached the great mage level. As long as her magical power matched up, Su Rue would undeniably become a great mage. Yi Xiaofan had always known Su Rue had talent, but she hadn't anticipated how much more talented Su Rue actually was. Su Rue, the incident on Mount Mogu was caused by me, and the king's punishment is that I am forever forbidden to enter the territory of Xiangxiang Kingdom. I see. Su Rue's voice faded away from Yi Xiaofan's mind. Since it was a command from the king, naturally Su Rue could not change anything about the situation. Even with all the influence her family wielded, even with Su Rui's immense talent, they couldn't alter the inevitable fact. After letting go of the embrace, Yi Xiaofan hugged Kalins and Jonah one by one. Amidst the sobbing voices, Yi Xiaofan decisively left Alaska. Inside the Star Kingdom prison, the prisoner who had once scrounged a drumstick from Yi Xiaofan stared oddly at a blank wall ahead of him. Before, no matter how I calculated, the plan never had a single chance of succeeding. But now, the success rate has nearly reached 100%. It seems that the factors that could disrupt the plan's success no longer exist. It's time to begin. Chapter 49, Evaluation. Your Holiness, I have failed to investigate the cause of the massive spatial rift that appeared in Xinjiang Kingdom. In the southern part of Kanglan Continent, at the headquarters of the Light Holy Hall, Itelos knelt before the Pope of the Light Church. No matter, you've worked hard on this mission. Go rest now. Yes, Your Holiness. After Itelos retreated, the Light Pope looked deeply into the starry sky. It seems that Kanglan Continent will not be peaceful again. 3 days had passed since Yi Xiaofan left Alaska. Now, Yi Xiaofan arrived once more at the Water City. This time, having traveled on foot, it took much longer than the previous visit. On the way, Dudu, who had been unconscious, woke up and nearly fainted again when she opened her eyes to find herself lying in Yi Xiaofan's arms. Upon reaching the Water City, the first thing Yi Xiaofan did was to head to the Mercenary Guild. Due to the reason of the ceiling fissure at Mount Magu, Yi Xiaofan truly became penniless. To put it another way, he had nothing in his pocket, not even a coin. Grandpa Gore, please give me one more chance. I promise I can complete the mission this time. Just as Yi Xiaofan stepped into the Mercenary Guild, he saw a 2-meter-tall, muscular woman earnestly pleading with Gore, who was responsible for mission registration. Seeing the woman's silhouette, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but think of Jamma and the others. Of course, Yi Xiaofan also recognized this person. Her name seemed to be Meila. After all, Meila had left a deep impression on Yi Xiaofan, not just because of her imposing physique, but also because it wasn't easy for anyone to fail E-class missions 8 times consecutively. Meila, the rules are the rules. There's really nothing I can do to help you. You need to quickly find an E-class or higher mercenary, Gore said helplessly. Yi Xiaofan listened quietly to their conversation, understanding the situation fully. As expected, Meila failed the last mission she took with Yi Xiaofan. Not only that, after failing, Meila took on another mission, earning her a streak of 10 consecutive failures. According to Mercenary Guild regulations, F-class mercenaries must pass an evaluation to take E-class missions again. If they fail the evaluation, then they would need a guarantor of at least E-class rank and assistance from that guarantor to complete an evaluation task. And this was the final opportunity. If unsuccessful again, they would permanently leave the Mercenary Guild. Before the table, Meila continued her desperate pleas to Gore. Meila considered asking other mercenaries to be her guarantor, but none were willing. I'll be her guarantor. Walking over to Meila's side, Yi Xiaofan placed his hand heavily on the table and declared. For a moment, both Meila and Gore stared in surprise at Yi Xiaofan. Thank you. Thank you. Meila shyly said to Yi Xiaofan. Despite her towering figure, Meila's voice was incredibly soft. If Yi Xiaofan hadn't had sharp ears, he might not have heard it at all. Little girl, have you thought this through? Gore warned Yi Xiaofan. As a guarantor for an F-class mercenary, if the mission fails, the guarantor would suffer a demotion of 1 mercenary rank. That was why no one was willing to be Meila's guarantor. I've thought it through. Let's hurry up and say what the mission is. Throwing down his mercenary emblem on the table before Gore, Yi Xiaofan believed he was acting very cool. But in Meila's eyes, his actions seemed extremely cute. Hold on a second. Under the table, Gore pulled out a large black box. Perhaps due to his age, Gore's movements were rather slow. Gore placed the black box on the table and told Yi Xiaofan. Pick one. F-class evaluation missions were randomly drawn from this box. The difficulty levels varied. Some could be as simple as an E-class mission, while others were comparable to C-class. The box featured special patterns that blocked magicians' spiritual forces, preventing cheating. Sticking his hand into the box's sole opening, Yi Xiaofan casually picked a wooden stick from inside. Alright, this one is fine. Number 1190. Let's see what the mission is. Saying this, Meila retrieved a thick stack of books from beneath the table and carefully checked against the number. There were 4,867 slips in the box, each number corresponding to a different mission. Once someone completed a mission, it was cancelled and replaced with a new one assigned by the Mercenary Guild. Here it is. Go to the Dark Forest and investigate the origin of the magical mist. Listening slowly to Gore as he read the mission details, Meila's face turned grim. According to legend, the magical mist in the Dark Forest had existed for 1,000 years, and even A-class mercenaries who went to investigate it failed to uncover its origin. A task like this was certainly far beyond the capability of an F-class mercenary. It could only be said that Yi Xiaofan's luck was particularly bad today. Then how about redrawing one? Even Gore thought this mission was too difficult, so he quietly exercised his small privilege and suggested to Meila and Yi Xiaofan. He completely ignored the look on his colleague's face beside him as if to say, I'm going to report you. Meila was about to agree with Gore's suggestion, but Yi Xiaofan cut in first. No need, let's go with this one. The challenge is worth the difficulty. But. Meila stammered for half a day, but she couldn't manage to say a full sentence. Relax, I've got you covered. While Yi Xiaofan consoled Meila, he also gestured to Gore to proceed with registration. Shaking his head helplessly, Gore registered the mission number and the names of Yi Xiaofan and Meila on the evaluation mission sheet. Once they stepped out of the Mercenary Guild, Meila finally mustered up the courage to ask Yi Xiaofan. My name is Mela. May I know your honorable name? My name is Yi Xiaofan. Just call me Xiao Yi. My friends all call me that. Xiao Yi, thank you. Haven't you already thanked me? Let's go. Yi Xiaofan habitually tried to put his arm around Mela's shoulder, but the difference in height made him abandon the idea. Woo. Dudu popped her head out from Yi Xiaofan's arms and called to him. Are you hungry? Just wait a second. I'll go buy some chicken claws for you. Indeed, ever since Dudu woke up, her meals have been upgraded from dried fish to chicken claws. Of course, these so-called chicken claws actually belong to a beast resembling a chicken rather than actual chickens, which were merely Yi Xiaofan's own term for them. After all, there were no chickens in this world. Let me see, I think I still have a few copper coins left. Yi Xiaofan did not forget that he was now broke. Probing into his spatial ring with his consciousness, Yi Xiaofan froze momentarily. Chapter 50, Windwolves. Inside the spatial ring, there lay a green magic soul card in quietness. The so-called magic soul card was similar to Yi Xiaofan's bank card from his previous life. The difference was that the magic soul cards were ranked by colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, from low to high. The lowest level red magic soul card could store 100 gold coins, while an orange one could store 1,000 gold coins. This pattern continued, each higher level being 10 times more than the previous. The green magic soul card could store up to 100,000 gold coins. The old man really should have just given it to me openly. I wouldn't have refused anyway. Why does he have to be sneaky about it? Looking at the magic soul card inside the spatial ring, Yi Xiaofan felt warmth in his heart. With money, there was no need to live a tight life anymore. First, buy Dowdu 100 pounds of roasted chicken claws, enough for her to eat for a good while. Then dragging Mulla along, he bought a large amount of fruit and snacks, and with a satisfied heart, Yi Xiaofan embarked on the journey towards the dark forest. Mulla looked at Yi Xiaofan's extravagant spending, shocked to the point where her jaw couldn't contain her tongue. Mulla, do you know where the magical mist mentioned in the quest is? Yes, the magical mist is quite famous. Everyone in Water City knows about it. As long as they were people from the Xianxiang Kingdom, even a 5-year-old child would know about the magical mist in the dark forest. Even people from other countries had heard of the fame of the magical mist. But for Yi Xiaofan, who had been in this world for already a year, she still did not know what the magical mist was. Even if she had once come to the dark forest, it was the same. Legend has it that the magical mist is 7-colored, but very few people who enter it manage to get out. Seeing that Yi Xiaofan did not know about the magical mist, Mulla began to explain to her. The magical mist is located at the farthest northern part of the forest. Go this way. Walking all the way to the dark forest, Mulla identified the direction and continued leading the way in front. But after just a few steps, Mulla's figure stopped. Yi Xiaofan followed Mulla's line of sight and couldn't help but take in a deep breath of cold air. 20 meters ahead, 2 men and 2 women lay dead. All 4 had been cut in half at the waist, intestines strewn across the ground. The corpses hadn't started rotting yet, and there were no signs of them being eaten by beasts, indicating their deaths were recent. Mulla moved forward to observe the horribly mutilated bodies. The wounds on their waists were incredibly clean cuts, which could only be caused by either human sharp weapons or the wind blades of wind wolves. Neither option was good news for Yi Xiaofan and Mulla. Examining the wounds to determine the cause of death, Yi Xiaofan knew nothing about such things, simply standing beside Mulla, quietly waiting for her conclusion. Having been here for a year now and having gone through several battles, this was Yi Xiaofan's first time seeing a human corpse. He had imagined how he might react upon seeing bloody remains, fear or disgust. Yet when he actually saw it, Yi Xiaofan felt absolutely nothing. Not even a shred of sympathy for the death of another human being. Xiao Yi, we need to leave quickly, Mulla said. Why? Mulla pointed at the blood on the ground that wasn't completely coagulated and said, the blood hasn't dried yet. The smell will attract a group of beasts. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to escape. Yi Xiaofan kept scanning around calmly and responded quietly. It seems like it's already too late. Around the 2 of them, a pack of wolves with gray fur slowly surrounded them, over 20 in number. Wind wolves, tier 2 magical warriors. They live in groups, skilled in using wind magic, and their signature skill is wind blade. Compared to silver moon wolves, wind wolves are of a lower tier, and within the wind wolves, there is no existence of a wolf king. Despite lacking a wolf king's leadership, the teamwork of wind wolves far exceeds that of silver moon wolves. Mulla was quickly explaining the information about wind wolves when suddenly, the entire pack opened their massive mouths toward Yi Xiaofan and Mulla. A storm of wind blades flew towards the 2. 7 or 8 wind wolves hid behind the barrage of wind blades and launched an attack on the 2. Like an ostrich, Mulla fearfully crouched down on the ground. Remaining calm under pressure, Yi Xiaofan only barely took out Mingyuan when the wind blades reached him. A flash of knife light scattered the wind blades. After the wind blades dissipated, the wind wolves hiding behind them revealed their sharp claws to Yi Xiaofan. Without even looking, Yi Xiaofan stood in place and swung Mingyuan, blocking all the wind wolves' attacks. Mulla, lying on the ground, was watching Yi Xiaofan with admiration. 12 cuts of the Heavenly Knife, revised edition. With a light cry, Yi Xiaofan unleashed the improved 12 cuts of the Heavenly Knife in all directions before and after himself. In those directions, all the wind wolves were sliced into 2 halves by Mingyuan. As the wind wolves responsible for close combat died, a slight disturbance appeared among the wind wolves, releasing wind blades from a distance. Even with their low intelligence, they all realized that the food in front of them might not be easy to deal with. Another difference between wind wolves and silver moon wolves is that if the wolf king does not give an order, silver moon wolves will never retreat. However, Wind wolves will never hesitate when it's time to retreat. Gently it went away, just as it had come gently. Once all the wind wolves had withdrawn, Mulla got up from the ground, her eyes sparkling with little stars as she said to Yi Xiaofan, "Xia Yi, you're so amazing." Yi Xiaofan felt very familiar with Mulla's gaze, as if Jiama's and the other three had once looked at him this way. Thinking about this, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but shiver. It's in and nothing special. We'd better leave here quickly. With Yi Xiaofan leading the way, they continued heading towards the magical mist. However, what Yi Xiaofan didn't know was that the direction she was heading in was completely opposite to the north where the magical mist was located. Mulla, caught in a state of excitement, naturally didn't notice anything wrong. As for Yi Xiaofan, one couldn't expect too much from someone who was a notorious directionally challenged person. Walking on the road, to avoid awkwardness, Yi Xiaofan forced himself to think of topics to discuss. Mulla, why did you crouch on the ground just now? With your grand magician skills, dealing with those wind blades should still be possible, right? Long before going to the forest, Yi Xiaofan already knew the exact strength of Mulla. This made Yi Xiaofan even more incredulous. With the skills of a grand magician, even C-class missions should be completable. But looking at Mulla again, despite being a grand magician, she couldn't even complete the lowest E-class mission. In some aspects, Mulla could also be considered an undoubted genius. I don't want to. But every time, I can't control my body, so I always fail to complete tasks. Lowering her head, Mulla's voice carried a hint of crying. Chapter 51, The Dark Cult, Part 1. I wasn't like this before, but during my 4th year at Rod Academy, I came to the Dark Forest with my classmates for training, and the result. Upon hearing Lei's account, Yi Xiaofan was greatly startled. She had never imagined that MLA was also a student of Rod Academy, and even in her 4th year. By seniority, should I call her senior? MLA was unaware of Yi Xiaofan's thoughts and continued recounting her past. At first, we killed many beasts and gained countless magic crystals. But then, a man wielding a rusted broadsword killed all my classmates right in front of me. So it turned out MLA couldn't fight because she carried deep psychological scars. But even though Yi Xiaofan now knew the reason, she still didn't know how to help MLA get over her trauma. In the end, out of 7 people, only I survived. Just me. Initially, MLA spoke with just a hint of sobbing, but as she recalled the old memories, big teardrops streamed down her face, splashing onto the muddy ground. In both her past life and this one, Yi Xiaofan had never been good at comforting others. She opened her mouth several times, but ended up saying nothing. Helplessly, Yi Xiaofan embraced MLA's sturdy body. Wah! MLA began crying even louder. Hee, are you talking about me, young man? Who is there? Holding onto MLA, Yi Xiaofan abruptly turned around, gazing toward the direction from which the groaning sound had come, alertness written all over her face. Coming into Yi Xiaofan's line of sight was a stooped figure, wielding an enormous machete about 3 meters long, covered in dense, overlapping rust marks. The contrast between the towering 3-meter machete and its owner, who was barely a meter tall, was striking. In MLA's eyes, however, this image resembled a nightmare. What a beautiful person. It has been so long since I have enjoyed something so delicious. An obscenely greedy gaze repeatedly roamed over Yi Xiaofan's form, as if able to see through her clothes to the inviting view underneath. Yi Xiaofan felt a wave of nausea. Was it you who did this to MLA? I can't recall that. Perhaps you could remind me, with your body. While carrying the massive 3-meter blade, he stepped forward, his oppressive presence growing stronger, relishing the terror he expected to see on Yi Xiaofan's face. Unfortunately for him, Yi Xiaofan's response disappointed him. Pointing Mingyuan at the ground, Yi Xiaofan spoke calmly. Before you die, I'll give you the chance to say your name. I am old madman Wei Shitian. Wei Shitian was highly dissatisfied with Yi Xiaofan's lack of fear. A mere 2nd-rank magic warrior dared to challenge him, a 6th-rank magic warrior? This only made Wei Shitian even more eager to take Yi Xiaofan and show her what true pain was. The mad knife wielder Wei Shitian of the Dark Cult. Once a fiend who brutally massacred an entire city. MLA watched in terror as Wei Shitian casually swung his large sword. Ho! I hadn't expected after all these years of retirement, some whelp would still recognize my name. MLA's reaction was precisely what Wei Shitian wanted. When he reached 2 meters away from Yi Xiaofan, his massive blade slashed down with a hurricane-like force. Yi Xiaofan initially intended to use the 12 heavenly sword techniques, but the 2-meter distance exceeded her attack range. In desperation, she grabbed MLA and narrowly evaded the blade. The giant sword met the earth with a tremendous impact, stirring up great gusts of wind. The wind mercilessly blew Yi Xiaofan's black short skirt upward, revealing safety shorts. Phew, safety shorts are truly one of humanity's greatest inventions, Yi Xiaofan observed with evident relief as she glanced down. You little brat, why are you wearing shorts under your skirt? Wei Shitian yelled furiously. Idiot, they're called safety shorts. I don't care what they're called, they're just a piece of fabric anyway. Let me cut them off. To Wei Shitian, the large blade was not clumsy at all, but astonishingly agile. Pulling MLA behind her, Yi Xiaofan brandished the sword Mingyuan in her hand and clashed against Wei Shitian's blade. Instantaneously, the clanging sounds of their weapons collided repeatedly. So you can match me move for move, huh? Clearly, you're not just a simple 2nd-rank magic warrior, Wei Shitian observed, pausing his attacks to scrutinize Yi Xiaofan closely. Unfortunately, you're just an ordinary 6th-rank mage. What do you mean? After Wei Shitian stopped attacking, Yi Xiaofan similarly held back, tucking Mingyuan at her waist with the blade facing outward, and taking a gentle step forward before disappearing from Wei Shitian's line of sight. When she reappeared, Yi Xiaofan was already behind Wei Shitian. Heavenly Sword 12 Cuts. Revised. This move was Yi Xiaofan's self-created technique based on Heavenly Sword 12 Cuts combined with the art of shrinking distances. Seeing Yi Xiaofan suddenly disappear before his eyes, Wei Shitian immediately realized something was wrong. But before he could react, the air seemed to freeze. A gentle breeze blew past, and Wei Shitian's body was instantly split in half. Xiaoyi, you actually managed to kill the mad knife wielder. MLA stared at Yi Xiaofan in disbelief. Not quite yet. Pointing the sword Mingyuan toward the ground, Yi Xiaofan spoke calmly. Then, her gaze shifted to a nearby tree. Following the direction indicated by the sword tip, MLA was astonished to discover that Wei Shitian, who had seemingly been cut in half, was gradually turning into soil. On the tree stood a man cloaked in black, looking down at Yi Xiaofan from above. Behind him stood Wei Shitian. My name is Latian, one of the 8 stewards of the dark cult. A sharp voice came from beneath the hood. On a whim, are you a eunuch? Yi Xiaofan wasn't intentionally asking, but that sharp voice really reminded her of the eunuchs from her previous life, and her curiosity got the better of her. Looking for death, Latian flew into a rage and raised his hand, unleashing a stream of dark magical energy toward Yi Xiaofan. With a casual slash, Yi Xiaofan scattered the incoming dark magic. By this time, Latian had also calmed down from his anger. Your might is indeed extraordinary. Forgive me, but I shall apologize for his earlier disrespect on behalf of him. Latian pointed at Wei Shitian behind him and said, I humbly ask if you would show leniency for the sake of the dark cult and let him go. Yi Xiaofan found Latian's words extremely contemptible. Begging when they can't win? There's no such thing as easy mercy. Moreover, Yi Xiaofan had never heard of the dark cult before. Why should she give them any face? Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to tighten her grip on Mingyuan to reject the request, she suddenly felt MLA tugging at her sleeve. Turning her head, she saw MLA shaking it at her repeatedly. Chapter 52. The Dark Cult, Lower. Watching Wei Shitian and the other person disappear from sight, Yi Xiaofan turned to Mullah and asked, Mullah, why didn't you let me deal with these 2 people? From what I know, the 8 executors of the dark cult rarely move. If they do, there must be some secret hidden agenda. I think we can quietly follow them and see what they intend to do. After carefully thinking about it, Mu'la's suggestion seemed to make sense. Then let's do as you said. Pulling Mullah, Yi Xiaofan was ready to follow the already departed Latin when Mullah pulled him back. Wait a moment. Mullah took out a bottle of white powder and said, this medicine powder can eliminate the smell and magical power fluctuations, so we won't be discovered. I've relied on this many times to escape attacks from demons. A scent could be hidden, but magical fluctuations were hard to eliminate. Yi Xiaofan never expected that Mullah would have such a good item. Spraying the white powder on his body, Yi Xiaofan set off with Mullah to chase after Latin and Wei Shitian. Keeping around 100 meters away from Latin and Wei Shitian, Yi Xiaofan watched the 2 cautiously covering their tracks. So cautious they are, it seems like they have great intentions. Xiao Yi isn't concealing one's tracks in the wild common sense. Yi Xiaofan turned his head to the side, preventing Mullah from seeing his reddened cheeks. Damn, it's better to speak less in the future. After an unknown period of time, a gray mist appeared before Yi Xiaofan's eyes. Following Latin into the fog, Yi Xiaofan never imagined that even with his eyesight, he couldn't see more than 3 meters in the fog. This place should be the magical mist. Didn't expect the dark cult to covet this place. Aren't magical mists supposed to be 7 colors? Why is this just a gray haze? Listening to Mullah introduce the magical mist along the way, she always mentioned how beautiful and dangerous it was. Now, seeing the magical mist with her own eyes, Yi Xiaofan felt greatly disappointed. This thing, how does it resemble smog so much? These are just byproducts produced by the magical mist. To cross here will allow us to see the real magical mist. Understood. Then let's hurry up, or we might lose them. The 2 continued further into the mist. Although unable to see far ahead, Mullah was still able to keep a basic sense of direction, preventing them from getting lost in the fog. As they walked along, Yi Xiaofan was marveling at the expanse covered by the mist when suddenly a patch of light appeared before his eyes. It turns out that Yi Xiaofan had already left the range of the mist, and the true magical mist was not far from the 2 in front. Yi Xiaofan's position was between the magical mist and the gray mist. The 7-colored magical mist continuously changed forms, and the beautiful scenery reflected in Yi Xiaofan's pupils caused him to momentarily become entranced. A sound of air breaking rose, and a large broadsword attacked from behind Yi Xiaofan. Clang clang. The sound of metal striking rang out, indicating Yi Xiaofan reacted quickly, pulling out a direct hand block against the huge broadsword. How is this possible? You blocked my attack with one hand. Seeing that his full force blow was blocked by Yi Xiaofan's physical form, Wei Shitian felt a tinge of fear internally. Wei Shitian could even feel that his identity as a 6th-grade magic master was faintly crying in sadness. Although inwardly terrified, Wei Shitian maintained an unflinching expression and said, Didn't expect you guys to dare follow us all the way here. Prepare to die. It seems you have long discovered we were tracking you. Could you tell me how you found out? Yi Xiaofan smiled slightly at Wei Shitian, revealing his pearly white teeth. Even though the scent dispersal can eliminate one's scent and magical power fluctuations, this stuff was invented by me. Do you really think it would work on me? Retrieving the large sword, Wei Shitian distanced himself from Yi Xiaofan. As Wei Shitian retreated, a mass of black things appeared under Yi Xiaofan's feet, pulling his body downwards into the ground. With surging magical power in his body, Yi Xiaofan attempted to break free from the restriction. I can't shake it off. I admit you're quite powerful, but the Black Source Oath is constructed from dark essence. Not a single person who falls prey to this move has managed to successfully escape. Unbeknownst to Yi Xiaofan, Laden had come from behind him. It was apparent that he had trapped Yi Xiaofan. Wearing a smiling expression, Wei Shitian spoke towards Yi Xiaofan. Jaja, little girl, this. Before Wei Shitian could finish speaking, a strong momentum erupted from Yi Xiaofan's body. Even if it was for only a fleeting second, it successfully dispersed the Black Source Oath. How is this possible? My Black Source Oath has been so easily broken. Who on earth are you? Laden stared at Yi Xiaofan in disbelief, his heart struck by 10,000 points of shock. Pulling out Mingyuan, Yi Xiaofan pointed the blade tip toward the ground. What exactly do you dark cult members plan to do here? Your answer will decide which direction my sword strikes. Little girl, why be so irritable? Let's lower our swords and have a calm conversation, shall we? A voice came from behind. Yi Xiaofan turned around and saw more than 10 people emerge from the magical mist. Leading them was a man with ash-gray hair, who wore a faint smile on his face. The one speaking must be him, apparently quite formidable. This crossed Yi Xiaofan's mind. He is the Grand Preacher of the Dark Cult. Mullah revealed an expression of shock. Grand Preacher? How do you know that? Yi Xiaofan looked at Mullah with confusion. The emblem on his chest. It can only be worn by the Grand Preacher. Following Mullah's gaze, Yi Xiaofan noticed a hexagram insignia on the Grand Preacher's chest. The edges of the hexagram were adorned with silver thread. The hexagram was the symbol of the Dark Cult, while different colors represented differing ranks, from bottom to top: black, white, red, silver, white, white with a silver edge, and finally white with a golden edge. However, since the Dark Cult rarely appeared before the world, few people were aware of this classification. This made Yi Xiaofan glance deeply at Mullah once again. Sensing Yi Xiaofan's stare, Mullah hurriedly explained. Because I had read books about the Dark Cult in the past, that's how I know. Her forced explanation was hard to believe, not just for Yi Xiaofan, but even for Mullah herself. This little girl is correct. I am indeed the Grand Preacher of the Dark Cult, Alan Hebrew. While introducing himself, the Grand Preacher bowed deeply to Yi Xiaofan, far more polite than she expected. Chapter 53, The Archbishop. A guy like this, he's a perfect villain template. Yet he's being so polite, it feels like he's using the wrong script. Looking at Archbishop Alan, Yi Xiaofan thought in confusion. The two of you have such incredible skills. I wonder if you're interested in joining our dark cult. Yi Xiaofan finally understood why this guy was so polite. It was because he wanted them to join his group. As for Laden and Wei Shitian, they had an expression as if they had expected it all along. Their archbishop has this habit. Whenever he sees talented individuals, he tries to bring them into the dark cult. Joining you? No thanks. But I do have a question. Yi Xiaofan decisively rejected Archbishop Alan's invitation. Please ask. Since you can move freely in and out of the mystical mist, do you know the reason behind its creation? Very few who enter the mystical mist can come out unscathed. This shows that there must be some mysterious force within or related to the mist itself. Since these members of the dark cult can move freely through it, they might already be well informed about the secrets of the mystical mist. I'm sorry, but I cannot divulge this information. Since you won't say, then I'll have to force it out of you. Yi Xiaofan wore an expression of expected as much. How could anyone possibly tell their secrets so casually? In that case, let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. After hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, Archbishop Alan chuckled rather than getting angry, and gave the signal to his followers of the dark cult to attack. As always, Wei Shitian moved first, not only because he was the closest to Yi Xiaofan, but also because he intended to reclaim his pride from the previous defeat by Yi Xiaofan. Being defeated by a seemingly delicate young girl had not gone over well with the others in the cult. The same giant cleaver appeared in Wei Shitian's hands again. This time, he employed all his special techniques. Countless sword shadows enveloped Yi Xiaofan, leaving no gaps. But Wei Shitian seemed to forget that Yi Xiaofan possessed the ability to cover ground almost instantaneously. As Yi Xiaofan took a step back, she ended up right in front of Wei Shitian. Ming Ying glinted ominously in the light, raised high. Within the next second, Wei Shitian's head would roll off. Unexpectedly, a black shadow emerged from the ground, climbing onto Yi Xiaofan and tightly binding her arms holding Ming Ying, thus saving Wei Shitian's life. Wei Shitian, having escaped death once more under Yi Xiaofan's blade, broke out in cold sweat as he watched Ming Ying held aloft in midair. Hopefully, you haven't forgotten we're not just one person, Laden coldly reminded Yi Xiaofan, while magical energy surged from him. I hope you don't forget that your trick isn't going to hold me down either. With a gentle effort, Yi Xiaofan tore herself free from the black shadow. All the sect members standing behind Archbishop Alan were, without exception, powerful magic warriors, each achieving level 6 in their craft. At this moment, they all stepped forward, brandishing their weapons towards Yi Xiaofan. Some even tried to capture Mullah while Yi Xiaofan was preoccupied, intending to coerce her into submission. However, Yi Xiaofan, handling everything with ease, quickly reached Mullah's side once again. With a lightning-fast strike of her blade, before Laden could even react, the attacker was cleaved in half. It seemed Yi Xiaofan was starting to enjoy splitting people in half. Mullah, leave now. Leave the rest to me. After briefing Mullah briefly, Yi Xiaofan re-engaged in battle against the members of the dark cult. Following Yi Xiaofan's instructions, Mullah fled into the grayish mist, though not too far away in case she got lost in it. Archbishop Alan calmly observed the whole situation, neither attacking Yi Xiaofan nor stopping Mu La from fleeing. As if everything was under his complete control, 12 heaven-slicing strikes were continuously unleashed from Yi Xiaofan's hands. If it weren't for Latin interfering, those in front of her might have already become corpses. When Yi Xiaofan left Alaska, Jia Ma had imparted to her the entire set of moves for the 12 heaven-slicing strikes. Only after reading through the entire manual did Yi Xiaofan realize that making 12 cuts instantly was merely the first layer of this technique. Subsequent techniques turned out to be far more intricate than Yi Xiaofan initially imagined. With an extraordinary physique and a smart mind, Yi Xiaofan quickly mastered the first 3 styles. However, the technique consists of 9 styles in total, implying there was still much for Yi Xiaofan to learn. Of course, only if Yi Xiaofan cared to learn further. The current scenario perfectly stimulated Yi Xiaofan's desire to continue learning the remaining styles. This is because the first 3 styles are designed for combat against individual opponents. Starting from the 4th style, the moves transition into strategies for fighting groups. If Yi Xiaofan learns the latter styles, even with Latin disrupting things, she could effortlessly handle the crowd in front of her. It doesn't seem too late to learn now. With this thought, Yi Xiaofan recalled the 4th style of the blade technique. From afar, Latin was supporting while observing that Yi Xiaofan's figure became increasingly elusive. It was already very difficult to find a gap in Yi Xiaofan's movements for effective interference. Holding Ming Ying in her hand, Yi Xiaofan moved stealthily between several people. It was hard to imagine that a level 2 magic warrior could overpower a group of level 6 magic warlords. Moreover, it seemed as though Yi Xiaofan had an inexhaustible supply of magic power. There wasn't a trace of exhaustion on her face. On the other hand, members of the dark cult were no longer as agile as they initially were, and wounds kept appearing on their bodies. With continuous attacks on them, Yi Xiaofan finally started feeling bored. Thinking this, she approached Latin's direction. Though Latin noticed Yi Xiaofan's intention, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Running would be useless, and his spells couldn't even touch Yi Xiaofan, leaving Latin feeling equally desperate. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiaofan was already by Latin's side. At this moment, Latin sensed the call of death. Irksome fly die. Latin could clearly feel Yi Xiaofan's breath on his neck, making all the hairs on his body stand up. That's enough. Stand down. Alan's voice cut through the air just as Latin was consumed with despair. Without any visible movement from Archbishop Alan, everyone, including Latin, disappeared from their original positions. The next second, they reappeared behind the Archbishop. A bunch of worthless trash, unable even to defeat a girl. Hehe, that sounds more like a villain. Yi Xiaofan felt the Archbishop was finally starting to look more like an antagonist. Young lady, how about having a go with me? A saint-class aura erupted from Alan, pressing towards Yi Xiaofan. Facing such an overwhelming momentum, Yi Xiaofan found it indistinguishable from a gentle breeze. Chapter 54. A kick to send you flying. Truly worthy of a saint-class existence, the mere aura is already terrifying. Yes, as they say, anything below the saint class is just an ant. The members of the dark cult standing behind Alan looked at him with longing. The Kanglan continent was teeming with geniuses, but those who could reach the saint class were still very few. This showed how difficult it was to break through to the saint level. Alan was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Countless prodigies had been similarly intimidated by him in the past, and ended up joining the dark cult obediently. He himself joined this way as well. Therefore, Alan could almost foresee Yi Xiaofan shaking in fear. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaofan would never comply with his wishes. Isn't that why you want to fight me? Why haven't you made a move? Yi Xiaofan nonchalantly cleaned her ears in response to Alan's oppressive aura. How is that possible? If you haven't reached the saint class, it's impossible to resist the aura of a saint one should. I told you she was a monster, but you wouldn't believe me. Yi Xiaofan's relaxed stance against Alan's overwhelming pressure shocked not only the dark cult members, but even Alan himself couldn't believe it. A long time ago, Alan from the Linyang Kingdom was once a genius capable of crushing countless peers. Whether in small or large battles, he was undefeated, and fighting above his level was commonplace for him. But everything changed when Alan turned 40. At 40, Alan had just broken through to Junior Mage, which was already considered a prodigy in the history of Kanglan Continent. At the peak of his success, a person claiming to be from the dark cult appeared before him, inviting him to join their group. Naturally, Alan refused outright at the time, but the man hadn't even moved a finger. Just by releasing his oppressive aura, Alan dared not even think of resisting. That man didn't kill Alan, instead leaving these words: "Darkness is the origin of all." And then he left. Later on, Alan joined the dark cult naturally. Starting as a regular follower, he climbed step by step until becoming today's Grand Bishop. His strength also successfully broke through to the saint level. After reaching saint level, Alan used the same methods to recruit countless geniuses. And the previous Grand Bishop who had approached him was eventually killed by Alan. Young lady, no matter why you can ignore the saint class oppression, old man here will let you witness the terror of a saint class. Seeing Yi Xiaofan unaffected by his pressure, Alan felt humiliated. It had been a long time since Alan last fought physically, but filled with anger and embarrassment, he finally struck out at Yi Xiaofan. To think I'd have the chance to see a saint take action, this mission has truly paid off. Wei Shitian stared intently at Alan, eager to witness the grandeur of the saint level. Old man, are you done talking yet? If so, make your move already. Utter nonsense. After hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, Alan responded with both laughter and fury. In the instant after he finished speaking, Alan instantly arrived in front of Yi Xiaofan. his right hand carrying immense force aimed directly at Yi Xiaofan's crown. Wei Shitian watched the scene unfold, veins bulging around his eyes. Due to his inability to withstand Alan's oppressive presence, he had joined the dark cult. Not seeing Alan actually fight had always been a regret in Wei Shitian's heart. Today, getting to see what he'd always hoped for. How could Wei Shitian not go mad with excitement? Not just Wei Shitian. Even the other members of the dark cult shared the sentiment. Ignoring the incoming palm aimed at her head, Yi Xiaofan didn't even bother to glance and slowly raised her arm above her head. Snap! A crisp sound resounded as Yi Xiaofan's arm met Alan's palm. Centering around these two, a massive crater formed, and the flow of magical mist around them was even disrupted. Alan looked incredulously at Yi Xiaofan. How could such great strength exist within her delicate arms? The bishop's attack has actually been stopped. This is unfathomable. It must be because the bishop hasn't exerted his true power. It must be. Behind Alan, the dark cult followers consoled each other, unwilling to believe what they were seeing. Wei Shitian even began doubting his decision to join the dark cult. Pulling back his palm, Alan launched a kick towards Yi Xiaofan's lower body, using 120% of his strength. Boom! Yi Xiaofan retaliated with a single kick, directly sending Alan flying into the magical mist with an ear-splitting roar. Before the dark cult followers could react, Yi Xiaofan had already appeared among the crowd, holding Minuan. Like slicing vegetables, she effortlessly killed all the dark cult personnel present. All of them without exception were cut cleanly in half at the waist by Yi Xiaofan. She took out Dudu, who was sleeping soundly in her arms, and gestured to Dudu a couple of times. Understanding, Dudu nodded seriously and began sniffing the surrounding air with his nose. Wow. Since the Magoo Mountain incident, Dudu's sense of smell had become increasingly sharp, almost as good as a military dog's. Following the direction indicated by Dudu, Yi Xiaofan quickly spotted Alan running away. From birth until now, Alan had never suffered such serious injuries. Just from being kicked once by Yi Xiaofan, Alan felt as if he'd been hit continuously by 10,000 mountains. Not only was his internal energy surging wildly, but the magical power sea within him nearly got shattered. This made Alan's heart filled with endless fear. He thought of that legend, thought of the secrets the Pope had told him. Could she be the reincarnation of some great deity? That can't be possible. It's not yet time for them to reappear. Regardless of whether Yi Xiaofan was the reincarnation of a deity or not, all Alan knew now was that if he didn't run fast enough, he would soon meet those deities. As for the task entrusted by the Pope, it had long been forgotten by Alan. No mission could be more important than his own life. Hearing the noise behind him, Alan instinctively turned back for a look. But just one glance almost made him lose his soul in terror. Behind him, Yi Xiaofan held a black little tiger in her arms, casually walking behind him. The magical mist around her parted like encountering an emperor. Bear in mind, even though Alan was a Saint-class mage, he could only ensure his safety in the magical mist. As for other members of the dark cult, they relied on special magical artifacts worn on their bodies. Someone who acted as if strolling in their backyard garden. Even the Pope of the dark cult might find it hard to achieve what Yi Xiaofan was doing. This won't work. At this rate, she will definitely catch up with me. A glint of cruelty flashed across Alan's eyes, and his speed suddenly increased more than threefold. Chapter 55, The Palace. Given Yi Xiaofan's current strength, each use of the shrink earth into an inch technique allowed her to move a kilometer. If she attempted to move further, it would risk overexertion and could crush the space beneath her feet. Even so, compared to the speed of a Saint-level expert, this was much faster. But when Alan used some secret method to triple his speed, Yi Xiaofan's pace felt sluggish in comparison. Seeing Alan getting farther away, Yi Xiaofan had no choice but to increase the frequency of her use of the shrink earth into an inch technique. Of course, if Yi Xiaofan were willing to run with all her might, there would be no escape for Alan, regardless of what secret methods he employed. However, doing so would collapse the surrounding space, killing Mullah waiting outside. Below the Saint level, no being could withstand the power of collapsing space. In this game of chase and flight, an unknown amount of time passed until Alan suddenly disappeared from Yi Xiaofan's line of sight. How could he just disappear like that? Did he accelerate even more? There's no reason for that, Yi Xiaofan muttered, scratching her head in confusion as she stared at the place where Alan had vanished. In Yi Xiaofan's arms, Dudu's eyes glinted with excitement. She couldn't have imagined how quickly the chance to get rid of this woman would come. Dudu, tell me quickly, which way should I go? While Dudu daydreamed, Yi Xiaofan smacked Dudu's head. Damn woman, she's becoming increasingly irritable. Before, it was just a flick on the forehead. Despite her discontent with Yi Xiaofan's actions, Dudu obediently pointed out the direction. Following Dudu's guidance, Yi Xiaofan cautiously made her way toward the spot where Alan had disappeared. And Alan, who had vanished, now stood in a massive palace. On the walls of the palace, intricate and mysterious patterns were painted. After only a cursory glance, Alan became deeply engrossed in them. On the pillars of this palace, unknown magical beasts coiled around them, their bodies emanating 7-colored mists that floated upward. Clearly, the origin of the magical mist came from here. Just as Alan was absorbed in the wall patterns, Yi Xiaofan teleported inside. So that place was actually a teleportation array. Stepping within its range teleports you here. But what exactly is this place? Yi Xiaofan surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and naturally noticed Alan entranced by the patterns on the walls. At this moment, Yi Xiaofan had no interest in troubling him. This enormous palace intrigued her far more than Alan ever could. Approaching one of the columns emitting 7-colored mist, Yi Xiaofan marveled at its construction material. Touching it brought a chilling sensation. Applying slight force revealed that the column was surprisingly undamaged. Although she didn't exert too much power, the strength she applied could match the kick that sent Alan flying. It seems there's more to this place than meets the eye. Leaving the column behind, Yi Xiaofan headed towards the only passage available. As for Alan, he remained trapped in his fascination with the wall patterns. If he couldn't break free from this state, he might stay there forever. Walking through the passage, Yi Xiaofan curiously observed as the colors of the walls continuously shifted. After an indeterminate period, the scene opened up before her. I never expected to find living people here. Exiting the passage, Yi Xiaofan arrived in a library-like area filled with people wearing tattered clothing, fervently flipping through books. Seemingly sensing her arrival, they all turned their heads to look at Yi Xiaofan. Their blood-red eyes and crazed expressions clearly indicated that they lacked rationality. How or why they could still read despite lacking rationality puzzled Yi Xiaofan. This looks suspiciously like zombies from movies in my past life. Though they resembled zombies, Yi Xiaofan knew they definitely weren't. Zombies couldn't possibly move so fast. Nevertheless, calling them zombies served as a convenient term. In the blink of an eye, these zombies surrounded Yi Xiaofan in a chaotic, accident-like scene due to their overwhelming numbers and incredible speed. Yi Xiaofan slapped her forehead and sighed. Brains are a good thing. I hope you guys still have some. Judging by the gnashing teeth directed her way, these creatures had likely consumed their own brains and now lay sprawled on the ground, trying futilely to snap at Yi Xiaofan. Stepping over them, one zombie managed to reach her ankle and bit down hard, losing 2 front teeth in the process. Strange, there's nothing written on the pages. What are they reading? Casually picking up a book from a shelf, Yi Xiaofan voiced her puzzlement. From this group of zombies, Yi Xiaofan could clearly sense the magical fluctuations belonging to a saint. To make a group of saint-level beings lose their minds was already enough to illustrate the extraordinariness of this palace. Little Yi. Outside the magical mist, Mullah anxiously called out Yi Xiaofan's name. But no matter how worried she was, Mullah never dared to step into the mist, even one step. I've searched everywhere, but found no mechanism. Where's the way? In the library within the palace, Yi Xiaofan sat dejectedly on the ground and asked Dudu. Whine. Dudu shook its head, indicating it didn't know either. As for that group of zombies, they continued lying on the ground. No matter how they struggled, as soon as they were about to stand up, they would be pulled down by their fellow zombies. The library seemed like a dead end, surrounded by shelves on all sides with no way out. Yi Xiaofan had moved everything in the room, but, unfortunately, there was no hidden mechanism. If so, then we can only break our way through. Getting up from the ground, shaking off his depression, Yi Xiaofan fixed his gaze seriously on the bookshelf before him. An ordinary punch. Boom. One punch sent the bookshelf along with the wall behind it crashing into ruins, leaving a large hole. Yi Xiaofan stared at the passage revealed by the opening and gave a satisfied pat. Alan, who was originally entranced by the patterns, also woke up with the deafening sound. As soon as he woke up, Alan quickly closed his eyes and tightly confined his mental strength inside his body, fearing to fall back into the enchanting patterns again. The place His Holiness is looking for should be here. It truly turns out to be a blessing in disguise, thought Alan. Imagining the rewards the Pope would give after returning made Alan almost drool. Not mentioning the numerous precious materials, even the maidens trained using secret methods by the Pope would be unforgettable experiences. The Pope of the Dark Church possessed a special secret method. Not only did the women trained under this method provide immense pleasure, but they could also enhance magic power and increase chances of breaking through levels. It could be said that once someone experienced these women, they wouldn't have any thoughts about other women. For instance, when Alan saw Yi Xiaofan earlier, he couldn't muster any interest. Chapter 56, The Rule Chain. Alan came to the library where Yi Xiaofan had been, and was almost frightened out of his wits when he saw the saint-level Tang-S lying on the ground. Only after realizing they all had lost their self-awareness did he relax. His Holiness said that a complete chain of rules is stored here. It seems to be true. If I could get it, then wouldn't it? Alan mused happily, looking at the many saint-level individuals lying on the ground. Avoiding the frenzied saints, Alan walked toward the hole that Yi Xiaofan had previously created. And Yi Xiaofan, who had already entered long ago, was now embroiled in a fierce battle. The so-called fierce battle was not because of the opponent's overwhelming strength, but due to a silver chain floating not far from Yi Xiaofan. On the ground where Yi Xiaofan stood, there was a large magical array drawn, with the silver chain floating in its center. Just the faint halo emitted by the chain as it hovered in the air was enough to show how extraordinary it was. And the aura that Yi Xiaofan felt from the chain was the same as that of the lunatic saints inside the library. Probably, this is the source of everything. To see a treasure and not want it would be unlike Yi Xiaofan's nature. Previously at Devil Antiquity Mountain, even knowing that Academy students were in danger, Yi Xiaofan still took Minuan. This alone showed just how greedy Yi Xiaofan was. However, Yi Xiaofan found it somewhat difficult to obtain the chain, because of the 4 puppets guarding it. Though they were puppets, their movements were not mechanical, but quite flexible. If they were shaped into human form by whoever made them, it would be hard to discern they were puppets. The golden puppets were extremely tough. Even Ming Yuan's cuts only left shallow wounds that healed instantly. And if any puppet became immobilized or damaged, the other 3 would attack the chain to destroy it. This placed Yi Xiaofan in a difficult situation. They are actually legendary golden armor puppets, whose methods of creation disappeared 10,000 years ago. Each one is powerful enough to rival a saint. Hiding quietly in a corner, Alan watched the puppets battling Yi Xiaofan with unrestrained astonishment. But when Alan saw the chain behind the golden armor puppet, he became nearly frenzied. It's a complete chain of rules. If I can get it, I will become a divine-level existence. Won't the whole Kanglan continent have to kneel beneath me? Thinking about this, Alan began to cautiously approach the chain of rules. Although engaged in constant combat with the puppets, Yi Xiaofan noticed Alan long ago. But since Alan wasn't making a move yet, and Yi Xiaofan himself hadn't figured out a way to deal with these 4 puppets, he didn't intervene. Now seeing Alan attempting to steal the rule chain, Yi Xiaofan had a clever idea. As the proverb says, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yi Xiaofan intentionally led the puppets away, giving Alan plenty of opportunities. Could this be a trap? Alan was not a fool, and upon observing Yi Xiaofan's behavior, doubts arose within him, causing Yi Xiaofan to silently curse under his breath. My lady has already lured the monsters away for you, and you're still hesitating. Regardless of how angry Yi Xiaofan was inside, Alan decided to keep observing. Unfortunately, the next movement of the puppets forced Alan into action. As the puppets got farther away from the rule chain, they began showing signs of returning. At this point, Alan could no longer resist. With an explosive flash, he appeared before the rule chain, grasping it in his hand. A tremendous force erupted from the chain, throwing Alan flying and crashing into the wall, leaving him unconscious. No one knew what material the palace was made of, but the power released by the rule chain could have obliterated a small mountain, yet the palace remained unscathed. Caught off guard by the sudden occurrence, Yi Xiaofan was a bit flustered. Just at that moment, the puppets had already returned before the rule chain, pounding their golden fists against the head of the chain. As the sound of metal clashing rang out, cracks slowly began to appear on the chain, spreading more and more until they covered the entire chain. This thing is so fragile. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but criticize the rule chain. At the moment his words fell silent, the entire rule chain exploded, even destroying the incredibly sturdy palace in the explosion. The aftermath of the explosion swept through the entire dark forest and reached Water City. This famous city of Star Prophecy Kingdom narrowly avoided destruction due to this residual shockwave. Seriously, I thought I could get another treasure. Yi Xiaofan stood naked on the ruins of the palace and sighed regretfully. Although the explosion couldn't harm Yi Xiaofan, the clothes he was wearing were mere ordinary items and instantly turned to ashes in the explosion, exposing his enticing body to the air. The aftereffects of the explosion gradually faded, and Yi Xiaofan's hair, which had been blown up, slowly fell back down. The sight of her partly hidden form would have driven any normal man wild with desire. Xiaoyi, are you alright? Just as Yi Xiaofan was lamenting, Mura's voice came from above her head. It turned out that the entire palace was built underground, and in the explosion caused by the rule chain, all the earth above the palace was blasted away, forming a huge crater. Mura now stood at the top of this crater, shouting Yi Xiaofan's name loudly. Hearing Mura's voice, Yi Xiaofan slightly bent her legs and leaped up beside Mura atop the crater. Mura, looking at Yi Xiaofan who was completely unclothed, couldn't help but blush. Noticing Mura's peculiar gaze, Yi Xiaofan said, "Sorry, let me put some clothes on first." Taking out a set of women's underwear, a pair of panties, and a purple dress from her spatial ring, she put them on in front of Mura. Mura watched the entire process of Yi Xiaofan dressing herself, admiring the beauty of her figure enviously. If only I could have such a perfect figure. Mura looked at the muscles on her own body and felt that she probably didn't stand a chance in this lifetime. I'm dressed now. After changing, Yi Xiaofan stood shyly before Mura. Because the skirt of the dress was rather short, she kept pulling it down, trying to cover as much of her enchanting parts as possible. Mura's eyes brightened when she saw Yi Xiaofan dressed, wondering why the gap between women could be so vast. These clothes were actually ones forced upon Yi Xiaofan by Su Rue and the others just before her departure. The ones Yi Xiaofan pulled out were relatively normal. Among the items in the spatial ring were numerous extremely revealing outfits that Yi Xiaofan wouldn't even glance at. Chapter 57, C-Class Mercenary. Let's go back. Yi Xiaofan pulled Meila and walked towards the outside of the dark forest. Hey, but we still haven't figured out the cause of the magical mist. Despite going through a lot, Meila still hadn't forgotten the purpose of this journey. Yi Xiaofan, looking at the now obviously faded magical mist, calmly said to Meila, "It's already clear. There won't be any magical mist in the dark forest from now on." Why is that? Meila had noticed the current state of the magical mist and looked at Yi Xiaofan with confusion. As they walked, Yi Xiaofan told Meila everything that had happened in the palace. After hearing the story, Meila expressed that there was too much information to process, and she couldn't accept it all at once. Xiaoyi, you say the magical mist was produced by a silver chain? I believe you, but will the mercenary guild believe it? They'll definitely ask for evidence. Evidence? That's an issue, but we'll figure it out later. Right now, I just want to go home and sleep. Stretching his arms lazily, Yi Xiaofan smiled carefree at Meila. Unable to do anything, Meila could only follow behind Yi Xiaofan, worried about her future. After walking for who knows how long, Meila finally couldn't help but ask Yi Xiaofan a question. Xiaoyi, do you really know the way? I'm trying to figure out the direction here. This side is south, let's go this way. Yi Xiaofan nervously pointed to a random direction. What does Wu Lu Sai mean? Besides, this direction should be east. Meila, who had a deep understanding of Yi Xiaofan's power in the magical mist, now once again realized just how bad he was at finding directions. Hold on, let me check. Forget it, I'll take over. Meila took the responsibility of leading the way from Yi Xiaofan. Because of Yi Xiaofan's random wandering, even Mei La didn't know which way to go anymore, so they could only vaguely move in one direction. However, less than half an hour later, they came out of the dark forest. I told you I was going in the right direction. Look, aren't we already this close to the water city? Yeah, you're right. Mei La no longer wanted to say anything to Yi Xiaofan. When the two returned to Water City, they were shocked by the scene before them. The tall walls of Water City had collapsed in half, and there were seriously injured people everywhere on the streets. Some powerful individuals who had not suffered severe injuries were rescuing survivors from the collapsed houses. The priests capable of healing magic were squeezing every last bit of magic from within their bodies to treat each patient. Excuse me, what happened? Why is it like this? Yi Xiaofan grabbed a sweaty man and asked. This man, initially angry at being stopped, immediately turned 180 degrees when he saw Yi Xiaofan's handsome face. Little sister, you don't know. Yesterday, a sudden and extremely powerful force emerged from the dark forest, destroying Water City almost completely. Could it be the result of the silver chain exploding? But why wasn't the dark forest affected? Yi Xiaofan wondered after hearing the man's words. Just as Yi Xiaofan wanted to inquire further, Mei La suddenly ran off like a madwoman. Yi Xiaofan thanked the man and hurriedly chased after Mei La's silhouette. Yi Xiaofan followed Mei La as she sprinted, arriving at the far western edge of Water City. In stark contrast to the luxurious center of Water City, this place was practically a slum. Perhaps because it was on the furthest edge and farthest from the dark forest, the buildings here weren't damaged as much. Mei La rushed to the door of a wooden house and anxiously knocked on the wooden door. Soon, a white-haired old man opened the door and stepped out. It's Mei La, back again. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me. Mom. Before the old man finished speaking, Mei La embraced him tightly. Watching the frail body of the old man, Yi Xiaofan worried if Mei La might crush the elder due to her strength. Fortunately, Yi Xiaofan's concern did not materialize. Mei La released the old man, her face full of tears, and said, I'm glad you're safe. Without saying a word, the old man wiped away Mei La's tear streaks with his sleeve. Seeing the warm reunion between mother and daughter, even Yi Xiaofan felt a lump in his throat. Quietly leaving the two women, Yi Xiaofan headed toward the location of the mercenary guild. Mei La, wasn't the pretty little girl standing over there your friend? How impolite of you not to invite her inside for a rest. After Yi Xiaofan left, Mei La's mother commented to Mei La. I forgot. Mei La looked around in panic, but Yi Xiaofan was already nowhere to be found. I'll go find Xiao Yi first, and then I'll come back to see you later. Mei La rushed toward the city center, hoping to find Yi Xiaofan. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaofan had already used his teleportation skills to arrive at the former site of the mercenary guild. The current mercenary guild was now just a pile of ruins. The details have been explained. I congratulate you on completing the mission. After finding the vice president, Mi Xiuxi, Yi Xiaofan recounted all that happened in the dark forest. Do I not need to provide any evidence? Yi Xiaofan was surprised by how readily Mi Xiuxi believed him. Could looking good really give him free rein? In fact, we already had some guesses about the origin of the magical mist. Your report confirmed our suspicions, so the chance of you lying is pretty small. Fortunately, Mi Xiuxi provided Yi Xiaofan with an explanation in time, or else Yi Xiaofan might end up living only off his looks in the future. What about my friend? The test is complete, and their rank has returned to E level. And personally, I've decided to promote you to C class. Mi Xiuxi saw what Yi Xiaofan wanted to ask and smiled while giving Yi Xiaofan the answer he sought, along with a big gift. This feels awkward. Yi Xiaofan hesitated as he accepted the emblem representing a C-class mercenary from Mi Xiuxi. Given Miss Ye's abilities, being a C-class mercenary is definitely justified. If it weren't for my limited authority, I would have promoted you directly to A-class. Mi Xiuxi said half-jokingly. With business finished, Yi Xiaofan could think of no solutions for Water City's current situation, and staying here longer held no meaning. He moved toward his original destination. Not long after Yi Xiaofan left, Mei La arrived at the mercenary guild. Upon learning that Yi Xiaofan had already gone, an indescribable feeling welled up within Mei La. This is something you left for you. Mi Xiuxi handed Mei La a spatial ring. When she opened it, Mei La saw shiny gold coins. There were 1,000 of them. Xiao Yi, thank you. Chapter 58, Long Legs and the Little Lolita. Within the boundaries of the Lietling Kingdom, on the official road between Zhuhua City and Xuanmu City, a caravan slowly passed by. The guards surrounding the caravan all had robust physiques. Yexiafan was sitting in a dragon carriage, idly playing with her smooth hair. Ever since leaving the City of Water, Yexiafan first went to the dark forest and found by Samlang. After repeated coercion, she extorted quite a few good things. With her wallet thoroughly bulging, Yexiafan was aimlessly wandering around. Hey, this road is mine to open. This tree is mine to plant. If you want to pass here, leave your by-road money. A cliché line, an unoriginal setup, the bandits blocked the caravan. Despite encountering bandits, there was no panic at all within the entire caravan. Yexiafan quietly peeked outside, seeing the caravan's supervisor, a person dressed like a butler, stepping forward to negotiate with the bandits. Pursing her lips, Yexiafan returned to her seat inside the carriage out of boredom. Generally speaking, according to the plot, there must be a young lady or a master in this caravan, who will return to inherit the estate under the leadership of the butler. On the way, they are robbed by bandits, and then a world-class expert appears. Yexiafan had seen too much of such scenarios in novels from her previous life, and it was truly nothing new. It was better to stay in the carriage and play with her cat. Anyway, I've already paid. Protecting my safety is their responsibility. Don't you think so, Dudu? Yexiafan said to a confused-looking Dudu. Whether it was an illusion or not, Xuanhuan felt that Dudu had grown a bit larger, and he was even more sleepy than before. If previously he slept for 23 hours a day, now he sleeps for 23.5 hours. The remaining half hour was used for eating. Whimper. Dudu, woken up from his dream, reluctantly hummed twice at Xuanhuan, angry but not daring to say anything. Only this amount of money? Let me tell you, without 1,000 gold coins, you won't pass through here. Just as Xuanhuan expected, the negotiation broke down. The bandits were demanding 1,000 gold coins. A common household's annual living expenses would only need 50 silver coins, but 1,000 gold coins would require selling the entire caravan to raise the amount. Of course, Xuanhuan was excluded from this. With the 10,000 gold coins given by Nalen Hanwu and the precious magical materials extorted from by Sanlang, Xuanhuan's wealth could make it onto the rich list. Shouldn't the wealthy young lady or master appear about now? The script unfolded exactly as Xuanhuan had guessed. A beautiful girl descended from the dragon carriage, spotted by the bandits who wanted to take her up the mountain to be the head bandit's wife. Naturally, the girl wouldn't agree, which led to a fierce battle. However, the bandits, with their numerical advantage, were clearly taking the upper hand. You have no skills yet still wander around flaunting your presence. Are you brain damaged? But because you're pretty, I'll just save you this time. The girl looked no older than 16 or 17, but was nearly 1.8 meters tall, with 2 snow-white long legs that kept catching Xuanhuan's attention. Her chest area was also extremely well endowed, something Xuanhuan might never achieve. Dudu, what kind of entrance do you think would be stylish? Since she planned to intervene, she naturally wanted to choose a grand and stylish way of appearing, to draw attention, and let the audience applaud with 666. Unfortunately, before Xuanhuan had decided how to grab the spotlight, someone beat her to it and became the hero. Throughout history, swords have always been essential tools for showing off. The arriving hero was holding a long sword, with determination written all over his youthful face, easily defeating the leader of the bandits who had the strength of a great magic warrior with just a few moves. Get lost. The boy coldly spat one word at the bandit leader, and his handsome demeanor made the girl's eyes sparkle with admiration. Oh no, another fine cabbage is about to get ravaged by a pig. Since someone else had already become the hero, it seemed unnecessary for Xuanhuan to step out. So she retreated into the dragon carriage and watched the youth who had stolen her thunder with obvious dissatisfaction. Outside the dragon carriage, everyone lavishly praised the youth, making Xuanhuan feel even more irked. Stupid brother knows how to show off. A young voice came from outside the carriage. Curious, Xuanhuan peered outside. A little Lolita was pretending to be mature, constantly criticizing the youth. However, the youth looked at the little girl with adoration in his eyes. Wow, a minimum sentence of 3 years, possibly even the death penalty. Xuanhuan excitedly observed the Lolita. Unlike the fake Lolitas in the dormitory, this one was genuine. In her previous life, Xuanhuan was nothing but a Lolita enthusiast, but unfortunately, the real-life Lolitas were far from appealing. Now, Xuanhuan finally got to see a genuine little Lolita who could rival those in the two-dimensional world. Xuanhuan, your health isn't good. Don't run around recklessly. The young man gently patted the little girl's head. Stupid brother, stop patting my head. I won't grow taller if you keep doing that. The little Lolita said no with her mouth, but wore an expression of pure delight on her face. Never expected a forbidden love between siblings. Maybe we should look into German orthopedics. Xuanhuan thought this plot was quite interesting and could continue unfolding. However, Xuanhuan was bound to be disappointed. It seemed that the small Lolita's health was very poor. She hadn't stood outside for long when she almost fell down. The young man quickly carried her into the dragon carriage. With the protagonist retreating back inside, naturally the caravan had to set off. Due to the presence of such a powerful person nearby, everyone couldn't help but let their guard down a bit. Boss, plan A has failed. No problem. We never counted on that group of failures accomplishing anything. Keep a close eye on that young man, as well as the little girl he is holding. No one noticed that not far from the caravan, there was a group of black-clad men closely watching them. Boss, what is so special about that sickly little girl? The young man hugging her is the expert here. Or do you? Even though his face was covered, a disgusting aura still radiated from him. That little girl harbors tremendous magical power. She must not be underestimated. The leader of the black-clad men calmly replied to his question, seemingly accustomed to his subordinate's behavior. Boss, I have another question. Ask away, what's the question? Apparently, this black-clad man wasn't just unpleasant, but also a chatterbox. Even a minute without talking made him uncomfortable all over. Boss, why are we dressed in black and masked in broad daylight? Doesn't this look suspicious? You know nothing. This is how assassins dress. It makes us appear more professional. Chapter 59, Advanced Space Ring. After the battle during the day, everyone felt exhausted. The sky had just turned dark when the caravan members went to sleep early, leaving only those responsible for keeping watch. And the night was the killer's paradise. The mysterious man in black who had been tracking the caravan all day was now quietly moving closer. Older brother 2 and 3, you two are responsible for killing the ones on watch duty, but be careful not to make any noise. Yes. Older brother 4 and 5, your job is to enter the tents and look for the target. Yes. Since they used spiritual force communication among the people in black, those on watch didn't detect them. And being able to communicate with spiritual force indicated that they were at least great mages level or higher. Following the leader's orders, older brother 2 and 3 transformed into a shadow of blackness, floating to the side of the 2 men on watch. The 2 guards, who were drowsy before, suddenly felt an unusual glow on their backs. Years of experience in life and death situations told them someone was attacking them. Not having time to think things through, the two immediately picked up their weapons nearby. But just as they took hold of their weapons, sharp daggers cut their throats. Their mouths were sealed by magic, so not a single sound came out. At the moment the watchers died, the figures of black-robed men number 4 and 5 appeared in front of the tents, checking one by one if anyone matched the objective of the mission. If it wasn't them, numbers 4 and 5 wasted no effort killing these innocent individuals. The entire process was seamless and not even the tiniest sound was made. Before long, the campsite was enveloped by an indistinct trace of blood. In the tent, Xuanhuan, who was hugging Daodu and sleeping, suddenly woke up from his dream. Releasing his spiritual power, Xuanhuan could clearly sense the movements of a few people in the darkness. Black-robed man known as number 4 arrived in front of Xuanhuan's tent, completely unaware of the horrifying person inside. Number 4 entered the tent and saw Xuanhuan pretending to be asleep there. Good eyesight allowed him to see Xuanhuan's face clearly even in the darkness. For a moment, number 4 actually harbored thoughts of chivalry toward women. But soon after, this thought took over his whole brain, causing him to completely forget about his task. Pulling out a packet of sedative powder from his pocket, number 4 sneered and scattered it into the air. Hee, under the influence of the dream-back powder, even dragons would sleep for a day. But aren't you scattering it yourself? Don't you risk getting knocked out? Xuanhuan, whose eyes were already open, strangely asked number 4. This? I forgot. As he finished speaking, number 4 fell sound asleep on the ground. Xuanhuan looked at number 4 on the ground with complicated eyes. Having such a brain really couldn't be compared with anyone else. In the camp, another pair who noticed something wrong were the brother-sister duo from earlier in the day. Brother, little xuanhuan, with her cute big eyes looking at the youth, while the youth gestured to her to stay silent. Subsequently, the youth scanned the camp using spiritual force and realized 3 black-clothed figures had opened their murderous intent. Each of them had strength no weaker than his. Seems like we've been discovered. The leader muttered, hiding in the shadows, then communicated telepathically to the rest not to hide anymore. What perplexed the leader was he could no longer sense number 4's presence. Receiving the leader's command, the 3 cloaked figures stopped being cautious and unleashed all the magical energy within them. Realizing this, the youth, who was planning countermeasures inside his tent, hurriedly ran out and began fighting the cloaked men together with other guards of the caravan. All the protectors of the caravan also rushed out with weapons in hand, surrounding the trio alongside the young man. Who are you? A butler-like figure questioned the hooded man, while a long-legged girl stood behind him. To not recognize a killer organization, are you truly the great steward of Tiandan Pavilion? Mere reputation. Pointed out black-cloaked man number 2 towards a bloody rose symbol on his chest, which shocked the caravan's members. The assassin organization, a more mysterious existence than the dark sect. No one knew exactly who the members of this group were, just that the emblem of the assassin organization was a bloody rose, and all those marked by the assassin organization had never returned alive. You guys are stirring up trouble here while I quietly deal with the brother-sister duo. Also, where's older brother 4 gone? The voice of the leader echoed again in the minds of the remaining 3. Though down one person, the 3 still followed the leader's instructions, raising their hands to attack the caravan's guards. As the fight began, the boy's face showed full of suspicion. Given the 3's skills, they obviously had countless opportunities to kill the guards, yet each time they unanimously shifted targets instead. There must be some conspiracy hidden beneath this. With doubts in mind, his attacks naturally weren't as natural. Yet the 3 black-cloaked figures wouldn't engage seriously with the youth. As soon as they touched, they swiftly retreated. The feeling of frustration made the young boy involuntarily feel anxious, and his actions seemed somewhat eager. It was at this moment that the leader of the black-clothed men seized the opportunity to launch a thunderous attack on the boy. Turns out it's an advanced space ring, so troublesome to crack. Xuanhuan, who was still in the tent, had already stripped black-cloaked man for down to nothing. Xuanhuan had never expected that the man under the black robe would be a bit handsome, with a rather impressive lower half. TCH, he has quite the potential to be a male escort, said Xuanhuan, though the envy in his eyes couldn't be concealed no matter what. In order to test how strong the effects of dream-back powder were, Xuanhuan gathered magic and conjured a high-temperature flame, placing it on the black-clothed man's lower half. I'm just testing the effectiveness of the dream-back powder. It's not because I'm jealous. It wasn't until the smell of roasted meat wafted over that Xuanhuan, satisfied, withdrew his magic and happily started examining his spoils of war. A fine steel dagger, worthless. A set of armor made from beast hides, worthless too. After counting carefully, Xuanhuan could only hope that the space ring might bring him some surprises. But high-level space rings have a blood drip recognition function. Unless the original owner removes the connection themselves, the link remains unbroken even if the owner dies. However, breaking this kind of link was merely a matter of time for Xuanhuan. Though it felt very troublesome, being greedy was always one of Xuanhuan's finer qualities. First seep in spiritual energy, locate the original owner's mental imprint, erase it. Finally done, it was such a hassle. Xuanhuan wiped away non-existent sweat from his face. From cracking the ring to finishing, Xuanhuan took a full minute. Bang! An ice spike pierced through the tent and struck the space ring on Xuanhuan's hand, shattering it into pieces and leaving behind a thin layer of ice residue on Xuanhuan's hand. Chapter 60, The Leon Family. Xuanhuan blankly stared at the shards of ice on her hand, her mind unable to process what just happened. The one who fired the ice spike was naturally the leader among the black-clothed figures. The ice spike had originally been aimed at the young man from earlier in the day, but his reflexes exceeded the leader's expectations, and he dodged it at the last moment. Thus, the ice spike came straight toward Yi Xiaofan with no less momentum, shattering the space ring on her hand into pieces. Big brother, are you alright? The little girl who had been hiding in the tent ran out anxiously when she saw her brother in danger. Xiao Xian, no. The young man shouted in panic as another ice spike shot towards the little girl, piercing through her chest. The little girl couldn't believe the large hole in her chest as she slowly lay down on the ground. Xiao Xian, the young man yelled as he tried to run to her side, only to be restrained by the magic of the leader of the black-clothed group. One dealt with. Now prioritize attacking that young man. The leader transmitted this command to the others. As for the little girl whose chest had been pierced, he didn't even spare her a glance. Getting hit by his ice spikes, even if it was just a scratch, could be fatal. And now that her chest had been pierced, there was no hope for survival. Even a saint wouldn't survive having their chest pierced, so the leader of the black-clad assassins felt confident. Hearing their leader's order, the three attackers turned their attention to the young man. The guards tried to stop them, but were all cut down swiftly. The guards realized then that the black-clothed men hadn't used their full strength before. You bastards. I swear by the name of the Leon family that I will slaughter you here and now. The young man glared fiercely at the circle of black-clad assailants, bloodshot eyes brimming with anger. With those words, his fiery red hair began to gradually turn grayish-white, and his aura intensified tenfold. The Leon family? One of the largest families in Xinjiang Kingdom? Finish him off quickly, or once his transformation is complete, it will be more troublesome to deal with him. Xinjiang Kingdom was the most powerful nation on the Kanglan continent, where 90% of its population were mages. As one of the largest families in Xinjiang Kingdom, the Leon family possessed an ancient secret technique passed down through their bloodline. This secret art could grant the user 1/10 of the power of the legendary ancestor, Brute Leon. Even with just 1/10 of his power, it was more than enough to wipe out a group of fighters ranked around 4 or 5 levels. Of course, activating this secret art cost the user 1/10 of their lifespan. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, no one would ever use this technique. Although I'm quite upset right now, since you've activated your secret art, let me give you a chance to perform first, said Yi Xiaofan, who had just recovered from the shock. She prepared to go out and check who had shattered her space ring when she noticed the sight of the young man's premature white hair. Typically composed, Yi Xiaofan decided to let the young man act first. It was important to give young people opportunities, wasn't it? Then, Yi Xiaofan watched as the youth, after activating his secret art, was pinned down and roughed up by the 4 black-clothed men. Kid, you're not the only one who knows secret arts. For the first time since the assassination began, one of the black-clothed men spoke. The young man, currently pinned to the ground by the leader, had tears of regret welling in his purple pupils. I'm sorry, Xiao Xian. It's my fault for not protecting you properly, and my fault for bringing you out without proper preparation. At this point, Yi Xiaofan knew it was time for her to step in. Learning from her past mistake of letting someone else get ahead, she took no further hesitation. She grabbed a black cloak, which was given to her by the Night Knights upon leaving Alaska, embroidered with a large knight character, draped it over herself, and instantly appeared behind the black-clad leader. I also have a message for you. Don't think that using a secret art makes you invincible. A faint voice reached the ears of the leader of the black-clad group, who turned around in disbelief to find Yi Xiaofan's exquisite face mere inches away. When did you get behind me? I didn't feel a thing. Despite his astonishment, years of combat experience kicked in, and he reacted immediately. He kicked the young man toward his companions while simultaneously lunging his dagger at Yi Xiaofan. Clang! With just 2 fingers, Yi Xiaofan effortlessly caught the leader's lightning-fast strike. With a slight pressure from her fingers, the blade let out a mournful sound before breaking into 2 pieces. Even with your secret art, you're still pathetically weak, Yi Xiaofan commented. Throwing the broken dagger aside, the leader of the black-clothed men quickly distanced himself from Yi Xiaofan, casting multiple layers of magical shields around his body. How cowardly, truly unworthy of being an assassin. Yi Xiaofan mocked. What should we do, boss? Our secret art won't last much longer. Let's figure out a way to retreat. This woman is practically a monster. The black-clothed figures continued communicating telepathically, the overwhelming strength of Yi Xiaofan having made them contemplate withdrawing. But boss, we haven't seen the 4th brother anywhere. At first, I thought he just stopped moving again because he saw a pretty face, but now it seems like he's probably in deep trouble and little chance for survival. Although the black-clothed figures were constantly communicating telepathically, it was far too easy for Yi Xiaofan to eavesdrop on their exchanges if she wanted to. So you think you can leave without finishing your mission? A simple sentence caused a cold sweat to break out among the group of black-clothed men. If our mental conversations can be overheard by someone as skilled as you, then indeed you are an expert. But keeping us here may still be beyond your reach. Every successful member recruited into the assassin organization would be granted a Saint Mark by a Saint-level powerhouse. Activating the Saint Mark allowed one's body to vanish instantaneously, being randomly teleported 100 miles away. Though it could only be used once, it served as a life-saving ability during critical moments. It was precisely due to the existence of this Saint Mark that the leader of the black-clothed figures acted so confidently. As long as you let us go, we will abandon this mission. After using the Saint Mark once, it would be rendered useless unless one contributed significantly to the organization to obtain another Saint Mark. Therefore, adhering to the principle of saving resources when possible, the leader of the black-clad men attempted to negotiate with Yi Xiaofan. In return, He only received a look of disdain from Yi Xiaofan. We're leaving. Seeing the gaze of Yi Xiaofan, the black-clothed men realized that she would never let them escape. As soon as the order was given, all four of them activated their saint marks at the same time. Humph! A cold snort escaped Yi Xiaofan's lips, causing the bodies of the four who had already vanished to suddenly reappear. Saint-level powerhouse. The leader of the black-clothed men stared in terror at Yi Xiaofan. Chapter 61. The Treatment of a Saint. Sao? Saint-level powerhouse. The leader of the black-clothed men looked at Yi Xiaofan with horror. The people around were instantly shocked. If you added up all the human upgraded powerhouses on the entire Kanglan continent, there would definitely not be more than 100. This shows how rare saint-level powerhouses are. As for god-level, they only exist in legends. Without denying or acknowledging, Yi Xiaofan gave an indifferent look to the leader of the black-clothed men. Since I have encountered a saint, I accept my defeat. The leader of the black-clothed men knew that with his abilities, there was no way he could escape from the palm of a saint. However, Yi Xiaofan did not kill him. He shattered the magic cores of the four black-clothed men and left them for the guild people to deal with. Why didn't you move earlier? After dealing with the black-clothed men, Yi Xiaofan was about to return to his tent to catch up on sleep when the young man, holding the already dead little girl, coldly said to Yi Xiaofan, "You need to calm down. Miss Xuanhuan's death cannot be blamed on Saint El." The tall girl from the caravan, while stopping the young man, gave Yi Xiaofan an apologetic smile. It was clear to see that after the events of the day, their relationship had developed nicely. Why not blame her? If she had moved earlier, Miss Xuanhuan wouldn't have died. The young man had lost his composure and roared at the girl. "So it's all your fault. You killed Miss Xuanhuan." The young man turned his head and stared intently at Yi Xiaofan as he said this. "Oh, if I am the one who caused her death, so what? Bite me." Regarding the young man's reaction, Yi Xiaofan felt both angry and amused. There are always some people who blame others for their own incompetence. The young man never expected Yi Xiaofan to react in such a way, stunned speechless for a moment, watching Yi Xiaofan walk back into the tent. Just before Yi Xiaofan was about to hide inside the tent, the young man said to Yi Xiaofan, "My name is Andy Leon. Since you don't kill me, one day I will kill you to avenge Miss Xuanhuan. If you can do it, then go ahead." Although very dissatisfied with the other party's attitude, Yi Xiaofan still couldn't reach the point where he kills someone just because they speak rudely to him. Moreover, regarding Andy's declaration, Yi Xiaofan simply doesn't take it seriously. If Yi Xiaofan could be easily killed by someone, then the supreme god wouldn't even bother stepping out. There was no talk overnight, and it wasn't until late morning the next day that Yi Xiaofan woke up from his dream. He held Dudu, the chubby one, yawned, and walked out of the tent. Just as he walked out of the tent, Yi Xiaofan got a shock. Everyone in the caravan was already neatly dressed, standing respectfully outside his tent. Even Andy, looking quite disgruntled, had been dragged over by the tall girl. "You? What exactly are you doing?" "Respected saint adult, breakfast has already been prepared for you. Please come over here." The middle-aged man dressed as a butler approached Yi Xiaofan and politely addressed him. Yi Xiaofan looked completely perplexed. After communicating with the butler, Yi Xiaofan finally understood the situation. Due to last night's words from the black-clothed man's leader, everyone believed that Yi Xiaofan was undoubtedly a saint-level powerhouse. And maintaining good relations with a saint-level powerhouse was absolutely beneficial, without any harm. So early that morning, the butler gathered everyone in the caravan together, discussing how to curry favor with Yi Xiaofan. After deliberating for a long time, they realized the only things they could offer were coins, which probably Yi Xiaofan wouldn't care much about. Out of necessity, they decided to treat Yi Xiaofan respectfully to win his favor. If Yi Xiaofan had known their thoughts, he would have certainly told them. As long as there's plenty of gold, attitude means nothing. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaofan didn't know what they thought, nor did they know Yi Xiaofan's preferences. Misunderstandings led Yi Xiaofan to enjoy a particularly exceptional breakfast. "Can you stop following me? Go do whatever you should be doing, pretend like I'm not here, alright?" After breakfast, Yi Xiaofan, unable to endure it any longer, said this to the large group of people behind him. Finally, they decided to assign 3 young and beautiful women to serve Yi Xiaofan. 3 people, fine, it's better than having a whole crowd. Yi Xiaofan reluctantly accepted, although Yi Xiaofan ate breakfast. In fact, it was almost noon. To make up for the lost journey, the caravan quickened its pace. And after being fully fed and watered, Yi Xiaofan, under the service of the 3 maids, entered the most luxurious dragon carriage in the caravan. The quality is really different. There's not even a bit of jostling sensation. Yi Xiaofan was reclining on the snow-white thighs of a maid, eating the luli fruit fed to him while sighing. The dragon carriage he had previously sat in felt like it would split his buttocks into 3 parts after only a day. Truly the worst kind of capitalism. While Yi Xiaofan was indulging himself, the tall girl Suya and Andy were sitting together in another dragon carriage. Looking at the dragon carriage Yi Xiaofan was in, Andy's gaze carried an unrestrained resentment. "Thank you, Suya, now you're the only one who still stays by my side." In Andy's arms was a large jade jar containing the ashes of little Xuanhuan, whom he had already cremated overnight the previous night. "This is what I should do." Suya held Andy's thick hand and consoled him softly. Andy, feeling the coolness of Suya's small hand, held it tightly in his palm. Surprised, Suya tried to pull her hand back, but Andy wouldn't let go. Looking into Andy's eyes, Suya's adorable face turned slightly red with embarrassment. "Miss." The butler's voice came from outside the dragon carriage, making the 2 guilty people hastily withdraw their hands. "Grandpa Fu, I'm coming out." Suya calmed herself down and forced a composed response before sneaking a glance at Andy and stepping out of the carriage. As long as I have the assistance of the Tiandan Pavilion, it will be no problem for me to become a saint given my natural talent, and then I can avenge you, little Exine. After Suya left, Andy tenderly caressed the jade jar containing little Exine's ashes. As if responding to Andy, the jar gently trembled. Miss, you and Andy. The butler pulled Suya aside to a cargo dragon carriage, hesitating and beginning to ask. Don't worry, I'm just playing along with him. A genius like this naturally needs good courting. Upon hearing Suya's reply, the butler visibly relaxed. After pausing for a moment, he spoke again. What about that young lady suspected of being a saint-level powerhouse? Suspected? Do you think she might not be at the saint level? Chapter 62, Tiandan Pavilion. Speaking of Yi Xiaofan, Suya's expression visibly became more serious. The people from the assassin organization should not have made a mistake in their identification. Miss, have you ever seen our patriarch take action? You mean, Tiandan Pavilion, as an organization renowned across the Kanglan continent, naturally has the backing of a saint-level powerhouse. And this saint-level powerhouse is none other than Su Yu, the founder of Tiandan Pavilion and the patriarch of the Su family. A saint-level powerhouse can change the colors of heaven and earth with mere pressure. Why would they need to act personally? Don't jump to conclusions yet. Once we reach Zhuhua City, find a way to invite her to the family headquarters for the patriarch to verify her authenticity. That's all we can do. The steward feigned a contemplative look, but his right hand restlessly found its way to Su Ya's slender waist. Su Ya slapped the steward's hand away and scolded him. Be more careful outside so that no one discovers us. After speaking, Su Ya stepped out of the dragon carriage first, leaving the steward behind with a reluctant expression on his face. On the other side, Yi Xiaofan was comfortably enjoying the attentions of the serving maid. Dao Du lay nearby, tearing into the roasted chicken claws that Yi Xiaofan had given him. Is the Holy One satisfied? Leaving the steward, Su Ya quickly came over to Yi Xiaofan's side. Satisfied, very satisfied. Yi Xiaofan's mouth was stuffed full of food, causing his response to be muffled and unclear. It's good that the Holy One is satisfied. Looking at Yi Xiaofan eating, Su Ya increasingly felt that Yi Xiaofan wasn't the real Holy One, but she showed no signs of it on her face. I wonder if the Holy One has heard of Tiandan Pavilion. No. Su Ya had planned to reveal her identity and smoothly extend an invitation to Yi Xiaofan to visit Tiandan Pavilion when he'd be surprised. But she didn't expect Yi Xiaofan to be so uncooperative. Ho ho, the Holy One loves to joke around. Yi Xiaofan looked confusedly at Su Ya, unsure when he told a joke. Looking at Yi Xiaofan's expression, Su Ya realized that Yi Xiaofan truly didn't know about the existence of Tiandan Pavilion. MMP, damn. Is this guy really a saint or just a bumpkin? How could someone not know Tiandan Pavilion? Su Ya's inner world was dealt a severe blow, revealing a look of defeat on her face. This time it was Yi Xiaofan who felt awkward. Seeing how proud she had been, and now realizing he hadn't given her enough face, he hurriedly corrected himself. Haha, I was indeed joking. How could I not know about Tiandan Pavilion? Isn't it that thing? I am the overseer of Tiandan Pavilion in Zhuhua City. I wonder if I may have the honor of inviting the Holy One to pay a visit. After thinking it through, Yi Xiaofan realized he actually didn't know where to go next, so he nodded in agreement. Alright, fine. In that case, I shall not disturb the Holy One further. Seeing Yi Xiaofan agree, Su Ya tactfully withdrew. The journey thereafter was uneventful, and the caravan safely arrived in Zhuhua City. Although some guards died along the way, these were common occurrences among those frequently traveling such routes. Upon reaching Zhuhua City, the merchants accompanying them departed one by one, not forgetting to make a good impression on Yi Xiaofan before leaving. Satisfied after securing Yi Xiaofan's vague promise to visit their places when he had time, they all left contentedly. In reality, Yi Xiaofan couldn't even remember any of their names, let alone return to their places for visits. Once everyone had gone, only Yi Xiaofan, Su Ya, her steward Andy, and the group of bodyguards remained. On the way to Tiandan Pavilion, Yi Xiaofan curiously eyed Andy, wondering why he was also accompanying Su Ya. In response to Yi Xiaofan's gaze, Andy unabashedly glared back at Yi Xiaofan. Su Ya noticed Yi Xiaofan's confusion and explained, since brother Andy temporarily has nowhere to go, I invited him to stay with me for a few days. Oh, Yi Xiaofan adopted a knowingly smirking look, which made Su Ya blush slightly. Upon arriving at the gates of Tiandan Pavilion, the gatekeeper eagerly rushed forward upon seeing Su Ya. Miss, welcome back. You must have had a tiring journey. Su Ya nodded to the gatekeeper and gracefully walked inside Tiandan Pavilion, showing none of her usual playful demeanor. Following Su Ya, Yi Xiaofan flashed a polite smile to the gatekeeper, causing the latter to stand frozen in place as if having lost his soul. Entering Tiandan Pavilion, Yi Xiaofan was amazed by the extent of its wealth. He finally understood why Su Ya had worn a proud expression when mentioning Tiandan Pavilion. From the outside, there was nothing particularly special. However, stepping inside Tiandan Pavilion revealed its immense size far beyond what Yi Xiaofan imagined. Various rare treasures and magical items displayed on counters almost tempted him to commit robbery. There's no way the exterior could hide something this massive. It's incredible. The Holy One may not be aware, but Tiandan Pavilion is equipped with a spatial formation, which is why its interior is countless times larger than its exterior. Every time the subject of Tiandan Pavilion was mentioned, Yi Xiaofan could always see pride reflected on Su Ya's face. What would happen to the items inside if the spatial formation were destroyed? This thought suddenly popped into Yi Xiaofan's mind, and he even felt somewhat tempted to try it out. Woof woof. But Dowda knew Yi Xiaofan well. It promptly emerged from Yi Xiaofan's arms, stretching out a paw to stop him. Holy One, is this your pet? Suya, seeing Dowda emerge, revealed an expression of great fondness. Even Andy, who had been glaring at Yi Xiaofan all along, couldn't help but feel an urge to pet Dowda upon seeing it. Isn't it adorable? Its name is Dowda. Yi Xiaofan finally found an opportunity to show off, ignoring Dowda's feelings and holding it up to display to everyone. Dowda shyly crossed its back legs, attempting to cover parts that its fur couldn't conceal. This action only made Dowda appear even cuter. Holy One, may I touch it? I'd lend it to you for a couple of days. Yi Xiaofan extended Dowda towards Suya, abandoning it without hesitation. Although Dowda appeared reluctant to leave Yi Xiaofan, it was actually overjoyed internally. However, to prevent Yi Xiaofan from taking it back, Dowda secretly hooked onto Suya's clothing with its claws. In reality, Dowda was overly concerned. Yi Xiaofan had already begun to resent how much it ate and wished it would leave for a few days. Thus, under mutual intentions, Dowda successfully ended up in Suya's embrace. Finally, I can get rid of this annoying little thing. Finally, I can get rid of this annoying owner. Both Yi Xiaofan and Dowda thought simultaneously in their hearts. Holy One, please follow me. I've already had the servants prepare a room for you. I hope you don't find it unsatisfactory. With Dowda now satisfied resting on her chest, Suya didn't forget about Yi Xiaofan either. Chapter 63, The Butler. During these few days staying at Tiandan Pavilion, Yi Xiaofan fully enjoyed the VIP treatment. Suya not only treated Yi Xiaofan with good food and drink, but also tried to meet any of Yi Xiaofan's requests. With the mindset that if something is free, it's foolish not to take advantage of it, Yi Xiaofan was completely unreserved. Using the materials from Tiandan Pavilion, he continuously refined magical artifacts, his success rate getting higher and higher. Even the leftover materials were collected without hesitation into Yi Xiaofan's spatial ring. On the fourth day, while Yi Xiaofan was refining magical artifacts in his room, Suya came up. Lord Sheng. Upon seeing Yi Xiaofan, Suya respectfully bowed to him. Everyone at Tiandan Pavilion, from top to bottom, would bow to Yi Xiaofan when they saw him. Although Yi Xiaofan was initially uncomfortable, he had now grown accustomed to this feeling of respect. Do you have something to say? Yi Xiaofan didn't even bother to look up as he continued fiddling with the materials in his hands. It's like this, Your Holiness. Since our family has learned of your existence, they wish to meet you. What do you think? From the first day Yi Xiaofan moved in, Suya had been in contact with the family, reporting Yi Xiaofan's situation. It wasn't until today that the family responded, saying that the ancient ancestor of the Su family would agree to meet Yi Xiaofan. Su Yu, the founder of Tiandan Pavilion, was a very powerful presence among the saints and naturally had his pride. Not only was it uncertain whether Yi Xiaofan was a saint, even if confirmed, he wouldn't just meet anyone who wanted to see him. However, considering the great benefits of recruiting a saint for the family, Su Yu decided to meet Yi Xiaofan first. If Yi Xiaofan was truly a saint, things could go smoothly. Otherwise, Su Yu would let him know the price of impersonating a saint. Since I don't have anything else to do, meeting him would be fine. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xiaofan agreed. In that case, I will arrange it immediately. Hearing Yi Xiaofan's consent, Suya happily said. After bowing again, she stepped out of the room. After leaving Yi Xiaofan, Suya went to Andy once more. Ever since joining Tiandan Pavilion, Andy would intensely practice martial arts every day until he was exhausted before stopping. Suya had advised him many times, but Andy never listened. As for Xiao Xian's ashes, Andy kept them by his bedside and hugged them every night to sleep. Yi Xiaofan always thought Andy's mind must have been broken. So whenever he met Andy, Yi Xiaofan simply ignored Andy's sarcastic remarks. Why quarrel with a fool? As usual, no matter how Suya tried to converse with Andy, all Andy did was train relentlessly. Only when Suya got impatient did Andy mutter something. Andy's attitude genuinely troubled Suya. She had originally planned to use the beauty trap to bring Andy under her control, but instead, she found herself being led around by Andy. Miss, there are some business matters requiring your attention, said the butler, arriving while Suya was fretting over this issue. All right, I'll come immediately. Suya bid farewell to Andy and followed the butler away. After Suya left, Andy stopped his cultivation and stared at the direction she had departed in for a long time before finally speaking. This Suya, she is so sly, almost catching me off guard. Better to abandon my previous plan and leave here as soon as possible. On the other side, Suya followed the butler through twists and turns and arrived at the butler's quarters. As the second in command of Tiandan Pavilion, the butler's residence was, naturally, luxurious. Just the butler alone had an independent courtyard of considerable size. The moment the two walked into the house, the butler suddenly embraced Suya, passionately kissing her. Yeah, I've missed you to death. Get up, take off your disguise first. Suya angrily shoved the butler away. Seeing Suya was angry, the butler quickly rubbed his face furiously. In a short while, he peeled off a layer of skin, revealing an exceptionally handsome face beneath. Subsequently, the butler employed the same method on his hands, neck, and other places, peeling off similar coverings. Before, he was an elderly man in his 40s. Now, he transformed into a young man. Brother Su Ming still looks this good. Disguising himself as an old man is nauseating. Suya hugged Su Ming and acted coquettishly against his chest. Su Ming's large hands roamed across Suya's body, making her feel weak all over. Did that person agree? While caressing Suya, Su Ming questioned. AGR, Eid, and was extremely agreeable, possibly. Might indeed be a saint. Suya looked at Su Ming with dazed eyes, mumbling unclearly. If she is a saint, then the two of us will have accomplished a great feat, and if not, that little girl seems to be quite attractive as well. Su Ming thought of Yi Xiaofan's appearance and involuntarily increased the strength in his hands. It hurts, aren't I enough for you? How dare you even think about others? Suya cried out in pain and reproached Su Ming with dissatisfaction. Enough, of course enough. Unable to resist his desire any longer, Su Ming tore Su Ya's clothes into shreds. The person is yours, but the pet? Ah. Suya didn't finish her sentence before being pushed down onto the ground by Su Ming. Yi Xiaofan, who was playing around with magical materials in the room, suddenly had a blush appear on their face. My, didn't expect to see an erotic picture scroll. Not suitable for children, not suitable for children. It turned out that as soon as Suya left, Yi Xiaofan had left a strand of divine consciousness with her. Everything Suya saw and heard along the way, everything she said or encountered, Yi Xiaofan knew it all clearly. Dividing the divine consciousness was a new skill Yi Xiaofan had just recently grasped. What Yi Xiaofan didn't know was that splitting divine consciousness was something only deity-level experts could achieve. Yi Xiaofan even watched a classic drama unfold for free. As Yi Xiaofan watched, their legs unconsciously pressed together. An indescribable sensation rose up in Yi Xiaofan's heart. No, can't watch anymore. Reluctantly, Yi Xiaofan withdrew the divine consciousness. Although the divine consciousness returned, the scenes seen through it continued to flash repeatedly in Yi Xiaofan's mind. Mind as clear as ice, unshaken even if the sky collapses. Mind as clear as ice, unshaken even if the sky collapses. Mind as clear as ice, unshaken even if the sky collapses. Yi Xiaofan constantly chanted the clearing mantra in an attempt to enter the state of emptiness to avoid letting their thoughts wander. Strangely, the clearing mantra, which always worked flawlessly in the past, wasn't effective at all this time. Not only could Yi Xiaofan not enter the state of emptiness, but instead, the lewd images multiplied in their mind. There was even a moment when Yi Xiaofan almost imagined themselves partaking in the act. Chapter 64, Su Family. The sleepless night finally passed, and the next morning, Yi Xiaofan's door was knocked on early. With blurry eyes, Yi Xiaofan opened the door with an exhausted look on her face. After opening the door, she found Suya standing outside, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. Seems like the honored one didn't rest well after all, Suya said curiously to Yi Xiaofan. After reaching the saint level, one wouldn't feel tired even if they haven't slept for a long time. The current state of Yi Xiaofan made Suya increasingly doubt whether Yi Xiaofan was truly a saint. Whoa, Dudu, who was being held in Suya's arms, had already gotten used to seeing Yi Xiaofan like this. I didn't sleep all night. Yi Xiaofan replied listlessly. How come? Is it because Suya failed to do something properly? No, don't worry about me. Normally, Yi Xiaofan would fall asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. However, the scene of Suya and Su Ming's intimacy kept replaying in her mind last night. Lying in bed at night, Yi Xiaofan even couldn't help but place her hand between her legs. If it weren't for her realization at the last moment, her first time would have been given to her own delicate hands. Saint Honored One, the teleportation array is ready. Please take your meal first. Then Suya will lead you to the Tiandan Pavilion's home. Tiandan Pavilion's home certainly couldn't be located in a small place like Zhurua City. Yi Xiaofan, who had eavesdropped on the conversation between Suya and Su Ming yesterday, naturally knew what Suya intended. Not wanting to expose it, Yi Xiaofan followed Suya's advice and had a hearty meal first. Since there was no good sleep, if she didn't eat well either, Yi Xiaofan didn't know what meaning her life would have. After eating, Yi Xiaofan followed Suya and saw the teleportation array that Suya mentioned. Using fairy tears to carve out the teleportation array, the Tiandan Pavilion really has deep pockets. In the air, Yi Xiaofan faintly caught a whiff of fairy tears and thus spoke to Suya. So-called fairy tears aren't real tears shed by fairies, but occasionally occur in magic void stones, appearing in liquid form similar to teardrops. According to legend, the fourth empress of the fairy clan once fell in love with a human. Later, during the great war between the fairy and human races, she accidentally killed her lover and left her regretful tears upon the magic void stone, hence named it fairy tears. Of course, Yi Xiaofan knew the truth wasn't quite so. Fairy tears were produced because the magic power within magic void stones was too high, compressed into their liquid form. Fairy tears formed by the compression of magic power from magic void stones possessed a more substantial space force than the magic void stones themselves. Using fairy tears to inscribe teleportation arrays theoretically allowed one to be transported to any corner of the world. Of course, this was only theoretical. The amount of fairy tears required would be excessively massive, making such an endeavor beyond anyone's ability to gather. Because our family's main estate is very far away from here, without using fairy tears, it would be impossible to construct a functioning teleportation array capable of covering such distances. Suya explained to Yi Xiaofan. When Yi Xiaofan approached the teleportation array, she discovered Su Ming also present. However, Su Ming now looked just like the family steward again. Yi Xiaofan intently scrutinized Su Ming as if attempting to find some trace of deceit on his face. Is there anything wrong on my face, great saint? Su Ming felt uneasy under Yi Xiaofan's gaze, thinking his disguise might have been exposed. No, pay it no heed. Yi Xiaofan withdrew her gaze, but inwardly became extremely interested in Su Ming's disguise skills and decided to learn it when she got the chance later. Great saint, let's proceed without delay. Due to the evaporative nature of fairy tears, the teleportation array would lose its functionality after a period, so Suya urged Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan knew that the teleportation array constructed using fairy tears could remain effective for 2 hours, but since Yi Xiaofan had already wasted some time, she promptly walked into the teleportation array. After both Suya and Su Ming stepped onto the array together, the servant outside activated it. With a brilliant glow emitted by the teleportation array, the 3 figures disappeared from within it. Despite it not being her first time on a teleportation array, Yi Xiaofan still struggled to adapt to the discomfort caused by spatial transfer. Suya and Su Ming, on the other hand, showed no signs of discomfort. Would the honored saint suffer any discomfort from taking the teleportation array? How could that happen? That only happens to those with low magical powers or who rarely use teleportation arrays. Do you think the saint's magic power is low or hasn't ridden on enough arrays? I'm increasingly suspecting that she's a fraud. Knowing mental communication might be detected by Yi Xiaofan, Suya and Su Ming secretly communicated using the Su family's special techniques. Honored saint, are you feeling better? Suya approached Yi Xiaofan with apparent concern in her voice. I am much better. If Yi Xiaofan hadn't known Suya's intentions, she might have been genuinely moved for a moment. After all, Yi Xiaofan was no ordinary person. Her robust body had allowed her to recover quickly. Now, Yi Xiaofan finally had the time to carefully observe her surroundings. It has to be said, the environment of the Su family's main residence was truly exceptional. Verdant mountains and clear waters, birds singing and flowers blooming. Even the magic in the air was more concentrated than elsewhere. Yet, Yi Xiaofan vaguely sensed that this space wasn't entirely stable, as if it could shatter at any moment. The entire area gave Yi Xiaofan the impression that she had entered an alternate world. Honored saint, please follow me, Suya said after seeing that Yi Xiaofan was fully recovered. Nodding, Yi Xiaofan followed Suya into a grand hall where members of Suya's clan awaited. To await Yi Xiaofan's arrival, all the key figures of the Su family had gathered in the hall. Seated at the head of the hall was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Suya. Seeing how young Yi Xiaofan was, and that she was a girl, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel disdain, already dismissing Yi Xiaofan as the genuine saint. Not just the middle-aged man, but other members of Suya's family also doubted Yi Xiaofan's saintly status. The honored saint's personal visit is greatly appreciated, yet we regret not being able to welcome you further, said the middle-aged man. Though he had labeled Yi Xiaofan as a fraudster internally, before outright exposing her, he maintained his composure outwardly. Nevertheless, when saying these words, the middle-aged man did not rise from his seat, but sat high above Yi Xiaofan, looking down on her condescendingly. The demeanor of the middle-aged man prompted Yi Xiaofan to furrow her brows. Chapter 65, Chaos. The behavior of the middle-aged man made Yi Xiaofan frown. Although Yi Xiaofan was very annoyed by the middle-aged man's attitude, he still considered himself an educated person and thought he should have a certain level of quality. Why don't you show respect upon seeing me? As soon as Yi Xiaofan spoke, the middle-aged man immediately turned cold eyes on him. Suya and Su Ming had already stepped aside earlier, staying far away from Yi Xiaofan. Now that the person had been brought over, whether Yi Xiaofan belonged to the Holy Family would naturally be identified. It was no longer a time when they could say anything about it. Of course one should bow upon seeing a Holy One, but if not. Apparently, the middle-aged man did not believe from the start that Yi Xiaofan could be a saint-level powerhouse, so he began channeling magical power to oppress Yi Xiaofan. The enormous magical energy emitted by the middle-aged man could easily reveal him as a strong warrior with 8th rank capabilities. People of the Su family looked at Yi Xiaofan shrouded in the middle-aged man's magical power and revealed a sneer on the corners of their mouths. Impersonating a Holy One is already a great offense. How dare someone come to deceive the Su family like this? How foolish to choose such a way to die. Time passed minute by minute. Yi Xiaofan remained calm under the magical pressure, occasionally scratching his ears, showing disdain while glancing at the middle-aged man. Seeing that Yi Xiaofan was not affected by the magical pressure, the middle-aged man broke into a cold sweat. But since it was he who declared Yi Xiaofan absolutely could not be a Holy One, he found himself in a predicament and decided to increase the magical pressure in hopes for a miracle. The Su family people also realized something was wrong. They didn't think the middle-aged man was bluffing. And the fact that Yi Xiaofan could remain unscathed under the pressure of an 8th rank meant quite a lot. The word, Holy One, appeared simultaneously in the minds of the Su family members. When you're old and your brain doesn't work well, can you tell us what the punishment should be for those who dare to offend a Holy One? Yi Xiaofan tilted his head towards the sky, pretending to be forgetful, then indifferently opened his mouth to speak. Anyone who dares to insult the Holy One shall be executed as a matter of principle. After Yi Xiaofan finished speaking, one person sitting below the middle-aged man immediately stood up, knelt before Yi Xiaofan, and responded, "We pay our respects to the Holy One." Following this, all the other members of the Su family, including Suya and Su Ming, bowed down together before Yi Xiaofan. Living this long, Yi Xiaofan always used to give bows to others. Being bowed to was still a first for him. If asked how he felt at the moment, Yi Xiaofan would surely give you one answer. Too satisfying. You may all rise, Yi Xiaofan said very contentedly to everyone. Previously we were all deluded, thus daring to make moves questioning the Holy One, hoping the Holy One forgives us. The person who knelt down first respectfully said to Yi Xiaofan, "Elder Dean, stop slandering me. It's impossible for a little girl like her to be a Holy One, and that was your sentence." The middle-aged man was enraged upon realizing Elder Dean had betrayed him, his body trembling violently. "What I said has nothing wrong. Aren't you the head of the Su family? Wasn't it just appropriate following your wish?" Elder Dean did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed about his own sycophantic behavior. You. The leader of the Su family, Su Xing, had been too angry to speak. Su Xing offended the Holy One, and I consider him unworthy of continuing as clan leader. I request the removal of Su Xing as clan leader. Review. The 6 remaining elders sitting below Su Xing all agreed with the Elder Dean's suggestion. In a blink, Su Xing lost his position as the clan leader of the Su family. Yi Xiaofan, arms crossed in front of his chest, watched the scene calmly. If there were popcorn and cola, it would be even better. That's what Yi Xiaofan thought. In fact, I've always thought Su Xing was wrong. Just because the Holy One looks young doesn't mean they're frauds. I've heard that after reaching the holy rank, one will return to youth, keeping an unchanged appearance forever. Yes, Su Xing isn't a Holy One himself, so naturally he cannot comprehend the grandeur of the Holy Ones. After falling off the throne of clan leader, Su Xing was mercilessly criticized by the people of the Su family. Having been an 8th grade grand mage for a long time, Su Xing hadn't experienced this kind of chest oppression feeling for a long time. You don't have the right to dismiss my title of clan leader. My position was appointed directly by our ancestors. Upon hearing Su Xing's words, the whole venue suddenly fell silent. For the Su family, their ancestors were their gods. No one dared go against the words of their ancestors. Previously, Su family members who mocked Su Xing now became like quails, shutting their mouths and saying not a word. Not even the 7 elders dared to contradict Su Xing's words. Su Xing was the most talented genius in the Su family for 1,000 years. At the age of 250, he had already reached the level of Grand Mage, and was the second person in the Su family with hope of becoming a saint. The ancestors of the Su family had always placed high hopes on Su Xing. Unfortunately, since becoming a Grand Mage, Su Xing had stagnated and showed no progress for many years. Haha, you guys have nothing to say now, do you? Su Xing looked smugly at the others, thinking about how he would take revenge on them later. People from the Su family all knew Su Xing's vengeful nature and started worrying about their future, secretly cursing themselves for forgetting the old ancestor. When Su Xing became the clan leader, the first thing he did was kill his 12 brothers and even his own father. Recalling Su Xing's ruthlessness, everyone shivered involuntarily. Are you done making a fuss? Seeing the scene finally calm down, Yi Xiaofan spoke up. It was only then that the Su family remembered that Yi Xiaofan, the main person they should be paying attention to, hadn't said anything yet. It couldn't be helped. Living under Su Xing's oppression for so long, they had naturally become overly excited when given the chance to overthrow him. Since you dared to offend me, you must be prepared to receive punishment. Yi Xiaofan waved his hand towards Su Xing, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that forced Su Xing to his knees. The oppressive sensation came as quickly as it disappeared, but Su Xing found himself kneeling, unable to sense any magic within his body. I won't kill you, but I will seal your cultivation. From now on, you'll be just an ordinary person. Yi Xiaofan turned away with folded hands, pretending to be a wise master. So this is a saint, one who can seal the patriarch's magic with just a wave of his hand. Our ancestor favored Su Xing greatly. If he finds out, he must be extremely furious. The Su family members were not pleased by Yi Xiaofan sealing Su Xing's magic. Instead, they all became deeply worried. None of them wanted to experience the wrath of their ancestor again. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 66, The Elder of the Su Family. During these few days Yi Xiaofan stayed in the Tiandam Pavilion. She had been crazily crafting magic items. Countless precious magic materials were continuously being broken down and fused by Yi Xiaofan's hands, then broken down and fused again. In this repetitive process, not only did Yi Xiaofan significantly improve her alchemy skills, but also her understanding of magical power sword. For instance, the method used to seal Su Xing's magical power now was something Yi Xiaofan had recently comprehended. And Yi Xiaofan wasn't merely proficient with just this one sealing technique. At this point, Yi Xiaofan's understanding of magical power had truly reached the level of a saint. Of course, if it was solely about understanding magical power, Yi Xiaofan still lagged far behind those ancient beings who knew how old they were. But even if Yi Xiaofan didn't understand anything about magical power, she could still kill a saint with one punch. As her understanding of magical power deepened, Yi Xiaofan's fighting style could become more elegant. Otherwise, always behaving like a brutish warrior wouldn't fit Yi Xiaofan's aesthetic. No, it can't be. Give me my magical power back. Give it back. Su Xing knelt on the ground, unable to accept the fact that he had already been sealed, screaming frantically at Yi Xiaofan. A seal personally placed by a saint could only be removed by another being of equal standing. With Su Xing's strength as an 8th grade Grand Magic Master, it was far from enough. As for the elder ancestor of the Su family, they had just entered seclusion shortly before Yi Xiaofan arrived, and it would be impossible for them to break their retreat in the short term. This was because the elder ancestor's place of seclusion was surrounded by magic arrays personally set up by them, making it difficult for ordinary people to enter. Having neither the ability to fight nor magical power due to Yi Xiaofan's seal, Su Xing felt utterly desperate. If only he had known this beforehand, he should have sincerely reported the situation to the elder ancestor and let the elder personally assess Yi Xiaofan's authenticity. Suya, your family isn't too welcoming towards me. I'll go ahead. Having acted arrogantly, Yi Xiaofan decided there wasn't much point in staying any longer, said goodbye to Suya, and turned around, ready to leave. Creating such chaos in my Su family and wanting to walk away? Do you really think my Su family has no capable person? Just as Yi Xiaofan turned, a very authoritative voice sounded from the sky. The next moment, a youth who appeared to be only in his early 20s materialized beside Su Xing. This was none other than Su Yu, the elder ancestor of the Su family. Grand ancestor, you must help me. Seeing Su Yu's arrival, Su Xing, without thinking why Su Yu, who should have been in seclusion, was here, crawled over and embraced Su Yu's pant leg, smearing snot and tears onto it. Back when Su Xing was 8 years old, he was beaten by his older brother according to custom, and cried alone in the backyard garden. At that time, Su Xing did not know that the backyard garden was off limits to all members of the Su family. This was because living there was Su Yu, the elder ancestor of the Su family. That day was the first time Su Xing met Su Yu. When Su Yu saw Su Xing crying, he thought of his first child with his first wife, recalling those unforgettable moments. Holding memories of longing in his heart, Su Yu picked up Su Xing, getting Su Xing's snot on his collar. Since then, smearing snot became Su Xing's exclusive way of showing affection to Su Yu. However, as Su Xing grew older, he hadn't used this method for a long time. Boom. While Su Xing held onto Su Yu's thigh, sobbing and vaguely recounting his plight, Su Yu kicked him into the air. With a huge crash sound, Su Xing fell unconscious. So, this is Su Yu, the elder ancestor of the Su family? Though merciless, it feels inexplicably refreshing. You there, don't you think you should give an explanation to me? After kicking Su Xing away, Su Yu addressed Yi Xiaofan. Being a saint, Su Yu naturally would not judge people based on appearances. From Yi Xiaofan's seemingly delicate frame, Su Yu could faintly sense the tremendous power contained within. Regarding the second-grade magic caster's magical power Yi Xiaofan displayed, it had long been automatically ignored by Su Yu. Although saints were rare, there could always be exceptions among them who might prefer to conceal their true strength. Pretending one's power or acting arrogant was something many saints like to do. Summoning me here, then rudely offending me. Do you think this is sufficient justification? Yi Xiaofan imitated Su Xing's manner, putting on a serious face to look dignified. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaofan didn't realize that her attempt lacked any trace of dignity and instead exuded unexpected cuteness. Su Ming, who had been playing possum all along, looked at Yi Xiaofan's expression. Is it like this? Su Yu cast his cold gaze upon the great elder. It seemed like his eyes could pierce through the great elder's body. Report, grand ancestor. All because of Su Xing, acting willfully. Yes or not? Before the great elder could finish speaking, Su Yu's stern tone interrupted him sharply. Yes. The great elder replied in panic. You 7. Go into the abyss and spend a year there. Su Yu's statement was clearly directed at the 7 elders. Yes. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the faces of the 7 elders all showed expressions of horror. However, due to Su Yu's authority, they had no choice but to obediently accept their punishment. Yi Xiaofan noticed the fear on their faces and became very curious about what the abyss was. Do you think this is satisfactory, honored guest? Barely. Su Yu's attitude left Yi Xiaofan with nothing much to say. In that case, shouldn't we settle the score for how you bullied someone from my Su family? Yi Xiaofan thought everything was fine, but unexpectedly, Su Yu suddenly threw this back at her, catching her completely off guard. What do you mean by that? My Su family is not one to be trifled with by just anyone. As he spoke, magical power surged around Su Yu, and he looked ready to make a move. If we're still resorting to violence after all this talking, why bother with the words at all? Yi Xiaofan understood Su Yu's meaning and began channeling her own magical power as well. In fact, Yi Xiaofan had been itching for a fight for quite some time, so this would be a perfect chance to test out the skills she had comprehended over the past few days. One could say that Su Yu had fully accommodated Yi Xiaofan's wish. Su Yu unleashed a lightning-fast palm strike towards Yi Xiaofan's forehead without any mercy. Yi Xiaofan, who wasn't prepared, hastily retreated. Gaining the upper hand, Su Yu pressed on relentlessly, unleashing one palm strike after another at Yi Xiaofan. For a moment, all Yi Xiaofan could do was dodge. Compared to Alan that Yi Xiaofan had encountered before, though both were of saint level, their attacks were worlds apart. Whenever Alan released his magical power, it caused tremendous destruction around him. On the other hand, Su Yu's moves appeared rather ordinary. Yet, with every move he made, tiny cracks would appear in the air. Needless to say, Su Yu was fulfilling Yi Xiaofan's wish completely. Su Yu's palm strike came fast as lightning, hitting toward Yi Xiaofan's forehead mercilessly. Not being ready, Yi Xiaofan got scared and hurriedly stepped backward. With the advantage gained, Su Yu didn't stop. He continued unleashing one palm strike after another toward Yi Xiaofan. For a short while, all Yi Xiaofan could do was to dodge. Chapter 67. The Semi-Artifact Cape. With every strike of Su Yu, the air would generate some very tiny cracks. Yi Xiaofan flickered and appeared behind Su Yu, kicking him with her foot. Slap. With a soft sound, Su Yu and Yi Xiaofan collided, sending a powerful force in all directions, blowing up Yi Xiaofan's long tresses. Not bad, you can withstand 5/10 of my power. Su Yu pulled back his hand, speaking arrogantly to Yi Xiaofan. Although he said it that way, Su Yu was still deeply shocked by Yi Xiaofan's strength. With Su Yu's abilities, using only 5/10 of his strength was more than enough to suppress most newly promoted Saint-class warriors. I haven't even unleashed 1/10 of my power yet. Su Yu was shocked, but so was Yi Xiaofan. Even though that kick had been casual, no one had managed to take it until now. Su Yu was the first. Arrogant. Su Yu refused to believe what Yi Xiaofan said, thinking he was being mistaken for a divine-level warrior who hadn't unleashed even 1/10 of their power. He thought Yi Xiaofan was just bluffing. If you can withstand this hit from me, then I'll tell you a secret. How about that? Su Yu extended a finger and spoke to Yi Xiaofan. Although Yi Xiaofan was often underestimated, it was the first time someone claimed they'd fight her with only one finger. This made Yi Xiaofan both angry and amused. Before Yi Xiaofan could agree, Su Yu instantly appeared in front of her and pointed his finger toward her forehead. His speed was blindingly fast. In the next moment, Su Yu was sent flying out, smashing through several buildings before stopping. An ordinary punch. After Su Yu flew away, Yi Xiaofan slowly muttered these words. How is this possible? Su Yu wiped off the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, staring at Yi Xiaofan in disbelief. For the first time since a major battle 10,000 years ago, Su Yu was injured. Feet lightly lifted. When they landed, Yi Xiaofan was already standing before Su Yu. Can you reveal your secret now? Even though she missed the chance to test her newly understood skill, Yi Xiaofan was more interested in the secrets Su Yu mentioned. In her past life, Yi Xiaofan aspired to be a gossip reporter. Since you're almost at the divine level, this secret might not appeal to you much. Just say it. Come with me. This place isn't suitable for conversation. Rising from the ground, Su Yu dismissed his clan members and spoke to Yi Xiaofan. How mysterious this was. It must be quite a serious secret. Thinking this, Yi Xiaofan followed Su Yu to where he practiced seclusion. To Yi Xiaofan's surprise, Su Yu lived in a cave. What amazed her even more was that this cave led tens of thousands of meters underground. Walking through the pitch-black cave, Yi Xiaofan suddenly felt a brightening in front of her eyes. Before her was a vast pool of molten lava, at the center of which was an ancient wooden house. The firelight emitted by the lava shone warmly on Yi Xiaofan's face, making her look exceptionally adorable. Where are we? Before Yi Xiaofan could ask, Su Yu had already walked toward the small house at the center of the lava. When Su Yu stepped on the lava, it produced crackling sounds. Sparks continuously flew up, splashing onto Su Yu's skin without any effect on him. When Yi Xiaofan tried to mimic Su Yu and took her first step forward, her previously pristine clothing began to crinkle and looked as if it was about to catch fire. Torn clothes were a minor matter, but Yi Xiaofan certainly didn't want to end up indecently exposed. Principles like decency mattered to her. In that case, it's perfect to put it into use. Yi Xiaofan pulled out a cape, on the back of which was a big character knight, given to her by the Knights of the Night. The material of this cape was already excellent, and while staying at Tiandan Pavilion, Yi Xiaofan had deliberately refined it into a magical item. Wearing it, Yi Xiaofan confidently took large steps forward. Though the cape couldn't cool down, it could maintain a constant temperature, allowing her to worry-free cross over the hot magma. Walking ahead, Su Yu instinctively glanced back at Yi Xiaofan. Seeing her cape, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. It turned out to be a semi-artifact. How wealthy this little girl is. Su Yu envied Yi Xiaofan. After all, despite living over 10,000 years, Su Yu himself possessed only 2 semi-artifacts. Yet Yi Xiaofan clearly appeared to be less than 2,000 years old, yet she already owned a semi-artifact, indicating only 2 possibilities. Either it was bestowed upon her by her elders, or she simply got lucky. Unfortunately, Su Yu could never have imagined that this cape was actually refined by Yi Xiaofan herself. Come on, what are you looking at? Yi Xiaofan curiously asked as she walked up to Su Yu, wondering if there was anything on her face. Alright, let's go. Su Yu turned his gaze away and continued leading the way. Not long after, Su Yu brought Yi Xiaofan to the small wooden house. The house, which appeared to be made of wood, remained completely unharmed amidst the scorching magma. Yi Xiaofan touched the wall of the house with her hand and found it surprisingly cool. Looks like a treasure. Should I take it from him? Greed welled up in Yi Xiaofan's heart. This is the Heavenly Source hut, made from ice crystal snow wood. It's a semi-artifact, Su Yu explained proudly, the smugness clear on his face even a fool could see. Haha, we all know this is your treasured possession, Su brother, but there's no need to always show it off, said a big fat man who suddenly stepped out from inside the hut, a greasy hand holding a piece of fatty meat that he continued munching on. Wang Fatso, your mouth still runs even when you're eating. Su Yu clearly felt exasperated with the fat man. Is the matter settled? And who is this little girl? Behind Wang Fatso, a tall and slender woman emerged, constantly shooting alluring glances at Su Yu. This is my new helper, Yi Xiaofan. I put out 80% of my strength but got knocked flying with just one punch, Su Yu explained. This shocked both of them instantly. They were well aware of Su Yu's abilities, and yet he wasn't a match for her. After introducing Yi Xiaofan, Su Yu introduced the 2 people before her. This is Wang Fatso, and this is... My name is Ban Chenjiu. Hello sister, Ban Chenjiu interrupted Su Yu, extending her hand lightly to shake Yi Xiaofan's. Cough cough, just so you know, their gender is male, Su Yu awkwardly interjected, dryly coughing next to Yi Xiaofan. Gender male? Yi Xiaofan looked at Ban Chenjiu's chest in disbelief, then glanced down at her own. Yi Xiaofan crouched in the corner, brimming with resentment. Chapter 68, Dora's Tower. As Su Yu walked into the room, Yi Xiaofan saw that there were actually 2 more people in the room. The one sleeping over there is Sato, and the one in the corner is called Mengka, Su Yu said aloud. After Su Yu's introduction, Yi Xiaofan roughly understood the information about these few people. Foodie Wang Dana, cross-dressing expert Ban Qingyu, sleep god Sato, and otaku Mengka. Yi Xiaofan felt like he had wandered into the wrong play. Except for Ban Qingyu, the other 3 all carried a trace of hostility in their gazes towards Yi Xiaofan. You've mentioned some secret, so can you tell me now? Yi Xiaofan tried to stay as far away from Ban Qingyu as possible, finding a chair to sit on before asking. You didn't even explain what this matter was before dragging this young girl over, did you? Ban Qingyu intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to Yi Xiaofan. Do you know about the 9 Great Desolations? Or rather, the 10. Su Yu ignored Ban Qingyu and looked at Yi Xiaofan while speaking. Before Yi Xiaofan came to this world, there were a total of 9 great desolations on the Kanglan continent where even saints would risk falling. But due to the spatial turbulence caused by Yi Xiaofan, the Kanglan continent now had 10 great desolations. Seeing Yi Xiaofan nodding, Su Yu continued, "What I have to say relates to the desolation of Dora's Tower." Dora's Tower? That's right. The newly appeared rotational desolations might be unclear, but among the pre-existing 9 desolations, there have always been opportunities for someone to ascend to divinity. After finishing his sentence, Su Yu paused, preparing to see the astonished expression on Yi Xiaofan's face. In Su Yu's view, as a saint, the greatest pursuit should naturally be becoming a deity. Uh-huh. Yi Xiaofan looked at Su Yu and replied with a dull tone. Su Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Could she give him a bit of face? What was the meaning behind her adorable yet indifferent expression? After calming himself down, Su Yu continued, "I found a way to safely traverse Dora's Tower, but my strength alone isn't enough, so I invited you guys here. Any benefits we gain will be evenly divided." How does that sound? Becoming a deity. Naturally, Yi Xiaofan wasn't interested in it. But when it came to exploration, Yi Xiaofan immediately became intrigued. "I agree. When do we depart?" Yi Xiaofan eagerly said to Su Yu, while keeping an eye on Ban Qingyu who had sneaked up close unnoticed. "Really? You young bull are fearless like you've never seen danger. Can someone like you even imagine the perils of the 10 great desolations?" Mengka, who had been in the corner all along, disdainfully glanced at Yi Xiaofan. The mockery in his words was obvious to everyone present. Su Yu silently observed Yi Xiaofan, wanting to see how she would handle the situation. In Su Yu's heart, he still hoped Yi Xiaofan would take action and properly teach these people a lesson. It couldn't just be him taking all the punches, after all. Shared joys and shared difficulties made good friends, didn't they? Then, Su Yu saw Yi Xiaofan take out a purple jing fruit, crunch a piece off it, and look at them for a response. "If no one has any objections, shall we set off now?" Seeing that Yi Xiaofan clearly had no intention of retaliating, Su Yu could only speak up. If Yi Xiaofan hadn't made such a ruckus at the Su family estate, these few individuals would have long since headed to Dora's Tower already. "Fine." A somber voice rang out. It turned out to be Sato, who had woken up. His bleary eyes bore heavy dark circles. Seeing that no one had objections, Su Yu flicked his sleeve, retracting the xuanhuan house back into his body. The moment the original occupants lost altitude and began to fall toward the magma below, a colossal magic circle suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Subsequently, their figures disappeared without a trace. The Chilean mountain range. Since ancient times, no one had ever known its true size, nor had anyone ever managed to traverse the entirety of the Chilean mountains, not even the saints. In the central region of the Chilean mountains stood a pitch-black tower soaring high above the clouds. No one knew precisely how long ago this tower had been established here. This place was none other than Dora's Tower, known as one of the 9 great desolations of the world. On this day, the normally silent Dora's Tower welcomed several uninvited guests. Can someone really set up an interdimensional teleportation array alone? This must be the power of a saint. As the dizziness from the transportation dissipated, Yi Xiaofan murmured softly to herself. "This is the Luton Tree. The black tower to the right, there is Dora's Tower." So you spoke up to the group. "I've heard stories of Dora's Tower many times, but never expected it to be so magnificent." Ban Qingyu gazed at Dora's Tower, deeply moved inside. Not just Ban Qingyu, but even Yi Xiaofan, who had grown accustomed to skyscrapers in her previous life, was seeing a structure this tall for the very first time. It's truly hard to imagine how the great sages of the ancient era managed to build a tower like this. "Let's go. We need to pass through an area filled with miasma to get to Dora's Tower, but it won't affect us much," Su Yu said as he took the lead and flew toward Dora's Tower. The others followed closely behind Su Yu. Yi Xiaofan glanced at the group flying ahead, and then looked at the Luton tree beside her. Unable to resist, she flew up to the tree and began picking its fruits in haste. Not until Su Yu and the others were almost out of sight did Yi Xiaofan reluctantly leave. Traveling at the speed of saints, it didn't take long for the group to arrive in front of Dora's Tower. Upon reaching Dora's Tower, they realized they had underestimated its enormity. Compared to Dora's Tower, they were like tiny ants. "Let's go inside." Su Yu looked at the massive doors of Dora's Tower while catching a whiff of fragrance emitted from Yi Xiaofan's hand and instinctively swallowed his saliva. Noticing Su Yu's actions, Yi Xiaofan subtly hid the Luton fruit in her hand. "Little sister, would you trade this fruit for some meat?" Wang Dana whispered to Yi Xiaofan. Taking one glance at the greasy meat in Wang Dana's hand, Yi Xiaofan immediately turned away, facing Wang Dana's back as she ate the Luton fruit in her hand. "No more." Yi Xiaofan mumbled with her empty hands spread out before Wang Dana. Wang Dana revealed a disappointed expression and decided to pick some Luton fruits himself once they emerged from Dora's Tower. With caution, the group crossed the door of Dora's Tower. Before their eyes lay a vast hall, filled with beasts scattered all over the floor. These are monsters affected by the miasma. They are much stronger than ordinary beasts. Be careful, everyone. Just as Su Yu finished speaking, the monsters in the hall noticed them, howling as they charged toward the group. "I love monsters that cluster together." Before Yi Xiaofan could act, Ban Qingyu stepped forward and announced, "Frostbound Earth." Without chanting any spell incantations, just with a light tap of his fingertips, all the monsters were frozen in ice. Chapter 69, Entering the Tower. Amazing. Yi Xiaofan revealed a face full of admiration. They were truly saints. Even a human-beast hybrid couldn't be underestimated. As for Yi Xiaofan's admiring gaze, Ban Qingyu clearly took great pleasure in it. Crack, crack. Before Ban Qingyu could revel in his satisfaction for long, the ice-encased beasts kept struggling, shattering the blocks of ice that confined them. I told you, these aren't ordinary magical beasts. Ordinary magic won't work on them. Suyu said as if he had known this all along. Humph. When snow and ice melt, all things return to the earth. Feeling as if he had lost face, Ban Qingyu pulled out a purple staff and released another spell at the beasts. The magical beasts struggling within the ice blocks melted away along with the ice, flowing into the cracks of Dora's tower. Powerful, having insight into two principles at once, and even fusing them together, Suyu praised aloud. Ban Qingyu's technique left everyone except Yi Xiaofan feeling uneasy. After becoming a saint, one must grasp a complete chain of principles to ascend to the divine level, a feat already exceedingly difficult by itself. Most saints would only choose to understand one principle, while few would attempt to understand two simultaneously, as doing so would undoubtedly make their path to divinity much harder. But Ban Qingyu not only grasped two principles simultaneously but also tried to fuse them, making the path to divinity even more challenging. If one principle wasn't fully understood, then even if the other was entirely mastered, ascension would still be impossible. Of course, blending two principles would result in an unparalleled strength that was extraordinary. The higher we go, the stronger the magical beasts become. Even saints-level beasts exist. Saints-level magical beasts? Could it be that they hold the complete chain of principles? Hearing Suyu's words, Ban Qingyu asked. No, despite possessing saints-level power, they lack any intelligence whatsoever. While answering, Suyu led the group in front of a fierce-looking stone statue. What is this? Everyone, including Yi Xiaofan, looked at Suyu with puzzled expressions. Look closely now. Drink. Oh. Suyu pulled out a blue crystal, injecting mana into it. The warm glow emitted from the crystal illuminated the ferocious stone statue, slowly transforming it into a beautiful woman. This crystal can purify the statue. It must have been a goddess from ancient times, though it's unclear which one specifically. What use is this? Within this tower, space magic for teleportation cannot be used, but with this crystal, one can instantly return to the goddess statues after purification. This is why I came here in such haste. As long as you possess this crystal, there will be no danger to your life inside this tower. Upon hearing Suyu say that spatial magic wouldn't work inside the tower, everyone secretly tested it, and found it indeed to be true. Not even Yi Xiaofan's earth-shrinking ability worked here. Since we have such a good tool, why did you invite us? Wouldn't it be better for you to explore Dora's tower alone? With my own strength, I cannot possibly defeat the monsters upstairs. Otherwise, I would definitely keep everything to myself. Suyu handed out the crystals, reiterating, there is one thing you must remember. Once you leave this tower, the crystal will lose its effectiveness. If you want to enter again, you need to reactivate it in front of a goddess statue. Yi Xiaofan silently nodded, infusing magical energy into the crystal before the goddess statue. After successfully activating it, Yi Xiaofan distinctly felt a connection between the crystal and the goddess statue. There is one last point. The magical beasts within this tower cannot be killed. If you re-enter this room, all the magical beasts will resurrect. So, be cautious when using the crystal for teleportation. After explaining the precautions, the 6 people, including Yi Xiaofan, carefully followed the stairs behind the goddess statue upward. Before entering the next floor, Yi Xiaofan seemed to notice something, glanced meaningfully at the sky, waved his hand in the air, and quickly caught up with the others. The tense atmosphere made Yi Xiaofan incredibly excited. It reminded him of childhood adventures, exploring abandoned houses with friends pretending they were haunted. After traversing a long staircase, Yi Xiaofan and the others saw a door shimmering with magical light. Each room in this tower is independent. You can only move to the next one by passing through the magical doors, Suyu explained again to everyone. Once everyone indicated understanding, they stepped into the luminous portal. With bated breath, Yi Xiaofan passed through the portal. Everything went dark momentarily, and when the light returned, they had already arrived in a strange room. I thought it would feel just as uncomfortable as a teleportation array, Yi Xiaofan said cutely, sticking out her tongue. Even though we don't know the principle, it doesn't seem to be spatial magic. Suyu took a few steps forward and released a puppet. Speaking to the others, he said, we should send the puppet to explore the path first. It's safer this way. Naturally, no one had any objections. Suyu controlled the puppet as it moved forward. Strangely, they didn't encounter a single magical beast on the way and arrived smoothly at the first fork in the road. Through shared vision magic, everyone could clearly see the interior of the tower through the puppet's eyes. Fork in the road. Which way do we go? Let's take the stairs. If there are stairs, we can head towards the upper levels of the tower. No, I think we should go straight ahead. Didn't you notice how open it is that way? The group exchanged their own opinions about the correct direction. In any team, disagreements were normal, and these moments highlighted the importance of having a leader. However, among Yi Xiaofan's group, everyone was on an equal footing as saints, working cooperatively rather than in a leadership structure. Under such circumstances, after arguing for some time, the group unanimously decided to vote. By ballot, with a score of 4-2, the decision was made to head upwards via the stairs. Just as Suyu controlled the puppet to step onto the staircase, a massive silver moon wolf leapt out, knocking down the puppet and tearing it into shreds. Yi Xiaofan and the others looked at each other in surprise. Wasn't that a level 2 advanced puppet? And yet it was so easily torn apart by a silver moon wolf. Sato asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Puppets were ranked in 3 levels, level 1, level 2, and level 3, with each level further subdivided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding exactly to the 9 stages of cultivation. I've been saying this all along. Due to the influence of the miasma, these magical beasts' strength cannot be judged by ordinary standards, Suyu explained with a wry smile. So what now? I only have 3 puppets left. I need to save them for emergencies, so now we'll have to move ahead personally. Suyu expressed reluctance to waste another puppet, while none of the others possessed puppets, leaving them with no choice but to venture forth themselves. With that earlier incident fresh in their minds, even the saints couldn't help but stay fully alert. Chapter 70. Power from the Ancient Past. They made their way back to the previous fork in the road, where the silver moon wolf that had killed the puppet was pacing back and forth. Before the silver moon wolf could detect them, Suyu had already taken the initiative to strike, killing the silver moon wolf with a single palm strike. Well, shall we continue upward as per the decision of the vote? The group nodded and proceeded toward the staircase. The staircase was much shorter than they had imagined. At its end stood a massive wall. Above the wall, a bronze-colored box could be faintly seen. Wow, it's a treasure chest. The atmosphere is getting more adventurous. Yi Xiaofan stretched on tiptoe to get a clearer view of the chest. Treasure belongs to those who are fated for it. I won't wait for any of you. Wang Dana stuffed a piece of fatty meat into his mouth and shot up towards the box above the wall. Thud. Wang Dana was only halfway up when he was pressed back down to the ground by an immense force. His obese body made an intimate contact with the ground, and Yi Xiaofan could even feel the whole tower shake. I forgot to tell you, there's a magic prohibition on flight in this tower. Even sages can rise no more than 2 meters off the ground. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lying on the ground, Wang Dana looked at Suyu with resentment. Since we can't proceed here, let's go back to the previous spot, Yi Xiaofan suggested. No one objected, and the group turned back down the stairs. Wang Dana, who had been lying on the ground, saw that no one would help him up and had to climb to his feet, glaring unhappily at everyone. Back at the fork, the group moved toward the spacious hall, encountering 7 silver moon wolves with blood-red eyes staring intently at Yi Xiaofan and the others. This time, let me handle it. Sato stepped forward, producing a massive scythe and swinging it at the air. Purple flames erupted on the scythe, detaching from it and hurtling toward the silver moon wolves. In just a few seconds, the silver moon wolves tainted by the purple flames were reduced to ashes with a howl. Let's keep moving, Sato said coldly as he put away the scythe. Sato, big brother, you're so handsome. Banqingyu whispered softly near Sato's ear. The warm breath brushing against Sato's ear caused his face to immediately turn bright red. Huh. Seeing Sato's embarrassed expression, everyone burst out laughing. After the little interlude, the teased Sato shut his mouth tight and refused to say a word. Meanwhile, the rest seemed visibly more relaxed. Did you sense it? Suddenly, Suyu stopped and asked solemnly. Everyone else also gravely nodded. A trace of evil aura drifted through the air, constantly stimulating their nerves. Let's go check it out. Yi Xiaofan noticed for the first time that Monka, who was always lethargic, actually had a moment of alertness. Following the direction from which the evil aura emanated, the group came across a massive altar. On top of the altar lay an Amara's stone, quietly resting there, emitting the evil aura. Below the altar, a 3-headed silver moon wolf king lay with its body glowing red, leisurely sweeping its tail back and forth. Sensing someone's approach, the 3-headed silver moon wolf king opened its eyes and fixed them fiercely on Yi Xiaofan and the others. This is troublesome. Monka rushed to the front, only to be struck by the middle head of the silver moon wolf before he could land a blow. Cough, cough. Got a bit careless, Monka said sheepishly as he got up from the ground. No, these ones are different from the previous ones. Yi Xiaofan watched the 3-headed silver moon wolf king, sensing something wasn't quite right. Anything below the holy level is just a flea. Even if they have some special qualities, they are still fleas. Monka disregarded Yi Xiaofan's observation, more due to overconfidence in his own abilities. To regain his lost face, Monka charged again toward the 3-headed silver moon wolf king. Then, like a soccer ball, Monka was kicked around by the silver moon wolf king. Despite its speed, the attacks couldn't cause Monka any real harm. But there seemed to be something peculiar about the attacks. After being hit, Monka felt stiff all over, unable to counterattack. Allow me. Finally unable to stand it, Yi Xiaofan decided to take action. With the exception of Suyu, everyone carefully watched Yi Xiaofan, curious to see what he would do. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yi Xiaofan vanished into thin air, reappearing in front of the silver moon wolf king. Who among you saw clearly how she disappeared? Sato, wearing an incredulous expression, stammered and asked Banqingyu and Wang Dana. Not me. Banqingyu nervously swallowed saliva, and Wang Dana nodded in agreement. I've told you before, never underestimate this girl. She is truly powerful, Suyu said to the 3 of them. While they were talking, Yi Xiaofan had already successfully dealt with the 3-headed silver moon wolf king and rescued Monka from the wolf's mouth. Thank you. Monka awkwardly thanked Yi Xiaofan. Despite his reluctance, the 3-headed wolf king that he couldn't handle was unable to last even one move against Yi Xiaofan. Xiaoyi, I didn't expect your gun skills to be so good. Sister likes you more and more. Yi Xiaofan, who had been formidable a moment ago, immediately hid behind Monka as Banqingyu approached. Monka didn't want to face Banqingyu either, but since he owed Yi Xiaofan a favor just now, he could only tough it out as Yi Xiaofan's shield. At this point, the Amara stone on the altar suddenly emitted a cracking sound. A streak of green energy flew out of the cracked Amara stone and headed straight for Yi Xiaofan. The green energy enveloped Yi Xiaofan, gradually merging into her body. What is this? Yi Xiaofan extended her palm, and a small clump of wind appeared in her hand. Although it was only a tiny amount, everyone could still feel its destructive power. This force was already no weaker than the power of the rules comprehended by saints. Could it be that defeating the beasts guarding the altar allows one to obtain the power within? Suyu pondered aloud. The strength inherited from the ancient times was truly alluring. Upon hearing Suyu's words, everyone present revealed an enthusiastic look. Meanwhile, back at the Su family ancestral land, Suya was bathing Dudu. Under Suya's gentle touch, Dudu displayed an expression of pure bliss. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Dudu raised his head and looked toward the direction of Dora's tower, his round little eyes revealing a thoughtful gaze. Dudu, what's wrong with you? Suya curiously looked at Dudu in the water. Chapter 71, The False Saint. Dudu, what's wrong with you? Suya curiously looked at Dudu in the water. Woman, do you want to become a saint? Dud, Dudu, you can talk? Suya looked at Dudu in shock. Only a 7th level or higher demon king could speak like a human. Suya had thought Dudu was just a cute pet that Xiaofan kept around. She never expected that Dudu would turn out to be a demon king. It's just talking, no need to make such a fuss. Dudu scratched its head with its hind claw and spoke disdainfully to Suya. It is me who made too much of a fuss, great demon king. In this small room, it would be incredibly easy for a 7th level demon king to kill Suya. Even if the Su family had many experts, they wouldn't be able to come to her aid in time. Moreover, given Suya's status, she wasn't important enough for the family to send anyone to protect her. Besides, Suya only managed to become the overseer of the branch of the Tiandan Pavilion by ingratiating herself with Su Xing. Now that Su Xing had been disabled by the patriarch of the Su family, Suya's situation was becoming increasingly difficult. You haven't answered my question yet. Do you want to become a saint? Dudu was clearly growing impatient. Apart from Yi Xiaofan, Dudu hadn't shown patience towards anyone else. Yes. After some thought, Suya gave a firm answer to Dudu. Although Suya wondered what Dudu planned to gain, she knew herself well. Except for a somewhat decent appearance, she didn't have anything else that Dudu could use. If merely trading her body could give her the strength of a saint, then it was an incredible bargain. This sort of thing wasn't new for Suya. First, give me a drop of your essence blood. I, the king, don't wish to cultivate a traitor. Suya followed Dudu's instructions, forcing out a drop of her essence blood, and handed it over to Dudu. Dudu then used its claws to draw something onto the essence blood continuously. Moments later, having finished the drawing, Dudu swallowed the essence blood in one gulp. Suya also felt an inexplicable connection between her and Dudu, as if any of Dudu's commands would compel her to act without hesitation. This is a master-servant contract established under the supreme rules, which none can defy. Dudu was very pleased to have convinced a servant through his ruse. Master, what do you want me to do? Naturally, I will first help you become a saint before discussing anything else. You are too weak now. Hearing Dudu's words, Suya happily gazed at Dudu. The purpose of signing the contract with Dudu was to become a saint, and unexpectedly, it would happen so quickly. I can sense that the woman and your patriarch of the Su family have all gone to Dora's tower. One of the 10 forbidden lands, Dora's tower. Why did they go there? Suya exclaimed in surprise, then realized her voice had grown too loud and hurriedly covered her mouth. Dora's tower, not even I, the king, can trace its exact era of emergence. But it is certain that obtaining even a tiny bit of the power hidden inside would be enough to elevate someone to the rank of a saint. Master, surely you're not asking me to go there as well? Let alone not knowing how to reach Dora's tower. Even if I arrived there, relying on my current strength, I would die inside. You need not worry about that. I, the king, will lend you strength, allowing you to possess saint-level powers temporarily. As long as the seal of Dora's tower hasn't been broken, it won't be that easy for a saint to die inside. During the time in the evil ancient mountain, while pretending to self-explode, Dudu secretly hid a portion of evil aura within its body unnoticed by people like xuanhuan 3. Although it was only a sliver, injecting this aura into Suya combined with secret methods would be sufficient to make Suya a quasi-saint level existence. However, such a kind of saint would naturally not be as powerful as a genuine saint, and Suya would have no chance of further advancement throughout her life. Dudu naturally didn't tell Suya these things. Even if told, Suya wouldn't be able to resist the allure of becoming a saint. Moreover, given Suya's talent, even after training her entire life, she likely wouldn't be able to reach the saint level. Suya returned to the branch of Tiandan Pavilion in Zhuruoqing and took away a large number of rare materials. Under Dudu's guidance, she set up an ultra-long-distance teleportation array and teleported into the dark forest. Near Dora's tower, there were 2 towering trees, as ancient as the tower itself, known as the Rotan trees. Yi Xiaofan and the others had teleported to Rotan tree, brother. But with Dudu's help, Suya reached Rotan tree, younger brother. That is Dora's tower, isn't it? It's so thick, so big. Suya stared dreamily at Dora's tower, her eyes gradually filling with pink. Below the saint level, even the miasma here cannot be resisted. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Suya, Dudu no longer hesitated and injected all the evil aura into Suya's body at once. Screaming in agony, Suya rolled on the ground as she was struck by the evil aura. This was still the evil aura transmitted through the contract established by Dudu. Otherwise, if it had been directly injected into Suya's body, she would have instantly exploded under its pressure. While injecting the evil aura into Suya's body, Dudu broke down the materials brought by Suya and used secret methods to suppress the rampaging forces inside her. As time passed, Suya's energy grew stronger and stronger. From a 3rd-level magician, all the way up to a 9th-level holy magic master, it took merely an hour. Is this what the power of a saint feels like? It is indeed formidable. Having successfully broken through, Suya could feel the overwhelming strength within her, making her believe nothing was unbeatable. Let's go. Quickly enter Dora's tower before that woman obtains its power, or I'll be her pet for life. Dudu perched atop Suya's head, urging her forward. Although Suya wished to kill Dudu outright, bound by the master-servant contract, any hostility toward Dudu caused unbearable pain in her brain. Suya made her way straight into Dora's tower and stepped inside only to find the vast hall filled with dense swarms of monsters. Do not underestimate them. These monsters are no ordinary ones. But Suya, intoxicated with her newfound power, paid no attention to Dudu's warning. With such immense strength, she believed there was no one who could resist her. Lost in her own arrogance from this new force, Suya disdainfully waved at the group of level 3 monsters before her, unleashing a tidal wave of magic power towards them. No, Dudu tried urgently to intervene, but it was already too late. The monsters in the hall opened their large mouths wide, devouring the tidal wave of magical power Suya had unleashed. After swallowing it, each monster originally at level 3 experienced a breakthrough, transforming into 4th-rank devil generals. Chapter 72, The Treasure Chest. What is going on? Suya, who had just become a saint, couldn't believe that these level 3 magical beasts could actually swallow the torrent of magic power she emitted. These magical beasts have all been contaminated by miasma. Don't use pure magic energy, use spells to attack them. Unfortunately, before becoming a level 3 user, Suya knew very few spells. Ultimately, with Dudu's help, they barely managed to kill the magical beasts in the hall. This was because these beasts were unable to injure Suya after she became a saint. Otherwise, Suya might have died many times over. Perhaps, I've chosen the wrong person? Dudu doubted his own decision. But since Dudu no longer had any evil aura, he had no choice but to continue making do with the situation. Did you see that statue of the goddess? Without letting Suya rest, Dudu immediately spoke up. Yes. Infuse your magic power into it. Suya did as Dudu said and infused her magic into the statue of the goddess. The originally sacred statue gradually transformed into a grotesque monster under the influence of Suya's magic. And Suya felt an indescribable connection between herself and the stone statue. If you encounter danger in the tower, immediately teleport here. Understood. Suya looked at the monstrous statue and strangely thought it somewhat cute. Meanwhile, the others in the tower suddenly felt that the link between the crystal and the statue of the goddess had been severed. What is going on? Could something unexpected have happened in the tower? Yi Xiaofan sat on the magical beast, puzzled as he looked at the beautiful blue crystal in his hand. Since Yi Xiaofan defeated the guardian beast at the altar on the first floor and gained strength from the altar, the original group of 6 people gradually developed discord among themselves. Not long afterward, the 6 split ways, each searching for altars independently. Only Yi Xiaofan, due to his lack of interest in the powers of Dora's tower, continued to leisurely wander within the tower. Speaking of which, this tower is really amazing. There are even creatures like this. This must be a slime, right? Yi Xiaofan looked down at the jelly-like creature beneath him. Not long after the group parted ways, Yi Xiaofan encountered countless slimes. This one was the king of all the slimes. Because they seemed unaffected by the miasma, Yi Xiaofan easily subdued them through brute force, successfully recruiting the slime king as a mount. Surprisingly, the slime's jelly-like skin was extremely elastic, making it very comfortable to sit on. The winding mountain roads here, the deep waters. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but break into song. Little Green, why don't you keep moving? Since the slime king was entirely green, Yi Xiaofan named him Little Green. At this moment, Little Green had stopped moving, as if something ahead made him afraid. Yi Xiaofan jumped off Little Green, molding him into a hat and placing it on his head. The slime's body was incredibly versatile. It could grow or shrink and change shape at will. Yi Xiaofan continued walking forward, while the slime atop his head trembled non-stop. He didn't know how long he walked, but soon he saw 4 magical cannons, beneath which lay a massive magical array. Approaching cautiously near the cannon, Yi Xiaofan felt an enormous suction force, similar to using a teleportation platform. Without resistance, he was pulled to the center of the 4 cannons. Subsequently, Yi Xiaofan felt dizzy, just like sitting in a teleportation array. After the dizziness disappeared, Yi Xiaofan found himself standing on a high platform. Looking down from the platform, below was clearly the first floor of Dora's tower, and on the platform itself sat a bronze-colored treasure chest. Hee, this treasure chest is mine. Let's see what's inside. Excitedly, Yi Xiaofan opened the treasure chest and took out a bronze key and a mysterious patterned mask. This mask looks valuable, but what about this key? Did someone lose their lock and so put the key in the box? Yi Xiaofan glanced at the items and muttered, feeling somewhat disappointed. Never mind, just put them away. Opening his storage ring, Yi Xiaofan found neither the key nor the mask could fit inside. So he stuffed the key in his pocket and wore the mask on his face. This mask seems kind of cool too. After wearing the mask, Yi Xiaofan noticed that the entire world turned gray, with faint patterns floating through the air. I think I understand the purpose of this mask now. Let's go, Little Green. Releasing Little Green, Yi Xiaofan leaped down from the high platform, riding Little Green and smashing straight down onto a silver moon wolf below, knocking it unconscious. Little Green ran forward at top speed. Along the way, every magical beast they encountered was reduced to minced meat by a single punch from Yi Xiaofan. According to Yi Xiaofan's memory, Little Green arrived at a room with no exit. Inside the room were 4 vampire bats larger than Yi Xiaofan himself. Yi Xiaofan had already been here before, when the group split up earlier. Although he felt something unusual about this place back then, he could never quite figure out what it was. However, when he put on the mysterious mask, Yi Xiaofan sensed a similar magical force. Suspecting that the two might be related, he returned to this room. After killing the 4 vampire bats, Yi Xiaofan carefully examined every inch of the walls in the room. Found it, it's this one. In the room, there was a strange eye drawn at the bottom right corner of one wall. This was the source of what Yi Xiaofan had felt as off. Wearing the mysterious mask, the wall in front of him gradually disappeared, revealing a pitch-black door. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaofan stepped through the door. Had anyone been present, they would have been astonished to see Yi Xiaofan vanish straight through the wall. The room wasn't large, only about 10 square meters. In its center stood a stone tablet, inscribed with characters Yi Xiaofan didn't recognize. The twin goddess has disappeared. The 6 deacons ordered us to form a rescue team and come to the surface to look for her. However, the teleportation magic was destroyed, and my companions and I became separated. When I woke up, all I saw were starving magical beasts. Although Yi Xiaofan didn't know the writing on the tablet, upon approaching it, he instinctively understood its meaning. In desperation, I fled into this tower, an ominous structure built by monsters. Here, I encountered someone so foolish that they wanted to capture the goddess. Built by monsters, ominous tower? So this is the origin of Dora's tower, but who are the twin goddesses? The more I read, the more confused I become, Yi Xiaofan said perplexedly, continuing to read the content on the back of the tablet. Chapter 73, The Blue Stone Necklace. Monsters built, ominous tower? So this is the origin of Dora Tower. Who are the twin goddesses? The more I read, the more confused I get, Yi Xiaofan said puzzledly, and continued to look at the content on the back of the stone tablet. Under the pursuit of those 2 people, I escaped here. Only with the Gemma family's ancestral magic eye mask can one come to this dimensional space. Originally, this thing is called the magic eye mask. It seems to have quite a bit of history. Yi Xiaofan looked at the mask in his hand. Although I escaped from the pursuit of those 2 strangers, I was severely injured. I don't know if I can hold out until my companions rescue me. My companions, if you have arrived here, please return the magic eye mask and this blue stone necklace to the Gemma family. Finally, may the 2 goddesses remain safe and sound. May our great homeland forever be prosperous. Li Gu Gemma. This should be the blue stone necklace mentioned on the stone tablet. I wonder what it does. Next to the stone tablet, there was a blue necklace covered with a thick layer of dust, indicating that the necklace had been here for some time. Yi Xiaofan immediately noticed that embedded at the end of the necklace was the Aimlash gemstone. Since the necklace is here, it means that this person, named Li Gu, ultimately did not wait for his companions, right? But there's no corpse here. It's really confusing. The secrets hidden in this tower seem extraordinary. Things seem to be getting more interesting. Yi Xiaofan wiped the dust off the necklace and wore it around his neck. Yi Xiaofan's homemade silver necklace was used to seal the crack on Mount Mogu. Wearing necklaces has become a habit. It always feels uncomfortable without anything around the neck. Now it's just perfect. Yi Xiaofan revealed a satisfied smile. The 4 bats that were killed earlier by Yi Xiaofan had now all resurrected. Seeing Yi Xiaofan emerging from the secret chamber, they bared their sharp fangs. Without any particular order, the 4 bats flew towards Yi Xiaofan. Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to strike, the blue stone necklace around his neck emitted a dazzling blue light. The bats that came into contact with the blue light, as if encountering a natural enemy, let out a wail and retreated. Before they could fly away, they turned into smoke under the illumination of the blue light and gradually dispersed in the air. Could it be that this necklace purifies the monsters in the tower? With this question in mind, Yi Xiaofan retreated back into the secret chamber. When he emerged again, sure enough, the 4 bats that were supposed to resurrect had completely disappeared. This is truly a good thing. It hasn't been a waste walking so many detours after all. Yi Xiaofan genuinely felt delighted. When Yi Xiaofan obtained the magic eye mask, he felt that there must be some connection between the mask and this place. However, due to Yi Xiaofan's chronic sense of direction issues, even 2 rooms very close to each other took him an hour to navigate. Yet Yi Xiaofan still blamed the tower for being overly complex without reflecting on himself. It's little Yi, isn't it? Smiling so happily. Did you get something good? A familiar voice sounded, and Yi Xiaofan turned to see Ban Xingyu walking towards him with a warm smile. Upon seeing that it was indeed Ban Xingyu, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but shiver. Female cross-dressers have always been the most terrifying group of beings to Yi Xiaofan. In a past life, when Yi Xiaofan was in university, he fell for a junior from another department. Yi Xiaofan had forgotten the name of that junior. But Yi Xiaofan clearly remembered the looks from her classmates when he went to flatter her in her class, and what happened later in a small inn where she smiled at him and said, "Look, mine is bigger than yours." Shaking his head, Yi Xiaofan pushed those dark memories out of his mind and said to Ban Xingyu, "I've got things to do. Let's talk another day." After saying that, Yi Xiaofan hastily ran away. Watching Yi Xiaofan flee, Ban Xingyu extended her small tongue and licked her dry lips. A person so adorable is truly priceless. Ban Xingyu's little move naturally escaped Yi Xiaofan's notice. To avoid Ban Xingyu, Yi Xiaofan chose to run toward areas with more monsters. His swift movements caused a refreshing breeze as he continuously weaved through the beasts. The innocent-looking monsters didn't even realize someone had just sprinted past them. I didn't expect that this necklace could also resist this suction force. Stopping momentarily, Yi Xiaofan realized he had returned to the room with the 4 magical cannons. The blue stone necklace hanging on Yi Xiaofan's neck enveloped him in a gentle glow. Within the light, Yi Xiaofan felt none of the pull from the magical array. Walking effortlessly up to the cannons, Yi Xiaofan kicked each one with ease, destroying them. As the 4 turrets were destroyed, the magic array on the ground also disappeared. Only 4 magical cannons are needed to set up a magic array. The person who built this tower must have reached god-level proficiency in magic. Xiaofan Yi sincerely admired the owner of this tower. However, what Yi Xiaofan didn't expect was that her admiration came a little too early. With the disappearance of the previous magic array, another one appeared on the ground. A beast covered in claws slowly emerged from the magic array. It's a chain array. This is already a lost technology, so it seems like I need to study it carefully. Xiaofan Yi excitedly squatted down and began to meticulously examine the structure of the magic array. Roar. Apparently upset by Yi Xiaofan's disregard, the claw-covered beast roared at Yi Xiaofan. A foul stench swept over, almost knocking Yi Xiaofan unconscious. Xiaofan looked up at the beast, furrowing her brows and said, "If you have nothing better to do, go brush your teeth. I'm very busy right now and don't have time to play with you." After speaking, Yi Xiaofan ignored the beast again and continued examining the magic array on the ground. Unfortunately, the magic array faded away just as quickly as it had appeared after delivering the beast. Xiaofan spread her magic power throughout the room, trying to find clues left in the air's residual magic. As for the claw-covered beast, perhaps Yi Xiaofan's words hurt its self-respect. It squatted in the corner, panting repeatedly, then approached and sniffed closely with its nose. After repeating the same action countless times, the beast seemed to finally realize that it truly needed to brush its teeth. It somehow found a stick, placed it in its mouth, and meticulously scrubbed its teeth. "Are you annoying, or what? Can't you be gentler?" The noise created by the stick rubbing against the teeth made Yi Xiaofan raise her head and shout loudly. Nodding at Yi Xiaofan, the beast reduced its movements and continued cleaning its teeth. Chapter 74, Wronged Little Green. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 74. You're brushing your teeth too inefficiently. Why don't you use some abrasive? After finishing his research, Yi Xiaofan stood up from the ground and couldn't help but comment as he watched the demon beast still furiously brushing its teeth. The demon beast turned around, looking at Yi Xiaofan with a completely innocent expression. Expecting a demon beast to understand the importance of toothpaste was undoubtedly too difficult for it. Know what toothpaste is? It's a paste made up of abrasives, cleansers, wetting agents, preservatives, and fragrances that can effectively remove dental plaque and prevent bad breath. The demon beast stared at Yi Xiaofan with wide eyes, not comprehending what she was talking about at all. How did you get through your previous life as a demon beast without knowing even such simple things? Yi Xiaofan sighed in despair, patting her forehead before retrieving a bunch of strange items from her spatial ring. I won't bother explaining the principles to you. Anyway, you wouldn't understand them. Just watch how I mix these. In front of the demon beast, Yi Xiaofan combined the mysterious substances before her according to a certain ratio. This, then this. Success. Yi Xiaofan handed the homemade toothpaste over to the demon beast, indicating for it to try it out. The demon beast hesitantly took the toothpaste from Yi Xiaofan's hand, applying it on a twig and tentatively rubbed it against its teeth twice. Its eyes immediately lit up with excitement. What do you think? It works well, right? I added some heavenly fragrant grass. It can keep your mouth fresh all day. Yi Xiaofan proudly told the demon beast. The demon beast nodded at Yi Xiaofan while waving its claws around, expressing its current happy mood. Yi Xiaofan looked at the demon beast affectionately. Clean demon beasts are good demon beasts. She said goodbye to the demon beast which was still brushing its teeth and rode onto Little Green, heading towards the 4th level. Not long after Yi Xiaofan left, Wang Denai arrived here as well and saw this demon beast brushing its teeth. Stop. Brushing your teeth is the greatest insult to food. I absolutely cannot allow anyone to brush their teeth in front of me. Wang Denai shouted angrily at the demon beast. Hearing Wang Denai's voice, the demon beast stopped its action, looking at Wang Denai with confusion. As for the story between Wang Denai and this demon beast, Yi Xiaofan had no knowledge of it, nor cared to know. At the moment, Yi Xiaofan was standing there pondering in front of the towering cliff face. After arriving at the 4th level, Yi Xiaofan saw a stone statue identical to the one on the 1st floor. Following Su Yu's method, Yi Xiaofan successfully purified the stone statue into a goddess statue. A beam of light emitted from the goddess statue and vanished instantly. After being illuminated by the light, Yi Xiaofan clearly felt that the blue energy obtained from the altar had grown stronger than before. Apparently, the goddess statue can enhance the power of this thing. Yi Xiaofan directed the blue energy out of her body, forming a protective barrier around herself. This blue energy can not only be used for attacks, but also enhances physical agility. Unlike the force of magic, what exactly is this? Although Yi Xiaofan hadn't yet figured out the current world's magic system, let alone this ancient force, she decided to temporarily set aside her doubts and continue moving forward along the road. The further she walked, the narrower the path became until it could only accommodate one person. Ahead, the road abruptly ended. About 5 meters away, a lone pillar stood in solitude. It was evident that to proceed, one would have to jump onto the pillar. 5 meters wasn't too far, but it wasn't too close either. Within this tower where every move was restricted, a sage's maximum leap was precisely 5 meters. However, being able to leap 5 meters didn't necessarily mean one could definitely land on the pillar. While it wasn't clear what consequences awaited those who fell, it was easy to imagine that it would likely be unpleasant. Even though Yi Xiaofan was confident that falling wouldn't harm her, she decided not to test it and chose to play by the rules. Boogie, boogie. Suddenly, little green atop her head began to jump anxiously, just as Yi Xiaofan prepared to jump. Bugi, Bugi. Yi Xiaofan mimicked little green's call, trying to communicate with it. From little green's body, a drop of sweat as big as a coin dropped down. Jumping off Yi Xiaofan, little green's body started stretching out towards the opposite pillar. Bugi, Bugi. In no time, little green formed a bridge. Little green, you're so smart. Yi Xiaofan praised generously upon seeing little green's actions. Little green's emerald green body clearly showed signs of turning pinkish red. Bugi, Bugi. As Yi Xiaofan stepped on little green, it called out with each step she took. Does it hurt? Should I take off my high heels? Yi Xiaofan asked little green compassionately. Bugi, Bugi. Little green's voice seemed to carry a faint sob. If slimes could cry, it might be doing so now. Ultimately, with the help of little green, Yi Xiaofan successfully crossed the cliff. After completing its task, little green saw a shrunk on Yi Xiaofan's head as if it had suffered a great injustice. Bang, bang. Huge collision sounds came from the door in front of Yi Xiaofan, making her very curious about what was behind the door. Suyu felt extremely frustrated. Not only did all the helpers he invited become enemies, but he had been fighting the monster in front of him for a long time. In the end, neither could defeat the other. In front of Suyu was a humanoid monster fully clad in armor, holding a huge broadsword and a silver metal shield in its hands. The crashing sound Yi Xiaofan heard was made when the monster blocked Suyu's attacks with its shield. This monster not only had high attack power and thick defense, but also terrifying speed. Suyu had tried every possible method, yet it had no effect on the monster. Such frustration was enough to drive Suyu mad every minute. It seems like you're having a tough battle here. Yi Xiaofan, who naturally saw Suyu's fight with the monster after going through the door, opened his mouth to ridicule. Pant. Take down this monster for me, and I'll reward you greatly. Suyu landed beside Yi Xiaofan, slightly adjusting his breathing, then spoke to Yi Xiaofan. Before Yi Xiaofan could respond, the armored monster charged right at them. Looking at Suyu's confident face, it seemed that he was very sure that Yi Xiaofan would come to his aid. Then, both Yi Xiaofan and Suyu were sent flying back behind the door by the monster's shield. Wah! Though Yi Xiaofan didn't feel a thing from the monster's strike, Suyu spat a mouthful of blood on the ground and glared fiercely at Yi Xiaofan. What are you staring at me for? I never said I agreed. Yi Xiaofan replied indifferently under Suyu's glare. Wah! Hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, Suyu couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Chapter 75. The Yellow Gas Sphere. Don't even think of passing if you don't attack, Suyu finally said to Yi Xiaofan after a long silence. It's impossible, it can't keep up with my speed, Yi Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Yi Xiaofan's remark left Suyu speechless. Actually, Suyu was aware that the people he had invited here all came for the complete chain of laws contained within Dora's tower. From the start, Suyu was prepared to part ways with this group. According to Suyu's plan, at least until they reached the middle level of Dora's tower would they split up. Until then, Suyu intended to take advantage of the group to preserve his own magical power. However, what Suyu hadn't expected was that, as soon as they entered Dora's tower, everyone turned against Yi Xiaofan out of envy over the strength he had obtained, disrupting Suyu's entire plan. But since they were already here, in order to obtain that certain thing, Suyu naturally had no reason to retreat. Among this group of people, Yi Xiaofan was undoubtedly the most powerful. Yet, Yi Xiaofan's lack of cooperation also exceeded Suyu's expectations. At the very least, the few of them were still supposed to be allies on the surface, weren't they? Could Yi Xiaofan give him just a little bit of face? Suyu's inner mind raged endlessly. What will make you agree to act? Suyu naturally understood what Yi Xiaofan meant and spoke up immediately. 2 portions of power. The power referred to, of course, was the green gas obtained from the altar. Unlike magical power, this sphere of gas could be freely given to others. Deal. Suyu didn't hesitate. Compared to the item he was determined to secure, the powers from Dora's tower were negligible. Upon seeing Suyu's agreement, Yi Xiaofan patted the dirt off Xiao Lu and walked into the room behind the door. Suyu followed closely behind Yi Xiaofan. As soon as they entered, a shield fell from above their heads. It turned out that the monster which had previously thrown both of them was guarding right beside the door and launched an attack the moment it saw Yi Xiaofan and Suyu. Yi Xiaofan extended his spotlessly clean arm and effortlessly blocked the shield. With a gentle push, the armored monster flew backward. Witnessing this, Suyu's pupils contracted sharply. He knew exactly how much strength the armored monster possessed from having fought it before. Yet Yi Xiaofan had easily blocked it with one hand, looking entirely relaxed and at ease. While Suyu knew Yi Xiaofan was strong, he never anticipated just how powerful Yi Xiaofan truly was. Ignoring whether the monster lived or died, Yi Xiaofan turned to Suyu. I've held up my end of the deal. Now it's your turn. Yi Xiaofan's display of strength greatly intimidated Suyu, who certainly wouldn't dare go back on his word. Suyu promptly handed over 2 spheres of gas, one blue, one yellow, to Yi Xiaofan. There's actually a yellow sphere too. Blue is close to wind, but what does yellow represent? Looking at the 2 spheres in his hands, Yi Xiaofan questioned curiously. You figure it out on your own. Suyu snapped at Yi Xiaofan before taking the lead and sprinting upstairs. Even though these spheres were indeed less important compared to the object he desired, they were still valuable goods, and Suyu naturally would be reluctant to let them go. This feeling is somewhat similar to lightning. After absorbing the 2 spheres into his body, Yi Xiaofan clearly felt the green gas inside him grow stronger. Next to the green gas, there floated a smaller yellow gas sphere quietly hovering there. When Yi Xiaofan directed the yellow gas into his hands, it sounded like crackling lightning. If I gather all the gas spheres in this tower, what will happen? In a previous life, Yi Xiaofan had a collecting obsession and severe compulsions. If he couldn't collect something completely, it made him extremely uncomfortable. So, Yi Xiaofan set himself a small goal. Collect all the gas spheres in the tower. As for those already taken by others, Yi Xiaofan assured there wasn't a problem he couldn't solve with one punch. If that failed, another punch would do the trick. Having decided, wasting time was no longer an option. Yi Xiaofan chose a path different from Su Yu and, riding Xiao Lu, galloped away. What puzzled Yi Xiaofan was that the number of monsters on this road was incredibly sparse. Compared to the prior encounters where rooms were packed with monsters, this place seemed unusually quiet. On the other path, Su Yu was already drenched in sweat. Opposite Su Yu stood 3 monsters dressed in armor. Against 1, Su Yu could fight evenly, but against 3, he was nothing more than a punching bag. Worse yet, he couldn't even escape. This fact only added to his frustration. Since the monsters were few on his route, Yi Xiaofan wasted no opportunity. Urging Xiao Lu underneath him forward at top speed, it wasn't long before he arrived at the end of the path. At the end of the path was a vast area, in the center of which lay a bronze treasure chest. Unexpected wealth. Yi Xiaofan happily approached the chest and opened it. Inside the treasure chest lay a necklace with 3 leaves. Another necklace. Just how much did people from the ancient era love necklaces? Yi Xiaofan grumbled unhappily. Aside from the necklace, the chest also contained a sheet of paper. Once again, Yi Xiaofan couldn't recognize the words written on it. However, just like the stone steel, focusing his attention on the paper allowed him to comprehend its meaning. The ancients were all weirdos. They would die yet still leave behind treasures and piles of rambling words. Despite saying this, Yi Xiaofan carefully read the contents of the paper. It was truly unexpected. That guy turned out to be the younger brother of the hook claw wielder. Judging by his cold demeanor, one would have never guessed he'd display such an expression when meeting his brother. It's truly heartrending. And that cursed Saba, the magical beast he gave me, wouldn't listen at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself in front of him. However, he must care deeply for his brother, just like I do. Judging from what the leader implied, it seems they're planning to take action against him. I should probably warn him. Don't die under any circumstances. After reading up to this point, Yi Xiaofan averted his gaze. It wasn't because the writing ended, but rather because the subsequent characters were completely incomprehensible, as though someone had intentionally concealed them. Based on the content of the note, its owner must belong to the faction that built this tower. The person mentioned in the note, however, must be from the opposing side. 2 individuals from rival factions who deeply love each other yet are bound by their identities. What a cliché plot. Looking up at the sky, Yi Xiaofan let out a soft sigh. But a piece of ancient paper retrieved from one of the 10 forbidden zones should be worth quite a bit of money, shouldn't it? As Yi Xiaofan gazed at the note in his hand, his eyes sparkled with greed. Clearly, Yi Xiaofan had already begun devising plans to sell this note. Chapter 76, The 3-Leaf Necklace. After putting the note and necklace into his spatial ring, Yi Xiaofan was about to turn back when a rumbling sound echoed. The treasure box on the ground slowly faded away, and in its original position, an opening large enough for a person to pass through appeared. Inside the opening was clear-flowing water. It was very obvious that the next path was hidden underwater. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaofan jumped in. His decisiveness startled Xylv, who then immediately followed him down. Mages or magic warriors, once they reach level 6, even if they don't breathe for a short time, will not have any problems. The magic power within their bodies is sufficient to provide them with enough oxygen. As for saints, even if they don't breathe for a lifetime, there won't be any issues. Yi Xiaofan's body was created by the Supreme God and was even stronger than that of a saint. However, despite this, Yi Xiaofan still felt a sense of suffocation upon entering the water. Even though Yi Xiaofan had never experienced drowning, he understood what the sensation originated from. What's more, Yi Xiaofan couldn't swim. That's right, whether it was his past life or this one, Yi Xiaofan was undeniably a landlubber. Even though it was uncomfortable, Yi Xiaofan wouldn't drown and die. The feeling of suffocation was merely due to lack of adaptation. Although he wouldn't die, being unable to swim remained Yi Xiaofan's weak point. As soon as Yi Xiaofan entered the water, he began flailing his limbs but kept sinking continuously. Gurgle, gurgle. Yi Xiaofan tried to speak but instead swallowed a mouthful of water, which prompted him to hurriedly shut his mouth again. There was no knowing if anyone had ever urinated in this water, but even if nobody did, the water must have gone bad after standing for so many years. Thinking of this made Yi Xiaofan feel nauseous. Bugi, Bugi. Following Yi Xiaofan, Xylv, seeing her master wasn't swimming, transformed into a larger size and supported Yi Xiaofan from below. A few tentacles extended from Xylv's body, tightly gripping Yi Xiaofan so he wouldn't fall further down. Gurgle, gurgle. In trying to thank Xylv, Yi Xiaofan ended up drinking another mouthful of water. Hastily closing his mouth, Yi Xiaofan decided not to open it again. Zap, zap, zap. Golden electric currents emanated from behind Yi Xiaofan, striking him. Yi Xiaofan didn't feel much, but poor Xylv under his feet screamed in pain while subjected to the golden current. Bugi, Bugi. Though Yi Xiaofan obviously couldn't understand the cries of distress. Finally, Xylv managed to escape from the golden current. And Yi Xiaofan also clearly saw that what dared to sneak attack him was actually a large turtle with antennae. On the turtle's shell, red lights kept flashing, much like those of the 3 silver moon wolf kings before the altar. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yi Xiaofan sneered as he aimed a punch directly at the turtle. Even though the resistance of the water reduced the power of Yi Xiaofan's punch, it was still formidable enough to severely injure a level 8 magic warrior. Bang! What Yi Xiaofan hadn't expected was that the sound produced upon hitting the turtle resembled metal clanging against each other. The turtle just retreated a bit and seemed completely unaffected. Undeterred, Yi Xiaofan increased his strength and threw another punch at the turtle. The surrounding water followed the force of this punch and flowed toward where the turtle was located. Yi Xiaofan believed that the power of this punch was enough to kill the turtle. Even facing a saint, Yi Xiaofan hadn't delivered such a powerful blow. Then, he watched helplessly as the turtle drifted away with the water current, gradually disappearing from his view. Gurgle, gurgle. Yi Xiaofan wanted to curse aloud. Gurgle, gurgle. Yi Xiaofan wanted to curse aloud. Gurgle, gurgle. Yi Xiaofan wanted to curse aloud. Reluctantly, Yi Xiaofan closed his mouth and massaged his swollen stomach due to swallowing too much water. Bugi, bugi. Zilv looked worriedly at Yi Xiaofan. Why can you open your mouth without any consequences? Zilv's concerns fell on deaf ears, as Yi Xiaofan harbored resentment inside. Subsequently, Yi Xiaofan stood on Zilv and proceeded to explore the maze beneath the water. Soon after, Yi Xiaofan spotted several turtles flashing with red lights, and some pippy shrimp that could still shoot water bullets even underwater. Since provoking them would lead to trouble, Yi Xiaofan opted to flee. However, in the water, Zilv's movement speed was far too slow to escape these creatures accustomed to living underwater. Since magic was ineffective, Yi Xiaofan suddenly thought about whether the air bubbles obtained in this tower might work. A blue whirlwind was hurled from Yi Xiaofan's hand, striking the turtle's shell and producing a clanging sound. The blue energy was ineffective, so let's try the yellow one. Since these turtles could already release lightning, Yi Xiaofan didn't expect the yellow energy, which closely resembled lightning, to have any significant effect. His use of the yellow energy was merely a subconscious reaction. Bang! To Yi Xiaofan's surprise, when the lightning formed by the yellow energy collided with the turtle, it exploded instantly. The turtles remained slowly decomposed in the water, eventually merging with the current. Upon successfully killing the turtle, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but smile happily. Gurgle, gurgle. Yi Xiaofan started to dislike this place. Zilv extended a tentacle once more, tapping on the spatial ring on Yi Xiaofan's hand. Yi Xiaofan looked at Zilv with a puzzled expression. Zilv tapped the spatial ring again, indicating that Yi Xiaofan should open it. Immersing his consciousness into the spatial ring, Yi Xiaofan instinctively focused on the necklace with 3 leaves. Could Zilv be asking me to bring this out? With this doubt in mind, Yi Xiaofan took out the necklace and waved it in front of Zilv. Zilv immediately nodded approvingly with joy. Seeing Zilv's reaction, Yi Xiaofan seemed to understand something. Removing the blue stone necklace around his neck, he put on the 3-leaf necklace. As soon as the necklace was worn, Yi Xiaofan felt a sense of relief, and the previous oppressive feeling gradually disappeared. Bugi, Yi Xiaofan tried calling Zilv's name. This time, Yi Xiaofan didn't end up swallowing water. Finally I can speak. It was driving me crazy. Thank you, Zilv. Zilv, having received Yi Xiaofan's gratitude, shyly turned her head away. Yi Xiaofan not only regained the ability to speak, but also felt as if he could move freely in the water. He promptly broke free from Zilv. After dismounting from Zilv, Yi Xiaofan actually floated silently in the water, and according to Yi Xiaofan's will, he could move effortlessly through the water. Chapter 77. Team Up, Part 1. Huff. After absorbing this person's magic power, I feel much stronger. In the Tower of Dora, Suya sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened her eyes, and spoke to Dudu beside her. Of course, this is a special secret skill of the Yinxing race. Without my giving you a drop of my blood, it would be impossible for you to perform it. Mengka lay naked in front of Suya, devoid of any trace of life. There was a large hole in his chest. The blood on the wound had long since coagulated, turning black-brown. Even though you can never advance in rank for life, by relying on this secret technique to absorb others' magic powers, your strength can still increase. Dudu took a bite of Mengka's corpse and swallowed the torn meat into its stomach. Master, why don't you absorb his magic power? My situation is different from yours. It would be useless for me. After Suya and Dudu arrived at the Tower of Dora, although Suya possessed pseudo-saint level power, she still wasn't formidable enough in the tower. Just when Suya encountered danger, Mengka appeared before her. Greed and lust are truly inherent human nature. If this guy hadn't been attracted to your beauty, with your current abilities we wouldn't have been able to kill him. After Mengka saved Suya, he was immediately captivated by her beauty, and greed quickly filled his mind. Under Dudu's guidance, Suya spent 2 hours in this house as husband and wife with Mengka. Afterward, taking advantage of Mengka's weakened state, Suya thrust her hand into his chest and performed the secret technique given to her by Dudu. She absorbed all of Mengka's magical power, including his understanding of the rules. After successfully absorbing Mengka's magical power, Suya, although still somewhat lacking in combat experience, finally gained the ability to barely protect herself in the Tower of Dora. Let's go. I can faintly sense that woman's presence already. I'm sure she has sensed us as well. Dudu devoured all the flesh off Mengka's body, leaving behind only a clean skeleton on the ground. It was hard to imagine how such a small body as Dudu's could devour all the meat off Mengka. Yes, master. Suya placed Dudu atop her head and entered through the adjacent door. After Suya left, an odd force enveloped the room. The now skeletal remains of Mengka slowly rose from the floor, creaking sound emanating from his bones. In the eye sockets of the skull, 2 blue flames ignited. Women, kill them all. Bearing Mengka's grudge, the skeleton walked step by step toward the door leading to the upper floor. None of this was known by Suya, who had already departed. And Yi Xiaofan, currently searching underwater for treasures, was even less aware. I've gathered another yellow gas orb, and I can feel its power becoming stronger. Arriving at the deepest part of the water, Yi Xiaofan drew the yellow gas orb into his body from an altar there. What surprised Yi Xiaofan was that this particular altar did not have a red glowing guardian monster. It seems not all gas orbs need their guardians defeated to claim, which saves some trouble. Had Yi Xiaofan said these words aloud, people like Suyu who were exploring within the tower might have felt quite annoyed. All the efforts they undertook to defeat a guardian monster seemed insignificant compared to Yi Xiaofan treating them as dispensable. It's you. Just as Yi Xiaofan prepared to leave after collecting the gas orb, he came face to face with Sato, who was also seeking out gas orbs. Though not wearing the three-leaf necklace as Yi Xiaofan was, Sato similarly showed no effect from the currents around, moving even more effortlessly than Yi Xiaofan. I remember, isn't your name Sato? Yi Xiaofan looked at Sato uncertainly. Due to Sato having little presence in general, Yi Xiaofan did not have a deep impression of him. What allowed Yi Xiaofan to remember him was because of the great scythe he once used during an attack. With a sullen complexion, clad in a pitch-black cloak, plus holding a large scythe, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but compare Sato to the Grim Reaper from movies of a previous lifetime. You're right, I remember you too. Your name is Yi Xiaofan. Sato nodded at Yi Xiaofan, acknowledging him. Despite Yi Xiaofan only barely remembering Sato's name, Sato had a clear memory of Yi Xiaofan. Be it Yi Xiaofan's beautiful appearance or the ease with which he dealt with 3 silver moon wolf kings, even obtaining the first gas orb among their group. All of this firmly etched Yi Xiaofan, a seemingly 16-year-old girl, into Sato's memory. The gas orb here has already been taken by me. You'd better go look somewhere else. As Yi Xiaofan passed by Sato, she reminded him casually. Wait. At the very moment Yi Xiaofan was about to step into the next area, Sato called out to her. What is it? I know where there's a gas orb, but I need your help. If we succeed, we'll split it evenly. How about that? Without any beating around the bush, Sato directly stated his purpose. Where is it? And we just met. Why do you come to me for help? Isn't it more reliable to find someone you know better? Aren't you afraid that I might betray you? The answer to your first question, in the upper layer of the water domain, inside the fire domain. In response to Yi Xiaofan's barrage of questions, Sato answered methodically. As for the second question, hold on. Yi Xiaofan interrupted Sato. If it's in the upper layer, why should I team up with you? I'm heading upward anyway. You won't find the way to the upper layer without my help, and you alone wouldn't stand a chance against the guardian monster. The guardian monster Sato mentioned was something Yi Xiaofan already knew about. In fact, Yi Xiaofan had encountered one before, the claw-covered beast. But this particular beast, Yi Xiaofan tricked into thinking its leg was broken, and now the creature sat idly by cleaning its teeth with a stick. How do you know I can't find the way? Anyway, go on explaining. Yi Xiaofan didn't believe for a moment that he wouldn't be able to find the path to the upper layers. If all else failed, couldn't he just punch a hole through the ceiling? It wasn't like Yi Xiaofan was short of ways to reach the top floor. If not for the joy of adventure, he might have been on the roof of Dora Tower already. To answer your second question, why am I asking you for help? The reason is simple, because I haven't run into anyone else yet, and even if I had, they aren't nearly as familiar to me as you imagine. For me, it makes no difference who I approach. Pausing briefly, Sato continued. If I could still connect with my other self inside the tower, I wouldn't need to form an alliance with anyone. Chapter 78, Alliance, Part 2. Alternate Self. Yi Xiaofan did not fully understand what Sato meant. As far as Yi Xiaofan knew, there was no magic in this world that could create alternate selves. Of course, it wasn't impossible he hadn't heard of it yet. The third question, about whether you'll turn against me. Let me be clear, I'm not afraid. Sato showed no intention of explaining to Yi Xiaofan, and his tone carried an incomparable confidence. Clearly, Sato believed Yi Xiaofan was no match for him. I like your honey-like confidence. You've got my word. Follow me. Having said this, Sato stepped ahead and walked through the door. Yi Xiaofan followed behind Sato, winding through 7 turns and 8 bends until they arrived at the outermost layer of the water realm they had visited before. The turtles that once flashed with red light here were now nowhere to be seen. They must all have been killed by him. I wonder what good things he's gotten. Yi Xiaofan thought as he looked at Sato's back. This is the place. Sato stopped in front of a wall and turned to Yi Xiaofan. So, this is the path you mentioned leading upward? No wonder you said I wouldn't find it. Yi Xiaofan carefully examined the wall but couldn't detect any secrets on its surface. Sato nodded to Yi Xiaofan and yellow lightning erupted from his hands, striking the wall. The seemingly solid wall was blasted apart, creating a gap. He's also mastered yellow lightning. Yi Xiaofan secretly rejoiced inside. If I can seize it, my yellow energy mass will grow even stronger. Once inside, there will be a gorilla-like beast that is invulnerable to weapons. Only yellow lightning can penetrate its defenses. Sato didn't even bother asking if Yi Xiaofan possessed a yellow energy mass. What if I don't have a yellow energy mass? What then? That won't happen. I saw you gather the energy mass at the altar before. Sato's words sent a shock through Yi Xiaofan's heart. He hadn't noticed Sato's presence at all. No wonder Sato was confident in his abilities. He clearly had good reasons. Without further talk, the two jumped through the opening in the wall. Upon entering, they immediately saw a red gorilla standing not too far away. Behind the gorilla stood a sinister stone statue. When the gorilla saw them, it roared instantly and charged toward the duo. To put it simply, while Yi Xiaofan might have needed practice, Sato was a saint who had been through countless battles and easily evaded the charging gorilla. Unlike Sato, Yi Xiaofan did not choose to dodge. Instead, yellow lightning burst forth from his body and obliterated the gorilla into fragments. What? Is it really that weak? No, the true guardian beast is only just beginning to appear. As Sato spoke, the room began to shake. A giant centipede descended from the ceiling. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Yi Xiaofan with lethal intent. From my experience, the centipede chooses to leisurely kill whoever slays the gorilla. Sato distanced himself from Yi Xiaofan as he spoke. You're actually trying to trick me. Yi Xiaofan angrily pointed at Sato. True to Sato's words, the centipede identified Yi Xiaofan as the one who had killed the gorilla and, without hesitation, began crawling towards Yi Xiaofan. You serve as bait, and I'll seize the moment to strike it dead. Sato lingered behind the centipede and spoke to Yi Xiaofan. The centipede, treating Yi Xiaofan as its primary enemy, completely ignored Sato following it and focused solely on swallowing Yi Xiaofan whole. As it moved, piles of egg-like objects continually dropped off its massive body. Alright, just hurry up. Since Sato had promised to eliminate the centipede, Yi Xiaofan naturally would not waste effort needlessly. After all, dodging the centipede's attacks was child's play to him. With its massive size, the centipede had an expansive attack range, but conversely, its speed was almost unbearably slow. Moreover, its attacking method was overly simplistic, just charging around haphazardly with its head. Seriously, being so reckless isn't wise. While evading the centipede's attacks, Yi Xiaofan taunted it. It seems more capable than imagined. Seeing how relaxed Yi Xiaofan appeared, Sato couldn't help but raise his estimation of Yi Xiaofan a bit. Why haven't you made your move yet? Although avoiding the centipede's attacks was not difficult, Yi Xiaofan still harbored resentment over Sato's refusal to act quickly. Don't rush. If we fail to kill this beast instantly, we risk angering it, which wouldn't be good. Sato's intentions weren't lost on Yi Xiaofan. Naturally, it was obvious he was waiting until Yi Xiaofan expended a significant amount of magical power before making his move, all to lower Yi Xiaofan's threat level. Moreover, Sato might even harbor the idea of killing two birds with one stone. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xiaofan gradually began to appear as if his magic power was waning, making it increasingly difficult for him to evade the centipede's attacks. Seeing Yi Xiaofan's condition, and after confirming that it didn't seem like an act, Sato finally made his move. A yellow lightning bolt many times thicker than before struck the tip of the centipede's tail. The originally hard carapace on the centipede's body was instantly pierced through. The centipede let out a pained scream and quickly scurried toward the ceiling. Since the tower had an anti-air spell in place, if the centipede reached the roof, neither Sato nor Yi Xiaofan would be able to attack it. Attack together. Sato hastily shouted to Yi Xiaofan. Of course, if one was putting on a performance, they must go all the way. Yi Xiaofan revealed a look of exhaustion on his face and emitted a yellow lightning bolt, cooperating with Sato to strike at the centipede. However, the lightning bolt Yi Xiaofan emitted now was evidently much smaller in size. This further confirmed Sato's belief that Yi Xiaofan was genuinely running low on magical power. Despite their continuous assault, the centipede managed to survive and climbed all the way up to the roof, its body now completely black, clearly having sustained severe injuries. Once reaching the roof, the centipede curled itself into a ball. How come it doesn't fall from there? Yi Xiaofan curiously observed the ball on the ceiling. Unable to kill it with one decisive blow, this becomes problematic. Sato anxiously watched the ball on the ceiling. As if verifying Sato's words, the centipede suddenly roared while in its curled-up form, and the eggs previously produced by it exploded simultaneously in an instant. Not even Sato had foreseen such an offensive capability from the centipede. Both of them were caught off guard and got blown away by the explosion. An ordinary saint would probably have perished directly in this explosion, but fortunately, neither Yi Xiaofan nor Sato were ordinary saints. Cough, cough. Sato struggled to get up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. To avoid being found out, Yi Xiaofan mimicked Sato's action and forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood as well. And he spit out even more than Sato did. Chapter 79, The Dagger Revealed. After the explosion, the curled-up centipede fell from the roof and rushed quickly towards the two individuals. How are we supposed to fight like this? Xiaofan Yi asked as he dodged the centipede's collision. There's no way. In this state, it can't be hurt, even a little. What should we do then? We can only wait until it returns to normal by itself. As they spoke, the centipede rolled towards them again, faster than before. As time passed, its speed increased, making it increasingly difficult for Yi Xiaofan and Sato to evade. Just when the two were about to give up, the centipede flattened its body. It stared at them while producing eggs. It's laying eggs again. Yi Xiaofan frowned and said, let's both use the yellow lightning attack together. If they waited until the centipede filled the entire room with eggs again, Sato and Yi Xiaofan would inevitably have to endure another wave of explosions. With this in mind, Sato shouted for Yi Xiaofan to strike while rushing towards the centipede. Yi Xiaofan nodded, joining Sato on either side of the centipede. A thick and a thin streak of yellow lightning struck the back of the centipede, eliciting an agonizing roar. Look, its shell is starting to fall off. Yi Xiaofan noticed a bare spot on the centipede's back, revealing red flesh underneath. This was exactly where both of them had struck simultaneously earlier. Keep attacking. Hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, Sato realized the situation too and immediately increased his strength. Under conditions where the centipede was not curled into a ball, its sluggish attacking speed posed absolutely no trouble for Yi Xiaofan and Sato. It could only let out pitiful cries under their attacks. The injured centipede quickly crawled toward the wall of the room, attempting to climb to the ceiling to escape their attacks. It's trying to run, block it. while Sato wanted to stop the centipede. Its fleeing direction was directly opposite to where he was positioned. He could only shout at Yi Xiaofan. Though the centipede's fleeing direction was exactly opposite to Sato's position, it was close to Yi Xiaofan. Upon hearing Sato's words, Yi Xiaofan hastily caught up to the centipede and grabbed its tail. Come down here. The centipede, which had already touched the wall, was forcefully pulled back by Yi Xiaofan. Its massive body slammed hard onto the ground with a thunderous sound. Great work, watch this. At this point, Sato also arrived. He complimented Yi Xiaofan, gathered all his yellow energy mass, transformed it into lightning, and struck the centipede's head. Instantly, the whole room was bathed in golden light. This lasted for nearly 3 seconds before the golden light gradually faded away. Huff, huff. Sato stood there panting heavily due to overexertion, and Yi Xiaofan followed suit. Finally done with that. After adjusting his breath, Sato walked to the statue and purified the crystal into a goddess statue. Where's the energy sphere you mentioned? After defeating the boss, naturally came the time to distribute rewards. Yi Xiaofan bluntly asked Sato. Looking around the room, besides the devastation everywhere, there wasn't even a trace of any energy sphere. The energy sphere? Isn't it right here? Do you have the ability to take it? Sato received treatment from the goddess statue and lifted up green and yellow spheres of energy in each hand, revealing a sinister expression on his face. The goddess statue in Dora Tower serves not only as a place for emergency shelter, but can also slowly heal physical injuries. Of course, it cannot restore magic power, but it can recover energy spheres. When the birds are gone, the good bough is stored. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hunting dog is cooked. Yi Xiaofan fixed Sato with a steady gaze, uttering every word clearly to him. Haha, very well put. Sato similarly glared at Yi Xiaofan, his facial expressions growing more and more wicked. Hand over all the treasures and powers you've gained in Dora Tower, spend one more night with me, and I might consider giving you a way out. Yi Xiaofan had guessed long ago that Sato must have been harboring some conspiracy. Pretending for quite some time, Yi Xiaofan decided it was time to let Sato feel what fear truly was. What did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly, could you repeat it? A pleasant voice echoed from behind Sato, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? Sato could hardly believe his eyes as he watched Yi Xiaofan slowly disappearing before him. Feeling the chill on his neck, the menacing expression on his face turned into terror. Behind Sato, Yi Xiaofan placed Mingyuan at Sato's neck, looking mischievously at him. Didn't you say you weren't afraid if I turned against you? Why are you sweating so much now? Were you pretending all along from the start? Concealing one's ability? Sure, because it was boring, so I wanted to see the tricks of face changing. Yi Xiaofan put Mingyuan away and said to Sato, I'll give you a chance to live. If you hand over all the treasures and powers you've obtained in Dora Tower, I will consider sparing you. Alright, I agree. Faced with life and death, Sato chose the former without hesitation. Stepping back 2 steps, Sato threw a green and a yellow gas mass towards Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan reached out and caught the gas mass, merging it with the ones within his body. When Yi Xiaofan was taking over the gas mass, Sato seized the opportunity to retrieve the crystal and activate its teleportation magic. That damn woman. How could she be so powerful? Now I can't reach my avatar, and I've lost 2 gas masses. Near a goddess statue on some floor of Dora Tower, Sato glanced around fearfully and then filled with hatred said, That cursed woman, who were you referring to? Before Sato could catch his breath, that familiar voice rang again in his ears. He looked aside and found Yi Xiaofan smiling at him. You? How did you come here? This place should have been discovered only by me. In the 3rd level of Dora Tower, between the corners of walls, no one would expect there existed an independent room. With a little luck and a little serendipity, Sato found this place. Here, like Yi Xiaofan, Sato also discovered a piece of writing which described the reason why Dora Tower had been created. I've already given you the gas mass. What more do you want? Realizing he could not escape, Sato roared helplessly at Yi Xiaofan. What I meant is that you must hand over all the gains you've received in Dora Tower. Yi Xiaofan put on a sinister look and slowly moved closer to Sato. Under Yi Xiaofan's pressure, Sato involuntarily stepped back until he bumped into the goddess statue. Then he finally reacted. Chapter 80. The Origin of Dora's Tower. Inside here is everything I've gained from Dora's Tower. Resigned to reality, Sato helplessly tossed the spatial ring to Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan caught the spatial ring and found that it was an advanced one with the ability to bond with its owner. Of course, Sato had already erased his mental energy imprint. Not bad, I'll let you off this time. After checking the spatial ring, Yi Xiaofan satisfiedly said to Sato, Could you tell me how you managed to follow me here? Having been granted a reprieve, Sato did not leave at once, but instead asked Yi Xiaofan. Actually, it's quite simple. Just follow the spatial fluctuations left when you departed. It's easy to find you that way. Yi Xiaofan, supporting her chin, explained earnestly. It's impossible. Within this tower, spatial fluctuations can't be sensed, unless you're not a saint-level practitioner. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Sato was shocked as he said to Yi Xiaofan, Have I ever said I'm a saint? Yi Xiaofan smiled sweetly at Sato before activating the crystal and disappeared from there. Not a saint. Then, left standing alone, Sato stared in the direction where Yi Xiaofan had vanished. He seemed lost in thought. After leaving, Yi Xiaofan imitated Sato's method and used the demon eye mask to locate the dimensional space. She counted her spoils while hiding inside. Made a fortune this time. Really made a fortune. Excitedly, Yi Xiaofan examined the items inside the spatial ring. This spatial ring handed over by Sato had been one he'd been wearing for a long time. Not only did it contain what Sato had gathered in Dora's tower, but also most of his life savings. What is this? Inside the spatial ring, Yi Xiaofan discovered a yellowish notebook. Its aura was completely different from the other items within. It appears to be a diary. Yi Xiaofan took out the book, opened it, and read its contents. The writing in the diary looked similar to the inscriptions she had seen on the stone tablets and papers before, unfamiliar, yet comprehensible. Opening the first page, Yi Xiaofan read word by word. Innovation calendar year 118, March, weather overcast. What a disastrous day. Countless monsters emerged from underground. Homes were destroyed, people killed. Could this be the end of the world? Great twin goddesses, please bless your people so they may safely endure this calamity. Innovation calendar year 118, May, weather overcast. The calamity has continued for 2 months now. Under the monsters' attacks, we've been retreating constantly. Can it be that my beloved country is doomed to perish? It's hard to imagine. Innovation calendar year 119, June, weather clear. It's been a long time since I last wrote in this diary. How long exactly? Checking the previous date shows almost a year has passed. Unbelievable that I've endured such days without sunlight for an entire year. However, rumors suggest the twin goddesses and the 6 priests might have come up with a solution. Truly a fortunate development. Innovation calendar year 119, June, weather clear. Captain said today that the twin goddesses along with the 6 priests seem ready to transfer the entire Salmon Cathedral into the sky. Such a task would likely only be accomplishable by the goddesses themselves. Innovation calendar year 119, July, weather partly cloudy. Today, the twin goddesses personally acted. With the aid of the 6 priests, the entire Salmon Cathedral successfully moved into the air. Though clearly free from the demons now, I don't feel any joy at all. Captain Saruru and Deputy Captain Thor ran straight into the horde to buy us more time. Why am I the one left behind? Clearly, I am also part of the Knight's Order. I am also a deputy captain. I feel like I've uncovered some secrets from the ancient times, and the feeling of solving puzzles is pretty great. But this diary's owner sounds just like a little abandoned puppy. Muttering to herself, Yi Xiaofan continued reading further down the pages. Innovation calendar year 120, July, weather clear. How could such a thing happen? The twin goddesses suddenly disappeared. The 6 priests have decided to dispatch search teams to go down onto the surface to look for the goddesses. And Unica insisted on joining them. Seeing her always reminds me of myself. Being abandoned, the sense of being left alone must be awful, right? I apologize to the captain. I've promised Unica. Please watch over her in peace, and pray for our smooth journey ahead. The person who left messages on the stone tablet probably belonged to the same group as the owner of this diary. As for the paper I found earlier, it seems to be against them. Yi Xiaofan silently deduced. Innovation calendar year 120, July, weather clear. The transfer magic was obstructed, and during the emergency landing, my companions and I got separated. Standing here, I can already see the tower, the ominous Dora's tower that the monsters used to chase us, lifting the Salmon Cathedral into the sky. Innovation calendar year 120, July, weather clear. I have finally found my comrades. I heard that the twin goddesses entered the tower. How could they think of entering such a dangerous place? I also heard that Unica has safely entered the tower. What good fortune. It must be the leader who is protecting us. The diary ended here. Perhaps the owner had no chance to write further after entering Dora's tower. Yi Xiaofan closed the diary and tossed it into the spatial ring. Never would have thought those dim-witted monsters actually know how to build structures. It's quite unexpected. But what exactly happened to these people in the tower? Seems like I'll need to continue up higher to find some clues. Pulling out the crystal, Yi Xiaofan arrived at the room where she and Sato had previously cleared out the centipedes. After restoring her energy fully in front of the goddess statue, she continued moving upward. On the next floor, the environment was completely different from before. The sultry air lacked almost any trace of moisture. The domain of accursed flames. Looks like its name fits. There are nothing but fire-using monsters here. Sensing the dry heat in the air, Yi Xiaofan watched as a group of flame-spitting monsters ran toward her. In Dora's tower, every few levels brought a new domain with a guardian monster stationed at the entrance. Only by defeating the guardian could one proceed to the next level. Unlike regular monsters, the guardians didn't respawn once defeated. At the entrance of each level, the name of the new domain would be displayed, starting from the bottommost layer, then upward through the water domain, and now the domain of accursed flames. All were similar in this aspect. Oh right, talking about fire. It's been a long time since I last used that move. Yi Xiaofan tilted her small, adorable head, and an idea flashed across her mind. Roar of the Fire Dragon. Chapter 81, The Red Lotus Greatsword. Flames swept across the entire room, making the air even more stifling. After the flames subsided, the demons had all turned into ashes, leaving no trace of their existence. Even though it's been a long time since I last used this technique, at least I haven't gotten rusty. Yi Xiaofan clapped his hands, looking satisfied at the empty space in the room. Little Yi, we meet again. Are you alright? Sister was so worried about you. A graceful figure appeared through the portal at the doorway. Ban Xingyu saw Yi Xiaofan in the room and said joyfully. As Ban Xingyu arrived, the demons Yi Xiaofan had just killed revived themselves in a red glow. I just killed them, and now you're here. Yi Xiaofan grumbled as he looked at Ban Xingyu. It's sister's fault. Please don't be angry with me. Let me help you take care of them, okay? There was a hint of coyness in Ban Xingyu's voice, which made Yi Xiaofan feel very uncomfortable. Large amounts of mist sprayed from Ban Xingyu's hands, and all the demons that came into contact with it began to dissolve. In no time, the resurrected demons were killed once again. You seem stronger than before. This move by Ban Qingyu was clearly more sophisticated than when she first entered the tower. Either she was hiding her true abilities, or she had an encounter within the Tower of Dora that enhanced her powers. Still, you're nowhere near as strong as Little Yi, who can make Satoru unable to resist. How do you know that? It doesn't matter, I just happened to see it. What are you planning to do? Yi Xiaofan wasn't surprised by Ban Qingyu's words. Back during the battle with the giant centipede, Yi Xiaofan had already noticed Ban Qingyu lurking in the shadows. Since Ban Qingyu didn't make any moves then, Yi Xiaofan ignored her. But now that Ban Qingyu had taken the initiative to appear, it was evident that she had some sort of plan. You're making sister sound so bad, it's going to make me cry. Want to see me cry? As she spoke, Ban Qingyu actually started crying. Big tears streamed down Ban Qingyu's face, forming a small puddle on the ground after a while. Yi Xiaofan, looking at the puddle formed by Ban Qingyu's tears, could sense extraordinary magic within it. This magic felt different from ordinary magic and more akin to a gas-like sensation. You aren't really Ban Qingyu, are you? Who are you really? Yi Xiaofan pointed at Ban Qingyu with minuan. Hee, so you found out. Follow me, and you'll learn who I am. Having said that, Ban Qingyu took the lead and moved forward, with Yi Xiaofan closely following behind. Without a word, Yi Xiaofan followed Ban Qingyu until they reached a place similar to an altar. What was unusual here was that there was no red guardian beast present. Lying atop the altar was a red great sword, as tall as an adult. The faint aura emanating from the greatsword showed that this weapon was anything but ordinary. The energy radiating from the red greatsword was identical to the one Ban Qingyu exuded. Director of the Knights, Salu, am I correct? As soon as Yi Xiaofan saw the red greatsword, he understood everything. You should have died long ago, right? On the day the Sarmon Temple ascended, you sacrificed yourself to buy time against the monsters. Oh, how do you know about me? Ban Qingyu, now visibly shocked, lost the frivolous look from earlier, revealing a serious demeanor. There are descriptions about you in this. Yi Xiaofan pulled out a notebook, waving it in front of Ban Qingyu. Or rather, Salu. Isn't this Galen's notebook? How did it end up in your possession? Has he sacrificed himself? Salu asked somberly, noticing her tone had shifted slightly. That, I'm not sure about. I'm more interested in you. How has someone from the ancient era survived till now? In order to buy time for the ascent of the Sarmon Temple, I remained on the ground and was defeated by a man named Kasujir. However, it was not a fight that shamed me. On the contrary, I still cherish the memory of that battle. Stop digressing. Get to the point. Yi Xiaofan quickly interrupted as Salu seemed to drift off topic again. After my death, my soul resided in my former weapon, the Red Lotus Greatsword. It was Lady Fena's power that allowed my soul to persist. Fena. From Salu's mouth, Yi Xiaofan heard a new name. And judging from Salu's expression, she held immense respect for this person named Fena. Yes, one of the two great goddesses. Although I have survived until now thanks to Lady Fena's pure power, in fact, I was in a coma all the time, and only recently woke up. What about her? Yi Xiaofan referred to Ban Qingyu. It was she who awakened me from my coma. When she awakened me, the pure power left by the goddess resonated with her, causing me to enter her body and review her memories. What do you mean by pure power, and why did it resonate with her? The pure power is the force possessed by the goddess, and as for why it would resonate with her, it might be because she has the bloodline of our race. As more information was obtained, Yi Xiaofan had more and more questions. The mysterious Tower of Dora, the ancient lost nation, concealed too many secrets. As the pure power left by the goddess is consumed, I can't last much longer. I can see that you are kind, but your heart has always been in a state of confusion. Salu's volume was decreasing, giving people a sense of weakness. Just as he said himself, he couldn't hold on for much longer. Hey, wait a minute, I still have a lot of questions for you. Yi Xiaofan anxiously told Salu, but was interrupted by Salu. You must follow your own heart and face your weakness directly. Man can become strong only because of this. Finally, let me give you one last piece of advice. Beware of this person whose gender is unclear. In her memory, I saw. Salu's words remained unfinished, and after his soul disappeared, Ban Qingyu lay down directly on the ground. Her stable breathing indicated that she was not seriously injured. How come one after another ends up like this, stopping just when they're getting to the point? Yi Xiaofan stomped his foot angrily, then looked at Ban Qingyu lying on the ground, not knowing what to do with her. Chapter 82, Black and White. Well, it's not as if we gained nothing. Yi Xiaofan held the Red Lotus Great Sword on the altar, which was even larger than herself, and immediately felt a surge of power flow from the sword into her body. Inside Yi Xiaofan's body, two quiescent energy masses, one green and one yellow, remained tranquil. As the Red Lotus Greatsword transferred its strength into her, these once quiet energy masses began to boil like heated water. For anyone else, even a saint-level practitioner, this would have likely caused them unbearable agony, leaving them writhing in pain. But Yi Xiaofan's body had been personally crafted by the Supreme God. The turmoil within her didn't even make her uncomfortable. As the power continued to flow, a third, red energy mass gradually formed behind the original two. Yi Xiaofan perceived that the red energy bore an affinity with fire. When the Red Lotus Greatsword finally completed transferring its strength, three differently sized and colored energy masses floated inside her body. She initially thought this process was complete, only to find out it was merely the beginning. The three colored energy masses now exhibited signs of attempting to merge while simultaneously resisting each other. This caused constant collisions between the three within her. During these collisions, Yi Xiaofan's magic power uncontrollably began being absorbed by the three energy masses. In a matter of moments, all of her magic power vanished completely. Who knew these things were such gluttons? Observed Yi Xiaofan internally, surprised at the sight. It wasn't that she lamented losing her magic power. She could easily elevate it back to the level of a saint whenever she wanted. Instead, the transformations occurring within the energy masses troubled her. Should these masses end up being relics of ancient times similar to Su Rui's spirit magic, another encounter with the Cyan Blue might be inevitable. I most certainly don't want to talk to that guy again. It wears me out, Yi Xiaofan said disdainfully. Despite her thoughts, she started absorbing more magic power from the air to feed the three voracious energy masses. They accepted without restraint, swallowing every ounce of the power she managed to absorb. Since no magic power existed within Dora Tower, Yi Xiaofan directly drew it from the Qilian Mountains outside, transporting it through the use of spatial force right next to her for absorption. What seemed impossible for regular saints was merely a question of effort for her. As the consumed magic power increased, so did the size of the three energy masses, visibly growing larger before her eyes. And with their growth came fiercer clashes among themselves. This level of strength would tear even a divine-level body into shreds. But how slow is this going? Just as Yi Xiaofan's patience was about to run out, a small change occurred. A portion of the three masses finally merged into one new entity, a pure white energy mass. From the intense battles among the three masses emerged a distinct new white mass that detached itself to float quietly aside. On the other hand, the scattered remnants from the collisions slowly combined into a black energy mass, floating beside the white. Is this white mass the pure essence? Then what exactly is this black one? Of course, the internal changes taking place were something Yi Xiaofan immediately realized. The appearance of this new energy mass further intensified the fighting among the three. Strangely enough, these three masses began to reject absorbing any more magic power Yi Xiaofan brought in, acting as if they'd grown weary of it. Tired already? Or just sick of it? Now you're picky, Yi Xiaofan mumbled unhappily. The fusion rate of the three masses accelerated significantly. Not long after, the three fully melded together, forming the pure essence. By now, none of the three colored masses remained in Yi Xiaofan's body. Only two energy spheres of contrasting black and white persisted. Odd, my back feels itchy. Yi Xiaofan tried to scratch her back, but couldn't reach it. The itching sensation kept getting stronger. Suddenly, a pair of pristine white wings sprouted from her back. A mere thought sent these wings flapping, effortlessly lifting Yi Xiaofan off the ground. The anti-air magic in Dora Tower seemingly lost its effect on her entirely. Looks like the anti-air magic here only affects magical forces and doesn't limit beings naturally capable of flight. Soaring in the sky rejuvenated Yi Xiaofan's mood. Wings, weren't the winged race already extinct? Could it be she's a remnant? A rare creature, a saint-level practitioner. If we can capture her. Yi Xiaofan didn't notice that Banqingyu, who was lying on the ground, had awakened at some point. Banqingyu slightly opened her eyes, watching Yi Xiaofan flying in the sky. Seeing that Yi Xiaofan seemed to have the intention of coming down, Banqingyu quickly closed her eyes and feigned death. Naturally, Yi Xiaofan did not notice this small action from Banqingyu. I'll just leave her here. After all, there are no beasts in this place. After having enough fun, Yi Xiaofan returned to the ground and finally remembered Banqingyu. So, Yi Xiaofan flapped the white wings on her back and flew away without looking back. Such a pity, she left me here like this. After Yi Xiaofan left, Banqingyu got up from the ground, glaring at the direction where Yi Xiaofan had departed with dissatisfaction. A sudden urge to urinate hit Banqingyu as she stood below the altar, and she took a good moment to relieve herself. After pulling up her pants, Banqingyu began to ponder how to capture Yi Xiaofan. If I attack her directly, it's definitely going to fail. Her strength is too powerful. Not even Sato could stand against her. If I fight her, I'm sure to die. Although her body had been previously possessed by Sa Wu'er, all past events remained vivid in Banqingyu's memory. This included Sato being robbed by Yi Xiaofan, and the conversation between Sa Wu'er and Yi Xiaofan. Banqingyu knew all about them. Because of these memories, she understood that she absolutely couldn't defeat Yi Xiaofan. Looks like using drugs is the only option. I do have plenty of medicine that can deal with saint-level practitioners, but she obviously already suspects me, so getting close to her won't be easy. For ordinary people, acquiring medicine potent enough to affect saints would be extremely difficult, but for Banqingyu, these were just tools for making a living. She naturally had a large supply. However, among these medicines, 90% of them required the saint themselves to consume them. The remaining 10% needed contact with the saint in order to take effect. Given the current situation, it was exceptionally hard for Banqingyu to come into contact with Yi Xiaofan. Chapter 83, Demon of Flames, Part 1. What are you doing here, having a party? Yi Xiaofan did not expect to run into Su Yu and the others in front of the Guardian Beast Gate in the Kuehua realm. It had been a month since they initially entered Dora's tower. In this month, Yi Xiaofan spent half a month inside the Kuehua realm. Not only was the Kuehua realm vast, during this half month, Yi Xiaofan meticulously studied the black and white gas spheres. The more he studied, the more Yi Xiaofan felt the profound mystery of the black and white gas spheres. He became so engrossed that when he came to his senses, it was already half a month later. Temporarily setting aside the study of the black and white gas spheres, Yi Xiaofan carefully searched the entire Kuehua realm. Very smoothly, he arrived at the gate of the Guardian Beast. Now there is one more person. Our chances of defeating that fiery demon have increased somewhat. Naturally, the group also saw Yi Xiaofan, with Su Yu being the first to speak. However, Su Yu's tone was clearly unfriendly, evidently still holding a grudge against Yi Xiaofan for tricking him out of 2 gas spheres. It's true, having another person does increase our chances. Satuo's expression was obviously somewhat uneasy. Xiaoya, you don't know how hard these days have been for your sister. Just like Satuo, Ban Qingjiu's face also flickered with a trace of unease but quickly passed over. Neither of their expressions escaped Yi Xiaofan's eyes. Of course, Su Yu hadn't missed them either. What exactly happened between these 2 people and Yi Xiaofan? A ripple of doubt arose in Su Yu's heart. Among those present, only Wang Dana was as usual, holding a fatty bone in his hand and gnawing on it incessantly. What is this flame demon? It's the guardian beast of this level. We fought it 3 times, all resulting in failure, Su Yu explained, resolving Yi Xiaofan's doubts. This also successfully aroused Yi Xiaofan's curiosity about the flame demon. After all, there were 4 saints here combined who couldn't beat one magical beast. Could this beast be a saint-level creature? Tell me in detail about this flame demon. Su Yu saw Yi Xiaofan's eager look and couldn't help but give a cold snort. After all, at the start, Su Yu himself had acted similarly to Yi Xiaofan, only to get severely beaten by the flame demon. It's in that room. Su Yu pointed to the room behind the group. The flame demon is inside, and the room is entirely filled with magma. The only place to stand is a ring of red-hot stone slabs, burnt by heat. At this point, Su Yu stopped talking as if recalling something unpleasant, while Ban Qingjiu continued where he left off. The flame demon sleeps in the magma, awakening once it senses the presence of any living being. It stands roughly 100 zhang tall, enveloped in flames. On its head is a blue crystal gem, which is its weakness. If you've already found its weakness, why can't you defeat it? Yi Xiaofan interrupted Ban Qingjiu mid-sentence and asked. It's 100 zhang tall, and none of us can fly. How do we fight it? We've tried every possible method, yet we're unable to attack its head. Wang Dana, usually a quiet foodie, actually spoke up this time. And the flame demon is extremely strong. A single punch can sink the stone slabs in the magma. We've tested these slabs. Even with our full strength, we can only make 1 slab sink. But these slabs are quite peculiar. Not only can they not be shattered, after sinking into the magma for a while, they re-emerge. In other words, each of the flame demon's attacks equals the full force blow of a saint-level expert. All 4 people present except Yi Xiaofan silently nodded. Clearly, the flame demon had inflicted great psychological wounds on them. It's easy to imagine. The saints who normally could get anything they desired were being casually pummeled by these demons here. Anyone in their position would feel defeated. Even worse, if these demons were all divine level or saint level, their minds could accept it. Being beaten by a higher level or same level existence wasn't embarrassing. But this group of demons, the highest ranked among them being the flame demon behind them, was barely around level 6. Now we have 5 people. Besides Munka, all remaining members are here. I understand that everyone has their own plans, but right now, our interests align. Let's put aside those thoughts for now and defeat this damn beast. Afterward, once we've defeated the flame demon, may we all rely on our own abilities as per your wishes? Yi Xiaofan nodded in agreement with Su Yu's suggestion. With wings, Yi Xiaofan could fly freely within Dora's tower, making it too simple to defeat the flame demon. However, the matter of the wings was something Yi Xiaofan had no intention of telling these few people in front of him. In fact, Yi Xiaofan didn't plan to tell anyone at all. On the Kanglan continent, the winged humans who once soared through the skies had long since disappeared into the annals of history. If Yi Xiaofan were to expose his wings in front of everyone, it would surely bring endless troubles upon him. Although Yi Xiaofan didn't fear trouble, he found trouble bothersome. However, what Yi Xiaofan did not know was that his possession of wings had already been secretly witnessed by Ban Qingjiu. According to our research, the flame demon seems to be a mechanical creation. Clearly visible on its legs are joints made of machinery. If we can find a way to break the joints, we could make the flame demon kneel and then shatter the crystal on its head. Su Yu's words were clearly aimed at Yi Xiaofan. Isn't this method you've just mentioned good enough already? Why do you need to deliberate any further? This only made Yi Xiaofan even more perplexed. Because there's a significant issue standing before us. We simply cannot sever its joints. Su Yu's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. After all that talking, it seems we're right back where we started. Yi Xiaofan sighed, giving Su Yu a disapproving glance. Let's enter and see for ourselves. I need to personally examine what the flame demon looks like so that we can come up with a better strategy. Having said that, Yi Xiaofan prepared to walk past the doorway, but realized that the others stood rooted in place, not making the slightest movement to leave. Why aren't you moving? Yi Xiaofan asked. After entering, all escape routes will vanish. To retreat, we must forcibly carve a path through the magma. Su Yu responded solemnly after a moment of hesitation. Yi Xiaofan glanced at the others, noticing their faces matched Su Yu's seriousness. It was evident that they had returned this way during the 3 previous encounters. Even as exalted saints, plunging directly into magma couldn't possibly feel anything less than excruciating. These individuals were among the most prominent saints. Any regular saint might never return if forced to dive into the molten inferno. Chapter 84, Inferno Demon, Part 2. Forget it, if you guys don't want to go, I'll just go myself. Yi Xiaofan shrugged indifferently and turned toward the door. Arrogant. When she comes back, she will realize how naive she is right now. Su Yu watched Yi Xiaofan's retreating figure and muttered to the others in a low voice. Su Yu thought the others would share his thoughts, but unexpectedly, everyone remained silent, making the atmosphere slightly awkward. Sato, who had clashed with Yi Xiaofan, naturally knew how terrifying Yi Xiaofan could be. She might even be a divine-level existence. During Ban Xingyu's possession by Sarah Lu, he had glimpsed something extraordinary about Yi Xiaofan. As for Wang Dana, Suyu didn't even know what else his mouth was good for besides eating. After Yi Xiaofan entered through the door, she noticed that the temperature here was much higher than elsewhere. After all, this place was filled with magma. Such high temperatures were only natural. Upon entering, Yi Xiaofan immediately spotted the stone slab that Suyu had mentioned. In fact, apart from the stone slab, the room contained nothing but the scorching hot magma. As she stepped down along the stone slab, each step caused a piece of the slab behind her to vanish until Yi Xiaofan reached the circle formed by the slabs. Inside the circle, the magma suddenly surged outward, and a towering demon emerged with a blue crystal on its head. Inferno Demon, the guardian of the fire domain, one of the 6 great demons that once attacked the Salmon Temple. Yi Xiaofan casually stated everything about the Inferno Demon. Of course, these details came from Yi Xiaofan's knowledge of the diary. The centipede she had faced before alongside Sato was another one of the 6 demons, called Zijin Centipede. How did they know the Inferno Demon's weakness is the blue crystal on its head, just because it looks prominent? Yi Xiaofan naturally wouldn't believe such an explanation. It was clear that Su Yu and the others were hiding something from her. Let's first see what attacks this Inferno Demon has. During her time at Dora Tower, Yi Xiaofan realized that all demons had relatively simple attack methods. Perhaps it had something to do with their lack of intelligence? Since the demon's attacks were predictable, understanding them meant already having an unbeatable advantage. After all, if you can't defeat it, can't you at least dodge it? However, Yi Xiaofan soon discovered how wrong she was. The Inferno Demon roared, its massive body moving fluidly as it chased Yi Xiaofan's movements. Despite its size, it showed no signs of clumsiness. At the perfect moment, the Inferno Demon's enormous fist came crashing down toward Yi Xiaofan. Flames swept across with fierce winds, looking incredibly powerful. Yi Xiaofan dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the punch. The force sent a gust of wind that made it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. As the punch collided with the stone slab, it plunged directly into the magma, including the very slab beneath Yi Xiaofan's feet. With nowhere left to stand, Yi Xiaofan fell straight into the magma. Though the magma's heat had no effect on Yi Xiaofan, her clothes were instantly incinerated into ashes. Since the magma wasn't deep, barely reaching chest level for Yi Xiaofan, who was under 160 centimeters tall, part of her chest was exposed to the air. Her not-so-plump chest, subtly revealed, paired with her youthful appearance, would drive any male creature mad. Even someone like Ban Xingyu might not have been able to resist. Who would have thought it was also a lecherous beast? Fortunately, I'm here alone. Yi Xiaofan covered her chest with her hands, blushing slightly while staring at the Inferno Demon. It wasn't clear whether her redness was due to the heat or shyness. Hanging on her chest was a 3-leaf necklace that had originally emitted faint light, but was now rapidly fading. With a soft snap, the necklace shattered into countless powders, falling into the magma and disappearing. Yi Xiaofan leapt up and landed safely on a stone slab beside her. As she emerged from the magma, a graceful white long dress appeared, covering her body. Naked wandering? That was not on Yi Xiaofan's bizarre agenda. Just as Yi Xiaofan landed on the slab, the Inferno Demon spun in place, sweeping its colossal hand and plunging all the slabs into the magma. Hardly moments after Yi Xiaofan returned to dry ground, she fell into the magma again. The white elegant dress hadn't lasted even 10 seconds before it was officially rendered obsolete. In the magma, Yi Xiaofan tied her flowing hair and retrieved a casual outfit from a space ring, wearing it quickly. This casual outfit was crafted by Yi Xiaofan during her free time and had already reached the level of a semi-artifact. Mere magma was unable to melt it. Roar! The Inferno Demon, having submerged all the stone slabs into the magma, let out a loud roar to the sky. Numerous starlight flames fell from the heavens and landed on Yi Xiaofan's body. Then, Yi Xiaofan's naked body was once again exposed to the light. You lecherous beast, die. The continuous destruction of her clothes made Yi Xiaofan furious. Snow-white wings unfolded from her back as she leaped and flew above the Inferno Demon's head. Earlier, Yi Xiaofan had been playing around by repeatedly retracting and releasing her wings, which ended up damaging quite a few pieces of clothing. At this point, there were no normal clothes left in her ring to wear. All that remained were some revealing and bold outfits given to her by Jonah and others when they departed from Alaska. Yi Xiaofan had once vowed that even if she were to die, she would never wear those clothes. She kept them only because she wanted to cherish them as a memory. The snow-white wings flapped gracefully in the air, beneath which was Yi Xiaofan's beautiful body. Her tied-up hair hung down over her chest, her pale skin tinged with a hint of pink. Her long legs and delicate feet were so captivating that even Yi Xiaofan herself couldn't help but feel entranced. If my chest could just be a little more protruding, it would be better. Such an unexpected thought suddenly crossed Yi Xiaofan's mind. Shaking her head to clear these stray thoughts, Yi Xiaofan raised her hand and unleashed a beam of black light, striking the blue crystal on the Inferno Demon's head. What she had assumed to be an incredibly hard crystal shattered effortlessly under the black light, splitting into pieces and falling from the Inferno Demon's head. Without the crystal, the massive body of the Inferno Demon collapsed downward, splashing the magma onto Yi Xiaofan. Definitely a perverted beast, still trying to burn my clothes after dying. Good thing I'm smart enough not to wear anything this time. Yi Xiaofan looked at the fallen Inferno Demon with a touch of smug satisfaction. Chapter 85, Sacred Beast Lu. What happened? Outside the door, after the fall of the Flame Demon, several people waiting for Yi Xiaofan to come out suddenly found that the door was enveloped by a huge boundary. Yi Xiaofan inside the door also noticed this event. Yi Xiaofan casually took out a piece of clothing from her spatial ring, put it on, and flew in front of the boundary. Yi Xiaofan folded her wings, landing on the stone slab that had just floated up. This boundary is probably specifically used for defense. Although it's not very strong, it can withstand attacks below the divine level. After just a glance, Yi Xiaofan roughly estimated the approximate range of strength the boundary could bear. Looking around the room at the door leading to the upper level, Yi Xiaofan concluded, it seems that in order to reach the upper level, we must defeat the flame demon once. This boundary is to prevent others from taking shortcuts. As long as I leave this room, the boundary should disappear automatically, right? However, isn't the guardian beast unable to be revived? It's really hard to understand. Yi Xiaofan had a good habit. If she couldn't figure something out, there would eventually be a day when she would know. Therefore, Yi Xiaofan boldly walked toward the upper level. But Yi Xiaofan guessed one thing wrong. Even if she left this room, the boundary wouldn't disappear. What kind of incident occurred inside? Why did the boundary appear? Outside the door, Su Yu and a few others gathered in front of the boundary, speculating about what Yi Xiaofan had done. I don't know how much maximum attack this boundary can endure. Should we test it? Sato looked at the boundary and said after a brief pondering, test it yourselves. As a girl, my body is delicate and fragile. What if I get injured? Ban Xingyu glanced at Sato. Girl, delicate and frail? Huh. Wang Dana, who was always eating, rarely spoke. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Ban Xingyu wanted to rip him apart. Since we still don't know the specific attributes of this boundary, let's think long-term. So you came out to mediate. Through a long staircase, after purifying a goddess statue, Yi Xiaofan successfully arrived at the upper level of the xuanhuan domain, the evil spirit corridor. Truly worthy of being called the evil spirit corridor, how horrible this sound is. After passing through the staircase, in front of Yi Xiaofan was a long corridor. In the corridor, a terrifying sound resonated at all times. Even if you plugged your ears, you could still hear this sound. It was as if the sound was directly transmitted into your head, making people want to go crazy. Can't stand it anymore. Can't stand it anymore. Yi Xiaofan covered her ears and ran forward quickly, hoping to escape from the corridor as soon as possible. Affected by the terrifying sounds of the evil spirit corridor, the black and white gas clusters inside, Yi Xiaofan's body started operating on their own without her active control. White feathers pierced through Yi Xiaofan's clothes and unfolded from her back. The black gas cluster dispersed from Yi Xiaofan's body, seemingly wanting to block out the terrifying sound. Where's the door? Troubled by the noise, Yi Xiaofan suddenly noticed on the right side of the corridor there was a door shining with light. With light, it must be the outermost part of the tower. With rich experience, Yi Xiaofan immediately guessed what was behind the door. But no matter what, Yi Xiaofan certainly needed to run inside and rest. The sound in the corridor was too difficult to tolerate. Hum. On the other side of the door was a group of cute little creatures. Seeing Yi Xiaofan's arrival, they all ran over to her side, affectionately rubbing against her legs. Could it be the sacred beast Lu? Although Yi Xiaofan had never seen these creatures before, Garen's notebook described the sacred beast Lu. According to Garen's notebook, Lu was a creature very close to people, capable of strange magic. But later, it got infected by miasma and turned into a demonic beast. Even so, Lu never harmed humans but instead provided humans with a lot of help when demonic beasts attacked. So cute. I want to catch one and take it home. Yi Xiaofan looked at the adorable little creatures by her feet and exclaimed, stars in her eyes. Then, all Lus uniformly took a step backward. Is this being rejected? Yi Xiaofan looked helplessly at the small creatures, laughing and crying. Gulyalu, Gulyalu. Suddenly, one Lu's stomach growled. Then it was like an infection spreading. All the Lu's stomachs began to growl one after another. Are you guys hungry? Could it be because of the outer corridor that you were trapped here and couldn't go out to find food? I don't know if you would eat this. Yi Xiaofan, looking at the Lus who were holding their stomachs with pitiful expressions, felt heartbroken and took out some rotan fruits from her spatial ring. These fruits were picked by Yi Xiaofan before entering the Tower of Dora. Because they tasted great, Yi Xiaofan had harvested a large bunch. After a month's stay in the tower, there were only a few rotan fruits left. Gulyalu, Gulyalu. Upon seeing the rotan fruits in Yi Xiaofan's hands, all the Lus hugged Yi Xiaofan's legs again, stretching their little paws, trying desperately to reach the rotan fruits in Yi Xiaofan's hand. It seems you really like them. Here, take them. Yi Xiaofan took all the rotan fruits out from her spatial ring and distributed them one by one to these little creatures. Each Lu held a rotan fruit and quietly savored it while sitting on the ground. Watching their adorable demeanor, Yi Xiaofan found that her mood brightened immensely. Gulyalu, Gulyalu. Not long after, one of the Lus finished its rotan fruit and somehow produced a bottle, offering it to Yi Xiaofan. Is this for me? Yi Xiaofan pointed to the bottle in Lu's hand and then to herself. Gulyalu, Gulyalu. Thank you. Though not knowing what it was used for, Yi Xiaofan still accepted it. Once she got hold of it, Yi Xiaofan instantly understood what it was. Like the previous stone tablets, papers, and diaries, all the information about this bottle appeared in Yi Xiaofan's mind. Secret medicine of Seltzer Tower, made from the flower of Seltzer Tower, had effects to enhance magic power and resist negative states. Blue bottle secret medicine, delicious secret medicine. After reading through the description, Yi Xiaofan rolled her eyes and tilted her head back to pour the secret medicine of Seltzer Tower into her mouth. Whether it was real or expired, Yi Xiaofan's physical condition ensured that it wouldn't harm her. After the first Lu gave a gift, the second Lu came over soon after to give Yi Xiaofan another present. Before long, Yi Xiaofan's hands were filled with gifts. Chapter 86. The Silver Mouth Organ. Yi Xiaofan carefully inspected each item in his hands. Silver dress, both luxurious and practical for combat. It offers excellent defense and flexibility, providing a great level of comfort. When worn with the silver boots, it can activate the Silver Light Guardian ability, which can resist enemy attacks to the maximum extent, usable once per day. Paired with the silver dress is also a pair of silver boots. Silver boots. On these silver boots are embroidered beautiful patterns, making them very popular among girls. With them, walking 1,000 miles a day will no longer be just a dream. When worn together with the silver dress, they can also activate the Silver Light Guardian ability, resisting enemy attacks maximally, also usable once per day. Great. Finally, I have some new clothes to wear, Yi Xiaofan said cheerfully as he put on the silver dress and the silver boots. When held in hand, both the silver dress and the silver boots were only the size of a palm. However, after Yi Xiaofan infused them with his spiritual power mark, with just a thought, they appeared on him, fitting perfectly and very comfortably. Fantastic, let's see what else there might be. Silver Mouth Organ. Belonging to the goddess of twins Leia, this artifact has received the blessing of goddess Leia. Playing a certain rhythm on the silver mouth organ can dispel all nightmares in the world. Used in conjunction with the silver bell, it can activate the blessing of the goddess, retrieving those who have just died from the underworld back into reality. Such powerful skills. When combined with the silver bell, it must refer to this. Yi Xiaofan looked at another silver object in his hand, a small bell. Silver bell. Also belonging to the goddess of twins Leia and blessed by goddess Leia, its sound brings peace to wandering souls. Used together with the silver mouth organ, it can activate the goddess's blessing, pulling recently deceased people back from the underworld to the realm of the living. Excellent stuff. By the way, if the silver mouth organ can dispel nightmares, could it possibly be referring to that demon corridor outside? Yi Xiaofan's eyes lit up, as though a realization dawned upon him. But what exactly is a specific rhythm? And how do I even play a mouth organ? In an instant, Yi Xiaofan was downcast again. Hoo. As though understanding Yi Xiaofan's frustration, Huanchu, the sacred beast who had gifted him the silver mouth organ, produced a melodious tune. Could it be that if I play this melody with the silver mouth organ, it will dispel the demon corridor outside? With this idea in mind, Yi Xiaofan tried to replicate the tune played by Huanchu, attempting to blow into the silver mouth organ. Hoo. A beautiful melody issued from the silver mouth organ. At least, Yi Xiaofan thought so. Next to him, the sacred beast Huanchu already lay in the corner clutching its ears one by one. Seriously, is my music really that terrible? Undeterred, Yi Xiaofan blew into the silver mouth organ once more. Hoo. This time, the sacred beast didn't bother covering their ears but collapsed on the ground, seemingly unconscious. I provide you with food and shelter, and this is how you crush my confidence. Annoyed, Yi Xiaofan took the silver mouth organ and began practicing seriously. This practice lasted another month. Over this period, Yi Xiaofan lived together with the sacred beasts, eating and sleeping side by side, forming a deep bond. Meanwhile, Su Yu and the others at the Demon Lord's Gate had spent the entire month trying every possible method, yet still couldn't break through the barrier. This composition of the barrier is completely different from modern magic. We can't even find any clue to untangle it. So what, Wang Fatso? You did nothing over this month, but eat and sleep. When did you contribute anything to breaking the seal? Ban Xingyu gave Wang Dana a disdainful glance. What nonsense. You've eaten my food and drunk my water this entire month. Without me, you'd starve. Wang Dana shot back, without hesitation. After reaching the saint rank, one wouldn't die even without eating, but the feeling of an empty stomach was not a pleasant experience. Just stop arguing. If you have so much energy, use it to study the barrier more thoroughly. Even Su Yu, usually composed, became extremely irritable after a month. Study? How do we study when the force system is entirely different? Tell me, where should we start? Such scenes occurred countless times over this month. Initially, Su Yu's words could still hold some weight, but as time passed, and they failed to solve the barrier, everyone stopped paying attention to Su Yu. After all, they were all saints. Who was stronger or weaker wasn't known unless they fought. Why should they keep listening to him? Enough. I have found some clues, and am confident in unraveling the barrier. Sato, who hadn't spoken all along, finally broke his silence. Really? Brother Sato, you're so amazing. Upon hearing that Sato was confident in unraveling the barrier, Ban Xingyu, who had been fiery just moments ago, immediately became as docile as a kitten, even speaking in a cutesy tone. Truly impressive, Darkhand Sato. You've managed to understand the force system of the ancient era. Su Yu, whose face had originally been somber, revealed a slight smile. Smack. Even Wang Dana returned to his initial state, busy chatting despite being idle. Don't rejoice too soon. Although we have some leads, it will still take time to unravel it completely. Moreover, she might have already gained quite a few benefits. Sato's words caused the few who had just brightened up to immediately fall back into gloom. The longer it took to solve the barrier, the lower their chances of obtaining treasures. Among the four present, aside from Wang Dana, the other three had all been robbed by Yi Xiaofan. Their gains from this Dora Tower journey could be considered minimal. Among these three, Sato had suffered the most. Due to a fleeting evil thought, not only did he lose his harvest from the Dora Tower, but even his life savings were snatched away by Yi Xiaofan. Additionally, he could no longer contact his avatar, which likely met an unfortunate end. Thinking about Yi Xiaofan, the root cause of all this, the three clenched their teeth in hatred. Achoo, who's thinking about me? Yi Xiaofan rubbed his nose, muttered a sentence, and continued practicing on the silver mouth organ. After a month of practice, Yi Xiaofan's skills with the silver mouth organ had greatly improved. The sacred beasts nearby could now rise from the ground, though they still covered their ears. But Yi Xiaofan felt that this was already a significant improvement, and thus became even more absorbed in playing the silver mouth organ. Staring, all the sacred beasts looked at the one who gave Yi Xiaofan the silver mouth organ. In their gazes, there was blame. Why did you give her the silver mouth organ and teach her how to play? Chapter 87, Izira, Part 1. Who? On the 13th floor of Dora's tower, in the demon corridor, a beautiful melody could be heard. Yi Xiaofan was lost in playing the silver mouth harmonica in his hand. As the music played, the terrifying sounds in the demon corridor began to fade away gradually. It actually works, thank you all. Yi Xiaofan waved at the sacred beast Lu behind him to express his gratitude. HRRR, you guys go ahead, I need to keep exploring the upper floors. No one knew how Yi Xiaofan communicated with the sacred beast Lu, but after hearing his words, the line of sacred beast Lu slowly moved away into the distance. Alright, it's time for me to head up. After watching the sacred beast Lu disappear from sight, Yi Xiaofan spread his white wings and flew upward. It's opened. Good job, Sato. You actually managed to open it. Great, if I stay here any longer, I will definitely go crazy. In front of the Flame Devil Gate, the barrier suddenly disappeared before Su Yu and the others, and the sealed door once again opened to them. Everyone thought that Sato had lifted the barrier, but only Sato himself knew that he hadn't removed it. This is strange, the barrier disappeared on its own. Could it be Yi Xiaofan's doing? Nevertheless, Sato didn't plan to tell anyone the truth. No problem, the barrier is gone now. Let's hurry up and move. Before Sato finished speaking, Su Yu and the others had already stepped into the gate first. Seeing this scene, Sato hurriedly entered as well. The scenery inside the gate remained the same as when Su Yu and the others came in previously. It just lacked the flame devil presiding over the area. However, instead of entering the demon corridor where Yi Xiaofan went, they encountered an intricate labyrinth. Of course, Su Yu and the rest were completely unaware of this and stood there dumbfounded in front of the 4 branching paths before them. We have exactly 4 paths before us. How about each of us takes one? After staring blankly at the maze for a while, Su Yu was the first to speak. Sure, I'll take this one. The others had no objections, and Sato was the first to make a choice, the path on the far left. I wonder which road little Yi chose. I'll take this one. It seems like I can smell little Ye's scent along this way. Ban Chenjiu selected the path on the far right. Then I'll choose this one. Wang Dana, eating a piece of fatty meat in his hand, pointed to the path next to Sato. Looks like I don't have a choice left. All that was left for Su Yu was the third path. Thus, each of them harboring their own small thoughts, they walked into the chosen roads. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaofan kept ascending upwards. After killing countless demons, he arrived at a place called the Floating Gallery. This place seems different from other places. In the air of the Floating Gallery, amidst evilness, there seemed to be a touch of holiness. This sense of sanctity was just like the pure force within Yi Xiaofan's body. Walking through the long corridor, he pushed the door and was greeted by a vast empty hall with only a spiral staircase located on the far right of the hall. Following the staircase upwards, Yi Xiaofan arrived at a door adorned with fearsome demons. There was obviously an exceptionally powerful defensive magic array on the door. Evil vibes emanated from this very door. But holy sensations kept dispersing from behind the door. Ordinary punch. A seemingly powerless punch directly broke the spell on the door and shattered the entire thing into pieces. Upon entering, the holy sensation grew stronger and stronger. Twins. Fina, who are you? From the sky, a broken yet elegant voice sounded. Are you twin goddess Fina? Yi Xiaofan questioned curiously. That's right. What is your name? The voice came again, no longer broken as before, but abnormally clear. My name is Yi Xiaofan. From your body, I can feel both the clean power and dark power. It's truly extraordinary. Is this what you're referring to? Yi Xiaofan summoned the 2-colored gas mass within his body and held them before his chest, one in each hand. That's correct. The purity on your left hand is the magic that my sister Leah and I possess. And the darkness on your right hand belongs to the Dark Pearl's magic. Dark power, Dark Pearl. The meaning of the voice's words left Yi Xiaofan utterly confused. He couldn't comprehend what she meant. Seems like you know nothing. Let me first explain the period of time you've lost. Regardless of whether the owner of the voice could see or not, Yi Xiaofan nodded to show agreement. Long ago, on this land, there was a country, YS. Under the protection of the twin goddesses and the 6 priests, YS flourished and developed. The goddess also had a precious treasure, the Black Pearl. The goddess guided the power within the Black Pearl, differentiating it so that the people of YS could use magic. It was roughly divided into the blue wind, golden lightning, and red fire. Because of the existence of these powers, we once believed that the prosperity of YS could last forever. When the voice reached here, Yi Xiaofan suddenly interrupted her. But you were wrong. Besides the Tao and the Supreme, nothing can be eternal. Yes, one day, a disaster swept through the entire YS. A large number of ferocious demons appeared in YS and launched an invasion against it. This terrible force destroyed this continent, forcing the people living here to gather at the Salomon Shrine. So you and the 6 priests raised the entire Salomon Shrine into the air? You seem to know more than I imagined. The voice clearly showed some surprise, but Yi Xiaofan didn't care as he fiddled with his ears. I've heard this several times already, all recorded in this diary. Yi Xiaofan pulled out the diary and tossed it onto the ground before him. The diary soon disappeared from Yi Xiaofan's sight. This should be Deputy Captain Garen's diary. The diary that had disappeared reappeared quickly before Yi Xiaofan. That's correct. It roughly introduces the situation, so let's not waste time anymore. I'm starting to lose patience for exploration. Apparently, months of continuous melodies had made Yi Xiaofan extremely irritable. Now, Yi Xiaofan just wanted to finish this game as soon as possible and find a place to sleep comfortably. I sincerely apologize. The elegant voice came again from the sky. Moreover, it seems like you've met Sacred Beast Lu, for I see the mouth harmonica and the bell of Leah on you. Chapter 88. YS, Part 2. Are you referring to this? Yi Xiaofan said as she took out the silver mouth organ and the silver bell. That's correct. These belong to Leia. The dress and boots you're wearing, however, were made by me. Then, Yi Xiaofan felt a bit embarrassed. Since the sacred beast Lu gave these to you, they are now yours. The owner of the voice seemed to have noticed Yi Xiaofan's embarrassment and spoke in a relaxed tone. Well, thank you then. There's no need for thanks. Back then, Leia and I entrusted these items to the sacred beast Lu just in case something went wrong. This was so that if we failed, someone could inherit our will. But fortunately, in the end, we did succeed. The will you mentioned, what does it refer to? Then again, you may have to listen to another long and boring story. Alright, but to be honest, I'm starting to get curious about it. Yi Xiaofan sat on the ground with an expression like a child ready to hear a bedtime story. In fact, the source of the YS disaster is none other than the Black Pearl. This somewhat surprised Yi Xiaofan. It wasn't mentioned in the diary at all. The Black Pearl amplifies the magic power of the Claria metal. The people of YS rely on Claria to cast spells. However, the power of the Black Pearl also caused distortions in the earth, which led to the birth of many monsters. Even the monsters outside today are descendants of those creatures. In the past, there were no such things as monsters. Wow, it turns out it was like this. Yi Xiaofan found the story far more fascinating than she had expected. Unfortunately, there were no popcorn. She had already decided that after returning, she would carry some popcorn in her pocket dimension ring since it wouldn't spoil inside. After raising the Xuanhuan temple into the sky, Leia and I secretly came down here to seal the Black Pearl, without telling the 6 priests. Why hide from the 6 priests? Aren't they your subordinates? Besides, according to the diary, the 6 priests possess immense magical power and would surely provide great help. That's true, but back then, Leia and I believed one of the 6 priests was a traitor. A traitor? Yes. The disaster in YS not only included monsters, but also a group of people. People who wanted to exploit the power of the Black Pearl. Before the disaster erupted, Leia and I commanded the 6 priests to seal all the Claria metal. However, the seal was eventually broken. Besides Leia and myself, only the 6 priests could break the seal. Oh, I see. Go on. In the suspended corridor of Dora Tower, Yi Xiaofan chatted intimately with Feina, who was only heard as a voice. Yi Xiaofan learned everything about the ancient country of YS. Meanwhile, in the Chilean mountains, 3 young people, covered in wounds, moved forward toward Dora Tower. Judging by their anxious expressions, it was as though something was chasing them. Indeed, a shadowy figure flickered black behind them. When we came down here, Leia and I entered this tower, the Dora Tower built by monsters to chase after the Xuanhuan temple. Not long after we entered the Dora Tower, the 6 priests sent search teams comprised of mages and knights to find us. Were they people sent by the traitor? No, Leia and I suspected there was only one traitor, but the decision was made collectively by the 6 priests. Later, inside this tower, I met Unica. To protect her from being captured by outsiders, I was imprisoned here, with the door outside suppressing my magic. The outsiders you mentioned, were they the ones after the Black Pearl? Yes. What happened afterward? I'm not too clear about what happened after that. Yi Xiaofan stared wide-eyed at the air, as if trying to glare at the voice's owner through it. I indeed don't know much about what happened afterward. Due to the poisonous miasma and the passage of time, those memories have faded from my mind. Poor you. There's nothing pitiable about it. Though those memories disappeared, I still remember the final outcome clearly. The traitor was discovered, the outsiders were defeated, and Leia and I successfully sealed the Black Pearl, causing our physical bodies to fall into a deep sleep. So what about you now? Now, all that remains here is the intent I left behind. Although the source has been resolved, Dora Tower still stands. Given our condition back then, we were unable to destroy Dora Tower. Therefore, Leia and I each left behind a trace of our intent, waiting for someone who could remove Dora Tower. You mean me? Yes. Alright, since I've gained so many great things from you, I'll help you with this request. Yi Xiaofan prepared to destroy the suspended corridor with just a punch. Please do not do this. The elegant voice stopped Yi Xiaofan's actions. Why not? If you violently destroy Dora Tower, the power accumulated within it for years will be released in an instant, bringing unimaginable disaster to all living beings on the continent. Truly worthy of the twin goddesses, you're indeed benevolent. Thank you for the compliment. Only by allowing Dora Tower to disintegrate on its own will the accumulated power dissipate gently, disappearing together with Dora Tower. What should I do then? Continue ascending. The method to destroy Dora Tower lies with Leia. Once you find the intent Leia left behind, you'll know what to do. The graceful voice grew softer, almost fading away at the end. Fortunately, Yi Xiaofan had always possessed excellent hearing, or she might have missed it entirely. All this talk, and it still comes down to climbing upward. But well, I heard a very interesting story. Yi Xiaofan patted her bottom as she stood up and set out to search for the way to the upper floors. Meanwhile, about 20 miles away from Dora Tower, 3 young people, covered in wounds, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Sister, Iksha, are you both alright? Glass caught his breath and immediately turned to his companions. I'm fine, little brother. Is the item still behind us? Don't know. I can't see it anymore. Really? How could there be a level 6 monster in the outer area of the dark forest? It chased us all the way here. By the way, where are we? The youngest-looking Iksha also recovered somewhat. Chapter 89, The Clan of Darkness. The 4th one is done, and there's only one Suyu left. Once you completely absorb Suyu's magic power, you will possess strength no less formidable than that of a demon god. What an overwhelmingly powerful feeling. I think just one punch could destroy this tower now. That's only your illusion. Given how sturdy this tower is, even a demon lord would have difficulty tearing it down. Inside the maze, Wang Dana's obese body lay on the ground, the large wound in his chest clearly indicating he was dead. Suya knelt beside Wang Dana, continuously absorbing magical power from his corpse. Dudu couldn't conceal the greed in its eyes as it watched Suya. I can sense Suyu isn't far from here. Hurry up and deal with him. With the power of 4 holy ones you've absorbed, killing him will be effortless. Yes, my master. Once you absorb the powers of all 5 holy ones, I'll be able to restore part of my injuries using this energy. By then, I'll be able to free myself from that damnable woman. Thinking about this made Dudu feel increasingly jubilant. It couldn't wait to see Yi Xiaofan's expression when he discovered Dudu's true identity, one of surprise and despair. That scene was bound to be highly entertaining. As for Yi Xiaofan, at that moment, he stood before the door of the Demon Core Domain on the 20th floor of Dora's tower. The Demon Core Domain, from its name alone, I have no idea what this level will look like. After pondering a while before the door, Yi Xiaofan reached out and pushed it open. Upon entering, he immediately felt 2 extremes of heat and cold sweeping toward him. Behind the door were 2 massive skull heads, one engulfed in flames and the other covered in frost. Guardian beasts, huh? From their aura, they seem much stronger than any of the previous ones we faced. Seemingly sensing the presence of a living being, the 2 skulls roared in anger, splitting the room into 2 domains, magma and ice. The floating skull heads slowly moved towards Yi Xiaofan. As they did so, the flames beneath them froze and the frost melted. When the skulls moved away, the flames reignited and the frost reformed. Even though they are 2 skull heads, they do look kind of cute. In my great mercy, I'll give you a swift end. Seeing the skull's slow movement in the air brought a slight chuckle. Judging by their overwhelming might, these 2 skull heads were indeed very powerful. However, with a movement speed slower than turtles, Yi Xiaofan didn't actually feel any sense of threat. What Yi Xiaofan didn't know was that, although these 2 skull heads moved extremely slowly, the mere magic power they emitted was enough to burn or freeze everything within 1,000 miles. Currently, the effects were limited to this room because of Dora's tower suppressing them. But for Yi Xiaofan, it still felt the same. Yi Xiaofan extended her delicate fingers, flicking lightly at the 2 skulls. Reincarnate as humans in your next life. The breeze generated between her fingers struck against the bodies of the 2 skulls, producing metallic clangs. How is this possible? Can't even penetrate the defense. Yi Xiaofan's mouth dropped open in shock. This marked the first time Yi Xiaofan's attack proved ineffective. Who dares to mess with my 2 little treasures? A heavily made-up woman emerged from within the flaming skull head. Her body was semi-transparent, similar to a ghostly figure. Madam, who are you? Madam? Another rude girl. Let me teach you what politeness means. The woman pulled out a staff and gently tapped the 2 skull heads. They started rushing towards Yi Xiaofan, moving surprisingly fast despite their usual slowness. Although I've encountered soul entities before, this is my first time attacking one. Yi Xiaofan leaped lightly, dodged past the 2 skulls, and appeared right in front of the woman. She delivered a kick directly at the woman's chest. The originally at least size 30-60 bosom was flattened instantly after Yi Xiaofan's blow. The woman, upon being attacked by Yi Xiaofan, quickly transformed into a streak of light and dived inside the ice skull. Good, you've successfully enraged me. I, Sabar, will let you experience what fear truly feels like. The voice filled with hatred echoed out from inside the ice skull. Old lady, so your name is Sabar? Sounds more like a man's name. You sharp-tongued girl, die. Between the 2 skull heads on the ground, where there used to be a mix of fire and ice, suddenly changed. Fire and ice combined together, constantly spinning. At the center of the vortex, a powerful suction force radiated outward. This sensation was exactly the same as what Yi Xiaofan had experienced on the 4th floor, emerging from the magic array. Looks like the magic array on the 4th floor was likely cast by her, but unfortunately, it's as useless as a dead chicken's wings. Standing on the outer edge of the vortex, Yi Xiaofan looked at the 2 skull heads with composure. How is this possible? How can you resist my magic? Even if it's only Daorez, it wouldn't be an easy task to resist. And how do you know I'm not as powerful as your so-called Daorez? Lord Daorez is the leader of the Dark Group 1 and the greatest magician in this world. His expertise in magic cannot be compared with yours, a mere girl. In terms of magical expertise, perhaps I am inferior to your Daorez, but my strength definitely surpasses his. I don't want to say more nonsense. Are you ready to rest in peace? Hurrah! These 2 beasts were among the most powerful 6 beasts during the attack on Isai. Not only do these treasures possess immense magic power, their defense is strong enough to withstand even a god-level attack. Yi Xiaofan raised his fist, waiting for Sabar to finish speaking before making both her and her 2 treasures dissipate into the air. After all that blabbering, I finally understand who Fina meant by outsider. The Clan of Darkness? In the Far Eastern lands, there seems to be a group of people who call themselves the Dark Race. During his time at Road Academy, Yi Xiaofan had seen books in the library introducing all the races of the Kanglan continent. Although they may not include every single race from the continent, they certainly covered most. The Clan of Darkness, one of the most ancient races, with a history almost as long as that of dragons. The population of the Clan of Darkness does not exceed 10,000, but each member possesses formidable magical powers, even newborn babies included. Yi Xiaofan recalled the information he'd read about in the tree. Chapter 90. Unica. Every member of the Dark Clan is a natural-born warrior, and the leader is always the strongest among them. Most importantly, all female members of the Dark Clan have exceptionally impressive busts. Yi Xiaofan glanced at her chest and sighed helplessly. Putting aside distractions, Yi Xiaofan was about to continue heading upstairs when she suddenly noticed a glimmer of magical light in the corner of the room. What is this? A piece of headwear. Yi Xiaofan picked up the glowing object and discovered it was a golden woman's headpiece, adorned with faint magical radiance. Does it belong to that woman from earlier? But the magical aura feels different, very similar to the magic of the Gemini goddess. And this power seems capable of resisting death. As Yi Xiaofan pondered, a beam of light shot out from the headpiece and entered her mind. Though Yi Xiaofan reacted quickly, confident in her safety, she still allowed the light to enter her consciousness. Once the light entered her mind, Yi Xiaofan finally understood what the headpiece represented. The light carried information left behind by its owner. Hello, my name is Unica Tuoba, a member of the Tuoba family. Seems like a very energetic young girl. Her voice sounds pleasant. And being surnamed Tuoba, she must be related to the owner of the Crimson Lotus Greatsword. That means she's on the side of YS. The message conveyed into Yi Xiaofan's mind informed her as she judged the speaker's identity through their tone. If you've come here, you must have met Lady Fina already, right? She must seem very gentle to you, just as Unica sees her too. No, not at all. Yi Xiaofan shook her head in denial. If this had been an actual conversation rather than a recorded message, the owner would have undoubtedly debated with Yi Xiaofan. I believe you've already learned the basic information, so I won't dwell on it further. What follows is the true message and purpose Unica has left for you. Please listen carefully. So basically, everything you said earlier was useless chatter? Yi Xiaofan thought that the owner of the voice wasn't reliable. We successfully saved the two goddesses but also uncovered the truth, the mastermind behind it all, and the traitor of YS. After defeating the mastermind, the two goddesses sealed the Black Pearl, falling into slumber deep underground alongside it. Later, I and several companions who came down to the mortal world gave up our chance to return to the Salmon Temple and stayed on Earth to accompany the two goddesses. I've always believed that one day, the two goddesses will awaken. Alas, I was wrong. I waited for more than 1,000 years on Earth, but never saw the two goddesses wake up. In this final moment, I've sealed all my strength within this headpiece. This headpiece was a gift from Roy. During our exploration of Dora's Tower, Roy sacrificed himself to save me. It was then that he infused his own magical power into this headpiece as a gift celebrating my becoming a full member of the Knights. Even though my grandfather is one of the 6 high priests and my father is an incredibly powerful warrior, I've been unable to use magic since birth. All I could take pride in was my physical strength. Only after receiving this headpiece from Roy was I able to harness magic through it. After Roy, myself, and the goddesses enhanced it, this headpiece gained the power to resist death. Regardless of how severe the injuries, one can survive. This headpiece is the most precious thing in my life. Now, I offer it to you in exchange for your promise to protect YS and safeguard the two goddesses. Finally, Unica absolutely adores Lady Fina and Lady Rhea the most. The voice faded slowly at this point. Such a self-centered individual, making agreements without even asking. Oh well, I'm idle anyway, so I'll honor your request. Just as Yi Xiaofan finished speaking, the golden headpiece unraveled like a seal broken, transforming into a butterfly that settled on her head. Her originally messy hair automatically straightened itself once the headpiece was in place. Though resisting death might be trivial for someone like me, this automatic hair-arranging function is actually quite nice. Yi Xiaofan conjured a water sphere, admiring her reflection inside while smiling contentedly. Outside Dora's tower, 3 young people pursued by beasts had just arrived. Never would I have imagined that the Chilean mountain range would house such a grand tower. It's breathtaking. Glass supported his 2 female companions, hobbling before Dora's tower in astonishment. I once read in a book that there is an ominous black tower in the Chilean mountain range called Dora's Tower. Even a saint who enters it has no chance of survival. Dora's Tower? You mean Dora's Tower from the 10 Deadly Lands? Glass looked at Eggsha, asking incredulously. Since we're already here, why don't we go inside and explore? Glass's sister, Grades, excitedly suggested to the other 2, not showing the slightest hint of fatigue on her face. The 10 Deadly Lands leave even saints without hope of survival. Do you really think the 3 of us can come out of there unscathed? How will we know unless we try? Isn't it said that those who enter the 10 Deadly Lands and make it out alive eventually become gods? Grades complained at her cautious brother, her voice laced with a touch of coquetry. Grades, you know that's just a legend. Whether it's true or not isn't certain, Eggsha added, wanting to dispel Grades' perilous idea. What if we just take a quick peek inside and don't go further? How about that? Don't go in. It's dangerous. Who's speaking? Show yourself. A weathered voice reached their ears, making all 3 immediately alert as they scanned their surroundings. There's no need to be afraid. Go east. Someone's waiting for you there. The hoarse voice continued, implying that they should head east. Let's go check it out. That doesn't seem wise. What if we encounter danger? Grades immediately wanted to head east, but Glass hesitated. Don't be such a worrywart, little brother. If someone out here in the depths of the Chilean mountains wants to harm us, we'd have no way to resist anyway. But aren't we already deep within the Chilean mountains? Chapter 91, The Rathan Tree. Could it be that this tree is speaking? To the east of Dora's tower, Glass and his two companions followed the voice until they reached the Rathan tree. Unlike Yi Xiaofan and his group, Glass and his companions encountered the elder brother of the Rathan tree. Was it you who summoned us here? Greedy stepped forward a few paces to ask. That's correct. I was conceived by the twin goddesses. Rathan tree. The twin goddesses, have you heard of them? No, perhaps they are ancient deities from an older age. So what do you want from us? Long ago, great changes occurred on the land. Countless demons appeared, plundering the names of all living beings. YS was originally a flourishing nation, but in this calamity, it vanished into the river of history. Wait, which era are you talking about? On the historical record as we know it, there have already been traces of demons. Glass and Greedy's, the brother-sister duo, exchanged lines while speaking. However, despite their questions, Rathan tree continued as if it hadn't heard them, muttering away to itself. The twin goddesses sealed away the black pearl. Because of this, the goddesses fell into slumber, and we, brought to life by the goddesses, slumbered alongside them. Then now you have awoken? Does that mean the two goddesses you speak of have also awakened? Not yet. The time for awakening has not yet come. However, someone broke the taboo, awakening my younger brother and me. I hope you will eliminate those who broke the taboo. I won't agree. A person capable of breaking your so-called taboo is far beyond our abilities to deal with. Moreover, this offers us no benefit whatsoever. After hearing Rathan tree's words, Glass immediately voiced his dissent. Don't be so cold-hearted, little brother. I actually think it might be quite interesting. Different from Glass, Greedy's held an opposing attitude. With Greedy's disposition, as long as there was fighting involved, danger was irrelevant. Sister, stop fooling around. That's not interesting. It's simply suicidal, said Glass, whose agitation grew as he immediately tried to dissuade Greedy's. If the taboo is fully broken, he shall break the seal. At that time, all life on Earth will face ruin once more. That still has nothing to do with us. There are so many sages among various races. There must be a way for them to resolve this. Sages cannot possibly resist. My time is running out. If you agree, take the sword behind me. Then, enter that ominous Dora's tower. I agree. Greedy's eyes gleamed brighter and brighter, practically responding to Rathan tree's words as soon as they ended. Then, thank you. After saying this, Rathan tree never emitted another sound. Greedy's walked to the back of Rathan tree and discovered a broken longsword embedded in the ground. Though the longsword was shattered, Greedy's could still feel the immense magical power contained within it. Merely from this force alone, Greedy's felt that holding this sword would be enough to rival even sages. Of course, that was merely Greedy's illusion. Greedy's, you're not really thinking of going after the person who broke some taboo, are you? Ejisha, who had remained silent until now, looked at Greedy's with concern and finally spoke. Why not? Of course I am. Greedy's replied with a curious expression. Sister, can you try to change your personality a bit? Don't you remember why we were chased by demons here? That's true. But where did the demon who has been chasing us go? At this point, the trio realized that the demon that had relentlessly pursued them had somehow disappeared without a trace. Unsure, but I think this demon intentionally drove us here. Ejisha glanced around and said, what's the intention? Why would it do that? How should I know? Regardless, let's stop wasting time and head over to Dora's tower quickly. Greedy's pulled Glass and Ejisha toward the westward Dora's tower. Knowing Greedy's character well, the other two had no choice but to helplessly follow her. From childhood, whenever Greedy's made a decision, neither of them had ever successfully dissuaded her. Even so, the two still persisted in their efforts. Not far behind the three, in the grass, a pair of emerald green eyes were staring at them. However, the trio was completely unaware. The fish have taken the bait. After the three figures disappeared from sight, a black leopard emerged from the grass, muttering slowly as it gazed in the direction the group had gone. If Glass and his companions had seen it, they would certainly have recognized this leopard as the beast that had relentlessly pursued them. Under Greedy's urging, the three hadn't walked far when they found themselves once again facing Dora's tower, its ominous black entrance continuously exuding a sinister malice toward them. Greedy, are we really going inside? Let's think about it one more time, Ejisha said, her eyes glued to the doorway as she swallowed hard. What's there to be afraid of? The path of cultivation must not allow for retreat. Normally fearless, Greedy's was inwardly feeling a little apprehension, but she forced herself to stay resolute. On the contrary, Glass didn't show a trace of fear on his face. Since we're already here, let's go inside. Glass stepped forward into the doorway first. I'll lead the way so you can prepare in case any danger arises. No way. What makes you think a mage like you should act as a meat shield? It should be me, the warrior. Greedy's pulled Glass behind her. Sister, don't argue. Stop being such a sissy. Greedy's managed to suppress her fear, acting authoritative as she lectured Glass. Glass shrugged and didn't say a word. After all, he couldn't admit that he acted girly, could he? In this manner, the three formed a triangular formation and entered Dora's tower. Meanwhile, as Yi Xiaofan approached the upper floors, he encountered another message left by an inhabitant of YS. From the information Yi Xiaofan had gathered, this individual was a descendant of the Fact family, one of the 6 grand priests, who possessed the strongest magic after the twin goddesses in the whole of YS. Chapter 92, Yog. Amazing. To be able to retain consciousness, you truly live up to being a member of the Fact Clan, said Yi Xiaofan in an empty room after just defeating a huge mantis guardian beast. He looked up at the ceiling and spoke. You're also pretty good, actually being able to sense my presence. Also, I don't hear even a trace of flattery in your words. Just as on the aerial bridge, a man's voice came from the air, yet no one could be seen. Well then, shall we not do an introduction? Yog Fact, that's my name. That checks out. This notebook has records. It's deputy leader of the Knights Garen's diary. His love for writing is well known throughout YS. For the diary that Yi Xiaofan pulled out, Yog showed no surprise at all. Instead it was as if he had expected it. You seem completely unsurprised that I have Garen's diary. Of course, as one who stayed on the earth, I know exactly what my former comrades left behind in the tower. Even about the remnants of the two goddesses' thoughts, I am aware. There seemed to be a hint of pride in Yog's voice. It seems I must exclaim once again, you truly live up to being a member of the Fact Clan. I'll repeat my earlier words. I can't sense any feeling of flattery in your tone at all. Moreover, there are countless years between you and me. How could you possibly know of the greatness of the Fact Clan? Yog's forthright tone made Yi Xiaofan feel somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Yi Xiaofan wasn't such a petty person to get upset over something so trivial. Well then, why don't you enlighten me about the greatness of the Fact Clan? Yi Xiaofan raised his fist and gestured towards the air. No more nonsense. What I'm going to say next, you must remember clearly. Without hesitation, Yog chose to back down in the face of Yi Xiaofan's threat. Oh, go ahead. Yi Xiaofan's eyebrows rose slightly. He wanted to see what Yog had to say. In fact, Yi Xiaofan had been puzzled for a long time. From entering the tower until now, it was as if someone had planned everything out beforehand, step by step guiding her upwards. If it weren't for the pleasure she derived from solving the mysteries one by one, Yi Xiaofan would have skipped the middle steps and run straight to the top of the tower. At first, we came to Dora Tower, rescued the two goddesses, killed the leader of the Dark Clan, only to discover afterwards that all of this was, in fact, a conspiracy. Conspiracy. Yes, surely Finna Goddess informed you of the traitor's existence within YS, right? This traitor was none other than one of the 6 priests, Kane Fact. Hold on, you said Fact? Doesn't that mean? The truth was far beyond what Yi Xiaofan had anticipated, renewing interest in what had started to feel mundane to her. Yes, it was my grandfather, the strongest of the Fact Clan. Why did your grandfather betray YS then? The specifics, you'll have to keep moving upward, my brother will tell you. Am I to understand you're fooling around with me? A dangerous smile appeared on Yi Xiaofan's lips. Even though Yog existed only as magical energy, he could still sense the impending danger emanating from Yi Xiaofan. I didn't intend to play around. What I need to tell you is something else entirely. Alright, I'll give you another chance. If it's like before, I guarantee you'll regret it. Not at all. What I need to tell you is why we left various pieces of information in this tower. Wasn't it simply to demolish Dora Tower? Absolutely not. We left information in this tower hoping that when the taboo was broken, someone might set things right. Unlike at the start, Yog's tone shifted, becoming more solemn. I can sense that after you 6 entered, 2 others subsequently came into this tower. It was they who broke the taboo. What is this taboo you speak of, and who are these 2 people? My brother will explain the nature of the taboo later along the way. Huh. That familiar smirk appeared again on Yi Xiaofan's lips, scaring Yog enough to hastily continue. Keep listening. The other 5 companions of yours have already been killed by those 2. And based on my conjecture, those 2 probably know the secrets hidden within Dora Tower. How could that be possible? Your era differs from ours by who knows how long. How could anyone still know? Not necessarily. There are 2 races, regardless of the passage of time. They've always stood firm in Silent Continent, never having faded away. If you're talking history, they surpass YS by much too. And what are these 2 races? Demon race and divine race. From Yog's mouth came 2 races Yi Xiaofan had never heard of. Alright, these are truly 2 names overused like the street. Judging from the sensation of their power, those 2 should belong to the demon race. Based on Yog's words, Yi Xiaofan vaguely understood who the 2 individuals that entered the tower were. Previously in the domain of eternal flames, Yi Xiaofan had sensed their presence, but since it was only for a fleeting moment, she thought it was her own illusion. Those 2 have already lifted most of the seals in Dora Tower, so I hope you can stop them. Why should I? Even if they break your so-called taboo, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. No, if the taboo is broken, an unimaginable disaster will come upon the earth. Although you're strong, you still wouldn't be able to withstand this calamity. If you say that, then I'm even more interested now. Yog clearly became quite annoyed by Yi Xiaofan, but being just a remnant of consciousness, there was nothing he could do about her. Never mind, do as you wish. If you can make Dora Tower collapse, the taboo will naturally cease to exist. Yog did not say the last part because he feared Yi Xiaofan might give up on dealing with Dora Tower. Do you have anything else to say? No, nothing. Then go away, I'm continuing upwards. Yi Xiaofan waved her hand at Yog as she said this. Yog sighed, his magical energy slowly dissipating into the air. In the end, all this chatter led to no useful information whatsoever. After watching Yog's magical energy disappear, Yi Xiaofan rolled her eyes and muttered. Stepping over the mantis corpse, she unfurled her pristine white wings and flew towards the staircase above. She used her wings not because she wanted to save time, but because between the stairs and rooms, there was a massive pool of poison. The greenish liquid floating in the pool made Yi Xiaofan feel extremely nauseated, so naturally, she didn't want to touch even a trace of it. Chapter 93, Lost Magic. Master, it seems we are being repelled by a force. Yes, I feel it too. In the middle section of Dora's tower, Suya held Dudu on top of her head, gazing into the distance at the floating corridor. The labyrinth that once trapped the four sages had already vanished without a trace, leaving behind only their corpses, lying silently in place. Master, what should we do now? Relax, in this tower, there's only you, me, and that woman left. All other existences are merely fragments of consciousness and can't pose any threat to us. But somewhere, there seems to be an incredibly powerful force. That sense of oppression is something even with the magic of the four sages absorbed, I cannot counter. As one of the twin goddesses of ISU, even if she's just a fragment of consciousness, she is far beyond your ability to deal with. That's normal. However, she can only stay where she is. As long as we don't go over there, we won't be in any danger. I understand, Master, but... Suya nodded then hesitated while looking at Dudu. Just say whatever's on your mind. Master, what about Yi Xiaofan? What do you plan to do? Our strength alone isn't enough to stand against that woman. Therefore, I must awaken him. Dudu stretched out its tiny claws, sniffing the lingering smell of roasted chicken claws on them. Ironically, though Dudu detested eating roasted chicken claws every day back then, it now misses the taste since it can no longer have them. But what if he is released and refuses to cooperate with us? That's something I've thought through already. We'll wait until that woman retrieves the black pearl before releasing him. At that point, he will have no choice but to work with us. Master, you are wise. Don't waste time with empty words. That woman is almost at the top of the tower. We need to hurry up and catch up. Suya hurried upward in the tower with Dudu perched atop her head. The ferocious beasts in Dora's tower seemed to not notice Suya, making no move to attack her. Meanwhile, in the lowest level of the tower, Glass and his two companions, who had just entered Dora's tower, were facing a huge crisis. 3 silver moon wolves, their eyes gleaming with red light, were staring intently at them. If Yi Xiaofan were here, he would be very surprised because the red beasts on the lower level should have been cleared out already. These are still rank 4 silver moon wolf kings, even more ferocious than 7th rank beasts. Glass knelt on the ground panting, his bloody right leg showing severe injury. Just hold on a little longer, brother. I'm going to activate the power of this broken sword soon. Greedy's hid behind Glass, injecting magical energy into the fractured blade in his hand, anxiously watching Glass. As for Agatha, she lay on the ground, her condition uncertain. To explain everything that happened, let's backtrack to when Glass and his team first entered Dora's tower. After the 3 of them entered Dora's tower, they immediately saw a vast hall and a horrifying statue of a beast. This statue is so ugly. Greedy's was the first to see the statue and walked directly to it, taking a look after a moment's observation. Sister, we'd better leave quickly. This isn't a place for us. Yeah, Greedy's, I think so too. Despite knowing it might be hard, Glass and Agatha were still trying to persuade Greedy's. Well, I was planning to give you both a surprise, but let's start with something else first. What are we going to see? Glass and Agatha asked simultaneously. Then, they saw Greedy's pull out a broken longsword, the same one found under the rotan tree. Let me tell you, this is no ordinary longsword. Greedy said smugly. We can already tell, it's a broken sword. A blacksmith shop would generally buy it for 50 copper coins. No, this should count as an artifact. If sold to a collector, we might make quite a profit. Dong. Annoyed, Greedy's tapped each of their heads twice. You two listen carefully now. This sword contains an immense amount of magical power. More importantly, this sword has the property of being able to cut through anything. So, faced with Greedy's lengthy explanation, Glass remained silent for 2 seconds before awkwardly asking, Idiot, with this sword, we can go through this tower unobstructed. Greedy's, how did you come to that conclusion? Even if this sword is very powerful, that doesn't mean we're invincible just because we're holding it. Agatha was right. Dora's tower is known as one of the 10 deadliest places. For over 10,000 years, no one has been able to unravel its secrets. Can we really solve it with just a broken sword? I can't explain it to you guys. You'll understand once you experience it yourselves. Greedy's was confused by their words. In order to prove his decision was right, Greedy's thrust the broken longsword into Glass' hands. At first, Glass was reluctant about the sword that had been forced into his hand, but soon he changed his mind. What's wrong, Glass? Agatha, seeing Glass' stunned look, asked curiously. I can't quite explain it. You'd better feel it for yourself. Glass shoved the long sword into Agatha's hands again. When Agatha held the broken sword, at first she felt nothing special. But then, as the magic of the sword flowed into her, Agatha finally understood why Greedy's was so confident to enter Dora's tower and why Glass had been gaping like a fool. This should be lost magic. Lost magic? That explains why I've had such a strange feeling. Greedy's and Glass said in unison. Given how ancient this place is, it's not surprising there would be lost magic here. Lost magic refers to spells that have disappeared into the rivers of history, none of which are known anymore about how to cast. Although they're gone, most ancient books would at least record something about them. But regarding the magic on this sword, I don't recognize any of it. Agatha told the two seriously. Could it be that this isn't lost magic? No, I'm sure it is lost magic. But you just said you don't remember it. There's no way there could be magic in books that you wouldn't know. There's another possibility. This isn't from our era, but originates from ancient times. Chapter 94, The River of Time. Never mind about the so-called lost magic or not. Now you know why I dared to enter here, right? I think even without this long sword, you would still dare to come in here. Oh well, don't worry about those trivial matters. Let's go quickly. After saying that, Greedy started pulling the two towards the stairs, but was stopped by Igisa. Hold on a minute, let me study it further. Igisa was frantically searching her mind for all useful information. After about half an hour, when Greedies and Glass were getting impatient, she suddenly recited a language that the two had never heard before. After finishing, Igisa explained to the two, the basic use of this sword is to provide useful information within Dora Tower. Where there's danger, where it's safe, the one holding the sword can get a vague indication. Now I understand why I couldn't explain clearly how having this sword allows free passage in the tower. Hurrah! Greedies rubbed his head, laughing heartily. But this sword isn't just limited to this. It can also display the tower's terrain and reveal what has happened in the tower recently. So amazing. Then what was the spell you just recited, Igisa? At this moment, Glass eyes shone with excitement. Yes, it was used to find out what happened in the tower previously. That big tree mentioned that someone entered the Dora Tower, trying to break a taboo. Let's find out who it is by using the 5 senses linking magic. Greedies and Glass placed their hands on Igisa's shoulders. The three synchronized their magical frequencies and simultaneously began reciting the spell. After reciting an ancient spell, a scene appeared before the three. In the scene, 2 women and 4 men, a total of 6 people, walked into the Dora Tower, precisely in the hall where the three currently stood. Unlike its present empty appearance, the hall was full of monsters. One of the women, a tall and authoritative figure, stepped forward and unleashed 2 spells successively, slaughtering all the monsters in the room. That's so powerful. Sainthood. This is definitely someone of sainthood caliber. Only a saint possesses such overwhelming power. Greedies and Glass looked at Half Qingyu, the awe-inspiring warrior in the image, with admiration in their eyes. Not just them. Even Igisa was astonished and rendered speechless. In the imagery, after Half Qingyu cleared the monsters, the group of 6 reached the statue, where a scholar-dressed man used a crystal to transform the monster statue into the likeness of a beautiful woman. With only images and no sound, we can't know what they said, nor what that statue truly represents, Greedies said, slightly dissatisfied. Brother, you should focus more on observing instead of questioning. The scholarly man then addressed the remaining 5 people, distributing a blue crystal to each, before leading them upward. As they ascended the stairs, another petite and adorable-looking female from the group suddenly glanced towards the direction of the three. Could she have discovered us? That's impossible. The events we're witnessing are from the past happenings within this tower. They do not exist on the same timeline as ours. Everyone got startled by Yi Xiaofan's gaze, but soon after, their attention was directed away from questioning her look entirely. What's happening here? Why is the picture beginning to shake? Is the magic about to fail? I don't know either. Our magical energy is still sufficient. It shouldn't be failing. The image before the three began to violently tremble, as if on the brink of collapsing at any second. And in the image, Yi Xiaofan extended her hand and gave a gentle wave toward the three. Surprisingly, the originally shaking image calmed down. Could it be? Could it be that she can actually see us? That's impossible. This can't be. No one can transcend the river of time. Not even the gods could. It must be a coincidence. With already numerous questions swirling around in their minds, this situation further ignited colossal waves within their hearts. The knowledge of magic that they'd always accepted now faced a significant challenge. By the time the quintet had all advanced to the upper levels of the tower, an empty, silent sense seemed to engulf the tower. Yet, the single visual continued to play rapidly, as if fast-forwarding through moments in time. This sensation persisted until the Dora Tower once again welcomed 2 new visitors. What kind of combination is this, human and beast? Glass looked at Dudu and Suyo on the image and said, in Glass' heart, he still wanted to take another look at the previous girl. Glass felt that he had fallen in love with her. When did saints become so worthless, popping up one after another? Besides, isn't this place supposed to be where even saints might fall? Why are there so many saints coming in then? There was a hint of jealousy in Greedy's tone. After all, becoming a saint had always been her greatest dream. Quick, look, what is that? Fortunately, Igisa was still keeping her clear mind, and immediately pulled the two back to reality upon noticing some changes. In the picture, after Duty and Suya changed the goddess statue back into the monster statue, and also entered the upper floor of the tower, they didn't expect that after they left, a huge suction force would emit from the monster statue. Under this suction force, the monsters killed by Half Qingyu earlier gradually reappeared and then turned into fragments, gathering above the monster statue to form 3 silver moon wolf kings shimmering with red light. Seeing this, the 3 of them felt an inkling of foreboding in their hearts simultaneously. Quick, move away. Before Igisa's words were finished, a giant green claw fell from the sky. Thanks to the warning from the image, the 3 just barely dodged it. Greedies, quick, use this sword, or we won't be able to defeat them. Igisa threw the long sword to Greedies. You should use it. You understand this sword better than me. Greedies attempted to throw the long sword back to Igisa, but Igisa quickly stopped her. Among us 3, only you have enough magic power to activate the strength within this sword. Sister, hurry, I'll hold off these 3 beasts. Glass's skin turned gray as he rushed towards the nearest silver moonwolf king. Then, he was slapped back by a claw from the silver moonwolf king. It wasn't clear what magic Glass used to turn his skin gray, but despite receiving such a heavy attack from the silver moonwolf king, his skin wasn't even scratched. Chapter 95 Thor. Igesha, what should I do? Just infuse magic into it. Greedies followed Igesha's instructions and channeled his magic into the longsword. For a moment, the longsword emitted a brilliant blue glow. However, the amount of magic required by the sword was so immense that with Greedy's magical power, it would be difficult to provide sufficient magic within a short period. Meanwhile, the three-headed silver moon wolf king had already approached them from 3 directions. I'll hold them off. Ice Dust. Ijesha blocked in front of Greedy's and cast her strongest defensive spell. Even saints would find it challenging to deal with these mutated silver moon wolf kings from the Tower of Dora, let alone Ijesha. In an instant, the magical barrier constructed by Ijesha was shattered, and she herself was brutally thrown away. Although both were mages, Ijesha's physical resilience was clearly weaker than Glass's. After just one blow, she lay on the ground, her life hanging by a thread. Ijesha. Glass got up from the ground, just in time to see the moment Ijesha was thrown aside. With the strength of these little ones, it would probably take at least 5 minutes to activate my weapon. But it seems they won't last that long. On the 23rd floor of the Tower of Dora, standing beside Yi Xiaofan was a man whose figure seemed somewhat ethereal. On the wall before them, the image of the lowest level of the Tower of Dora was displayed. You guided them here, don't you intend to help? Yi Xiaofan glanced at the man and said, if they can't even defeat these 3 little wolves, then they certainly don't have the qualifications to enter the Tower of Dora. You're really heartless. After finishing his sentence, Yi Xiaofan shoved his hands into his pockets and gave an attitude of, if you won't move, neither will I. Alright, you win. I am merely a spirit entity, able to appear before you but possessing no ability to attack. It would have been better if you had admitted this earlier instead of putting on airs. With a wave of his hand toward the wall, the silver moon wolf kings at the bottom of the Tower of Dora were struck by 3 sudden magical torrents and turned into clouds of dust. Who is it? Who saved us? Greedy's, who had already closed his eyes preparing to die, surprisingly shouted into the air. An unrepayable favor deserves thanks, but could the elder reveal themselves? Glass, regaining his senses, also shouted loudly into the air. The one who helped them, Yi Xiaofan, at this moment, was curiously staring at the man. Tell me, who exactly are you? Even the twin goddesses could only leave behind their voices, yet you can manifest your body? You look like you might dissipate any time, but still, it's quite impressive. My name is Thor. I was once a member of Yitha, later joining the Dark Ones. Oh, I see, you're the one who wields the claw hooks. Yi Xiaofan looked at the claw hooks on Thor's hands and realized immediately. In the Dark Ones, they indeed call me that. Thor smiled nonchalantly. I've met your brother. Your brother said that all answers could be found from you. Can you tell me now? Alright, since my purpose here is precisely that, I'll tell you everything I know. Neither Yi Xiaofan nor Thor paid any attention to Greedy's and Glass shouting wildly down below. Instead, they sat on the ground. Thor even took out a set of tea ware and tea leaves that looked like they had been stored for many years. As boiling water infused the tender green tea leaves with magic, a refreshing aroma permeated Yi Xiaofan's nose. Lifting the teacup to take a sip, even Yi Xiaofan, who knew little about tea, couldn't help but murmur, good tea. When the Salmon Temple ascended, my companion Sarl all stayed on the ground with me to buy time for the temple. This you probably already know. Yi Xiaofan nodded while savoring the fragrant tea. In countless battles, Sarl all eventually died under Kushigal's hands. And I, after learning a secret, decided to join the Dark Ones. This secret should be that there was a traitor inside Yitha, right? Exactly. My grandfather, Kane Fact, to obtain the supreme magic contained within the Black Pearl, plotted the conspiracy to destroy Yitha and the 2 goddesses. You mean, the Mo Shou attack on Yitha, as well as the outside intruders, were all orchestrated by your grandfather? Yi Xiaofan looked at Thor in surprise. Based on the information he had, Yi Xiaofan had always assumed that the Dark Ones were the masterminds behind the scenes, and that Kane Fact was merely recruited by the Dark Ones. He never imagined that Kane Fact was the real instigator. That's right, the Black Pearl can amplify Amelia's magic power, but it will also cause distortion in the land. Long before the monsters appeared, the 2 goddesses had already noticed this phenomenon and together with the 6 priests, sealed all the Amelia veins. But someone secretly broke the seal. Was that person your grandfather? Yes. Not long after breaking the seal, traces of monsters began to appear on the surface. My grandfather Kane secretly contacted Dares, the leader of the Dark Ones. To obtain the power of the Black Pearl, Dares agreed to cooperate with my grandfather. But until his death, Dares never realized he was merely a pawn for my grandfather. So that's why I hate schemers the most. It's such a headache. Yi Xiaofan felt a slight ache in his head. I joined the Dark Ones and used their magic to continuously enhance my strength. During this time, the 2 goddesses and Yitha's search teams arrived at the Tower of Dora one after another. After countless fierce battles, we successfully defeated Dares, the leader of the Dark Ones. What about your grandfather? After defeating Dares, my grandfather came here from the Salmon Temple and merged with the Black Pearl, becoming an immortal existence. Immortal? How do some people always dare to claim they are immortal? Yi Xiaofan looked at Thor with disdain, which made Thor somewhat embarrassed. It was truly an immortal existence. We and the 2 goddesses exhausted all our strength to defeat him. The 2 goddesses used all their pure powers to purify the Black Pearl and seal him away to prevent his resurrection. Let me guess, when you say someone has broken the taboo, it must mean someone plans to lift the seal and release your grandfather. Kane Fact? That's correct. The 2 goddesses had foreseen such a day would come, which is why we left various clues in the tower to guide the destined ones to strengthen themselves step by step to stop his resurrection. But what we didn't expect is that you're so powerful that even my grandfather might not be your match. Looking at Thor's slightly dejected expression, Yi Xiaofan suddenly felt a moment of satisfaction. Chapter 96, The Black Leopard. I wish to ask you to kill my grandfather, Kane Fact. You actually want me to kill your grandfather? I thought you wanted me to help prevent the seal from being broken. Besides, didn't you say that your grandfather is immortal and indestructible? At first, I did think so, but later I discovered a method, a way to kill him. What method? I can't tell you now. I've left this method inside this mark. After the seal is broken, you will naturally find out what it is. Xuanhuan Yu was surprised that Tor had come up with a way to kill his so-called immortal grandfather Cain. But Xuanhuan Yu didn't ask further. So what's in it for me? Although not planning to ask much, Xuanhuan Yu certainly wasn't going to work for free and asked Tor outright for compensation. Kill him, and you'll get the treasured black pearl of YS. That does sound tempting. I agree. But what should I do now? Although agreeing a bit rashly, for someone as greedy as Xuanhuan Yu, the treasure of a country was already reason enough. You don't need to do anything. Just continue climbing to the top of the tower. The goddess Leah is there, and I will guide these three little ones at the bottom of the tower to help lift the seal. Tor handed over a mark shaped somewhat like the letter Y to Xuanhuan Yu. After receiving it, the mark automatically appeared on the palm of Xuanhuan Yu. Haven't people already started unsealing it? Why do we still need them? Lifting the seal requires certain specific conditions, which these three meet perfectly. Although there are other ways, those would take far too long. Tor glanced at the lowest level of the tower where Grisidus and Glass were taking turns caring for Iksha, and a dangerous smile curled at the corner of his lips. So, you truly are a ruthless guy. Xuanhuan put down the teacup, patted the dirt off his butt, and said to Tor, "This tea is pretty good. Can you give me some? All of this tea is specialty of YS, and I have less than half a caddy left. Here, all yours." Tor generously pulled out a bag filled with aromatic tea leaves. Thanks. After Xuanhuan left, Tor's figure slowly disappeared, replaced by a sleek black leopard with green eyes. Well, time to pay them a visit. Tor moved through the walls and appeared before Glass and the others. Iksha's breathing has stabilized significantly. She should be out of danger now. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on entering the tower, Iksha wouldn't have been injured. In the lowest level of Dora Tower, Glass closed his eyes while tending to Iksha's wounds. His eyes were closed because her injury was near her chest. Closing his eyes made it harder to control his hands. He inadvertently touched something soft, causing his heart to flutter wildly. As for why Grisidus didn't treat the wound, it's because she doesn't know how. Seems like you're doing all right, better than I imagined at least. A deep voice came from behind Grisidus and Glass, prompting them both to immediately turn around on alert. A jet-black leopard with green eyes full of menacing intent stared fixedly at them. "Sister, step back." Glass instantly turned his skin gray and positioned himself in front of Grisidus. "How many times do I have to tell you? You're a mage, stop trying to play soldier." Grisidus irritably pulled Glass behind her. From previous experiences, Grisidus realized that activating the magic in the sword required a lot of time, but the enemy certainly wouldn't leave her enough time to do so. There's no need to be nervous. I'm not an enemy. Moreover, the broken sword in your hand was my weapon when I was alive. To show he meant no harm, Tor sat down on his hind legs, placed his forepaws across his chest, and gestured to the two with a wave of his paw. "Why should we trust you? Because it was me who brought you here. Just now, it was me who saved your lives." Without hesitation, Tor claimed credit for rescuing Glass and the others. "I remember now. You're the beast that chased us earlier." Grisidus scrutinized Tor carefully and suddenly screamed. "Sister, is that true?" "Yes, though I didn't get a clear look at that beast before. I'm certain it's absolutely him." Of the three, only Grisidus had seen the creature's form during their encounter with the monster earlier. As for Glass and Igisa, due to the speed of the beast being too fast for their eyes to follow its movements, all they knew was that the creature was black. "That's right, it was me. My purpose was to drive you two into this tower." "Why did you do that?" "Before I explain everything in detail, don't you think it would be better to wake up the little one sleeping over there first?" Under the watchful eyes of Glass and Grisidus, Tor walked to a spot 2 meters away from Igisa, lifted his paw, and pointed lightly at her. A beam of emerald light entered Igisa's body, and her wound started healing rapidly right before their eyes. However, since Glass had already bandaged Igisa's wound, neither Glass nor Grisidus saw how quickly it healed. They were now looking nervously at the unconscious Igisa. "Ah, it hurts so much." After a short while, with her wounds completely healed, Igisa held her chest and slowly regained consciousness. "Glass, Grisidus, are you two all right?" As soon as she woke up, Igisa anxiously asked about the condition of the people standing right in front of her. "We're fine, how about you? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Glass and Grisidus gathered around Igisa, asking worriedly. No, I feel perfectly fine now. Could someone tell me what happened? And by the way, Grisidus, you really should practice your bandaging skills. This looks so ugly." A confused Igisa looked down at her body and, upon noticing the bandages on her chest, made an offhand comment. But then she realized Grisidus didn't know how to bandage at all. That meant only one person could have done it. Realizing this, a faint blush crept onto Igisa's face. "All right, little ones, can you put your heartwarming moment on hold a bit longer? I have something very important to discuss with you." Tor interrupted impatiently after waiting for some time. Chapter 97, The Factor of Evil. "Your meaning is that someone wants to release the great evil lord sealed in this tower and wants us to stop him?" After Thor's lengthy explanation, Glass hesitantly asked. "But with our abilities, there's absolutely no way we can achieve that." Iksha took over from Glass. Thor paced around the three of them. After a moment of thought, he said, "Of course I know this. However, I have a method to let you possess the strength of a saint." But what? Upon hearing that Thor could turn them into saints, Gridas was the first to speak up. "But this method will bring extreme pain, and not just anyone can endure it. Although it was me who guided you all into Dora Tower, I will still follow your decisions." After a long silence, the three made their choices. To take an enormous risk to become saints or live humbly for a lifetime. The three chose the former without needing to consult each other. Excellent. Once you accept this, you'll possess the strength of a saint. Thor extended his black claws. On top floated a peculiar light orb. What is this? Why does it feel so utterly wicked? This thing is called the Factor of Evil, harboring extremely potent power. The Factor of Evil, judging by its name alone, it doesn't sound like something good. Even though they had agreed. Upon seeing the Factor of Evil released by Thor, the three couldn't help but hesitate. Superficial. What do you mean by wicked? How can power, which lacks autonomy, be judged as either good or evil? Good and evil stems solely from human hearts. Thor's words seemed reasonable. After another agonizing stretch of time, Grydas was the first to make a decision. You're right, I accept it. Reaching out to grasp the orb, it automatically entered Grydas' palm, penetrating her body. Sister, are you alright? Glass anxiously looked at Grydas. I don't feel anything different. Grydas stood there blankly, sensing no changes in her body. Seeing that nothing had happened to Grydas, Glass visibly relaxed and grasped the orb as well. As for Eggsha, who had initially been hesitant, she no longer hesitated after seeing both companions accept it. Now that all of you have accepted the Factor of Evil, hurry up and see how you've changed. Remember, follow my instructions and eliminate those attempting to break the seal. After all three had accepted the Factor of Evil, the Black Panther incarnation of Thor slowly disappeared before them, leaving behind one sentence, along with a portion of telepathic information. Little brother, let's go down to the next level. I can't wait to test my new powers against some monsters, Grydas excitedly said to Glass. Then let's go then. Actually, I'm looking forward to it too, Sister Grydas, Eggsha. With Glass leading the charge, followed by Grydas and Eggsha, the trio confidently strode toward the second floor of Dora Tower. Just as they passed through the door, a silver moon wolf noticed them and roared as it charged. There's clearly no change whatsoever. Dodging the silver moon wolf's attack, Glass panted heavily. Did we get tricked? But why would he deceive us? Grydas, relying on rolling to avoid attacks, lay on the ground in disbelief. The silver moon wolf, having missed its first strike, quickly launched a second attack. Its target was Grydas lying on the ground, unable to move. Grydas, watch out. Eggsha saw the silver moon wolf's claws heading towards Grydas, but wasn't quick enough to warn her before they penetrated Grydas' back, piercing through her chest. Sister. Seeing this scene, Glass watched in disbelief at Grydas' lifeless body. A roar erupted from Glass's throat. His originally blue eyes turned blood red, and grayness soon spread across his entire body. Unlike before, there were some red patterns covering the gray. Glass, what's wrong with you? Eggsha anxiously shouted Glass's name. The frenzied Glass leapt with ease onto the back of the silver moon wolf, plunging his hand deep into its skull. White brain matter spewed out, splattering across Glass's clothing. Glass, what has come over you? Can you hear me? It's me, Eggsha. Hearing Eggsha's voice, Glass roared again, showing signs of frustration, and looked in Eggsha's direction. Their eyes met, blood red locking onto golden yellow. After 3 seconds of eye contact with Glass, Eggsha also let out a loud roar. Just like Glass, her eyes turned blood red, just as red as the blood flowing from Grydas' chest. Sister, I will kill all the creatures in this tower to avenge you. Glass jumped off the silver moon wolf and walked to Grydas' body, saying quietly in front of her. The silver moon wolf that Glass had killed dissolved into specks of starlight, which then merged into his body. With the starlight's integration, Glass felt he had become a little stronger. So hungry, I feel so hungry. Unlike Glass, Eggsha wandered toward the far end of the room while muttering under her breath. Not far away, a goblin armed with a large knife appeared before her. Before the goblin could react, Eggsha's arm had already pierced through its chest. Just like the silver moon wolf, the goblin killed by Eggsha also transformed into starlight, merging into her body. So delicious, I want to eat more. Thus, after Grydas' death, the two who had fallen into a mineralized state split up in opposite directions and began a massacre throughout Dora Tower, leaving Grydas' lifeless body lying silently there. Every time Glass or Eggsha killed a monster, that monster would never reappear in Dora Tower. As they gradually pushed further upwards in the tower, it began to grow emptier. Master, what is this ominous feeling? The Factor of Evil, it's the Factor of Evil. Wasn't that guy supposed to be sealed? How is this possible? Dudo and Suya, who were wandering around the tower looking for the seal, clearly sensed the abnormality caused by Glass and Eggsha. Not only Dudo and Suya, but even xuanhuan, who was almost at the top of the tower, could distinctly feel it. Can't hold back anymore, huh? Chapter 98. Leah. Phew, finally climbed to the top. Looking down at the entire forest from here, it's truly beautiful. After a great effort, xuanhuan finally climbed to the very top of Dora's tower, the rooftop. You've finally arrived here, much earlier than I expected. A girl with deep blue hair appeared in front of xuanhuan. Are you Leah? During my journey up here, I've heard your name countless times. That's right, I am Leah, and this is my younger sister Fina. From behind Leah, a girl with light blue hair stepped forward. The girl bore a 9/10 resemblance to Leah. Fina? Is she the one who spoke to me on the aerial corridor? No, that wasn't me. It was a conspiracy set by Kallian. To xuanhuan's surprise, Fina actually refuted her words and revealed something that shocked him greatly. The physical bodies of both Leah and I are buried underground in Dora's tower. Due to the influence of Dora's tower, our consciousness can only appear here. But, wasn't Kallian sealed away by you? That's true. Originally, both Fina and I, as well as Kallian, should have been in slumber. However, An accident a year ago woke all of us up. About a year ago, it seems there were extraterrestrial visitors to this world. The entire world's rules were affected, and we also woke up around that time. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but awkwardly scratch his nose. A year ago was exactly when Yi Xiaofan had just been sent to this world by the Supreme God Audits. What about the information left in the tower? Having heard Leah and Fina's words, Yi Xiaofan realized he might have been deceived. That information was indeed left by people of Yizhu, but some of its contents were tampered with by Kallian. Even the Fina, Yog, and Thor you encountered were impersonated by Kallian. I see. Then what about the seal he mentioned? The seal is real, but his purpose is to completely break the seal to regain his freedom. He wanted you to keep going towards the top of the tower without disturbing him. Judging by what Fina said now, his goal has been achieved. You didn't interfere with him along the way, and now, his seal has already been broken. As soon as Fina finished speaking, a black shadow darted into Yi Xiaofan's arms. Instinctively, Yi Xiaofan embraced the shadow and upon closer inspection, realized it was Dudu. Wah wah. Dudu, covered in blood, whimpered twice before fainting in Yi Xiaofan's arms. It seems my sensing was correct. Dudu, you really came to Dora's tower. Yi Xiaofan said joyfully while holding Dudu. After Dudu fainted, Dora's tower began to shake violently. A creature resembling both man and beast, following closely behind Dudu, appeared on the rooftop. Huh, ladies of the goddesses, and the knife-wielding girl, we meet again. I, Callie in fact, am finally free. Upon appearing, the monster uttered a bunch of things Yi Xiaofan couldn't understand. True villains die from talking too much. Yi Xiaofan scratched his ears, which were slightly numb from the shockwaves caused by Kallian. Kallian, 10,000 years ago we could seal you, and we still can now. Leah took a step forward and said assertively. Just the two of you as mere spirits now? Without my two disobedient descendants and the interference of those wretches from Yizhu, do you think you can seal me again? Even if your actual selves were here, it would be impossible. Hara. Kallian laughed as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. In the upper middle section of Dora's tower, Glass lay wounded on the ground, struggling to crawl toward Eggsha, who had long since breathed her last breath. Eggsha, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you. And sister, we will definitely return safely. After great effort, Glass finally managed to grab Eggsha's cold little hand. How regretful I am. If only I hadn't absorbed that demonic factor, this wouldn't have happened. Regret filled Glass's eyes as tears flowed. He would never forget the events after his and Eggsha's madness. After they went berserk, Glass and Eggsha split up and pushed through the tower from different sides. With every monster they killed, their power grew stronger, truly leaving no grass growing wherever they passed. Thus, on the 19th floor of Dora's tower, Glass and Eggsha reunited, encountering Dudu and Suya who were conversing with Thor. Kallian, I know it's you. Your disguise is ineffective before me. Ah, Lord Ancestral Demon, I didn't expect you to come here. Kallian, having been identified, showed not a trace of embarrassment and instead countered sarcastically. I didn't expect that you could escape a thread of will from the seal of the twin goddesses, which also saves me some energy. How about making a deal? What kind of deal? I'll help you break the seal, and in return, you help me with something. What do you think? Dudu said confidently to Kallian, not worried at all about whether Kallian would agree. But much to Dudu's surprise, Kallian actually rejected its proposal. I'm truly sorry, Ancestral Demon, but I must decline. Why? Looking at Kallian's calm expression, Dudu started to feel a growing sense of unease. Oh my two little darlings have arrived so quickly. Kallian suddenly looked behind Dudu, prompting Dudu to turn around instantly. There stood Glass with red eyes, accompanied by Eggsha. The demonic factor. So it was indeed your doing. You're correct. It was only thanks to the hard work of the Ancestral Demon that I gained the power to release the demonic factor. Now Dudu finally understood, realizing that things had gone beyond its expectations. If Kallian hadn't awakened, it could have proceeded with its plan and considered collaborating with him. But now, not only was its plan ruined, but even more frighteningly, Suya, as she currently stood, wasn't strong enough to contend with these two who had accepted the demonic factor. And worse, Dudu itself had no offensive capabilities. On the other hand, neither did Kallian possess any ability to attack. Thus, the situation wasn't entirely beyond redemption. Kallian, relying solely on these two puppets to break your seal is surely not that easy. My offer still stands. You might want to reconsider. The Ancestral Demon makes a valid point. With just these two puppets, it's indeed difficult to remove my seal. However what? Dudu's gaze toward Kallian grew increasingly unfriendly. Chapter 99, The Eye of the Nebula. As long as we absorb the power of Lord Zomo's purple crystalline flames, these problems can be easily resolved. Kain shifted his gaze to Suya. Under Tsaiin's watchful eyes, Suya was enveloped in purple flames, her consciousness fading from her eyes, replaced by a streak of madness. Then, under Tsaiin's control, Glass and Agatha engaged Suya in an intense battle. Naturally, the battle ended with Tsaiin's side emerging victorious. Dudu sensed something amiss and barely managed to escape from under Tsaiin's forces. Damn you, Kain. Once I recover my strength, I will rip you into pieces. Dudu scrambled frantically toward the highest level of Dora's tower, knowing that only Yi Xiaofan could save it now. Fortunately, after absorbing Suya's purple crystalline flames, Kain made no attempt to chase Dudu. Otherwise, with its stubby legs, Dudu would have had no chance of escaping Tsaiin's pursuit. Kain proceeded all the way to the aerial corridor, using it as the center to spread magic throughout the entirety of Dora's tower and break the seal. As for Glass and Agatha, after having outlived their usefulness, they were mercilessly abandoned by Kain. Agatha, we will definitely get out safely. Glass tightly clutched Agatha's right hand, while her left hand had already been burned to ashes by the purple flames during the fight with Suya. Yi Xiaofan already knew the reason for Dora's tower existence. There wasn't anything else fun about staying here any longer. But before leaving, everything needed to be settled. Dora's tower, Black Pearl, twin goddesses, I've had a very enjoyable journey this far. Thus, as a reward, I'll give you the choice of how you die freely. Pure white wings unfurled from behind Yi Xiaofan, holding Mingyuan in his hands, with the blade tip pointed directly at Cain. No, it has already merged with the Black Pearl. Without destroying the Black Pearl, it is impossible to completely defeat him. Leah grabbed onto Yi Xiaofan's arm and shook her head as she spoke. The Black Pearl is one of the most powerful treasures from the Age of the Gods. With our power alone, there's no way we can destroy it. Fina sighed. You two are correct. I know you're strong. However, you can't possibly beat me. Hara. Cain laughed uncontrollably, not giving Yi Xiaofan the slightest bit of attention. You've said these things countless times already, to the point where I feel like I have ear calluses forming. Besides, I have no intention of destroying the Black Pearl. It would be such a pity to ruin such a fine treasure. Gently moving Leah's hand away, he made a beautiful swirl of Mingyuan in the air. The dark force, originating from the same source as Black Jun, translated as Black Chaste or reinterpreted appropriately, was fully infused into Mingyuan. On its originally red blade, a mysterious black veil now lay. Once, I thought I came to this world just because of someone's whimsical fancy. Only recently did I discover that person seems to have some hidden agenda. Swish, swish, swish. Mingyuan carved through the air, creating a hexagram array beneath Cain. Yi Xiaofan slowly closed his eyes, holding the knife in his right hand, while making a sword finger gesture with his left, placed before his chest. If I were to say why, it's all because of these eyes. Each star represents a rule. When all the stars converge, the world operates properly. The eye of the nebula. Open. Yi Xiaofan suddenly opened his eyes, with his black pupils replacing the whites of his eyes. In this deep blackness, streams of silver nebulae swirled within. Playing tricks. During the creation of the hexagram by Yi Xiaofan, Cain maintained tense vigilance. But seeing no response, Cain grew angry, feeling he'd been tricked by Yi Xiaofan. Even though Yi Xiaofan's eyes looked very intimidating, Cain couldn't care less anymore. His sole aim now was to kill Yi Xiaofan and the two goddesses as quickly as possible. Do you know what the six-pointed star symbolizes? The unity of male and female principles. At the center of the hexagram, life's spark is nurtured. What? As Yi Xiaofan explained, Cain discovered he was trapped inside the hexagram, unable to escape. Star rule, peeling. A jet-black pearl emerged from Cain's forehead, causing him to let out painful roars. As the bee detached, his form gradually transformed back into human likeness. How could this be, actually managing to separate the Black Pearl and its fusion subject? Even during the Age of the Gods, I doubt anyone could accomplish this. At the sight before her, Leah found it incomprehensible. And it wasn't just Leah, Fina too could not accept it. Who exactly is she? Throughout the entire river of history, I never detected her presence. Fina, do you remember why we were awakened? You mean, she is not from this world? But the existence of other worlds is still purely theoretical, and no one really knows if they exist. Only in this way can everything be reasonably explained. A being that can traverse worlds naturally possesses means beyond our comparison. Leah and Fina were unaware that Leah's inference was basically spot on with reality, because Yi Xiaofan truly was not a native of this world. While the two goddesses were in shock, Yi Xiaofan had already successfully separated the Black Pearl from Cain's body. The Black Pearl now floated calmly in the palm of Yi Xiaofan's hand, exuding an eerie beauty. I will refine all your magic into a spark of life. You will spend the rest of your days as an ordinary elder. Yi Xiaofan spoke word by word, his expression showing an unprecedented seriousness. As soon as the last syllable left Yi Xiaofan's lips, Cain's magical power transformed into a ball of flames. With a light flick of his hand, the flames split into 3 portions, shooting off at great speed into Dora's tower. No, you cannot do this, my magic. Deprived of both his Black Pearl and his magical power, Cain grew increasingly weak, helplessly extending his right hand towards the escaping flames. The life flames formed from Cain's magic penetrated into the already cold bodies of Glass and her 2 companions. Once inside, their wounds began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. In no time at all their injuries vanished. If it weren't for the dried blood on their bodies, there would have been no trace left indicating they'd ever suffered mortal wounds. It seems you're kinder than we imagined. Leah lightly laughed after noticing the subtle change. There's nothing much to it. All this could be said to have started because of me. I'm merely resolving the cause and effect. Cause and effect? Leah questioned, perplexed. Never mind. Chapter 100, Departure. Thank you, esteemed seniors. I will never forget your life-saving grace and shall repay it in the future. Outside Dora's tower, Glass and the other 2 bowed 3 times to Yi Xiaofan, Leia, and Fina. If we ever have the chance, please visit Lihua City. We will prepare a warm welcome for you. A revitalized Gregidus said excitedly. There is no need for such formality. It was just a trivial matter. Although you managed to survive, make sure to recuperate well once you return, otherwise, it might affect your cultivation path later on. Once more, thank you greatly for your kindness. Glass and the other 2's politeness made Yi Xiaofan feel extremely uncomfortable, his every move tinged with awkwardness. Well, no more nonsense. Let Leia and me escort you to a safe place. Feina and Leia, one on each side, surrounded Glass and the others, their rippling magic forming a huge magical array. Yi Xiaofan subtly nudged Dudu by his foot, signaling for him to pitch in. When Yi Xiaofan had refined Kane's magical power into a life spark, Dudu had woken up from unconsciousness and fiercely bit the spark. Due to the spark's influence, Dudu had grown over a meter tall, looking especially majestic. Unfortunately, he could no longer be cradled in Yi Xiaofan's arms. Wah. Reluctantly, Dudu whimpered twice and reluctantly approached Glass and the others upon catching sight of Yi Xiaofan's disapproving look. His magic resonated with Lei Yuz and Feina's. Damn woman, you'll pay for this. Once I regain all my strength, I'll make you regret 100-fold what you've done to me. The brilliance of magic flickered amidst the Chilean mountains, and after a ripple in space-time, Glass and the other two were teleported to the nearest city. So, their problem is solved, but what about you? Under Yi Xiaofan's watchful eyes, a skeleton emerged from behind a big tree. It's been so many years. I've finally broken free from Sato's control. I should properly thank you, Yi Xiaofan. With only bones left, the jawbone still clicked against the skull bone as it spoke clearly. Are you, Monka? Yes, a long time ago, Sato and I had a good relationship, the kind where we would lay down our lives for each other. But one day, Sato launched a surprise attack when I wasn't prepared, erasing my consciousness and refining me into an external puppet. So, the body Sato mentioned as a duplicate was actually you, right? Or rather, wasn't your consciousness wiped out completely? It was indeed erased. In Dora's tower, I was killed by someone else. However, due to the effects of Dora's tower, my mind recovered, though then I was taken over by Kane again. At this point, Monka gave Dudu a sidelong glance. Feeling guilty, Dudu buried his head into his chest. So, after I extracted Kane's magical power, did you regain your freedom? But why did Kane control you? It seems releasing a seal wouldn't need your help, right? That I don't know. Even though he controlled me, he never asked me to do anything. He just let me wander around idly within the tower. Do you know anything about that? Yi Xiaofan thought Monka was quite stupid, knowing nothing. So, he turned his gaze towards Leia and Feina. We are sorry, but we also don't know. Leia and Feina shook their heads simultaneously. Alright, it must not have been anything good. But what do you plan to do next? In this skeletal form, I doubt you can survive in the human world. Not sure yet, but I think I want to follow you first. Monka's words shocked Yi Xiaofan. Imagine this scene. You wake up in the morning and a skull greets you close to your face saying, "Good morning, my master." That's gross. Seeing Yi Xiaofan's reluctance, Monka lowered his head sorrowfully, and the entire skeleton exuded an air of melancholy. Ugh, fine. If you're following, then you're following. Anyway, I already have plenty of odd things around me. A tiger that suddenly grew larger, a green hat. So having an additional skeleton doesn't change much. Being generous, Yi Xiaofan agreed to Monka's request. Congratulations, little Yi, for gaining a loyal follower. Don't tease me anymore, Feina. Sure, I gained a follower, but whether they'll be truly loyal remains to be seen. Hearing this, Monka hastily stood respectfully behind Yi Xiaofan, trying to show his absolute loyalty. By the way, what are your plans? Would you like me to lift your seals? No need, we voluntarily underwent the sealing process. When the time is ripe, we will awaken again. For now, let's get some more rest. Exactly, being disturbed from sleep is simply the worst. Right, Leia? Alright then, since you've decided, I'll withdraw my magical power. As entities of pure intention, Leia and Feina were originally confined to the top floor of Dora's tower. It was Yi Xiaofan's magic that temporarily severed their connection to Dora's tower. Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to withdraw his magic, Leia suddenly remembered something. By the way, Dora's tower used to be under Kane's control. Now that his magic is gone, the tower is ownerless. You can use the Black Pearl to control it. Really? How do I do it? Do you remember the idols of the evil gods in Dora's tower? They were originally statues of the goddess worshipped by the people of YS. One of the dark clans moved them into the tower, turning them into controllers for Dora's tower. If you use the Black Pearl to connect with these statues, you will gain control over the entire Dora's tower. Following Lei Ya's instructions, Yi Xiaofan attempted to connect the Black Pearl with the statues. Before long, Yi Xiaofan felt a faint connection with Dora's tower. With a flicker of thought, the whole tower rapidly shrank and landed in Yi Xiaofan's hand. Leia, it's all your fault. Now we don't even have a place to rest, Feina said with mock accusation. Oh dear, what should we do? Leia feigned an expression of sudden realization. Well, stop fooling around. Little Yi, let go of your magic now. Hearing Feina's words, Yi Xiaofan dissipated his magic. Leia and Feina, whose bodies were already semi-transparent, started to fade rapidly. Thank you, little Yi. When we wake up again, we must treat you properly. If you get a chance, little Yi, you can visit YS. Although we don't know where Salmon Temple has drifted to, it definitely still exists somewhere in this world. After saying their final farewell, Leia and Feina's figures vanished completely into the air. Let's go too. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Xiaofan climbed onto Dudu's back, adjusted the little green hat on his head, and behind him followed a clattering skeleton. Chapter 101, 10 years. Have you heard? Mr. Qian, the eldest son of the Qian family, was revived by the master of Dora Tower. Is that true? Even the grand sacrifice priest of the Holy Light Sanctuary could do nothing about his strange illness. You don't know anything. The master of Dora Tower is an extremely powerful being. There is nothing that our esteemed master cannot accomplish. Within the borders of the Leyland Kingdom, on the streets of Xuanhuan City, throngs of pedestrians discussed the recovery of the Qian family's eldest son from his mysterious ailment. Among the crowd, a man and a woman walked along, quietly listening to the conversations around them. The Leyland Kingdom has not had a moment's peace these past few years. First, 10 years ago, the patriarch of Tiandan Pavilion mysteriously vanished, and then a tower as tall as 100 zhang appeared in the Chilean mountains. When it comes to Dora Tower, I am quite curious to meet its master and find out what kind of existence they are. Brother, surely you don't believe all those exaggerated rumors passed from mouth to mouth? Tales like nearly dying individuals being saved, or people without cultivation talent suddenly becoming fifth-stage experts overnight. These are definitely scams. In any case, this time out for training, we might as well go check it out. If the person is a fraud, we can expose them. This will help build a solid foundation for our fame. Alright, I'll follow brother's lead. 10 years ago, Yi Xiaofan, who emerged from the middle of the Chilean mountains, did not return to the Leyland Kingdom. On one hand, Munka's appearance made it unsuitable for survival in the human world, and on the other, Yi Xiaofan also wanted to thoroughly study the Nebula Eye. Thus, Yi Xiaofan placed Dora Tower at the border between the Chilean mountains and the Leyland Kingdom, where he could research peacefully while still keeping track of interesting events happening in the human world. As for Dora Tower, though it shared the same name as one of the 10 deadly lands, no one truly associated the two. In fact, after Yi Xiaofan once helped a youth who had come to the Chilean mountains to die because he couldn't cultivate, Yi Xiaofan quickly gained renown. How many groups have recognized this already this month? Don't they get tired? Within Dora Tower, Yi Xiaofan, who had just finished practicing, held some fruit in his hands and approached the central hub that controlled the entire Dora Tower. Ugh. The sound carried with it some small frustration, as if saying, "It's all your fault for creating such a trial. You're going to exhaust everyone. Miss, I don't understand why you would allow these insects into Dora Tower, promising them their wish if they can reach the top." Though turned into a skeleton, Munka remained a flawless saint and called those below who hadn't even reached the 5th stage insects without hesitation. Isn't constant practice so boring? There always needs to be something fun to do. Yi Xiaofan sat before a screen composed of magical power, watching the people struggle within the tower with great interest. To reduce the difficulty, Yi Xiaofan specially adjusted the creatures inside Dora Tower to level 1. Although they were only level 1, under the amplification effect of Dora Tower, they still possessed considerable strength. Today, 3 people died inside the tower. Tomorrow, there will undoubtedly be someone else causing trouble. Isn't that normal? With blue crystals, and they still die. It's not my problem. Ignore them. I'm going to sleep first. Call me when something interesting happens. After watching for a short while, Yi Xiaofan found it very uninteresting and turned back to bed. Since parting ways with the twin goddesses, Yi Xiaofan had fallen deeply in love with the noble pursuit of sleeping. Ugh. Seeing Yi Xiaofan leave, Dudu immediately became excited and started clicking randomly on the screen. Dudu, if Miss finds out what you've done, she will certainly be angry, Munka warned Dudu, but showed no intention of stopping her. Ugh. Dudu shot Munka a glance, as if to say, "Go ahead, tell her if you dare." After Dudu operated the screen, the terrain inside Dora Tower changed. Flat areas became cliffs, flames rose from the water, and rain fell from the flames. Seeing how skilled Dudu looked in doing this, it was clear that she had done it countless times before. 2 5th stage guys entered. These monsters may not give them much challenge, so I need to increase the difficulty. Suddenly, Dudu discovered new excitement in playing further with the system. In the past 10 years, only 3 people successfully cleared Dora Tower, which was closely related to Dudu's meddling. These 2 new 5th stage individuals were naturally the man and woman who wanted to expose Yi Xiaofan as a fraud. These 2 were children of a prominent family from the capital of the Leyland Kingdom. The man's name was Mu Yi, and the woman's name was Mu Zhiro. Brother, it seems that the owner of this tower has some real skills. He must be a beast tamer. But being able to train a group of 1st stage magic beasts so fiercely is quite remarkable. Mu Yi and Mu Zhiro strolled leisurely through Dora Tower, with the surrounding 1st stage magic beasts having no effect on them. But this crystal is so beautiful. Can I take it with me when I leave? Mu Zhiro held the blue crystal in her hand and said fondly, "This crystal is no ordinary item. The teleportation magic inscribed on it cannot even be deciphered by me. How is that possible? Spatial magic is your forte. I'm only at the 5th stage, not a saint yet. It's normal for there to be people stronger than me. I don't care, brother is still the best." As the brother and sister continued chatting, they arrived at the 2nd floor of Dora Tower. Compared to the overcrowded 1st floor, the number of people on the 2nd floor had already diminished significantly, but the room was still very crowded. When Mu Yi and his sister appeared, a group of 3rd stage magic beasts appeared in the room, causing many people to immediately use the blue crystals to return to the lower level. In Yi Xiaofan's design, the ground floor was a place for rest where no magic beasts would appear. However, starting from the 1st floor, the number and strength of the magic beasts would gradually increase. Older brother, do these magic beasts just appear out of nowhere? Mu Yi casually stopped the passerby and asked. The person who was grabbed initially wanted to get angry, but upon realizing they couldn't escape the grip no matter how hard they tried, they quickly forced a smile and said, "Of course, every time you enter a room, 3 magic beasts will spawn inside, and it is rumored that at a certain floor level, you have to fight a guardian beast." What is a guardian beast? I don't know either, but it said that only one person can enter the room with the guardian beast at a time. It seems the owner of this tower is much more powerful than I imagined. Mu Yi released the person, lost in thought as he spoke. Chapter 102, Wishes. Are you the owner of this tower? No, I am merely a steward. The young lady is taking her midday rest. Even though Dudu had repeatedly adjusted the difficulty levels, with their inexhaustible resources, brother and sister Mu still managed to reach the top floor of Dora's tower and come face to face with Menka. In the past decade, Yi Xiaofan had spent a great deal of materials to forge a piece of magical equipment for Menka, successfully granting him the appearance of a human. Though it was an illusion, those inferior to Menka in strength would be unable to detect any flaws. Those who could see through Menka's disguise were beings of the 9th rank saint class, certainly not easily encountered. Dare I ask, honored one, is it true that reaching the summit of the tower allows one to have a wish granted? Under the condition of not knowing Menka's secrets, Mu Yi tried his best to humble himself. On their way through Dora's tower, Mu Yi had already realized that anyone capable of such grandeur must not be an ordinary individual. While there is such a rule, everything still depends on the master's mood. If the master isn't pleased, your wishes may be revoked. What airs he puts on, as if he knows everything. Unhappy, Mujiro rolled her eyes and quietly said this to Mu Yi beside her. Although Mujiro's voice was very soft, being a saint-class figure, Menka heard her every word loud and clear. However, given Menka's status, he wouldn't deign to squabble with a young girl. Thereupon, Menka turned around and continued gazing at the screen. Since Yi Xiaofan entrusted him with this task, naturally, he couldn't slack off in completing it. This also had much to do with the fact that skeletons never tire. Otherwise, even if one were a saint, staying up and staring at the screen for 10 years would be quite arduous. Seeing that Menka ignored them, Mu Yi found a random spot to sit cross-legged and began adjusting the magic energy within his body. This long journey had utterly exhausted him. As for Mujiro, always under Mu Yi's protection, she naturally didn't need to adjust her own magic power, but curiously looked around instead. Time trickled by. When neither knew how long had passed, and Mu Yi started feeling slightly hungry, Yi Xiaofan finally entered the room. Oh, how long did I sleep? Rubbing his bleary eyes as he walked into the room, Yi Xiaofan asked without lifting his head. Miss, you've slept for 4 hours, 18 minutes, and 3 seconds, answered Menka scrupulously. Oh, has someone cleared the tower? Yes, they are behind you. Hearing this, Yi Xiaofan turned around. He saw Mujiro sleeping soundly in Mu Yi's arms, and Mu Yi looking shocked enough that he could probably fit an egg in his mouth. Mu Yi had never imagined that the legendary owner of Dora's tower would be such a pretty and cute girl. His reddened cheeks clearly showed he was falling in love. Hello, my name is Mu Yi, son of General Mu Xiong from the Leilang Kingdom. This is my younger sister. Hello, my name is Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan, what a beautiful name. Mu Yi's overly affectionate words and theatrical gestures caused Yi Xiaofan to shed goosebumps all over the floor. Mu Yi, right? Are you aware of the rules? Yi Xiaofan casually grabbed a chair and sat down while asking. After placing the sleeping Mujiro gently on the ground, Mu Yi too grabbed a chair and sat next to Yi Xiaofan. To be honest, my sister and I are first-timers here, so we aren't exactly sure about the rules. With her brain still groggy from just waking up, Yi Xiaofan forced herself to stay alert as she explained. Whoever manages to climb through Dora's tower can, upon paying an appropriate price, exchange it for an opportunity to have a wish granted, any wish. Then, I want you, Mu Yi said absent-mindedly, lost in his infatuation. Sure thing, but the cost. Yi Xiaofan blinked, then smiled widely at Mu Yi. Regardless of the cost, as long as I can have you, I'm willing to pay anything. Upon hearing Yi Xiaofan's agreement, Mu Yi became ecstatic instantly. But if he could see the perilous glint in Yi Xiaofan's eyes, he might have thought twice. If the price is your life? As long as I can be with you, death would mean nothing. Then go die. Agreed. It seemed as though a starry cloud flashed across Yi Xiaofan's eyes. Fixated on her, Mu Yi pulled out an exquisite longsword from his waist and plunged it straight into his heart. Big brother, no. Alas, Mujiro woke up in the nick of time, grabbing the sword from Mu Yi's hands. What kind of witchcraft have you put on my big brother? It's nothing. The premise of making a wish is to pay the corresponding price. Your brother wished for me, and the price was his name. I demand to change the wish. Let my brother go first. Impossible. This is the wish your brother made, and you cannot fully act on his behalf. Yi Xiaofan watched Mujiro with great interest, eager to see what she would do next. Since that's the case, I've also ascended Dora's tower, so does that mean I get one wish too? That's correct. Tell me your wish. Upon hearing Mujiro's words, Yi Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled at her. Yi Xiaofan had a good idea of what wish Mujiro might make. You probably already guessed my wish, but before I make it, can you tell me the standard for the price to be paid? Though she had wrested the sword from Mu Yi's hand, he was still seeking other ways to die. To protect him, Mujiro tightly embraced Mu Yi. Still, Mujiro lacked her brother's magical prowess, and sweat began to trickle down her white forehead. There is no set standard, or rather, my mood is the standard. If I request to cancel my brother's wish, what will the cost be? In this case, you will become a butterfly for 100 years, and your brother will never discover that you have turned into one. After pondering for a moment, and under Mujiro's tense gaze, Yi Xiaofan spoke. All right, I agree. Without hesitation, Mujiro accepted. Placing her right hand in a sword gesture over her chest, Yi Xiaofan's dark pupils revealed a swirling starry cloud. Unlike when dealing with Mu Yi, where only a sliver of the power of the star cloud eye was used, Yi Xiaofan now truly employed the star cloud eye. Under the gaze of the star cloud eye, Mujiro's body gradually transformed into a colorful butterfly, dancing through the air. Chapter 103, Yi Xiaofan's Malicious Fun. Under the gaze of the nebula eye, Mu Zhirou's body gradually transformed into a colorful butterfly, dancing in the air. This was Yi Xiaofan's newly researched way to use the nebula eye, capable of casting curses on any living or non-living thing. The cursed entity would not return to normal unless the curse removal condition was met or Yi Xiaofan lifted the curse. What happened to me? After Mu Zhirou turned into a butterfly, Yi Xiaofan also released his control over Mu Yi. As Mu Yi woke up, he stood there dumbly and asked, "You wished for me with the cost of your own death." Yi Xiaofan teasingly gave Mu Yi a flirtatious glance. "So am I dead now? It seems dying is no different from being alive then," Mu Yi said in surprise. "You're imagining things, you're not dead. Your sister saved you by using her wish to cancel yours." Yi Xiaofan suddenly felt extremely bored. Then how about Zhirou? Where's Zhirou? Where is she? Only now did Mu Yi realize that Mu Zhirou lying on the ground had vanished. She's dead as the cost of the wish. Yi Xiaofan's seemingly offhand remark almost drove Mu Yi crazy. "It can't be. This can't be possible. You must be tricking me, right? What do you think? I will kill you." After searching everywhere without finding Mu Zhirou's trace, Mu Yi had to believe what Yi Xiaofan said. Enraged, Mu Yi picked up the long sword on the ground and stabbed toward Yi Xiaofan. Clang! Mu Yi's all-out stab couldn't even break through Yi Xiaofan's clothing. Not bad for something crafted by the Gemini goddess, quality assured. Muttering, Yi Xiaofan then looked at Mu Yi and said, "This time I'll forgive you, but if it happens again, this life of yours salvaged by your sister will be over. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me." Looking at Yi Xiaofan's unchanging expression, Mu Yi felt such repugnance at that moment. Taking out a yellow piece of paper inscribed with mysterious runes, Mu Yi wrapped the paper around the long sword, instantly amplifying its power to astonishing levels. The power rivaled that of a saint-level expert. Die! Mu Yi raised the sword again to strike Yi Xiaofan. Clang! Once more, the metallic collision sounded. Yi Xiaofan still didn't move to defend. Her silver evening gown remained perfectly unharmed. "Sorry, Zhirou. I'm not even capable of avenging you for this." Wah! Desolate. Mu Yi slumped to the ground, a grown man actually covering his face to sob uncontrollably. The butterfly that had been formed from Mu Zhirou landed on Mu Yi's shoulder, as if wanting to comfort him, but unable to make a sound. This made Yi Xiaofan feel a little uncomfortable, thinking perhaps she went too far. But as soon as she remembered that this person dared to tease her, she hardened her heart. "Although I can't avenge you, at least I can join you below." Having cried enough, Mu Yi raised the long sword in his hand and slashed across his neck. The sharp blade cut across Mu Yi's neck, spraying blood onto the butterfly fluttering before him. Brother! A flash of light illuminated, and the butterfly reverted back to Mu Zhirou. She tightly embraced Mu Yi's body, constantly calling out his name. "Zhirou, I'm fine. If you don't let go soon, I'll suffocate." From within Mu Zhirou's embrace came Mu Yi's weak voice. "Brother." In shock, Mu Zhirou pulled Mu Yi out of her arms. "What's going on? How should I know? I want to ask you the same thing." The wound on Mu Yi's neck had already stopped bleeding. The brother and sister turned their questioning gazes toward Yi Xiaofan, who was sitting there, trying hard not to laugh. "Miss, your malice has become more severe." Wah! No one knew when Meng Ka and Dudu reappeared in the room. "Why blame me? Who started by flirting with me first?" Dissatisfied, Yi Xiaofan pointed at Mu Yi regarding accusations from her subordinates and pet. "Can you explain this mess to us? Kid, haven't you figured it out yet? You've been played by my miss." Meng Ka, looking exasperated, told Mu Yi. "But your courage is pretty impressive. If Miss wasn't so compassionate, you'd have died 10,000 times the moment you said those words." A saint-like aura radiated briefly from Meng Ka, but it was enough to make Mu Yi and his sister feel suffocated. "Saint." Mu Yi stared fearfully at Meng Ka, then turned to look at Yi Xiaofan, who was still sitting there, stifling laughter. If even a saint has to address her as Miss, then what kind of immensely powerful being was Yi Xiaofan? Mu Yi couldn't even dare to imagine. "Ah, I just can't hold it in anymore." Their expressions were hilarious. Yi Xiaofan finally burst out laughing uncontrollably. "Miss, remember your status, your status." Meng Ka said with a face full of black lines as he spoke to Yi Xiaofan. After Meng Ka started following Yi Xiaofan, she had appointed him as her steward, managing all her trivial matters for her. What Yi Xiaofan didn't expect was that once Meng Ka got into the role, he couldn't get out of it, insisting on requiring Yi Xiaofan to behave according to the standards expected of a young lady. It was tolerable during normal times, but if there were other people present and Yi Xiaofan wasn't mindful of her words or actions, she would be subjected to a 24-hour lecture by Meng Ka. Because of this, Yi Xiaofan even threatened to dismantle Meng Ka's skeleton. "Since Miss appointed me as your steward, it is my duty to regulate every single one of your words and actions. Even if I die, I must still do so." These were Meng Ka's exact words. For a while afterward, Yi Xiaofan kept regretting making such a decision. And now, because Yi Xiaofan once again failed to maintain her image in front of outsiders, she was pulled into the little black room by Meng Ka for another lecture. The narrowly escaped Mu siblings were in the control center, grateful that Yi Xiaofan wasn't someone who enjoyed killing indiscriminately. They also began reflecting on their own behavior, contemplating whether they should exercise more restraint in the days to come. "Zhirou, perhaps we should be more low-key from now on. Our previous lives have been too smooth, causing us to forget what fear is." "You're right, brother. Luckily, Senior Yi is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Otherwise, we might have already died at the hands of someone else." "That's true. She really is stunningly beautiful." Upon realizing that everything was just Yi Xiaofan's joke, Mu Yi's admiration for Yi Xiaofan involuntarily filled his heart once again. Chapter 104, Purple Gold. In order to apologize to you, my brother and I would like to invite you to our home. I wonder if you could do us the honor. All right, I accept your invitation. Yi Xiaofan nodded in agreement. After a night's rest, Yi Xiaofan, after finishing Meng Ka's lecture, came to the central room with a tired face, and Mu Yi extended an invitation to Yi Xiaofan. What puzzled Yi Xiaofan was that Mu Yi stared at the ground the entire time, possibly due to being frightened yesterday. Thinking this, Yi Xiaofan felt that what he did yesterday might have been excessive. After expelling everyone who entered the tower, Yi Xiaofan, amid looks of admiration and astonishment, stored Dora's tower into his spatial ring. The admiration stemmed from Yi Xiaofan's formidable strength. The astonishment, because no one expected that the owner of Dora's tower would be a young girl. Who would have thought that the owner of Dora's tower would be such a beautiful woman? What kind of beautiful woman? Clearly she's a little lowly, delicate, and easy to please. Look at those two people. Yesterday, I personally saw them enter the water prison inside Dora's tower. I never thought they'd actually climb to the top of the tower. The two people referred to were naturally the Mu siblings, and the speaker was the passerby Mu Yi had stopped to ask yesterday. Mu Yi quickened his pace several steps, trying to walk alongside Yi Xiaofan so outsiders would perceive them as a couple. Meng Ka was deeply dissatisfied with Mu Yi's actions, feeling that he was defiling Yi Xiaofan. However, since Yi Xiaofan hadn't said anything, Meng Ka didn't dare to speak up either. Upon arriving in Xuanhuan City and taking a long-distance teleportation array, Yi Xiaofan, led by Mu Yi, reached Jingxi City, the capital of the Liling Kingdom. My father is the great General Mu Xiong of the Liling Kingdom. I imagine Ms. Yi has also heard of him. In order to bridge the gap with Yi Xiaofan, Mu Yi changed the respectful title of predecessor to Ms. Yi, which further exacerbated Meng Ka's dissatisfaction. But for the sake of winning Ms. Yi's approval, Mu Yi disregarded the consequences of offending a sage. Moreover, there were sages within the Mu family too. Mentioning this now was both to show Meng Ka that he wasn't afraid of him and to demonstrate the prestige of his own lineage to Yi Xiaofan. Not really, I haven't heard it all. Contrary to Mu Yi's expectations, Yi Xiaofan shook her head in denial. Seeing her brother's clumsy attempts at flirtation, Mu Zhiro couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even Meng Ka, who usually maintained a serious demeanor, almost chuckled. However, thanks to Meng Ka's outward appearance being an illusion, he was able to control his expressions freely. Otherwise, it might have shattered his consistently stern image. Ms. Yi has always lived in seclusion, so not knowing is understandable. In the Liling Kingdom, there are 3 families whose power ranks just below the royal family. One of them is our Mu family. To help her brother save face and also to boast in front of Yi Xiaofan, Mu Zhiro spoke up. Wow, this place actually sells marinated pig hooves. Boss, give me 100 pounds. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaofan completely ignored her words and excitedly went to buy the marinated pig hooves. While Dudu wore an expression resembling constipation, sensing impending doom and attempting to sneak away. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaofan returned quickly after purchasing all the marinated pig hooves, including the stall itself. Dudu, don't you get bored eating chicken feet? Look, I've got you something new. Cha-cha, marinated pig hooves. For the next 10 years, this will be your food. Happy. Wah. Dudu nodded reluctantly despite its inner struggle. In the last 10 years spent in Dora's tower, Dudu had eaten nothing but chicken feet for a solid decade. The mere sight of them made it want to throw up. Even when looking at its own claws, it felt the urge to cut them off. Dudu had once fantasized about killing all creatures with claws once it regained its strength. Now, it seemed it would also have to kill all creatures with hooves. Sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Watching Dudu eat contentedly, Yi Xiaofan satisfied stuffed all the marinated pig hooves into her spatial ring before turning to Mu Zhiro and asking, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Mu Zhiro looked on as Yi Xiaofan placed a large pile of marinated pig hooves into her spatial ring. Casting a sympathetic glance at Dudu, she nervously responded. Oh, by the way, stop calling me Ms. Yi, call me Xiao Yi instead. All right, Xiao Yi. Mu Yi swiftly took the initiative, gently addressing Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan gave Mu Yi a blank look and turned her head away, ignoring him. She was fully aware of Mu Yi's feelings. Initially, Yi Xiaofan hadn't reacted to them, but along the journey, she had long since seen through Mu Yi's little schemes. We're here, this is it. After traveling a long stretch of road, they finally arrived at the home of Mu Yi and his sister, one of the 3 major clans in the Liling Kingdom, the Mu family. Even though Yi Xiaofan had already seen many grand buildings during her time in the Star Auspicious Kingdom, she couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the Mu family estate. It's so shiny. Yes, shiny. The entire manor was built with gold bricks, best described as resplendent and radiant. Even the royal palace wasn't this gold. Because our grandfather has a special fondness for gold, the entire estate is constructed with gold bricks. It might be a bit vulgar, don't mind it, Mu Zhiro explained somewhat sheepishly to Yi Xiaofan. But in Yi Xiaofan's eyes, it just seemed like blatant showing off. One day, I will build my own estate entirely out of purple gold, Yi Xiaofan declared defiantly, vowing to herself. Given Yi Xiaofan's current wealth, this shouldn't still be a dream. Unfortunately, in this world, the quantity of purple gold was exceedingly scarce. Thus, even with sufficient funds, collecting such an amount of purple gold remained a challenging task. By the way, purple gold is a variant of regular gold, formed when magic fuses with gold. Since gold rarely combines with magic, the value of purple gold is millions of times that of regular gold. Purple gold possesses excellent magical compatibility unmatched by other alchemical materials. As for the purple gold used as currency, those are actually gold pieces that failed to properly fuse with magic. In a vein of purple gold, about 99% consists of these failed products, with only 0.1% being true purple gold. I imagine you and my grandfather will have a lot to talk about. Looking at Yi Xiaofan's fervent gaze, Mu Zhiro said awkwardly. Chapter 105, Sleep Talking. Upon entering the Mu family estate, a grizzled elder walked toward them. From his steps, Yi Xiaofan could clearly sense that this was a formidable martial artist. He must be around 7th rank. Master, Miss, you have finally returned. Uncle Fu, I've missed you so much. Mu Zhiro approached and embraced the old man. Uncle Fu, where is my father? Master, an envoy of His Majesty summoned your father to the palace. He just left not long ago. I see. This is my friend. Please arrange their accommodations for them first. Remember, they must not be slighted in any way. Yes. Under Uncle Fu's guidance, Yi Xiaofan twisted and turned through the manor, almost dizzying himself. Is it necessary for the homes of wealthy people to be built so complicated? And while leading them, Uncle Fu also quietly observed Meng Ka. From his actions, this giant should be a servant, but every move he makes exudes a unique charm. He should also be an expert. This tiger, on the other hand, is relatively rare, lacking the size of the gold crystal tiger or the fangs of the roaring sky tiger. Could it be a mutated breed? Then, Uncle Fu shifted his gaze to Yi Xiaofan. Can't feel any magic at all. He should just be an ordinary person. However, he's somewhat good-looking. To marry into our family as a primary wife would be impossible, but as a concubine might work. If Yi Xiaofan knew what Uncle Fu was thinking, he would certainly smash his head. It's here. It's rather simple, but we hope the two of you won't disdain it. Not at all. It's already very good. Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to pass out completely, Uncle Fu finally stopped, pointing to the gilded and magnificent room before them and speaking. If anything arises, the servants here can be instructed at any time. With that said, Uncle Fu retreated. Miss, shall I check if there's any danger around here? As for Uncle Fu's suspicious movements along the way, Monka, being a sage, naturally wouldn't fail to notice. No need. I'm about to faint from dizziness after walking all this way. I want to rest early. Waving at Monka, Yi Xiaofan led Dudu into the room, jumped onto the bed, and began snoring immediately. Dudu lay under Yi Xiaofan's bed, vigilantly observing all around. Only when she sensed Xiaofan's breathing gradually becoming even did she rise from the ground. To obtain a spiritual mark-embedded space ring is no easy feat without some recovered strength. Dudu emitted her spiritual energy, slowly exploring Yi Xiaofan's space ring under the protection of the purple magical flames. Although the space ring appears tiny from the outside, its internal space is vast and boundless. Dudu's spiritual energy continued to penetrate deeper until, after an unknown amount of time had passed, it finally touched upon the first layer of defense. This must be this woman's spiritual imprint. Should it be disturbed, the woman will wake up instantly. Given her prowess, I wouldn't have enough time to retract my spiritual energy. Therefore, I must tread carefully. A portion of the purple flames edged closer towards Yi Xiaofan's spiritual imprint, continuously emanating warmth. Under the soothing effect of the purple flames, Dudu's spiritual force successfully bypassed it. The first line of defense has been breached successfully. I really wonder who came up with the idea to make space rings this complex. In my childhood, there was no concept of embedding a spirit imprint on space rings. Back then, only artifacts could be branded with spiritual imprints. After overcoming the first barrier, Dudu pressed further inside. Soon, she faced the second line of defense. This barrier was set by the Maker, serving to repel spiritual energies. If forced entry is attempted, the collision of spiritual forces would alert the holder. After meticulously studying the barrier, Dudu became enraged. Who thought of such nonsense? If I kill the ring's owner, how could you still manage to draw his attention? This was probably designed to irritate me. Though furious, Dudu refrained from rash actions. The day I seized this purple flame was the wisest decision I've ever made in my life. Placing the flame beneath this thing for roasting. Haha, just as I expected, this contraption only reacts to spiritual forces. The second line of defense quickly crumbled under the scorching of the purple flame, allowing Dudu to joyfully advance to the next checkpoint. As stupid as this woman may be, there's one thing I must admit. She's right. There is indeed something pleasant about methodically unlocking these barriers step by step. I've grown fond of this sensation. The final barrier should be the last remaining. Soon, I'll be able to get rid of those accursed braised pork hooves once and for all. With victory within sight, Dudu couldn't help but grow a little overconfident. However, it quickly regained its composure because if the final checkpoint wasn't handled well, it might very likely destroy the entire space ring. If the space ring is destroyed, this woman will surely turn me into grilled chicken feet. The image of Yi Xiaofan's angry face surfaced in Dudu's mind, making her shiver involuntarily. After carefully observing the last checkpoint, Dudu realized that things were much more difficult than she had imagined. Any force will cause it to react. Who the hell designed this thing? You can't even retrieve items from your own ring. Suddenly, Dudu paused and burst out laughing wildly. Haha, I'm a genius. Any force causes a reaction, yet it doesn't repel the owner. So, all I need to do is simulate Yi Xiaofan's spirit energy, right? This kind of trick is our devil clan's bread and butter. A person's spirit energy should be unique and impossible to replicate. Based on this principle, someone added such a magical formation inside the space ring. The purpose was to protect the safety of the items stored within. Even if the owner was killed by enemies, it ensured the contents wouldn't fall into enemy hands. However, the designer overlooked one particular race, a race with one of the longest histories on Kanglan continent, the Devil race. During the initial invasion by the Devil race, their ability to disguise themselves caused headaches for every other race. Not only could they imitate physical appearances, but they could also mimic an individual's spirit energy, magical power, and aura. I've succeeded, I'm finally in. Dudu could now clearly see the large number of braised pig hooves stored in the ring. Dudu, have another braised pig hoof. Yi Xiaofan muttered in her sleep as she turned over. Am I discovered? Hearing Yi Xiaofan's voice, Dudu's spirit energy withdrew quickly in panic. But looking up, she saw Yi Xiaofan still sleeping soundly. Frigging nonsense. Talking in her sleep at a time like this? Chapter 106 Untitled. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the window and fell on Yi Xiaofan's sleeping face. Dudu, who had worked hard all night, lay exhausted on the floor beside the bed, still making soft whining sounds. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Dudu raised her head alertly and then tapped Yi Xiaofan, who was still dreaming in bed, with her paw. Don't bother. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Pushing away Dudu's paw, she turned over and continued to sleep. Miss, it's time to get up. As a guest, we shouldn't keep the host waiting too long. Meng Ka's deep voice sounded from outside the door. After waiting for a moment, there was still no movement from Yi Xiaofan's room. Taking a deep breath, Meng Ka made an effort to maintain a steady tone. It seems I need to buy a copy of the quick guide for young ladies. Just a moment, I'm getting up. As soon as Meng Ka finished speaking, Yi Xiaofan jumped off the bed and grabbed a random piece of clothing from her space ring to put on. Meng Ka, I must solemnly inform you. For a lady, it takes quite some time to prepare. From waking up, dressing, to tidying the bed, the whole process took only 3 seconds. After those 3 seconds, Yi Xiaofan tried her best to look awake and opened the door. Facing the blinding sunlight, Yi Xiaofan struggled to open her eyes wide as tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Miss, I believe that the first thing a proper lady should do after waking up is wash instead of primping, Meng Ka finally said after carefully observing Yi Xiaofan for a few minutes. Ever since turning 18 and entering university, whether from her past life to this one, or from Xinjiang Kingdom to Liling Kingdom, Yi Xiaofan had always lived freely. Until she met Meng Ka, until appointing Meng Ka as her housekeeper, Yi Xiaofan felt like being back in childhood facing her mother. For this familiar feeling, Yi Xiaofan could only say, MMP, a Chinese curse. Xiaoyi. At the sound of the young girl's call, both people snapped their attention around. Mu Zhiro had changed into a pale purple long dress and slowly walked towards them, exuding grace with every step. By Mu Zhiro's side naturally stood her brother Mu Yi, whose gaze toward Yi Xiaofan occasionally revealed a hint of admiration, to which Yi Xiaofan simply pretended not to see. If our miss were half as graceful as Miss Mu Zhiro, my job would be much easier, muttered Meng Ka quietly, but enough for Yi Xiaofan to hear, unsure if he was talking to himself or giving Yi Xiaofan advice. And if I fire you, you'll certainly have an easier life, Yi Xiaofan replied in kind, lowering her own voice before stepping forward to greet Mu Zhiro. As for Mu Yi, Yi Xiaofan had already decided to ignore his existence. Meng Ka remained in place, savoring Yi Xiaofan's words. What kind of creature is squid? No, to fire squid. Does that refer to a specific organ? But I'm nothing but bones now anyway. Xiaoyi, the ball is about to start, let's hurry over. Last night, Yi Xiaofan met the patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Xiong, Mu Zhiro's father, and her grandfather. Being the general of Liling Kingdom, Mu Xiong's status was naturally very high. However, compared to a saint-class individual, even such a noble title paled in significance. Only a fellow saint could converse with a saint on equal terms. Hence, upon hearing about Yi Xiaofan, Mu Xiong had no choice but to summon his father, Mu Bing, the sole other saint in the Liling Kingdom. Although older than Yi Xiaofan by several decades, Mu Bing and Yi Xiaofan shared strikingly similar interests, both adored wealth, and loved money, as well as loving money, etc. At last night's banquet, Mu Yi stayed faithfully by Mu Xiong's side. Across the table, he watched as his grandfather conversed amicably with Yi Xiaofan, feeling a slight tinge of jealousy. After the dinner concluded, Mu Bing actually took Yi Xiaofan to visit his centuries-old collection. Yi Xiaofan almost went blind from the dazzling brilliance of Mu Bing's treasures filled with gold. Upon returning to her quarters, Yi Xiaofan casually calculated her own assets. She eventually concluded that her net worth exceeded Mu Bing's by at least 100-fold. Realizing this fact, Yi Xiaofan slept especially soundly last night. On the other hand, Mu Xiong sent an immediate report to the emperor of the Liling Kingdom regarding Yi Xiaofan's situation. The emperor promptly declared the intention to invite Yi Xiaofan under the pretext of celebrating the third princess' birthday. Coincidentally, the princess's birthday was today. What time is it? Isn't the banquet supposed to begin tonight? That's correct, but it's already 5 o'clock. Mu Zhiro looked curiously at the sky and then glanced curiously at Yi Xiaofan. It was only then that Yi Xiaofan realized the sun had been hanging in the west all along. Did you oversleep? Why are you calling me so late? Yi Xiaofan, with a little shyness, slowly retreated to Meng Ka's side. Pulling Meng Ka's ear close, she whispered softly to him. After yesterday's long journey, I thought Miss needed more sleep to replenish her energy, so I specially approved for the Miss to sleep longer. Meng Ka said with a solemn expression, showing how loyal he was, and Yi Xiaofan didn't even notice that Meng Ka had also slept late. After hearing Meng Ka's words, Yi Xiaofan didn't know what to say for a moment, glaring fiercely at Meng Ka before turning to Mu Zhiro and saying, wait for me a moment. It will be quick. Having said that, Yi Xiaofan quickly returned inside. She approached the bed, kicking Dudu who was still sleeping awake. Woken up rudely, Dudu reluctantly wagged his tail and struggled to get up from the ground, bringing Yi Xiaofan a basin of water. As for Yi Xiaofan, she had already taken off her previous outfit. Standing by the bed in just white undergarments, she picked out a suitable evening dress for the banquet. Outside the door, Mu Zhiro quietly watched Yi Xiaofan retreat into the room, then pinched Mu Yi secretly. Brother, you're too timid, standing there like a wooden stick. I can't help it. Every time I see her, I get nervous. It has been proven over countless years that the waist is the most flexible part of a human body, even more so than certain unmentionable places. Now, Mu Yi's waist was undergoing this test once again, confirming the accuracy of this definition. As soon as she comes out, praise her, and get closer to her, understood? Understood. Understood. Let go first. Mu Zhiro, satisfied, patted her hands. If Yi Xiaofan becomes my sister-in-law, then I could walk sideways across the capital. Those little bitches who've always gone against me. Wait and see. In order to realize her ideal, Mu Zhiro decided she must bring Yi Xiaofan and Mu Yi together. If necessary, she would stop at nothing. Chapter 107 Hill. At this banquet, Yi Xiaofan didn't bring anyone along, following the brother and sister Mu Yi to the palace. All weapons and magic items were forbidden in the palace, which Mu Zhiro had already told Yi Xiaofan about the night before. Therefore, Yi Xiaofan handed over her spatial ring to Meng Ka. She even specifically reminded him that no living creature was allowed near her ring. The kingdom of Lai Ling was just as impressive as Xingxiang Kingdom's palace, if not more grandiose. However, Yi Xiaofan no longer marveled at everything like when she first arrived in this world. After all, she was now outwardly known as a saint. Being overly curious would make her look like a bumpkin. As Yi Xiaofan stepped into the palace, ministers and nobles who already knew a special guest was arriving naturally fixed their eyes on her. Yi Xiaofan kept her gaze straight ahead, firmly focusing forward while trailing behind the Mu siblings until she entered the main hall. Following arrangements by a maid, she found her seat. Upon sitting down, specially dressed maids promptly served her tea and water. On the table were neatly arranged pastries, delicacies, and fine wines. Having slept from last night without eating anything, though Yi Xiaofan wouldn't die even if she never ate in her life, her stomach still felt hungry. Facing such mouth-watering treats, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but swallow saliva nervously. Glancing around, Yi Xiaofan noticed that nobody had started yet, with everyone seated and chatting casually with those beside them. Suppressing her desires, she patiently waited and took the opportunity to observe this grand hall. Magnificent, these 4 words perfectly described it. Gold vessels were everywhere, jade carvings adorned every corner, and even the fur used for cushions gave an extraordinary tactile sensation. If Yi Xiaofan's guess was correct, these were the furs of 4th-stage chain beasts. Chain beasts have segmented bodies resembling skewered meat, thus giving them their name. Though classified as 4th-stage monsters, they possess laughably low attack capabilities. Their furs are considered among the best quality within monster ranks, and combined with the precious 4th-stage magic crystals, led to them being hunted relentlessly. Due to excessive hunting, chain beasts are nearing extinction, making their fur exceptionally rare. Only entities like the royal family could afford so many at once. Comparatively, the Mu family appears no different than nouveau riche. To the left side of the hall stood a line of civil officials, and to the right were military officers. Mu Zhiro's father sat at the foremost position on the right. Above this row, upon stepping up 1 level, were 10 even more exquisitely crafted thrones, 5 each on both sides. Further inside, a string of pearls acted as a curtain. Behind it lay the most luxurious and extravagant throne made entirely of purple gold, standing supreme within the hall. Through Mu Zhiro's explanation, Yi Xiaofan learned the uses of these seats. Little Yi, the largest throne is, of course, exclusively for His Majesty. As for those 10 thrones, they belong to his currently most outstanding children. They participate in state affairs, engaging in significant national issues. Regardless of prince or princess, there's no strict age limit, but there's only one absolute requirement: exceptional talent. It's impossible to be incompetent here. Listening to Mu Zhiro's introduction, Yi Xiaofan silently nodded. Such a system could effectively nurture the next generation of successors for the kingdom. Even if it causes discord among siblings, there's a saying: royalty has no place for familial affection. Time passed quickly in conversation with Mu Zhiro. With the sharp announcement of eunuchs, a group walked in one after another, elegant and accompanied by personal attendants. Exactly 10 people entered. Mu Zhiro leaned close to Yi Xiaofan and whispered in her ear, "See, the man walking at the forefront is the crown prince. And the one directly behind the crown prince, she is the star of this feast, the 3rd princess." Under Mu Zhiro's guidance, Yi Xiaofan understood the 30-something gentleman, approaching 40, was the crown prince. Behind him, the 3rd princess appeared significantly younger. Following the 3rd princess were the other princes, among whom Yi Xiaofan particularly noted the last princess. Is the little girl at the end also a princess? That's not just any little girl. That's Her Majesty's youngest and most beloved daughter, Princess Cherry. The royal surname of the Lailing Kingdom is Hill. Hence, the little girl's full name should be Cherry Hill. It seemed that Cherry had sensed Yi Xiaofan's gaze, and she turned her head, her vacant, slightly dazed expression meeting Yi Xiaofan's eyes with a dull stare. It wasn't a sort of illusion. There was no mistake. Cherry's lifeless pupils flickered with a flash of green light. This kind of green light was something Yi Xiaofan had only seen in the eyes of magical beasts. But Cherry just glanced once and stopped there. Otherwise, in such a setting, if they were to fight, it would have been quite a spectacle. The exchange of glances between the two went completely unnoticed by Mu Zhiro beside them, who continued explaining details about the Leiling royal family to Yi Xiaofan. Her Royal Highness, Princess Catherine, is 23 years old. The youngest princess, Her Royal Highness Princess Cherry, is the 14th princess, aged 9 this year. She is also the youngest one ever to ascend this throne in the entire history of the Leiling Kingdom. Yi Xiaofan slightly lowered her head, picked up the fine wine on the table, took a sip to moisten her parched lips, then quickly set it down again. No one noticed her movements, not even Mu Zhiro, who was still talking animatedly. Mu Yi watched as his sister and Yi Xiaofan chatted happily, trying several times to join their conversation but being ignored every time. In despair, he slumped into his seat, letting blackness be his backdrop. The emperor approaches. Suddenly, the eunuch's shout echoed through the hall. Yi Xiaofan lifted her head and looked intently. The tall, robust figure walking at the front of the retinue of eunuchs and maids didn't seem like someone past middle age. Based on appearance alone, he appeared younger than his eldest son. Buneer Hill, the emperor of the Leiling Kingdom, ascended the throne at 14 and has reigned for 45 years. Are you sure this is the emperor? How could he look so young? His Majesty reached the rank of a 7th stage mage at the age of 20, and although his cultivation hasn't advanced over the years due to state affairs, eternal youth is still within reach. That's right, just like you, little Yi. Looks 16 from the outside, but how old are you really? Unable to resist any longer, Mu Yi finally inserted himself into their conversation. Chapter 108, Wooing. Your Majesty became a 7th rank magus at the age of 20, and although these many years of state affairs have kept you from further cultivation, maintaining your youth should not be a problem. Yes, just like you, Xiaoya, who looks 16 on the outside but is actually untold ages old. An unyielding Mu Yi finally interjected in their conversation. Ahem. Mu Zhiro was nearly choked by Mu Yi's words and looked at him as if he were some kind of strange anomaly. Xiaofan Yi was equally annoyed, silently questioning whether Mu Yi knew how to speak or should just remain quiet. Throwing a glare at Mu Yi, Yi turned her head and ignored him. What did I say wrong? Mu Yi asked innocently, looking at Mu Zhiro. Mu Zhiro also turned her head and refused to say a word to Mu Yi. The banquet proceeded smoothly, with everyone appearing very cheerful, everyone except Mu Yi. Despite his efforts throughout the banquet to draw attention to himself, Yi never spared him a single glance, leaving Mu Yi feeling utterly defeated. In Mu Yi's awkwardness, the banquet eventually drew to a close. Later, Yi Xiaofan, along with the Mu siblings, were summoned by Emperor Buneer to the rear hall. Master Yi Xiaofan, correct? To have reached Saint rank at such a young age is truly impressive and marks you as a remarkable talent, Buneer said while sitting at the seat of honor, having invited Yi to sit opposite him. Behind Buneer stood fury-eyed Sierra, the 4th prince of the Leiling Kingdom, whom he had already met during the banquet. The Mu siblings sat lower down, as their status didn't yet warrant them equality with an emperor. Pure luck. Yi felt out of place with the atmosphere around her and gave an embarrassed response. You jest, master. If it were mere luck that brought one to saint rank, then perhaps this emperor might hope for some good fortune too. Buneer responded, his face lighting up with hearty laughter. Out of politeness, Yi could only laugh along awkwardly, though she had no clue what exactly was so funny. Is my sense of humor too high or his too low? This emperor seems quite unpredictable. Countless thoughts ran through Ye's mind. I've heard that over the past decade, the notorious Dora Tower in Xuanhuan City has caused quite a stir. Wasn't it your work? The name of Dora Tower had long since spread throughout the entire Leiling Kingdom and even into other countries. As the Emperor of Leiling, Buneer was naturally fully aware of this matter. Yet, even with his vast intelligence network, he couldn't uncover the identity of Dora Tower's owner during these 10 years. Never did he expect that the individual would voluntarily show up right before him. When Mao Xiong had reported it, Buneer found it hard to believe. That's correct. Previously, I settled outside Xuanhuan City to study certain matters. Alongside the research, I figured it would be fun to entertain myself. Master Yi surely lives a very unrestrained life. After saying this, Buneer laughed heartily again, forcing Yi to feign a smile despite her discomfort. Xuanhuan is just a small city with scarce magical power and resources. Doesn't Master think it would be better to look for a more suitable place for conducting magical research? It's fine for me. My assets are sufficient for all the research I need. As the real subject came up, Yi subconsciously wiped some sweat from her forehead, feeling exhausted by this casual chat. One day, there may be an emergency, and wouldn't Master consider this place instead? It isn't any grand land of mystical energy, but it is resource-rich. And should Master agree, a rare material can always be obtained promptly. Though understanding Buneer's intent to recruit her, the offer certainly tempted Yi Xiaofan. Her side profession as an alchemist consumed vast amounts of money. Achieving balance in costs wasn't easy. Usually, one would need to reach 5th rank in alchemy to achieve it. With the help of the Void Realm, Xiaofan had merely managed to ascend to level 3. More importantly, Xiaofan had absolutely no self-awareness about being a novice alchemist, and often tried making high-level items recklessly. Though she succeeded occasionally, the success rate, roughly 1 in 1,000. Under such circumstances, even if supplied with infinite materials, they'd still be drained by Xiaofan's pursuits. All the resources swindled from Bai Sanyang over the years had been mostly wasted. What conditions do you propose? No stringent conditions. Only if Master is willing to carry the title of guest minister of the Leiling Kingdom, and should the kingdom encounter crises, you would assist to the best of your ability. Apart from that, There would be no interference in your daily routine. In the Kanglan continent, at a time when god-level figures have become legends, the identity of a saint carries extraordinary significance. The Lei Kingdom's rise to become one of the strongest countries on the continent is closely tied to the protection of its two saints. Should the day come when these two saints fall, the Lei Kingdom could face certain annihilation. Conversely, should they manage to recruit another saint, even if this saint did not reside within the Lei Kingdom, simply invoking their name would deter any hostile actions against the kingdom. Alright, since it doesn't cost me anything, I'll agree, Yi Xiaofan said nonchalantly. In that case, tomorrow I will order the construction of a mage tower for you. Bunnier responded enthusiastically, his joy uncontainable despite his seasoned demeanor. It wasn't just Bunnier who was delighted. Even Mu Yi and his sister, as well as Fuliai behind Bunnier, were overjoyed. Mu Yi and his sister were happy because Yi Xiaofan was their friend, and her decision to stay naturally made them glad. Moreover, since they had been the ones to invite Yi Xiaofan, it counted as a great achievement, ensuring they'd receive rewards in due time. Fuliai's happiness stemmed from something different. If he could win Yi Xiaofan over, it would greatly increase his chances in the struggle for the throne. The Lei Kingdom boasted two saints. One had secluded himself in seclusion for a long time without reappearing. The other was Mu Bing, the grandfather of the Mu siblings. Since the founding of the Lei Kingdom, the Mu family had always supported the eldest prince, and this tradition continued unchanged. Being born into royalty, possessing competence, and having the backing of a saint meant the eldest prince was the most promising heir among all the princes. But now things were different. With Yi Xiaofan's involvement, the situation was bound to shift dramatically. From her earlier conversation with my father, it's evident that despite her immense power, she lacks an understanding of human relations. Thus, recruiting her should be straightforward. More so, if I could even marry her, that would truly accomplish two goals in one stroke, Fuliai thought, staring at Yi Xiaofan's delicate features as he involuntarily swallowed hard. Chapter 109. Those few days of the month. Fu Lie's little movements. Naturally, Yi Xiaofan observed clearly. As for his thoughts, Yi Xiaofan could guess them almost perfectly. Over the years, Yi Xiaofan wasn't always holed up in Dora's tower, being naturally restless. He would always sneak out without Minka's knowledge, though it inevitably led to a scolding at the end. There's no need to build a mage tower, I have my own. He held the miniature version of Dora's tower in his hand and showed it to Bunyal. To be able to manipulate space magic to such an extent, your understanding of magic power is truly commendable. This, Bunyal said genuinely. Mui's siblings had personally witnessed Yi Xiaofan absorb Dora's tower, so they weren't overly surprised. But it was different for Bunyal. Even the two sages of Lei Kingdom combined couldn't reduce a grand structure to something small enough to play with in one's palm. Where, it's merely a trick or two. In response to Bunyal's flattery, Yi Xiaofan scratched his head modestly, as according to her understanding of spatial magic, she really couldn't achieve this. The ability to shrink Dora's tower lay entirely in the control hub. Anyone, as long as they could contribute enough magical power, could do this. You don't have to be so humble. Since you already have your own mage tower, then there's no need for further efforts. Tomorrow morning, I will personally lead you to choose a location abundant with magic. After some idle chit-chat, Yi Xiaofan got up to bid farewell and left the palace with the Mui siblings. On their way out, Fu Lieto approached Yi Xiaofan and extended an invitation to join him, which was politely declined by Yi Xiaofan. After leaving the palace, Yi Xiaofan could clearly sense that there were 10 people hiding around him. From their movement patterns, it was evident these individuals belonged to different factions. I didn't expect that even I can become someone everyone wants to associate with, he sarcastically remarked, amidst the confusion of the Mu Yi siblings, and the three of them returned to the mansion. Miss, you're back. Did the banquet go well? Upon returning to the bedroom, Mengka accompanied by Dudu and Xiao Lu awaited inside. Seeing Yi Xiaofan enter, they immediately greeted her respectfully. Yi Xiaofan waved her hand at Mengka and recounted the attempt by Lei Kingdom to recruit her. Mengka hesitated slightly before speaking to Yi Xiaofan. The decision made by Miss, I should not question. But, say whatever you want to say. Miss, are you sure you want to join Lei Kingdom? Once Lei Kingdom announces this matter, countless scheming individuals will surely come seeking trouble. That doesn't matter. Isn't there still you around? You'll deal with it for me. Yi Xiaofan yawned, poured herself a cup of tea, drinking while speaking. For the first time, Mengka questioned whether following Yi Xiaofan was indeed the right choice. As night deepened, silence enveloped the whole mansion. Yi Xiaofan lay haphazardly on the bed and fell into sweet dreams. Dudu continued to drool profusely beside her, dreaming perhaps of some delicious food. In the home of the Mu family, with a sage present, naturally no minor villain dared to casually intrude. Yet, around the estate of the Mu clan, countless pairs of eyes tirelessly monitored the area. Should any situation arise within the Mu estate, they would be able to report it promptly to their respective masters. In a single night, the news of Yi Xiaofan joining Lei Kingdom, unknown from where, spread like wildfire through the ears of all the nobles of Lei Kingdom. This night, for the nobles of Lei Kingdom, would certainly be a sleepless one. The inclusion of a sage, and this sage who also possessed servants that were themselves sages, would undoubtedly realign the interest distribution among the nobility of Lei Kingdom. However, none of this ever weighed heavily on Yi Xiaofan's mind. As long as she wasn't offended, Yi Xiaofan considered herself to be a very generous person. This sleepless night finally passed. When the first hint of dawn began breaking over the horizon, Yi Xiaofan climbed out of bed. Looks like I slept too much last night. Woke up abnormally early today. It's so weird not to sleep in. Yes, Xiaofan, somewhat displeased, looked toward the brightening sky outside her window as she stepped onto Dudu, slipping on her clothes. Dudu, who was sound asleep, let out a wail, puzzled as to who dared rile up this woman again. Or was it that time of the month? Indeed, Dudu's suspicion turned out to be correct this time. Upon reaching the window, Xiaofan suddenly felt an aching back and bloated abdomen. Moreover, everything she saw annoyed her immensely. Not to mention the sun struggling to rise at the horizon, which already irritated Xiaofan. Take your time crawling up there like a snail. I'll just punch you back down if you dare delay further. Seemingly hearing Xiaofan's mutterings, or perhaps sensing the threat to its existence, the sun actually leaped above the horizon, spreading its warm rays across the land. Even so, Xiaofan still had an eye for its faults, so eager to jump. Are you in a rush to be reborn? Xiaofan knew she was being somewhat unreasonable. But alas, every month without fail during that time, her temper became uncontrollable. Because of this, Dudu had suffered 3,821 beatings, while Mengka disassembled himself 1,432 times under her fury. Xiao Lu was the luckiest. Xiaofan had never once lost her temper with him. It wasn't because he couldn't provoke it, but merely because Xiaofan often forgot about his very existence. I sense a wave of malevolence. Seems like it's about that time again. Don't you think, Xiao Lu? In another room, Mengka suddenly jolted awake. Within 5 seconds of staring at Xiaofan's room, he turned to Xiao Lu and asked. At first perplexed, Xiao Lu didn't grasp Mengka's meaning. After pondering for a while, however, Xiao Lu silently crawled under the bed. Xiao Lu, running away solves nothing. We must face this courageously. Mengka earnestly lectured the corner-bound Xiao Lu, trying to coax him out. Buji, Xiao Lu replied briefly, after which no matter what Mengka said, not a single sound escaped Xiao Lu's lips. If translated, Xiao Lu's response would roughly mean, out of sight, out of mind. If master doesn't see me, she won't take her anger out on Xiao Lu. Don't try to trick me. Last time you almost got me beaten by her. No way am I falling for it again, no matter what you say. Unable to convince Xiao Lu to share the risk, Mengka grew increasingly uneasy. The dangerous aura was drawing closer. Chapter 110, A Date. Bang. In the early morning, a loud bang echoed through the mansion. What happened? Mu Yi dressed at an unprecedented speed and quickly appeared in front of Xiaofan's door. A hole made by a beast had appeared on the wall of Xiaofan's room, and cool air blew in through it. Nothing. Xiaofan turned around after brushing off the dust on her hands and told Mu Yi. The sharp gaze made Mu Yi's heart jump. Xiao Yi, are you alright? I said I'm fine. Don't you understand that? Xiaofan glared at Mu Yi irritably and then sat down on a chair, gesturing for Mu Yi to sit as well. So what happened? Mu Yi, who had never seen such a side of Xiaofan before, was startled and sat down nervously, pointing at the hole in the wall with his finger. He also wondered silently why Xiaofan's servant hadn't shown up yet. Mengka, who was being thought of by Mu Yi, was in the next room trying his best to lower his presence. Don't think about me. Don't think about me. Do you have time today? If not, go shopping with me. To Mu Yi's surprise, Xiaofan's first words were an invitation to go shopping together. Of course, I definitely have time. Whenever it is for your company, I will always make time. Excitedly standing up from the chair, Mu Yi pinched his thigh secretly. The intense pain spreading from his leg assured Mu Yi that he wasn't dreaming. Then let's go. Xiaofan stood up from her chair, giving Mu Yi a brief nod before walking out of the door first. You people should get this fixed. Mu Yi followed Xiaofan out of the room and instructed a group of confused servants. Yes, young master. The leading servant replied respectfully. Xiao Yi, wait for me. By the time he looked back, Xiaofan had already walked far away, so Mu Yi hurriedly ran after her figure. After the two left, the servants stayed behind and gradually gathered to talk, watching the direction where the two figures disappeared. The young master and Miss Yi really looked good together. If the young master could marry Miss Yi, then, am I mistaken, or does Miss Yi seem a little off? It might be her period. Unbeknownst to the chatting servants, a pair of eyes from the room next to Xiaofan's was secretly observing outside. It seems they have already gone, but for safety's sake, I'll wait a bit longer. Bugi. Little Green jumped beside Mengka, looking disdainfully at him. What's that look for? Do you want me to rub you into a sock? Bugi. Little Green gave Mengka a contemptuous glance and happily hopped back onto the bed for another nap. Mengka's conversation with Little Green naturally went unnoticed by the servants outside because they were currently being scolded by Mu Zhiro. What are all of you doing here? Having been disturbed from her sleep, Mu Zhiro yelled angrily at the servants. The servants explained everything that had happened prior to her. Go back to your tasks. Remember to patch up the hole in the room. Yes. After dispersing the servants, Mu Zhiro wore a playful smile on her face. Little Yi actually invited my dim-witted brother for a stroll. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, since my brother is too stupid, it might be better if I follow them quietly. Having decided, Mu Zhiro quickly rushed towards the door. What is there to do here? On the way, Mu Yi anxiously glanced at the charming figure next to him. Lost in deep thought, he absent-mindedly responded to Xiaofan's question. Lichuan Garden isn't bad. No, that's not what I meant to say. What I wanted to say. Realizing his mistake, Mu Yi tried to correct himself but couldn't come up with a proper excuse. Then let's go there. From the name alone, Xiaofan could roughly guess what kind of place it was. But for fun, where did it matter? To make herself more fitting for the role, Xiaofan even changed her appearance. After a dazzling flash of light, elegant and attractive Yi Xiaofan transformed into a gentleman scholar. Xiao Yi. Seeing Yi Xiaofan's transformation stunned Mu Yi, leaving him almost unable to speak. Hurry up and show the way. Why is a big man like you so indecisive? Yi Xiaofan said impatiently. True to form, my dumb brother. How could one take a girl to a place like Lichuan Garden? But Xiao Yi is amazing, able to cast an illusion so perfectly realistic. If I can learn it later, sneaking out for fun would be much more convenient. What is this? Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan stopped and looked at the wooden dolls displayed on a roadside stall. These are dolls made from the unique Tianhua tree branches of the Lei Kingdom, said to have the effect of warding off evil. Driving away evil? That's right. The Tianhua tree is the sacred tree of the Lei Kingdom. Legend has it that a long, long time ago. Hold it. I'm not interested in that. How much for one? Yi Xiaofan cut Mu Yi off and asked the stall owner, an old man with white hair. 10 copper coins. Even though the old man could tell from Yi Xiaofan and Mu Yi's attire that they were no ordinary people, he remained courteous but firm. In order to impress Yi Xiaofan, Mu Yi took out a silver coin and handed it to the old man first. As the host, how can I let the guest pay? As he spoke, Mu Yi tried to make a move that he thought was suave and cool. A silver coin won't work for change. This single sentence from the stall owner left Mu Yi frozen in place. Mu Yi froze right there after his attempt at style, thanks to the words of the stall owner. Yi Xiaofan took out 10 copper coins and gave them to the old man, then took a tiger-shaped doll from him. What a pity. Such a good opportunity to gain favor wasted by my idiot brother. Mu Zhiro lamented as she shook her head while hiding behind the wall near them. The moment Yi Xiaofan turned around with the doll in hand, the clumsy Mu Zhiro fell off the wall. Ouch, my bottom. Mu Zhiro lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Confused, Mu Yi looked at Yi Xiaofan and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Yi?" "Nothing." Yi Xiaofan responded casually. Unbeknownst to Mu Yi, once Yi Xiaofan turned around, there was a rare smile on her face. If Meng Ka, Dudu, and Little Green had seen this, they would have thought it was a fake Yi Xiaofan. Chapter 111, The Cave. On the other side, Dudu, who was kicked by Yi Xiaofan, landed in an unknown cave. That damn woman is getting more and more violent. Where am I? Dudu shook off the dust on his body and looked around. Although Dudu was kicked very far by Yi Xiaofan, she still had control over her strength and did not cause any harm to Dudu. Here, I seem to have a sense of familiarity. Even though the cave was pitch black under Dudu's round little eyes, everything inside was crystal clear. On the ground of the cave, there were countless scattered skeletons. Judging from their shapes, most of them belonged to humans. In addition, the most numerous ones were clearly much larger skeletons. With rich knowledge, Dudu recognized them as the Shigu, which on the Kanglan Road were only slightly weaker than human forces. Human race, beast race, elves, and dragons. There's also a faint trace of demon race in the air. Could this be the site of that great battle back then? With a hint of doubt, Dudu slowly ventured deeper into the cave. The cave turned out to be longer and deeper than Dudu had imagined. After nearly an hour of walking, Dudu's vision suddenly brightened. Actually, if Dudu were to run at full speed, it would only take 10 minutes to cover this distance. However, Dudu's power had only recovered to a small extent. Facing the unknown, caution was always best. Primordial fire crystals. There are so many primordial fire crystals here. Where exactly is this place? Before Dudu lay a vast sea of purple magma with countless light red crystals floating within it. With Dudu's experience, one glance was enough for him to know what these crystals were. After the end of the Divine Age and before the emergence of new races, these primordial fire crystals once appeared on the continent. No one knows why they formed. After the new races emerged, the primordial fire crystals disappeared. Just like their mysterious appearance, their disappearance remains a mystery. At that time, our demon race suffered heavy losses during the war. Only a few demons who retreated late managed to bring back some primordial fire crystals. Unfortunately, the quantity was too little to conduct effective research. However, it can be affirmed that the primordial fire crystals greatly aid cultivation. They are even effective for healing wounds. Our demon race, due to our innate attributes, find it hard to get magical treatment for our injuries. Each time we get injured, we could only recuperate slowly. But with all these primordial fire crystals, absorbing just a small part can fully heal my wounds. At that time, I will surely make that damn woman pay. Dudu's eyes grew increasingly fiery as he gazed at the crystals in the magma. It was as if a lifelong bachelor who hadn't seen a woman for hundreds of years suddenly found himself surrounded by naked beauties. However, fortunately, Dudu wasn't clouded by desire. It was obvious, even using common sense, that danger must be lurking somewhere. Proceeding cautiously was wise. Dudu couldn't help but give himself a pat on the back for being so smart. So hot. This magma seems no ordinary substance. Carefully stepping his left forepaw into the magma, Dudu pulled it back instantly upon contact. Looking down at his forepaw, the originally glossy black fur was completely burned away, exposing pink flesh. Truly, even a mighty tiger is bullied by dogs when fallen. Think of me, a dignified ancestor demon, who first became a pet to a young girl for 10 years, now being tormented by such a thing as magma. The more Dudu thought about it, the angrier he felt. Gradually, magical power began to overflow from his body. This power was slowly absorbed by the walls around him while Dudu, lost in his memories, noticed nothing. I'll destroy this place right now, consume all the primordial fire crystals, and then go find that woman to exact my revenge. Yi Xiaofan once signed a contract with Dudu. As long as neither party blocks the connection, the other can generally perceive the approximate location through the contract. And because Yi Xiaofan and Dudu signed a master-servant contract, even if Dudu blocked Yi Xiaofan, as long as Yi Xiaofan wished, she could easily override this block. Therefore, this was also why Dudu always returned obediently after being kicked away by Yi Xiaofan each time. If he didn't return to Yi Xiaofan within a certain period, she would personally come looking for him and then torture him cruelly. There's no need to question whether Yi Xiaofan would do such a thing. Dudu himself had experienced it, and it was absolutely reliable. Dudu enveloped himself with magic and carefully entered the magma once again. The purple magma continuously swallowed and spat out bubbles. After tentatively dipping his magic-coated paw into it, and feeling no previous burning sensation, Dudu confidently stepped in. Inside the purple magma, Dudu's fur was instantly corroded upon immersion, and even the tender flesh beneath began to turn charred. But Dudu seemed completely unfazed as he steadily approached the nearest primordial fire crystal. Strange, it doesn't look far, yet why can I not reach it no matter how I walk? After walking for a while, Dudu looked at the cloud-like fire crystal, realizing the distance between himself and the primordial fire crystal hadn't shortened. Perplexed, he scratched his head with his left forepaw. Apparently, spending too much time with that ugly woman got me infected by her. Dropping his claw with an unlucky expression, Dudu then paused, lifting his claw up to his eyes as if realizing something. Before Dudu were still those adorable yet authoritative little paws. He thought so at least. Everything appeared normal, yet Dudu couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. What exactly is wrong? This place seems even more mysterious than I imagined. When puzzled, don't think too much. It was a good habit Dudu learned from Yi Xiaofan. So Dudu put aside his doubts and stubbornly continued toward the primordial fire crystal. Suddenly, a violent tremor came, startling Dudu, who immediately retreated backward. Yet no matter what, he could not reach the shore. Did I walk this far just now? Dudu stopped, gazing back at the shore already out of sight. The shaking persisted. Suddenly, the entire cave flipped over, catching Dudu off guard as he fell directly onto the ground, covered in purple magma. At the moment Dudu escaped from the magma, his eyes widened involuntarily. Chapter 112. Qianxiang Pavilion is quiet. Hey, isn't that Mr. Mu? It's been a long time since you've been here. Is this your new friend? Just as they arrived at the entrance of Lichuan Garden, the madam enthusiastically greeted them. It seems like you're still a regular customer here. After transforming, Yi Xiaofan revealed a look of disdain on his scholarly face. Little Yi, let me explain. In order not to ruin his good image in Yi Xiaofan's mind, Mu Yi quickly started explaining, although he originally didn't have a very good impression in Yi Xiaofan's mind either. Ignoring Mu Yi, Yi Xiaofan walked into Lichuan Garden. After seeing the luxurious Mu family mansion and the high-class decoration of the royal palace, Lichuan Garden seemed to lack any notable features. A noisy environment, cliched murals, and a group of women heavily powdered, made Yi Xiaofan quite disappointed. As a normal male in his previous life, Yi Xiaofan had once fantasized about being reincarnated into the home of a wealthy merchant or official in ancient times, and then enjoying the decadent lifestyle. Yi Xiaofan indeed crossed over as wished, though not to ancient times, but rather a world resembling it closely. Despite not being born into the house of a rich merchant or official, he did have the ability to spend extravagantly. The only drawback was that his companion from many years of his past life was no longer with him. Instead, he now had an additional younger sister. Undeniably, this was a truly touching story. Standing in place, Xiaofan reflected on the loss of his little buddy, mourning silently for a few seconds before being led by the madam into a private room. Mr. Mu, the Qianxiang Pavilion has been empty for more than half a year now. Finally, it will have some life today. Once inside the room, the madam attentively served tea and water, ordering good wine and dishes for entertainment. Meanwhile, she also called several girls over. These girls are all our top courtesans. Which one does this young sir prefer? This question was clearly directed at Yi Xiaofan. By asking which one rather than if there's a preference, the madam confidently demonstrated her faith in her own girls. However, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but admit these courtesans brought by the madam were of superior beauty. In the Liling Kingdom, the standard of beauty was slim waists, large chests, white skin, and small, delicate faces. Clearly, all the courtesans brought by the madam fit these criteria. Coupled with the light silk gowns, their alluring figures were barely concealed, capable of arousing the primal instincts of any man. Unfortunately, none of this affected Yi Xiaofan at all. Even though he had been a man in his previous life, Yi Xiaofan was now undoubtedly female. Stimulated by estrogen, his brain felt no trace of desire. Yet, Yi Xiaofan still enjoyed the scene before him. Looking at the array of beautiful women, Yi Xiaofan momentarily wondered which would be better to choose. While there was no lustful impulse, his sense of aesthetics remained intact. As Yi Xiaofan contemplated, Mu Yi spoke up directly. That's unnecessary. All of you can go. Mu Yi's words shocked the madam. How could someone come here and not call upon a girl? But then she scrutinized Yi Xiaofan again carefully. His gentle-looking face carried an indescribable charm unique to men. Underneath the green robe lay a frail physique. Rumors said in recent years that nobles in the Liling Kingdom had changed their preferences, beginning to favor petite types. Although this person was male, there was no guarantee that Mu's family might not have acquired peculiar tastes. What a depraved upper society. Believing she had uncovered the truth, the madam bowed politely and dismissed the group of beauties from the room, closing the door behind her after ensuring the privacy of Mu Yi. Xiaofan, take a look. Alone in this setting with the woman he loved, Mu Yi became extremely nervous, continuously licking his dry lips as he slowly approached Yi Xiaofan. Though Yi Xiaofan now appeared as a man, Mu Yi still couldn't control his inner fire. Now, you can tell me the history of this item. Why are you standing so close? Yi Xiaofan turned back after showing the tiger-shaped toy she'd bought earlier, only to find Mu Yi's face already within inches, feeling the warmth of his breath clearly. Xiaofan. Ignoring how Yi Xiaofan looked at the moment, images of her original self automatically surfaced in Mu Yi's mind. Seizing Xiaofan's hand tightly, he leaned in abruptly towards her cherry-like lips. They've been in there for so long already, won't they, rush into things? On the opposite side of Lichuan courtyard, sitting atop a poplar tree, Mu Zhiro formed a sword gesture with her right hand, murmuring to herself while looking through. This peeping eye is actually quite useful. 100 gold coins weren't wasted, but it's a shame there's no sound. Outside the door of Tianxiang Pavilion, a small eyeball-like object was moving back and forth, seemingly trying to enter the room for some covert observation. With a creak, the door of Tianxiang Pavilion opened, and Yi Xiaofan emerged, her face flushed as she returned to her original appearance. Could it really have worked? I must reconsider my opinion of that foolish brother of mine. Now, let's see if that despicable person still dares to provoke me. Mao Zhiro noticed the faint blush on Yi Xiaofan's face and the slightly disheveled clothes, and burst into delighted laughter. But after all this time, why hasn't brother come out yet? Could he possibly be drain dry? How weak of him. As Mu Yi didn't emerge, Mao Zhiro controlled the peeping eye and sent it flying into Tianxiang Pavilion. Who is this fatso? Where's my brother? Did little Yi get scooped up by this corpulent man? Mao Zhiro couldn't believe what she saw. A grossly obese man lying weakly on the bed, his attire askew, clearly looking like someone who had just finished some hard physical labor. No, it can't be. Could little Yi have been taken by this pig? Mao Zhiro felt as though the entire world were about to collapse. She simply couldn't accept such an outcome. Smack. The obese man on the bed grabbed the peeping eye and crushed it, then began to probe outward with his spiritual power. Trouble. We've been found out, said Mao Zhiro in terror upon sensing the destruction of the peeping eye. Just as she reacted, a familiar mental pulse swept over her, and then came the familiar voice echoing in her mind. Zhiro, it's me, Mu Yi. Brother? The moment the voice resounded, Mao Zhiro seemed to realize something. The big fat guy lying on the bed wouldn't happen to be you, would it? What did you and little Yi do? Was it that intense? Don't mention it. It's nothing like what you're imagining. To sum it up, it's indescribably complicated. Lying on the bed, Mu Yi, now so swollen he barely resembled a human being, shed tears of anguish. Chapter 113, Being Teased. This madam is really unreasonable. Young Master Tian wants the Tianxiang Pavilion, and she actually dared to refuse him. That's right, luckily young Master Tian is a generous person and doesn't stoop to her level. If it were me, I would have already torn this Lichuan courtyard apart into nothing. Everyone here is of some standing. Why bother to argue with an old madam? In one of the elegant pavilions within the Lichuan garden, 4 or 5 extravagantly dressed young men were indulging themselves, arms around women on either side. Seated at the head of the group was the man known as young Master Tian. Young Master Tian outwardly accepted the praise from his companions, but inwardly had already cursed them all soundly. Do you know the background of this establishment? You want to tear it down? It would be miraculous if you're not torn apart yourselves. But the girls here are indeed excellent. The man closest to young Master Tian forcefully molested the woman in his arms. The woman, pinched until she cried out in pain, shed tears but still feigned delight to please these aristocratic young men. This was the sorrow of their profession. If they failed to satisfy the guests, they would face punishments akin to being thrown into hell. I've heard that the royal family has recruited a sage as a guest minister. Although it had only been a night, news of the Lai Kingdom's recruitment of a sage had already spread quickly among the nobles. It's certainly true, and the sage is also a great beauty. As the most prestigious person among those seated, young Master Tian proudly informed the others. I'll tell you, at the 3rd princess birthday banquet yesterday, I personally saw the sage. Not only is she immensely powerful, but her beauty can topple nations. Young Master Tian truly lives up to your name. Able to attend a princess's birthday banquet. We wouldn't even get hired for the menial labor jobs there. The others praised young Master Tian endlessly, allowing him to fully savor this moment of attention. Young Master Tian suddenly noticed a graceful figure walk onto the veranda outside the door, appearing to wait for someone. Young Master Tian. Young Master Tian. A few of the men noticed that young Master Tian had fallen silent, and curiously called out to him. Young Master Tian ignored the calls at his ear, his eyes fixed straight ahead, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Following young Master Tian's gaze, the others saw a 16 or 17-year-old girl standing outside. Her lustrous waist-length black hair flowed casually over her shoulders. Large eyes, a small nose, and a pair of red lips made her appear both adorable and seductive. The girl waiting outside was undoubtedly Yi Xiaofan. After leaving the Tianxiang Pavilion, she had stood here waiting for Mu Yi. Thinking about Mu Yi who, despite everything, dared to try to kiss her, stirred a desire in Yi Xiaofan to punch him again. Inside the Tianxiang Pavilion, when Mu Yi had inadvertently gotten close to Yi Xiaofan, he realized they were less than 10 centimeters apart. In that instant, countless thoughts filled Mu Yi's mind. All of these thoughts boiled down to one sentence. Leap forward, and she's yours. With this thought came the intoxicating breath from Yi Xiaofan, carrying a faint trace of fragrance, constantly stimulating Mu Yi's hormones. And so, Mu Yi lunged forward. Over that mere 10-centimeter distance, Mu Yi imagined the bashful expression of Yi Xiaofan after being kissed by force, envisioned inappropriate scenarios that might follow, and even thought about their potential happy future together. But what he hadn't expected was that Yi Xiaofan easily evaded his attack. That moment left Mu Yi astonished as he watched Yi Xiaofan move further away, his heart filled with reluctance. Ow! Subsequently, the room in the Tianxiang pavilion resounded with inhumane screams. Outside, Mu Zhiro, who had been peeking using her spying skill, couldn't hear any sounds and assumed that during this hour-long span, her foolish brother had finally achieved his goals. However, Mu Yi could still be said to have fulfilled a long-standing wish. After all, he managed to touch Yi Xiaofan intimately, creating an experience he would never forget in his lifetime. Still, out of consideration for Mu Zhiro, Yi Xiaofan exercised a bit of restraint. With Mu Yi's abilities as a 5th-tier mage warrior, after lying in bed for approximately 15 minutes, he'd likely be able to move Vinchang. The young master likes this kind, I'll go call her over for you. Still closest to young Master Tian, that man reluctantly tore his gaze away and turned to obsequiously speak to Tian. Good, hurry up. Young Master Tian still stared entranced at Yi Xiaofan. Lichuan Garden was the largest and most influential pleasure house in the Liling Kingdom, located in the capital city where people with prominent status frequently gathered. Young Master Tian knew that with his own family's influence, he could only feel superior to the small aristocrats without titles. He wouldn't dare confront anyone else. Of course, that only applied to men. As for the women here, they naturally could only have one identity. As long as you could afford it, you could toy with them as you pleased. The only rule was not to leave any scars on their bodies. Beyond that, there were no problems. Wang Wei's grandfather was a wealthy merchant and counted among the great tycoons of the entire Liling Kingdom. He had spent an enormous sum to secure the position of city lord for his son. Although it was just a small town, because it was relatively close to the capital, the title still afforded them access to high society. From a young age, Wang Wei had been taught by his father the art of flattery and manipulation, what his father considered necessary skills for survival in this circle. Today, Wang Wei had come here to ingratiate himself with young Master Tian, who held the hereditary title of Baron. Wang Wei was the first to notice young Master Tian's interest in the petite girl outside, and the first to volunteer to help Tian in any way possible. For his efforts, he succeeded in leaving a deep and favorable impression on young Master Tian. And since the Tian family had only one son, cultivating a good relationship with young Master Tian was akin to gaining favor with the entire Tian household. Dragging his corpulent body forward with a sleazy smile on his face, Wang Wei approached Yi Xiaofan and said, I don't think I've seen you before. Are you new? What's your name? Me? My name is Yi Xiaofan. After glancing around and realizing no one else was present, Yi Xiaofan finally understood that the creepy little fat man was speaking to her. Lucky for you, young Master Tian has taken an interest in you. Come with me. Wang Wei gestured towards the room where young Master Tian sat, and Yi Xiaofan followed his pointed finger to see another man, just as sleazy looking as Wang Wei, nodding and grinning idiotically at her. At this point, Yi Xiaofan realized what was going on. They mistook her for one of the women from Lichuan Garden. Chapter 114, The Struggle of Three Parties. Get out. Yi Xiaofan coldly muttered one word. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xiaofan might have felt playful and teased them a little. But now, Yi Xiaofan's mood was extremely irritable, and everything seemed unpleasant. You dare insult me, how insolent. Come over here, said Wang Wei, who since his birth had been taught to be submissive to those of higher status. That, however, didn't include the lower classes. An infuriated Wang Wei, seeing that Yi Xiaofan disrespected him so, moved forward to grab hold of Yi Xiaofan, intending to forcibly drag him into the room. If it weren't for her being favored by young Master Tian, Wang Wei would have slapped him long ago. A cry of anguish came from Wang Wei's mouth as his outstretched arm had already been twisted 180 degrees by Yi Xiaofan. It was probably broken. I'll say this again, get lost. With a light push forward, Wang Wei's obese body collapsed like a ball rolling straight into the room where young Master Tian was staying. What happened? What is going on? These events startled not only the reveling nobles in the area, but also shocked Lichuan Courtyard's madam. What a delicate beauty, a pity she's a bit flat-chested. Otherwise, she could definitely become the courtesan star. The madam rushed anxiously, and upon seeing Yi Xiaofan, blurted out involuntarily. Well, treating me as if I were some kind of woman. Do I really look like someone out of the brothel business? Yi Xiaofan smiled despite her anger. The madam's eyes moved off Yi Xiaofan, and saw Wang Wei lying on the ground groaning miserably. She immediately went over with concern. Young sir, what happened? Every day at the Lichuan Courtyard, the madam entertained countless noble officials and rich guests. For someone like Wang Wei or young Master Tian, they hardly even made an impression worth remembering. How dare you let someone harm me while under the favor of young Master Tian? This shows your lack of discipline. Do you want to close down? Despite the excruciating pain, Wang Wei got up and started cursing the madam. Sir, this young lady isn't from our Lichuan Courtyard, the madam explained to Wang Wei. Are you trying to fool me? How can virtuous women enter such a place? Tell you what, if she doesn't accompany young Master Tian properly tonight, I will demolish this place. Though angry, Wang Wei didn't forget to flatter young Master Tian before him. But he didn't notice, after uttering these words, young Master Tian's face became as ugly as having eaten excrement. If I say no, then there's no. Want to destroy Lichuan Courtyard? Let's see if you've got the skills. The madam glared darkly at Wang Wei. Actually, the madam found it very strange herself why there would be a woman here. Every customer entering the door, she personally inspected once. With her years of experience, she could immediately judge how much one person could spend here. This matter ends here. Let's go drink. Young Master Tian stepped forward to restrain Wang Wei, intending to smooth this over. He believed the madam of Lichuan courtyard would agree. After all, businessmen thrive on harmony. A big fuss could indeed affect their business. Sir Tian, you don't need to interfere. I'll handle this. A small brothel doesn't deserve your intervention. Wang Wei thought that young Master Tian was about to take personal action and hurried to stop him. Then, he summoned his attendants, gave a few instructions into their ears, and the attendant rushed away quickly. Lichuan courtyard's madam signaled behind to a servant, who immediately understood and left. There was no doubt that they were going to call for reinforcements. Young Master Tian's real name is Tian Shao. His great-grandfather once rendered meritorious service to the emperor of the time, and was awarded a hereditary baroncy by the emperor of the Liling Kingdom. But as generations passed, the former baroncy has since diminished to a mere viscountcy. Had the titles continued diminishing after the viscountcy, by the time he inherited, the Tian family would likely have exited the ranks of the nobility. But still, a viscount is a title, a minor yet undeniable rank of nobility. Though insignificant among high society, especially in the capital city where they're barely different from commoners, he retains the rights befitting a noble. To demonstrate his status and indulge in feelings of superiority, Tian Shao often mingled with nouveau riche individuals lacking titles, relishing in their admiring gazes. Tian Shao also knew that his status in the capital meant nothing much. So except for boasting, he always lived a law-abiding life, working diligently and honestly. He never expected that today, his usually sycophantic follower would suddenly act passionately. His fervor doesn't matter, but don't drag me into this. I'm not ready to die yet. Tian Shao now found himself unable to speak and hold back tears. While no one noticed, Tian Shao was quietly retreating step by step, trying to slip away unnoticed. But his actions could escape the notice of others. Yet how could they go unnoticed by Yi Xiaofan? At this point, Yi Xiaofan had already figured out that this brothel must have a substantial background, so she decided to stay put and watch the situation unfold. If the outcome did not meet her satisfaction, she didn't mind helping the little fatty and tearing down the place. Thus, when she saw Tian Shao attempting to sneak away, she immediately called out, "What? You want to run? Kneel down and give me 81 kowtows, then I'll consider sparing you." Yi Xiaofan's words caused everyone to turn their heads toward Tian Shao. Stammering awkwardly on the spot, Tian Shao said, I just need to use the restroom." In the tense atmosphere, no one spoke, only silently watching Tian Shao. Unable to bear this strange ambience, Tian Shao shakily replied, "After you all stared at me like this, I've lost the urge." Only then did the crowd's gazes shift away. However, Yi Xiaofan's interjection also reminded the madam of her presence. "You little brat, how did you even get in here and dare injure my guests? Have you considered how you'll compensate me?" In the madam's eyes, Yi Xiaofan had likely sneaked in out of curiosity. Based on her attire, her family should have some influence, but compared to the madam's own patrons, it would amount to nothing. The madam had already begun calculating how much compensation she ought to demand from Yi Xiaofan. She even contemplated that if her family were merely ordinary merchants, she might simply detain her, as it would surely be very popular. "Brother, something seems to be happening over there." Inside the Tianxiang pavilion, Mu Zhuro applied a green ointment onto Mu Yi's body. The moment the swollen body touched the ointment, it began visibly shrinking at an astonishing speed. Chapter 115, Lu Family. "Brother, something seems to be happening somewhere." Inside Tianxiang pavilion, Mu Zhuro was applying a green ointment on Mu Yi's body. Mu Yi's swollen figure started shrinking visibly the moment it came into contact with the ointment. "Don't always think about joining in on the commotion. Look at me now, you should take care of me first. Do you know what it means to be curled up like a ball? I experienced that thoroughly today," groaned Mu Yi as he painfully turned over and showed his back to Mu Zhuro. "You deserved it. Why were you so impulsive? Don't you remember Xiao Yi is a sage? If I had kissed her, even if I had to lie in bed for a year, I would willingly do so. But unfortunately, I didn't." Thought of himself not only missing out, but also being beaten severely made Mu Yi feel more wronged. "Stupid brother, why are you so hasty? You need to learn how to go step by step. If you had flirted with Xiao Yi beforehand, things might have already worked out by now." While saying this, Mu Zhuro imagined some inappropriate scenes. "But she was just less than 10 centimeters away from me. How could I resist? Ouch." Mu Yi's reluctance became cries of pain as Mu Zhuro vigorously rubbed the ointment into him. On the other side, a group of soldiers wearing fiery red armor entered Lichuan Garden. Yi Xiaofan took a glance and noticed there were 30 of them, enough for a platoon. Someone heard that someone was causing trouble here. "Who wants to have a cup of tea with me?" yelled the leader as he entered Lichuan Garden, making Yi Xiaofan's ears buzz. "Just a 5th-stage magic warrior, average strength, but with quite a big voice," Yi Xiaofan grumbled, poking his ears. "It's actually Lu Xiaoyi from the City Defense Department. This guy has a notorious reputation for being cruel." "That's right. It's rumored that no one who has been invited inside ever came out unharmed." Clearly, everyone present knew the identity of this person. From their whispering, Yi Xiaofan understood the list of misdeeds attributed to this man. Things like abducting civilians or committing arson, none of those had been done. After all, they were in the capital city. While the military people usually held a lot of power, if this guy really dared to do such actions, his head would have been gone long ago. His wrongdoing amounted mostly to eating without paying, marching around the streets flaunting his authority. In short, Lu Xie was a man who loved face. This was Yi Xiaofan's initial impression. "Lord Lu, please help me. The store allowed someone to attack me and threaten me." Wang Wei, despite being fat, ran quickly, with his fatty layers vibrating rhythmically. "Did not expect that we'd bother Lord Lu personally to run an errand. Here's a token of appreciation. Please accept it." Wang Wei sneaked beside Lu Xie and handed over a stack of magic crystal cards. To someone with Wang Wei standing, Lu Xie was utterly unreachable. Although he initially wondered why Lu Xie came personally, he soon realized it must have been due to young Master Tian's status. I just let the person mention that young Master Tian was here. Did not expect it to create such immense influence. As Wang Wei marveled at having found a mighty backing, he contemplated rewarding his rather dense attendant heavily after realizing the latter accomplished the task beautifully this time. As for Lu Xie, despite being puzzled why this fatty gave him money, he still smiled and accepted it. To turn down money makes one foolish. His wife at home was always asking for makeup powder lately. There was no way he could make ends meet relying on that mere salary alone. Cough cough. Then tell me everything exactly. Receiving the money, work needed to be done. Lu Xie pretended seriously and cleared his throat twice before shouting in his loud voice. The news this subordinate received was about somebody creating disturbances in Lichuan Garden. And what kind of place was Lichuan Garden? It belonged to Prince Fu Lieta, the fourth prince. Furthermore, their Lu family supported the fourth prince since the very beginning. Upon receiving the message, he brought people over personally. As for the unfamiliar little fatty right in front of him, regardless who he was, since money was given, it wouldn't matter whether he offended Lichuan Garden or not. For the sake of the money, the punishment for him could be slightly reduced. With such thoughts in mind, Lu Xie listened attentively to Wang Wei's exaggerated description of the entire incident. Is that so? Lu Xie then shifted his gaze to the madam. To say the least, Lu Xie and the madam were on the same side. Moreover, Lu Xie often came to Lichuan Garden to visit Huahua, his favorite songstress. And the madam did give him face, arranging for Huahua not to entertain anyone else except him, which made Lu Xie very satisfied. As comrades with mutual benefits, LV Xie had already helped Lichuan Garden numerous times. But in recent years, very few dared to cause trouble at Lichuan Garden, thus reducing the opportunities for LV Xie to flaunt his power. However, since he was helping Lichuan Garden out, LV Xie still wanted to hear what the madam had to say first. Officer, you can't believe him. We've always run our business properly here. When has there ever been an incident of a shop mistreating customers? The madam leaned toward LV Xie, her tears of wit almost falling down. It's this customer and that little girl who started the conflict. This customer broke many of our antiques and treasures, worth no less than 300,000 gold coins. The madam pointed at Yi Xiaofan and Wang Wei, wiped non-existent tears from her eyes, then finally fixed her finger on Wang Wei. With years of friendship between LV Xie and the madam, it took only a few words for LV Xie to understand what she intended to do. 300,000. Quite the bold request. Still, as it wasn't coming out of his own pocket, and seeing this fat man's extravagant attire, his family must be quite wealthy. 300,000 would be nothing but a trifle. Breaking other people's things and still thinking of retaliating? Do you know the meaning of guilt? LV Xie glared fiercely at Wang Wei, nearly scaring the piss out of him. Lu, LV sir. Wang Wei knelt before LV Xie, completely baffled as to how this person turned their face so quickly. Wasn't everything all arranged? If you made a mistake, you should be punished accordingly. I sentence you to pay 300,000 gold coins as compensation to Lichuan Garden. Are you satisfied with that? Wang Wei was by no means stupid. At this point, if he still couldn't tell whose side LV Xie was on, those 9 years of rigorous education from his father would have been truly wasted. I understand. Your servant will accept the punishment. Wang Wei replied respectfully. Yi Xiaofan watched a boring performance unfold across the entire city, her mood growing more irritable. Yet she managed to suppress her anger and decided to see how they would deal with her. After all, she was one of the troublemakers, wasn't she? Chapter 116, Unendurable. After dealing with Wang Wei, Lu Xiaoyi turned his gaze toward Yi Xiaofan. At first sight, he was astounded by her beauty. The green glow in Lu Xiaoyi's eyes was evident to everyone present. This young lady must be your establishment's top courtesan, right? Mr. Sai truly keeps his talents hidden. The madam's surname is Sai, so Mr. Sai naturally referred to her. How could Madame Sai not understand the meaning behind Lu Xiaoyi's words? She cleverly replied, Officer, you've guessed wrong this time. She is a virtuous woman. It was strange for a virtuous woman to frequently visit a brothel. As Lu Xiaoyi looked at Yi Xiaofan's figure, lewd thoughts involuntarily arose. Madame Sai, you are joking. How can there be a virtuous woman in a brothel? I'm not lying. I don't even know whose daughter she is, just someone idle and aimless who wandered into our Lichuan garden. If the officer doesn't believe me, you may take her back for questioning. But please don't mistreat the young lady. She appears fragile and delicate. Yi Xiaofan silently observed the two as they conversed back and forth. Initially, Yi Xiaofan thought that they might merely extort her, but never expected these two to actually have designs on her. Taking her back for interrogation, just imagining the method made her shudder inwardly. Although she herself was powerful and had no fear, what about other girls? They would probably have been coerced into prostitution by these men long ago. However, Yi Xiaofan overlooked one point. Normal women wouldn't casually come to a brothel for no reason. For such people, Yi Xiaofan decided to stop suppressing her anger and planned to teach them a lesson. But before she could act, an unexpected turn of events happened. Relax, I am well versed in cherishing beauty. Young girl, come along with me. Lu Xiaoyi agreed with Mr. Sai's words and reached out to grab Yi Xiaofan, only to be stopped by Madame Sai. Officer, don't rush. Your men are rough. If the young lady is offended, it won't be good. Why don't we settle things here directly instead? We can discuss with our major shareholder, Master 4, how to compensate for Lichuan Garden's losses. Madame Sai's statement clearly implied wanting to offer Yi Xiaofan to Crown Prince 4. This made Lu Xiaoyi hesitate. On one hand, if such a stunning beauty were presented to Crown Prince 4, he could definitely gain substantial rewards in the prince's favor. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoyi himself desired Yi Xiaofan. The image of subduing her beneath him sparked uncontrollable lust within him. After much deliberation, Lu Xiaoyi ultimately deemed his future more important. Moreover, there was always the possibility that Crown Prince 4 wouldn't like her or would grow tired of her and eventually bestow her upon him to play with. Since that's the case, then I will follow Madame Tsai's advice. But let me question this young lady first to avoid any unpleasant surprises when addressing our shareholders. Though Lu Xiaoyi chose his career over personal desires, his heart still held some reluctance. Then let's proceed this way. I'll send someone to find Master 4. However, officer, please be gentle. Make sure not to harm this young lady's body. Madame Tsai had spoken explicitly. She would delay notifying Crown Prince 4 later, giving him time to indulge. But there was one condition. Yi Xiaofan's body must remain unblemished. That goes without saying. Lu Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. Watching from the side, Yi Xiaofan felt both irritated and amused. Neither of them consulted her opinion. Shouldn't you ask my opinion first before deciding my fate? Almost everyone watching understood the power behind Lichuan Garden and the implications of the conversation between Lu Xiaoyi and Madame Tsai perfectly. But no one would foolishly step in to defend justice, as opposing Crown Prince 4 meant risking their own well-being. Seeing how easily Lu Xiaoyi and Madame Tsai settled the matter, the onlookers began to disperse since the drama seemed over. Yet, one sentence from Yi Xiaofan captured everyone's attention again. What a pity, what a waste of such a beautiful face. Her figure isn't great though. If she obediently cooperated, she might have suffered less. Now, after all the pain, the outcome remains the same anyway. Why bother? I think she comes from elsewhere. Otherwise, how could she not know the influence of Lichuan Garden? Anyway, why would a proper woman enter a brothel willingly? To put it bluntly, this girl probably volunteered herself. People around whispered among themselves, their voices low but audible enough for Yi Xiaofan's keen hearing to capture everything clearly. Yi Xiaofan was nearly seething with anger. Was this the quality of nobility in Liling Kingdom? It seemed rather mediocre. Perhaps she should reconsider whether to live here further. No one knew that due to their actions, two saviors who should have protected them were gradually moving away. Young girl, what do you have? Lu Xiaoyi approached Yi Xiaofan with an evil smile and pressed her chin arrogantly while asking her. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get to finish his sentence because Yi Xiaofan swiftly twisted his fingers, snapping them instantly and causing a blood-curdling scream. What kind of trash are you to dare touch me? With a cold snort, Yi Xiaofan turned around and drew Mingyuan. A glint of the blade flashed in the air as it severed Lu Xiaoyi's right arm, bidding farewell to its former owner forever. Everyone present, including Tian Xiao who had been hiding since the beginning, was utterly terrified by this sight. Tsai Madam even let out an ear-piercing shriek that rivaled any sound amplification device ever seen. Yi Xiaofan could swear on her life that Tsai Madam had shattered records everywhere with her screaming decibels. Clang clang clang. The soldiers who'd been lurking behind Lu Xiaoyi all along finally sprang into action, proving they weren't mere statues after all. 29 soldiers holding spears formed a circle around Yi Xiaofan. Another soldier helped lift Lu Xiaoyi off the ground and quickly bandaged his wound. Arrogant creature, how dare you injure an official of the court? Do you know your crime? One officer dressed in subcommander regalia questioned Yi Xiaofan fiercely. Do you know what 12 heavenly sword strikes are? Yi Xiaofan held Mingyuan under her arm, addressing the soldiers surrounding her with eerie calmness. Surrender and there's still a chance for lenient treatment, warned the seasoned subcommander. Detecting Yi Xiaofan's readiness for battle, he instinctively retreated toward the back due to heightened tension. He had become the subcommander purely through family connections and favoritism, seeking the most leisurely position without risk. In an instant, flashes of sword light streaked across the scene. None could discern how exactly Yi Xiaofan struck. All anyone knew was, at that split second, every single soldier's armor had been split cleanly down the middle, including their undergarments. The scattered pieces of armor clattered onto the ground with sharp, metallic echoes. What had just been chaos became dead silence in a heartbeat. Chapter 117, The Rift. The Heavenly Sword's 12 Strikes. This was something Yi Xiaofan had learned from little fangirl Jiama when he was still in the Xiangshan Kingdom. Over these 10 years in Shuemu City, Yi Xiaofan never stopped practicing this sword technique. Now, the long-sealed technique once again revealed its power to all. Spinning around, with a slash of his sword, space seemed to freeze as Yi Xiaofan quickly swung his blade 12 times. With just 12 strikes, he split the armor of 30 soldiers, including Lu Xiaoyi, into 2 pieces. Most terrifyingly, Yi Xiaofan's blade only struck the armor without injuring anyone, showing just how well he had mastered this set of techniques. As the frozen air returned to normal, all the others only saw flashes of sword light pass by. All soldiers' armors were cleaved into 2 halves, even their undergarments. Murder! Murder! Boss Sai once again demonstrated her loud voice before quickly running out of the door. With Boss Sai leading the way, everyone else scrambled toward the door in a rush. Even those 30 soldiers left Lu Xiaoyi on the ground and, disregarding their shame, fled toward the door naked. I clearly didn't kill anyone, right? Yi Xiaofan looked at the continuously fleeing crowd with dark lines across his face. Although Lichuan Garden's gates were very large, unfortunately, there were too many people inside. In the process of pushing and shoving, some fell down, and others stepped over them. That day became the day in the history of Lei Kingdom where, except for changes in the royal throne, the most nobles died or were injured. Ignoring the chaos among the crowd, Yi Xiaofan pointed Mingyuan's blade towards the ground and slowly walked towards Lu Xiaoyi. No, don't come closer. Please don't kill me. After emergency treatment, the bleeding from Lu Xiaoyi's severed arm had stopped, but his terrified face was filled with fear as he crawled backward with his remaining arm. With this much courage, how did you become the commander of the city guards? As the army that guards an entire city's safety, they should naturally possess formidable strength and extraordinary bravery. However, none of these qualities belonged to Lu Xiaoyi. Not only Lu Xiaoyi lacked them, the 30 subordinates he led also lacked them. I got in through connections. I know I'm wrong. Please don't kill me. With every step Yi Xiaofan took forward, Lu Xiaoyi's heart beat uncontrollably. The slower Yi Xiaofan moved, the greater the pressure became on Lu Xiaoyi. Were the men you led also like this? Yes, they all entered via connections. Because the city guard has no risks and is also imposing, it is considered quite a cushy position. What Lu Xiaoyi described was exactly what Yi Xiaofan had guessed. Yi Xiaofan had always thought that having a few rich young masters in a unit was normal, but he had never expected that all 30 people Lu Xiaoyi led were rich young men. A nation like this will inevitably fall into ruin, no matter how powerful it may be now. Decline is inevitable. Yi Xiaofan shook his head and slowly raised Mingyuan. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Rest assured, I promise I won't kill you. Yi Xiaofan gave Lu Xiaoyi a sweet smile, giving him endless hope. Really? You really aren't going to kill me? Of course. A flash of light from Mingyuan cut through Lu Xiaoyi's legs, taking away an organ. Ow! Lu Xiaoyi's cries of pain pierced the heavens. See, I said I wouldn't kill you. Why are you so afraid? Raising Mingyuan to eye level, after confirming that Mingyuan hadn't touched anything unclean, Yi Xiaofan satisfactorily stored it back into his spatial ring. Xiaofan, what have you done? Mu Zieru's voice came from upstairs. Yi Xiaofan looked up and saw Mu Zieru and a corpulent man standing on the second floor, staring at him in disbelief. The corpulent man was naturally Mu Yi. Under the effects of the ointment applied by Mu Zieru, his swelling had diminished slightly, revealing a clear human shape. Earlier, while Yi Xiaofan was surrounded by the city guards, Mu Zieru was applying this ointment to Mu Yi in the room. The brother and sister chatted and laughed as Mu Zieru continuously provided methods for Mu Yi to pursue Yi Xiaofan. Mu Yi even began fantasizing about a future where after marrying Yi Xiaofan, the family would live happily together. On the other hand, Mu Zieru fantasized about dragging Yi Xiaofan out onto the streets to cause trouble with others. When they were lost in their own thoughts, the commotion downstairs interrupted their fantasy. Supporting Mu Yi, Mu Zieru left the room and just happened to see Yi Xiaofan cutting off something crucial below Lu Xie's crotch. It's you too. I haven't done much, just handled a few annoying flies. As Mu Ziro helped Mu Yi descend the stairs, she looked at Yi Xiaofan in disbelief. In that moment, Mu Ziro realized that she had never truly understood Yi Xiaofan. But, you couldn't have cut off his. At this point, Mu Ziro unconsciously glanced at Lu Xiaoyi who was already unconscious, and the bloody scene forced her to swallow the rest of her words. Leaving him intact would have endangered the purity of countless other girls. Cutting it off solves everything. Yi Xiaofan shrugged with nonchalance. After venting his frustrations, Yi Xiaofan felt much better, having shaken off the earlier irritability. He was now able to engage in normal conversation again. Regardless of his sins, they should be judged in a court of law, not handled privately by you. It's exactly because of such thinking that these kinds of people are allowed to escape justice, disgracing more girls along the way. But, enough talking. I'm bored of this game. Let's go back. By this time, all the people inside Lichuan Garden had fled, except those trampled to death or injured. After casually saying this to Mu Ziro, Yi Xiaofan walked out the gate of Lichuan Garden first. Mu Ziro supported Mu Yi as they followed Yi Xiaofan from behind, but dared not come too close. Yi Xiaofan's actions reminded them of their encounter at Dora's tower. Indifferent and cold-blooded. Perhaps this was how saints regarded the common masses. With a wait for both Mu siblings to exit Lichuan Garden, Yi Xiaofan faintly uttered a word. Explode. As soon as the sound fell, Lichuan Garden collapsed instantly. What was once the largest brothel in the capital city of the Lei Kingdom turned into a pile of ruins in an instant. Throughout the journey, neither Mu Yi nor Mu Ziro said a word. Since they chose silence, Yi Xiaofan also refrained from explaining anything. The trio maintained an awkward atmosphere. This mood persisted until they were almost at the Mu estate when it finally broke. Chapter 118, The Wind Rises. What has made your majesty so pleased today? Could it be because of the newly recruited sages? Haha, still Empress Li understands me. In the future, our Lai Ling kingdom will have 3 sages as our stronghold, becoming the strongest kingdom is within reach. After the palace, Emperor Buneer had just retired from the morning court session and was about to enjoy his breakfast. The smile on his face was evident for all to see, even a fool could notice it. At this moment, Buneer's personal eunuch approached him and whispered a few words into his ear, causing Buneer's face to drastically change. Is what you say true? Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Bring Prince 4 before me. Do not tell him what this matter is about. Moreover, invite Sage Yi to the palace. Hi. The eunuch accepted the command and left. People familiar with Buneer all know that he usually addresses his children by their names directly. For a few especially favored ones, he calls them by their childhood nicknames. And whenever Buneer refers to someone as Prince something or Princess something, it means Buneer is extremely angry at that moment. It also implies that the prince or princess is in for trouble. What has happened that it made your majesty so furious? It's all because of your fine son. If this matter isn't handled well this time, you and your precious son must die as an apology. Apparently, What the eunuch reported was about Yi Xiaofan making a ruckus in Lichuan courtyard. As for the Empress Li mentioned here, she naturally was the mother of Prince Four, Fu Yeta. Your Majesty, though I do not know what wrong little Four has done, he is your flesh and blood. Even if it were a huge fault, it needn't escalate this far, does it? The cold words of Bunnier sent shivers down Empress Li's spine, scaring her to collapse onto the ground. Coming back to her senses, she desperately hugged onto Bunnier's pants to beg for mercy, only to be cruelly kicked aside by Bunnier. Meanwhile, Prince Four Fu Yeta had just received the report from his servant. How dare they cause a disturbance on my own territory? Did you find out who was responsible yet? Fu Yeta glared with murderous intent at the eunuch responsible for reporting. It's no wonder that Fu Yeta was so enraged. Every year, the coins that Lichuan courtyard offered him were more than half the value of all his properties combined. Moreover, whenever there was some superior quality goods in Lichuan courtyard, they would always thoughtfully send them over for his sampling. Over the years, whether they were women purchased from other places or virtuous women obtained through despicable methods, be it mature women in their 30s or tender girls around 7 or 8 years old, through Lichuan courtyard's operations, Fu Yeta could enjoy several top-tier goods every year. Reply, Your Highness, for now, we haven't found out. From the terrified expression and the trembling body of the eunuch, one could clearly see that Fu Yeta was not someone who treated his subordinates kindly. Humph. Fu Yeta was very dissatisfied with the progress of his subordinates' investigation. I can guess anyway. It must be one of my dear younger brothers directing this. Can something like this really move me? A declaration, Your Highness, the Emperor asks for your audience. While Prince Four was investigating who smashed his Lichuan courtyard, the Emperor's personal eunuch arrived at his palace. It's Lord Shi. I wonder why Father Emperor summoned me. This, the slave, doesn't feel convenient to disclose, but Your Highness should go quickly. His Majesty is extremely upset now, and delays would only increase his anger. Lord Shi gave a thoughtful tip to Fu Yeta, which immediately darkened Fu Yeta's expression. First, Lichuan courtyard was destroyed by someone. Then Father Emperor summoned him due to unknown reasons. Was it because he didn't check the almanac when he got up today? Oh, that's right. There are no such things as almanacs in this world. Still, please wait a moment, Elder Shi, while I change my clothes and come out. Please hurry, Your Highness. Fu Yeta swiftly entered the inner room where a graceful woman was resting on the bed. Fu Yeta went forward and gently shook the woman awake. Highness, aren't you feeling particularly good today? Last night wasn't enough after you kept me up all night. The woman spoke unhappily after being awakened, but her actions were completely opposite from what her mouth said. A jade-like arm suddenly extended, gripping Fu Yeta's collar. Before Fu Yeta could react, he was pulled onto the bed by a great force. On the bed, Fu Yeta could clearly see the woman's face. It was a face that had haunted his nightmares for 5 years. To this day, every night he dared not sleep soundly, fearing that he might accidentally mutter something in his dreams. Ayao, stop fooling around. I have something very important to discuss with you. What is it? The woman named Ayao reluctantly released Fu Yeta. Fu Yeta stood up, straightened his collar, and after steadying his breathing, recounted the situation to Ayao. After Fu Yeta finished speaking, Ayao sat up in bed and fell into deep thought. Having been married to Ayao for 5 years, Fu Yeta knew that whenever Ayao was thinking deeply, she always liked to bite something. Without needing to be told, Fu Yeta automatically took the soft candy that had been specially made for her. This type of soft candy was made from the meat of a creature called Papa Beast. Even with an exceptionally strong set of teeth, one would need to chew it for at least an hour before being able to crush it. After not too long, Ayao woke up from her deep contemplation and leaned close to Fu Yeta's ear, whispering all kinds of things. As Ayao spoke, Fu Yeta's eyes became increasingly brighter. After listening to Ayao's plan, Fu Yeta rushed out of the room and hurried off together with eunuch Shi to pay homage to Emperor Bunnier. Your son greets your majesty. Get up. Bunnier coldly stared at Fu Yeta. Just his gaze sent shivers down Fu Yeta's spine. May I ask why your majesty summoned me here? Fu Yeta stole a glance at his mother standing beside him, who was sobbing non-stop, and followed Ayao's instructions as he spoke. What do you think I called you for? Why don't you take a guess? Bunnier responded. I suspect it must have something to do with Lichuan courtyard. You guessed right. Looks like your people have already reported this matter to you. Ayao was indeed correct in her assumption. Although she may not be much on looks, she truly was as smart as ever. After Fu Yeta told Ayao about the situation, she easily pieced together the link between the events concerning Lichuan courtyard and the emperor's summoning. With insufficient information, we don't yet know who is behind the scenes causing trouble. But we can make an assumption. Lichuan courtyard is the largest brothel in the capital city, so it's only a matter of time before its destruction reaches the emperor's ears. If I were your enemy, I'd surely find a way to turn this incident against you. Fu Yeta kept replaying Ayao's words in his mind. Chapter 119, Wind Falling. Our conditions aren't adequate now, and we don't know who's causing trouble behind the scenes. But let's hypothesize for a moment. Lichuan courtyard is the largest brothel in the capital, and its destruction will inevitably reach the emperor's ears. In that case, if I were your enemy, I would certainly make an issue out of this matter. How to make it into an issue? Lichuan courtyard, after all, is not a proper place, but because it brings substantial tax revenue every year, His Majesty turns a blind eye. However, if the underhanded affairs of Lichuan courtyard were to come to light, not only would Lichuan courtyard be lost, but even your highness. Ayao didn't say everything, but Fu Yeta also knew what she was about to say. What should I do then? Simple. When you meet His Majesty, you only need to. Fu Yeta recalled Ayao's instructions as he spoke to Bunnier. Father Emperor, This son has just learned about the incident involving Lichuan courtyard. Before Fu Liuda could finish his sentence, Shigong entered. It turned out that Yi Xiaofan and Mu Yi siblings had arrived. When Shigong went to inform Fu Liuda, following Bunier's wishes, someone was sent to summon Yi Xiaofan at the same time. At that time, Yi Xiaofan and Mu Yi along with their sibling had just reached the entrance of the mansion. Throughout their journey, the atmosphere between the three of them was very awkward. This awkwardness continued until they saw the eunuch sent to deliver the message, which finally dissipated. I, a servant, greet Master Yi and Master Mu and Miss Mu. It's Elder Gaongong. What brings you here? Mu Yi clearly recognized this eunuch and familiarly stepped forward to chat. I have been sent by His Majesty to specially visit Master Yi. To see me? Isn't it related to the Lichuan courtyard incident? Your Emperor's intelligence network is impressive indeed. Yi Xiaofan was first astonished, then chuckled coldly after realizing the truth. Master Yi, His Majesty has already learned about the incident at Lichuan courtyard and specifically requests that you pay a visit to the palace. In that case, I'll go with you. Wait, we'll go with her too, Mu Yi and Mu Zhiro said to Elder Gaongong as they stepped forward. His Majesty only requested that I invite Master Yi. Elder Gaongong hesitated somewhat at the siblings' request. Let them come. As a saint, Yi Xiaofan's face was enough to rival the Emperor's decree. Since Master Yi has spoken, I shall follow your orders. Please come with me. Afterwards, Yi Xiaofan followed Elder Gaongong and boarded a dragon carriage. When Yi Xiaofan and the others reached the rear courtyard of the Imperial Palace, they overheard the conversation between Bunnier and Fu Liuda. Saint Yi, Your Majesty. Bunnier and Yi Xiaofan exchanged greetings. Saint Yi, my rebellious son is right here. His punishment will entirely follow Saint Yi's wishes. Bunnier's words shocked Yi Xiaofan deeply. On the way here, Yi Xiaofan had considered countless possibilities regarding Bunnier's attitude, but never anticipated that Bunnier would lower himself so much. To keep her, he didn't hesitate to betray his own son. The reason for this thought was due to Yi Xiaofan's lack of understanding of what a saint represented on this continent. The Kanglan continent was extremely vast enough that no one knew where the boundaries lay. On the Kanglan continent, excluding other races, among the human race alone, there were 113 countries. Among these 113 countries, only 16 had saints as their protectors. Of these 16 countries, most only had one saint protector. Countries like Lai Ling Kingdom, with 2 saints guarding it, numbered 4 including Lai Ling Kingdom. Above these 4 nations, there existed one country with 5 saints guarding it, truly making it the strongest kingdom without question. If Yi Xiaofan had understood this, she would know that Lai Ling Kingdom's addition of her would instantly leapfrog the other 3 nations to become the second strongest nation. Even more so, if in the future, Lai Ling Kingdom produced 2 more saints, there might be a chance to challenge for the title of the strongest kingdom. Father Emperor, what does this matter have to do with Saint Yi? Besides Yi Xiaofan's astonishment, Fu Liuda was equally surprised. From the information he received, there was not a word about Yi Xiaofan's presence. And precisely because of this, a Yao's deduction was missing a crucial link, making it entirely unusable now. At this point, Fu Liuda almost wished to kill the subordinate who delivered the message. Bunnier ignored Fu Liuda, continuing to look at Yi Xiaofan and waiting for her response. Whatever Fu Liuda said at this moment was useless. Bunnier only wanted to repair Yi Xiaofan's impression of Lai Ling Kingdom. Let's just forget about this matter. After all, I'm not someone who enjoys killing. Yi Xiaofan's words immediately relieved Fu Liuda, causing him to exhale unconsciously. However, Yi Xiaofan's subsequent words once again made Fu Liuda's heart tense up. Saint Yi, you may speak freely, but I don't want similar events to happen again, and as for those involved in this matter, I hope they receive the punishments they deserve. For Yi Xiaofan's requests, Bunnier naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Fu Liuda finally relaxed after that. It was merely a loss of some gold income and subordinates, which didn't mean much. As long as his life was spared, these could be regained. To be honest, Fu Liuda had been genuinely afraid that Yi Xiaofan would demand his death. If that were the case, he wouldn't have enough lives to cover his crimes. Even if the other 2 saints of Lai Ling Kingdom joined forces to protect him, he still wouldn't escape death. He had personally witnessed the power of a saint. But none of that mattered now. At this moment, Fu Liuda's top priority was figuring out how to please Yi Xiaofan. Because of the Lichuan courtyard incident, Yi Xiaofan's perception of him must have dropped significantly. Saint Yi, I've heard my subordinates report on the Lichuan courtyard incident. I deeply apologize for such an event happening. Would it be possible for Saint Yi to come to my palace so I can offer my apologies? After Bunnier permitted Fu Liuda to stand up, Fu Liuda first paid respect to Bunnier and then turned to speak to Yi Xiaofan. Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to respond, she felt someone tugging at her clothes. Looking back, she realized it was Mu Zhiro trying to signal her continuously. After giving Mu Zhiro an acknowledging glance, Yi Xiaofan replied to Fu Liuda, if that is the case, then I'll follow your invitation willingly. Yi Xiaofan's response filled Fu Liuda with wild excitement. He hadn't expected her to agree and had already begun contemplating his strategy should she reject him. Chapter 120. The Path to Divinity. Qingyuan Palace, the residence of Prince Fu Liuda. At this moment, Yi Xiaofan and the Mu Yi siblings were sitting inside. Mu Zhiro tugged at Yi Xiaofan's sleeve and whispered in her ear, Xiao Yi, why did you agree with him? Wasn't it you who told me to agree? I thought you had some other plan. Yi Xiaofan looked curiously at Mu Zhiro and countered. After bringing the group here, Prince Fu Liuda made up an excuse and left the 3 of them there, returning to his bedroom to ask Arya for advice. The Lichuan incident ended without serious trouble due to Yi Xiaofan's generosity but increased the difficulty of luring Yi Xiaofan closer. Fu Lieta could only seek help from Arya on how to increase Yi Xiaofan's favor towards him. In the bedroom, Fu Lieta recounted the entire matter to Arya. So that's how it is. Help me change clothes. I need to meet Yi Sheng myself to contemplate a strategy. Seeing Arya personally stepping in, Fu Lieta was delighted. Ever since he met Arya, she has never disappointed him. Whenever she took action personally, there was no problem that couldn't be solved. Step by step, steady footsteps came near, causing Yi Xiaofan to turn unconsciously toward the source of the sound. In front of Yi Xiaofan stood Fu Lieta, now wearing a pale golden robe. However, what truly caught Yi Xiaofan's attention was the woman following behind Fu Lieta. Dressed in plain blue robes, the woman wore a veil over her face, obscuring her true appearance. A mysterious aura radiated from her, as if she were a saint, yet subtly different. Exactly where the difference lay, Yi Xiaofan couldn't say immediately. This humble woman Arya greets Yi Sheng. Arya slowly approached Yi Xiaofan, giving a slight bow, her tone respectful but not overly so, evoking a favorable impression in others. Yet for some reason, Yi Xiaofan felt an uneasy sensation. Still, being a polite person herself, Yi Xiaofan nodded gently. This humble woman uses tea instead of wine, offering Yi Sheng a cup, thanking Yi Sheng for sparing my husband. Sitting down with Fu Lieta, Arya picked up her tea and addressed Yi Xiaofan. The second cup is to offer my apology on behalf of my husband. The third cup, hold it. If I drink any more, I'll throw up. Yi Xiaofan interrupted Arya's relentless pouring, rubbing her flat stomach to indicate that she couldn't take any more. It seems I have been remiss. Arya revealed a faint understanding expression, placing the teacup down before asking Yi Xiaofan. I've heard Yi Sheng intends to settle in the Liling Kingdom. Have you considered the site for your mage tower yet? Not yet. Actually, after the morning's events at xuanhuan, Yi Xiaofan had already decided against staying in the Liling Kingdom. However, having agreed yesterday, it seemed unwise to retract today. After much consideration, Yi Xiaofan decided to buy time for a couple of days. Don't laugh, Yi Sheng. This humble woman also possesses a little skill in magic. Living in the capital for many years, I know several good places that can provide both the required magical power for Yi Sheng's cultivation and quiet surroundings for researching spells. Sage level 9 is regarded as the limit of human cultivation and is currently the strongest rank on the continent. Every move of a sage embodies natural rules. The term profound and unfathomable was created specifically to describe sages. But sage level is not the peak of magical cultivation. Above sages are gods. And for mortals to transcend into deities, they must undergo heavenly tests, the content of which revolves around understanding the rules of nature. As Yi Xiaofan put it, becoming a god is like the college entrance exam of her past life. Pass it, go to university. Fail, go home to till the land. How abstruse and profound these rules are. Understanding them isn't something easily done, hence the phenomenon that in the span of 10,000 years, no sage has succeeded in achieving divinity. These rules operate throughout the world, formless and invisible. To comprehend them, the best way is to find a place with exceptionally concentrated magical energy. Only in such places can one get a glimpse into the mysteries of the rule. For countless years, all sages followed this method. Some discovered naturally rich sites, while others constructed them artificially. There was just one requirement. The richer the magical energy, the better. Environmental factors mattered less. Or rather, the harsher the environment, the better. Because in such locations, specific magical elements would often be particularly active, quite suitable for the needs of a sage. A place that can meet the needs of a sage's cultivation? Please, I've been living in the capital for almost 20 years. How come I've never heard of such a treasure? After hearing Arya's words, Mu Zhiro responded with disbelief on her face. Mu Zhiro's grandfather, Mu Bing, was a sage, and she had always loved to cling to Mu Bing when she was little, listening to his stories about his youth. Over time, Mu Zhiro learned a great deal from Mu Bing about sages. For instance, the magical elements within the territory of the Liling Kingdom were inexplicably much fewer than those in other countries, and these elements were decreasing annually. Under such conditions, it would be impossible for new sages to appear. Both Mu Bing and the other sage of the kingdom only managed to ascend to the rank after leaving the country and successfully breaking through in other lands as 7th-rank magi. For a situation like the one in the Liling Kingdom, in order to achieve the ideal environment for sage-level cultivation, they would at least need to concentrate half of the entire Liling Kingdom's magical energy into one area just to barely meet the requirements. Therefore, there wasn't a single suitable spot across the entire Liling Kingdom for sages to cultivate. If not for defending the kingdom, Mu Bing would have long left to find a place with concentrated magical energy for seclusion and practice. For years, Mu Bing had been waiting for a third sage to emerge in the Liling Kingdom so that he could, like his predecessor, hand over all responsibilities to the newcomer and retreat somewhere else for quiet cultivation. All he would need is a teleportation array set up. He could return occasionally when feeling restless during his practice. Yi Xiaofan's appearance brought hope to Mu Bing. This is why Mu Bing was especially enthusiastic towards Yi Xiaofan. He hoped Yi Xiaofan would join the Liling Kingdom and help liberate him. Of course, naturally occurring treasure sites are indeed rare, but I know a few places. With some adjustments, they can become exactly such an ideal location. Chapter 121. Disappearance of Dudu. Oh, do tell. Ario's words successfully piqued Yi Xiaofan's interest. Although Yi Xiaofan didn't need to cultivate or be in a place with an extremely high concentration of magical power, any area that wasn't magic restricted would suffice for her research on alchemy. However, Yi Xiaofan was quite interested in the method for altering the concentration of mana in a region. This world wasn't like what Yi Xiaofan had read about in novels from her previous life, where there were all kinds of magic formations capable of gathering mana. Any technique that could achieve this effect was invariably treated as a closely guarded secret by the families who possessed it, making it very difficult for outsiders to obtain. In fact, it's quite simple. I wonder if Holy Master Yi has heard of biolink magic. Of course. Yi Xiaofan arched an eyebrow and spoke. Biolink magic could be considered the first true magic Yi Xiaofan mastered after coming to this world. This magic accompanied Yi Xiaofan for a year, during the most confusing period of her time here. Therefore, Yi Xiaofan harbored deep affection for this magic. On the north side of the capital, atop the Horlid Snow Mountain, there is an ancient giant beast that has been sleeping for a long time. By creating a biolink with it, you can use the magic power inside the beast to alter the mana concentration of a small area. Admittedly, Ario's proposed method was quite daring. No one dared to think about using an ancient giant beast, because each one possessed strength comparable to a god. Not only would placing a biolink spell on an ancient giant beast be impossible, but getting close to one wouldn't even cross anyone's mind. Fortunately, for unknown reasons, these ancient beasts have remained asleep. As long as no one disturbs them, they will not awaken. What's more, ancient giant beasts are incredibly rare, hundreds of times rarer than saints. On the Kanglan continent currently, only 3 confirmed locations of ancient giant beasts are known. What do you ask for in return? Ario must surely have some kind of ulterior motive for revealing the method so easily. Holy Master Yi is indeed straightforward, so let me come right to the point. Yi Xiaofan slightly adjusted her posture and waited for Ario's next statement. My father's health has deteriorated greatly over the past few years, and selecting an heir to the throne has become urgent. I hope that at that time, Holy Master Yi will support my husband. Such a treasonous statement came out of Ario's mouth with a nonchalant air. Since Yi Xiaofan had already decided not to settle in Liling Kingdom, she naturally wouldn't get involved in the royal succession competition. Even if Yi Xiaofan stayed in Liling Kingdom, she wouldn't partake in such trivial matters. Miss, can you hear me? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in the air, startling everyone present. Is that Mengka? What is the matter? Yi Xiaofan recognized the voice. It was Mengka's. Miss, Duda hasn't returned yet. I tried searching just now, but I couldn't detect Duda's presence at all. After Mengka finished speaking, Yi Xiaofan closed her eyes and attempted to locate Dudu's position through their pact bond. However, while Yi Xiaofan could sense Dudu's existence, she couldn't determine its exact direction. Moreover, Dudu's presence seemed very weak, indicating that something significant had happened to it. Excuse me, but I have something important to deal with now. Let's continue our discussion another day. With that, Yi Xiaofan didn't wait for Fuliade or Ario's response. She stood up and took off into the sky with the moose siblings. Ario, weren't you a bit too eager just now? After Yi Xiaofan left, Fuliade asked Ario softly. Do you remember the 3 cups of tea I offered at the beginning? Before finishing the 3rd cup, she had already jumped straight into the main topic. This shows that Holy Master Yi is someone who dislikes trouble and doesn't enjoy beating around the bush. Oh, I see now why you served those 3 cups of tea earlier. Ario, do you think we can possibly recruit her? After pondering for a moment, Ario shook her head and said to Fuliade, it's unlikely. I've already mentioned that Holy Master Yi dislikes trouble, but even if she doesn't join us, she won't join others either. That's regrettable. Hearing Ario's analysis, Fuliade shook his head in disappointment. In fact, from our conversation just now, I somehow feel that Holy Master Yi may not want to join the Liling Kingdom. How could that be possible? Last night, I personally saw her agree to father. It might have just been for appearances, or perhaps something else changed her mind. In any case, we should prepare early. Prepare? Prepare for what? Regardless, Saint Yi agreeing to join the Liling Kingdom is something countless nobles already know. But now with what happened at Lichuan Garden, if she were to change her mind at this point, regardless of the truth, everyone, including Father Emperor, would definitely connect the 2 incidents. At that time, it would be very disadvantageous for your highness. Ario's calm explanation sent a chill down Fuliade's spine. If it were really as Ario had said, then it wouldn't just be a disadvantage. It would mean he could bid farewell to the throne right away. What should I do? Pass me the candy. Fuliade immediately walked into the inner room and handed the candy to Ario. Ario grabbed a handful and threw them into her mouth, contemplating a way to resolve this issue. Saint Yi Xiaofan was unaware of and did not care about the conversation between Ario and Fuliade. At this moment, Yi Xiaofan had already returned to Mu Manor and listened to Mengka explain the situation in detail. It turned out that after Yi Xiaofan left in the morning, Mengka, feeling safe, suddenly found himself idle and thus sat in the courtyard gazing absently at the sky. After an unknown amount of time passed, Mengka suddenly received a rescue signal from Dudu. The message was brief, only 2 words, ancient. From these simple 2 words, it was impossible to derive any useful information. However, Mengka sensed the urgency in Dudu's emotions. Realizing the severity, Mengka immediately set out from the Mu residence and conducted a thorough search within 10,000 miles centered around the capital of the Liling Kingdom. Since Mengka didn't know which direction Dudu had been kicked towards by Yi Xiaofan, he meticulously checked all areas. However, the result was far from satisfactory. Mengka not only failed to discover Dudu's whereabouts, but also couldn't detect even a trace of its presence. This made Mengka realize that the matter was much more complicated than he initially imagined. Hence, Mengka returned to Mu Manor and summoned Yi Xiaofan, who was still at the palace, using his divine consciousness transmission. Chapter 122. Hua lied Snow Mountain. Miss, how's it going? It's no use. I still can't reach Dudu. Could something dangerous have happened? It shouldn't be that bad. Dudu is now at least as strong as a 5th-rank magical beast. Is there a magical beast stronger than this near the capital? At the Mu residence, Yi Xiaofan learned about the events and continuously tried to locate Dudu's position through the contract bond. Unfortunately, no matter what Yi Xiaofan did, he could not sense Dudu's location or even determine an approximate direction. Perhaps, I know of a place where Dudu might be, said Mu Zhiro hesitantly after a moment, delivering news that invigorated Yi Xiaofan. Where is it? Hua lied Snow Mountain. Because it houses a slumbering, ancient giant beast, the royal family has never managed to clear out all the magical beasts there. In such a place, it wouldn't be impossible for 7th or 8th rank magical beasts to exist. Wait a moment. What exactly did you just say? Yi Xiaofan suddenly lit up with curiosity. It's possible there are 7th or 8th rank magical beasts. Mu Zhiro responded, seemingly unsure why her answer mattered. No, before that. Hua lied Snow Mountain, because it holds a sleeping ancient giant beast. Stop. That's the part one was referring to. The message Dudu sent only contained 2 words, ancient. Could it refer to this? Yi Xiaofan's words immediately enlightened everyone present. That's highly plausible. Meng Ka agreed with a nod. Zhiro, which way to Hua lied Snow Mountain? We're leaving now. Mu Zhiro had never seen Yi Xiaofan act so decisively. Usually, Yi Xiaofan would drag his feet whenever possible. But the power of an ancient giant beast is extraordinary. Even though you're a sage, Xiaofan, you wouldn't stand a chance against it. A sage might not, but what about beyond the sage level? Yi Xiaofan smiled mysteriously at Mu Zhiro. Sage, beyond. Looking at Yi Xiaofan's enigmatic grin, Mu Zhiro realized just how much more mysterious he truly was than she'd thought. No preparation was needed. With Meng Ka in tow, Yi Xiaofan hurriedly set off. Although Dudu always seemed to cause trouble for Yi Xiaofan and wasn't well behaved, having spent 10 years together, their bond was strong. After fervent requests from Mu Yi and Mu Zhiro, Yi Xiaofan agreed to bring both siblings along. Their reasoning was that if they led the way, it would save a lot of time. In this tense moment, every second saved meant more hope for rescuing Dudu. Yi Xiaofan found their logic reasonable and agreed, though why take both instead of just one? It was simply out of necessity. After Yi Xiaofan agreed, the two began arguing fiercely over who should go. In the end, exhausted by their squabbling and eager to set off sooner, Yi Xiaofan decided to bring them both. So, this is what flying feels like. Pretty cool, huh? I wonder when I'll be able to fly using my own strength. On the journey, Meng Ka carried Mu Yi while Yi Xiaofan carried Mu Zhiro. The four moved swiftly towards Hua lied Snow Mountain. Despite being close to the capital, Hua lied Snow Mountain was separated by over 1,000 li. If it weren't for the fact that the area near Hua lied Snow Mountain was unfit for human habitation, there ought to have been another city between Hua lied Snow Mountain and the capital. Under full-speed flight by Yi Xiaofan and Meng Ka, the group soon reached Hua lied Snow Mountain. While in midair within magic protection shields, they hadn't noticed the cold. But once on the ground and the shields were removed, a piercing chill hit them directly. Caught unprepared, Mu Yi and Mu Zhiro almost froze solid. Only after activating their internal magic did the sensation of cold ease somewhat. Is this Hua lied Snow Mountain? It's really cold. Truly worthy of being the coldest place in the kingdom. Mu Yi shivered and stammered. It wasn't that Mu Yi wanted to speak unclearly. His teeth were chattering from the freezing temperature, making forming full sentences challenging. Similarly, Mu Zhiro huddled into a tight ball, too frozen to utter a word. I should have not brought you along. Never mind, though. There's no turning back now. Sighing helplessly at the Mu siblings, Yi Xiaofan unfurled his pure white wings. Miss. Meng Ka attempted to object, but it was too late. Swallowing his words, he helplessly watched Yi Xiaofan. Xiaofan, you're from the winged race? Mu Yi asked, astonished. Though Mu Zhiro couldn't form words, her wide eyes mirrored her own shock. I am not from the winged race. These wings are called pure white wings, merely a manifestation of the divine power passed down by gods, Yi Xiaofan said indifferently. Take these 2 feathers, and you won't feel cold anymore. Enduring excruciating pain, Yi Xiaofan plucked 2 pure white feathers from his wings. Once separated from their owner, the feathers emitted a faint glow, as if lamenting being torn away from the flock. It's true. We're not feeling any cold at all. How amazing this feather is. And it's so beautiful. Could little brother Yi give it to me? After handing over the feathers to Mu Yi and Mu Zhiro, the glow emitted by the feathers enveloped the siblings, shielding them entirely from the cold. Unable to take their eyes off the feathers in their hands, both Mu Yi and Mu Zhiro admired them with rapt attention. Mu Yi was captivated by its mysterious properties, while Mu Zhiro marveled at its exquisite beauty. Of course, besides, they wouldn't grow back anyway after I've plucked them. Yi Xiaofan waved to Mu Zhiro casually before gazing up along the snowy slope. Miss, can you sense Dudu now? The same as before. I can only feel that Dudu is temporarily safe, but cannot pinpoint its exact location. However, I have a gut feeling that Dudu should be somewhere on the snow mountain. Yi Xiaofan closed his eyes for a moment, then reopened them and replied. I believe we should start investigating from the ancient giant beast. If Dudu were trapped here, that would be the most likely place. I agree. Do either of you know where this ancient giant beast is? Yi Xiaofan looked at Mu Yi and Mu Zhiro and asked. We don't know either. This is our first time at Hua lied Snow Mountain. Mu Zhiro shook her head and replied. When it comes to crucial moments, it's still up to me. Fortunately, I stole a map of Hua lied Snow Mountain from Grandpa before we set out. Mu Yi proudly retrieved a hand-drawn map from his spatial ring. Chapter 123, Lighter than a Goose Feather. Are you sure this is a map? This? Grandpa said it is indeed a map of the Holiday Snow Mountain, which he drew himself during an adventure in Holiday Snow Mountain when he was young. Stupid brother, why don't you ask Grandpa how to read this map? After Mu Yi took out the map, the four people surrounded the map and stared at it for a long time, but they couldn't figure out what the strange lines meant. What should we do now? Are we going to search the entire mountain bit by bit? Who knows how big this place is? How big? Anyway, it's not smaller than the Chilean mountain range. But now it seems like searching is all we can do. After a long silence, Ming-Ka came up with a plan that wasn't really a plan. Although the method wasn't very smart, they didn't have any other choice. Hold on, I think I understand it. Yi Xiaofan kept staring at the map, deep in thought. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, "Don't joke around, little Yi. Only a ghost could make sense of this. Let's search slowly." Mu Zhiro thought that Yi Xiaofan was pretending to understand the map, just so he wouldn't have to search the entire snow mountain. Remember, Yi Xiaofan's characteristic as a directionally challenged person was already well known to Mu Zhiro from their time in Shuimu City. If not for Ming-Ka keeping an eye on Yi Xiaofan probably would have gotten lost countless times. Even so, on the way to the capital, they had spent immense mental effort. The reason being, Yi Xiaofan would always unknowingly wander off in the opposite direction from everyone else. I mean it, I really understand it. According to the map's indication, we should be at this position, while the ancient giant beast is over here. We need to head there first, then move in this direction. Yi Xiaofan held the map, muttering and pointing at it as he spoke. Is that true or false? Little Yi, you can actually understand it. Aren't you directionally challenged? Mu Zhiro exaggeratedly asked Yi Xiaofan. Not only Mu Zhiro, even Mu Yi and Ming-Ka had expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. I'm not directionally challenged. This map is so simple and clear, if you can't understand it, it just means you're too stupid. Yi Xiaofan's identity as someone directionally challenged was exposed by Mu Zhiro, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. To cover up this embarrassment, Yi Xiaofan put on a look of arrogance and mocked the other three. I remember something now. Father once said that grandfather was also directionally challenged when he was young. While Yi Xiaofan was acting arrogantly, Mu Yi pulled Mu Zhiro and Ming-Ka aside and whispered softly. Oh, that explains why we couldn't understand the map, but little Yi can. The world of those who are directionally challenged is beyond our understanding. After hearing Mu Yi's words, Mu Zhiro looked enlightened. Although Ming-Ka didn't say anything, he nodded silently, indicating agreement with Mu Yi and his sister. Will you all stop it already? Are we still looking for Dudu? Yi Xiaofan angrily shouted at the three of them. Led by Yi Xiaofan, the three followed the route drawn on the map to search for the ancient giant beast. After circling around many places on Holiday Snow Mountain, they suddenly saw a cave. According to the annotation on the map, the ancient giant beast should be here. Could the ancient giant beast be hiding in this cave? Isn't it said that ancient giant beasts are huge? How does it fit into such a small cave? Although I don't know whether the ancient giant beast can squeeze in, I know Dudu definitely can. Faced with the cave ahead, whether to enter became a problem. In the end, Yi Xiaofan decided that they should take a look first, and if not, they could come out again without delay. Once the decision was made, the four didn't hesitate any longer and cautiously moved forward into the cave. To prevent unexpected accidents, Yi Xiaofan walked at the front. No matter what danger lay ahead, with Yi Xiaofan's abilities, he could handle it. The Mu Yi siblings, having the lowest skills, walked in the middle. Under Yi Xiaofan's protection, it was hard for them to get into danger. Lastly, Ming-Ka stayed at the rear. As a saint-level fighter, even if an ancient giant beast were to sneak attack from behind, it would still have some capacity to fight back. As they ventured deeper, the cold in the air gradually disappeared, replaced by an increasingly stifling heat surrounding them. It gets hotter as we go further in. I never expected such a place to exist inside Holiday Snow Mountain. Mu Yi carefully placed the feather given by Yi Xiaofan back into the spatial ring, curiously glancing around. You'd better take the feather out, otherwise, if we encounter danger, it won't be able to help protect you. Though walking behind Yi Xiaofan, Mu Yi's gesture of putting the feather away was still noticed, prompting Yi Xiaofan to issue a warning. With you here, Yi Xiaofan, what danger could possibly harm us? Although Mu Yi said it this way, he still took out the feather obediently. It's better to be more careful. This place gives me a strange feeling, it's like we're inside some kind of creature. Yi Xiaofan frowned as he walked and spoke. Xiaofan, please don't say such scary things. How about just saying we're now inside the ancient giant beast's body? Mu Zhiro was scared, her heart thumping uncontrollably. There is light ahead, let's go faster. Yi Xiaofan suddenly noticed the light filtering through in front and sped up his pace. Seeing Yi Xiaofan moving faster, the other three quickened their steps to keep up. Not far away, the scene opened up before Yi Xiaofan and the others. A pool of green magma appeared in front of them. Bubbles kept surfacing on the magma, generating large amounts of heat rising upwards toward the high, seemingly endless ceiling. I sensed Dudu's presence. It means Dudu has been here before. We are in the right place. Yi Xiaofan turned around happily to tell the other three, but noticed all three had a dazed look on their faces and were moving forward numbly. What's wrong with you guys? Yi Xiaofan waved his hands in front of the three, but none responded to him. Looks like there's something peculiar about this place. Could it be some sort of illusion? But why would Ming-Ka also fall for it? Saints have already purified themselves, completely focusing their souls, making them immune to outside influences. While Yi Xiaofan speculated, the three had almost reached the edge of the magma. The feather held by Mu Yi slipped from his hand due to reduced strength. Slowly, the feather fell into the magma. In the moment it made contact with the magma, the feather emitted a brilliant light, as if to resist the erosion of the magma. Chapter 114, Desire, Part 1. Is this really inside Hualide Mountain? There could be such a picturesque place here. After passing through a long cave, Mu Yi's eyes suddenly brightened as a beautiful valley appeared before him. Mu Yi turned his head and saw Yi Xiaofan smiling at him. Xiao Yi, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Mu Yi felt somewhat embarrassed under Yi Xiaofan's gaze. Yi Xiaofan shook her head lightly at Mu Yi. Nothing, it's clean and very handsome. A single sentence from Yi Xiaofan caused Mu Yi's heart to skip 2 beats involuntarily. Really? Do you really think so? Of course. I traveled around the continent for 10 years, and never did any man make me as infatuated as you. Yi Xiaofan slowly walked up to Mu Yi and reached out, hooking her arm around his neck. Xiaofan. Mu Yi blushed as he looked at Yi Xiaofan. They were so close that Mu Yi could feel the breath of Yi Xiaofan coming from her lips. There was a faint sweet orchid fragrance, very pleasant. Don't say anything. Yi Xiaofan extended a finger and gently touched Mu Yi's lips. She slowly closed her eyes and inclined her head toward him. Gulp. Seeing the alluring person in front of him who he had yearned for endlessly, feeling Yi Xiaofan's alluring and seductive lips, Mu Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. Closing his eyes, Mu Yi bent down and slowly brought his face closer to Yi Xiaofan. He could even hear his own heartbeat clearly. Time's up. Suddenly Yi Xiaofan broke free from Mu Yi's embrace, looking mischievously at him. Mu Yi, upon seeing Yi Xiaofan's impish expression, subconsciously licked his dry lips with some disappointment. By the way, where are Zhiro and Monka Elder? Where are they? Finally Mu Yi realized, ever since arriving here, he hadn't seen Mu Zhiro and Monka. I won't let you mention others. This is our time, just the 2 of us, Yi Xiaofan said, somewhat discontented as she held Mu Yi's hands and gently shook them while cooing. All right, I won't mention them. Mu Yi gazed lost at Yi Xiaofan, a powerful desire surging within him, urging him to hug Yi Xiaofan tightly. Are you thinking of bullying me? Yi Xiaofan rehooked her arm around Mu Yi's neck and coyly asked. No. Mu Yi's body became increasingly stiff. He was about to lose control. You claim no, yet your body suggests otherwise, doesn't it? Yi Xiaofan giggled, looking at Mu Yi. Xiao Yi. Mu Yi looked slightly awkward at Yi Xiaofan, wanting to explain but unsure of how. In Mu Yi's mind, 2 little figures appeared, one black, one white. The black figure said, Hey, are you still a man? The white figure said, Stay firm. This is the responsibility of a mature man. The conflict between the 2 little figures left Mu Yi dizzy. Involuntarily, he took a step closer to Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan firmly held Mu Yi back with her hands, preventing him from moving further. But, in fact, I deliberately let Minka say Dudu disappeared. That's how I lured you here. Why? Mu Yi stared down at Yi Xiaofan beneath him, not knowing what she meant. Yi Xiaofan gently bit her lips and after a moment of silence told Mu Yi. Don't you understand yet, you blockhead? The environment here is so beautiful, and there are only the 2 of us. No one will disturb us. If it wasn't for Zhiro following behind and xuanhuan, I wouldn't have rejected you either. Then, let me go first, alright? I'll take you somewhere nice. The scenery there is even better than here, and it's not as bright. We can do whatever we like. Mu Yi simply couldn't believe that what was happening right now was real. He pinched the inner side of his thigh. It hurt. Pain meant that he wasn't dreaming. Mu Yi got up and directly swept Yi Xiaofan into his arms in a bridal carry. The gentle and boneless frame of Yi Xiaofan made Mu Yi's heart flutter uncontrollably. Where is it? I'll carry you there. Mu Yi tenderly spoke to Yi Xiaofan. There, keep going straight ahead, and you'll reach it. Mu Yi looked in the direction Yi Xiaofan pointed and found himself facing a lush green marshland covered with continuously bubbling water. Inside here, exactly. You know cultivation requires finding a peaceful place, right? Inside suits perfectly. No disturbances, tranquil and serene, and it's just the 2 of us. Yi Xiaofan leaned her head on Mu Yi's chest and whispered softly. I understand, let's go now. Mu Yi was completely intoxicated by Yi Xiaofan's tenderness, step by step carrying her into the marsh. To Mu Yi's surprise, the marsh wasn't deep, only reaching to the level of his lower legs. The only strange thing that puzzled Mu Yi was the gradual disappearance of strength in his legs. Mu Yi glanced down at the green swamp, and after not finding anything odd, continued moving forward. Underneath the marsh, Mu Yi's legs were quickly rotting away. Even his blood was entirely eroded. Soon, the white bones underneath were exposed. Hara, Ling Yuehua, who would have thought you'd hide here? Are you really this afraid of me? Mu Zhiro, don't push people too far. Even though your grandfather is a sage, this is a dispute between our younger generation. Would he really stoop so low as to attack me? My grandfather may not act, but my sister-in-law certainly can. Hara. Mu Zhiro looked at the girl lying on the ground, filled with both embarrassment and anger, and burst into laughter again. Yi Xiaofan held onto Mu Yi's arm and emerged from behind Mu Zhiro. Miss Mu, it was all my fault earlier. Please forgive me, let me off this time. Ling Yuehua became greatly alarmed upon seeing Yi Xiaofan. She hurriedly got up from the ground and pleaded while clinging to Mu Zhiro's leg. You know fear now, but where was that fear when you were stealing my man? Mu Zhiro kicked Ling Yuehua back down to the ground, yelling ferociously at her. Mu Zhiro's current demeanor should be something Yi Xiaofan had never seen before. However, Yi Xiaofan, holding onto Mu Yi, seemed quite accustomed to it, and looked at Mu Zhiro with doting eyes. Yi Xiaofan's right hand held a fine silk thread, the other end tied around Ling Yuehua's delicate neck. All Yi Xiaofan needed to do was pull lightly, and Ling Yuehua's head would part ways with her body. Chapter 125 Desire, Part 2. Moreover, this silk thread has the ability to suppress magic. Ling Yuehua, who was tied up by the silk thread, couldn't use even a tiny bit of her magic. I will never dare again. Please let me go. Ling Yuehua knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Mu Zhiro, begging her to spare her. Sparing you isn't impossible. But Mu Zhiro grabbed Ling Yuehua's chin and said viciously, "What are your demands? I can agree to all of them if you just let me go. I want you to be my slave." "Fine, I agree with you. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Ling Yuehua readily agreed to Mu Zhiro's request. Mu Zhiro looked at Ling Yuehua in satisfaction, stretching her foot in front of her. "Lick the master's shoes clean." A look of struggle appeared in Ling Yuehua's eyes, but when she saw Yi Xiaofan's figure, the struggle disappeared immediately as she started licking Mu Zhiro's feet. It wasn't until she had licked both of Mu Zhiro's shoes clean that Mu Zhiro patted her cheeks satisfactorily. "Good. Now, tell me where that bastard is." Offing is inside the valley. It was a place Offing discovered unintentionally, and when we knew you would retaliate against us, we decided to hide here. Mu Zhiro pointed to the valley behind her. The Offing she spoke of used to be Mu Zhiro's boyfriend, although they broke up later after being together for some time. Slap. Mu Zhiro slapped Ling Yuehua hard across the face. The clear sound echoed continuously in the valley. "You bitch, lead the way." "Yes, master." Ling Yuehua replied resentfully to Mu Zhiro, struggling to rise from the ground and walking towards the green river. "What's going on with this river? Why is it green?" "I don't know either. When Offing first found this place, the river was already like this. However, apart from its strange color, there is no danger with this river." Slap. Mu Zhiro raised her hand and slapped Ling Yuehua again. Offing. You're calling him so familiarly. It makes me very angry. Don't mention these two words in front of me anymore, understood?" "Understood. Well then, lead the way ahead." Ling Yuehua wiped away the tears on her face and slowly stepped into the green river. After Mu Zhiro confirmed there were no dangers, she followed Ling Yuehua and entered as well. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaofan and Mu Yi, who had originally been standing behind Mu Zhiro, had quietly disappeared at some point. Apparently, Mu Zhiro hadn't noticed any of it. Her rage had completely consumed her mind. At the moment, she only had one thought: to find the bastard who betrayed her and slice him to pieces. The green river enveloped Mu Zhiro's legs, trying to dissolve them gradually. In Mu Zhiro's left hand, however, was still the white feather given to her by Yi Xiaofan. As if sensing the danger its owner faced, the light from the white feather quickly spread out, surrounding Mu Zhiro entirely within its glow. Protected by the glow, the green river was held back, circling Mu Zhiro's legs unwillingly while emitting low growls. If I'm not mistaken, this should be inside the body of an ancient giant beast, right? And I must be under an illusion spell now. Munka floated in the green magma and looked at Yi Xiaofan, whose face was filled with anger in the magma. "Really unexpected that you can see through the illusion. You're much smarter than that dumb cat before." Yi Xiaofan flew out from the magma and stood opposite Munka, his face showing a slight hint of surprise. "In fact, at first I didn't notice this was an illusion. But then I saw that thing called Yuan Fire Crystal, right?" "Correct. After the end of the God Era, countless Yuan Fire Crystals appeared on the continent. Thanks to the Yuan Fire Crystals, one powerful being after another emerged. Since you already know about these things, why aren't you interested?" Munka smirked at Yi Xiaofan coldly. "Then, after I absorb the Yuan Fire Crystal and become something neither beast nor human, just like you?" At this point, the look of astonishment on Yi Xiaofan's face deepened. "You even know this? What else do you know?" Munka took off the ring-shaped magical tool given to him by Yi Xiaofan and, upon realizing he was still in his physical form, showed a nostalgic look in his eyes. "At that time, I was just a common boy from a small village in the Wood Spirit Kingdom. By accident, I met my teacher, a kind old man who spent his whole life stuck at the 8th rank, unable to reach sainthood. In his mage tower, there was a vast library. Inside, I once read a book like this. I've forgotten the name of the book, but if it weren't for seeing the Yuan Fire Crystal today, I would have probably never remembered. Let me guess, that book should be talking about the secrets of the Yuan Fire Crystal, right?" Yi Xiaofan said, supporting his chin with one hand in a thoughtful expression. "That's correct. The book described it like this. I have consulted countless documents and explored thousands of ruins, discovering that there must be a long period of blank history between the ancient era and the God Era. In order to uncover what happened during this blank history, I ventured into the forbidden Bradada Desert Labyrinth. There, I formed some speculations about the blank history. Even for a saint, the Bradada Labyrinth remains a forbidden place. By sheer luck, I escaped alive, but I know my time is limited. I recorded my speculations about this blank history in this book, hoping that someday it may contribute something to the field of archaeology." Yi Xiaofan and Munka then stepped away from the green magma and landed on the ground nearby. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xiaofan conjured up a stone table and 2 stone stools slowly forming. On the stone table were 2 steaming cups of green tea. Yi Xiaofan gestured for Munka to try the tea, and after staring at it silently for a moment, Munka cautiously put the cup down again. In response, Yi Xiaofan simply shrugged without saying anything. Then Munka continued speaking. The term, Yuan Fire Crystal, was repeatedly mentioned in the Bradada Labyrinth. Due to insufficient information, I couldn't fully decipher the inscriptions inside the labyrinth and could only gather fragments of information indicating that all races were crazily competing over these Yuan Fire Crystals. Allow me to first explain the emergence of the Yuan fire crystals to you, so your story will make more sense. Yi Xiaofan picked up his tea and took a small sip before continuing. A great war in the God era wiped out 99% of all species on the entire continent. Those that survived were severely weakened and went into hiding. Chapter 126. Big breasts, no brain. However, mysterious red crystals suddenly appeared on the continent. Nobody knows how these crystals came to be. It's as if they just appeared out of nowhere. In any corner of the continent, it's possible to find the presence of these red crystals. At first, no one knew what use these crystals had. Everyone thought this was a trap by the demon race and completely avoided them. But one day, someone discovered that these crystals had the ability to heal injuries. No matter how severe or from what caused the injury, the crystals could effectively cure it. These crystals were also given a beautiful name, Yuan fire crystals. At this point, Yi Xiaofan paused her recounting and gestured for Meng Ka to continue his story. Meng Ka glanced at Yi Xiaofan, then looked at the green tea on the stone table, lifting it to wet his parched lips. So, in order to Zhengdui Yuan fire crystals, the races on the continent waged another war, right? According to book conjectures, it was because of this war that the entire continent's civilization experienced a rift. I still cannot forget the scenes from the Great Battle. Compared to fighting the demon race, that war was brutal many times over. Meng Ka paused briefly before continuing with the content from the book. The Yuan fire crystals were also called Heaven's Gifted Stones by some, because they could not only restore injuries, but also increase one's strength. Those who absorbed large amounts of Yuan fire crystals saw their cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. Before long, countless god-level experts appeared across the continent. But nobody knew that the Yuan fire crystals weren't Heaven's Gifted Stones at all, but rather temptations from demons in the abyss. According to information I obtained from the Bladder Maze, those who absorbed too much Yuan fire crystal eventually all transformed into powerful beasts. Even divine-level experts couldn't last 3 moves against these demonic beasts. After consulting countless ancient records, I finally made a shocking inference. Those humans who turned into beasts are actually the ancient giants we refer to today. Ha ha ha. Excellent, truly excellent. Based on merely a little information, such an accurate guess could be made. If the author of this book isn't dead yet, I really want to have a few drinks with him. Yi Xiaofan laughed heartily, startling Meng Ka, causing some of the green tea in his cup to spill. Meng Ka discreetly wiped off the liquid on the stone table, staring fixedly at Yi Xiaofan, waiting for her next words. Not long after laughing enough, Yi Xiaofan looked seriously at Meng Ka. Well then, I will tell you what exactly happened during the blank history between the divine era and the ancient era. In order to seize the Yuan fire crystals, it wasn't just between different races, but even people within the same race and camp were constantly killing each other. In the midst of this relentless slaughter, the 12 strongest figures at the time mutated into beasts, the current ancient giants. And I am one of those 12, the Frosty Wings by He. What happened after that? Didn't you try to change back? Why would we change back? Isn't this form of power wonderful? Although among us, there were indeed some who were always looking for ways to change back. Unfortunately, despite the passage of an entire era, they never succeeded. After our mutation, all races on the continent assumed we were demon race members and launched frantic attacks on us. But how could those ants ever understand our strength? The 12 of us worked together, exterminating all the races. Perhaps there were some survivors, but we didn't care. Afterward, the Yuan fire crystals disappeared just as mysteriously as they had come. But it seems due to being too powerful, we encountered the suppression of the world's will. Most of the year, we remain in a state of slumber unless an era is about to end. Even though Meng Ka has been a saint for many years, he didn't know much about these secrets. If it weren't for the fact that saints listen and aren't easily disturbed by external influences, he might have been overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information. So what exactly is the Yuan fire crystal? Don't even you know? We don't. But according to the Lord of Darkness reasoning, Yuan fire crystals could very well be something created by the world will to exterminate the races on the continent. And that's enough. The question and answer game ends here. Will you go in yourself, or shall I help you? Yi Xiaofan interrupted Meng Ka impatiently, waving her hand so the stone table and stools disappeared. She pointed at the green lava and said this. It seems I have no other choice. As the stone stool disappeared, Meng Ka straightened his body and, under Yi Xiaofan's coercion, walked into the magma. By the way, my master, that woman you are now transformed into, I advise you not to underestimate her, or you will definitely regret it. In the Tower of Dora, Meng Ka had deeply understood Yi Xiaofan's strength. Even though Frosty Wings by he claimed to be invincible under heaven, in Meng Ka's perception, Yi Xiaofan gave off a sense of danger much higher than that of Bai He. I am also very interested in this little one. She is the first person unaffected by my illusions. Yi Xiaofan watched as Meng Ka stepped into the magma, and his restored flesh quickly disappeared, leaving only white bones behind. Well, it's time for me to meet this young girl. Gosh, she's so irritable. Bai He's figure slowly transformed, eventually becoming Dudu's appearance. And the surroundings began to change with Bai He's transformation, finally stabilizing under a blue sky. In front of Bai He, Yi Xiaofan was walking while wildly slashing with Mingyuan, creating huge gashes wherever Mingyuan passed, green liquid continuously flowing out. Whimper whimper. Dudu, it's truly wonderful that you're fine. Hearing a voice, Yi Xiaofan quickly turned around, seeing Dudu rushing toward her. Whimper whimper. Dudu ran up to Yi Xiaofan, opening its front paws to embrace her. Bang! Yi Xiaofan threw a punch at Dudu's head, sending it flying 10 meters away. If you think I'd say such things, then you're completely wrong. You don't really think I'm one of those big-breasted, no-brain women, do you? Bai struggled to get up from the ground, shaking his somewhat dizzy head. Truly a violent girl. But you've got it wrong. I never thought you were big-breasted and brainless. That's reasonable. Yi Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. You don't even have breasts. How could you be big-breasted and brainless? Chapter 127. Bai He's frustration. You say that again. Yi Xiaofan said to Bai He word by word, with blazing anger in her eyes. Saying it again, so what? This is just a projection of will. You can't kill me or beat me. Bai He got up from the ground. Serious punch. Yi Xiaofan chuckled through her anger and swung her small pink fist forward. A fierce gust of wind blew toward Dudu, who smirked coldly at Yi Xiaofan. As expected, the punch went straight through Dudu's body and struck the wall behind him. In the next second, Dudu's face changed abruptly as his body began to fade until he disappeared entirely in front of Yi Xiaofan. Coward, why don't you stand still and fight? Yi Xiaofan stomped her foot furiously, causing the entire cave to tremble violently, raising fears of a sudden collapse. Hack, this woman, is she some kind of monster? How could she injure me so badly with just a gust of wind? High on the Hualide Snow Mountain, a colossal creature suddenly started coughing violently. Blood continuously spurted from its mouth with every fit of coughing. Hack, so painful. The colossal beast barely managed to catch its breath before receiving another heavy blow to its abdomen, causing even more blood to spill out and drip onto the ground, melting the age-old ice flowers on the Hualide Snow Mountain. This woman, I mustn't allow her to continue rampaging. In the cave, after venting her frustration, Yi Xiaofan prepared to continue searching for Dudu. Suddenly, in front of Yi Xiaofan, countless snowflakes began to coalesce. With the body of an ox, the tail of a tiger, the claws of a dog, and the head of a dragon, there stood a four-legged hybrid, right in front of Yi Xiaofan. Is there such a creature in this world too? It seems evolution has gone wrong, so ugly. After carefully examining the hybrid for quite a while, Yi Xiaofan finally made her comments. Shut up, you wretched woman. Who are you and why do you come to disturb my slumber? I'll ask who you're calling wretched. Here's a serious punch. Already annoyed, Yi Xiaofan threw a punch directly at the hybrid. Instead of just being hit by her wind this time, Yi Xiaofan's small pink fist made solid contact with the hybrid's head. With a loud bang, the hybrid's body was shattered into pieces by Yi Xiaofan's punch and dispersed into countless star-like lights in the air. Turns out it's just a projection. That was no fun. Yi Xiaofan waved her little hand idly. Up on Hualide Snow Mountain, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Accumulated snow and ice from countless years rolled down the mountain with that single roar. Woman, you have angered a great being. I shall tear you apart limb by limb. The body of the hybrid reformed once more in front of Yi Xiaofan and roared angrily at her. It was interesting the first time, amusing the second, but repeating the same thing 3 or 4 times. That would become very boring indeed. You're so annoying. Can't you change things up a bit? Boring punch. Yi Xiaofan delivered another punch to the hybrid's head, scattering it once again into stars and vanishing it from the air. Woman, I, by He of the Frost Wing, swear that I will surely destroy you. Boring punch. Bang. Woman, random punch. Bang. Can't you? Bang. Bai He had lived for countless years. This was the first time Bai He had felt so frustrated. The head hadn't even fully formed when someone smashed it to bits. Do you even know how painful that feels? So, I was right to think I wasn't in the wrong place, since you were here all along, Dudu. After defeating Bai He countless times, Yi Xiaofan finally found Dudu. After taking a closer look, Yi Xiaofan found that Dudu merely had slightly weak life energy, which made her sigh in relief. Transported randomly to this place without knowing, I wonder how Zhuro and the others are doing. Yi Xiaofan took out the goddess ring and placed it on Dudu's head. A flash of light illuminated the surroundings as Dudu's life energy deepened under the light of the goddess ring, yet he still did not awaken. Seems like he has quite serious injuries. It might take some time for him to recover. Gently stroking Dudu's head, Yi Xiaofan sat beside him, took a novel from her spatial ring, and read silently, enjoying the story. As for the Mu siblings and Mengka, they had already been forgotten by Yi Xiaofan long ago. These are the Mu siblings? This must be the stomach of the ancient giant beast. Its stomach acid is so strong. Mengka lost consciousness after lying in the green solution. When he regained consciousness, he found himself still immersed in the green solution. Beside him, the Mu siblings lay unconscious. The injuries are severe. It seems only Miss Yi Xiaofan can revive them. Mengka fished the two out of the gastric acid and found that Mu Yi had been almost entirely corroded beyond recognition. As for Mu Zhuro, her protective layer of feathers had shielded her from sustaining critical damage. However, her once pristine and smooth skin was now severely eroded and decayed. Mengka took out 2 of his own cloaks and draped them over Mu Yi and Mu Zhuro. Then, he sat nearby to inspect his own injuries. It seems I haven't sustained much damage. In fact, I feel more consolidated somehow. Mengka carefully examined himself from head to toe and even excitedly waved his arms in the air to test his newfound strength. Despite the power of the ancient giant beast's gastric acid, Mengka, with his sacred bone constitution, should have faced inevitable corrosion. What the ancient giant didn't expect was that Mengka had already endured the erosion of miasma within Dora's tower, making his bones far superior to those of an ordinary sacred bone warrior. Moreover, after spending 10 years by Yi Xiaofan's side, Mengka had inadvertently absorbed a trace of her essence. When subjected to the gastric acid, this essence fused with Mengka's being, further refining his bones and enhancing his strength considerably. One mustn't underestimate that sliver of essence. Considering Yi Xiaofan's body was crafted by the supreme god, even a single strand could be a treasure sought after by countless formidable warriors. Looks like I've turned misfortune into fortune this time. Still, I wonder if these two will be able to accept their current state when they awaken. I hope the miss has a way to restore them. Just as Menka worried about this, Mujiro's eyes fluttered open, showing signs of waking up. Thanks to her feather protection, Mujiro had not suffered grave harm. Thus, after escaping the gastric acid, she quickly regained consciousness. Oh. Upon waking, Mujiro realized with shock that her clothes had vanished. In their place lay an unfamiliar men's cloak. Chapter 128, Desperation. Please calm down and listen to my explanation. Menka approached Mujiro, trying to keep his tone as gentle as possible so as not to upset her. Woo-woo, my first time, it actually happened with a skeleton. Upon hearing Menka's voice, Mujiro looked up and immediately screamed in fright. Then, she seemed to recall something, lowering her head and started sobbing uncontrollably. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Menka's skull. No, a skeleton? Oh. As Mujiro suddenly realized while crying, she looked up again at Menka and screamed even louder than before. Never mind, I'd better knock her out. Menka helplessly raised his hand, aiming for Mujiro's neck. Don't, Mr. Skeleton, please don't kill me. Considering what you've already taken from me. Just let me go. Mujiro abruptly stopped her crying and began pleading bitterly. I am not interested in undeveloped young girls like you. What do you mean? You're saying you're not interested in me? Am I not pretty enough, or is it that? Menka's words caused Mujiro's great dissatisfaction, and she stood up to argue with him. Then, Mujiro noticed the patches of burned-looking skin all over her body. What? What is this? Mujiro stared at her own disintegrated skin, which gave an unsettling, nauseating sensation. Stay calm, and let me explain. Menka gently helped Mujiro, who was completely shocked, to sit on the ground, then told her in detail everything that had happened, including why she ended up like this. Brother, are you okay? After Menka's explanation, Mujiro learned that the mysterious being lying nearby was her brother Mu-Yi, and she moved forward to check his condition. It's probably better if you don't look right now. We will wait here for Miss. Perhaps she can find a way to save both of you. Menka pulled back Mujiro as he said. Mr. Menka, you're a saint, yet you've become nothing but a skeleton. Can my brother be revived? In fact, I was always just a skeleton. However, the lady has many skills. Perhaps there's a way to bring him back to life. Menka explained helplessly to Mujiro why he was a skeleton and spoke somewhat uncertainly. Then Mr. Menka, do you know where Xiaya is? No, after we entered here, we got lost in the environment. By the time I woke up, Miss was nowhere to be found. Mr. Menka, why do you always look at the ground when you speak? You should put some clothes on, so you don't catch a cold. Menka pointed at Mujiro. It was only then that Mujiro remembered she had been speaking to Menka naked. She screamed and attempted to cover herself. However, there seemed to be nowhere around that offered concealment. Mr. Menka, do you have any extra clothes? My ring melted. When she couldn't find anywhere to hide, Mujiro shyly said to Menka with a red face. My ring has also melted, but you can make do by covering yourself with the cloak. After saying this, Menka handed Mujiro the black cloak she had thrown on the ground earlier. Mujiro bashfully took the cloak from Menka's hand and quickly wrapped herself up in it. Mr. Menka, could you tell me about you and Xiaya? It's too quiet, and I'm getting scared. Alright, initially when Miss and I met, I was merely a puppet controlled by someone else. Menka raised his head and reminisced fondly. Though they'd known each other for only 10 years, a mere trifle compared to his 1,000-year-old age, these 10 years felt like another lifetime for Menka. During these 10 years, there were plenty of laughs and plenty of tears. Recalling every moment of those 10 years, Menka could only say one thing. Serving Miss is more exhausting than cultivation. Thinking about Yi Xiaofan's mood swings during her menstrual period and her abrupt changes in interest, each time driving Menka and Daodu to their limits. Once, Yi Xiaofan read a dark novel detailing how to remove a person's skull cap without causing death, leading Yi Xiaofan to spend 3 months researching it with Menka. In those 3 months, Yi Xiaofan smashed Menka's skull cap 4,623 times, pulled his head off his spine 12,222 times, and shoved his head beneath his crotch 120,850 times. Sometimes, Menka really felt grateful that he was already a skeleton. Otherwise, Yi Xiaofan might have even used him to practice her sewing skills. Leaving those embarrassing moments aside, Menka focused on recounting the events of Dora's Tower to Mujiro. After hearing the story, admiration surfaced on Mujiro's face. Wow, Xiaya is actually this powerful? This isn't just about being a saint, is it? Mujiro no longer feared Menka's appearance and clung to him, urging him to quickly continue with the rest of the story. What happened next? How did Xiaya defeat that big bad guy named Kane? I'm not too sure about that either, because I wasn't there at the time. That's such a pity. But I can roughly imagine how Xiaya must have looked. So incredibly cool. Following her imagined scene, Mujiro struck a rather silly pose. Ouch, it hurts. However, her wounds reminded her that she was still an injured patient who needed rest. Are you alright? Should I cast another healing spell for you? A skeleton, often regarded as an evil creature, offering to cast a healing spell that was entirely opposite to his nature. This was undoubtedly a dry joke. But Mujiro didn't catch the dry humor, because she noticed Mu-Yi's finger twitch slightly. My brother seems to be waking up. Mujiro hurriedly rushed to Mu-Yi's side, with Menka following closely behind. It looks like he is truly about to awaken. I hope he'll be able to accept the reality. Meng Ka assessed Mu Yi's mental state after examining him and came to this conclusion. Mr. Meng Ka, do you have any way to temporarily prevent my brother from discovering what he looks like now? I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it when he wakes up. I regret to say, I specialize in offensive fire magic, and illusions or healing aren't my strong suits. So, all we can do now is wait for my lady's rescue. Chapter 129, Escape. Hualide Snow Mountain, located in the north of Liling Kingdom, is covered with snow all year round. Legend has it that a long time ago, the Hualide mountain range was picturesque and was a great place for young couples to go on dates and outings. Every year, countless handsome men and beautiful women would come here to do things that cannot be described. But one day, an ancient colossal beast descended upon this area and made it its dwelling. On the day of the beast's arrival, heavy snow fell from the sky, turning the scenic beauty of Hualide into an endless expanse of white. Since then, people have referred to it as Hualide Snow Mountain. Except for a few strong individuals or those with an adventurous spirit, no outsiders dared to step foot here. As time passed, many emperors came and went in the Liling Kingdom. The place gradually faded from human memory, only to be learned about through books, where vague mentions of Hualide Snow Mountain could still be found. On this day, the usually peaceful Hualide Snow Mountain continuously emitted roaring sounds. These roars were mixed with pain and anger. Countless creatures hidden beneath the deep snow emerged, desperately fleeing down the mountain amid the roars. Can you let me say something? Inside the cave, after being killed who knows how many times, Baihe reappeared, panting heavily as he spoke to Yi Xiaofan. Though forming a willful entity didn't cost much magic power, if done too many times, even an ancient colossal beast couldn't endure such exhaustion. Furthermore, each punch thrown by Yi Xiaofan caused immense damage to Baihe. The roars echoing across Hualide Snow Mountain originated from Baihe himself. For countless years, Baihe had never been so troubled by a human being. Speak, said Yi Xiaofan, lowering his raised fist and glancing at Baihe. With lingering fear, Baihe glanced at Yi Xiaofan's small pink fists, puzzled as to how such cute-looking fists could possess such great striking force. My name is Baihe, the Frostwing Dragon, and I am also what you humans call the ancient colossal beast. Oh, Yi Xiaofan considered himself a man of principles. If he promised one sentence, that was exactly what one would get. Since he had agreed to let Baihe speak just one sentence, there would certainly be no second. Thus, while Baihe was still confused, Yi Xiaofan's fist landed once again on his head. Huff! Yi Xiaofan dramatically blew on his fist, revealing an expression of loneliness befitting a master. Suddenly, the cavern began contracting rapidly, and a tremendous suction force surged toward Yi Xiaofan. After considering for a moment, he caught Dudu in one hand and abandoned resistance. At the same time, on the other side of the cave, in the spot filled with green stomach fluid, an identical suction force appeared. Meng Ka and the Mu siblings, Mu Zhiro and Mu Yi, were helplessly sucked away. In the instant they were pulled, Meng Ka managed to use the strength of a saint to hold Mu Zhiro and Mu Yi close, protecting them from danger. A powerful current erupted atop Hualide Snow Mountain. Yi Xiaofan, holding Dudu, along with Meng Ka carrying the Mu siblings, followed the force and flew out of the original entrance of the cave. Mississippi. Xiaoyi. The moment Yi Xiaofan landed with Dudu, he heard Meng Ka and Mu Zhiro's voices. Turning his head, he saw these two just climbing up from the snow. Mu Zhiro quickly ran to Yi Xiaofan, hugging him tightly and wailing. Zhiro, why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Yi Xiaofan gently stroked Mu Zhiro's hair, but inwardly thought, oh no, I forgot about them. But with Meng Ka around, they probably didn't encounter any trouble. But, my brother is dying well. Mu Zhiro cried louder. Take me to him quickly. Following Mu Zhiro, Yi Xiaofan reached Mu Yi and was greatly shocked. On Mu Yi's body, it was almost impossible to find a single undamaged spot. Both legs were nothing but white bones, above the waist. One could see internal organs through rotting skin, and his head was a bloody mess. By outward appearance alone, it could barely be identified as a human. Frankly speaking, Mu Yi's severe injuries, yet still alive, truly was nothing short of a miracle. Such serious wounds, could they have been caused by those green liquids? I remember when I was teleported away, you, Zhiro, were also stepping into the liquid. Are you okay? After carefully inspecting Mu Yi's wounds, Yi Xiaofan suddenly recalled something and asked Mu Zhiro. As for Meng Ka, being a saint-class individual after all, Yi Xiaofan did not believe that anything as mysterious as the green liquid could harm him. I'm fine. Please save my brother first. Hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, Mu Zhiro instinctively wrapped herself tighter in her cape. Seeing Mu Zhiro's condition, Yi Xiaofan immediately understood her situation. However, since Mu Zhiro only had one cape and they were in the exceptionally cold Hualide Snow Mountain, there was no way Yi Xiaofan could simply leave her unprotected. To save him is possible, but it will be a bit troublesome. Since Dudu has been found, let's take him back to the capital first. Yi Xiaofan shook her head as she channeled a pure white energy into Mu Yi's body to sustain his life force. Dudu had awakened at some unknown moment, carrying the goddess ring in its mouth. It approached Yi Xiaofan and nudged her thigh. Did you wake up recently? Are you suggesting I use the goddess ring to save him? Having followed Yi Xiaofan for many years, Dudu had developed an incredible level of rapport with her. Even though Dudu couldn't speak, Yi Xiaofan still managed to understand its intentions. Alright then, now that you're awake, the goddess ring doesn't have much use for you anyway. It can be used to save Mu Yi instead. Yi Xiaofan took the goddess ring from Dudu and slipped it onto Mu Yi's hand. Strangely enough, While Mu Yi's entire body was grievously injured, his arms remained perfectly unharmed. The moment the goddess ring touched Mu Yi's hand, a layer of milky white light emitted from it, completely enveloping Mu Yi. Under the healing power of the light, Mu Yi's wounds began to recover at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye. Even his legs, which had been reduced to 2 white bones, started sprouting new flesh. So powerful. How can this ring possess such an extraordinary healing ability? Mu Jiro marveled at what was happening before her, recalling Montka's words. Miss Yi possesses too many skills. Describing them as inexhaustible would be an insult to her capabilities. Sometimes, I truly feel like there's nothing Miss Yi can't accomplish. However, reality proves that there are indeed things Yi Xiaofan cannot do. At the very least, she has no way to turn herself into a man. Chapter 130. The Terrifying Divine Soldiers. Roar. A tremendous roar echoed, and judging from the direction of the sound, it seemed to be coming from beneath everyone's feet. Yi Xiaofan acted decisively, unfurling the white wings and flying into the sky with Dudu and Mu Jiro. Menka followed closely with Mu Yi. At the spot where everyone had previously been standing, massive tremors caused avalanches of snow cascading down the mountain. A huge dragon head emerged from the snow, glaring angrily at Yi Xiaofan in the sky. Woman, since we can't communicate peacefully, I'll let you stay here forever. As the dragon spoke, a cloud of white mist erupted from its nostrils. This mist was exceptionally freezing, cold enough to even freeze space. You're that strange creature who babbles all the time. What was your name again? Yi Xiaofan thought for a long time, but still couldn't remember the name, even though the creature had introduced itself not too long ago. Very well, looks like you truly wish to die, so I will grant your wish. Remember this, the one killing you is the great Frostwing, Lord Baihe. From Baihe's mouth, an enormous blizzard erupted and swept towards Yi Xiaofan and the others. With a howl, the blizzard froze the surrounding air until it began to crack and break apart. On Mount Huolide, with Baihe's breath, colossal spatial turbulence appeared. Though not as intense as the chaos Yi Xiaofan caused when first arriving in this world, it was still significant. At the very least, no saint would survive such spatial chaos. Since you're ice, I'll use fire then. Roar of the fire dragon. Yi Xiaofan calmly took a deep breath as the approaching blizzard swept near. All the surrounding magical energy was instantly absorbed by Yi Xiaofan. The chaotic magics within were converted into fire attributes in Yi Xiaofan's abdomen and then spewed out entirely. Ice collided with fire, melting countless snows into water, which vaporized under high temperatures. The flames, however, advanced powerfully forward, dispersing the entire blizzard before crashing directly onto Baihe. But at this point, the flame's power was greatly diminished and could cause Baihe no harm at all. Yet, Baihe, being naturally ice-based, held an innate aversion to fire. From under the snow and ice, a huge, furry dog paw extended, swiping heavily toward Yi Xiaofan. Dudu looked at Baihe's paw, compared it with his own, and concluded that his paws were better looking. The gigantic paw didn't shatter space like the blizzard had, instead moving as if ignoring space itself, appearing instantly in front of Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan gently extended a hand, making her look exceedingly tiny compared to Baihe's enormous paw. Despite her small frame, she effortlessly deflected the house-sized dog paw. I know my lady is strong, but I didn't expect her strength to have reached this level, Manta said, having just received Dudu and Mu Jiro from Yi Xiaofan before she defended against Baihe's attack. Quickly retreating, they attempted to distance themselves from Yi Xiaofan and Baihe's battlefield. During their retreat, Menka personally witnessed Yi Xiaofan casually blocking Baihe's clawed assault. Frogs at the bottom of the well can never comprehend the vastness of the world. Menka realized he was like a frog at the bottom of the well. He had assumed that becoming a saint meant possessing the entirety of the world's might. But in fact, he was merely stepping through the threshold of real power. Not just Menka. Most other saints on the continent also shared this mentality, except for a few exceptional ones. Today, 10 years after following Yi Xiaofan, Menka finally understood what true power was and what a pinnacle confrontation felt like. Below a saint, all are ants. This phrase does not indicate the power of a saint. Rather, it suggests that only upon reaching saint status does one ascend slightly above the level of ants. However, there remains a long journey yet to the peak. Brother Mu, you're here too. You as well? Such intense magical fluctuations. What celestial beings are battling? In the luxurious castle capital of the Lei Kingdom, Mo Bing stood shoulder to shoulder with a gray-haired old man, gazing in the direction of Mount Huolide. Ancestor, General Mu, what event has compelled both of you to emerge from seclusion? King Bunyal of the Lei Kingdom, respectfully standing behind them, stared in the same direction for a while without understanding anything. The person called Ancestor by Bunyal was another saint of the Lei Kingdom, also one of its legends. Bernie Hill began practicing magic at the age of 7, became a grand magician at 14, a grand mage at 120, and attained saint status at 500. Before Bernie Hill, the fastest human on Kanglan continent to become a saint was Jilla, who took 800 years. Don't bother looking. With your magic power, you wouldn't sense anything. Has anyone recently gone to Mount Huolide? According to reports from my man, Yi Xiaofan, the newly recruited saint of the kingdom, headed towards Mount Huolide 3 days ago. After a brief pause for thought, Bunyal responded respectfully to his ancestor. Speaking of which, it just struck me, 3 days ago, my grandson asked me for a map of Mount Huolide. At the time, I wondered why he needed it, Mu Bing said, slapping his forehead as reminded by Bunyal's words. So then, it's likely this Yi Xiaofan is battling someone. Since they're here on behalf of the kingdom, they're one of ours. Perhaps I should go see what's going on. Are you coming, old Mo? Of course, why wouldn't I? My grandson and granddaughter are still up there. In no time, 2 saints of the Lei Kingdom had made their decision. After leaving Bunyal with some instructions, Bernie flew off with Mu Bing in the direction of Mount Huolide. The closer they got to Mount Huolide, the more astonishing the magic fluctuations they felt became. This gradually darkened their expressions. To my knowledge, it would take at least 50 saints to produce such an intense magical fluctuation. But when did so many saints come to the kingdom, and why did neither of us sense their presence? Don't look at me either. I haven't sensed anything unusual. Besides, I've only been a saint for a short while. I've never seen such overwhelming magical power before. Even my Hantian sword is radiating fear continuously, Mu Bing replied, pulling out a colossal longsword. The longsword glimmered with flowing light, appearing exceedingly magnificent. Chapter 131, A New Use. It seems like 2 little ones are coming to disturb our duel. Monka, go and stop them. Don't let them come over. On the holiday snow mountain, Yi Xiaofan and Bai He had fought countless times, but neither could handle the other. However, from the situation, Yi Xiaofan seemed to have a slight upper hand. At this time, Bernie and Mu Bing were getting closer to Holiday Snow Mountain, but the 2 were increasingly frightened. Such a strong magical fluctuation would be hard to cause even if all the saints from every race on the continent were gathered. Even dying right here wouldn't be a very strange thing. Or rather, being able to survive would be something worth marveling at. In order to reach Holiday Snow Mountain as soon as possible, the 2 had fully mobilized their magic within their bodies. The magic that was not in the least bit concealed was like a beacon in the night in Yi Xiaofan and Bai He's perception. You are really strong. Even in the dark period after the end of the Era of Gods, you can be considered one of the strongest. But that is all there is to it. Let me show you the reason why I am called the Frostbite Wings. Why so many words? Show me your best moves quickly, don't make me disappointed. Yi Xiaofan impatiently dug his ear. Did he really think he could fight on par with himself? She hadn't even used more than 1/10 of her strength. It was precisely because Bai He could fight evenly against Yi Xiaofan, who only exerted 1/10 of her strength, that Yi Xiaofan kept battling with him for such a long time. Before him, Yi Xiaofan's attacks were just casually issued. She hadn't put in any real effort. But even then, no one could withstand Yi Xiaofan's attacks. Sometimes, in order to leave the opponent alive, Yi Xiaofan had to desperately suppress her strength. A slight mistake, and the opponent might disintegrate completely. The loneliness of a great master, nothing more or less. Good, you've made me angry again. Bai He laughed bitterly in anger, his massive body lying on the ground as he called up enormous magical power inside. As if echoing Bai He's internal magic, Holiday Snow Mountain trembled violently once again. To preserve your lives, it's best for you to stay here. Just as Bernie and Mu Bing arrived at the foot of Holiday Snow Mountain, they saw a strange-looking gigantic creature on the snow mountain facing off against a cute-looking girl. 3 figures and a tiger-like beast descended from the snowy mountain and blocked the 2. Eerie Rower, are you okay? How could you be so heavily injured? Mu Bing stepped forward, embracing Eerie and Rower in his arms. At this moment, Mu Bing realized that Mu Eerie, whose life hung by a thread, was being held by Mu Zhuro, while Mu Zhuro only wore a black cape, exposing patches of rotten skin. Grandpa, forget about these for now. Little Yi needs to focus on fighting the ancient giant beast. Don't go in there and distract her. Ancient giant beast? Is this powerful magical fluctuation caused by an ancient giant beast? No wonder it's so intense. The Holy One Yi must be that girl up there, who could face off against an ancient giant beast. She must have reached the semi-divine level. Semi-divine isn't a stage, but a term for those saints who are only one step away from reaching the divine level. In essence, they are still saints. While they were talking, Holiday Snow Mountain suddenly began to shake violently. The shaking lasted for 3 minutes, and during the shaking, Holiday Snow Mountain gradually turned into a pair of transparent ice wings that landed on Bai He. So you have wings too. They look pretty nice, although they're not as beautiful as my pure white wings. Yi Xiaofan looked joyfully at the wings on Bai He. Or do you think why I'm called the Frostbite Wing? This pair of wings seals most of my strength. To reward you for provoking me so many times, I'll crush you to death bit by bit. Bai He revealed a ferocious expression as the transparent wings fanned towards Yi Xiaofan. When the transparent wings were about to touch Yi Xiaofan, her figure suddenly disappeared. Escaped? What a coward. But even I didn't notice how she escaped. It seems this girl has some kind of treasure on her. Bai He, realizing Yi Xiaofan had disappeared, thought for a moment and concluded that Yi Xiaofan must have used some treasure to escape. Who are you calling a coward, you Forbushang? Yi Xiaofan's voice came from the top of Bai He's head, deliberately dragging out the insult. A dragon has scales that provoke its wrath when touched. Perhaps, Bai He's top was its forbidden area. How dare you stand on the head of the great master Frostbite Wing? Are you tired of living? Without thinking, Bai He raised its claw and slapped towards its head. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed repeatedly. Bai He shook his dazed head and realized Yi Xiaofan had somehow appeared on its nose. No, make that 8 of her. So it turns out the place we entered earlier was your nostril. How disgusting. But can you explain why we ended up in your stomach after entering through the nostrils? Yi Xiaofan glanced at Bai He's nostril and noticed it looked exactly like the entrance of the cave they had been in before, which immediately made everything clear to her. Of course my nose connects to my stomach. I eat with it. What did you expect? Do you think every creature is built like humans? Bai He finally came to his senses and roared furiously at Yi Xiaofan. How peculiar. Let me ask you a question. Would you allow me to dissect and study you? How dare you mock the great master Frostbite Wing? Dot. Boom. Another colossal sound erupted. but this time it was the sound of Baihe being forced into the ground. I'll ask you again, are you willing or not? Yi Xiaofan leaned in close to Baihe's eyes, her pupils swirling with countless nebulae as she pronounced each word clearly. Yi Xiaofan once again activated her nebula eyes, and Baihe was the one being pressed deep into the earth by the power of the nebula eyes. This was the new application of the nebula eyes that Yi Xiaofan had discovered during the past decade. With the nebula eyes, Yi Xiaofan could harness the light of the stars across the sky and use it to oppress her opponent. The advantage of this technique was that the starlight energy automatically adjusted based on the strength of the opponent, avoiding the embarrassing situation of accidentally killing them. To make the great Master Frostbite Wing submit to you is nothing more than a dream, Baihe declared, finally understanding the sheer terror Yi Xiaofan possessed from the immense pressure weighing down on him. Chapter 132, Deformed Evolution. I will ask you one more time, do not want. Yi Xiaofan leaned towards Baihe's eyes. In his pupils, countless nebulae swirled as he enunciated each word clearly. Wanting the great cold frost wings to submit to you is a dream. From the oppressive sensation enveloping him, Baihe finally comprehended the terrifying power of Yi Xiaofan. Since that is so, then die. Yi Xiaofan slowly closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. The nebulae in his pupils spun rapidly, darkening the skies above. Soon after, darkness covered the land, and starlight from all over the heavens descended upon Baihe. 88 stars in the whole sky fall now. With a low shout from Yi Xiaofan, the starlight began to gather. Not too much, not too little, exactly coalescing into 88 beams. Under the scorching starlight, Baihe emitted a painful roar. World, force, protection. A voice filled with fengsong and authority resounded. Along with it appearing was a colorful protective barrier enveloping Baihe. As the starlight dissipated, so did the barrier fade away. Everyone squinted their nearly blinded eyes open, but could not find Yi Xiaofan's figure anywhere. At this moment, Yi Xiaofan once again found himself in an unknown space where only monotonous gray energy currents continuously flowed. In front of Yi Xiaofan stood a spherical being emanating a gentle glow all over its body. There you are again, Xuanhuan. Why must you always ruin my plans? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? The last time when saving Mage, Xuanhuan had already interfered with Yi Xiaofan. And this time, while Yi Xiaofan was killing Baihe, they were interrupted by Xuanhuan once more. Yi Xiaofan felt as if they were intentionally opposing him. Respected adult, I did not mean to oppose you. But Baihe is a pillar of this world. Please let it live, came the voice from within the light ball. Pillar, what does that mean? All causes stem from a mistake I made. This matter dates back to after the era of the gods ended. If the adult is interested in hearing it, I am very willing to share. In that case, tell me, but first ensure the safety of my few friends before continuing. Listening to stories was Yi Xiaofan's favorite activity. Moreover, whether it was her illusion or not, she noticed that Xuanhuan's attitude toward her seemed more respectful than the last time they met. As you command. The people on land like Munka were suddenly restrained by a powerful force. After a blackout, they all returned to the capital of the Leyland Kingdom. Baihe, similarly influenced by this force, saw its transparent frost wings transform back into a mountain range, landing right where it was supposed to be. Baihe, meanwhile, was pinned down in the center of Hualadexu Mountain. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. The task you entrusted has been accomplished. May I begin the narration? The occurrences on land took merely a brief moment. Speak, I'm ready. Yi Xiaofan didn't know where she procured a chair, sat on it, pulled out popcorn, sunflower seeds, drinks, and other snacks, savoring everything quietly with relish. After the era of the gods ended, both the demon and divine races retreated to their own worlds. And on the mainland as the main plane, following the war's baptism, only a few surviving races remained. In such circumstances, as the will of Kanglan continent, my duty was to recreate new races to maintain the balance of the continent. Wait, don't bother recounting the Genesis creation story to me. I've studied it for a period, but it's too complicated. Listening makes my head ache. If the adult isn't interested in hearing it, then I'll skip directly to the point. While recreating species, I suddenly came up with a new idea to allow natural evolution between each species. Through various evolutionary directions, they would naturally form new species. To accomplish this, I infused the seed of life with diluted magical elements and spread it across the land. Before Yi Xiaofan, the giant light sphere conjured up a red crystal. Yi Xiaofan immediately recognized it. It was the same crystal that Baihe called the primordial fire crystal. Isn't this the primordial fire crystal? How did it become the seed of life? Though Yi Xiaofan was somewhat confused, she sensed immense life energy from the crystal. She wasn't unfamiliar with this force since during those 10 years at Dora Tower, Yi Xiaofan had utilized this power countless times. The primordial fire crystal is just the name given by the continent's races. Its essence, however, remains the seed of life. The clear and concise explanation from Xuanhuan will immediately clarify things for Yi Xiaofan, who raised her hand, signaling for it to continue. After I released the spark of life onto the land, something unexpected happened. The races that survived after the Great War scrambled to seize the sparks of life. 9/10 of the seeds I had planted were absorbed by 12 individuals. Baihe, the cold frost wings, was one of them. The consequence of this was their evolution into beings even I couldn't predict. However, because they absorbed so much, others were unable to evolve properly. Thus, the experiment ultimately failed. Explain all you want. It seems like the failure of an experiment is no big deal. But then, how does that relate to Baihe being a pillar? Afterward, I had another idea, using these 12 as a basis to derive new races. This also ended in failure, though. Over millennia, the continent didn't give rise to new races. Only those from the era of gods remained. Yet those who absorbed large quantities of the sparks of life became the basis for all existing races. If any of these 12 die, the race associated with them would be extinguished instantly. Among the species connected to Bai-He, the cold frost wings, are humans. I see. In that case, I suppose I've unintentionally helped you out, thank you. Understanding this, Yi Xiaofan was not someone to hold grudges over such things. However, I've developed some interest in it. Give me a copy of its sample as punishment for interrupting me twice. As you wish. Cyan Orchid will respectfully replied, and separated a small light ball from itself, handing it over to Yi Xiaofan. If there's nothing else, adult, I shall take my leave now. Though asking for permission, Cyan Orchid did not wait for Yi Xiaofan's agreement and began to dissipate slowly. Chapter 133, The God of a New Era. If the master has no other instructions, then I shall take my leave. Though it was a request for permission, Song Lanswell did not wait for Yi Xiaofan's agreement and began to dissipate slowly. Go ahead, go ahead. Yi Xiaofan didn't pay much attention and waved goodbye to Song Lanswell. Darn, I forgot to ask how to get out again. When the big light ball completely dissipated, Yi Xiaofan slapped his forehead and regretfully said. However, Yi Xiaofan at this moment was already worlds apart from who he used to be, no longer someone who could only shout loudly and panic without knowing what to do. The nebula eye opened once more, countless stars flowed in his pupils, constantly scanning the entire unknown space. So this is the true appearance of this space. After activating the nebula eye, the view through Yi Xiaofan's eyes had changed drastically. It was no longer the previously empty, silent space filled with only gray airflow. Instead, it was a vast river. In this river, Yi Xiaofan saw many creatures he had never seen before. He also saw many familiar faces. There were Mu Yi and his sister, Dora Tower's twin goddesses, and Cain, the 5 saints who accompanied him to Dora Tower, the 3 sisters from the same dormitory, and most importantly, Lan Hongwu, whom she regarded as her family since arriving in this world. But more so, it was a chaotic jumble of scenes. These scenes were continuously being generated, destroyed, regenerated, and destroyed again every moment. Here, this must be the time interstice at the center of each world, and this river is the legendary River of Time. But why can't I see myself? With this question, Yi Xiaofan stepped into the River of Time. The next time he appeared, he was still on the holy mountain Hualide. At this point, Hualide Mountain had already restored its former peace, showing no trace of the monumental battles that had occurred here. Hey, little darling, you've been quite well behaved. Yi Xiaofan found the place where Bai-He was sealed, looking at Bai-He, now reduced countless times in size, and surprisingly felt it was kind of cute. Who are you, and who sealed me? Bai-He's eyes were no longer fierce, but full of confusion. A pillar that had dominated the Zhonglan continent for countless years was easily defeated, and couldn't resist at all when sealed. Bai-He started to doubt the meaning of life. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Ah, though I know, I won't tell you. Isn't that frustrating? Yi Xiaofan made a face at Bai-He, turned around and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only Bai-He's angry roars. Come back and tell me what's going on. Could there be an even greater existence above the gods? Unfortunately, Bai-He's question was never answered. By the time this era faded away, Bai-He was still pondering deeply on his deathbed. In the royal capital of Lingshan Kingdom, Boni and Mu Bing gathered together. Meng Ka stood across from them, and in the middle of the three lay Mu Yi, still unconscious. Mu Jiro gripped Mu Yi's hands tightly, praying earnestly for his safety. It seems like the recovery is going well. Yi Xiaofan's voice suddenly sounded, dispelling the tense and heavy atmosphere. Dudu, who had been sleeping and recuperating in a corner, quickly ran to Yi Xiaofan's side, affectionately rubbing against his leg. Xiaola, you're finally back. Please check on my brother's condition. Mu Jiro hurriedly pulled Yi Xiaofan to Mu Yi's bedside. By this point, Mu Yi, after being treated by the goddess ring, had his physical injuries completely healed. Even his legs that had been reduced to mere bones had fully recovered. But Mu Yi showed no signs of waking up, and his brows remained tightly furrowed, looking extremely tormented. You reap what you sow. Yi Xiaofan muttered cryptically, gathering a faint flame in his hand and moving it toward Mu Yi slowly. This flame wasn't just any flame. It was the very life spark that Yi Xiaofan personally coagulated after witnessing the application of the life spark by Songlan's will. Previously, although Yi Xiaofan could use the power of the life spark, he hadn't been able to condense it into form. As soon as the flame neared Mu Yi emitted an excruciating scream. Large beads of sweat kept streaming down his body, soaking the newly changed clothes. Saint Yi, what is going on? What exactly is wrong with my grandson? Mu Bing stopped Mu Jiro, who wanted to step forward and check on Mu Yi, turning instead to Yi Xiaofan for answers. It's simple. He was submerged in the gastric juice of Frost Wing for too long. Even his soul has been corroded somewhat. Although the goddess ring can revive someone as long as they have one breath left, it's limited to treating physical wounds. Although Yi Xiaofan explained to Mu Bing, he did not mention why the approach of the life spark caused Mu Yi such pain. Mu Bing also didn't inquire about the nature of the flame, as it was private and asking outright could easily be disrespectful. The reason the life spark caused Mu Yi such pain was actually quite simple. Bai-He had evolved due to absorbing an overabundance of life spark energy, transforming into Frost Wing, and Bai-He's gastric juices contained an immense amount of life spark power. During the process in which Mu Yi was corroded by this gastric juice, the power of the life spark infiltrated his soul, causing it to undergo mutation. If by he represented physical evolution, then Mu Yi was undergoing spiritual evolution. However, given that Mu Yi was merely a fifth-stage magic warrior, his soul was still far too weak. Even a single thread of the life spark's power had already saturated Mu Yi's soul. In such a situation, when Yi Xiaofan brought out the life spark near him, the resonance triggered between like forces caused Mu Yi's pain. To use an analogy, it would be like someone eating so much they were on the verge of throwing up. Placing more food in front of them at that moment would reflexively make them feel nauseous. Mu Yi was precisely in this state. There's nothing serious, or rather, this might even be an opportunity for him. Yi Xiaofan gently patted Mu Zhirou's shoulder, signaling her not to worry. Spiritual evolution is unpredictable, whether it's good or bad. Each person's soul is unique from birth, and though cultivation can strengthen the soul, it cannot fundamentally change its essence. A monkey can train endlessly but will never become human. Evolution, however, changes everything, turning the monkey into a human, a completely different species altogether. Though I can't definitively say whether it's good or bad, if things go smoothly, he might become the first god of this era. Chapter 134. Divine Might Like a Prison. Divine level. How is this possible? There's nothing impossible about it. Although you might find it hard to comprehend, it is indeed true. In the Mu clan manner, Yi Xiaofan's words stunned everyone present. In this era, the divine level had become a legend. Some people even regarded the divine level as a fantasy from ancient times, believing that such a rank didn't exist. And in this age where no deities emerged, saints were undoubtedly the strongest beings on the continent. There were 3 saints in this hall alone: Bernie, Mu Bing, and Mengka. After becoming a saint, one's lifespan nearly approached immortality. The ultimate goal of all saints was likely that ethereal divine level, wasn't it? Now, Yi Xiaofan's assertion that Mu Yi would reach the divine level left these 3 saints, who had cultivated for countless years, feeling perplexed. Moreover, up until now, Mu Yi had only been a 5th-rank magic warrior. Saint Yi, it's not that we doubt your words, but I know clearly about Yi's strength. What basis do you have when you suddenly claim he will reach the divine level? Though his mouth said he didn't doubt, from the tone of voice, it was still evident that Mu Bing didn't trust what Yi Xiaofan said. The 9 stages of mortals, from a soldier entering sainthood, are the limits of mortals. But gods transcend this limit, becoming entities at another level. Yi Xiaofan sat down in a chair and slowly explained to everyone. Among all those present, Mengka listened most attentively. Others might think Yi Xiaofan was making things up, but Mengka knew Yi Xiaofan's words were absolutely correct. Based on Mengka's guess, Yi Xiaofan might very well be a genuine god. This is a leap in the levels of life, an essential transformation of the soul. It's not only by becoming a saint that one has a chance to ascend to the divine level. If the essence of life reaches sufficient change, even an ordinary person could have the potential to become a deity. What cultivation really is simply utilizing magical power to gradually alter the level of life. When life reaches its peak, that's a saint. Once you've reached this step, there must be comprehension of the laws to evolve into a god, which represents the alteration of the soul's level. As Yi Xiaofan described, Mu Yi began emitting colorful light. Under the illumination of the 5 colors, Mu Yi appeared solemn, sacred, and inviolable. Even a single glance made one feel the urge to prostrate. Has it begun? The quality change of the soul drives the transformation of life. Under the glow of the 5 colors, transforming into the body of a god. The 3 saints could suppress the impulse to kneel within their hearts. However, it proved difficult for the others. Especially Mu Zhirou, with Mengka's help, she managed to restrain her impulse to kneel in reverence before her elder brother, although resisting was extremely arduous for her. Little Yi, why do I always feel this irresistible urge to kneel? I can't hold out much longer. As the saying goes, divine might resembles a prison. The dignity of a god must not be violated. All living beings in this world, except for saints, must bow before a god. Only upon a god's permission does one qualify to stand upright. Yi Xiaofan waved his hand lightly, and instantly Mu Zhirou felt an immense sense of relief, the previous urges disappearing without a trace. When she looked at Mu Yi again, aside from noticing a slight change in him, there was no other sensation. Old me also felt a yearning to pay respects, yet I managed to control myself. Could you explain why, Master? You mentioned saints being exceptions to this rule. Regarding what Yi Xiaofan said earlier, Bernie and Mu Bing now believed wholeheartedly. Even more so, upon realizing they had to resist this aura of dignity while Yi Xiaofan remained completely nonchalant, suspicion brewed within them. Just like Mengka, both of them thought Yi Xiaofan was probably also at the divine level. With this speculation in mind, they became more courteous when speaking to Yi Xiaofan. Just as Yi Xiaofan had said, divine might resemble the prison. In front of a deity, even if the deity doesn't take action, merely a thought would suffice to kill thousands or even tens of thousands of saints. On the one hand, as I mentioned before, the life levels of saints have already reached their peak, hence naturally, they possess some resistance to divine authority. On the other hand, saints themselves can be considered reserved members of the divine level, so the impact of divine might on you is almost zero. Dudu swayed his chubby little figure, strolling over and lying down next to Yi Xiaofan's feet. No one noticed that Dudu's face revealed a hint of anthropomorphic mockery. If someone were to observe carefully, they'd notice that Dudu showed a similar reaction to the divine authority radiating from Mu Yi as Yi Xiaofan did, far surpassing the 3 saints present. And Dudu was merely a 5th-stage magical beast. As everyone continued their conversation, Mu Yi's body kept being remolded by the 5-color light. His originally rough and dark skin slowly became as white and smooth as mutton fat jade, making Mu Zhiro envious beside him. As time passed, the colorful glow surrounding Mu Yi gradually dimmed. However, it didn't feel like it disappeared. Instead, it seemed to fuse with him, settling deep within his body. Coinciding with the dimming of the colorful glow, cumulonimbus clouds, which were extremely rare, appeared in the sky above the Lei Kingdom. Bear in mind, while the Lei Kingdom isn't plagued with perpetual drought, its rainfall is certainly limited throughout the year. The air is always dry, causing people to develop quick tempers. That's why the word Lei includes the character for fierce. Once, a saint proficient in celestial studies visited the Lei Kingdom. After thoroughly examining the area, this saint proclaimed, "According to the geographic location, the climate of the Lei Kingdom shouldn't be like this. But from this land, I hear the wretched cries of countless wronged souls. This unique climate of the Lei Kingdom might be caused by a curse from these tormented spirits." Nobody truly took the words of that saint seriously. How could ghosts possess such immense power? Or, if they were so powerful, how could they end up as restless spirits? The people of the Lei Kingdom feared deities but showed no reverence for ghosts or spirits. Simultaneously, along with the appearance of the cumulonimbus clouds, all the sacred tianhua trees of the Lei Kingdom bowed deeply towards the direction of the Mu residence, seemingly paying respect to some existence. Inside the Mu residence, including Yi Xiaofan, none of them had anticipated that Mu Yi's ascension to divinity would create such a huge commotion. Chapter 135, Hidden Currents. As the five-colored brilliance on Mu Yi's body completely faded away, the rain clouds in the sky unleashed a thunderous roar before gradually disappearing. The sacred tree Tianhua of the Lei Kingdom once again stood upright. However, Mu Yi remained unconscious. It seems everything is over. In a few days, he should awaken. Make sure someone keeps watch by his side and reminds him not to move recklessly after waking up. Yi Xiaofan stood up and left the main hall of the Mu family estate with Meng Ka and Dudu. Although the others still had many questions, none dared to stop Yi Xiaofan from leaving. Especially after speculating that Yi Xiaofan might be a divine-level being, they dared not act rashly in front of him. "Your Holiness, what exactly has happened for you to summon all of us? Is there new movement from the dark sect, Your Holiness?" At the headquarters of the Holy Light Cathedral, the Pope sat on his designated chair, gazing up at the ceiling with an expression of indescribable Hungsang, world weariness. In response to their inquiries, the Pope remained silent until everyone was present, then began slowly speaking. "I know you all are very curious as to why I've summoned all of you today, but please bear with me as I explain it." As soon as the Pope started to speak, the noisy crowd fell silent immediately, a testament to the Pope's great prestige in the hearts of those present. 3 days ago, I suddenly received guidance from the gods. A single sentence from the Pope made the recently quiet crowd boil up again. It was no wonder, while it had long been rumored that popes could hear the will of the gods, over countless years, no pope had ever communicated such an instruction. Over time, this matter had been considered more of a legend. Yet today, the current pope announced he'd heard the gods' guidance. How could this not astonish everyone? Placing his hands gently down, the Pope quieted the group once more as they waited for him to continue. "Our God, the God of light, informed me that the ancient seal that has lain dormant for countless years across the continent has been broken. The gods are about to return, and so too shall demons emerge into the world. Great Holy One, did the Lord mention how long until these demons manifest?" Stepping forward from among the crowd, a striking young man with an evident authority asked. "This matter cannot even be determined by the Lord himself. It could be tens of thousands of years, or perhaps tomorrow. However, our Lord has granted us 7 sacred artifacts. Those who possess these artifacts will become the most powerful angels under the Lord's command, acting as vessels for their descent. What's there to discuss? As the brightness right minister, Cress, one of these positions naturally belongs to me." Still the same youthful and handsome figure stepped forward with excitement, addressing the Pope. To him, becoming a vessel was an incomparable honor, even if it might result in his death. If Cress deserves one of the slots, surely Pandas, the brightness left minister, also deserves one. From Cress's left, a burly man strode forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Cress. "As leaders within the Holy Order, your roles in maintaining its operations are essential. For us missionaries, we should choose the candidates from among us." An elderly man with white hair walked forward defiantly, arguing against them. "I am the Holy Maiden of the Order," spoke a woman draped in immaculate holy robes, her steps calm and purposeful. "This is a duty I cannot shirk." In that moment, everyone in the hall contested fiercely over the 7 positions. Quiet. Every individual here plays a crucial role in the Holy Order. Its operation depends upon each one of you. According to the guidance of the Lord, the 7 openings will be selected from among the faithful. The method for selection will involve contact with the sacred artifacts. Those recognized by the artifacts will become the containers for the angel's arrival. Your responsibility will be to pre-screen the believers before gathering them here. Since we do not know when demons may arrive, time is limited. 3 years from now, the final selection will take place at the headquarters of the Order, in Formalin. Moreover, this matter must already have reached the attention of the Dark Order. Given their character, this period will not remain peaceful. Prepare accordingly, giving the forces of darkness no chance to take advantage of any vulnerabilities. The Pope's voice gradually became more impassioned as he revealed the results to everyone. As for the Pope's orders, all would unconditionally comply, though everyone lamented not being chosen as a vessel. At the same time, within the headquarters of the Dark Sect, "These years, Our church has suffered tremendous losses due to certain events. The most severe was the fall of our Archbishop Allen. I feel an immeasurable sorrow over this. A dark-skinned pope hidden in the shadows sent his distinctive sharp voice throughout the dim and oppressive hall. Yet, no one could be seen in the hall. Only voices echoed through the space. Pope Dion, you've been mentioning this matter for 10 years already. There's no need to bring it up again. That's right. What is the significant matter you have summoned us all here for today? Every time a voice spoke, a shadow appeared in the dim hall. And when the voice faded, so did the shadow. An ordinary person who witnessed this would likely have been terrified out of their wits. However, there were no ordinary individuals present here. All the shadows belonged to the finest of the dark sect's elites. Last night, the great dark god granted me a revelation. In the near future, the gods shall return to this land. To welcome the great dark god, our mission is to make the entire world believe in the great dark god. Dark god, dark god, dark god. The Pope's words successfully ignited the emotions of the crowd, everyone passionately shouting praises to the dark god. Besides the Holy Light Cathedral and the dark sect, many powerful forces across the Kanglan continent received this news as well. The dragons residing on remote islands, the elves sequestered in their peach blossom utopia, and the orcs living in frigid lands. On that day, with Mu Yi's ascension to divinity as the catalyst, a torrent of madness swept across the Kanglan continent. Chapter 136, Departure and Meeting. Xiaoya, are you really leaving? I'll miss you. Don't be like that. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come back to see you. At the city gate of Liling Kingdom's capital, Yi Xiaofan sat atop Dudu, saying goodbye to Mu Jiro and the others who had come to see her off. Half a month ago, Mu Yi successfully evolved into a god-level being. The emperor of Liling Kingdom, Bianir, immediately prepared an excellent mansion for him. Even the mage tower was already under construction. Now, all Bianir could think about was finding a proper opportunity to announce Mu Yi's ascension to the continent. As for Yi Xiaofan, Bianir hadn't bothered with her for quite some time. Not just Bianir, but even the princes and princesses of Liling Kingdom, after preparing gifts for Yi Xiaofan, handed them all over to Mu Yi instead. This made Yi Xiaofan sigh at the coldness of human relations. With free time on her hands, Yi Xiaofan, accompanied by Mu Jiro, took a good tour of the capital city of Liling Kingdom. Mu Yi wanted to accompany them as well, but he was dragged into a closed room by Mu Bing due to his inability to properly control his newfound powers. After half a month, there was nothing more entertaining, so Yi Xiaofan decided to say farewell. But Xiaoya, wouldn't it be better to stay? Why do you suddenly have this idea of traveling the world? Before, I was always confused because I didn't know what I should do or what I could do. But after seeing the frosty wings, I suddenly realized something. There must be many strange and interesting things in this world. Here, Yi Xiaofan paused, gazing at the distant sky as the gentle breeze lifted her hair. The world is so big, I want to take a look. The previous Yi Xiaofan, though always laughing outwardly, held an exceptionally calm gaze. Now, Mu Jiro saw hope in Yi Xiaofan's eyes for the first time. All right, you must remember to come back and see me. Definitely. With a gentle kick to Dudu's behind, Dudu slowly turned around and carried Yi Xiaofan away into the distance. As for Munka, he chose to stay in the Liling Kingdom. From the glances between him and Mu Jiro, Yi Xiaofan understood everything. Little Green is too weak to join me on adventures. Take care of it for me, and next time we meet, don't let it be any thinner. Miss, please leave it to me. This was the last sentence Yi Xiaofan said to Munka before departing. I'm so hungry. Do you have any food, Dudu? Woo. It had been half a year since leaving the Liling Kingdom. Yi Xiaofan had been seeking beautiful scenery or strange creatures. Thus, she preferred places rarely touched by humans. Unknowingly, the food stored in Yi Xiaofan's space ring was all consumed. Although she wouldn't starve to death, walking around on an empty stomach wasn't such a pleasant experience. Wow, that smells so good. It's the scent of roasted meat, over there. Woo, you smell it too, huh? Let's hurry over then. Woo. Just seconds ago they were lethargic, but upon smelling the food, both instantly became lively again. Riding on Dudu's back, Yi Xiaofan excitedly looked toward the direction where the fragrance came from. Her saliva is soaking Dudu's fur. Dudu didn't mind these details since the amount of drool streaming from Dudu's mouth was 10 times more than Yi Xiaofan's, easily described as a torrential flow. You need to remember, in the wild, you must always be cautious about 3 things. First, attacks from monsters. Second, ambushes from strangers. Third, food shortages. If these 3 issues aren't a problem, then your lives will have been preserved for the most part. This line from the teacher has been repeated at least 10 times. Doesn't he find it annoying? Shoo, keep your voice down. If the senior hears it, it'll be bad. After detailing the survival rules, Zierman let the 7 students in front of him go free. Watching their retreating figures, Zierman disappointingly shook his head. He had led 5 groups of students already, and said those words countless times. However, none of these self-righteous new students took his words to heart. Yet, when he was a student, the experience lessons his seniors told him, he seemed not to have taken them either. If only he had, perhaps the knife scar on his chest would never have appeared. Slowly stroking the scar on his chest, Zierman recalled the affairs of his youth. That scar on his chest still hurt faintly. It was left by a very adorable girl he had saved during his first adventure in the wild. When Zierman found her, her so-called companions were lying dead beside her. 3 men and another girl, all with not a trace of life remaining. As for her, her face was filled with fear and terror. Zierman couldn't help but comfort her, help her, take care of her. The girl at that time seemed to have suffered a great shock and was terrified. Every night, She would need Zierman to hold her before she could sleep peacefully. But very abruptly, the girl stabbed through Zierman's chest with a dagger while he was completely off guard. If Zierman's heart hadn't been naturally positioned slightly higher than that of an average person, he would have long since become a pile of white bones by now. As for that girl, she robbed Zierman of all his belongings and then fled. Ever since then, Zierman had never seen her again. Excuse me, can I buy some of your roasted meat? Sure, 10 copper coins per skewer. The pleasant voice rang in Zierman's ears, and without hesitation, he handed over the roasted meat. But immediately afterward, Zierman's entire body shuddered as he quickly moved away with the roasted meat. Zierman finally got a clear look at the person approaching. A girl of about 16 or 17 years old, her waist-length hair casually draped down. She wore a soft beige casual outfit, exuding a hint of cuteness. By her side stood a mighty black tiger that kept its eyes fixed on the roasted meat in his hands. Why you? Who are you? Although he had been a teacher at the academy for a long time, his numerous experiences fighting beasts in the wild gave him great confidence in his alertness. Even though he was only a 5th-rank magic master, a 7th-rank assassin would be impossible to approach him unnoticed. Yet the girl in front of him had appeared by his side silently. Chapter 137. Regretting the iron cannot turn into steel. Uncle, you are so stingy. You won't even sell me a skewer of roasted meat. This person was none other than Yi Xiaofan, who had followed the aroma to this place. Seeing the golden roasted meat on the grill, Yi Xiaofan teleported with Dudu right next to Hillman. In an attempt to show her politeness, Yi Xiaofan asked Hillman as politely as possible if he could sell her some roasted meat. However, Hillman's behavior greatly disappointed Yi Xiaofan. Don't change the subject. Who exactly are you? My name is Yi Xiaofan, and this is my pet. No, magic pet Dudu. Judging by your age, you should be quite young. Why are you alone in the universal forest? Have you lost your companions? Hillman put down his guard and slowly approached Yi Xiaofan with the roasted meat. With past experiences, Hillman naturally wouldn't truly lower his guard towards Yi Xiaofan. I only have him as my companion. Don't underestimate me, uncle. I am quite capable. But my food has run out, so I want to buy some from you, uncle. Yi Xiaofan patted Dudu's head twice, and Dudu looked as if he was enjoying it. No need to buy, you can take all these away. Really? Uncle, you're such a good person. Without further ado, Yi Xiaofan stuffed all the roasted meat from the grill into her spatial ring. What a pretty girl. Teacher, who is she? The students who had just returned one after another called out, with a freckled youth leaning on Yi Xiaofan, shouting in surprise. Following the freckled youth's shout, others also noticed Yi Xiaofan. Hello, my name is Yi Xiaofan, and this is Dudu. Hi, I'm Siyu. The freckled youth greeted Yi Xiaofan first. Others also introduced themselves one by one to Yi Xiaofan following Siyu. You say you're here for an adventure in the Universal Forest? That's amazing. We come from the String Kingdom, and we're out for training. Have I already reached the String Kingdom? I didn't even know yet. You said you ran out of food? Why don't you join us? We guarantee you will have endless food. Tell you, I am great at hunting. Really? That would be wonderful. The group of young people quickly chatted happily together. Listening to their conversation, Hillman couldn't help but hit his forehead in distress. These guys clearly didn't listen to what he said at all. And without hesitation, Yi Xiaofan accepted their invitation. Although being alone gave her more freedom, humans were inherently social creatures. Feeling lonely for too long inevitably made her want to talk to someone. Seeing Yi Xiaofan agree so easily, Hillman tightened his grip on the dagger hidden under his sleeve, becoming increasingly wary of Yi Xiaofan. As night fell, the group of young people drank until they were drunk, lying sprawled on the ground. Yi Xiaofan, holding a wine jug, found Hillman who was guarding the camp alone. Teacher Hillman, won't you join me for a drink? No thanks. Although this is the outermost part of the Universal Forest, generally no monsters will come here. Still, it's better to stay alert just in case. Does that include being wary of me? Taking a sip of wine, Yi Xiaofan sat cross-legged on the grass and said. No matter what Hillman thought in his heart, Yi Xiaofan could roughly guess. In isolated areas, seeing a young girl wandering alone in dangerous forests certainly meant something wasn't ordinary. If she had encountered such a person, she would have been cautious as well. To be honest, I admire you, uncle. Although your power isn't high, you're not handsome, and you have strange habits, but you are very responsible. Hillman did not wish to comment on what Yi Xiaofan said, turning around as if he hadn't heard anything. Come on, uncle, don't be so grumpy. It was just a joke. Yi Xiaofan handed over the wine jug which was half drunk to Hillman. In fact, I was quite handsome when I was young. Facing the wine jug handed over by Yi Xiaofan, Hillman hesitated slightly after looking at Yi Xiaofan's pure eyes before taking a big gulp. Uncle, how come you drank it? I just asked you to hold it for me. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Cough cough. Hillman choked uncontrollably, with a barely visible tinge of red on his face. Uncle, you're so cute. Just teasing you. Seeing Hillman actually took it seriously, Yi Xiaofan laughed unreservedly, rolling on the ground. Hillman helplessly glanced at Yi Xiaofan and drank a large mouthful of wine. In fact, I've poisoned the wine. Within a minute, uncle, your magic will be sealed, making you unable to use it. What's there to fear? Didn't you drink it just now? If you really poisoned it, your magic would be sealed too. Hillman stated that he would no longer trust a single word from Yi Xiaofan, not even a punctuation mark. Then, Hillman clutched his stomach in pain, lying on the ground, and in his mind, he recalled the girl who had left a scar on his chest. Hee. Uncle, rest assured, my knife is very sharp. You won't feel a bit of pain. You can have whatever you want. Killing me is fine too, but please spare my students. Hillman mustered all his strength to get up from the ground and pleaded with Yi Xiaofan. Sorry, I can't do that. Yi Xiaofan lifted the Mingyuan's sword in her hand, aimed at Hillman's neck, and swung it down. Facing the sharp blade, Hillman helplessly closed his eyes in despair. In his mind, scenes from his life replayed, and the final image froze on the 7 students he had led this time. They were so young, with bright futures ahead of them. Yet because of my carelessness, all of this will be lost. Why can't I ever learn? If I had been more cautious. Hillman waited for a long time, but the blade never cut across his skin. Puzzled, he opened his eyes and saw his 7 students standing around him, examining him while muttering words. So this is the expression on someone's face when they're about to die. It's really interesting. It seems that we shouldn't trust strangers' words in the wild. Little Yi lectures much better than the teacher. The lessons are vivid and come with real-life demonstrations. Hillman got up from the ground and looked at Yi Xiaofan, wanting to know what was going on. Don't take it personally, uncle. Though I admire your sense of responsibility, your teaching methods are truly terrible. Just now when I talked with them about wilderness survival, I discovered they didn't know anything. It's the students' fault if they don't learn, but it's the teacher's fault if they don't teach well, uncle. Yi Xiaofan shook her head and made a face as if regretting iron couldn't turn into steel. Chapter 138. Carmen is a lake. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soft, swishing sound. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, scattering patterns across the ground. Yi Xiaofan rubbed her sleepy eyes and emerged from the tent. She immediately noticed the young men and women nearby, who were practicing their skills. At the forefront of the 7 young people stood Zilman, answering their questions about cultivation. Good morning, everyone. You all woke up so early. Xiaofan, it's already noon. You just woke up too late. A girl with a ponytail responded to Yi Xiaofan. Her name was Kwabisi, an outgoing and lively young woman. Seeing Yi Xiaofan approach, Zilman turned his face sourly and told Kwabisi to focus on the lecture, completely ignoring Yi Xiaofan's presence. Hey uncle, you're still mad about last night, aren't you? Come on, men shouldn't be so petty, or no one will want to marry you. Of course, Yi Xiaofan knew why Zilman was sulking. It was because she had teased him the previous evening. A grown man being this petty, indeed. Zilman continued to ignore Yi Xiaofan, attentively explaining cultivation techniques to the 7 youngsters. Despite Yi Xiaofan recognizing many inaccuracies in Zilman's explanations, she refrained from interrupting. Instead, she sat down next to Kwabisi. As soon as Yi Xiaofan sat down, the young ones couldn't suppress their curiosity any longer, constantly stealing glances in her direction. When she caught their gazes, they quickly turned away, pretending nothing happened. With students not focusing on the lesson, Zilman grew somewhat exasperated. Finally, he decided to give them the day off. That's enough for today. Let's get ready to move deeper into the forest. Yes. With the end of their dull practice session, the youth surrounded Yi Xiaofan, especially the boys, who eagerly showed off in front of their admired girls. Though, to Yi Xiaofan, they seemed like children who hadn't grown up yet. Still, it was their purity and straightforwardness that made her genuinely fond of them. Where's this Carmen Lake you mentioned last night? I'd like to take a look. Why don't we show you? It's beautiful there. But won't it interfere with your training? Not at all. As long as we are within the universal forest, anywhere could be our training ground. Right, Teacher Zilman? The group buzzed excitedly as they decided unanimously to accompany Yi Xiaofan to Carmen Lake. Although they did ask Zilman, they clearly had no intention of changing their mind. Poor Zilman. His opposition was ignored before it even came out. Despite wanting to assert his authority as a teacher, he remembered Yi Xiaofan's words from the previous night and ultimately kept silent. Since Carmen Lake wasn't too far away and wouldn't consume much time, he reluctantly agreed within himself. Or perhaps, he tried to hypnotize himself. Deciding firmly, Yi Xiaofan mounted Dudu amidst everyone's envious gazes and set off toward Carmen Lake. Carmen Lake was nestled within the universal forest of the String Music Kingdom. In the lake resided a species of fish known as silver moon fish. Around October each year, these fish would leap from the water, gracefully forming arcs in the air, trailing brilliant rainbows before splashing back into the water. No one knows why the silver moon fish jump out of the water, but when countless numbers of them do so simultaneously, the sight is truly mesmerizing. The String Music Kingdom intentionally cleared the outer area of the universal forest of monsters, carving a path leading to Carmen Lake, so visitors could come to admire this natural wonder. Even during the month of October each year, the king orders the military to guard the location, ensuring tourist safety. Yi Xiaofan really had good luck, because it was now early October. If she had arrived here a month later or had never met Zilman and the others, she might have missed this rare beauty. It didn't take long for Yi Xiaofan's group to arrive at Carmen Lake. There were throngs of people here, making Yi Xiaofan momentarily think she was in a bustling city. There are so many people here, all to see the silver moon fish? Of course. At this time every year, many people from other countries come here to witness this stunning view. I've been here 3 times already, all to see the silver moon fish. The sight is simply breathtaking, and I never tire of it. Among the 7 young people, Suyu always talked the most. He kept sneaking near Yi Xiaofan, often jumping at the first chance to answer whenever she had a question. Apart from Suyu, the one who talked the most was Kwabisi. While Suyu might have only wanted to show off in front of Yi Xiaofan, and would say things whether he knew them or not, Kwabisi truly had vast knowledge. There wasn't a single famous site in the String Music Kingdom that Kwabisi didn't know about. What's more, out of all these famous sites, Kwabisi had personally visited 90% of them, speaking about each with great authority. Of course, if she didn't add so much irrelevant talk, Yi Xiaofan would have actually enjoyed listening very much. It's 2 o'clock. Almost 2 o'clock. Wife, come take a look. Where's my recording crystal ball? Which cursed person stole my crystal ball? Suddenly, there was an uproar in the crowd. It turned out the silver moon fish had swum to the lake surface. Every day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the silver moon fish would jump out of the water precisely on time. Ever since the founding of the String Music Kingdom, and ever since Carmen Lake was discovered by people, the silver moon fish had maintained this habit without missing even once. We should hurry over too. Wait a moment, Xiaoyi. Seeing that it was about to start, Yi Xiaofan immediately ran joyfully toward Carmen Lake. Quibisi tried to hold her back, but couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. But just as Yi Xiaofan was about to reach Carmen Lake, 2 guards stopped her. Stop! Please present your entry ticket. Entry ticket. Xiaoyi, you were running too fast. I forgot to tell you. If you want to watch the silver moon fish jump, you need to buy a ticket to enter. Moreover, tickets need to be bought 3 months in advance to secure them. Quibisi caught up with Yi Xiaofan, panting heavily while explaining. Zilman also rushed up with the others, and when they heard that they needed to buy tickets to get in, they all looked at each other blankly for a moment. Among the group present, apart from Quibisi, none of the others had actually been to Carmen Lake before. Chapter 139. The Fish Leaps Through the Dragon Gate. Among the people present, apart from Quibisi, none of them had truly been to Lake Carmen before. Regarding the fact that tickets were required to watch the silver moonfish leap out of the water, everyone, including Hillman, was completely unaware. Big Brother Guard, please make an exception and let us in. No. Yexiafan secretly handed a bag of gold coins to the 2 guards, but it was mercilessly pushed back by the guards. Big Brother Guard, don't be so heartless, just make an exception this once. No, gulp. Yexiafan patted the guard's chest and gave the 2 of them a flirtatious look. Swallowing their saliva with difficulty, they still managed to reject Yexiafan. Hey, why are you 2 so rigid? Will letting me in kill someone? If we say no, then no. Without a ticket, no one is allowed to enter. This is an order directly issued by His Majesty. Seeing that the 2 men wouldn't budge, Yexiafan temporarily ran out of ideas. She couldn't really just rough them up. After all, they were just following the rules. Yexiafan wasn't quite that unreasonable. Don't worry, Xiaoyi, since I dared to bring you here, there will naturally be a way. What method? Quibisi pulled Yexiafan, who was still fuming, back, and whispered quietly to her. Then, Quibisi walked up to the 2 guards and showed them something secretly. As a result, all of them successfully entered. As for exactly what that thing was, due to Quibisi's deliberate blocking, Yexiafan did not see it. However, this did not affect Yexiafan's improving mood as she happily hugged Quibisi and walked inside. The young ones envied Quibisi, fantasizing why the person Yexiafan hugged wasn't themselves. When Yexiafan and her group successfully arrived at the shores of Lake Carmen, countless silver moonfish were already leaping out over the lake. The water seemed to boil as silver moonfish continued to jump out of the surface, splashing large water droplets and soaking the clothes of onlookers. Up in the sky, the shimmering fish formed a vast streak of silver, and the splashed water refracted light, forming a huge rainbow. The silver moonfish surged upward as if attempting to leap over the rainbow. Everyone was captivated by the stunning beauty before their eyes, but none noticed when one of the silver moonfish leapt over the rainbow, strangely disappearing. At the same time as its disappearance, a faint wail seemed to echo. However, among those present, neither Yexiafan nor Dudu seemed affected. Why do I always feel like something is off? Dudu, did you notice anything? Woof woof. What did you say, Xiaoyi? No, it's nothing, you must have misheard. Quibisi heard the conversation between Yexiafan and Dudu, though she didn't clearly understand, and assumed Yexiafan was speaking to her, thus asking Yexiafan. For some reason, however, Yexiafan felt it would be better not to inform Quibisi, and thus casually brushed her off. The fish continued jumping, and this scene would last continuously for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes passed, the silver moonfish would swim back into the lake, waiting for tomorrow to come again. Suppressing the doubts in her mind, Yexiafan focused her attention on enjoying the breathtaking scenery. Only Dudu kept staring intently at the rainbow in the sky. Fish leaping through the dragon gate. Who would have thought such an ancient deception still existed today? But if I could absorb the gateway in the sky, my strength might surely recover a bit more. Licking Yexiafan's hand subtly, Dudu stealthily retreated from the crowd. Do you need to go pee, Dudu? Then hurry back quickly. Woof woof. Years of living together ensured that even though Dudu didn't speak, Yexiafan always understood his intentions. Reaching a desolate place, Dudu's body rapidly shrank, and he then disappeared into the ground. When Dudu reappeared, it was because he emerged from beneath Lake Carmen. Gurgling, finally, I've managed to coordinate the magic within me. It's such a great feeling to be able to talk again. I'm tired of woofing every day. After taking a big sip of lake water, Dudu finally managed to speak under the lake bottom, and all surrounding water would avoid him, flowing away to both sides. Death God Khalsa's once opened a void gate, known to the world as Carmen. To fill the void in the underworld, Khalsa spread a great lie across the land, claiming anyone who leaps past Carmen could erase their death limit and gain eternal life. Through the murky lake water, Dudu gazed at the surface above. Every silver moonfish that fell back into Lake Carmen, upon touching the water, immediately transformed into a puff of white smoke, spreading everywhere underwater. In moments, these puffs reformed into silver moonfish and leaped toward the surface once more. The laughable part is that such an obvious lie actually has countless people believing it. For the sake of immortality, even God-level strong individuals rush to jump towards Carmen. But no one knows that Carmen, as the gateway linking the underworld, cannot be entered by any living being. The only way to reach Carmen is through death. In the lake water, Dudu's figure gradually grew larger, stopping only when he reached his original size. Timing it perfectly, Dudu struck a newly formed silver moonfish with his paw, pinning it underfoot and staring at it intently. Finally, Kalsis took the souls who had jumped through Carmen back to the underworld, returning contentedly and closing the gate to the underworld, allowing only those whose lifespans were fully spent to reincarnate. As for the souls left behind on the continent by Carmen, they still persistently try to leap over Carmen in pursuit of that illusory immortality. But in reality, they have long since died, turned into faint wraiths, and continue leaping toward Carmen driven by their attachment to life. Not long after, the silver moonfish under Dudu's foot reformed into a puff of white smoke, which coiled around Dudu. Dudu successively caught more than a dozen silver moonfish, repeating the same process and turning them all into wisps of white smoke wrapped around his body. As the white smoke increased, Dudu gradually transformed into the likeness of a silver moonfish. Even if Yi Xiaofan were to come here, she wouldn't be able to tell which silver moonfish was really Dudu. As a direct creation of the death god Kalsis, Carmen should contain a trace of his divine power. Although I can't absorb it directly, I can slowly convert and then absorb it. The silver moonfish that Dudu had turned into let out a malicious smile from its cornered mouth and used all its strength to swim towards the surface. Splash! Dudu leaped out of the water forcefully, jumping higher than any other silver moonfish and splashing up large droplets, successfully drawing the attention of the audience watching on shore. Look quickly, that silver moonfish jumps so high. How beautiful. Is it the Fish King? Even its scales are shinier than those of the others. Chapter 140, A Prophecy from Antiquity. Am I having an illusion? Or why does that fish remind me so much of Dudu? By the lake, Yi Xiaofan also saw the largest fish, the biggest silver moon fish transformed from Dudu. Dudu leaped out of the water with great effort and jumped right over the rainbow in the sky. When Dudu surpassed the rainbow, light began to warp. Behind the splendid rainbow, a pitch-black gate engraved with a skull was revealed. But among those on the shore, no one besides Yi Xiaofan could see the existence of this skull gate. Dudu opened its mouth wide at the skull gate, creating a powerful suction force. From the skull gate, grayish mist kept emanating and was being sucked into Dudu's mouth. Quibisi, what is that skull gate? I keep feeling an ominous aura coming from it. Skull gate? Little Yi, what are you talking about? There's no such thing as a skull gate. If you can't see it, things seem to be getting interesting. A very dangerous smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xiaofan's lips. No matter how beautiful the scenery, after enjoying it for a while, boredom will set in. Yi Xiaofan had been standing here for 10 minutes and had long grown tired of this monotonous sight. However, now behind this stunning scenery, there seemed to be some earth-shattering secret hidden, which made Yi Xiaofan excited despite herself. Quibisi, I'm leaving for a bit. Oh, come back soon, there's better stuff ahead. Yi Xiaofan gave Quibisi a knowing glance. Being both girls, Quibisi immediately understood Yi Xiaofan's meaning. Hold it, woman over there. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers arrived, surrounding Yi Xiaofan and her companions. The captain of the soldiers pointed his sword at Yi Xiaofan and said, "Please come with us." Why? What crime did I commit? Men, seize her. Yi Xiaofan looked at the encircling soldiers, arching her eyebrows. Without a word, the soldiers moved forward and attempted to arrest Yi Xiaofan. Needless to say, it was impossible for a mere dozen soldiers to take down Yi Xiaofan. With only a few punches and kicks, she knocked all the soldiers flat on the ground. You dare to resist arrest. Hold on, why are you arresting her? The soldiers spoke tremulously upon seeing Yi Xiaofan's strength. As Yi Xiaofan was preparing to deal with the captain too, Quibisi stepped in front of her. In the name of the 7th princess of Xianla Kingdom, I demand that you explain this matter to me. Quibisi took out a token and showed it to the soldier captain. Yi Xiaofan noticed that this was the same token Quibisi used initially to show 2 soldiers who were blocking her way. However, Yi Xiaofan didn't expect that Quibisi was actually the princess of the Xianla Kingdom. Subordinate greets princess. After the soldier captain picked up the token from the ground, examined it closely for 3 seconds, then with a thud, knelt before Quibisi. Since the soldier captain already bowed to Quibisi, it clearly proved that Quibisi was indeed the princess of the Xianla Kingdom. In a flash, everyone stopped looking at the silver moon fish and knelt down before Quibisi instead. Get up, I ask you, why did you capture Xiaofan? What crime has she committed? Quibisi proudly waved her hand around, signaling all present to rise and stand at ease. Your subordinate doesn't know either, but it was the order issued by Lord Bach. Lord Bach was the person in charge of the Carmen Lake region in the Xianla Kingdom. Having just arrived within the territory of the Xianla Kingdom and wandering through the wilderness, Yi Xiaofan naturally would not recognize any Lord Bach. Xiaofan, I'll go with you to meet Lord Bach. Don't worry, with me around, you won't be wronged. If you say so, Quibisi, then I'll go along. Given Quibisi's insistence, Yi Xiaofan indifferently nodded. As for Dudu and the Skull Gate, they instantly slipped from her mind. Initially, the soldier captain wanted to place magical restraining handcuffs on Yi Xiaofan, but upon a glare from Quibisi, he sheepishly led the way with his subordinates. Under the lead of the soldiers, Yi Xiaofan arrived at the temporary base where the Xianla Kingdom's army was stationed near Carmen Lake. A vast field of tents stretched out, presenting an impressive sight. Entering the largest tent, Yi Xiaofan saw a middle-aged man of around 40 to 50 years old, sitting at the head of the gathering. He was dressed in plain robes, yet exuded an aura of authority. Below him sat a soldier in armor. It was unclear to Yi Xiaofan who among the 2 men was Lord Bach. Judging by their clothing, it should have been the armored soldier. But then who was the man sitting at the head of the gathering? Was there someone here whose rank was even higher than a lord? Soon, Quibisi resolved Yi Xiaofan's doubts. Father, why are you here? Quibisi quickly ran over to the middle-aged man seated at the head and threw herself into his arms. Haha, father heard you entered the cosmic forest for training, so he thought you might pass by Carmen Lake, thus bringing an entourage along. You've always loved the silver moon fish at Carmen Lake, which father hasn't forgotten. Don't think that by saying this I'll forgive you for not attending my birthday banquet. Though her words suggested she wouldn't forgive him, Quibisi still continued to act coquettishly in the middle-aged man's embrace. From their conversation, Yi Xiaofan learned that the one sitting at the head was none other than the king of Xinla Kingdom, Scotty Buru. By the way, Uncle Bach, why did you order people to capture little Yi? This wasn't my command, but His Majesty's. Even I am confused as to why His Majesty wanted to capture a young girl. Quibisi descended from Scotty's lap and asked the armored soldier below, who could only helplessly smile at her. I'm wondering the same thing myself. Come to think of it, apart from coming to Carmen Lake, I haven't set foot in the territory of Xinla Kingdom, right? I wonder why His Majesty ordered my capture. The sword you're carrying is called Mingyun, isn't it? That's correct, but how do you know that? Yi Xiaofan glanced down at the Mingyun hanging on her waist and curiously questioned Scotty. After Yi Xiaofan confirmed this, Scotty's expression grew increasingly stern when looking at her. In our Xinla Kingdom, there has long been a prophecy. When the silver moon dances gracefully, the one wielding the crimson blade will bring about world-ending calamity. Just because of a prophecy? Exactly, just because of a prophecy. But isn't this reason enough? Chapter 141, Imminent Conflict. If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't accept it. Whether to accept or not is not up to you. Servants, seize this person for me. Hold it right there. Everyone stop. The atmosphere between Scotty and Yi Xiaofan grew increasingly tense. If Cui Bizi hadn't been standing in between, Yi Xiaofan would have likely already made a move. As for the bystander Hillman and his students, they couldn't fathom how things had escalated to this point. Father, Xiaoya is my friend, and I won't allow you to hurt her. Your Highness, the prophecy passed down by our ancestors will not be wrong. Please step aside. I refuse. I won't let you capture Xiaoya. Seeing Cui Bizi's desperate attempt to prevent Scotty, Yi Xiaofan gently shook her head and approached Cui Bizi. Cui Bizi, it's best if you don't interfere with what comes next. Just take a nap, and everything will be as if nothing ever happened. With that, Yi Xiaofan delivered a swift hand strike to Cui Bizi's neck, knocking her unconscious. Picking up Cui Bizi, Yi Xiaofan gently placed her on a nearby chair before turning back to face Scotty. All right, now there's no one left to interrupt. You're a good girl. If it weren't for the prophecy of our ancestors, I believe you could have become great friends with Cui Bizi. Enough chatter, send your people in. Once we're done here, I can continue my journey. Haha, no wonder you dared to wander around the continent at such a young age. Your courage truly shows. As Scotty observed Yi Xiaofan's carefree attitude, admiration crept into his tone. Yet admiration aside, Scotty was not going to let Yi Xiaofan go. Why are you still hesitating? Retreat. Lord Pak restrained Hillman, leading his students out of the tent. The elder who had been standing behind Scotty all along carried Cui Bizi away with him, leaving alongside Scotty. With their departure, Kingdom Strigata's soldiers took their place. Glancing around, there were easily over 1,000 soldiers, each possessing formidable strength, not less than that of a 4th-rank Grand Mage warrior. Ordinary soldiers, Yi Xiaofan had no intention of taking their lives, even if they were soldiers, even if they were enemies. Mingyin glided lightly through the air, its crimson blade mesmerizing. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Every soldier rushing forward was stopped dead in their tracks. Mingyin slowly swung toward the 12 soldiers nearest to Yi Xiaofan. 12 slashes of the celestial blade, unleashed in an instant, a technique capable of killing saints. Time resumed flowing again. A tearing sound followed as the 12 closest to Yi Xiaofan saw their armor split down the middle. The soldiers beneath, marked with shallow bloodlines, gradually collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, Yi Xiaofan did not kill them. She simply split their armor in two and then used the force impact to knock them unconscious. Even though 12 men fell, for an army consisting of thousands, these 12 were akin to a drop in the ocean. Iron discipline drove them to ignore their fallen comrades, charging toward Yi Xiaofan with weapons raised. Magic once more enveloped Mingyin. This time, however, instead of using the 12 heavenly blade slash, Yi Xiaofan generated flames from her magic. Already bright red, Mingyin transformed into an eerie fiery weapon when imbued with fire-red flames. A single slash sent a wave of blazing flames shooting forward along the edge of Mingyin. As it scorched a carbonized trail across the ground, it set ablaze the bodies of the soldiers in its path. Many soldiers screamed in agony as they frantically tore off their cumbersome armor, but removing armor wasn't easy. It seems this young lady is not an ordinary fighter, Hillary. Go and capture her. But your majesty, what about your safety and the princesses? The elderly man who had consistently stood behind Scotty hesitated slightly while looking at him. There's no need to worry. Isn't Pak here enough to ensure my safety? Very well, your old servant shall return momentarily. Golden light surged around Hillary as he instantly appeared beside Yi Xiaofan. Before she could react to the presence beside her, she was struck and sent flying into the sky. Hillary pressed the advantage relentlessly. His legs bent slightly as he leaped into the air, clenching both hands together before delivering a powerful downward blow aimed at Yi Xiaofan's abdomen. Clang! Yi Xiaofan barely blocked the strike with Mingyin, but the force was enough to send her rapidly plummeting towards the ground. Just before hitting the ground, Yi Xiaofan channeled magical power forcefully behind her. Using the counterforce, she managed to just halt her descent. With Mingyin firmly in hand, Yi Xiaofan squinted and stared at Hilary floating above her. Among all the saints Yi Xiaofan had encountered, Hilary's strength was unmatched, nearly approaching the godlike level. Hilary likewise gazed at Yi Xiaofan on the ground, impressed that she had managed to block his attack. Still, all below the rank of saints were but ants, incapable of enduring the might of a saint's pressure. With this thought, Hilary unleashed an aura unique to saints toward Yi Xiaofan. The immense pressure descended from the sky onto the ground, and in response, Yi Xiaofan released her own aura. An aura was supposed to be intangible, yet the clash between Yi Xiaofan's and Hilary's auras cracked the very earth beneath them. Even the space around them trembled incessantly. The soldiers who had originally surrounded Yi Xiaofan on the ground were now involuntarily kneeling as they were caught in the crossfire of these two auras. Who would have thought? At such a young age you've already reached the rank of a saint. Truly, the future is bright. You're no slouch either, old man. You're the first saint to successfully strike me, and for that, you can feel proud. Once someone became a saint, they were bestowed with a unique saint-level presence. However, this pressure did not increase as their cultivation deepened. Even between saints with vastly different levels of strength, the pressure remained identical. Thus, judging another saint's strength based solely on pressure alone was difficult. Yet, both individuals on the field couldn't help but mutually perceive each other's power as comparable to their own. Even though we are both saints, I have been one for over 1,000 years. How could I possibly not surpass you? This old man may still only be a saint, but his strength approaches godlike levels. Someone like Mu Yi, who has just barely entered the divine realm and doesn't know how to wield its techniques, wouldn't stand a chance against him. In comparison, this old man must surely be a semi-god, just a step away from divinity. Both mentally and verbally, neither party in this standoff was willing to concede defeat. But considering the enormous range of destruction that battles between saints could unleash, and to avoid collateral damage, neither dared to fully deploy their abilities. Chapter 142, Full. The power of a saint was, after all, extraordinary. Even though the two people had unconsciously suppressed their strength, the battle's aftereffects still created a deep crater within a kilometer radius. However, as the campsite was quite far from Lake Cayman, the commotion here did not disturb those who were watching at the lake. As time passed, the silver moon fish jumping into the water gradually came to an end. After the 10th jump, Dudu finally managed to completely attract Cayman's power. With the absorption of power, Dudu transformed back from the silver moon fish form into a cute little tiger, opening its mouth and sucking hard towards Cayman. In an instant, the light across the entire sky dimmed. An ordinary person might not have noticed, but Yi Xiaofan and Hilary, who were in the middle of battle, could distinctly feel it. The two collided quickly and then separated rapidly. Little girl, did you notice anything? It seems to be coming from Lake Cayman. Should we stop fighting and go check what's happening? I'll need to ask the Emperor first. Hilary leaped to Scardy's presence and recounted what he felt to Scardy. Could it be that the disaster has already begun? Pak, gather the army and arrange for the princess and her friends. Hilary, take me there first. Pak accepted the order and dragged an unwilling Chui Bis away swiftly. When Yi Xiaofan was getting impatient waiting, Hilary finally arrived with Scardy. Without any words exchanged, the three quickly flew towards Lake Cayman. At this moment, Lake Cayman underwent unprecedented changes as Cayman's power was gradually absorbed by Dudu. The souls originally turned into silver moon fish, like a seal being lifted, revealed transparent and sinister bodies, continuously climbing out of Lake Cayman and rushing towards the people on the shore. The rainbow in the sky had disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black door studded with a skull in the center, silently floating in the air, giving off an eerie sensation. Dudu lay sprawled on the doorframe of the skulls, patted its round belly contentedly, and let out a loud belch. Who would have thought that Karthus actually left such a treasure as the essence jade in Cayman? This is something that can only condense 1 gram from billions of souls, making ordinary people become gods instantly. But now that I've absorbed this, my injuries will at least recover to 50%. However, before that, it's better to stay by that woman's side. Standing up lazily from the skulls, Dudu stretched widely, leapt down, and vanished midair. When Dudu reappeared, it was beside Yi Xiaofan. Yu, Dudu, where have you been? Yu, forget it. Follow me to Lake Cayman. Something interesting seems to be happening there. Yu, Dudu's body grew with the wind, quickly returning to the size of an adult tiger. Yi Xiaofan mounted and rode Dudu towards Lake Cayman, moving faster than Hilary flying above. Though deeply anxious, Hilary still noticed Dudu's appearance. Judging from Dudu's aura, it was indeed a 7th-rank magical beast. For a saint-level individual to possess a 7th-rank magical beast wasn't particularly rare. What shocked Hilary was that he hadn't noticed Dudu's arrival. A saint could sense even the tiniest movements around them without needing to investigate. A 7th-rank magical beast, despite its peculiar abilities, should not evade a saint's perception easily. Yet Dudu managed this feat, causing Hilary's surprise. But Hilary didn't dwell too much on it, considering Dudu simply more unique among peculiar magical beasts. Now, figuring out what happened at Lake Cayman was paramount. Traveling at the speed of saints, it took them merely 5 minutes to reach Lake Cayman. Before their eyes unfolded a sight full of wandering spirits, while a black, terrifying skull gate floated in the sky. In the middle of the skull gate appeared a mysterious glow. Could this be the Cardin mentioned in our ancestral teachings? Scardy said, staring astonished at the floating skulls. What is Cardin? Legend has it that Carden is a door to immortality once left behind by death god Karthus. Crossing Carden means becoming immortal forever. All these years, the silver moon fish just wanted to leap into Carden. Even a god cannot attain immortality. How is it possible through just a door? Even I am not entirely clear about this matter. It's an ancient legend, and there's no way to prove whether it's true or not. But now, it seems that this legend might indeed be real. After learning that Yi Xiaofan was a saint, Scardy's tone towards Yi Xiaofan had obviously improved. Your Majesty, regardless of anything else, it would still be best to send the commoners to a safe place first. How long will Pak and the others take to arrive? At their speed, plus the time for the army to gather, it will probably take more than half an hour. That's too long. Hilary, go deal with these ghostly spirits. I beg to differ, Your Majesty. Your safety is the most important thing. How dare you disobey my direct order? Hilary lowered his head, remaining silent in front of Scardy, but showing no intention of acting. Finally, Yi Xiaofan could no longer bear it. Knowing full well that what Hilary was doing was indeed the most correct choice from his perspective. But understanding didn't mean agreement. Gently stroking Dudu's fur on its neck, Yi Xiaofan said, Dudu, these things should be excellent supplements for you, right? It's up to you. You. Dudu lazily crawled onto the ground, revealing its snow-white belly to Yi Xiaofan, indicating it was already stuffed and simply couldn't eat anymore. You're useless. You're always unreliable at crucial moments. All you do is cause trouble. You. Dudu let out a pitiful sound to Yi Xiaofan, then buried its head into its stomach, refusing under any circumstances to move. As Scardy and Hilary continued their standoff, and Yi Xiaofan argued with Dudu, the skulls floating in the sky slightly parted again, allowing even more light to shine through them. Well, it looks like I have to handle this myself once again. Yi Xiaofan lifted Mingyuan high above, wrapping it tightly with fierce flames before gently swinging it forward. Chapter 143, 1,000-year cold jade, 10,000-year warm jade. Yi Xiaofan raised Mingyuan high, and the fierce flames tightly enveloped Mingyuan. He gently swung it forward. A streak of red light flashed over the ghost, and the ghost hit by the red light instantly split into two parts. But after a short while, the ghost severed into two pieces merged together again. Neutralized attack. With one strike without effect, Yi Xiaofan frowned at the ghost in front of him. It's useless. The ghost is originally formed from the soul of a dead person. Since they have already died, how can they be killed again by someone? Is there really no way to deal with them? There is, but if you want to achieve this. Here, Hilary paused. What method? Tell me quickly. Still, although they can't be killed, they can all be sealed. Seeing that Hilary refused to tell about this method under any circumstances, Yi Xiaofan stopped asking further questions. So how do we seal them? Can the biological link magic work? As ghosts are dead objects, we can say they actually have no power. Just put them into a container made of warm jade, and any sealing magic can seal them. 1,000-year cold jade, 10,000-year warm jade. How easy could it be for me to obtain such a rare treasure? I happen to have a box made of warm jade here. Scotty took out a square white box. Yi Xiaofan held the box in his hand, and felt a sense of warmth emanating from it. I've heard that wearing warm jade long-term can cure all diseases and extend life. If warm jade is made into a box and items are placed inside, those items can remain undamaged forever. That's correct. However, the formation of warm jade is extremely difficult, requiring the gathering of magical forces in 10,000-foot ice, taking tens of thousands of years for possibly just a small piece to form. This piece of warm jade was left behind by the founding emperor of the Xinla kingdom. Doesn't that mean this is priceless? Yi Xiaofan repeatedly handled the warm jade in his hands, and even a blind person could see the love in his eyes. Cough, cough. This is the ancestral heirloom of my Xinla kingdom. You must return it to me as soon as possible after use. TCH, miser. Dissatisfied, Yi Xiaofan glanced at Scotty and then rushed towards the crowd. As mentioned before, ghosts are transformed from beings who have already died and can be said to possess no strength themselves. Their only peculiarity is their immortal nature. However, exceptions exist everywhere. A powerful ghost can draw life fire from the living to strengthen its own soul. As they say, when things reach an extreme, they reverse. Ghosts are arguably the peak of yin. To grow, they naturally need enough yang. And the life fire of the living is exactly what they require. When Yi Xiaofan rushed to the ghost's face, countless people had already had their lives frozen by the ghost, becoming icy statues forever, unable to leave even their souls. Even if the ice covering them melted on that day, they would already never regain life, not even being able to reincarnate. How should I put them in? Yi Xiaofan shouted back at Hilary. Use your intention. The thoughts of gods can alter heaven and earth, and saints, as beings closest to the gods, carry incomparable awe in their thoughts. After listening to Hilary's words, Yi Xiaofan closed his eyes and let his intentions spread out from within him, covering one ghost after another. With a thought, he pulled the ghost into the square box made of warm jade. The ghosts themselves lack physical form and weight, so even if there were more ghosts, they could all fit into this little square box. But the ghosts wouldn't foolishly stay inside the box. They kept struggling to escape from the box. After Yi Xiaofan enclosed the square box with the momentum of a saint, all the ghosts quieted down. And at this time, most of the skulls in the sky had opened up already, and it would take no more time for the complete opening. Hilary looked solemnly at the skulls in the sky, faintly hearing endless wails among them. What kind of world does the Cayman connect to? Even in the ancient texts of our country, there is no mention of the world beyond Cayman. But one thing is sure, it is certainly not a beautiful world. If the things from the world beyond that door come to this world, will this world be able to resist? Since you know the danger of letting that door open, why don't you act? I, now as the Emperor of the Xianla Kingdom, order you, Hilary, to go up there and close that door immediately. Your Majesty, the Emperor's predecessor gave an old servant a royal decree. No matter what, the current Emperor cannot be placed in a dangerous place. Even if the world is destroyed, this old servant will protect you. You, Scotty was so angry that she couldn't speak and could only look at Hilary with an expression of anger. I'm late. I hope your Majesty forgives my sins. Fortunately, at this moment, Lord Bach arrived here with his army. Bach half knelt before Scotty. Not far behind Bach, dust constantly rose from the advancing troops of the Xuanhuan Kingdom. Hurry, resist the ghosts and evacuate the crowd. Yes, your Majesty. Bach drew the great sword symbolizing his status as a lord from his waist and swung it fiercely forward. Without orders, the soldiers already understood what Bach intended. The human soldiers clashed with the ghosts. Although the soldiers couldn't destroy the ghosts also couldn't do anything about the soldiers who were empowered with magic. For a time, both sides were deadlocked. With the support of the soldiers, Yi Xiaofan's pressure instantly decreased. He quickly worked to seal one ghost after another into the square box. Hilary, since Lord Bach is here to protect me now, can you go up there to deal with the ghosts? This old servant obeys. Wait, dealing with ghosts requires warm jade, but we have no more of it left. The ghost will be left to that girl. You need to find a way to close that skull gate in the sky. This old servant obeys. Hilary slightly bowed to Scotty, stepped 1 foot on the ground, and flew towards Cayman in the sky. But when Hilary was about to approach Cayman, an eerie light inside suddenly intensified, directly hurling Hilary back down to the ground. With a loud rumble, Hilary left a human-shaped large pit on the ground. Climbing out of the pit, Hilary couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Old man, didn't you seem pretty strong when you fought with me earlier? How come you've become so weak now? Yi Xiaofan had appeared beside Hilary at some point, speaking with a mocking tone. Chapter 144, Kicked Away. When the girl with the crimson blood blade appears, the wicked crown will open that sealed door. The elusive journey to immortality once again presents itself before the eyes of the world. Will the fish leap through the dragon gate and ascend, or fall and become mud? In the history of the String Kingdom, there was once a great sage. This sage had no cultivation at all, but made countless prophecies during his lifetime. During this sage's life, people always thought he was a big fraud, a braggart. But after this sage's death, all his words were proven true one by one. Only this last prophecy remained unfulfilled, until now. At this moment, the skull gate in the sky had already been fully opened. Eerie light radiated out from within, forcing even sunlight to retreat in its presence. Jaha. For countless years, the mortal realm has remained so beautiful. An evil voice emanated from the gate. A man draped in pitch-black robes and wielding a large scythe emerged. And who are you? Jaha. Ignorant mortals, remember my glorious name. I am. The incessant droning is driving me mad. Go back where you came from. Without anyone noticing, Yi Xiaofan had already arrived beside the man. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiaofan sent him flying back into the skull gate with a punch. You despicable mortal. I am the mighty death god Karsus. I shall turn all of you into wandering spirits in time. From within the skull gate, Karsus' reluctant voice could be heard. Clearly, Yi Xiaofan's punch was so powerful that Karsus was still airborne. Break. Mingyuan was lifted high overhead as Yi Xiaofan gathered his spirit, lightly drawing her blade across the gate. The gate that the String Kingdom had always feared was thus split in two by Yi Xiaofan, falling rapidly to the ground and splashing up enormous waves on the lake of the skull gate. After the lake of the skull gate was destroyed, the earthbound ghost screamed in agony, dissipating under the strengthening sunlight. For countless years, my kingdom of string music has been worried about this issue, and it's been solved so easily. Who is she? How can she be so strong? She actually kicked the death god away. Could it be? Could she also be god level? On the ground, ordinary citizens had already been evacuated, leaving only the army of the String Kingdom along with the emperor and others still present. Hilary looked at Yi Xiaofan in the sky, finally understanding that when Yi Xiaofan fought against him, she didn't use full strength. Or perhaps, Yi Xiaofan was just playing with him. Even more, Hilary looked at Dudu by her side, his gaze changing. If Yi Xiaofan was god level, then, as her pet, Dudu would naturally have some extraordinary abilities. Speaking of which, it made sense that Dudu could appear quietly beside him before. Old man, the problem's resolved. Let's continue our fight from earlier. Yi Xiaofan descended from the sky and stood before Hilary, speaking to him. Upon hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, Hilary broke out in cold sweat. It was all well and good not knowing earlier, but now that it was known she was god level, fighting her would amount to begging for punishment. Hilary felt confident his brain wasn't malfunctioning. Master, may I inquire? Have you truly broken through to reach god level? God level? Sort of. Every time Yi Xiaofan was asked about her strength, she always felt somewhat embarrassed. Saint level? God level? Or higher? After all, she couldn't tell everyone. I'm the universe's super invincible little beauty. Could she? It sounded far too cringeworthy. At this moment, the Emperor Scotty of the String Kingdom and Lord Pak approached, naturally overhearing Yi Xiaofan's conversation with Hilary. Which honored master is god level? Could it be that new deity who ascended in Leyland Kingdom a year ago? No, that person is my friend, not me. I see. Previously, I greatly offended you, master. Please forgive me. Also, thank you for your help with the Lake of Skull Gates matter. No problem, no problem. What Yi Xiaofan was worst at doing was dealing with other people's flattery. So she scratched her head awkwardly as she replied. Divine Master, actually, I have something to ask. Ask what? A year ago, shortly after your friend ascended to God level, each of our nations received an invitation from the Holy Light Cathedral. Holy Light Cathedral? That's correct. Every generation of popes in the Holy Light Cathedral possessed the ability to hear the directives of the God of Light. As for this, Yi Xiaofan had also heard rumors while wandering across the continent. However, she always dismissed it with disdain. The education she received in her previous life made her not believe in the existence of gods. And even if there were gods, apart from the supreme god ATS, what other god could surpass her? Yi Xiaofan didn't interrupt Scotty's words, but continued listening as he spoke on. Not long ago, the Pope of the Holy Light Cathedral suddenly announced that a great disaster would soon befall the continent. In order to deal with this disaster, 7 Death Knights will be selected at the headquarters of the Holy Light Cathedral to serve as carriers for the 7 angels of the Light God. The countries all trusted the Pope's words without question. But just when the preliminary selection was taking place, the Xinjiang Kingdom came under attack by the Dark Sect. Wait a minute, you said Xinjiang Kingdom? Scotty's words made Yi Xiaofan's heart leap unexpectedly, and she urgently interrupted his speech to ask. That's right. Xinjiang Kingdom is a mid-sized neutral country, so it's understandable that the Divine Presence hasn't heard of it. Yi Xiaofan suppressed her anxiety and waited for Scotty to continue. Originally dozing off nearby, Duda seemed to sense the change in Yi Xiaofan's emotions, slowly getting up and walking over to her, affectionately rubbing against her thigh. Feeling the soft sensation on her leg, Yi Xiaofan managed to flash Dudu a faint smile, gently patting its head to indicate she was fine. Rumors have it that the Dark Sect meticulously planned an attack on Xinjiang Kingdom for decades. Half a year ago, they launched their conspiracy to destroy the kingdom. The entire capital city of Alaska was cloaked in darkness. Just observing from the outside reveals nothing about the situation inside. 3 saints have already entered to investigate, but have produced no information so far. According to the Pope of the Holy Light Cathedral, the Dark Sect is undoubtedly one of the sources of the disaster, so their plans must be stopped. Chapter 145, Rushing Onward. According to the Pope of the Light Saint Hall, the Dark Sect is definitely one of the sources of the disaster, so we must disrupt their plans. For this reason, even the selection event organized by the Light Saint Hall has been postponed. Currently, outside of Alaskag City, the capital of Xiangxiang Kingdom, the reinforcements organized by the Light Saint Hall are already gathering. My intention is to invite you, sir, to go and help the Xiangxiang Kingdom. I have a question. Divinity, sir, please speak. The Xiangxiang Kingdom is far from Xuanhuan Kingdom, and there should be little interaction between the 2 countries. Why are you so concerned about the affairs of the Xiangxiang Kingdom? To be honest, my great-grandfather, who was the emperor of Xuanhuan Kingdom many terms ago, was a close friend of the founding emperor of the Xiangxiang Kingdom. Therefore, even though our 2 countries are geographically distant, the relationship between our 2 countries has always been excellent. So, no time to lose. I will set off now. After finishing his sentence, Yi Xiaofan did not wait for Scotty's response and quickly rode Dudu away at top speed. Truly an expeditious divinity, though she's a young girl with somewhat flat chest. Your Majesty, Hillary, whatever you want to say, let's discuss it back in the palace. Your defiance of orders will surely be severely punished. But, Your Majesty, Hillary, do you fail to understand what I am saying? Or would you prefer if I decide your punishment right here? Your Majesty, that deity seems to have run off in the wrong direction. Scotty hastily turned to look at the direction Yi Xiaofan had departed, but found that Yi Xiaofan's figure was already out of sight. Dudu, move faster. Whimper, whimper. As Dudu kept running, it breathed heavily non-stop. This was already its top speed. After continuous high-speed running for 2 or 3 days, Dudu's internal magic power was almost depleted. Damn, if only we hadn't run in the wrong direction these past few days, we might already be within the borders of the Xiangxiang Kingdom by now. Whimper, whimper. Even though it was extremely tired, Dudu still held a different opinion on what Yi Xiaofan said. From Xuanhuan Kingdom to Xiangxiang Kingdom, it was certainly much farther than 10,000 miles. Even if Dudu's strength had recovered to the 7th rank, it would still be impossible to cover such a distance in just 2 days. In fact, Yi Xiaofan wasn't unaware of this situation. However, her anxiety prevented her from calmly thinking things through. Memories of every moment in Xiangxiang Kingdom continuously replayed in her mind. Laughter, sorrow, everything vivid as if it happened yesterday. Nalen Hongwu, the old man who was the first person in this world to sincerely accept her, and the 3 sisters she shared a dormitory with at the academy. Although 10 years had passed, every scene of those memories remained clear as ever, sharply presented in Yi Xiaofan's mind. Whimper, whimper. Dudu's speed gradually slowed down until it could no longer run because of its exhausted magic power. How come you stopped, Dudu? Keep going, we're almost there. Whimper, whimper. Dudu lay panting on the ground, refusing to get up no matter how Yi Xiaofan urged it. Actually, Yi Xiaofan herself could have flown over there directly, but there was a fatal problem before her. If Yi Xiaofan were to fly at full power, the space wouldn't withstand her immense force and would collapse. In such a case, wherever Yi Xiaofan went, destruction would follow. If Yi Xiaofan restrained her power, then her speed would be only slightly faster than that of a regular Saint-class warrior. It seemed this continent couldn't bear the strength beyond the Saint level. But Dudu was different. The land speed of Dudu was perhaps unparalleled, even possibly unmatched by deities, though it often collided into things due to slow reactions. Yet it was far better compared to Yi Xiaofan flying in the sky. Nevertheless, Yi Xiaofan had no other options now. She reduced Dudu's size, placing it on her shoulder, and prepared to take flight toward the Xianxiang kingdom. Only, while she struggled to determine directions on the land, doing so in the sky would. The Xianxiang kingdom lay to the north of Yi Xiaofan. Yet at this moment, Yi Xiaofan was facing west, her expression solemn. Little girl, little girl. An elderly voice came from below. Instinctively, Yi Xiaofan looked down and saw an aged grandma on the ground. The white-haired old woman waved at her while holding a cane. Despite her inner urgency, Yi Xiaofan landed next to the old lady. Meanwhile, doubts arose in her heart. Amidst such wild terrain, where countless powerful beasts roamed freely, a typical adventuring party wouldn't dare to venture. So why was this grandmother here? Or, could this old lady be a highly skilled expert who conceals her abilities? Granny, do you have any business with me? Little girl, I see that you can fly in the sky. Could it be that you are the legendary saint? I suppose so. Oh, then it's just wonderful. My son and I got separated. Could you help me find him? There are many ferocious beasts on Mount Jialuo, and I'm worried he may encounter some danger. All right. Looking at the deep creases on the old lady's face, Yi Xiaofan found herself unable to utter a word of refusal. So, you go down this road, and he should be somewhere below. Granny, if you know where your son is, why not let me carry you down there? You seem unable to walk. Confused, Yi Xiaofan looked at the direction indicated by the old lady. She couldn't feel even a bit of powerful aura coming from this little road. Seeing the old lady's trembling legs again, Yi Xiaofan understood and said, "No need to insist, I'll send him down for you. Don't worry about me. But, there are many dangerous monsters on the mountain. My dear, your kindness is appreciated, but don't concern yourself with me anymore." Unable to resist the old lady's plea, Yi Xiaofan started walking in the direction she was told, while covertly signaling Dudu with a subtle nod. Away from the granny's view, Dudu jumped off Yi Xiaofan's shoulder. Only when Yi Xiaofan's figure disappeared did the old lady sigh heavily and wiped away the teardrops at the corner of her eyes. "Thank you, young girl. Farewell, my dear son." After saying this, the old lady, leaning on her cane, wobbled towards the top of the mountain. What the old lady didn't notice, though, was that a small, adorable tiger was quietly following behind her. On the other side, Yi Xiaofan also found the old lady's son, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. On his back was an enormous bamboo basket, so big it could hold another person. He was crying as he walked down the mountain. Chapter 146, Mother and Son. Flying in the direction the old woman had pointed, Yi Xiaofan saw the son she had spoken of. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, carrying a huge bamboo basket on his back, big enough to hold another person. He was crying while walking down the mountain. "Uncle, why are you crying? Are you lost? Who are you? How can you fly? My name is Yi Xiaofan. What about you, uncle?" My name is La Bang." "Oh, so you're Uncle La Bang. You haven't answered me yet. Did you cry because you're lost?" Of course not. I just. La Bang had grown up in the village and had never seen anyone who could fly before. Moreover, seeing how young and beautiful Yi Xiaofan looked reminded him of a village legend. The legend said that there had always been a 1,000-year-old snow demon living on Garo Mountain. This snow demon, young and beautiful, would first lure woodcutters chopping wood alone on the mountain and then dig out their hearts to eat. Thus, when La Bang saw Yi Xiaofan descending from the sky, he mistakenly assumed Yi Xiaofan was the legendary snow demon. But if I could have one night with someone this beautiful, dying wouldn't be worth it. La Bang stole a glance at Yi Xiaofan and murmured under his breath, "What did you say?" "And nothing." La Bang hadn't expected Yi Xiaofan's hearing to be so good, and hurriedly waved her off nervously. "Uncle, you still haven't told me. Are you lost on the mountain?" "How could that be? See these beans on the ground? As long as I follow them, I'll be able to walk down the mountain." La Bang pointed to the scattered soybeans on the ground as he explained to Yi Xiaofan. For some reason, his eyes inexplicably filled with tears as he spoke. "That's the case. Then you shouldn't be the person I'm looking for. Goodbye, uncle." "Wait, little girl. Who are you looking for? If it's someone from the nearby village, there's no one I don't know. Tell me, and I should be able to help you find them." "Thank you first, uncle. But I don't even know this person's name." La Bang was thoroughly confused by what Yi Xiaofan had said. How could someone look for someone without knowing their name? And judging from Yi Xiaofan's appearance, it seemed she probably didn't even know what the person looked like. It would be a miracle if she found anyone. "I am on my way to Xinxiang Kingdom. However, when passing by here, I met an old woman." Yi Xiaofan gestured towards the halfway point on the mountain. When La Bang saw where Yi Xiaofan was pointing, his heart suddenly clenched. The old woman said that she and her son got separated, and asked me to find her son and escort him down the mountain. After hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, tears uncontrollably streamed down La Bang's face, because he was indeed the son of the old woman Yi Xiaofan referred to. Where is that old woman now? There are many monsters on the mountain. How could you leave her alone there? Don't you fear she might encounter danger?" Wiping the tears from his face, La Bang choked as he spoke to Yi Xiaofan. Yet Yi Xiaofan's gloomy expression made La Bang feel somewhat uneasy. After saying all this, the old woman jumped off a cliff and committed suicide. "I wanted to stop her, but unfortunately, I wasn't quick enough." A sense of sorrow, guilt, and regret tinged Yi Xiaofan's voice. Unable to hold himself back any longer, La Bang bolted toward the halfway point on the mountain. Tears poured out from his eyes, blurring his vision. In his haste, La Bang fell 4 or 5 times on the ground. Despite the pain, he ignored it and kept running toward his mother's position. Behind La Bang, Yi Xiaofan covertly broke into a satisfied grin but quickly hid it. With her figure flickering, Yi Xiaofan tightly followed La Bang. Uncle, why didn't you tell me earlier that the old woman was your mother? La Bang only ran hard, completely uninterested in engaging with Yi Xiaofan. Or rather, his immense physical exertion left him unable to answer. All that remained were rapid gasps for air. Uncle, if your mother is still on the mountain, why did you choose to go downhill alone? Undeterred, Yi Xiaofan persisted with her questioning. Still, the response came in the form of rapid breaths. Uncle, even if you run there now, it won't do any good. The old woman has already jumped off the cliff and fallen to pieces. If you plan to recover her remains, you should run downhill instead of uphill. Regardless of Yi Xiaofan's probing questions, La Bang remained silent. Finally, after a long journey, La Bang arrived at the place where Yi Xiaofan and the old woman had met. La Bang threw himself onto the edge of the cliff and wept his heart out. At this moment, Yi Xiaofan no longer spoke to La Bang. She just stood behind him, quietly watching him. After a long while, La Bang's cries grew quieter. In the end, only soft sobs remained. Uncle, can you tell me now? Who exactly was that old woman? And why did you leave her alone on the mountain? She is my mother. In response to Yi Xiaofan's inquiry, after a long silence, La Bang finally gave Yi Xiaofan the answer. And Yi Xiaofan had an expression that clearly meant she'd known it all along. Apparently, Yi Xiaofan had already realized that this man was the old woman's son, and the person she was asked to protect. Coming here today was my mother's own request. Because my mother wanted to end her life here so she wouldn't be a burden to me anymore. As he spoke, La Bang couldn't help but cry again. Yi Xiaofan waited patiently until he had cried enough before asking. Why? Did the old woman have some kind of terminal illness? No, it wasn't like that. My mother's health has always been good, except for a leg injury she suffered years ago, which made her unable to move on her own. An injury to the old woman's leg? La Bang's words puzzled Yi Xiaofan. When she first met the old woman, although she looked a bit unsteady, she was standing perfectly well. And when they parted ways, Yi Xiaofan had personally seen the old woman moving on her own. She kept these thoughts to herself and instead nodded at La Bang, signaling him to continue. A year ago, villages near Garo Mountain suddenly faced a severe drought. For a whole year, the nearby villages reaped nothing. But if that was all, we might have managed to survive. But under such circumstances, something even worse happened. Chapter 147, The Strange Black Cape. If we only had to face the loss of crops, we could still survive relying on our daily reserves. But at this time, a group of bandits arrived and demanded that we pay them tribute every month. Life was already hard, but with the exploitation of the bandits, it has become even more difficult. Now in my home, we are almost unable to afford food. My mother decided to come to the mountain to commit suicide in order for us to keep living. One less mouth to feed means our stored food can last a few more months. I disagreed at first, but couldn't change my mother's determination, nor the cries of hunger from the children, and ultimately, Labong did not continue his words. But seeing the situation now, Yi Xiaofan also understood what decision he made. In that case, you're not beyond redemption yet. Come out, Dudu. As Yi Xiaofan's voice faded, Dudu emerged from behind a large tree. On Dudu's back lay the unconscious old grandmother. There's a tiger. The appearance of Dudu's massive body frightened Labong so much that he fell on his bottom, pointing at Dudu and screaming in terror. There's no need to be afraid. This is my magical pet, named Dudu. Isn't it cute? Dudu walked up to Yi Xiaofan and affectionately rubbed against his leg. It turned out that after Yi Xiaofan left, he instructed Dudu to secretly follow the old grandmother. When the old woman saw Yi Xiaofan's figure disappear, she took trembling steps towards the edge of the cliff and leaped off. Given Dudu's nature, he would have never saved the old woman, but since this was the task Yi Xiaofan had assigned him, Dudu reluctantly jumped down as well. Unable to fly, after catching the grandmother, Dudu climbed back up the smooth rocks with great effort. It took him quite some time before they returned to the top of the mountain. After resting for a while, Dudu used mental telepathy to relay the events to Yi Xiaofan. And at this very moment, Yi Xiaofan had just found Labong, the son of the old grandmother. After making sure Dudu hid the old woman, Yi Xiaofan put on a little show for Labong. The purpose was to examine the kind of person Labong was and to confirm whether the old woman deserved his help. Here, could this be the Netherworld? Looks like it's not as terrifying as I imagined. As the old woman woke from her coma, these were her first words. Mother, it's truly wonderful that you're all right. Labong, how are you here? Did I not die? I'm alive, mother, you're safe. Thanks to this young girl who saved you. Why bother saving an old woman like me when I'm practically already in my grave? Why add trouble for you? No, I've thought about it. No matter how tough life becomes, I will no longer allow you to kill yourself. Ah, foolish child, why must you go through all this? A glimmer of comfort appeared in the old woman's eyes as she affectionately caressed Labang's hair. Labong obediently bent his head towards his mother, with a look of contentment on his face. Uncle, where are the bandits you spoke of? I'll deal with them. No, it's impossible. Those bandits all possess the strength of third-stage magi warriors. They're extremely powerful. A young girl like you can't possibly defeat them. TCH, who do you underestimate? They're just a bunch of trash at the third stage. But, Labong wanted to say something more, but the old woman stopped him. She wobbled over to Yi Xiaofan, bent her knees, and knelt before her. Since the young lady is willing to lend a hand, this old woman must prostrate herself before her. Mother, when can you walk? Or rather, why are you bowing to a young girl? Don't talk nonsense, kneel respectfully. With a word from the mother, Labong had no choice but to kneel in front of Yi Xiaofan helplessly, while Yi Xiaofan calmly accepted it with a smile. Here are 10 gold coins. It should be enough for your livelihood. Yi Xiaofan threw a small black bag in front of Labong. Opening the bag, shiny golden coins gleamed inside. This. Labang's eyes bulged at the sight of the bag on the ground. Having lived so long, Labong had never even seen what gold coins looked like. Thank you, noble one. In return for your kindness, I have an item that I acquired many years ago that might be considered peculiar. The old woman rummaged through her bosom and suddenly pulled out a black cape. Labong looked at his mother strangely. Apparently, even he didn't know his mother owned such an item. This cape can conceal one's aura, making others unable to detect your strength. Moreover, it has a constant temperature function. Although it may not be considered a treasure for someone like you, it is the only thing we have that is worthy enough. Then I will accept it, considering it as having accepted your commission. Yi Xiaofan promptly took the cape from the old woman. At the moment she handed it over, Yi Xiaofan felt something unusual about the cape. On this black cape, Yi Xiaofan distinctly sensed a trace of energy similar to Zhonglan's will. Without showing any emotion, Yi Xiaofan tucked the cape into his spatial ring and bid farewell to the old woman and Labong, heading towards the direction Labong had pointed out. According to Labong, the group of bandits lived in a cave on the eastern side of Mount Jialuo. The cave was well hidden. Mount Jialuo had many magical beasts, coupled with the fact that these living bandits were extremely powerful. Even the soldiers from the town could do nothing against them. Of course, duty was still responsible for traveling. All Yi Xiaofan had to do was sit on duty's back and enjoy some fruit. In order to reach Xinxiang Kingdom as soon as possible, Yi Xiaofan had duty go at top speed. Along the way, they encountered numerous magical beasts, all of which were torn apart by duty's claws in a rage. Among them was an 8-stage celestial python. However, Yi Xiaofan was too focused on studying the black cape on duty's back and completely failed to notice what duty had done. After the 8-stage celestial python died, its body gradually rotted away, revealing the luminous 8-stage magic crystal stone hidden within its brain. Countless powerful magical beasts from Mount Jialuo were drawn to the magic crystal stone and came here, hoping to swallow it. After a brutal battle, an 8-year-old boy somehow obtained the magic crystal stone and accidentally swallowed it. The magic crystal stone rapidly melted inside the boy's body, transforming into magic power that violently surged through his young frame. After enduring an excruciating period of pain, the boy survived. Moreover, he found a magic cultivation manual on the eastern side of Mount Jialuo. Chapter 148A Spit. Mom, how can you let such a young girl fight off the bandits? Those bandits don't bat an eye before killing. Child, did you see that little girl flying in the sky? Do you know what that means? I saw it. What does it mean? Flying. This is something only a saint can achieve. Saint? What's that? Labong looked at his mother curiously. The old woman, however, remained silent, merely looking up at the sky with a look of reminiscence in her eyes. On the other side, Yi Xiaofan and Dudu finally found the hideout of the bandits. After donning the black cape, Yi Xiaofan discovered that not only could it conceal their presence, but it also significantly increased their speed. Truly, this was an unexpected delight. Yi Xiaofan had been worrying about how Dugu's endurance wouldn't make it to the Xinxiang Kingdom, and even her own flight was too slow. Now, with this black cape, the time needed would be greatly reduced. The urgency to return to the Xinxiang Kingdom grew stronger, and Yi Xiaofan didn't bother wasting words on the bandits. The magic inside her body surged rapidly, eventually channeling through her throat into a massive pillar of fire that rushed toward the cave where the bandits were hiding. The fiery column struck the cover of the cave, its immense force demolishing it instantly. In no time, countless bandits scrambled out chaotically, pushing and shoving each other so that none of them actually managed to escape successfully. Who's there, daring to create chaos on my turf? From amidst the inferno emerged a thin man with sharp ears and monkey-like cheeks. This man had particularly long nails on both hands, which were exceptionally strong and sharp. With just a light slash, he could leave deep marks 3 inches deep on large blue stones. Panda was feeling quite humiliated today. The villagers below the mountain had already been squeezed dry by him and could no longer provide much profit. Panda was contemplating whether or not to move his base to continue operating. Just as Panda was pondering this, the wife of the second-in-command took advantage of her husband being absent to come to his room and seduce him. Frankly speaking, since coming to the Gallo Mountains, Panda hadn't tasted the flavor of a woman for a long time. Since this slut came over personally to seduce him, Panda naturally didn't hold back. Just as Panda was ready to pounce, a violent vibration suddenly shocked him. Originally proud and upright, the second-in-command was also scared stiff. And that whore who seduced him had her head crushed by a fallen beam from the roof, dying beyond all doubt. By the time Panda managed to escape, all of his subordinates had already perished. How could this not anger him? Localized enhancement magic, and surprisingly enhancing his nails. This is indeed rare. Yi Xiaofan stood in the air, shocked as she gazed at Panda's hands and said, localized enhancement magic originated 5,000 years ago from the creation of a madman. This madman was born with short legs but a normally developed upper body, which caused him to be discriminated against by others since childhood. Despite his deformed physical development, he was undoubtedly a training prodigy. By chance, when this madman came across magic, he conceived the idea of using magical energy to restore his legs. After countless years of research, although the madman's legs remained short, they had developed immense power. Despite this madman only reaching the level of a 6th-tier magician, his attacks gave even 8th-tier magicians great headaches. Gradually, the madman grew more arrogant, almost disregarding everyone in the world. In fact, this madman believed that people like himself were normal, while everyone else was the anomaly. leading to a frenzied massacre of humans. This madman's deeds ultimately incited the Light Holy Chamber to intervene, sending a saint to kill him directly. Although this madman was dead, the magic he created stubbornly persisted. Through improvements made in subsequent generations, it eventually became localized enhancement magic in its current form. Localized enhancement magic naturally possesses great power without much need for explanation. However, it has significant drawbacks. Specifically, those who practice localized enhancement magic have very weak bodies in other areas. They are so fragile that even an ordinary person without any martial arts cultivation could easily injure them. Thus, gradually, localized enhancement magic, before truly gaining popularity across the continent, slowly faded away. Yi Xiaofan learned about this magic during her time at Luodai Academy in the Xinxiang Kingdom from the library. It must be said that although the Xinxiang Kingdom's strength ranked only mid to lower class on the continent, the richness of the book collections at the Luodai Academy Library could proudly overlook the entire Kanglan continent. The knowledge Yi Xiaofan acquired from the Luodai Academy Library continues to benefit her immensely even today. Flying you. After Panda arrogantly shouted, he saw Yi Xiaofan standing in the sky and immediately began to stutter. Me? What's wrong with me? Yi Xiaofan looked down at Panda on the ground with a slightly amused expression. You're a saint. Eventually, Panda managed to shout out what he wanted to say. By now, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He could never have imagined that in this middle-of-nowhere place, he would actually encounter someone of saint-level strength. You're wrong. Receive your punishment. Yi Xiaofan gave a sweet smile, picked up xuanhuan, lightly swung it toward Panda, then turned around and left with Dudu without looking back. Panda remained where he stood as if time had frozen, his mouth agape. As the seconds ticked by, a gentle breeze passed over the area at some point. Then, from the top of his head down, Panda slowly split into two halves. On the other side, the mini version of Dudu lay on Yi Xiaofan's head, turning to glance once more at the position of the bandits' den before looking down and whimpering twice to Yi Xiaofan. Woo. You say there are still remaining bandits. Why didn't I clean them up before leaving? Indeed, given Yi Xiaofan's nature, she never left unresolved problems. When it came to her enemies, when Yi Xiaofan was in a good mood, she might toy with them for a while, but she would always ensure they wouldn't live to tell their tale. Today's handling of these bandits set a new precedent for Yi Xiaofan. Woo. I wish I could, but tracking down all the remaining bandits will take a lot of time. The situation in the Xinxiang Kingdom is much more urgent, so I simply don't have any time to waste here. Woo. Dudu nodded, showing that he understood why Yi Xiaofan acted the way she did. Besides, I roughly observed the strength of those bandits and found that they were far less powerful than Labong described. Now that their leader is dead, the remaining stragglers won't be able to stir up much trouble anymore. Chapter 149. Return to the Starshan Kingdom. The sun lazily hung in the sky, with a cool breeze occasionally blowing through the air, bringing a refreshing chill. The capital of the Starshan Kingdom, Alaska, was once an exceptionally prosperous city. Here stood one of the finest academies on the continent, Rod Academy. Every year, numerous students would travel thousands of miles from other countries to study at Rod Academy. But today, all of Alaska, including Rod Academy, was shrouded in darkness as if covered by a black cloth. A person clad entirely in a black cloak stood not far from Alaska, quietly gazing at the distant darkness. By this person's side was a majestic tiger lying lazily at their feet. This person was none other than Yi Xiaofan, who had rushed back after traveling nonstop for half a month to finally return today. Even so, it was only due to the enhancement provided by the black cloak. If solely based on Yi Xiaofan's maximum speed, it might have taken more than a month to get here. Upon returning to Alaska, Yi Xiaofan first sought out the alliance army organized by the Holy Light Cathedral to save the Starshan Kingdom, as mentioned by the king of Xuanhuan Kingdom. After all, they must know more about the current situation in Alaska than he does. Within this alliance army, even the laborers were required to be at least 7th-tier mages. However, when Yi Xiaofan approached them, he was met with fierce ridicule. Ha. When the group heard Yi Xiaofan's intentions, 7 or 8 saints burst into uncontrollable laughter, lying on the ground rolling with amusement. Little girl, this is no place for children to play house. We appreciate your goodwill, but you should go home quickly before you get hurt and damage your cute face. A man with blonde hair stepped forward, mocking Yi Xiaofan while attempting to touch her cheek, only to be easily dodged. Ha. The little girl is shy too. Ha. His words caused another eruption of laughter. This time, the person who looked like the captain stared incredulously at Yi Xiaofan. How could a true saint judge people by appearance? Yi Xiaofan was deeply disappointed with this so-called alliance. Although releasing the aura of a saint could silence them immediately, these saints showed no ability to discern truth nor possessed any intelligence. They didn't even stop to think. What use could ordinary people have here? 2 saints had already died within that dark veil. Without the strength of a saint, entering there was nothing short of suicide. Therefore, Yi Xiaofan decided against seeking their help and resolved to investigate the mysterious darkness alone. Taking out his black cloak and putting it on, Yi Xiaofan turned and left with Dudu. The apparent captain reached out to call Yi Xiaofan back, but reconsidered and withdrew his hand. Afterward, Yi Xiaofan arrived near Alaska, scrutinizing the dark expanse ahead. Seems like we can't understand what this is made of. Can you analyze it, Dudu? Woo. Lying on the ground, Dudu reluctantly let out a couple of sounds, staring with round eyes at the darkness. Woo. Soon after, Dudu got up, its eyes serious, showing that it couldn't decipher this dark matter either. Looks like I'll have to conduct a field investigation inside. Woo. However, Duda held a differing opinion. Entering carelessly could endanger not only those inside, but also trap oneself. Even though Yi Xiaofan had immense power and was not afraid of being trapped, the safety of others within the city remained uncertain. But delaying it isn't an option either. Given this, I suppose there's no other way. Starry eye open. Frustrated, Yi Xiaofan scratched his head and suddenly remembered his starry eye. Raising his right hand in a sword-like gesture in front of his chest, he slowly closed his eyes and then opened them forcefully. In Yi Xiaofan's black pupils appeared a slowly rotating star cloud. Any ordinary person merely needing to look into his eyes would become lost within them, unable to escape. Analysis, commence. The star cloud in the pupil paused momentarily, then began spinning rapidly. The material composing the darkness was swiftly analyzed by Yi Xiaofan. Capturing stray energy failed, unable to detect stray energy. Infiltration started, infiltration succeeded, analysis started, analysis failed. Darkness energy stripping started, stripping succeeded. The energy was disappearing, the confinement was activated, but it failed as the energy disappeared. Forced decomposition of darkness energy began, decomposition succeeded. The energy was disappearing, the confinement was initiated, but it failed again as the energy vanished. Known energy comparison began, comparison completed with no similar energy found. Yi Xiaofan kept trying various methods to obtain useful information about the dark energy, yet he suffered repeated failures. After half an hour, Yi Xiaofan still came up empty-handed. How is this possible? Even the starry eye cannot analyze this energy. Wu, are you suggesting I should gather some useful intelligence before making a decision? Wu, really, it's just that I don't want to deal with those arrogant and incompetent people. Wu, ultimately, unable to resist Dudu's persuasion, Yi Xiaofan decided to first find a place to stay nearby and then try to gather intelligence from the allied forces. Yi Xiaofan had once been expelled by the Starshan Kingdom, and to this day, the kingdom has never rescinded its punishment on Yi Xiaofan. Therefore, as long as he was within the territory of the Starshan Kingdom, Yi Xiaofan must not let anyone discover his true identity. Even though the capital, Alaska, has lost contact with the outside world, being discovered would still lead to a series of complications. Thus, Yi Xiaofan did not remove his black cloak. Accompanied by Dudu, he arrived at the closest small city to Alaska, Desaxley City. Desaxley City is located to the east of Alaska, less than 100 kilometers away. Although it is not a large city, its prosperity level is still quite high, and it is also where the Allied army is stationed. Upon arriving at Desaxley City, Yi Xiaofan found that the city hadn't fallen into chaos due to the fall of the capital. This might be related to the presence of the Allied forces. After all, with so many saints gathered here, they do give people hope and courage. Chapter 150, Fried Rice. Yi Xiaofan aimlessly wandered along the streets of Desaxley City. Perhaps because it was around noon, there were only a few people on the road. Because of the continuous journey, Yi Xiaofan hadn't eaten for half a month. Since she currently had no clue how to dispel the darkness shrouding Alaska, she decided to find a restaurant first and treat her stomach. Nostalgia, a name that didn't seem much like a restaurant at all. But this vibe perfectly matched Yi Xiaofan's taste. Without too much hesitation, Yi Xiaofan entered the restaurant with Daodu. Miss, we're very sorry, but our establishment does not allow magical pets inside. We hope you understand. Just as Yi Xiaofan walked in, she was stopped by a man. He pointed at Daodu behind Yi Xiaofan and apologized with a regretful face. Hey, how can this be? Can't you make an exception? I am truly sorry, but since there are other customers inside, your majestic beast might scare them off. Please understand. Oh, I see, then I'll leave. Yi Xiaofan looked dejected and led Daodu out of the restaurant. However, after turning the corner, Yi Xiaofan grinned mischievously at Daodu. Soon afterward, Yi Xiaofan reappeared in front of the restaurant called Nostalgia. This time, I don't have my pet. Can I come in now? Of course, please do. Despite being mealtime, the Nostalgia restaurant wasn't crowded. People quietly enjoyed their lunches. The walls were decorated with images of unknown flowers and grasses, and the tables and chairs were neatly arranged, giving a clean and tidy impression. Overall, the environment here was pretty decent, just that the prices were a bit too high, lacking any sort of affordability. Looking at the menu in her hand, Yi Xiaofan saw that even the cheapest dish cost more than 10 silver coins. For comparison, even the most luxurious restaurants in Xinxiang Kingdom didn't exceed 15 silver coins. Fortunately, Yi Xiaofan wasn't short of money now. Although slightly reluctant, she didn't feel right turning back after already walking in. So many delicious dishes, what should I order? Are you the boss? What would you recommend? That's correct. I'm the owner of this place. If I may recommend, why not try our signature fried rice? It's a unique taste you won't find anywhere else. Fried rice. Yi Xiaofan looked at the man in surprise. This was the first time she'd heard this name since coming to this world. Since there was no rice in this world, the term fried rice had never been invented. In her previous life, however, Yi Xiaofan's favorite food was fried rice. After coming to this world, she had searched for countless ingredients to replicate fried rice. Unfortunately, due to either her culinary skills or the materials themselves, everything she tried turned into potent poison. Since then, Yi Xiaofan had never entered the kitchen again, and those fortunate enough to taste her cooking were only Lan Hongwu and her 3 dormitory sisters. It must be just a coincidence, but it feels so nostalgic. Let me have 2 servings of fried rice. 2 servings? Maybe you should reconsider. Our portions are quite generous. Even an adult male could be full with just 1 serving. The boss eyed Yi Xiaofan skeptically, especially focusing on her flat abdomen. There was no way she seemed capable of eating 2 servings of fried rice. Don't nag me. Mind your own business. All right, Please wait a moment. In any case, once the customer ordered, the restaurant couldn't refuse. The boss nodded lightly at Yi Xiaofan and went into the kitchen. Not long after, Yi Xiaofan heard his voice from the kitchen. Jana, prepare 2 servings of fried rice. Jana. Yi Xiaofan immediately stood up from her chair, drawing glances from other dining guests. After standing stiffly for a moment, Yi Xiaofan sat down again. Still, Yi Xiaofan strained hard to peek stealthily into the kitchen, wanting to see whether the person mentioned as Jana was the same one she had in mind. A decade had passed in the blink of an eye. Jana should have graduated from Rod Academy long ago. Back then, although Jana's academic performance wasn't excellent, and her cultivation progressed slowly, Yi Xiaofan wondered how they were faring now, and also about old man Lan Hanwu, who despite his age always liked to drink to excess. Was he healthy? The fried rice he ordered. While Yi Xiaofan was lost in thought, a 2- or 3-year-old little girl toddled over. In her hands was a steaming plate of fried rice, and she was trying her best to place it on Yi Xiaofan's table. The man from earlier stood behind the little girl with a smile, watching her clumsy movements warmly. Little sister, what's your name? At the sight of this adorable girl, all traces of sadness that had been lingering in Yi Xiaofan disappeared. Big sister, my name is Yi, replied the little girl, still working through her pronunciation difficulties, her soft voice incredibly endearing. Thank you, Yi, for bringing me my meal. You're welcome. Dear customer, please enjoy your meal. The boss patted the little girl's head gently, making her beam with happiness as she hopped off after the man back to the kitchen. Being young is truly wonderful. Watching the cheerful back of the little girl, Yi Xiaofan sighed. Though in truth, her own age wasn't very high, adding both her past and current life together made her only in her 30s. But isn't this how people are? When feeling lonely, one tends to reminisce about the good times. It might just be an insignificant movement by someone else or an ordinary landscape, yet these can touch the softest parts deep inside our hearts. Daodu, have some first. Yi Xiaofan shook her head slightly, pulling her cloak open a bit to reveal a smaller version of Daodu within. Picking up the plate of fried rice, she poured its entire contents straight into Daodu's mouth. Even though Daodu had shrunk in size, his mouth remained just as large, not letting a single grain of fried rice escape as they fell directly into his stomach. Oh no, I forgot to check what this fried rice was made of. Yi Xiaofan suddenly slapped her forehead after putting her cloak back on. However, it didn't matter much since she had ordered 2 servings. Waiting until the next arrived to inspect it would work just fine. Please pardon the delay. Enjoy your meal. In no time, the restaurant owner brought out Yi Xiaofan's second serving of fried rice. Chapter 151, The Noisy Restaurant. Chapter 151, The Noisy Restaurant. Let me see, it's actually rice, but why is it bright red? Let me try it. Yi Xiaofan gulped down a large mouthful of fried rice, and the rich fragrance exploded in her mouth. Delicious, very tasty. This egg should be from a level 2 magic beast frog. But how is this rice made? There shouldn't be anything like this kind of rice in this world. Yi Xiaofan thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. She decided to ask the boss after finishing her meal. Just as she had finished half of her dish, there was suddenly a commotion at the door. Sir, pets really are not allowed inside. They will disturb other customers. That's our rule. Please understand. K off. I'm a 7th level mage master, and it's an honor for your dump to serve me. How dare you not let me in? Do you want me to burn your place down? If other restaurants weren't already full, I wouldn't even bother eating at such a shabby place. It turned out that the mage master standing at the door, just like Yi Xiaofan, was blocked outside because he brought a dragon-shaped magical pet with him. However, the mage master obviously had a fiery temper and threatened to set fire to the restaurant. The restaurant owner obviously had a good temper. He didn't get angry but kept apologizing to the mage master. Nevertheless, he refused to let the mage master enter. This old partner has principles. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared into letting him in by now. Yi Xiaofan glanced at the 2-meter-high burrowing dragon behind the mage master and gave an appreciative look toward the shop owner. This burrowing dragon may look fierce, but it's only a 3rd-tier magical beast. A 7th-tier mage master with a 3rd-tier magical pet shows enough that this mage master isn't particularly capable. Even more, this magical beast wasn't captured by him but bought from the market, since the highest level magical beasts available on the market are only 3rd tier. And above the 3rd tier, while someone might catch a magical beast, it's usually only a higher grade magical beast cub. They almost exclusively appear in auction houses, where each one is priced outrageously high. Lord, absolutely cannot resort to violence. Don't you remember this? Alright, lucky break for your shop today. You take care of my treasure well outside. The mage master's follower apparently whispered something into his ear. Regardless, the mage master's face immediately turned sour. After pondering for a while, he finally compromised. Leaving the burrowing dragon and others outside, the mage master entered only with the follower. Clearly, this follower should be his confidant. But just as he sat down, the mage master started yelling again. The shrill sound pierced through Yi Xiaofan's eardrums, causing her to wrinkle her brows. What the F***? So expensive. You guys probably are trying to rip us off here. To dare extort money over Great Lord Dingma Ji's head. Are you tired of living? Apparently, this man's name is Dingma Go, and he was shocked by the prices on the menu. Our store always clearly marks the price. It's definitely not some scam. The things may indeed be a bit expensive, but it will definitely make you feel worth it. T, tell me what's worth it. You're asking 50 silver coins for this braised pork? Are you calling this dragon meat? It may not be dragon meat, but it's top quality magical beast meat. And our chef has excellent skills. It's definitely a rare delicacy. This statement from the shop owner Yexiafan could completely agree with. If we don't mention anything else, just consider this omelet rice. Most people wouldn't even know about it. And it truly is delicious. One can say that this is the second time in Yexiafan's life in this world that she ate such delectable food. As for the first time, it was during her days at the Rod Academy when Jonah personally cooked dinner for them. That time was also Yexiafan's first attempt at cooking fried rice. For dormitory mates sneaked into the academy's cafeteria, then almost got poisoned by Yexiafan's fried rice. To soothe the psychological trauma, Jonah then cooked a sumptuous late-night snack for the three of them. But from that day on, Jonah never cooked again, no matter how much they begged. As for Yexiafan's fried rice, nobody dared touch it anymore from then on. While Yexiafan was lost in memories due to the owner's words, the conflict on the other side grew increasingly intense. I'll have you know, I've eaten at Meilingsheng, but even there, none of their branches charge as high as your broken-down restaurant. The Meilingsheng mentioned by Ding Ma Ge is a famous restaurant chain on the Lan continent, with its branches nearly covering the entire continent. Even among other races, Meilingsheng exists. There is a Meilingsheng restaurant in Alaska. However, at that time, Yexiafan didn't have much money and naturally never entered to eat there. By the time she had money, Yexiafan had already left the Starsheng Kingdom. Afterwards, for most of the time, Yexiafan spent her days in the wilderness. Therefore, from beginning to end, Yexiafan never visited the Meilingsheng restaurant, nor did she know how delicious the food was there. However, among all the reviews about Meilingsheng that Yexiafan had heard, there was not a single bad one. Sir, please don't resort to violence. When Dingma Ji's anger was about to reach its peak, his servant whispered into his ear again. Dingma Ge forced himself to sit back down, suppressing his anger. Shit, I'll tolerate you once more. Bring up your signature dishes. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. The boss's dignified manner impressed Yexiafan greatly. If only she hadn't noticed the slight trembling of his legs when he passed by her side. Hee, it seems this old man is still scared. With a low chuckle twice, Yexiafan continued to focus on eating the fried rice in front of her. Although it had cooled slightly, it was still incredibly delicious. Then, shit, what is this? Red like feces. Is this something meant for humans? You're deliberately trying to piss me off today, huh? Dingma Ge erupted in fury again, pointing at the egg fried rice on the table and cursing the boss. Feces? Are your family's feces red? Do you think they're suffering from diarrhea? Interrupted multiple times, Yexiafan's temper flared up rapidly too. Not just Yexiafan, but even other customers were glaring furiously at Dingma Ge. But out of fear of Dingma Ji's 7th-level mage identity, they could only harbor silent resentment. Yet, being a 7th-level mage was intimidating to others, but not to Yexiafan. Yexiafan was ready to give Dingma Ge a lesson on the spot, but before she could act, someone else had already taken the lead. Chapter 152, The Four Sisters. Kid, what do you want to do? I absolutely cannot allow anyone to say that Nana's cooking is terrible. Just moments ago, the shop owner had punched Ding Moj hard. But Ding Moj was, after all, a 7th-rank mage mentor. Even if his physical condition wasn't as strong as that of a magical warrior, it was still far superior to an average person. In Ding Moj's eyes, the shop owner's punch was not only slow but also powerless. He didn't need to use magic and could easily block it. How dare you offend the great Lord Ding Moj? You are asking for death. Why don't you apologize to Lord Ding Moj right now? Ding Moj's servant anxiously tried to mediate with the shop owner, hoping he would apologize to Ding Moj. If so, perhaps he might still manage to save his life. After losing contact in Alaska and the arrival of the Alliance Army, the laws of the Starsheng Kingdom weren't as intimidating anymore. A 7th-rank mage mentor could casually decide the life or death of an ordinary person. The shop owner glared angrily at Ding Moj and threw another punch at him. To apologize? Absolutely never. If anyone should apologize, it's him. The outcome was self-evident. As a commoner, the shop owner was no match for Ding Moj. With one kick, Ding Moj sent the shop owner flying, causing him to lie on the ground moaning in pain. What's happening, Kaba? Why is it so noisy outside? A woman came out from the kitchen wearing a light pink apron, holding the hand of the little girl they'd seen before. To Yi Xiaofan, this voice was both familiar and strange. Struggling to turn around, tears began streaming down the face hidden under the hood. Xiao Na, Kaba, what's wrong? Pulling the little girl over, Xiao Na quickly ran to Kaba's side. Seeing the blood trickling from the corner of Kaba's mouth, she shouted anxiously. I'm fine. Though he claimed to be fine, his weak voice revealed his true condition. Even for a 7th-rank mage mentor, one kick could shatter a rock. Kaba must have had several broken ribs by now. Was it you who injured Kaba? Xiao Na stared at the only standing Ding Moj and his servants, anger flashing in her eyes, a kind of fury Yi Xiaofan had never seen before. So what if I injured him? I am a 7th-rank mage mentor. Even if I killed him, so what? And you, a lowly 4th-rank great mage, how dare you look at me like that? That's right. How can someone like the great Lord Ding Moj be offended by people like you? Hurry up and apologize to Lord Ding Moj. Upon hearing that Ding Moj was a 7th-rank mage mentor, Xiao Na paused noticeably. Her talent was never particularly impressive. When she graduated from Rod College, she barely reached the level of a great mage, which was the bare minimum requirement. Forgive me, Lord Ding Moj. If my husband has offended you in any way, I will apologize on his behalf. After some hesitation, Xiao Na approached Ding Moj and offered a soft apology. Xiao Na, no, you cannot apologize to him. We did nothing wrong. Why should we apologize? Kaba, shut up. Tears were already rolling down Xiao Na's cheeks. That's right. However, if you want me to let you go, you must kneel and kowtow 3 times to me. Xiao Na, no, please don't. Kaba tried his best to stop Xiao Na, but but even speaking was incredibly difficult. Xiaona glanced back at Kaba and slowly knelt down before Ding Moj. As she kneeled, other images of three sisters from her dormitory flashed through Xiaona's mind. If Xiaoya were here, such a person would probably be instantly wiped out. No, even without Xiaoya having to take action, Su Rue and Carius would surely be enough to handle this guy. At graduation, Su Rue had already become a 7th rank mage mentor, and now she might even have reached 8th rank. As for Carius, although her strength was similar to hers, her social circle was vast, and she probably knew some other 7th rank mage mentors. Regardless, since graduating from Rod College, Xiaona had not seen any of her other 3 sisters. Carius became a mercenary, while Su Rue was rumored to have gone to the Haoyu Kingdom. As for Xiaoya, there had been no news about her for years. But this was understandable. Anything concerning Xiaoya had been sealed by a direct order from the king. In this country, it was forbidden to mention the name Yi Xiaofan. Slap. Xiaona's shoulder was grabbed, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free of this arm. Accordingly, her kneeling body stopped moving. Looking back, Xiaona saw the arm's owner, a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Who are you? Do you also wish to offend the great Lord Ding Moj? The attendant of Lord Ding Moj angrily shouted at the cloaked figure. Nevertheless, beads of cold sweat involuntarily streamed down his face. It's all over. What's wrong with the people in this city? We've already told them that Lord Ding Moj is a 7th rank mage mentor. How could there still be someone daring enough to seek death? By now, Lord Ding Moj's anger must have reached its limit. There's no way I can hold him back anymore. I just hope I won't get dragged into this. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the attendant cautiously glanced at Lord Ding Moj and was surprised to find that Lord Ding Moj was drenched in sweat, staring fearfully at the cloaked person before him. Lord Ding Moj, aren't you? You were able to identify Xiaona's rank so easily just now. Must be using true sight, right? But I wonder, will you be able to determine my strength? From beneath the black cloak came a clear and melodious voice. The true sight, a magical artifact created by senior alchemists. It is said that the true sight can see through all disguises and present the truth of the world to its user. Of course, this claim may indeed be exaggerated somewhat. However, the true sight does allow its wielder to instantly discern the level of an opponent and renders most forms of disguise ineffective in its presence. Yet, Yi Xiaofan's cloak possesses similar camouflage abilities, and it far surpasses Ding Moj's true sight. When Yi Xiaofan stepped forward, he sensed a mysterious force circling around himself, but was completely shielded by the black cloak. This mysterious force originated from Ding Moj. After realizing this, Yi Xiaofan ceased the cloak's blocking power and adjusted the flow of his internal magic to the level of a saint. A saint. Ding Moj trembled violently as he uttered these 2 words in sheer terror. What? How could that be possible? How could a saint possibly dine at such a small place? This has to be a joke. Chapter 153, Integrity. Esteemed saint, I failed to recognize your greatness and dared to offend you. Please forgive me this time with your magnanimity. As soon as Ding Moj uttered the word saint, there was an immediate uproar in the scene. His little attendant even knelt directly in front of Yi Xiaofan, begging him for mercy. Although it was utterly spineless, with such pleading, a saint should not care to argue with such a minor person, right? Besides, all he did was speak arrogantly, nothing overly excessive. The attendant's lack of dignity not only shocked the other people, but also made Ding Moj feel ashamed. After all, he was Ding Moj, a 7th rank magician's attendant. Now, where could his face be? No wonder you're so reckless with a saint backing you up. I'll let you go this time. Let's go. With that, Ding Moj dragged his attendant on the ground toward the door. Do you really think you can just walk away like this? What do you want then? I tell you, even if you are a saint, I'm not afraid of you. My older brother is Deputy Leader Banjiu in the League Army. If you dare touch me, my brother will definitely not spare this shop or these 2 individuals. Ding Moj's words carried an undercurrent of guilt. Although his elder brother was a saint too, the other party was a saint as well, someone who wouldn't fear his elder brother. Moreover, at this moment, the League Army was busy strategizing how to save Alaska City, so as long as he remained alive, his elder brother probably didn't have time to deal with him. Still, thankfully, this person clearly knew the innkeeper and his wife. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother stepping in on their behalf. Saints were after all proud individuals. Taking this as leverage, Ding Moj believed he might endure less punishment. Yes, from the start, Ding Moj never planned to walk out unscathed. This was merely an act. In that case, that's truly wonderful. Right now, I'm bursting with anger and have nowhere to release it. I'll kill you here and fight with your brother when he comes. It will serve as a great outlet. Yi Xiaofan paid no attention to his bluffs. He extended a single finger and pointed it at Ding Moj's forehead. From this delicate finger radiated an immense magic power. It was enough to instantly slay him. Master, I was wrong. What I said before was merely a joke. Please let me off this one time. Suddenly, Ding Moj mimicked his attendant and knelt down before Yi Xiaofan. Dignity meant nothing compared to life. As long as he survived, he would surely ask his brother for vengeance. I apologize profoundly, but I absolutely dislike that kind of joke. So you must die. Yi Xiaofan's finger quickly thrust towards Ding Moj's forehead. In an instant, the shadow of death enveloped Ding Moj. Never had he imagined that death would come so close to him one day. However, Kiona blocked Yi Xiaofan. Shalif, don't. Clearly, Kiona recognized Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan looked back at Kiona, and she shook her head at him. All right, for Kiona's sake, I'll let you go. But you need to kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Kiona. Your voice should be loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. Yes, I'll do it. Ding Moj immediately knelt down and performed 3 thunderous kowtows to Kiona. The sound was so loud it filled the entire room, without the slightest compromise. But when others couldn't see, resentment flickered in Ding Moje's eyes. Alright, get lost already. Like swatting away flies, Yi Xiaofan waved at Ding Moj, and together with Kiona lifted Kaba lying on the floor into the inner room. The hall returned to its previous state, but there was no longer the earlier tranquility. Everyone pretended to eat, while discussing Yi Xiaofan's identity. After all, a saint was someone they'd never encountered in their lifetimes. In the inner room, Yi Xiaofan took out a black, glossy pill and fed it to Kaba, who lay on the bed. After taking the medicine, Kaba fell into a deep sleep. As for the little girl, she kept hugging Kaba and crying continuously. When Kaba slept, the little girl seemed to cry herself to exhaustion, resting beside Kaba and falling asleep. Kiona laid the little girl on the bed, covered both her and Kaba with a quilt, and led Yi Xiaofan quietly to another room. Didn't expect you to be married within a few years, Joanna. You even have children. What's their name? Mengna. The name sounds nice, and she looks adorable too. Joanna poured Yi Xiaofan a cup of tea, and the two sat opposite each other. After exchanging a few casual words, they fell into silence, unsure of what to say next. After an awkward pause, Joanna finally broke the silence. Take off your cloak, it's awfully hot inside. With the strength of a saint, how could one possibly feel heat? This was Joanna's way of making small talk. Still, it was indeed strange to remain cloaked indoors. Oops, I forgot all about it. Yi Xiaofan chuckled sheepishly as she removed her cloak. Shalif, you haven't changed at all, you're still so young. And look at me, I'm already old. As the cloak came off, Yi Xiaofan's stunning visage was revealed. Joanna stared blankly at her for a moment before her face softened with nostalgia. How can that be? To me, Joanna looks exactly the same, not a bit older. Just taller now, taller than me even. Yi Xiaofan pouted playfully, feigning irritation. Back in Rod College, among the 4 roommates, Yi Xiaofan had been the tallest. But now, Joanna towered half a head above her. Hee, so we need to re-rank ourselves according to height. Chris is number 1, and you're at the bottom. What? Even Chris is taller than me now? That can't be right. If I'm at the bottom, then Su Rue must be too? You're absolutely correct. After you left, all 3 of us grew taller while you, Shalif, haven't grown an inch in the last 10 years. Seems like your chest hasn't developed either. Blah blah. What do you know? It's called if my chest isn't flat, how can I level the world? Joanna laughed heartily and gave her chest a little thrust toward Yi Xiaofan. If my breasts aren't big, how can I rally people's hearts? Yeah, quite impressive. With Joanna's movements, her chest bounced slightly. You, I'll tear you apart, you milk cow. Enraged, Yi Xiaofan lunged clawing and flailing at Joanna. Chapter 154, Concealed Truths. Huff huff, huff huff. After a bout of roughhousing, the two lay in bed, breathless and disheveled. Unlike before, the atmosphere between them was no longer awkward. It was just like their college days 10 years ago, when they had once again returned to a state of close camaraderie. Xiaona, tell me about your life. 10 years have passed. Surely many things have happened. Ah, yes, many things did happen. After you left, the nights dissolved, and I no longer saw those rowdy people around the academy. Hee, at the time, I thought those guys were so annoying. But now that I think about it, I do miss them. Humph, back then, all of you had the nights, but not me. Thinking about it now really makes me mad. A gentle breeze entered through the window, bringing a refreshing coolness to the stuffy room. Before they realized it, Yi Xiaofan and Xiao Na had chatted for an entire afternoon. When they came to, the sun was already nearly setting. The little girl Mingna had woken up long ago, but the smart and well-behaved child hadn't made a fuss. She climbed down from the bed herself, and upon seeing Xiao Na and Yi Xiaofan talking, she sat on the ground playing with herself. Not until Xiao Na came to check on Kaba did she realize Mingna had awakened. Nana, call her Aunt. Aunt. So cute. You look so much like Xiao Na. This is for you, do you like it? Thank you, Aunt. From his spatial ring, Yi Xiaofan took out a small trinket he had made during his initial studies in alchemy. It was a doll Yi Xiaofan modeled after something from his past life, though it wasn't an ordinary doll. This doll was crafted using 12 precious materials Yi Xiaofan had plundered from Nalan Hongwu. When Nalan Hongwu found out Yi Xiaofan had used so many valuable materials to create this, he almost suffered a heart attack. Moreover, Yi Xiaofan had carved 3 magic arrays into this doll. The first one was indestructible, infused with a thread of his own power. This ensured the doll wouldn't be damaged by any amount of force or time. The second was absolute defense, relative, of course, to the world's power levels. Given that Yi Xiaofan had just entered this realm at the time, he wasn't clear about what the true powerhouses here could do. Therefore, this defense array couldn't handle anything overly powerful. It could withstand perhaps 3 strikes from a Saint tier fighter. And the third and final array was anthropomorphization. The holder could activate it at will, causing the doll to grow to normal human size with the ability to automatically detect enemies and launch attacks accordingly. Its attack strength was comparable to a Saint's full-on strike. If this doll were put on the market, it would certainly cause mass chaos, likely fetching astronomical prices at auctions. Yet, this treasure was casually handed over by Yi Xiaofan to a little girl, who happily set about preparing clothes for the doll. Xiaofan, why hasn't Kaba awakened? Could his injuries be too severe? Don't worry. Even if there's only a single breath left in him, I can pull him back from the underworld for you. Yi Xiaofan confidently puffed out his chest to guarantee it, yet he received a skeptical look from Xiao Na. What's that look for, Xiao Na? Don't believe me, huh? Ever since school days, Xiao Na knew that Yi Xiaofan had a habit. Whenever she spoke in a mocking tone, it meant someone was about to get in trouble. Now, Among those present, Kaba lay unconscious on the bed, naturally unable to be the culprit. Little Ming-Na definitely wouldn't be either. Yi Xiaofan hadn't gone mad to that extent, which left only one person, herself. How could I not trust you, little Yi? We're good sisters, Xiao Na knew Yi Xiaofan, and Yi Xiaofan understood Xiao Na just as well. Whenever Xiao Na called her little Yi, it was a dead giveaway that she was being evasive. Get ready to face the 10 great tortures. No, please, save me. Yi Xiaofan grinned wickedly and approached Xiao Na. Realizing the situation wasn't good, Xiao Na turned and ran. Within moments, the two vanished from sight, one chasing and the other fleeing. Little Ming-Na watched her mother Xiao Na and the aunt who had given her the gift running outside, as if insane. Tipping her head slightly, the little girl figured this must be some strange game played by adults. Lowering her gaze, she busied herself dressing the doll in the paper clothes she'd just finished making. Huff, 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 huff. Panting heavily, the two found themselves on the floor of the outer hall. The shop door had already been locked by Xiao Na earlier. Xiao Na, do you know what's behind the darkness that engulfs Alaska? How about it, Xiao Na? Why aren't you speaking? With no response from Xiao Na forthcoming, Yi Xiaofan turned his head and saw the complex look on her face. Xiao Na, are you hiding something? Actually, I don't know much. These things, I overheard from Kaba. If you want to know more, wait for him to wake up and let him tell you. Is it about the city of Alaska? If you're interested, I can share everything I know. Both Yi Xiaofan and Xiao Na quickly turned their heads and saw Kaba standing on the stairs leading up to the second floor. It turned out that at some unknown point, Kaba had already awakened. Kaba, are you all right? Concerned, Xiao Na hurried forward to help Kaba, but he declined with a wave of his hand. I'm fine. In fact, I feel better than ever. Kaba wasn't lying. The pill Yi Xiaofan gave him contained the power of the goddess ring. While the goddess ring could revive someone on the brink of death, and though the pill infused with its power was not as effective as the ring itself, it was more than sufficient for Kaba's injuries. Mere broken ribs were trivial in comparison. This person should be the roommate and good sister you always talk about from Roth Academy, correct? Hello, my name is Kaba Leiji. Hello, Yi Xiaofan. You said you know about Alaska City, is this true? I only know a little bit of the concealed truth, but if you want, I'll tell you everything. Kaba gestured for Yi Xiaofan to sit down. Yi Xiaofan nodded, took a seat, and waited for Kaba to continue. Meanwhile, Xiao Na went to the kitchen to prepare a cup of fragrant tea for both of them. Chapter 155, Moon-Gazing Beast Horn. I still remember what happened that day. It was when Nana had just given birth. In order to provide Nana with the nutrients she needed, I went to Wind City specifically to buy a moon-gazing horn. The Nana, in Kaba's mouth naturally referred to Xiao Na. Moon-gazing horn? You mean the horn of the moon-gazing beast? That kind of thing is not cheap at all. I didn't know you were so wealthy. Yi Xiaofan looked at Kaba in amazement, unable to believe Kaba could afford something like this. Because the moon-gazing beast was a unique magical beast found only outside Wind City. Throughout the entire Kanglan continent, there was no other place where moon-gazing beasts existed. From the moment they are born, moon-gazing beasts can reach the strength of a 5th-tier magical beast. Adult moon-gazing beasts have even more power and can reach 7th-tier status. Although they possess great power, moon-gazing beasts are by nature timid, escaping at the slightest sign of danger. Adding to their difficulty of capture, the moon-gazing beast has an inherent strong sensitivity to wind magic, which makes it hard for hunters to catch them. In fact, very few people have even seen the creature. However, the moon-gazing beast has one prominent feature: its fondness for the scent emitted by Mingxian flowers. If it consumes more than 10 blossoms at once, the moon-gazing beast will fall into a deep sleep. Relying on this characteristic, many hunters set traps to capture the beast. But even then, success stories remained extremely rare. Under such conditions, moon-gazing horns have been inflated to astronomical prices. Even common nobles would carefully consider purchasing even 2 ounces of moon-gazing horns. Kaba's grandfather was a major tycoon, whose wealth could easily buy an entire country. However, Kaba came to Xinxiang Kingdom to avoid a family-arranged marriage. Nevertheless, when he left, Kaba took quite a sum of money with him, which allowed him to purchase moon-gazing horns. Xiao Na served the fragrant tea to Yi Xiaofan while explaining the situation. No wonder when I heard the surname Leiji earlier, it sounded familiar. He must be the person in charge of modding commercial guild, right? Yi Xiaofan revealed a look of enlightenment, but Xiao Na gave him an incredulous stare. How come? Could little Yi have actually become knowledgeable? You must be an imposter. Give my real Xiaofan back. Xiao Na twisted Yi Xiaofan's face, scrutinizing him left and right, disbelieving that the person sitting before her was really Yi Xiaofan. Back in Roth Academy, Yi Xiaofan had been infamous in the dormitory for his ignorance of worldly matters. Even on basic trials, Yi Xiaofan often wore a bewildered expression. This made the other 3 members of the dorm constantly speculate if Yi Xiaofan grew up isolated in the mountains without ever coming into contact with the outside world. But Yi Xiaofan felt aggrieved too. Who would have thought that after arriving in this world, some common sense from Earth no longer applied here? Meanwhile, certain common senses in this world seemed entirely absurd to Yi Xiaofan. To put it simply, this wasn't scientific. Stop it, Xiao Na. I did go wandering for 10 years. Of course, my knowledge has grown over time. Yi Xiaofan slapped Xiao Na's hand away, pouting unhappily as he glared at Xiao Na. Sorry. Don't get mad, little Yi. Like hushing a child, Xiao Na hugged Yi Xiaofan and said, feeling completely uncomfortable being embraced by Xiao Na, Yi Xiaofan quickly wriggled free, looking earnestly at Kaba to indicate that he should continue the story. After Yi Xiaofan escaped Xiao Na's grip, She sulked and sat next to him, preparing to ambush Yi Xiaofan again when the opportunity arose. That day, I wandered through Wind City for an entire day without finding anyone selling moon-gazing horns. Dejected, I decided to return here first and check again after a few days. To save time, I intentionally cut through a small alley, which could save almost 20 minutes compared to taking the main road. But while I was walking along the path, I heard whispers from two people around a corner nearby. From their conversation, I learned that they were part of the high-level human trafficking organization. The high-level human trafficking organization. Sounds familiar. Idiot. Didn't you and Carius get captured by these people back in Water City? That's how we discovered you're a saint. Oh yeah, I remember now. Xiaona, stop calling me stupid. After all, it's been 10 years. How could I possibly remember everything clearly? Speaking of which, Yi Xiaofan had quite a few dealings with this organization. Ever since he first came to this world, he'd already encountered people from this organization. It was also during that encounter that the Kanglan continent witnessed the emergence of its 10th perilous area. After realizing they were members of the organization, I hid in the corner and eavesdropped on their conversation. Wow, so brave. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? You don't even have an ounce of magic, right? From Kaba, Yi Xiaofan could sense not a single bit of magical fluctuation. And when they had met Ding Mogiai earlier, Kaba hadn't shown any signs of cultivation either. Because I'm naturally insulated against magic elements, I can't cultivate at all. As for whether I'm worried about being found out, this necklace is a family heirloom from my mother's side. It can reduce a person's presence. As long as I don't make a big noise or stand directly in front of them, even a saint wouldn't be able to discover me. Such an incredible artifact. Could I borrow it later to study? For some reason, Yi Xiaofan always felt inexplicably passionate about alchemy. Despite hating sitting still and staring at one thing for hours in his previous life, now he was filled with enthusiasm. Of course, it's nothing valuable. Kaba readily took off the necklace and handed it over to Yi Xiaofan. After obtaining it, Yi Xiaofan couldn't wait to start studying it. Bang bang. Yi Xiaofan's small head was struck hard by Xiao Na, leaving 2 lumps on his skull. Xiaoan, why did you hit me? Yi Xiaofan looked up at Xiao Na with an aggrieved expression. Idiot Xiaofan, finish hearing out the entire story before you dive into research. There are actually 2 of these necklaces. Besides the one Kaba has, I also possess another. I'll lend it to you afterward for your study. Hee, if you hadn't reminded me, I might have completely forgotten. Yi Xiaofan scratched his head sheepishly. Chapter 156, Farewell. In the hall of Xuanhuan restaurant, Yi Xiaofan sat across from Kaba and Joanna, sipping a bit of fragrant tea as he waited for Kaba to continue. I won't bother with too much small talk. I'll just give you the highlights. Fine. At that time, one of them questioned the other. The seal of Wind City hasn't been lifted yet, so why was the switch in Alaska opened so early? The energy had accumulated too much. If we hadn't opened the switch, the excess energy would have caused the ferocious beasts to go berserk. By then, it'd be impossible to control them. But even so, opening the switch before the seals of the 4 cities, water, fire, earth, and wind, are removed will draw the attention of other countries. If the Holy Light Cathedral interferes, our plan could very well fail at the last moment. It won't. We've already received the boss's approval to utilize that marvel. Moreover, by using the power of these ferocious beasts, we'll transform Alaska into a sunless hell. Even if the Holy Light Cathedral were to intervene, they'd be powerless. Fine, since the boss has agreed, I don't have anything more to say. But remember this, next time, notify me in advance. When the switch was turned on 3 days ago, it really gave me quite a shock. TCH, sounds like the same tone as the responsible parties in water, fire, and earth cities. Let me ask you something. How long will it take to completely lift the seal? The 3 other cities are almost done already. Bullshit, I've been keeping in contact with the responsible parties from the other cities. Don't think I don't know. It'll take them at least 2 years at minimum. What about your place? 3 years, give me 3 more years, and the seal will definitely be lifted. Good. Then during this period, I'll do my best to suppress the overflow of energy. After saying that, the 2 of them left. To ensure safety, I stayed put for another half hour. After making sure no one was around, I emerged from my hiding place. Later, I forgot all about this matter until a year ago when Alaska was shrouded in darkness. It brought everything back. Kaba talked nonstop for a long time, his mouth growing dry. He picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaofan fell into deep thought after hearing Kaba's words. Ferocious beasts, seals, switches. If we make a simple deduction, there should be a ferocious beast sealed within Alaska City. In order to release this beast, one must open the switch. However, this switch is actually centered on Alaska, surrounded by 4 cities in the south, east, north, and west. These are named the water, fire, earth, and wind cities. Judging by the timeline, it should be this time 3 years from now. It seems the group is planning an enormous conspiracy. I apologize deeply, Joanna, but I can't stay here any longer. The purpose of my secret return was to rescue Alaska. After hearing such important news, I need to investigate Wind City first. I guessed as much. But once Alaska is saved, remember to come back and find me. Certainly. Here are some magical artifacts I made in the past. Take them with you. With these things, even if anything foolish dares to disturb you, you don't have to fear anymore. Yi Xiaofan pulled out a hairpin and a cloak from his spatial ring. The hairpin was given to Yi Xiaofan by Joanna the first time they met. As for the cloak, it was a gift from the Knights of the Night when Yi Xiaofan left the Xingshan Kingdom. Over the years, Yi Xiaofan transformed these items into magical artifacts, infusing each of them with a thread of his own power. Each artifact possesses the strength to withstand an attack from a saint-level entity. Hehe, I remember this hairpin. I gave it to you back then. Yes, back then you thought it looked too childish, so you gave it to me. Joanna took the hairpin from Yi Xiaofan's hand, pinned it onto her head, and spun around for him. That's enough, stop being vain. I'll leave now. Hold on, Xiaofan. When you get the chance, visit Lihua City. I heard Kuris is there, and she doesn't seem to be doing well. Alright, after resolving matters in the Xinxiang Kingdom, I'll go to Lihua City and find Kuris. Well, see you then. Farewell. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaofan stepped through the door of Xuanhuan restaurant and walked toward the city gates. Kaba stood beside Joanna, wanting to say something multiple times, but held back. Just say what's on your mind. I remember you saying that she has a very good relationship with Vice Principal Lan Hongwu, right? Yes, for Xiaofan, the Vice Principal is like a father figure. Then, is it really a good idea not to tell her about that thing? I don't know either, but I don't want to see little Yi getting sad. Hey. After walking quite far away, Yi Xiaofan turned around and shouted loudly to Joanna and Kaba, who were still standing at the door. Joanna, after I find Kuris, how about we go together to look for Su Rui? Sure, I'll wait for you. Joanna shouted back to Yi Xiaofan with equal loudness. In this moment, tears uncontrollably streamed down the faces of the two sisters, yet the great distance made them unable to see each other's appearance clearly. Take care of yourself. You too. And definitely don't get sick when you're alone. Neither of them realized that this meeting between Yi Xiaofan and Joanna would be the last time they ever saw each other. Many years later, when Yi Xiaofan returned to Xinxiang Kingdom once more, Joanna had long since turned into a mound of yellow earth. However, her descendants continued to operate the Xuanhuan restaurant, preserving its legacy. And scrambled egg fried rice became the most popular dish in all of Xinxiang Kingdom. After saying goodbye to Joanna, Yi Xiaofan walked straight toward the city gate. There, he unexpectedly encountered someone. Ding Mojio, the troublemaker from Xuanhuan restaurant. When Yi Xiaofan spotted him, Ding Mojio was trailing behind a stern-looking individual. In front of this person stood two neatly arranged groups of people. The unhidden fluctuations of magical power unmistakably informed everyone else that this man was an undisputed saint-level expert. As for Ding Mojio, if it weren't for the burrowing dragon lying by his side, Yi Xiaofan might not have recognized him at all. Because at this moment, Ding Mojio looked as though he'd been stung by bees, swelling up so big he resembled a watermelon. When Ding Mojio saw Yi Xiaofan saw him as well. Recalling what had happened before, Ding Mojio was scared nearly to the point of falling on his knees. Chapter 157, The Respected Ice God. Ding Mojia, I didn't bring you out this time for you to embarrass me. The person standing in front of Ding Mojia clearly noticed his fidgeting and scolded him coldly. Yes, big brother, but what? Haven't you closed your mouth yet? Our task this time is to go to the outskirts of Alaska and try to disperse some of the darkness. Or we can collect a portion of the darkness and bring it back to the Allied Forces headquarters. Do you all understand? We've heard loud and clear. The two teams shouted in unison. All these people were mages who had joined the Allied Forces. The one with the lowest cultivation had already reached the 7th rank. However, even such a formidable force remained cautious when faced with the darkness enveloping Alaska. This alone showed how powerful that force was. Finally, something is happening. This way, Yi Xiaofan will have more confidence in saving Alaska. After all, no matter how capable Yi Xiaofan is, she is just one person and cannot possibly cover every angle. Watching their figures, Yi Xiaofan smiled faintly and stepped towards the city gate. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan paused because she spotted a familiar figure. In the Allied forces, there was a very handsome man walking over to them. This person was Mu Yi, who had survived in the Halide Snow Mountain and gained significant benefits. At this moment, Mu Yi's face appeared less childish than before. Instead, there was now an added sense of resolve. It seemed that after becoming a god, Mu Yi must have experienced quite a few things. Ice God, the exploration team has been fully assembled. Please give your instructions. Ding Majia's elder brother, Banjio, greeted Mu Yi respectfully. Although Mu Yi was much younger than Banjio, Banjio always believed in the principle of respecting strength. He had stayed at the saint level for countless years, and someone younger than him had surpassed him, so he certainly deserved respect. Everyone remember. Mu Yi nodded, but then seemed to feel someone watching him. Turning his head slightly, he immediately spotted Yi Xiaofan's figure. The pretense of coldness on his face could not be maintained any longer as he revealed an excited expression. Xiaofan, Mu Yi called out enthusiastically. Wow, I couldn't tell, but it seems you're doing well now. Where's Xiru? Didn't she come to Xinxiang Kingdom with you? Yi Xiaofan had originally intended to leave, but since Mu Yi had greeted her, ignoring him would appear impolite. Xinxiang Kingdom was the first country Yi Xiaofan came to in this world. She cherished feelings of family and friendship here. There were ties she could never sever. Deep down, Yi Xiaofan regarded this place as her own nation, her home in another world. Therefore, while within Xinxiang Kingdom, Yi Xiaofan always held herself to the standard of a lady. No, not this time. Grandfather thought this matter might be even more dangerous than Halide Snow Mountain, so he didn't let Xiru come. This time, I'm representing Lei Kingdom, offering assistance to our ally, Xinxiang Kingdom. In that case, even though I don't represent much, I still want to say thank you. Haha, no need. So, Xiaofan, are you here this time also because of this matter? That's right. Although I was expelled from the territory of Xinxiang Kingdom, I am still part of Xinxiang Kingdom. Now that the country is in trouble, of course I must return. Besides, I still have family and friends here. That's truly the best outcome. With Xiaofan's help, rescuing Xinxiang Kingdom will surely succeed. Honestly, at the time, due to my lack of strength, I didn't appreciate your skills deeply, but ever since I became a god, reflecting on your methods then, they could only be described as unpredictable. Even now, I wouldn't have the confidence to beat you. It seems you still have some self-awareness. In fact, I was thinking that if you become arrogant after becoming a god, I'd definitely give you a lesson. How could that happen? Yi Xiaofan and Mu Yi were chatting happily, but the alliance troops standing beside them, who had been listening to their conversation, were deeply shocked. Needless to say, the young man standing in front of them, despite being quite young, was known as the only individual in nearly 1,000 years in the Kanglan continent to have ascended to godhood. Because of Mu Yi's magic, the world gave him a title, the Ice God, which Banjiu had initially addressed him by. But now, the Ice God they considered great in their hearts actually admitted that he wasn't a match for this young girl. No matter how you look at it, this young girl appears to be quite ordinary. The others were just curious about Yi Xiaofan. However, Ding Majia, standing behind Banjiu, was already sweating profusely. After all, among this group of people, he was the one who had conflicts with Yi Xiaofan. Under the protection of his brother, Ding Majia didn't fear Yi Xiaofan too much before. But now, even Ice God Mu Yi dared not act rashly in front of Yi Xiaofan, which made him very worried about his own future. Xiaofan, we're planning to go to Alaska and try to eliminate part of the dark matter. Will you come with us? No, for something this trivial, your presence is enough. As for the darkness in Alaska, I have some other leads. I'm preparing to investigate them. I see. Well then, Mu Yi clearly showed disappointment upon hearing that Yi Xiaofan wouldn't be going with him. You must do your best, successfully complete the mission. When I come back, how about I invite you for a drink? Sure, I won't let you down. Yi Xiaofan placed her right hand on Mu Yi's shoulder, boosting his morale significantly, immediately restoring Mu Yi's energy. Well, I'll leave first, see you. Bye-bye. Mu Yi stood there dumbfounded, waving at Yi Xiaofan as she left. That, Lord Ice God, she has already left. It wasn't until Yi Xiaofan's figure disappeared completely that Mu Yi stopped waving. If it hadn't been for Banjiu's reminder, he might have stood there like this until the next day. Seeing the foolish expression on Mu Yi's face, Banjiu questioned for the first time whether such a dim-witted person could really become a god. Could this be the key to becoming a god? In the past, Banjiu always practiced diligently without ever letting up. Perhaps being too rigid made one more prone to breaking. Maybe he should consider adjusting his approach. Banjiu stroked the sensual beard on his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Well, we should set off quickly. With a wave of Mu Yi's hand, the Alliance army immediately formed 2 lines of troops. They followed Mu Yi towards the direction of Alaska. Chapter 158, Wind City. Wind City is just like its name. The entire city is covered by hurricanes at all times. Outside the city, wind magic mentors can be seen everywhere, practicing their magic against the strong winds. After some inquiries, Yi Xiaofan learned that this hurricane contains extremely powerful magical elements. For those who practice wind magic, it has a double the effect here. It could be said that Wind City is a sacred place for magicians practicing wind magic in the whole Xinjiang kingdom. The wind element is indeed rich, but it's too violent. Cultivation in such an environment would easily cause injuries. Extending his right hand to feel the elements in the wind, Yi Xiaofan found that there were only wind elements here. Other elements have been completely squeezed out. TCH, you're overreacting. If one gets injured, it simply means that one isn't insightful enough. This is the gift from the Lord of Wind, and as an outsider, you wouldn't understand. As usual, Danilo came outside the Wind City early in the morning to start practicing wind magic every day. Even though he was only 12 years old, he had been practicing magic for 3 years already. Every morning, he would follow his father and stand outside half naked. According to his father, only by experiencing the wind with the skin can one better wield wind magic. Every day, countless visitors come to Wind City, and young Danilo has long become used to these outsiders' surprises. However, today he saw a figure cloaked in black, accompanied by an incredibly imposing tiger-like beast. At first glance of the tiger, Danilo fell deeply in love with it. Quietly approaching the black-clad figure, Danilo thought up countless reasons to talk to him. His purpose was clear, to get close to this beast. Kid, after following me for so long, are you finally willing to speak? Yi Xiaofan had long noticed that a child was trailing behind him. He simply ignored him since the boy hadn't said anything. From what you say, you should be local. Can you show me around this city? I'm not going to do it. Unless you let me touch your beast. Beast? You mean this one? So, you followed me all this time just to touch it? Its name is Dudu. Yi Xiaofan pointed to Dudu, who looked rather lazy, and wore an expression of sudden realization. How can you give it such a name? That's practically an insult. Danuolo clearly didn't like Dudu's name and started to protest. However, before he finished speaking, Yi Xiaofan picked him up with one hand and threw him onto Dudu's back. Wow, it's so incredible. Sitting on Dudu's back, Danilo tightly held Dudu's neck, feeling comforted by its lush fur. This is what it feels like to ride a beast. It's so cool. Due to constant hurricanes around Wind City, few beasts approach this city. From a young age, Danilo had only ever seen beasts from the side of some visitors. So Danilo has always yearned for beasts, especially large and mighty ones. He has always dreamed of having such a beast as a companion one day. But unfortunately, his father was only a second-stage warrior magician, unable to subdue any beast. And if buying a young beast was considered, it would require a great deal of gold. Given Danuolo's family situation, they couldn't possibly afford such expenses. Boy, have you seen anyone with this emblem appear in this city? Yi Xiaofan placed the insignia of the Higher Life Form Trading Group in front of Danilo, seemingly hoping to gather some intelligence from him. Isn't this the insignia of the Higher Life Form Trading Group? one of the most enormous dark organizations on the continent. How could someone wearing such an item walk openly on the street? Are you stupid? Then, Yi Xiaofan got mocked hard by Nero. Yi Xiaofan's face turned red at once, wanting to find a crack to crawl into because he was actually ridiculed by a child. In fact, Yi Xiaofan also knew about this himself. She was just trying. Who would have thought that this kid was more mature than she expected? Alright, you're just a little brat. I'll endure it. Yi Xiaofan suppressed his anger and made an effort to look kind. Then, have you seen any suspicious people recently? The kind who looks like a big villain. Of course I have. Do you know where they are? Aren't they right here? Riding on Dudu's back, Danilo was now slightly taller than Yi Xiaofan. He pointed down at her from his elevated position and said, I see. So the little kid likes to joke around, huh? But sister here doesn't appreciate it. Out in broad daylight wearing a cloak, unwilling to show your true face. Is there anyone more suspicious than you? And what do you mean by sister? Though your voice sounds young, who knows what's under that cloak? Maybe an old hag. Ho ho, Yi Xiaofan stopped in her tracks and emitted a strange laugh. Even Dudu, who had followed her for years and knew her well, had never seen Yi Xiaofan laugh like this before. Dudu, use your fastest speed for a round trip from the east of the city to the south, Yi Xiaofan ordered, her voice tinged with a touch of menace. Dudu never disobeyed Yi Xiaofan's commands. In an instant, he became a streak of lightning, racing toward the southern part of the city at a speed rivaling sound itself. Even at such a high speed, Dudu flawlessly avoided all the pedestrians along the way. In just a few minutes, he returned from the south of the city. Danilo, sitting on Dudu's back, only felt the scenery around him blur as a pressure unlike anything he'd ever experienced pressed against his face, making it hard for him to breathe. His mind began to fog over. Danilo tried to call out for help, but found himself unable to open his mouth. Just as he thought he couldn't hold on any longer, Dudu finally stopped. The moment Dudu stopped, the hairs holding Danilo securely in place softened once again. Everything seemed exactly as it had been before, as if Dudu had stood there all along. If the discomfort hadn't lingered, Danilo would have sworn it was all a hallucination. Hey, woman, were you trying to kill me? Chapter 159, The Blessing of the Wind God. Hey, you woman, do you want to kill me? The first thing Danilo did after recovering was point at Yi Xiaofan and shout. Then, ugh, I'm sorry, please go easy on me. This is more like it. Naughty kids aren't like, you know. After Danilo apologized, Yi Xiaofan let out a pleased laugh. But in Daniyolu's ears, this laughter sounded devilish. My name is Yi Xiaofan. What's yours, Daniyolu? Is there any rumor or legend about this wind city? Can you tell me if there is? Does the wind outside the city count as a legend? Tell me provisionally. After they exchanged names, Yi Xiaofan strolled through the bustling wind city while casually asking Daniyolu. After thinking for a moment, Daniyolu could only think of legends related to the wind god. Legend has it, a very, very, very long time ago. Hold on, you can skip the repetitive words and get straight to the point. But wouldn't that make filling up the word count easier? What are you saying? Nothing. Realizing he had said something he shouldn't have, Daniyolu quickly replied. Yi Xiaofan silently moved closer to Daniyolu's side. Daniyolu smelled a pleasant orchid fragrance. Brat, you should just keep these things in mind. Never say them aloud, or you'll end up dead sooner than you think. But you're the protagonist. The book needs you, right? Even you can't say such things. No matter what, caution is never a bad idea. Even though I'm the protagonist and won't be killed off, there will still be ways to make me suffer. Oh, I see. Good. You show potential. Yi Xiaofan stepped away from Daniyolu, stood upright, and continued walking ahead. Daniyolu sighed in relief and rode Daodu beside Yi Xiaofan. Let's get back to the topic then. What exactly is this legend of the wind god you mentioned earlier? To be honest, I don't know much about it myself. I only heard it from my father. Before Xuanhuan Kingdom was established, Wind City was just a small town surrounded by many powerful beasts. Every day, people would die at the hands of these beasts. Moreover, it almost never rained here all year round, and even a breeze was hard to come by. This situation persisted until the founding of Xuanhuan Kingdom. Was Wind City already around before Xuanhuan Kingdom was founded? Yi Xiaofan interrupted Daniyolu. Information from Kaba made him believe Wind City was built to seal the ferocious beast in Alaska. If what Daniyolu said was true, the situation might not be as simple as that. I'm not sure either, but it seems so. In that case, go on. The legend says that on the day Xuanhuan Kingdom was founded, Wind City, being adjacent to the capital, suddenly experienced a violent storm that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. On the morning of the 4th day, all the beasts around Wind City had disappeared. From then on, Wind City was always shrouded in a hurricane. The hurricanes would only cease when it rained or snowed. However, once the rain and snow stopped, the hurricane would return. Hasn't anyone investigated the source of these hurricanes? Certainly, attempts have been made, but no one could find the origin of the hurricane. Eventually, people began to believe that it was a blessing from the wind god. When this rumor spread, all the mages practicing wind magic started gathering outside the city to practice, and their numbers grew day by day. It was said they did this to better feel the grace of the wind god. The wind god. Whether he really exists, I wonder. If he does, I'd like to fight him to see who's stronger. Are you insane? How dare you disrespect the wind god? Apologize immediately, or I'll never forgive you. An unintentional remark by Yi Xiaofan caused Daniyolu to jump off Daodu and stare at Yi Xiaofan with excitement. I'm sorry. Yi Xiaofan looked into Daniyolu's eyes and saw the seriousness in them. After a brief silence, Yi Xiaofan spoke apologetically. As soon as Yi Xiaofan apologized, Daniyolu seemed to deflate. He would have probably collapsed if Daodu wasn't nearby holding him up. It's over, it's over. I dared to yell at this witch of a girl. She'll surely torture me to death. Hey, brat, your words were very impolite. And don't say them in front of me. Yi Xiaofan muttered a complaint to Danyulu and reached out to grab him. Danyulu thought Yi Xiaofan was about to punish him and was so scared that he closed his eyes and trembled on the spot. Holding Danyulu by the collar, Yi Xiaofan put him back on Doubta's back. Danyulu only felt a strong pulling force before finding himself once again in the familiar, soft place. Opening his trembling eyes, Danyulu saw that Yi Xiaofan had already walked far ahead, leaving him sitting on her magical pet's back. Sniff, sniff. Doubtu turned around and blew an unhappy puff of air at Danyulu, then quickened her steps to catch up with Yi Xiaofan. You're not going to hit me? I was so disrespectful to you just now. Era. If you keep dwelling on such matters, you'll get wrinkles. Besides, wasn't it me who first disrespected the deity you admire? Let's call it even. So, there are still gentle people like this in the world. At that moment, Yi Xiaofan's figure was firmly imprinted in Danyulu's mind. Even though Yi Xiaofan was always hidden under a black cloak and Danyulu didn't know what she looked like, whether she was fat or thin, this encounter left an incalculable impact on Danyulu's future life. Kid, where do you live? Let me send you home. That'd be great. My house is in. Danyulu stopped talking midway, and a look of fear spread across his face. A fear even greater than when he faced Yi Xiaofan earlier. What's wrong? It's over. This morning was my time to practice magic outside the city. If father finds out I'm gone after finishing training, I'm doomed. It's all my fault for this, dragging you along to tour the Wind City with me. You don't need to worry. I'll explain everything to your father, and make sure he doesn't beat you. You clearly don't understand. If it were just getting beaten, that would be fine. The problem is, father will definitely take away all my pocket money for this month. Chapter 160, The Secret Passage. The wind continued to howl. Walking along the streets of Wind City, one could faintly hear the sound of the wind coming from outside the city walls. Yi Xiaofan had just parted ways with Nero. Judging by his father's condition, he might not be able to get out of bed for a while. And now, without anyone to guide her, Yi Xiaofan was on her own trying to find clues in Wind City. An hour had already passed since parting with Nero, yet Yi Xiaofan hadn't discovered any leads. The entire Wind City appeared peaceful and harmonious, looking no different from other cities. As Yi Xiaofan was unsure where to investigate next, two mysterious men blocked her path. Both had a scar on their faces, symmetrically positioned, one left and one right, giving them an appearance that clearly signaled they were no good. Who are you, and what do you want? Although they didn't seem like decent people, under broad daylight, it was unlikely they'd dare to break the law, especially when Wind City's guard squad was only 10 meters away. Of course, even if they had ill intentions, Yi Xiaofan wasn't afraid of them. Moreover, she was wearing a cloak, hiding her stunning beauty. Normally, this wouldn't attract any trouble. All your conversations with that kid were heard. You're probably looking for something related to the wind god, aren't you? Well, we know some things about him. Oh, tell me more. This isn't the place to talk. Follow us. After the man with the scar on his left face scanned the surroundings carefully, he gestured for Yi Xiaofan to follow. She didn't hesitate and followed the two scarred men as they zigzagged through the streets, finally arriving at a desolate alley with no one around. Stopping before a rickety wooden door, the man with the scar on his right face knocked 3 times softly, once heavily, then twice heavily again. He successfully opened the wooden door. An old man in his 60s answered the door, scrutinizing all 3 of them with a cautious gaze. Who are you looking for? We're here to see Nubis Alavica. Is he home? Nubis Alavica? This was the name of the legendary wind god mentioned earlier by Nero when telling Yi Xiaofan about the legend. Nubis has gone out. We don't know when he'll return. That's fine. We can wait inside. Come in then. The elderly gentleman opened the wooden door and let Yi Xiaofan and the 2 scarred men in. He cautiously observed the surroundings to make sure no one else was around, then securely closed the door. At this point, Yi Xiaofan was certain these individuals were up to no good. If they were ordinary people, would they have been so careful? Once inside, the elderly gentleman entered the east room and reclined leisurely in a rocking chair. The 2 scarred men silently headed towards the south room. Inside, the right-faced scarred man lifted a floorboard, revealing a dark, deep passage beneath it. Under the guidance of the scarred duo, Yi Xiaofan walked down the channel and eventually reached a vast hall. This hall seemed oddly familiar to Yi Xiaofan. Suddenly, she remembered. It resembled the place where Kales had been captured by the Higher Species Trafficking Organization in Water City. So, you're part of the Higher Species Trafficking Group, huh? Impressive to be able to build such a massive underground passage right here under Wind City. You, Miss Yi Xiaofan, aren't exactly weak either, managing to dismantle our branch in Water City. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Bobby, head of the Wind City Division. A man dressed in an oversized windbreaker with numerous rings on his fingers stood before Yi Xiaofan. It seems you've done thorough research on me. So, tell me, why did you summon me here? Miss Yi is indeed straightforward. According to intelligence, your visit to Wine City is likely due to an investigation into the darkness covering Alaska, correct? You have quite the extensive network of information. I don't recall mentioning this to anyone. Regardless, based on what I've learned, Alaska's darkness must have something to do with you. Can you explain further? Of course, we'll explain. However, the reason we invited you here today is to propose a collaboration. But as a gesture of our sincerity, let's clear up your doubts first. With a wave of his hand, a group of beautiful, sensually dressed women carrying tables and chairs came forward. Within 5 minutes, the previously empty hall was fully equipped and neatly arranged. Bobby gestured politely for Yi Xiaofan to sit down, taking the lead himself. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaofan sat opposite him fearlessly. As soon as Yi Xiaofan sat down, one of the girls immediately served her exquisite tea and pastries. Yi Xiaofan secretly observed them and noticed that their eyes were lifeless, like soulless zombies. In order to make my answers more relevant, could Miss Yi please share with me the information you currently possess? According to what I've learned, the darkness enveloping Alaska is your doing. Moreover, you intend to lift the seals of the 4 cities, water, fire, earth, and wind, to activate the switch in Alaska and release an extremely powerful killer. And this plan of yours has been underway for at least 3 years. Hurrah! Miss Yi certainly knows quite a bit, but there's one thing you got wrong. What is it? Our group's planning for this operation didn't start just 3 years ago. It began much, much earlier. At the very least, when I joined the organization, they had already started preparing for this event. How long have you been part of the group then? Counting up to today, it's been exactly 30 years. Yi Xiaofan was greatly startled and involuntarily leaned forward slightly. Though she suspected the plan might not have started just 3 years ago, she never imagined it began as far back as 30 years. That's just Bobby's time of joining. If we consider the origins, the planning must have started even earlier. So your scheme is indeed massive. Haha, Missy needn't be surprised. The organization has many plans far longer and larger in scale than the one involving the Starshan Kingdom. However, as I'm not responsible for those, I don't know the specifics and won't embarrass myself further in front of you. Then tell me some of what you do know. For instance, what is the Seal of Wind City? And how does it relate to the legendary Wind God? Chapter 161, The Wild Wrath, Slotty. Regarding the legend of the Wind God, hasn't that little kid who was with you already told you about it? Yep. In fact, when the Star Auspicious Kingdom was founded, the City of Wind inexplicably started to experience a gale, and this wind has continued until today. In truth, this isn't the blessing of any wind god, but rather because beneath the City of Wind, there's a large winded tribute Amalasi gemstone sealed away. If there truly is a wind god, then that gemstone is the wind god. As Poby's words trailed off, the pitch-black ground gradually turned transparent. Beneath the floor, a colossal green gemstone, similar in size to a small house and resembling a heart, stood quietly. This gemstone occasionally emitted a faint light, and with each appearance of the light, a gentle breeze would arise out of nowhere, slowly blowing towards the ground and becoming increasingly violent. Eventually, after penetrating through the thick ground, the gentle breeze transformed into a gale, encircling the City of Wind as it howled past. Finally, it returned to the ground, re-entering the green gemstone. Regarding Amalasi, Yi Xiaofan clearly remembered that Nalan Hongwu had 2 such pieces on his hand. Moreover, they were crafted by Nalan Hongwu into keys for opening his laboratory. And apart from seeing them at Nalan Hongwu's place, Yi Xiaofan had not come across Amalasi even once during the 10 years since leaving the Star Auspicious Kingdom. About the capabilities of Amalasi, Yi Xiaofan truly didn't know much. However, she had read in the books of Rod Academy that Amalasi contained an immense amount of magic power. Underneath this Amalasi, there exists a seal array. This seal array, aside from sealing the Amalasi so no outsiders can touch it, also has another function. That is to release the wind attribute magic power from Amalasi, then absorb other attributes of magic power from the air, returning them back to the Amalasi. Does this process have any significance? Isn't this a wind attribute Amalasi? Can it even absorb other attribute magic powers? And even if this Amalasi is incredibly huge, the history of the Star Auspicious Kingdom dates back over 200 years. Doesn't the constant release of magic power mean that its internal magic will eventually be completely consumed? That point is exactly what I am going to say next. Besides the City of Wind, under the cities of water, fire, and earth, there are similar Amalasi gems. Of course, their attributes are surely different, corresponding instead to the names of the cities. Poby's words made Yi Xiaofan recall the water attribute magic power she once felt in the air in the City of Water. At that time, Yi Xiaofan had wondered why the water attribute magic power in the City of Water was so profound, while the magic power of other attributes was very scarce. She originally thought it was due to the city being surrounded by water on all sides. However, if Poby spoke the truth, then everything began to make sense. The magic array under the Amalasi has yet another function. It transfers the inappropriate magic power absorbed by Amalasi to a specific place through space magic. In that place, magic power of different attributes will be separated, and the corresponding attribute magic power will be transmitted back to ensure Amalasi has sufficient magic power. That is why, despite the Amalasi staying here for 200 years, its magic power has still not been depleted. The specific place you mentioned should be Alaska, the capital of the Star Auspicious Kingdom, right? Miss Yi truly is an intelligent person. Yi Xiaofan realized that this is really a big secret. Still, she couldn't understand the purpose of doing this. Is it simply to make the 4 cities of water, fire, earth, and wind more in line with their names? What's the purpose of doing this, and what does it have to do with the ferocious beasts of Alaska? Miss Yi, don't be impatient. Even if you don't ask, I will tell you all these things verbatim. Yi Xiaofan knew she was indeed a bit impetuous, so she took a deep breath and slowly exhaled to calm her emotions. It seems Miss Yi is no longer so impatient. Then, let me continue. Please go on. Previously, Miss Yi mentioned the ferocious beasts, so I'll inform Miss Yi that absorbing so much magic power from the 4 cities of water, fire, earth, and wind is precisely aimed at suppressing this ferocious beast. And our group's goal is to release this ferocious beast and control it for our use. What exactly is that ferocious beast? Yi Xiaofan had been astonished numerous times today. Originally, she thought that no matter how explosive the upcoming information might be, she could calmly accept it. But she was wrong. Has Miss Yi ever heard of ancient giant beasts? What? As for ancient giant beasts, how could Yi Xiaofan be unfamiliar with them? On the Horlet Snow Mountain in the Leylang Kingdom, Yi Xiaofan had personally seen one. The enormous fierce creature known as Frostwing, named by he. At that time, if it hadn't been for the intervention of Kanglin Will, Yi Xiaofan would have already killed the Frostwing. And as a result, the world would have lost one ancient giant beast. Although the ancient giant beast was no match for Yi Xiaofan, she was still very aware of its strength. If an ancient giant beast were to go berserk, not even everyone on the entire continent combined could stand against it. Yet now, members of the high-grade creature trading group were actually eyeing the ancient giant beasts. That's like an old man eating arsenic, getting tired of living. Take Mu Yi for example. Although he had now reached the divine level, if faced with an ancient giant beast, he might not even last a single move. This alone clearly demonstrates just how formidable an ancient giant beast truly is. Your guts are certainly big to dare and consider the ancient giant beasts. If it were any other ancient giant beast, then we wouldn't even have the courage to approach it. However, this particular ancient giant beast is special. Special? In what way? This ancient giant beast is known as the Wild Wrath, Slotty. Among the 12 ancient giant beasts, it's the only one that can be controlled by humans. And the person controlling this Wild Wrath is none other than the founder of the Star Auspicious Kingdom, Long Aotian. Holy cow, that guy must be a time traveler too, right? How else could he control an ancient giant beast? Without realizing it, Yi Xiaofan let out a curse. She increasingly felt that Long Aotian might be someone who, like her, came from Earth. Otherwise, how could he possibly have such a brain-dead name, and yet accomplish things beyond imagination? Chapter 162, Sky City. Well, Miss Yi, I have already told you everything you want to know. Now, it's time for us to talk about our cooperation. Speaking of that, I'm indeed curious as to what reason could bring someone from the biggest black market organization and high-class creature trafficking group in Kanglin Continent to collaborate with me. After all, I'm just an ordinary woman who can't hurt a fly. Can't hurt a fly? Miss Yi really knows how to joke around. The one who killed the overseer of Water City, the Saint Pika, do you think she could be ordinary? Oh my goodness, you guys really are well informed, even discovering something like this. I remember there should have been no survivors at the time. So how did you find out? I'm quite curious. Apologies, Miss Yi, but this touches on the organization's secrets, so please excuse me if I don't elaborate further. Before coming to Star Auspicious Kingdom, Yi Xiaofan was informed that the darkness enveloping Alaska was entirely orchestrated by the Dark Sect, hence why the Holy Light Temple summoned help worldwide to assist the Star Auspicious Kingdom. After all, the Dark Sect has been the age-old rival of the Holy Light Temple for countless years. If this event didn't involve the Dark Sect, the Holy Light Temple wouldn't interfere. A mid-sized country like the Star Auspicious Kingdom is common in Kanglin Continent, and its destruction would hardly attract attention from the Holy Light Temple. Thus, though Bobby, or Boabid, explained so much to Yi Xiaofan, she still had many unresolved doubts, though now clearly wasn't the time to clarify them. Besides, even if Yi Xiaofan questioned openly, the other party might not necessarily answer truthfully. Alright, then tell me how this cooperation will work. Miss Yi is truly straightforward. Initially, the higher-ups of our organization aimed to recruit you into our group. However, knowing you wouldn't agree, we decided instead to partner with you. Do stop the small talk and get straight to the point. I'm in a hurry. Yi Xiaofan already learned everything she needed to, making staying here any longer unnecessary. Yet, given their polite invitation for her visit, flipping things abruptly after acquiring the intelligence they desired seemed inappropriate. Of course, if the opposition acted rashly first, that'd be a different story. We'd like to invite Miss Yi to accompany us on a trip to Sky City. In return, we promise that after subduing the rampage afterwards, we'll leave the Star Auspicious Kingdom immediately, doing nothing harmful to it. Sky City, doesn't it only exist in legends? Unless you know where it is? It's said in legend that Sky City has long perished, and that place should have become forbidden territory. What exactly do you plan to do there? Of course, the information held by our group goes far beyond what Miss Yi could ever imagine. As for our purpose, regrettably, that remains confidential. All we can say is if Miss Yi agrees to come with us and provide assistance in reaching Sky City, it would effortlessly secure the protection of the Star Auspicious Kingdom. What do you think, Miss Yi? This collaboration offers immense benefit without harm. With your strength, there's absolutely no need to worry about our tricks or plots. It's a quick way to save the Star Auspicious Kingdom. For some unknown reason, Yi Xiaofan felt Bobby strongly hoped for her agreement to cooperate. Logically speaking, being the largest black market organization on the continent, with overall power surpassing even the Dark Sect, they shouldn't lack powerful individuals like saints. Therefore, there was no apparent need for inviting her, unless they knew her true abilities. Yet, how was that possible? Even Yi Xiaofan herself wasn't clear about her own limits. In daily life, though Yi Xiaofan displayed numerous exceptional traits, these always remained within the realm of a saint's capability. I'm still confused. Isn't one saint enough, which you certainly possess? Why must we collaborate? What benefit does this hold for you? Is it solely because I killed one of your saints? If you don't clarify, I won't consider any cooperation. Having a mouth beneath her nose, asking when she doesn't understand was Yi Xiaofan's consistent habit. Although many times people rejected explaining in full detail, ultimately, under the persuasion of Yi Xiaofan's delicate little pink fists, they always cooperated. Hence, Yi Xiaofan developed the good habit of preferring actions over excessive thought. Nevertheless, to prevent senile dementia, Yi Xiaofan occasionally used her brain, such as when dining. She'd carefully contemplate the order of savoring her delicacies. If Miss Yi is so curious about the reason, it's not a big deal to tell you. According to our intelligence, Miss Yi should be from the winged race, which was supposed to be extinct on the continent. Winged race. Since acquiring her pure white wings, Yi Xiaofan had displayed them numerous times. Many people mistook Yi Xiaofan for a member of the winged race, and were greatly surprised. But what relation did the winged race have with Sky City? According to legend, the original inhabitants of Sky City did not have wings and were not part of the winged race. That's correct. Based on our gathered intelligence, Miss Yi appears to be extraordinarily mysterious. Seeing that Yi Xiaofan didn't seem even slightly astonished, but sat calmly there, Bobby believed this was Yi Xiaofan's tacit approval. Clearing his throat, he addressed Yi Xiaofan. 11 years ago to the day, 100 kilometers outside Fire City in the Star Auspicious Kingdom, space suddenly collapsed, creating an enormous spatial chaos flow. To this day, the chaos flow has not dissipated and has instead become the 10th most dangerous site on Kanglan continent. And on the same day, Miss Yi inexplicably was brought to Alaska by Vice President of Rod Academy, xuanhuan. Before this day, all things regarding Miss Yi could not be found at all. Miss Yi seemed to appear out of nowhere like someone dropped from heaven. You would see a ghost if you could investigate me. That was exactly the day I came to Kanglan continent. Yi Xiaofan didn't expect that the high-class creature trafficking group could have investigated her so thoroughly. Reflecting on everything Bobby had said since sitting here, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but feel her hair standing up. What an immense organization must it be to establish such a vast information network. If they kidnapped those close to her and placed them before her as threats, in that case, it wouldn't matter either. They'd regret their actions if they dared to do so. Instantly, they'd know how wrong their decision was. Chapter 163, Revealing the Dagger. Yi Xiaofan never expected that the agents of the High Life Trading Group would have investigated her in such detail. Reflecting on everything Bobby had said since sitting down here, Yi Xiaofan's hair stood on end. Though she feared nothing under heaven or earth, those close to her were absolutely no match for them. If they used their lives as leverage against her, what should she do? If someone threatened them right in front of her, Yi Xiaofan could still save them. But if her enemies sought revenge directly or acted as a gang without allowing her to meet with them, Yi Xiaofan didn't even dare to think about it. In her heart, she firmly resolved that after finishing the affairs in Starshan Kingdom, she would find Nalan Hongwu, Cress, and Su Rue to give them some powerful magic items for protection. As Yi Xiaofan determined this resolution in her heart, Bobby continued speaking about their gathered intelligence regarding Yi Xiaofan. Miss Yi entered the Rod Academy, always hiding herself there. Later, I don't know whether Miss Yi had accumulated enough strength or due to some other reasons, but her first move was killing our group's core member, Pikachu, in the Water City. After that, Miss Yi started to emerge in the continent. That was not my fault. He provoked me first. I was acting in self-defense. Discussing the matter of killing one of their men in someone else's territory made even Yi Xiaofan, known for her thick skin, feel somewhat awkward. Miss Yi doesn't need to worry. We didn't intend any trouble because of this. Pikachu provoked you. His death was entirely justified. Bobby's words made Yi Xiaofan deeply realize the meaning of cold-heartedness. Afterward, Miss Yi caused a significant incident at Mount Mogu, leading to her being expelled from the Starshan Kingdom. Then she also became involved with the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Although we lack much information here, we only know that when Miss Yi disappeared from the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, the patriarch of the Su family disappeared simultaneously. After that, Miss Yi built a tower outside Shumuching City in the Lilang Kingdom, which had the same name as Dora's Tower, one of the 10 dangerous places. However, the old patriarch of the Su family has never reappeared. Then, Bobby stopped to take a sip of tea, his gaze growing deeper toward Yi Xiaofan. Miss Yi rescued Mu Yi, who is now the ice god, from Hollowed Snow Mountain. At that time, Miss Yi revealed wings for the first time. After leaving the Lilang Kingdom, Miss Yi came to the String Music Kingdom and participated in the Carmen incident. She heard about the Starshan Kingdom from the king of the String Music Kingdom, then returned alone to the Starshan Kingdom. On the way back to Starshan Kingdom, Miss Yi revealed her wings again on the Jelua Mountain. All the above, are these correct? Correct. Not a single mistake. It's so accurate it makes one feel uncomfortable. Miss Yi flatters us. Actually, any major power could gather all this information about you. Moreover, due to Miss Ye's many feats, not only our group, but also many others from both white and black paths are starting to pay attention to Miss Yi. We've just been faster in acting. So, by your account, my life ahead probably won't be peaceful anymore. Actually, Miss Yi doesn't need to worry about this at all. With Miss Ye's strength, any faction would welcome your joining with open arms. For example, our group would be an excellent choice. If Miss Yi agrees, we can clear all troubles away for you. Sorry, I'm used to freedom. I don't want to be restrained. Besides, didn't you just say your group had abandoned the idea of recruiting me? Well, though we did say that, we're still very much looking forward to welcoming Miss Yi if the opportunity arises. But now, let's talk about cooperation. Speaking so much to you shows our group's credibility. How does Miss Yi respond? If you've told me so many secrets, if I say no, does that mean I can't leave here alive? Miss Yi really knows how to joke around. Saying it was a joke, Bobby didn't actually refute Yi Xiaofan's statement. Instead, Bobby's gaze became increasingly sharp, the aura of a saint inadvertently radiating outward. In the hall, Yi Yi Xiaofan also sensed two presences stronger than Bobby's, presumably other saints from the High Life Trading Group. If Yi Xiaofan's response failed to satisfy them, it was likely that in the next second Yi Xiaofan would be besieged by 4 saints. Nevertheless, it must be said that the High Life Trading Group, as the first black organization on the continent, could easily dispatch 3 saints, which was enough to rival any human nation. Looks like I have no other choices. Well then, regarding your proposed cooperation, I refuse. Excellent. Miss Yi is indeed wise and practical. Hopefully, at the very instant Yi Xiaofan spoke, Bobby had already stood up. According to his thoughts, anyone with a sane mind wouldn't possibly refuse him. Would someone who had achieved the rank of saint have an unsound mind? This obviously wasn't the case. Therefore, Bobby smiled at Yi Xiaofan while extending his right hand. However, halfway through the gesture, he finally processed what Yi Xiaofan had said. Miss Yi, surely I didn't hear wrong. Did you just say you refuse? Bobby's gaze grew increasingly unfriendly as he stared at Yi Xiaofan. He had thought this mission was foolproof. After all, he had made a pledge to their leader about succeeding in this task. Fortunately, Bobby was not completely unprepared. Before inviting Yi Xiaofan here, Bobby had contemplated what to do if Yi Xiaofan refused. After much deliberation, the only viable option seemed to be coercion by force when necessary. Thus, he specially invited the responsible individuals from Water City and Fire City to support him should the need arise. The unique aura of a saint began emanating from Bobby, growing stronger and more intense. Concurrently, 2 additional auras of equal strength rose behind Yi Xiaofan, one to her left and the other to her right. The 3 auras converged into a triangular formation, enveloping Yi Xiaofan in their midst. The aura of a saint carried a portion of the authority of heaven and earth. People beneath the rank of saint would possess absolutely no ability to resist such overwhelming pressure. But this rule applied only to those beneath the level of saint. To another saint, this aura merely served as an emblem of status and bore no actual effect whatsoever. Nonetheless, it remained a common method for saints to demonstrate their identity. Under the encirclement of 3 saints, unless one were truly a deity, even a demigod would find escape impossible. Chapter 164, Spitting Out a Mouthful of Old Blood. Miss Yi, if you keep saying this, it will put me in a difficult position. Why don't I give you another chance to reconsider? Allah. Unwilling is unwilling. No matter how many times, my answer won't change. In that case, Miss Yi should not blame us for being impolite. As Yi Xiaofan refused, the scene became tense instantly. All the women responsible for serving beside her panicked and retreated. Only Yi Xiaofan and 3 saints from the high-level creature trading group remained. By the way, let me introduce them to Miss Yi. The one on the left is Basa, our group's supervisor in Fire City, who uses the purest fire technique called Finch and Flame. The one on the right is Didi, the supervisor of Earth City, who specializes in using earth magic. No matter what kind of city sends what attribute magicians, you are really clever. However, aren't you afraid of damaging Emilis below if you make a move here? That's something you don't need to worry about, Miss Yi. Not only is Emilis extremely sturdy, but even the magical array surrounding it can withstand the aftereffects of battles between saints. On the contrary, I think Miss Yi should be more concerned about Wind City above your head. Because who knows, the entire Wind City might collapse. You reminded me of something so? Yi Xiaofan revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment, then raised her right hand high over her head. A pale blue light slowly formed on her right hand. Suddenly, the light from Yi Xiaofan's right hand grew immensely bright. After the light faded, the 4 people standing there were nowhere to be seen. In an unknown space, grayish airflows flowed slowly. There was no air, no magical elements here. Silence, ancient and unchanging, filled this space. One day, 4 pale blue beams of light descended here, breaking the silence of the space completely. With the appearance of these beams, Yi Xiaofan and the 3 saints from the high-level creature trading group were simultaneously teleported to this place. Surprisingly long-distance displacement magic. Miss Yi is indeed skilled and conceals much talent. Too kind, too kind. I also have to thank you sincerely. You've explained so many doubts for me and kindly reminded me not to fight underground in Wind City. This is easy to say, but since Miss Yi has mastered such profound magic, why not escape alone? Instead, you teleported all 3 of us here. Could it be that you plan to deal with us? Or does this space have some special feature? While Poby was conversing with Yi Xiaofan, the 2 people behind him, Baisi and Lady, were quietly observing the space. But their results made them shockingly surprised. Originally, they assumed this was a small world inadvertently discovered by Yi Xiaofan, just like the one where the Su family's ancestral grounds were located, abandoned by great powers and eventually obtained by someone fated. Such a world would definitely be unable to trap someone at the saint level. Under the observation of saints, one could clearly see the weak spots of the small world, thereby easily escaping. The only precaution necessary was that, as it was others' territory, it was easy for them to set traps. There was once such an example. A magician with only 3rd-rank strength offended a saint. This magician was very lucky because he had once possessed a small world. Under the saint's pursuit, the magician lured the pursuer into his own world. In the end, by utilizing the traps laid within the small world and then detonating the entire world, both he and the pursuing saint perished together. Truly speaking, it was also due to the arrogance of that particular saint. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to perish together with a low-level magician who only had 3rd-rank abilities. You too. Why haven't you resolved this yet? The longer we delay, the less advantageous it becomes for us. Who knows what magic arrays the opponent has set up inside this small world? One misstep, and we'll all fail here. How dare you talk? It was who said that the opponent is merely an amateur, absolutely incapable of stirring up trouble, and hasn't even arranged the simplest guard-based magic arrays. While Poby was talking with Yi Xiaofan and stalling for time, he was simultaneously exchanging thoughts with the two teammates through divine will. However, from the current situation, their condition seemed far from good. Indeed, they had already started arguing among themselves. But in fact, their conversation content had long been overheard by Yi Xiaofan. Relying solely on the divine will of several saints could not block Yi Xiaofan's probe. Regarding Poby's overtly visible yet covertly operating actions, Yi Xiaofan simply ignored them. Anyway, no matter what they did, it was impossible for them to escape from here. After all, this is the center of the Kanglan continent, where the river of time flows. When Yi Xiaofan was first trapped here, she tried every possible method and failed to get out. Even with Yi Xiaofan's power, she could not cause any destruction here, let alone 3 mere saints. Alright, stop the complaints. Is this the time for mutual blame? I've discovered that this place is probably more than just a small world. Strangely, I can't sense even a trace of magical elements here. What are you saying? How is that possible? Saba is right. I also cannot feel any magical elements. What exactly is this place? Without magical elements, it's impossible to fully harness the true strength of a saint using only the mana within our bodies. Don't panic. The conditions should be equal for both sides. If we cannot wield the full powers of saints, then she shouldn't be able to either. Apparently due to the overwhelming shock, while talking to Yi Xiaofan, Poby suddenly fell silent, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. In response, Yi Xiaofan didn't show a hint of anxiety. Calmly observing the three, she waited until their expressions changed before finally interrupting their mental communication. It seems like you've noticed the peculiarities of this place. Though her tone was gentle, when it reached Poby and the others' ears, it felt no less deafening than a tolling gong. Their mental probes were severely injured and immediately retracted back into their bodies. A flush of red washed over their faces, followed by a spurt of blood from their mouths. This moment revealed the disparity in their abilities. After coughing up blood, Saba and Lady still had to struggle with all their might to suppress the surging energy coursing through their veins. Poby fared slightly better. Though he was also in pain internally, he managed to speak. You, who exactly are you and what is this place? Allah, weren't you all so thorough in investigating my information? Why are you asking me again now? Chapter 165, The Will of Xuanhuan again. Era, didn't you all investigate my information thoroughly? Why are you asking who I am now? As for here, you might as well take a guess. Whoever guesses correctly, I might consider sparing them. On Yi Xiaofan's face, there appeared a smile like that of a little devil. Don't think tricks can defeat us. Even without magic elements, we still have 3 people. As the temperament matching her magical attributes, Basa rushed forward toward Yi Xiaofan first. Truly deserving of being called saints, by relying only on the magic within their bodies, they already had formidable combat abilities. In just a moment, Basa appeared behind Yi Xiaofan. If it were anyone else, they might not even have been able to clearly see Basa's movements before being struck down. But Yi Xiaofan wasn't an ordinary person. In her eyes, Basa's movement was as slow as a snail's. Too slow. Basa's confident punch was easily blocked by Yi Xiaofan. Expecting to see disbelief on Basa's face, instead she saw the satisfaction of a successful trick. Realizing something was wrong, Yi Xiaofan hastily turned around to find Bo Bai already at her right side. She blocked Bo Bai's attack with her other hand, and countless bursts of power exploded out from beneath their feet, stirring up Bo Bai's clothing and blowing off Yi Xiaofan's cloak. Beneath the cloak, Yi Xiaofan's peerless beauty was revealed. You fell for it, huh? What? Bo Bai moved his lips a few times. Though no sound emerged, Yi Xiaofan read his meaning. At this point, Lady appeared behind Yi Xiaofan, his dagger aimed directly at her heart like a venomous snake striking. Lady's magic attribute was earth, and he should have adopted heavy, methodical fighting techniques. But before joining the high-level creature trafficking organization, he was once an undeniably lethal assassin. Countless people met their ends silently under the dagger in his hand. This dagger, named Qianing, was Lady's weapon for life, and also his most trustworthy partner. The cloak on Yi Xiaofan could provide no resistance and was instantly pierced by the sharp dagger. Yet as the dagger continued its path and touched Yi Xiaofan's skin, it was halted completely. The clothing on Yi Xiaofan's back had already been torn apart, exposing the ivory-smooth skin beneath. But the dagger, resting against such enticing skin, could not advance even 1 iota further. Assured of certain victory, Lady's blow was declared failure in this fashion. Not only Lady, but even Bo Bai and Ba Sa revealed faces filled with horror. An excellent battle plan, splendid teamwork. If your opponent were not me, you might have succeeded in killing me. Yi Xiaofan gave a slight tremor, and all 3 were flung several meters away, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The psychological impact she inflicted on them probably exceeded the injuries sustained physically. How is this possible? Could it be? Are you a divine tier powerhouse? Lady looked down at the rolled edge of his dagger, yelling frantically at Yi Xiaofan. You seem to know quite a bit. Yet don't you realize the ancient beast on the horizon snow mountain? What was its name again? Ah yes, Frostwing, or something along those lines. If not for interference, it would have already been slain by me. This is impossible. Even a divine tier wouldn't stand a chance against an ancient beast, let alone kill it. Whoever told you I'm divine tier? I am. Before Yi Xiaofan finished speaking, the entire space suddenly started shaking violently. The light existing in the void began converging, eventually forming a colossal orb of light in front of them. Stunned, Bo Bai and the others gazed at the great light sphere. It was a sight none of them had ever witnessed before. From this orb emanated an aura that stirred feelings of deep reverence from the soul itself. Just like commoners facing an emperor would instinctively kneel down. After the initial shock wore off, Bo Bai and the others involuntarily knelt down before the glowing ball. It was only after they had already collapsed to the ground that they realized they were kneeling, unaware of when exactly this happened. Era. Looks like the master of this place has shown up. Although I guessed you'd appear, I didn't expect you to show up so late. Do you, honored visitor, have any important matters to address? Also, why did you bring 3 humans here? From the big light sphere came a voice, weathered and aged. Though Yi Xiaofan hadn't heard it many times, she had grown familiar with it. It was the voice of xuanhuan. It was uncertain if it was Yi Xiaofan's illusion, but she felt there seemed to be a hint of dissatisfaction in the voice of xuanhuan. There's nothing really. Battles on the continent could easily cause destruction. After much deliberation, I realized your place is the most suitable for combat, so I brought them here. Era. Don't be so stingy. Anyway, this place won't get damaged. This area is the center of the xuanhuan world and the most important hub of the xuanhuan continent. Please do not joke like this next time, honored guest. I know. Next time I definitely won't bring people here, alright? Yi Xiaofan agreed with words, but from her expression, one could tell that she was just humoring him. However, the xuanhuan had no options. In terms of ranks, Yi Xiaofan was countless levels higher than him. Therefore, he actually had no authority to reject Yi Xiaofan from entering here or bringing others along. Meanwhile, Bo Bai and the other 3 were already shocked speechless, their brains completely deadlocked. Xuanhuan, what was that? It sounded like something powerful. Yet such a formidable existence still had to treat Yi Xiaofan with utmost respect. So what kind of being was Yi Xiaofan? Could it be? This was the legendary divine realm, and Yi Xiaofan was the legendary divine king? The difference in experience leads to different perspectives. According to Bo Bai's worldview, divine kings and demon lords were already the most powerful beings in the world. Anything beyond the realms of divine kings and demon lords was simply beyond their imagination. Well, since you don't welcome me, I'll take these 3 back then. Wait a moment. Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to leave, the xuanhuan suddenly called out to stop her. What is it now? Every time facing the xuanhuan, Yi Xiaofan always felt annoyed. Perhaps it was due to the way xuanhuan spoke? Can I have these 3 individuals? Chapter 166, Chicken Leg. After emerging from the unknown space, the sky had already turned completely dark. Yi Xiaofan made his way back to the underground hall by memory and found that it was already deserted. As for the 3 saints of the Higher Life Forms Trading Group, they were taken away by the will of xuanhuan for reasons unknown. However, none of these matters had anything to do with Yi Xiaofan. Now that he knew about the sinister plans of the Higher Life Forms Trading Group, what remained to be done was to utterly shatter their conspiracy and save Alaska, which was enveloped in darkness. The immense Amala's gemstone, like a house, lay quietly nearby, occasionally emitting a thread of blue light. But the magical array beneath the Amala's feet had been mostly destroyed. All that was needed now was to destroy a little more, then the entire magic array would become non-functional. The magic array on the ground was extremely abstruse, a type Yi Xiaofan had never seen before. But fortunately, Yi Xiaofan's current magical proficiency was no longer as it used to be under Monk Amon. With some time spent studying, he could restore the entire magical array completely. Thus, Yi Xiaofan spent an entire month in the underground area. Over these 30 days, he studied the magical array tirelessly without sleep or food, seeking out missing materials by traveling tirelessly through the Chilean mountains. And so, after 1 month, Yi Xiaofan successfully repaired the magical array entirely. He also added a defensive magic array around this one. If anyone attempted to tamper with Amala's again, they would be fiercely attacked by the magic array. Even if someone at the level of a saint were to withstand the attack fully, they wouldn't emerge unscathed. After restoring Wind City's magical array, Yi Xiaofan paid another visit to Water, Fire, and Earth cities respectively. Using his divine sense, he thoroughly searched every corner of those cities. Finally, he located where the other Amala's gems were hidden. The situation in Water, Fire, and Earth cities was far worse than in Wind City. The magic arrays there had been entirely destroyed by members of the Higher Life Forms Trading Group. The guards from the Higher Life Forms Trading Group, who had no idea their leaders had long disappeared, were wiped out by Yi Xiaofan in one swift move. Afterwards, Yi Xiaofan recarved the magic arrays and hurriedly set off towards Alaska. Another month had passed, and no one knew whether something unexpected might happen in Alaska. At the same time as Yi Xiaofan rushed among the 3 cities to repair the magical arrays, in the royal palace of Alaska, sat a ragged man upon the throne, eating a chicken leg contentedly in his hand. This person was the very one who once begged for a chicken leg from Yi Xiaofan while he was imprisoned. Really, what are those guys doing? There has been no word from them for an entire month. We're almost out of control. If I don't hear from them within 3 more days, I'll have no choice but to let him out. The whole room was desolate, with not a breath of living spirit present. The words spoken by the ragged old man echoed endlessly inside the room. In the place where Yi Xiaofan was previously detained, all members of the Xinjiang Kingdom's royal family were being held captive there. Outside the prison stood a group of bald giants, their evil gazes scanning the women inside. Had it not been for a milky white film barrier on the fence protecting them, they would have stormed in long ago. This milky white protective barrier originated entirely from the ring on the hand of Long Outyin III. This ring was passed down from the founding emperor of the Xinjiang Kingdom, Long Outyin I, known as the Demon Ring. According to ancestral instructions, unless a national extinction crisis emerged, it was forbidden to utilize this ring. Though this ring safeguarded the security of the Xinxiang royal family at present, its luster had grown faint, indicating that the power remaining in the ring was scarce. Father Emperor, the strength of the demon ring likely won't last much longer. We might as well rush out and fight them to the death, said someone. Fullo, you're still too young. Your considerations always fall short. That is why I have hesitated to pass the throne on to you. Their side possesses saints. Even if we all go together, we wouldn't last even a second under the pressure of a saint. But if we cling on to our lives despite hardship until they leave, we can rebuild Alaska afterward. As long as we stay alive, there will always be hope. If we die, then we'll lose everything. These were the words told to Long Outyin III by his father, Long Outyin II. And Long Outyin II himself heard them from Long Outyin I. Long Outyin I started from humble roots, creating the vast kingdom of Xinxiang through continuous hard work. In times of crisis, Long Outyin I would always manage to survive. Because only by staying alive would there be infinite possibilities, and only by staying alive could one create miracles. But Father King, just waiting like this isn't a solution. Now the outside is shrouded in darkness, and all the people in the city have fallen into a coma. If it weren't for the protection of the demon ring, we would have fallen into a coma as well. Now, who can we possibly rely on to save us? At the time of the incident, I teamed up with Hake to teleport Meister out of Alaska City. By now, he must certainly be figuring out a way to rescue us. And at this very moment, Meister was among the alliance established by the Light Holy Temple, discussing the rescue of Alaska with the 7 saints gathered here and Mu-E, the divine being. However, Meister was ultimately only a 7th rank magus. Every person present had the ability to instantly kill him, leaving him without a say in the discussion. It was only because he hailed from the Xinxiang kingdom that he even had the opportunity to participate in the meeting. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to attend. Meister helplessly observed the saints arguing incessantly, feeling both anxious and frustrated. It's been a year already, and I don't know how His Majesty and the others are doing. I hope they succeed in rescuing His Majesty, but this group of people, who aren't even united, looks far from reliable. And my situation isn't easy either. If it weren't for the care of Lord Bing, probably none of these people would even glance at me. Thinking about this, Meister couldn't help but look toward Mu-E, seated at the head of the gathering. Mu-E, sensing his gaze, turned around and nodded at Meister. Our countries, Xinxiang and Leilang, are hardly allies, so why does Lord Bing take such good care of me? Meister couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. What exactly were the intentions of this youthful-looking divine being? As a mere 7th rank magus, there wasn't anything about himself worth drawing attention from such a powerful figure. Chapter 167, Entering the City. Dudu, let's head straight to Alaska and directly wipe out the people of the Advanced Creature Trafficking Group and the Ancient Giant Beasts. Wow. After leaving Earth City, Yi Xiaofan rode Dudu and ran directly in the direction of Alaska. Time had dragged on for too long, and she could not afford any more delays. At the same time, the Allied Army also launched a full-scale operation, officially beginning a rescue mission for Alaska. Everyone remember, make sure to wear the Serre shielding bracelet properly. This was after Mu-E tore away a piece of darkness at the periphery of Alaska and sent it back to the Allied Army for several top alchemists to study. According to the research of the alchemists, Alaska's darkness had the ability to make people fall asleep. Even saints, if unprepared, would fall victim to it. The several saints who had entered Alaska before likely fell into a deep slumber due to this ability, which explained why they hadn't returned. After a month of study, the alchemists finally developed these bracelets, capable of effectively resisting this ability. Led by Mu-E and supported by 7 saints, the Allied Army split into 4 routes, rushing through Alaska's 4 city gates. At this time, Yi Xiaofan stood on a distant hill, observing the actions of the Allied Army. Finally, there's some action. I thought they were all useless eaters. I originally planned to give the so-called Allied Army a lesson after rescuing Alaska, but now, let's spare them. Wow. The look of the Allied Army suggests they've found a way to deal with the darkness. Let's pretend to be part of the Allied Army, which would allow us to better investigate the enemy's true situation. Wow. Dudu let out a soft cry as its form quickly shrank, hiding inside Yi Xiaofan's cloak. Subsequently, Yi Xiaofan disappeared into the ranks of the Allied Army. With Yi Xiaofan reducing her presence, no one found her appearance strange, as if she had always been there. Not far to Yi Xiaofan's left was Mu-E. Beside Mu-E, Yi Xiaofan surprisingly saw an old acquaintance, the Dean of Rod College, Meister. I didn't expect Dean Meister wasn't in Alaska. If I'd known, I should have gone to him first to understand the situation, saving me the trouble of all this effort. Wow. From within Yi Xiaofan's cloak came the faint sound of Dudu. The entire Allied Army moved forward with great momentum, breaking down Alaska's city gate, then rushing in en masse. As they crossed the threshold, the sunlight seemed to suddenly vanish, plunging the surroundings into pitch-black darkness. But fortunately, everyone here was extraordinary, each possessing at least the power of a 7th-rank archmage. So even in complete darkness, it did not affect the Allied Army. However, within this darkness, everyone inexplicably felt a wave of unease, followed by sudden irritability, seeing everyone around as annoying. Mu-E stood at the forefront of the team, carefully observing the flow of the air. Even he, who had reached the divine level, felt a heart palpitation upon entering this place. This sufficiently indicated that this darkness was not simple at all. How peculiar is this force? It's similar to what Frostwing gave me before. Is it just my illusion? I blame myself for being too weak back then to sense it deeply. Unnoticed by anyone, Mu Yi muttered softly. Although others didn't hear him, it doesn't mean Yi Xiaofan didn't. Being close to Mu Yi and with exceptional hearing, Yi Xiaofan heard every word Mu Yi said. You're right. According to the intelligence I gathered, the master of this darkness should be related to Frostwing, both belonging to one of the 12 ancient colossal beasts called Wrath of Fury. A pleasant yet familiar voice rang in Mu Yi's ears, making him instantly spirited up. He constantly looked around, trying to find Yi Xiaofan's figure. Xiao Yi, is that you? Xiao Yi, where are you? You idiot, keep your voice down. I'm staying hidden so as not to startle the snake from its nest. Oh, understood. Though surprised, after being scolded by Yi Xiaofan, Mu Yi immediately lowered his voice. While the allied army found his behavior curious, they dismissed it after Mu Yi waved his hand, except for one person. That person was Dean Meister of Rod College. Mu Yi's shout reminded him of someone, a person who caused immense trouble for Starry Kingdom for personal gain. Though that person eventually resolved all the issues, it left a deep mark in Meister's mind. If she has come too, perhaps the kingdom truly has a chance of salvation. After all, she is the most mysterious individual I have ever met. Although Meister did not know Yi Xiaofan's true strength, every time he recalled her using the live-linking magic to seal the abyss, a profound sense of reassurance naturally arose within him. On the other side, Mu Yi, guided by Yi Xiaofan, had located her position. Unnoticed by anyone else, they exchanged intelligence through their divine senses. Mu Yi, listen carefully. Don't reveal my presence for now. Behind the incidents in Alaska lies a very large organization, and within this organization, there may even be divine-level entities. How could that be? Am I not the first God-level individual born on the continent? Are you really planning to stay as stupid as an idiot forever? You're just the first God-level person known publicly. Others aren't as foolish as you, proclaiming their divinity everywhere after becoming gods. Mu Yi wanted to refute Yi Xiaofan, but found himself unable to. Although it was the royal family of Liling Kingdom and his grandfather who decided to publicize his ascension to divinity, it was true that right after awakening to find himself a god, he immediately started bragging about it. Even if he hadn't announced it openly, his divinity probably wouldn't remain hidden for long anyway. After all, during his ascent, there were quite spectacular celestial changes. Remember, carry out your alliance's original plan. I'll assist you from the shadows, but make sure not to disclose my involvement. A dagger hidden in the darkness is truly the most lethal presence. Relax, Xiao Yi. We've already got a perfect plan. We'll definitely manage to rescue your hometown, Alaska. I hope so. But according to my information, our enemies aren't ones to be underestimated either. With that, their conversation ended. Even though Mu Yi kept secretly observing Yi Xiaofan's figure, she intentionally avoided his sight in order to prevent the enemy from noticing her. At present, aside from Yi Xiaofan herself, no one knew where she was. Chapter 168, Another God. Alaska, the capital of the star-auspicious kingdom, was once one of the most prosperous cities in the kingdom. But now, this city that has been shrouded in darkness for a year presents a deathly silence everywhere. The Alliance army walked on the deserted streets, and from the surrounding houses, villagers who had fallen into a deep sleep could be found. Strangely, even though these people have been asleep for more than a year, they look as if they just fell asleep. It's as if time has been stopped. Report, no enemies found to the east. Report, no enemies found to the south. Report, no enemies found to the west. Report, no enemies found to the back. Puzzlingly, the dark sect originally thought to be lying in wait in Alaska City, and the high-level creature trafficking group that was just informed about, have not been found in this pitch-black city. As for the unconscious commoners, due to the unknown magic that put them to sleep, the Alliance army decided after deliberation to leave them undisturbed first to avoid any accidents. Thus, the Alliance army continued deeper into Alaska's interior. On the eastern side of Alaska, there was an Alliance army led by Mu Yi. At this moment, Mu Yi and his troops saw the three holy warriors who had entered Alaska earlier. Sky Knight Balasram, Earth Knight Spartacus, and Ocean Knight Koffler. These three are fraternal brothers, and among the saints, they are all well-known figures. However, now, these three strong warriors stand on the ground, maintaining their attack positions, having turned into three statues. Clearly, they didn't fall into a coma because of some strange power within the darkness, but rather were attacked, which caused them to turn into this state. There were no signs of a battle around, indicating that these three individuals were subdued the moment they began to fight. The existence capable of rendering three saints powerless, might it be godlike? Including Mu Yi, the hearts of the members of the Alliance army were overshadowed by a shadow. If there truly existed a god-tier powerhouse within Alaska, the matter would not be so easily resolved. However, fortunately, there was also a godlike presence within the Alliance army. All members of the Alliance army unconsciously looked at Mu Yi, their faces filled with hope. After bypassing the statues of the three saints, the Alliance army continued forward. In the palace of the star-auspicious kingdom, the four Alliance armies converged together. Surprisingly, no accidents occurred along the way. On top of the tallest building in the palace stood an old man in tattered clothes, gazing at the approaching Alliance army with a look of world-dominating pride. You're earlier than I expected. It seems that the Holy Light Church still made some progress over the years. Who are you? Lottie, that's my name. Lottie, you are the deputy pope of the dark sect. After Lottie revealed his name, someone in the Alliance army recognized him. One of the 7 saints of the Alliance army, known as the Lord of Death, Mohabin. Ha 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 ha. Never thought after so many years without stepping out, there are still people who recognize me. After such a reminder, Those in the Alliance army who knew about Lottie's legend immediately started to stir. Those unaware, after being told, also fell into panic. Yi Xiaofan remembered reading legends about him. His rise to fame was 3,000 years ago, when he led the then dark sect, nearly wiping out the Holy Light Church. In that era, Lottie was the symbol of demons. But finally, in the final battle at the headquarters of the Holy Light Church, Vatican, the Holy Pope severely injured Lottie. After that, Lottie never appeared again. Some say that Lottie was severely wounded by the Holy Pope's attack and died eventually. Although it hasn't been verified, many believe this. Or rather, force themselves to believe. Because nobody wants to live under Lottie's rule again. But I've already left the dark sect. Now I'm merely the general manager stationed in the Star Auspicious Kingdom of the Higher Creature Trafficking Group. Humph. No matter what organization you've joined, 3,000 years ago, you narrowly escaped from the hands of the Pope Daron. Within several days, you will meet your doom. The speaker was the person responsible for the Holy Light Church in the Star Auspicious Kingdom, Italo of the Battle Generalship of the Holy Light Church. Can you possibly defeat me? We'll only know by fighting. But before that, I have a question for you. Speak. Anyway, you can't escape from here today. Telling you some secrets is no big deal. Just right. I'm a man who can't bear secrets. These few years I've spent hiding in the Star Auspicious Kingdom have driven me crazy. Aha. As if he were a lunatic, Lottie burst into uncontrollable laughter with an exceptionally grating voice. 11 years ago, the space rift outside the Fire City of the Star Auspicious Kingdom. Was that your doing? Aha. Just after I praised your Holy Light Church, you go and embarrass yourselves. Such a massive spatial turbulence is impossible for even a god-level powerhouse to create. He's right. Within such chaos and space, even a god-level expert can only barely protect themselves, let alone create something on this scale. Upon hearing Lottie's words, Italo couldn't help but turn his head to look at Mu-Yi. Mu-Yi nodded to him, confirming what Lottie had said. Ahaha. So this is Mu-Yi, the newly crowned ice god. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. You've reached the god level at such a young age, truly making us old fellows feel ashamed. Young man of the Holy Light Church, did you hear what your ice god just said? Next time you step out, remember to bring your brain along. Don't keep bringing shame to your church. If that's the case, then prepare to die. Provoked by Lottie's mockery, Italo snapped with embarrassment, picking up his spear and fiercely thrusting it towards Lottie. Mu-Yi realized it was dangerous and tried to stop Italo, but it was too late. Even back 3,000 years ago, I wouldn't have paid attention to such meager skills. In the face of Italo's thunderous attack, Lottie revealed an expression of disdain. He didn't even use a weapon, merely extending one finger lazily. In an instant, Italo's spear tip pressed against Lottie's fingertip, and an intense storm erupted between them. How is this possible? You blocked my attack with just one finger. Italo was visibly shocked, disbelief evident in his tone. The divine light flows. This is the symbol of divinity. Below, Mu-Yi was the only one who saw the faint divine light flicker across Lottie's finger. Chapter 169, Revelation. The divine light flows. This is the symbol of a deity. Mu-Yi saw the faint glow of divinity in Lottie's hand and couldn't help shouting. Haha. Yes, after being defeated by the Pope of Light back then, I returned and ascended to the divine level not long after. You could say this was a blessing in disguise. Lottie flicked her finger lightly, sending Italo's flying back to the ground with his spear. It's time to clean up now. All you small fries step aside. Lottie stretched out her hands, and an overwhelming magical power surged outward instantly. All existences below the rank of sage turned into statues in an instant. Even the 7 sages felt their internal magical energy flow impeded, as if they were experiencing a kind of stagnation. The only ones unaffected were Mu-Yi and Yi Xiaofan. Xiaoyi, what are we going to do now? The Alliance army has been completely annihilated. After the Alliance army turned into statues, Mu-Yi panicked a little and quickly sought help from Yi Xiaofan. Why panic? When dealing with a god-level strong individual, can you really expect these 7th or 8th rank guys to be of any use? Or should we say, apart from you and me, even those 7 sages here are dispensable? Yi Xiaofan was right. Divine might is like a prison. In the face of a god-level strong individual's oppressive aura, even a sage finds standing up to be a luxury. It's like how those below the sage rank submit to a sage's pressure. Ever since I entered the divine level, I have yet to truly fight with another divine level strong individual. Ice God Mu-Yi, let's fight to our heart's content today. For the 7 sages who were desperately restoring their magical energy, Lottie didn't give them a second glance, just like how the Pope of Light had never looked at him many years ago. However, Lottie did feel somewhat surprised by the black-cloaked figure beside Mu-Yi. Judging by its presence, it was impossible to tell that this person was actually a sage. Nevertheless, under Lottie's magical attack, any existence below a sage wouldn't be able to resist. Even a sage would find it hard to withstand unless the magic hadn't been released on such a large scale. The 3 sage statues outside Alaska City were already enough to explain everything. Still, Lottie only felt slightly surprised and instinctively assumed the black-cloaked figure was the Alliance army's last resort. But as long as it wasn't at the divine level, for him, it might as well not exist. What should I do, Xiaoyi? I'm still not proficient with divine techniques. Fighting against such an old creature that no one knows how many years it has lived is just suicide. Now Mu-Yi was the last hope for the Alliance army. The 7 sages, although striving to restore the circulation of their magical energy, still revealed expectant looks toward him. But the more they looked that way, the more immense pressure it brought to Mu-Yi. I've told you not to panic, merely a god-level opponent. If you can't handle it, then how about I do? Since you aren't familiar with divine techniques yet, why not take him as your practice partner? What do you fear when I protect you? That's true. Xiaoyi, please make sure to protect me well. I'm afraid of pain. You're too talkative. Go fight already. With Yi Xiaofan to rely on, Mu Yi's courage suddenly grew significantly. Back then, on Hualadu Snow Mountain, although Mu Yi fell into a coma, he woke up later to countless retellings from his younger sister, Mu Zhuro, of Yi Xiaofan's heroic battles against ancient behemoths. For Yi Xiaofan, Mu Yi's admiration soared beyond the skies. Of course, mixed within this admiration was also a hint of love. Encouraged by his beloved one, Mu Yi felt an infinite surge of strength throughout his body. With a gentle touch of his toes to the ground, the next moment, he appeared behind Lottie. Wherever Mu Yi's foot touched, there were deep cracks in space. As if knowing Mu Yi would appear behind him all along, Lottie turned around the very instant Mu Yi made a move. Palm met palm, fists clashed, emitting constant papa sounds. Unlike the attacks of sages, the attacks between these two did not stir up a single storm, but were as gentle as children fighting. Yet if one observed closely, one would see every time their attacks collided, space would crack, then rapidly mend. Cracking, healing, cracking again, mending again. The same thing kept happening, and the speed increased. Until eventually, space's ability to repair itself couldn't keep up with their destruction rate. Truly worthy of being deities, simple normal attacks can cause damage to space. Yet all I can manage with my utmost effort is to barely twist space. Banjio, the brother of Ding Mo Go, surprisingly managed to recover his magic power from the frozen state first. He looked up at the sky where people were already invisible, with the fabric of space constantly shattering, and swallowed hard. This kind of power had long surpassed his comprehension. A god-level strong individual was indeed terrifying. Are we here to just stand around and do nothing? After Banjio, the other 6 sages gradually recovered as well. The battle in the sky was no longer something they could interfere with, but the dignity of a sage wouldn't allow them to remain idle. If you have nothing better to do, why don't you first rescue the people of Alaska City instead? Who are you? Banjio furrowed his brows and asked the black-cloaked figure walking over. This cloaked person gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. I'm just a nobody, but I guess you could say I'm on the same side as you guys. Originally, I hail from the Xinxiang Kingdom. You can take the people of Alaska City outside first. Having me and Mu Yi here is more than enough. On what grounds should we trust you? Itaelos emitted a sage's aura, enveloping Yi Xiaofan in it to test his strength. Humph. Yi Xiaofan didn't move at all. In the instant Itaelos' momentum covered him, Yi Xiaofan barely let out a humph, and Itaelos immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood and painfully knelt down. Could it be that you are also at the divine level? It took Itaelos quite some time to recover while kneeling on the ground, and weakly uttered a sentence that made the other 6 sages lose their color. When did god-level individuals become so abundant? Suddenly there were 3 of them. Hurry up and do as I said. I don't have the patience to play around with you. Yi Xiaofan pretended to be angry and coldly scolded the 7 sages. The 7 sages looked at each other, finally made a decision, slightly bowed to Yi Xiaofan, and quickly scattered towards the outskirts of the city. In the night, figures leaped repeatedly, and on each of those silhouettes carried 3 or 4 others. Chapter 170. Combat Style of God-Level Warriors. After the 7 saints left, Yi Xiaofan looked up at the sky. Up there, 2 figures indistinguishable to the naked eye constantly collided, and then quickly separated. The entire population of Alaska amounted to several million people. Relying solely on the 7 saints to save everyone was an impossible task. The reason Yi Xiaofan sent them off to rescue others was merely to give them a pretext to leave. The upcoming battle was far beyond their capacity to intervene in. Staying would have been nothing short of suicide. As for the other Alliance soldiers who had been petrified, Yi Xiaofan showed not an ounce of intention to remove the spell affecting them. Now that Lottie's attention was captivated by Mu Yi, even if she noticed the saints fleeing, it wouldn't matter. 7 saints were no real threat to her. But if all the troops of the Alliance were freed from the petrification magic, Lottie would undoubtedly descend first to deal with them. Above the sky, this was Mu Yi's first encounter facing another god-tier opponent. Before, he hadn't even experienced combat with saints. Even though his magical power might be comparable to Lottie's, his lack of combat experience put him at a disadvantage. Lottie's hands were encased within 2 dark magical force orbs. Every time Mu Yi got struck, he felt chilling magical energy seeping into his body. Though slow and minute, over time it would accumulate. If prolonged, Mu Yi wouldn't stand a chance against Lottie. Yi Xiaofan, standing below, naturally recognized this situation. You idiot, can't even fight properly, your god-level strength is wasted. I know, but I was just a 5th rank mage before. This level of combat is completely beyond my capability. Because Yi Xiaofan had distracted Mu Yi slightly, the latter took another punch in the chest from Lottie. It wasn't until he was pushed back several meters that he managed to suppress the surging blood and qi in his chest. Remember, god-level fighters rely on the power of laws. After becoming a god-tier warrior, surely there must be a new law chain inside your mind, right? Contemplate deeply about this law chain and imagine how you should fight. Law chain. Mu Yi was utterly confused. Since becoming a god-tier fighter, all he had done was act arrogantly and had never thoroughly inspected his inner sea of consciousness. After hearing Yi Xiaofan's explanation, Mu Yi began dealing with Lottie's attacks, while simultaneously sinking his awareness into his inner sea. There, he saw a silver shining law chain. The chain carried many mysterious symbols. Even if a saint saw them, they'd find them hard to understand. However, As soon as Mu Yi touched them with his awareness, he instinctively understood their meaning. To be a god tier meant gaining understanding of one kind of law, being nurtured by the power of heaven and earth, thus transcending the ordinary human existence. It was said that great principles are unfathomable and unpredictable. Reaching the god level only meant having an initial grasp of one type of law. After reaching the god level stage, continued cultivation required delving deeper into the study of these laws. When one's understanding reached a certain depth, the corresponding great Tao symbols would manifest on the law chain in the mind. Each symbol represented a way of utilizing a certain law. Each law had multiple ways of application. For instance, Mu Yi's ice law had 16 different methods of application. But Mu Yi, being forcibly elevated to the god level, lacked understanding of the law despite also possessing a law chain. However, fortunately, there existed at least the most basic form of a law usage on the chain. Do you not think it's too late to start studying the power of laws now? Of course, Mu Yi's little actions did not escape Lottie's sharp eyes. The moment Mu Yi slowed down, she already knew what he was doing. Even though we're both at the god level, I don't see you employing any aspect of the laws. Frankly speaking, even saints use the laws better than you. How unbelievable it seems that you might not actually be a god at all. What Lottie didn't realize was how close her words were to the truth. Mu Yi hadn't ascended through his own means. Had it not been for the incident at the Halide Snow Mountain, based on his aptitude, he might not have even become a saint. I'll let you witness why gods are called gods. A powerful divine aura erupted from Lottie's body. The divine aura resembled an ocean. It was like a prison. Different from the oppressive aura of saints, the divine dignity of a deity could create real physical attacks. Even between two deities, if one side was significantly stronger, it could make the other tremble under its divine aura. Clearly, the current situation between Lottie and Mu Yi was precisely such. Under Lottie's divine aura, Mu Yi felt as if he couldn't breathe. Boy, give in. Since we're both gods, I can spare your life. But the condition is that you must join our advanced life trading group. This is impossible. I will absolutely not agree. Suddenly, Mu Yi felt his body loosen as the oppressive aura from Lottie vanished without a trace. Immediately, he released his divine might, enveloping Lottie entirely. Why can't I sense his divine might anymore? Anyway, this is a good thing. Let's knock him down first and talk later. You fool, it's me who blocked his divine might for you. Do you really think you're the main character? Yi Xiaofan's voice arrived at Mu Yi's ears just in time, interrupting his attack. Take advantage of his being restrained by your divine might and figure out how to use the rules. Even if you rush up now and attack recklessly, you still won't be able to defeat him. The sturdiness of a god's body. Do I have to tell you about it? Without the power of laws, you couldn't even break through his defenses. This was already the umpteenth time Yi Xiaofan had scolded Mu Yi today. His mind was just as muddled as it was when they first met. Oh, I understand. Feeling the anger in Yi Xiaofan's tone, Mu Yi hurriedly immersed his consciousness into his mind, continuously studying the symbol on the chain of laws. The more he studied, the deeper Mu Yi realized the symbol was like an unfathomable sea. It would probably take him several thousand, or even 10,000 years before he could fully understand this single symbol. Of course, these were merely thoughts in his own head. If Yi Xiaofan found out what he was thinking, he would certainly berate him once again. While Mu Yi was engrossed in studying the symbol, Lottie, who had let her guard down, was struggling to resist Mu Yi's divine might. Though Mu Yi's grasp of the rules was shallow, after all, Lottie was also a newly ascended god. Although stronger than Mu Yi, the margin between them wasn't large. For Lottie to break free from Mu Yi's divine might would definitely take more than just a moment or two. Chapter 171, A Happy Life in Prison. Mu Yi was deep in thought, Lottie was struggling, and Yi Xiaofan was spacing out. For a moment, the entire palace fell into an unusual silence. The royal family of Xinxiang Kingdom, locked up in the palace prison, looked at the entrance to the prison with hopeful eyes. They had heard every bit of the earlier commotion crystal clear, so they naturally knew that someone had come to rescue them. As for the guards who were watching over them, for some unknown reason, all of them had mysteriously withdrawn. This was the perfect opportunity for their escape. However, the prisons within the capital city of Xinxiang Kingdom were originally built to incarcerate powerful magicians. The entire prison was constructed from magic sealing stones, which completely cut off any use of magic. Magic sealing stones not only rendered magic useless, but also possessed an extraordinary level of hardness. Even diamonds could not match the toughness of magic sealing stones. From noise returning to quietness didn't take long. The originally hopeful group gradually lost confidence. Depending on others for salvation seemed like a luxury. Escaping by one's own power seemed almost impossible. Despair spread throughout the jail cell. When people are confined under oppressive conditions for too long, they either become insane or abnormal. And there it was, the eldest prince of Xinxiang Kingdom, Fu Luo, his eyes suddenly flashing a glint of gold. Father King, I've thought of a way to escape. Tell me about it. Fu Luo's words instantly enlivened the previously lifeless atmosphere. Including Empress Long Aotian III, all the concubines, princes, and princesses turned their gazes towards Fu Luo. Firstly, the bars and walls of the prison are made of magic sealing stone, right? That's correct. Otherwise, with my level 6 mega strength plus our family heirloom treasures, breaking out would be very easy. Do you have a method to break through the magic sealing stones? No. If even you, Father King, cannot achieve this, how could I possibly manage it? So what do you mean? Father King, although the bars and walls are made of magic sealing stones, what about the ground? After careful observation, the ground is merely ordinary bluestone slabs. Even though our kingdom's bluestones are harder for some unknown reason, shouldn't they still be quite easy to break? Do you mean we can dig a tunnel to escape? That's right. Fu Luo wore a mysterious expression, yet inside he was already celebrating because he came up with a method that even his father couldn't think of, surely earning him his father's approval. But things went exactly against what Fu Luo expected. Instead of praising him, Long Aotian 3 gave his head a good knock. If we're digging a tunnel anyway, why bring up the walls and bars? That's just wasting time. Also, stop looking so smug. You're 22 years old already. You're no longer a child. Fu Luo's face twisted with frustration. From childhood until now, the only time he'd ever been scolded like this was when he stole his father's imperial seal for play. It has been so many years since his father has berated him like this. Fu Luo was nearly in tears, turning around to mutter under his breath, facing away from Long Aotian 3. I didn't mean to. Unfortunately, my role in this chapter is just like that. Isn't it all the author's bad taste? Besides, without talking nonsense, how else would we make word count increase? Don't you know novels nowadays are getting harder and harder to write? As for dragging time, it's really not a problem. If the author wants us to escape, chatting here for a year wouldn't be an issue. After muttering all that, Fu Luo realized everyone had unknowingly distanced themselves from him far away, as if they were afraid of him. Father King, Mother Queen, what's wrong with you? You stupid son, don't you realize what inappropriate things you just said? What did I say? Fu Luo felt utterly innocent. He didn't say anything. He didn't do anything. So why were they treating him this way? He was after all the crown prince of Xinjiang Kingdom and the future Long Aotian 4. Whatever he said, it's somewhat correct. We'd better start digging quickly. But Feng Luoyi, wife of Emperor Long Aotian 3 and Fu Luo's biological mother, hesitated to speak. What's wrong, Luoyi? Speak your mind. I remember your majesty once mentioned to me casually that Stan Prison has an area of about 1,000 square kilometers. We don't know where exactly we are located within Stan Prison. And without any tools, digging tunnels by hand will take God knows when before we actually get out. So I think it's better to stay here patiently and wait for rescue. After hearing the words of the Empress, Long Aotian 3 nodded his head. Come to think of it, Luoyi is right. We would dig until we die and still not get out relying solely on our hands. That's not right. Father King, that's not right at all. You're all thinking about this the wrong way. What are you saying we're thinking wrong about? Why do we have to dig all the way out? If we just dig to the fence, can't we simply walk out then? Everyone's eyes lit up once more. That's right, Fu Luo was absolutely correct. Thus, after an hour of relentless effort, Long Aotian 3 led the entire royal family outside the prison cell. Although we've escaped, we must remain vigilant. There's no telling if the members of the high-grade creature trafficking syndicate are still within this prison. The others nodded toward Long Aotian 3. Despite his advanced age, Long Aotian 3 had never managed to produce offspring very efficiently for some unknown reason. Apart from Fu Luo, the eldest prince who had already come of age, there were only 3 other princes and 7 princesses left, all of whom were no older than 8 years. As for the concubines, while they possessed a smattering of magical ability, their skills amounted to nothing substantial. In short, among this group of people, only Long Aotian 3 and Fu Luo could truly be considered combat ready. However, facing off against the overwhelming numbers and formidable power of the high-grade creature trafficking syndicate was utterly impossible. Thus, caution was paramount. And so, they wandered round and round inside Stan Prison. Whoever designed this prison, I'll sentence him to death as soon as we get out. Absolutely. For the first time, Long Aotian 3 and his eldest son Fu Luo shared a unanimous opinion. Your Majesty, began Consort Luoyi, I've been wanting to say this for a while now. Don't you find this door rather strange? Empress Luoyi pointed at the black gate beside them. Due to the dim lighting, it was easy to overlook it if one didn't look carefully. Could this possibly be the main gate? It should be. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go out already. But, we don't have the key to open it. Now what? Shall we dig another tunnel then? Chapter 172, Everything Freezes. In the Palace of Alaska, Mu Yi was still deeply immersed in the understanding of runes. Lottie was awed by Mu Yi's divine power, and for a moment couldn't move. Yi Xiaofan hid in the dark corner, silently observing the 2 people in the sky. If she had acted personally, this farce would have ended long ago. However, no one knew what Yi Xiaofan was thinking. Up until now, she hadn't shown any intention of intervening. Alaska, enveloped in darkness, was eerily quiet, except for the occasional whooshing sound from afar. That was the 7 saints carrying the unconscious citizens of Alaska out of the city. Like the calm before a storm, the atmosphere in the palace became increasingly heavy. Suddenly, there was a popping sound from Lottie's body. As if some barrier had been broken, Lottie slowly raised his head and calmly looked at Mu Yi nearby. Although both were on the god level, Lottie's skills were clearly higher than Mu Yi's. With Yi Xiaofan subtly manipulating things, Mu Yi had successfully used divine might to awe Lottie, but it was only a matter of time before Lottie broke free. Seeing the divine light continuously flashing around Mu Yi's body, how could Lottie not know what Mu Yi was doing? During the same situation when Mu Yi was meditating in seclusion, similar phenomena had appeared on his body as well. Being absorbed in runes, comprehending the rules of heaven and earth, and being influenced by the chain of law, that's why Mu Yi's body emitted divine light. Is it not a bit too late to start contemplating the forces within these runes? Lottie coldly snorted and pointed his right hand towards the absorbed Mu Yi. Countless shadows extended from under his feet, turning into swords that pierced toward Mu Yi's body. The shadow-turned swords looked unremarkable, with not an ounce of momentum. However, Yi Xiaofan, who witnessed everything from below, knew well that even Mu Yi's divine body couldn't withstand the swords forged from the shadows. Seeing Mu Yi didn't react promptly, Yi Xiaofan tightly clenched her hands. She secretly decided that if Mu Yi couldn't awaken, then she wouldn't wait any longer. Although if she intervened, the true black hand behind all this might hide again, yet she couldn't just stand by and watch Mu Yi die. How would she face Mu Jiro later if such an event happened? I seal. At the moment Yi Xiaofan was distressed and the black shadows were about to pierce through Mu Yi, his eyes suddenly opened wide. He softly muttered 2 words from his mouth. The black shadows almost touching Mu Yi's skin froze instantly upon hearing these 2 words. His body trembled slightly, and cracks started to appear on the ice, sealing the black shadows. The cracks grew larger and finally shattered with a bang, scattering into countless ice shards falling back to the ground. How is this possible? You actually managed to freeze my shadows. What rule have you grasped? Just the most basic one within the ice law. Lottie shouted at Mu Yi incredulously. That shadow sword technique was his masterstroke. Back when he was a saint, he had killed countless enemies with that very move. After becoming a god level, after merging the shadow sword with rule forces, even a god would definitely be at a disadvantage. But never did he expect Mu Yi to easily counter it using just the most fundamental principle of the ice law. It was something he could hardly accept. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have mastered a high-level ice law, right? Earlier, I underestimated you. Next I'll go all out. Whether you believe me or not, I am truly employing the basic ice law. But, if you do go all out, I will be very pleased indeed. Compared to Lottie's frustration, Mu Yi seemed quite composed, completely opposite to their previous behavior. However, Yi Xiaofan felt that Mu Yi was not just calm at this moment, but more indifferent. It was as if he wasn't content with everything in the world, like a monarch overlooking all below him. Shadow assault. I seal. Lottie roared loudly, his body instantly transforming into a mass of shadows, merging with the shadow covering Alaska. Yet Mu Yi maintained his icy expression as though Lottie in front of him was merely a ridiculous clown. A voice devoid of emotion emerged from Mu Yi's lips. The same simple ice seal spell transformed Mu Yi's right wall into a pile of ice lumps. Just as the lump of ice formed, it got shattered again. Lottie revealed his body from the wall, gave Mu Yi an incredulous look, then turned back into shadows and merged into the darkness once more. I seal. I seal. I seal. It was as if Mu Yi had turned into a broken record, endlessly repeating the 2 words, I seal. Continuously, ice sculptures sprang up one after another on the ground. If one observed closely, they could see a shadow darting left and right within these ice sculptures. Occasionally, it would be slashed by the sharp edges of the sculptures, making its plight look extremely wretched. It seems he's almost unable to hold on. The true puppeteer behind everything should also be restless and will probably appear soon. But Mu Yi seems somewhat abnormal. Has he been affected by the Frostwing? The reason Mu Yi ascended to god level was mainly because his body was first corroded by the gastric fluid of the Frostwing while inside the Holiday Snow Mountain. This left the aura of an ancient behemoth etched onto his bones. Later, as a skeleton, Mu Yi absorbed large quantities of icy magic power within the Frostwing. Also, he absorbed some remnants of life sparks that the Frostwing had taken in, although these were already fused with the creature, leaving only a trace amount within it. For all these reasons combined, Mu Yi had the foundation to become a deity. However, his original strength was far too weak, only at the 5th rank, and under normal circumstances, this alone would have led to his demise. Fortunately, just at the crucial moment, he encountered Yi Xiaofan. Using the goddess ring, Yi Xiaofan helped restore his flesh body. Under such conditions, the 3 forces successfully merged, allowing Mu Yi to ascend to the god level. The goddess ring, reputed for being able to completely restore someone as long as there's still a breath of life left in them, was the highest-ranked magical artifact from the era of gods, and a cherished possession of the Gemini goddess. In such conditions, Mu Yi attained divinity, even though he had comprehended only the most common freezing power within the ice law. Yet, he was fundamentally different from ordinary deities. Mu Yi's freezing power held the ability to freeze absolutely everything in the world, surpassing general rules, a rule power that exceeded ordinary laws. The name God of Ice was no exaggeration. Chapter 173, A 3,000-Year-Old Grievance, Part 1. All things are frozen, absolutely pure and icy. After countless freezes, it seemed Mu Yi finally stopped after considering that it was enough. He began to gather his magic power continuously. Seeing that Mu Yi had stopped, Lottie thought Mu Yi's magic power must have been depleted and secretly mocked him for being just a newly promoted deity without the rich heritage of veteran deities. Taking advantage of Mu Yi's weakness, Lottie, transformed into shadow, rushed towards Mu Yi quickly. However, when he approached within 3 meters of Mu Yi, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Without time to think much, Lottie hastily retreated, but it was too late. Mu Yi stretched out his right hand, palm up, and then clenched his fist. Before Lottie could react, he was frozen into a block of ice and rapidly dropped from the sky to the ground. The strength of the ice block freezing Lottie seemed different from other ice blocks as it hit the ground from more than 10 meters high in the air, but showed no signs of damage at all. Gradually descending from the sky to the ground, Mu Yi was panting heavily. Apparently, this move had cost him quite a bit. But fortunately, he successfully froze Lottie, which made Mu Yi reveal a relaxed look. The cold demeanor instantly disappeared, making Yi Xiaofan think that she had seen a fake Mu Yi before. After relaxing, Mu-Yi resumed his usual scruffy manner and transmitted a sound to where Yi Xiaofan was hiding invisibly. Come out, little Yi, I've already. Before he finished speaking, Mu-Yi suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the ice sculpture imprisoning Lottie. Cracks started appearing on the sculpture, getting larger and larger until with a bang, it shattered into countless ice chips. Lottie walked out of the cracks unscathed, filled with chilling malice in his eyes. Kid, don't think defeating that waste of a person, Lottie, makes you special. You've got a long way to go in the path of the gods. At this point, Lottie's tone was completely different, as if he were a different person. Of course, Yi Xiaofan murmured in the corner, showing no surprise at Lottie's change. You're not Lottie. Who exactly are you? Not only Yi Xiaofan, but even Mu-Yi noticed something was off. In a moment, it became clear that the current Lottie was no longer the previous one. I am Lottie's brother, my name is Mu-Di. My younger brother Lottie and I shared the same body since birth. But do not assume that my abilities are like Lottie's uselessness. Lottie's words. No, now they should be called Mu-Di's words, confirmed Mu-Yi's thoughts and also verified Yi Xiaofan's suspicion. However, Yi Xiaofan still didn't make a move. Not yet. Wait a little longer. It seemed Yi Xiaofan was waiting for someone else to arrive. To thank you for thoroughly beating my brother, I will allow you to die painlessly. With a wave of his hand, a black sphere half a meter in diameter appeared in his palm, slowly flying towards Mu-Yi. The speed of the black ball was not fast, yet Mu-Yi had no way to dodge. Because the black ball generated an immense gravitational force under which Mu-Yi could barely maintain his standing posture. As the black ball moved, the gravity grew stronger. Fragments of buildings on the ground were all attracted by the gravity of the black ball. Whether it was stones used for building houses or the ice hooks created by Mu-Yi before, upon touching the black ball, they were instantaneously pulverized into nothing. After creating the black ball, Mu-Di stood there with his arms crossed, observing the terrified face of Mu-Yi. Under the suction force of the black ball, Mu-Yi did not even get a chance to seek help from Yi Xiaofan. Because after one's mental awareness left the body, it would similarly be attracted towards the black ball. After the first streak of Mu-Yi's mental awareness was extinguished by the black ball, Mu-Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood, almost unable to stand due to nearly being sucked over by the black ball, scaring him so much that he dared not casually release his mental awareness anymore and could only silently hope that Yi Xiaofan would come to his rescue in time. But what Mu-Yi did not know was that Yi Xiaofan, whom he was hoping for, did not even glance at him once. Instead, she gazed towards the eastern sky of Alaska City, as if something more interesting was attracting her there. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan's eyes brightened, and she said, "He's here." As soon as Yi Xiaofan's words had fallen, a brilliant golden streak cut across the horizon and landed between Mu-Di and Mu-Yi. With a gentle sweep of his left hand, the black ball disappeared without a trace. I am Rengat, Chief Knight of the Holy Light Cathedral, former Deputy Pope of the Dark Sects, current General Manager of the high-level creature trading group stationed in Xi'an Kingdom. By the name of the Holy Pope, I specially come to claim your head. A magnificent golden armor, a dominant spear nearly 2 meters long, and an incredibly middle school-like speech. Everything about this person displayed his extraordinariness. So it's you. Never would have thought that you haven't died yet, and have even ascended to the divine rank. As long as I haven't wiped out your evil existence, how can I return to the embrace of the God of Light so easily? Wipe me out? You couldn't do it 3,000 years ago, and do you really think you can defeat me now? Whether I can defeat you or not will be known only after a fight. For these 3,000 years, I haven't let down my guard for even a moment. From their conversation, it was evident that these two were bitter rivals even 3,000 years ago. Moreover, Chief Knight Rengat had never once defeated Mu-Di, which caused Mu-Yi to worry silently whether he might simply be coming here to deliver a head on a platter. However, Yi Xiaofan, who was hiding in the corner, appreciated Rengat greatly. His middle school-like language and the splendid armor almost made her eyes sparkle with admiration. It was more like they glittered brilliantly. Holy divine spear art. Rengat's spear emitted a dazzling golden light, piercing towards Mu-Di's heart like a ferocious dragon. Faced with Rengat's attack, even Mu-Di dared not be careless. Unbeknownst to all, Mu-Di had taken out a magic staff. On top of the staff was embedded an eerie skull head. Just by staring at the skull, Mu-Yi felt a suffocating sensation as if death was looming over him. Mu-Di held the magic staff and casually waved it in the air, summoning a sheet of dark shadows between the two. This black barrier successfully blocked Rengat's fierce attack. Master Ren, allow me to help you. In this brief pause, Mu-Yi had gathered some magic power again, with a cold current swirling around his hand. He took one step forward intending to jointly confront Mu-Di alongside Rengat. Hold still. Your level is far too inferior, and you are no match for him. You'll just distract me. After achieving godhood, Mu-Yi had thought himself invincible. But this very night, he was mocked one after another by both enemies and his own teammate. In that instant, Mu-Yi started doubting his own life. Chapter 174, A 3,000-Year Grievance, Part 2. In a remote little village on the Kanglan continent, both the east and west sides were surrounded by towering and majestic mountains. To the south of the village lay an endless expanse of forest. The only road leading to the outside world was the narrow path located to the north, twisting and winding endlessly. Life in the village may have been frugal, but everyone was content and happy. Worry seemed as if it had never existed. The forest to the south was, after all, the village's sole source of income. Hunters from the village went into the forest daily. They salted the meat they hunted for storage, carefully removed fur from fierce beasts, then brought these furs to sell in nearby towns on the 3rd and 8th day of each month. It was no different today. Just at dawn, the men of the village set off to hunt in the mountain together. But no one noticed that, behind their group, there were 3 tiny followers that had somehow joined them. Among the 3 tiny followers, the sole girl shyly tugged at the person in front of her. When that person turned around, she timidly spoke up. "Renee, let's go back. If the adults find out, we'll get scolded again. What are you afraid of? I'll take responsibility for any trouble with Moody, right Moody?" Yes, exactly. Although reluctant, the girl seemed unwilling to contradict Renee. After seeing Renee and Moody walk away, she hurriedly jogged a few steps to catch up. Sneaking up the mountain to hunt had been done plenty of times before by these 3 without ever being discovered by the adults. However, every time they arrived at the edge of the forest, the girl always lost her courage and was scolded by Renee. "Niece, when will you grow out of this timid character of yours?" I know I am timid, but I'm a girl. It's not the same as how boys like you and Moody behave. From childhood, Niece's mother had taught her that girls should be quiet and mustn't run wild like boys. In this small village, other children were either much older or much younger than her. Only Renee and Moody were around her age. No one else wanted to bring her along, but Renee and Moody did. So even though she also wanted to play games suited for girls, the 2 boys ahead didn't share such interests. Out of necessity, Niece begrudgingly followed behind them like a shadow. Following the adults, the 3 reached deep inside the forest. As soon as they entered the forest, Renee and Moody separated themselves from the adults, going off to the opposite direction with unbridled joy. Typically, the entrance to the forest would be guarded so that no child accidentally wandered in. Only under such early morning cover, following close behind the adults, could they enter the forest. With the 2 boys walking ahead, Niece hurriedly followed behind, panicking about getting separated from the pair. And then she did indeed get separated. In recent days, the village had experienced several consecutive days of heavy rain, and the 2 young boys had been cooped up at home. By the time the weather finally cleared up, it was inevitable that they felt the need to cut loose a bit. Unfortunately, absorbed in their own fun, they failed to notice that Niece had long since disappeared. Not until the sun rose high and the hunters finished hunting and began returning to the village did they realize. "Hey, Moody, do you see where Niece went?" "How should I know? Wasn't she always following you?" "Bullshit, she was obviously following you." The 2 boys looked at each other, silent for some time before comprehending the gravity of the situation. "Damn, Niece is lost. It's all your fault. You were the one who insisted on bringing Niece into the forest. Great job. Now we're sure to be berated by our parents." "How can this be my fault? Forget it. This isn't the time to argue about blame. We need to find Niece immediately." There were many ferocious beasts on the mountain, and even the adults needed to go in groups to hunt within the forest. Even so, every year, many people became victims to the wild beasts. As for the lost Niece, she was currently perched on a tree branch, trembling while gazing down at the tiger on the ground, revealing its fierce fangs. The tiger paced around the tree Niece was on, pondering how to get that delicious snack from above. "Niece, where are you? Niece, where are you?" Just as despair began setting in, Niece suddenly heard Renee's and Moody's voices. Overjoyed, she desperately wanted to respond, but remembering the tiger below, she quickly clamped her mouth shut. The tiger under the tree was no ordinary tiger, but rather the true ruler of this forest. Even groups of adults would choose only to flee if they encountered it. According to what the adults had said, this tiger had once killed a second-stage gorilla magical beast. This alone was enough proof of just how powerful the tiger truly was. If she were to respond to Renee and Moody now, not only would she not be saved, but it could also very likely cost them their lives. With that thought, Niece squeezed her eyes shut even tighter, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, failing to respond did not mean Renee and Moody wouldn't come. Unaware of the impending danger, the 2 continued calling out Niece's name as they approached. The tiger under the tree had not initially intended to deal with Renee and Moody, solely focusing on getting the snack in the tree. But as Renee and Moody drew closer, the tiger changed its plan. Swinging its thick and muscular tail, the tiger moved to a patch of tall grass and quietly waited there for its prey to arrive. It wasn't long before Renee and Moody reached the spot, immediately spotting Niece clinging to the tree branch above. "Niece, why did you run so far? Come down quickly." Renee and Moody excitedly waved at Niece and hurried toward the tree. From their perspective, they couldn't see the tiger hiding in the grass. But Niece, perched on the tree, could see it clearly. "No, don't come here. It's dangerous. Run away. Quick." Niece frantically waved her arms, trying to warn them about the danger and urging them to stay away. But her voice was too weak, so weak that only she herself could hear it. Seeing Niece waving at them, Renee and Moody assumed she was beckoning them over. Excited, the 2 ran under the tree, completely unaware that sometime while they weren't looking, a ferocious tiger had crept up behind them. Chapter 175. Who is stronger? Darkness had enveloped Alaska for a year. But today, bright light illuminated half of Alaska, while the other half was shrouded in even denser darkness. Accompanying the simultaneous appearance of light and darkness were 2 overwhelming forces. The 7 saints from the Allied forces, responsible for rescuing people, knelt in fear under these 2 auras. The divine might was like a prison, and the divine might was also like an ocean. The mere confrontation of aura between Ren and Moody placed the entire Alaska in an extremely oppressive environment. Their understanding of runes far surpassed that of Mu-E and La-Ti by multiples. At the very least, Mu-E and La-Ti's aura could only cover the royal palace. "Xiao Yi, what should we do now?" After leaving the battle to Ren, Mu Yi found Yi Xiaofan hiding in the corner and asked. Although Yi Xiaofan was wearing a cloak and could not be identified from appearances, no one else besides Yi Xiaofan could stand so close to two deities without being discovered. What to do? Cool it. Yi Xiaofan said indifferently after removing the hood, revealing her delicate face. Huh. So why are you in such a hurry? We can wait until they've determined a winner before we take action. Action? What kind of action? It was as if the two weren't on the same wavelength. None of Yi Xiaofan's words made sense to Mu Yi. Just stop rushing. Just watch quietly. Oh. Mu Yi hesitated but nodded uncertainly. Although Yi Xiaofan said to just watch, he didn't believe she would really do nothing. After all, this was her hometown, and furthermore, he noticed her secretly tapping her toes. If it were anyone else, Mu Yi wouldn't have thought much about someone tapping their toes, but Yi Xiaofan was different. During her stay in the Lietling Kingdom, Mu Yi had discovered one of Yi Xiaofan's small habits. Whenever she wanted to tamper with something but didn't want to be noticed, she'd tap her toes. Then, events would always turn out exactly as she hoped. Though Mu Yi didn't understand what magic Yi Xiaofan used, he remembered this habit clearly. As Mu Yi guessed, the 7 saints scattered throughout Alaska who had previously been intimidated by the divine aura and couldn't get up started feeling relieved immediately after Yi Xiaofan tapped her toes. It was as if they had been granted amnesty. What's going on? That aura just now, could it have been? This is what they call God tier, right? So terrifying. Ice goddess is of the ice attribute, right? And La Ti should be of the dark attribute. Then, whose is this dazzling light? After standing up, the 7 saints looked toward the direction of the royal palace, falling into deep contemplation over countless unresolved questions. Watching Ren and Moody's battle secretly from within the palace, Mu Yi suddenly noticed Yi Xiaofan furrowing her brow and then tapping her toes again. Xiaoyi, has something gone wrong? It's fine. With me here, how could there be any accidents? After Yi Xiaofan tapped her toes, the 7 saints lost in thought suddenly felt a sharp pain in their hearts, as if someone had squeezed their heart tightly. This pain disappeared instantly, though it caused discomfort. It successfully reminded them of what they should be doing. Once the 7 saints began moving again, Yi Xiaofan finally revealed a faint, barely perceptible smile of satisfaction. The battle inside the royal palace continued. Ren wielded a long spear, creating gusts of wind wherever the spear moved. In its wake, darkness would immediately dissipate. But Moody wasn't one to be trifled with either. Though Ren appeared to be launching fierce attacks, he never managed to catch up with Moody. There was always a constant distance between the two. This distance ensured neither allowed Ren to attack, yet also ensured Moody's spells hit their targets accurately. However, Moody's spells were effortlessly deflected by Ren. For a moment, the two were deadlocked. Xiaoyi, if this keeps going, will Commander Ren lose? After observing for a period, Mu Yi couldn't help but ask Yi Xiaofan anxiously. Why would you think that way? Yi Xiaofan, who was watching the fight with great interest, turned her head upon hearing Mu Yi's question, indicating her inability to understand his line of thinking. Look, although Commander Ren's attacks are fierce, his magic power will eventually run out if this continues for long. And look at Moody. Even though his current attacks don't affect Commander Ren at all, he always manages to keep the most appropriate distance from him. If this trend continues, Commander Ren's defeat is just a matter of time. After listening to Mu Yi's words, Yi Xiaofan looked at him with eyes filled with care and condescension towards intellectually challenged children. Under Yi Xiaofan's gaze, Mu Yi felt extremely uncomfortable. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Sigh. Yi Xiaofan sighed helplessly and explained to Mu Yi. First, I need to correct one of your mistakes. What is it? The biggest reliance in combat between deities is no longer the amount of magic power, but the understanding of rules. That golden shiny guy hasn't used an ounce of magic power since he came on the scene. Is that so? What Yi Xiaofan said was something Mu Yi found utterly unbelievable. He even thought that Yi Xiaofan was playing around with him. Well, you've just become a deity, and you leaped straight from the 5th rank to deity level, so it's normal that you can't understand. Anyway, just know that currently, the golden shiny guy has the upper hand. So your meaning is that Commander Ren might possibly win. After hearing what Yi Xiaofan said, Mu Yi still didn't fully comprehend, but at least he understood one thing. Ren had a better chance of winning than Moody. Yes, but, as if intending to frustrate Mu Yi, Yi Xiaofan suddenly shifted her tone. But that guy should still have a strong move up his sleeve. What kind of move? Do you remember the frost wings on Mount Halide? Xiaoyi, your point is that the guy can summon ancient beasts? Upon comprehending Yi Xiaofan's meaning, Mu Yi immediately turned pale. But before he could react, a roaring cry reached his ears. Chapter 176, Controlling the Ancient Beast. Ren, do you still remember Nise? Of course I remember her. How could I forget? But why do you bring her up now? If you still remember Nise, then you should also remember how she died. Stop trying to stop me. Join hands with me to destroy this world and avenge Nise. Nise's death was just an accident. Let it go, Mu Di. Nise would definitely not want to see you become what you are now. Bullshit. Nise's death was not an accident. She was driven to it. I must destroy this world for Nise's sake. If you dare to stop me again, I will kill you too. I'll say this one more time, Mu Di. Nise's death was an accident. It's not too late to stop now because at your current state, you're no match for me. Do you really think you can beat me? Then let me show you the preparation I have made for Nise's revenge. Come out, ancient beast, Slotty of furious rage. As Moody's words fell, the earth trembled violently. A terrifying aura emanated from deep beneath the ground. Mu Di, how could you release the ancient beast? Do you know what kind of disaster that will cause? Disaster, of course I know. That's exactly what I want. This world force needs to die, so I'll make this world pay for knees. Stop now, Mu Di, or there will be no way back. Ren's expression grew darker and darker as he desperately urged Mu Di to stop, but Mu Di paid him no heed, lost in the pleasure of his revenge. Don't bother shouting. He's already gone mad. He won't listen to anything you say. At the same time that Mu Di released the ancient beast, Yi Xiaofan stepped out from a corner with Mu Yi. Originally, Yi Xiaofan had sensed nothing about the ancient beast, so she decided to hide and wait for Mu Di to unleash it. Otherwise, even if Yi Xiaofan defeated all the enemies, as long as the ancient beast existed, members of the higher species trafficking group could still find their way into this country. It wasn't always possible for Yi Xiaofan to get the perfect timing and return to the Star Prosper's kingdom in time. Thus, she had to eliminate all hidden threats. Who are you? After Yi Xiaofan appeared and spoke, Ren noticed her presence. His already tense heart tightened further. He had not perceived Yi Xiaofan's presence, indicating her strength was undoubtedly remarkable. However, looking at Yi Xiaofan's delicate face, Ren couldn't recall which deity she might be. Still, this was not the time to dwell on such details. Ren needed to know if Yi Xiaofan was friend or foe. Dealing with one Mu Di was hard enough for him, and the seal of the ancient beast was breaking. Adding another enemy would simply overwhelm him. Era, don't be so tense. Even if I tell you who I am, you probably wouldn't know me anyway. So, what difference would it make? But to make things easier for you, I'll generously share my name. My name is Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan. This name felt familiar to Ren, yet he couldn't recall where he'd heard it before. Knight Commander Ren. Xiaoya is from the Star Prosper's kingdom. She is not our enemy. At this moment, Mu Yi rushed forward, interrupting Ren's thoughts. It's the Ice God. Since Lord Ice God has said she is an ally, I shall apologize here to this young lady for my earlier suspicion. Era, it's such a trivial matter, please don't worry about it. Yi Xiaofan waved her hand, showing that she hadn't taken offense. I didn't expect there to be one more hidden player, but it doesn't matter anyway. Slotty of Furious Rage will soon be unleashed. Even if there are 3 gods among you, you're destined for annihilation. Haha. At some point, crazed Mu Di regained his senses. Yet, Bloodshot Eye still revealed his madness. So, you're sure we can't defeat this Furious Rage thing? Ha! This is truly the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. The power of the ancient beasts. How would a little girl like you understand? Long Out Yin, the first ruler of the Star Prosper's kingdom, only managed to terrify everyone and build the kingdom through the ancient beast. The force of the ancient beast surpasses even the gods. What he says is true. Once the ancient beast is fully unsealed, the entire continent will suffer. Though Yi Xiaofan wanted to confront Mu Di further, she was stopped by Ren. Isn't there a slumbering ancient giant beast on the Hualadu Snow Mountain? The one called Frosty Wings hasn't done much harm to the continent, has it? That's because Frosty Wings is lazy by nature, or perhaps among the 12 ancient giant beasts, only Furious Rage can bring disaster to the continent. Although other ancient giant beasts don't like humans, they wouldn't go as far as to commit mass slaughter. Why does only Furious Rage do this? Could it be because it's more irritable? Upon hearing Ren's words, Mu Yi asked in confusion, his tone laced with a touch of jest. But Ren gave him an affirmative answer. You've guessed correctly. It's exactly for this reason that the first emperor of the Star Auspicious Kingdom sealed Furious Rage in the capital, Alaska. If ancient giant beasts are so powerful, why can they still be controlled by people? This time, Yi Xiaofan was the one raising the question. That's because Furious Rage lacks clear self-awareness. The first emperor of the Star Auspicious Kingdom could be considered a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Based on this characteristic of Furious Rage, he created a method to control it. Now, everything made sense. The reason the ancient giant beast Furious Rage could be controlled by humans was simply because it was relatively foolish. After hearing Ren's words, Yi Xiaofan reached such a conclusion. This conclusion made Yi Xiaofan somewhat sympathize with Furious Rage involuntarily. Don't say any more about this. Let me take down Mu Di. You two hurry up and think of a way to ensure Furious Rage doesn't escape. After speaking, Ren picked up his spear and charged toward Mu Di. Xiaoya, what should we do now? Ren moved too fast. Mu Yi hadn't reacted before Ren left. Helpless Mu Yi could only look at Yi Xiaofan, hoping she had a plan. What should we do now? Of course we wait. Wait for what? Obviously, we wait for Furious Rage to appear. Chapter 177, Emergence. With a roar, the stone slabs on the ground shattered into countless pieces instantly, and an enormous claw emerged from underground. This is the claw of Furious Rage? It seems even bigger than the Frostwing. Mu Yi looked at the gigantic claw in disbelief. Even the magic inside his body quivered. When Frostwing revealed its true form, you should have been unconscious. So how do you know it's bigger than Frostwing? That's because I've seen it in an illusion. In response to Yi Xiaofan's question, Mu Yi quickly explained, but his trembling hands and wandering eyes betrayed the fact that he was lying. The first claw emerged, and not long after, a second one followed. Then the head of Furious Rage also rose from underground. Isn't this a dog? But I've never seen a dog like this before. After seeing the true form of Furious Rage, Mu Yi realized he had never encountered such a creature before. As for the Frostwing earlier, while it wasn't clear what species it belonged to, its components could be clearly identified as belonging to certain races. However, Sladdy of Furious Rage, though resembling a dog, was unlike ordinary dogs. Nevertheless, upon seeing Furious Rage, Yi Xiaofan immediately knew what it was. Ahaha, isn't this the Alaskan Malamute, the leader of the 3 sledding fools? I had some doubts before, but now I can be sure. Long Haotian I, the founder of the Star Auspicious Kingdom, was definitely another traveler from another world. As for this dog, it must have also come from Earth. In that case, we're fellow countrymen. Xiaofan, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. The dog had a furious rage. Sladdy glared furiously at Yi Xiaofan and the other two. With every breath, a putrid smell assaulted their noses and mouths. Yi Xiaofan covered his nose with one hand and muttered a long string of words to himself. Standing next to Yi Xiaofan, Mu Yi stared at him in confusion, unsure what he meant. On the other side, Ren didn't understand either, but it wasn't necessary for him to. This wasn't the time to admire Furious Rage's breakout. His spear firmly gripped in hand. A golden light radiated through his body as he rushed toward Moody, standing in front of Furious Rage Sladdy. The speed of a divine being, if fully unleashed, could surpass sound, second only to the speed of light. Though for some unknown reason, they couldn't exceed the speed of sound on Cyan Orchid Continent. The mere speed of sound was enough to catch anyone off guard. However, that was just for ordinary people. For Moody, who was also at a divine level, although Ren's speed was fast, it wasn't enough to leave him without a chance to react. Moody tapped the skull-embedded staff onto the ground, summoning countless shadows that darted toward Ren. At the moment the shadows approached, Ren swept his spear forward, dispersing them under the glow of golden light. Of course, Moody knew this wouldn't be enough to stop Ren, but as long as it delayed him by 1,000th of a second, it would be sufficient. Moody slightly bent his knees, then jumped forcefully backward. As Moody leaped, Furious Rage Sladdy burst out of the ground, directly colliding with Ren rushing forward and sending him flying. Moody executed a perfect backflip midair, landing steadily on Furious Rage Sladdy's back. Moody's right hand tightly gripped Furious Rage Sladdy's back, forming a massive magic circle there. Closing his eyes, Moody began to chant a series of strange languages. What is he reciting? Is it a magical spell? I've never heard of it. Has Furious Rage stopped moving because he's controlling it? Mu-Yi looked at the towering Furious Rage and the Moody on its back, feeling deeply powerless. In Mu-Yi's life, this kind of helplessness had surfaced twice. The first time was when Mu-Yi met Yi Xiaofan. In Dora Tower, hearing that Yi Xiaofan had killed his sister Mu Zhiro and being unable to do anything about it. The second time was now. The giant ancient beast exuded an extraordinary oppressive aura. Even Divine Might felt pale and weak under this pressure. That is the spell used to control Furious Rage. Supposedly created by Long Haotian I, the first emperor of the Star Auspicious Kingdom. There's a record of this incantation in the Hall of Holy Light, but no one has been able to decipher it until now. How did Moody manage to interpret it? Unbeknownst to everyone, the knocked-away Ren returned, looking gravely at Furious Rage and Moody on its back. The ancient colossal beast had completely broken free from its seal, and there was nothing Mu-Yi could do to stop Furious Rage. Xiaoyi, do you have any way to deal with that big guy? Xiaoyi, helpless Mu-Yi suddenly thought of Yi Xiaofan. On the Huali Deer Snow Mountain, Yi Xiaofan managed to handle Frostwing, another ancient colossal beast, so he should also be able to handle Furious Rage, right? However, Mu-Yi noticed that Yi Xiaofan hadn't spoken for quite a while. Could he have been scared speechless? Thinking this, Mu-Yi turned his head to look at Yi Xiaofan, and found that Yi Xiaofan wore an odd expression on his face. Xiaoyi, what's wrong with you, Xiaoyi? Are you afraid? Don't be scared. Even if it costs me my life, I'll protect you. Line heard Mu-Yi shout, and followed Mu-Yi's gaze toward Yi Xiaofan. It's understandable. The might of the ancient colossal beast surpasses the comprehension of normal people, so it's only natural to be shocked. Ice God, take this young girl and leave quickly. Although we're no match for the ancient colossal beast, I should be able to buy some time. No, you'll die if you do that. How could Mu-Yi not know Line's intention? He immediately refused, stepping forward and grabbing Line's hand in an attempt to pull him away. If we stay here any longer, all of us will die. Not one of us will escape. Line shoved Mu-Yi's hand off and shouted at Mu-Yi. Don't worry. I won't necessarily die. After all, Mu-Di and I have some history. In the battle 3,000 years ago, he had countless chances to kill me, but ultimately let me go every time. Once he has complete control over Furious Rage, I'll talk to him properly. Hasn't he gone crazy already? Can he still talk reasonably? Whether he can or not, this is the only chance for all of us to survive. Stop saying more, and hurry up. Take this young girl away. Having said this, Mu-Yi understood Line's resolve. Reluctantly turning his head away, he pulled Yi Xiaofan to leave. But the moment Mu-Yi tugged on Yi Xiaofan's hand, Yi Xiaofan broke free. Chapter 178, The Script of Homeland. Mu-Yi forcibly turned his head away, pulling Yi Xiaofan to leave. However, the hand of Yi Xiaofan slipped out from Mu-Yi's grip. Hey, uncle, you will die if you stay here, are you not afraid? I've already said it. I may not necessarily die, once Mu-Di. He won't succeed. What? Seeing that Yi Xiaofan was not leaving, Lei became a little angry and roared at them. But the next words of Yi Xiaofan made him greatly surprised. I said he wouldn't succeed. Don't you hear well? How do you know he wouldn't succeed? The first emperor of Xingxiang Kingdom, Long Aotian, controlled the wrathful beast with this incantation. That's why I say, have you ever heard Long Aotian chant the spell yourself, uncle? Well, no. Then that's settled. What he chanted just calmed the wrathful beast down. Even so, his chanting was all over the place, completely nonsensical. Yi Xiaofan pointed at Mu-Di on the back of the wrathful beast. How do you know? Facing Lei's inquiry, Yi Xiaofan didn't want to explain further, instead directly walking towards the wrathful beast. Don't go, it's dangerous. Lei tried to stop Yi Xiaofan, but Yi Xiaofan waved at him, signaling him not to worry. After reaching in front of the wrathful beast, Yi Yi Xiaofan shouted loudly at Mu Di on its back. Hey, do you even know what you're chanting? Ignoring your incompetence aside, the key issue is you take it so seriously. And big fool there actually cooperates with your performance. What are you talking about? Mu Di glared furiously at Yi Xiaofan. She had dared to question the results of his years of research. If that could be borne, then what couldn't? Ignoring Yi Xiaofan, Mu Di continued to mutter the spell, while Yi Xiaofan just stepped back, watching quietly. Xiaofan, don't worry, wait for him to make a fool of himself. Time passed bit by bit. Uninterrupted, Mu Di soon finished the incantation. He slowly stood up and pointed at Yi Xiaofan and the others ahead. Come on, wrathful beast Slotty, let these guys feel your terror. Roar. After Mu Di's words, the wrathful beast Slotty roared, an explosive aura erupting from its body, knocking Mu Di off its back. Lei Yin and Mu Yi clearly saw the trace of human-like mockery flashing across the beast's dog-like face. Though this hint of mockery disappeared immediately after, and the wrathful beast again resumed its violent expression, Lei Yin and Mu Yi were sure they hadn't seen wrong. But with their godly vision, how could they possibly have seen wrongly? This is impossible. You should follow my command. You should listen to me. Thrown away by the wrathful beast, Mu Di incredulously shouted at it. Attracted by Mu Di's voice, the wrathful beast Slotty turned its crimson eyes toward Mu Di and brought a massive claw down toward him. With the attacking power of an ancient giant beast, even as a deity, Mu Di would undoubtedly receive severe injuries if directly hit. In the instant before the claws came down, Mu Di barely dodged it. Didn't I tell you? What you recited is pure nonsense, having absolutely no effect. Mu Di had just escaped to the side of Yi Xiaofan when he had barely stabilized himself and heard Yi Xiaofan's derision. How do you know? Where exactly did I go wrong? Climbing up from the ground, Mu Di confronted Yi Xiaofan. Era, don't be so hasty. How should I put this? Anyway, that is a language non-existent in xuanhuan continent. Under baseless circumstances, uncle, you did fairly well to translate it to this extent. However, a common saying goes, a small error in the beginning leads to a great mistake in the end. Due to some critical errors, your translation ends up being entirely incomprehensible. Unless you know the right way to pronounce it. Mu Di took out a piece of unknown creature's skin, with neatly squared characters written on it. Lei Yin and Mu Yi moved closer to see it, realizing they had never encountered such text. What kind of script is this? Never seen it. I haven't either. It's neither dragon speech, elvish, nor beast tongue. Era, stop guessing. It's called Han script. Han script. The three stared at Yi Xiaofan with confusion as Yi Xiaofan took the piece of leather inscribed with the writing, opened it, and began reading it word by word. Guanyin Bodhisattva, when practicing deep prajnaparamita, sees that the 5 aggregates are all empty and crosses over all suffering and distress. Shariputra, form does not differ from emptiness, and emptiness does not differ from form. Form itself is emptiness, and emptiness itself is form. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are also like this. Shariputra, these are the characteristics of the emptiness of all dharmas. No birth, no death, no impurity, no purity, no increase, and no decrease. An unprecedented language was recited by Yi Xiaofan, giving the listeners a sense of their body and mind being purified and reaching a state of spiritual clarity. Strangely enough, the enraged ancient giant beast Slotty became calm little by little. A while later, Yi Xiaofan finally finished reading the words inscribed on the leather. Mu Yi, Lei Yin, and Mu Di seemed to have undergone some sort of mental purification, standing there in a daze, remaining silent for quite some time. Even the wrathful Slotty lay down quietly. Is this the power of the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra? Why don't I feel anything? Could it be because my strength is too great? Yet even in a past life, listening to the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra gave me no feeling at all. Seeing the reactions of the 3 humans and the 1 beast, Yi Xiaofan could only scratch his head, puzzled. Unbeknownst to him how much time had passed, as he was starting to grow impatient, thinking about whether or not to wake them up, Mu Di suddenly came back to his senses. Tears streaming down his face, he threw his head back and let out a long sigh. Mu Di opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but after several attempts, managed to blurt out just 3 words. Nice. Then, he stood where he was, covering his face with his hands as he cried. Lei Yin approached Mu Di, placing a hand on his shoulder, and soon the 2 men embraced each other. Standing nearby, Yi Xiaofan felt somewhat nauseated by the sight. Xiaoya, those words were amazing. After hearing them, I feel as if my inner heart is utterly blank and purer than pure. Really? It's that powerful. This is called the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra? Never heard of it. But how do you know it, Yi Xiaofan? Of course. In my hometown, it's very famous. But Xiaoya, isn't your hometown Xinxiang Kingdom? Idiot, it's not. My homeland is far away, beyond the horizon. Yi Xiaofan looked up at the sky. Somehow, unknown to all of them, the darkness that had cloaked Alaska had vanished. Chapter 179 Leaving, Part 1. A gentle breeze blew over the hill, and the sunset poured its last warmth onto the earth. Yi Xiaofan lay on the lush green grass, his eyes half closed, savoring this rare leisurely moment. Whimper, whimper. By Yi Xiaofan's side, Dudu lay lazily on the ground, occasionally letting out a couple of whimpers in his direction. Do you want to ask me why I didn't stay longer in Alaska? Whimper, whimper. Because there is nothing left for me to linger over. Yi Xiaofan reached out and gently rubbed Dudu's furry head, signaling for him to be quiet. 2 days ago, Moody from the Advanced Life Forms Trading Group summoned an ancient giant beast, the Raging Fury Slotty, which wreaked massive destruction across the entire city. Among the 12 ancient giant beasts, Slotty was called the Raging Fury because it could not control its own consciousness. The slightest little thing would send it into a frenzy, destroying everything it could see. Fortunately, 7 Saints of the Alliance arrived in time to evacuate the people outside the city, minimizing casualties. What Yi Xiaofan hadn't expected was that the Raging Fury Slotty looked exactly like Big Fool from the 3 Sledging Fools from his past life. This made Yi Xiaofan realize that the founder of the Star Auspicious Kingdom must also have been a Chidra, transdimensional traveler. The name of the capital of the Star Auspicious Kingdom then naturally became clear. Afterward, Yi Xiaofan used the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra to restore the mental clarity of the Raging Fury Slotty. After regaining its sanity, the Raging Fury Slotty told Yi Xiaofan the whole story. Long before this era, Slotty was once just a very ordinary dog on Earth. Although it didn't know much back then, it lived happily with its owner every day. But one day, after waking up from a nap, Slotty found itself transported to the strange world of Kanglan. Terrified by its unfamiliar surroundings, giant creatures all around, and a thick smell of blood, Slotty accidentally stumbled upon a light red crystal, which Yi Xiaofan learned from the will of Kanglan was the seed of life. Having not eaten anything for several days, Slotty unknowingly swallowed the crystal. Afterwards, Slotty truly began to possess intelligence, and its body grew much stronger. Realizing that these crystals were good for it, Slotty started searching everywhere for them. After countless trials between life and death, the more seeds of life Slotty consumed, the stronger it became. There were very few creatures left in this world that could defeat it. Later, it discovered that everyone was afraid of it, and they gave it a title. Perhaps due to Slotty not being a native of this world, eating too many seeds of life had unavoidable side effects. The side effect was that it became increasingly difficult for Slotty to maintain its rationality. By the end, the times Slotty remained sane were fewer and fewer, and most of the time, it wandered aimlessly in a daze. One day, Slotty suddenly became lucid again, and, seeing the devastated landscape around it, made a decision to seal itself. But it couldn't completely seal itself. After some time, it always broke free during fits of madness and went on destructive rampages throughout the land. This gradually made its reputation as the Raging Fury grow louder. Until one day, when it broke free from the seal again, while it was in a confused state, it heard a sound so familiar and nostalgic. It also heard mysterious but oddly clarifying incantations. When it finally woke up, it saw its owner from Earth standing right in front of it, gently stroking its head. Slotty, just like in its youth, lay down on the ground, showing off its snow-white belly, begging for affection from its master. That person was the founder of the Star Auspicious Kingdom. Afterward, Slotty followed its master, killing all those who dared to offend the master. However, Long Outyan's power only reached the level of a 7th grade mage lord and stagnated thereafter. His entire life failed to make any further progress. Even saints have their lives run out, let alone a mere 7th grade mage lord. Ultimately, Slotty and its master had to part ways. As his master's health deteriorated, Slotty proposed to him the idea of permanently sealing itself. Although the master's strength wasn't particularly great, his understanding of magic was deeper than anyone else's. After a period of research, the master used the 4 cardinal seal formation to seal Slotty underground. Later, he established a kingdom here, naming it Star Auspicious Kingdom, meaning entering peaceful sleep under the star's illumination. And its master changed his name to Long Outyan and built a city above where it slumbered, making it the capital of the Star Auspicious Kingdom. To commemorate it, the city was named Alaska. At the 4 directions around Alaska lie the energy sources of the 4 cardinal seal formation, the cities of water, fire, earth, and wind. This is the entire story that happened to Slotty. After finishing the story, using its last bit of sanity, Slotty asked Yi Xiaofan to reseal it underground. This place was the nation created by its former master. This city was created by its former master. It did not want to destroy here. In fact, if possible, it wanted to guard this place forever. As for why Yi Xiaofan was chosen to seal it, it believed that someone who could recite incantations as profound as its masters deserved its trust. Yi Xiaofan solemnly nodded. She really liked this loyal dog with emotions. To fulfill its wish, Yi Xiaofan unleashed her white power and even activated the Nebula Eye. Since coming to this world, Yi Xiaofan used half of her strength for the first time. Even when she had just arrived and struggled to control her power, causing massive spatial turbulence, she only used 3/10 of her strength. Yi Xiaofan left an eternal mark on both the land and space of Alaska. As long as the Kanglan continent exists, these marks will never fade. Using these marks, Yi Xiaofan sealed Slotty into a dimensional plane of Alaska within an unbreakable sealing formation. Little Yi, there you are. I've been looking for you. While Yi Xiaofan was lost in thought, Mu-Yi appeared beside her without her noticing. Behind Mu-Yi stood Len in shiny gold armor, and Moody with handcuffs on his wrists. Chapter 180, Departure, Part 2. Xiao Yi, there you are? I've been looking for you for a long time. Just as Yi Xiaofan was lost in her memories, Mu-Yi appeared beside her without warning. Behind Mu-Yi stood a dazzlingly dressed Rain, along with MOD who had his hands cuffed behind him. So, what do you want from me? Extremely unwilling to rise from the ground, Yi Xiaofan squinted at Mu-Yi, her gaze silently conveying that if his answer wasn't satisfactory, she would not hesitate to crush him into a ball. That. Under Yi Xiaofan's piercing gaze, Mu-Yi became so nervous he couldn't find the right words, fearing that one wrong sentence would infuriate her completely. He knew well enough that Yi Xiaofan's mood wasn't good at all. You're stammering like you're not a real man. Just spit it out already. He is afraid of your bad mood and wanted to come comfort you. Before Mu Yi could say anything, MOD spoke up first from behind him. My bad mood. How did you see that I'm upset? By the way, should I call you MOD or Lati? From Yi Xiaofan's narrowed eyes, an unintended trace of killing intent seeped through. But MOD seemed oblivious to it, still wearing a cheerful smile while looking at Yi Xiaofan. Just call me MOD. Lati was just another personality, I imagined, due to the grief of losing my beloved. After sealing away Slarty, under Yi Xiaofan's pressure, MOD finally had a heartfelt conversation with Rain. Surprisingly, within one night, they managed to resolve their 3,000-year-old grudges. Of course, it was also possible that MOD had only conceded on the surface because of Yi Xiaofan's strength. Whatever, I don't care what your name really is. Let's talk about why I'm supposedly in a bad mood. Spare me this. Given we were once in the same prison cell, please let me off the hook this time. My old bones can't endure your torment. As soon as Mu Di saw Yi Xiaofan taking out Ming Yan, he immediately begged for mercy. With Mu Di pleading, Yi Xiaofan turned her gaze back to Mu Yi. Listen here, when I'm enjoying a peaceful moment, I detest being disturbed by others the most. And Mu Yi, not only did you interrupt my peace, but you also hit upon exactly the thing I didn't want to hear. Xiao Yi, I know the news of Dean Nalin's death has struck you hard, but the dead cannot return. You need to open up and stop grieving so much. Unfortunately, Mu Yi still failed to understand the reason behind Yi Xiaofan's anger and continued speaking recklessly. After Slarty was sealed away and all members of the higher creature trafficking group were caught, Yi Xiaofan learned from Long Aotian III about Nalan Hongwu's sacrifice for the nation. It turned out that after the plan of the higher creature trafficking group was set in motion, Nalan Hongwu went alone to the palace to rescue Long Aotian III. However, Nalan Hongwu was merely a mid-level 6th-tier mage mentor, whereas even the weakest of those sent to Xiangxiang Kingdom by the group were of this tier. Thus, it was inevitable that Nalan Hongwu would exhaust himself in battle and die. Before passing, though, he took down a 7th-tier advanced mage mentor, earning deep respect from the members of the trafficking group. In reverence for Nalan Hongwu, following instructions from MOD, they held a grand burial ceremony for him. Logically speaking, since the higher creature trafficking group had killed Nalan Hongwu, Yi Xiaofan should have felt extremely angry and sought revenge against every last member of the group. But for some unknown reason, all Yi Xiaofan felt was a faint sorrow. Thoughts of revenge left her utterly indifferent. Rain praised Yi Xiaofan numerous times, admiring her noble character. On the second night after learning about Nalan Hongwu's death, Yi Xiaofan quietly visited his grave and sat there all night long. No one knew what happened during that night, except that by morning, an abundance of emptied wine bottles were found scattered around Nalan Hongwu's grave. Afterward, Yi Xiaofan resumed acting normal, yet everyone guessed that inside, she must be grieving deeply, hiding this sorrow from view. This was why Mu Yi brought along Rain and MOD to console Yi Xiaofan. Alas, I knew you were dumb, but I never expected this level of idiocy. Well, I wouldn't waste my time arguing with a lunatic like you. After staring at Mu Yi for a long while, Yi Xiaofan suddenly seemed deflated, dejectedly muttering, Xiao Yi, what do you plan to do next? If you haven't decided yet, you can come to Lishan for a visit. Jiro really misses you. Mu Yi kicked Dudu, who was lying on the ground, and then sat down, smilingly inviting Yi Xiaofan. Just as Dudu was about to fall asleep, it suddenly woke up, furious, baring its teeth at Mu Yi. Although Dudu couldn't match Mu Yi now, with Yi Xiaofan around, it could rely on her authority. After all, such manipulations were tricks that Dudu had been doing for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, Mu Yi didn't even spare it a glance. Never mind, I'm planning to go to Lihua City next. Lihua City? That's within Qinyang Kingdom's territory, almost out of the range of human influence, and reaching the border of the beast race lands. It's very dangerous there. What do you plan to do there? Not much. I've heard a friend is over there, and I just want to see how she's doing. In that case, I'll go with you. Sure, unless your father and grandfather allow you to leave first. Mu Yi looked dejected, lowering his head. Yi Xiaofan was right. Being the deity of Lishan Kingdom, he would never be permitted to leave without permission, which could have serious implications. Even without waiting for the emperor of Lishan Kingdom to order him, his own father could scold him until he felt utterly humiliated. Seeing Mu Yi no longer respond, Yi Xiaofan's mood improved slightly. She then turned to look at Rain and MOD. So what about you two? Will you teleport back to the Holy Light Cathedral, or will you travel along with me? Qinyang Kingdom was located northeast of Xinxiang Kingdom, while the Holy Light Cathedral's headquarters was to the east. Although their destinations differed in direction, the initial journey could still be shared by all of them. Poor Mu Yi, Lishan Kingdom was to the south of Xinxiang Kingdom, completely opposite from Yi Xiaofan's destination. He was currently crouching down on the ground, drawing circles sadly. We will use the teleportation array to return directly to headquarters, since this guy is certainly not one to give peace of mind. Rain regretfully shook his head, pointing at MOD. Tisk, I'll definitely find a way to escape. Even if I give up avenging niece, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. That's only if you manage to escape. Chapter 181. The Origin of Grievances, Part 1. By the way, who exactly is this niece you've been talking about? Niece. Moody and Rin glanced at each other, their eyes filled with deep nostalgia. Hey, niece, come over here. I'm coming. 18-year-old Rin had grown into a handsome young man, admired secretly by many girls in the village. Standing on the hillside, Rin called out loudly for niece. A reply came from the slope, and a graceful young girl ran down the hill. From her figure, one could tell that she should have been a great beauty. However, 3 ghastly scars on her face ruined this beauty. 8 years ago, when the 3 of them sneaked into the forest, Nice was injured by an exceptionally fierce tiger protecting Rin. At that moment, as the tiger lunged toward Rin, Nice jumped down from a tree and took the fatal blow meant for Rin. Still, even after taking the blow, the tiger shouldn't have given up such easy prey. But for some reason, after its claws were stained with Nice blood, the tiger seemed to have seen something terrifying and fled in panic. Today, the 3 of them had just celebrated their coming-of-age ceremony. Rin and Moody secretly discussed going up the mountain to find the tiger responsible and seek revenge for Nice. Nice, let's go. Where to? You'll see once you come. Confused, Nice watched as Rin and Moody walked ahead. They headed straight towards the forest where villagers often hunted. This is the road to the dark forest. Where exactly are you taking me? Just follow us, you'll know soon enough. After undergoing the coming-of-age ceremony in the village, there would be no more restrictions on entering the dark forest. However, usually, entry would only be permitted under the guidance of experienced elders. Still, if it were Rin and Moody, the villagers wouldn't stop them. 5 years ago, a grand figure arrived in the village to escape from his enemy's pursuit. This grand figure immediately recognized Rin and Moody as once-in-a-thousand-years prodigies, declaring that he wanted to take them as apprentices. Later, the villagers found out that this grand figure was actually a saint. In these 5 years, having received instruction, Rin and Moody's strength had already reached the level of third-rank magicians. Even all the strong men of the village combined wouldn't be able to defeat them. Perfect. With this roasted chicken, the dominant force of the dark forest will be lured here soon. What are you planning to do, Rin? Niece, don't worry. This time, I, along with Moody, am hunting the dominant force of the dark forest for your revenge. We're now confident enough to kill it. No, you're only third-rank magicians. You're no match for the dominant force of the dark forest. Don't worry. Moody and I have already discussed it thoroughly. Everything will be fine. You haven't smiled since you were disfigured back then. We want to bring back your smile. Rin's resolute words plunged Nice into deep silence. Rin was right. After being disfigured, Nice had once lived in self-abasement. What made it even harder for Nice was the ridicule and strange looks from the villagers. For a young girl in her prime, how could she not be affected by others pointing fingers? Rin, Moody, thank you. But I'm fine. There's no need for you two to risk so much. It's too dangerous. After a long pause, Nice looked at them with determined eyes, slight tears shimmering within, trying to persuade them to change their minds. Don't talk anymore, Nice. Just go hide in the tree. In 2 months, we'll be leaving for Kike's college, and our chances to return here will decrease. So before we leave, we can't leave behind any regrets. Although Rin isn't very reliable in normal times, the decision he made this time, I support with both my hands and feet. Moody, who exactly are you calling unreliable? The girl's words did nothing to make the 2 boys abandon their original plan, but instead made them even more enthusiastic. As for the Kike's college they mentioned, it was the best magic academy nearby. Though the tuition fees for this magic academy were extremely expensive, if one could become an independent magician, they would earn more money. So finally, with unanimous agreement from the villagers, they decided to pool their resources together to send all 3 of them to Kike's college. Yes, all 3, Nice included. Back then, when that master was teaching Layan and Mud-Eye, he also instructed Nice in some simple magic. To everyone's surprise, Nice mastered magic incredibly quickly, far surpassing even Layan and Mud-Eye. This caused the great master to lament how unfortunate it was, since he only knew the training methods of a magic warrior and possessed little knowledge about actual mage practices. Thus, entering Kike's college naturally became an opportunity for Nice as well. Of course, if that master were still around, Layan and Mud-Eye could have relied solely on his guidance. But unfortunately, the master's injuries healed just half a month ago, and he had already left the village. Shoo! Both of you be quiet, it's coming. Suddenly, Mud-Eye's expression turned very serious as he gestured with a silent finger toward Layan and Nice. He then quickly dove into the grass. Layan followed closely after Mud-Eye, crawling into the grass himself. By this point, Nice realized it was futile to argue further and quietly stepped back 2 steps, covering herself behind tree branches. The 3 of them, now hidden securely, barely dared to breathe as they tightly watched the roasted chicken on the ground. Not long after, an unusually large tiger slowly sauntered over. Compared to their first encounter with it 8 years ago, the tiger had undoubtedly grown much larger, indicating its power had increased during these past 8 years as well. The tiger, known among villagers as the overlord of the dark forest, seemed to be casually walking, but a closer look revealed extreme alertness in its eyes. For a tiger without apparent ranking, being capable of displaying such human-like expressions was something that would shock anyone who saw it. Unfortunately, the only ones present here were 3 inexperienced youths, completely unaware of this nuance. The tiger gradually approached the roasted chicken, causing Layan and Mud-Eye's bodies to tense up. The moment they awaited was just when the tiger swallowed the chicken whole. That would be their time to strike. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, the tiger reached the roasted chicken. With one flick of its tongue, it swallowed the entire chicken, bones and all. Attack. Chapter 182. The Source of Grievances, Part 2. The tension around grew increasingly tense. Finally, the tiger walked up to the roasted chicken, stuck out its tongue, and swallowed the entire chicken, bones and all. Attack. Renee and Moody suddenly leaped out from the bushes. In Renee's hand was a wooden spear. Although it was made of wood, its power could pierce through steel plates up to 10 centimeters thick when intertwined with magical energy. Moody, on the other hand, wore a pair of gray boxing gloves. These were made from the skin of a second-stage magical beast called Meat Bull and were extraordinarily durable. Once, Moody had tried to cut them with a sharp knife, but the gloves remained intact without using any magical power. A trace of mockery flickered in the overlord of the dark forest's eyes. Just as it had already gulped down the chicken, it spat it out like a projectile towards Moody. Renee and Moody were greatly startled. They never expected this beast to possess such intelligence. Before Moody could react, he was hit in the abdomen by the chicken. At the moment of contact, the chicken shattered into pieces but still sent Moody flying with its force. Meanwhile, Renee continued his momentum. His spear was almost upon the overlord of the dark forest. Then, after spitting out the chicken, the overlord twisted its body, using its tail to wrap around Renee's spear. With one powerful tug, Renee was hurled away too. Seeing the two fall into a disadvantageous position so quickly, Nice, who was hiding among the trees, became anxious, gripping her wand tightly and preparing to unleash magic for their support at any time. Suddenly, Nice recalled an event from 8 years ago, when the overlord of the dark forest had clawed her face. All the magic incantations she had been about to utter slipped completely from her mind. The overlord of the dark forest spun around slightly, deliberately or unintentionally taking a glance at where Nice was hiding, before roaring angrily at Renee and Moody, who had just picked themselves off the ground. As the dominant ruler of this forest, it had been a long time since anyone dared to attack it. But today, these two reckless ants had dared to challenge it. After getting up, both Renee and Moody looked unsteady. Apparently, the overlord's previous attack had inflicted significant damage. But luckily, they had already undergone countless injuries under the guidance of a mysterious person. This situation was practically child's play to them. The 9 turns of the Dominator's spear, dragon roams the world. Renee and Moody exchanged a glance. Then Renee initiated the attack. 9 turns of the Dominator's spear was the martial skill taught to Renee by the mysterious individual. At Renee's current level, he had only barely mastered the 3rd turn. Renee jumped high into the air, injecting all his magic power uncontrollably into the spear. Cracks began to form on the spear, clearly unable to bear the full strength of Renee's magical input. Sensing the immense power of this move, the overlord of the dark forest instinctively focused on Renee in the sky. At that moment, Moody stealthily appeared in front of the overlord. By the time the overlord reacted to the unexpected situation, Moody's gloved fist had already landed a heavy blow on its face. Invisible Diamond Fist. Invisible was the movement technique taught by the mysterious person to Moody, which allowed him to merge with shadows, forming the fundamental magic used by assassins, designed to be silent. On the other hand, Diamond Fist was a straightforward fighting style, emphasizing sheer might. Despite being entirely different kinds of magic, Moody perfectly combined the two, executing them without any sense of contradiction. Caught off guard momentarily, the overlord of the dark forest was struck by Moody's punch and sent flying 3 meters away. As for Renee, who had been airborne, just descended, landing exactly where the overlord had been thrown. A mighty spear plunged from the sky, with a faint sound of dragon's roar. A loud explosion echoed, tearing open a hole as wide as a bowl in the overlord's stomach. Blood gushed uncontrollably from the wound. At the same time, Renee's weapon, the wooden spear, reached its end in life, shattering into pieces. Ha ha ha, we won. What kind of overlord is this? It isn't even worthy. No, the overlord of the dark forest is indeed formidable, but we are more formidable than it. Breathless, Renee and Moody glanced at each other, then burst into laughter uncontrollably. The battle, though brief, had showcased their most powerful techniques yet. That single attack had drained every bit of magical energy from their bodies. If the overlord of the dark forest had risen again at that point, neither would have had any means of retaliation. How could this be possible? At this moment, the overlord of the dark forest already lay in a pool of blood, its abdominal wounds still flowing with blood. No normal living creature could survive such injuries. Of course, this only applied to normal creatures. Renee, Moody, run. Run. Hiding in the tree, Nice couldn't help but peek out upon hearing Renee and Moody's laughter. Upon seeing the overlord lying in the blood and her 2 friends laughing on the spot, she finally relaxed. But suddenly, Nice's eyes widened in horror as she frantically shouted at them. What is it, Nice? That's right, why should we run? The overlord of the dark forest has already been killed by us. Renee and Moody didn't understand what Nice meant. When they noticed her frightened gaze looking behind them, their instinct prompted them to turn around. Behind Renee and Moody, the overlord of the dark forest that was supposed to have died had somehow stood up again without them noticing. Uffed. The overlord's sharp claws tore straight through Renee's chest, piercing his heart. Renee's eyes grew wide. Until death, he refused to believe this could be true. Renee! No! Moody and Nice simultaneously let out cries filled with sorrow. But the overlord gave no time for the two to react. With a flick of its tail, Moody was sent flying away. As Moody flew back, a mouthful of blood gushed out from him before he hit the ground, bouncing once. After flinging Moody, the overlord immediately charged forward and precisely bit down on Moody's neck as Moody was about to rebound off the ground. Snap! Blood began streaming down Moody's neck. Hold on, hold on. On a grassy field not far from the ruins of the capital city of Xinxiang Kingdom, Mu-Yi raised his hand to interrupt Renee and Moody's recollections. You mean that you two already died at the age of 18? Then who stands here now? Could it be that? As he spoke, Mu-Yi's expression turned one of pure terror. Chapter 183, Dudu's Black History. Your meaning is that you two were already dead at the age of 18. So who's standing here now? Could it be? While speaking, Mu Yi revealed a terrified expression. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We are genuinely real people. Although we don't know exactly what happened. When we woke up later, we found that the Lord of the Dark Forest had vanished, and our wounds had been treated. While saying this, Lian took off his shirt. There was a huge scar on his chest, as if he had been pierced by something. And Mu Di showed his neck. On the right side of his neck, there were 2 rows of scar-like bite marks. This is what happened. We were saved by an unknown person. What about nice? How's the girl? Of course, she's fine too, but Lian's tone was somewhat painful, hesitating for a moment, preparing to continue when Yi Xiaofan suddenly stood up. Ah, that's enough for the story. We need to leave some suspense, right? If we meet again in the future, you can tell me then. Putting the black cloak on herself, Yi Xiaofan nudged Dudu, who was still sleeping. Dudu reluctantly got up, and Yi Xiaofan jumped on him. Well, see you next time if there's another opportunity. Xiaofan, wait. Bye. Yi Xiaofan waved goodbye, without looking back to the 3 people behind her. Gradually, her figure disappeared from their sight. How did she suddenly leave? I haven't said many things yet. Mu Yi remained rooted to the spot, looking very dejected. Standing beside him, Lian and Mu Di saw through Mu Yi's little thoughts immediately. Originally, where are the noble ones? Have any of you seen Miss Yi Xiaofan? At this moment, Long Outyin 3 walked over. Xiaofan, she has already left. Is that so? Long Outyin 3 felt very regretful. After the Maogu Mountain incident, he put all the blame on Yi Xiaofan for the sake of the stability of the country, expelling her from the borders of Xiangxiang Kingdom. But when Xiangxiang Kingdom faced difficulties, Yi Xiaofan returned without holding grudges against them. This made Long Outyin 3 feel extremely guilty. Mu Yi looked at Long Outyin 3. After much thought, he said, Your Majesty, there is one thing I would like to ask of you. Please speak. It's about Xiaofan being wanted. I understand. Pass my command. Starting today, terminate the manhunt for Yi Xiaofan. Xiangxiang Kingdom will always be her home. Long Outyin 3 ordered his nearby servants. Whatever happened here, Yi Xiaofan couldn't possibly know anymore. At this point, she was already on her way to Water City. Whether or not Xiangxiang Kingdom was still issuing a warrant for her arrest didn't matter to Yi Xiaofan anymore. In this country, the only person she truly cared about was Qiao Na. If there was a chance in the future, she would come back to visit Qiao Na. If not, she might never return to the Xiangxiang Kingdom again. After traveling all night, just as dawn broke on the second day, Yi Xiaofan arrived in Water City. In fact, with Dudu's speed, if pushed to the limit, they could have reached the destination in just a short while. But there wasn't anything urgent now. Yi Xiaofan came here just to visit old acquaintances and maybe make some money along the way. Over the years, the contents of Yi Xiaofan's space ring had almost depleted, leaving very few gold coins and materials remaining. Walking on the streets of Water City, everything here made Yi Xiaofan feel both familiar and strange. The events that occurred in Alaska, the capital, hadn't impacted the prosperity of this city. Though varying degrees of panic did arise, Water City's leaders were indeed capable and quickly calmed the citizens' anxiety. Crossing Water City, Yi Xiaofan came to the dark forest located within the Chilean Mountains. She once fought a battle against members of the dark sect here and even destroyed more than half of the houses in Water City. But now, these matters had become history, as Water City had already rebuilt its new constructions. I remember, it's in this direction, right? After entering the dark forest, Yi Xiaofan took off her cloak. Enjoying the tranquility of the forest, she walked towards Bai Sanlang's location. That's right, Yi Xiaofan came to visit Bai Sanlang again. Whenever Yi Xiaofan was out of money, she'd think about the wealthy Bai Sanlang and when to go extort another sum of money from her. Therefore, before leaving Xiangxiang Kingdom, Yi Xiaofan couldn't possibly miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise came from ahead, accompanied by intense magical fluctuations. Yi Xiaofan gestured for Dudu to remain silent, and carefully moved forward to investigate. The dark forest was filled with towering thousand-year-old ancient trees. As long as one concealed their presence and hid behind the branches, no one would be able to detect Yi Xiaofan's figure. Looking down from the tree, Yi Xiaofan saw that it was a group of mercenaries hunting a Jing Gong Xing Sheng, King Kong gorilla. Speaking of which, Yi Xiaofan herself had once been a mercenary for a while. But later on, Yi Xiaofan realized that being a mercenary was an exhausting and thankless job. Not only were tasks extremely tedious, but the rewards were also meager. So eventually, Yi Xiaofan decisively quit that job. Ooh. As Yi Xiaofan got lost in her memories, Dudu suddenly approached her ear and whined softly. I remember. The first time we met, you were covered in injuries and hiding under a rock. Back then, there was a King Kong gorilla like this one, along with a magic eye giant python fighting over you. Ooh. But I've always wondered, why did those two beasts show such interest in you? Ooh. Dudu bashfully lowered his head, hesitatingly explaining to Yi Xiaofan. After hearing Dudu's explanation, Yi Xiaofan barely managed to hold back her laughter, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Then she looked at Dudu with a mocking smile. You mean to say that both the magic eye giant python and the King Kong gorilla were female, and they wanted you as a mate because they admired your fine genes? Ooh. Hold on. I can't keep myself from laughing anymore. When you were so young, how could you have already been involved in something like that? Ooh. Dudu was clearly dissatisfied with Yi Xiaofan's expression of schadenfreude. He now regretted telling her this secret entirely. Chapter 184, A Single Green Leaf. Who? What's wrong, Dudu? Who? Dudu tugged at Yi Xiaofan's clothes, signaling him to look down. Yi Xiaofan looked in the direction Dudu pointed and noticed that the group of mercenaries was in a very precarious situation. The gorilla seemed enraged by them, emitting a strong earth elemental magic throughout its body. The mercenaries' attacks had no effect on the gorilla whatsoever. However, what caught Yi Xiaofan's attention was the tall, muscular woman standing at the front of the mercenary group. Mula. After all these years, she's still as tall as ever. Who? Dudu agreed with Yi Xiaofan's statement. Under the tree, the gorilla swung its massive fists, each attack creating a large crater in the ground. Among the mercenaries, besides Mula, none could withstand a single punch from the gorilla. Even Mula herself wouldn't find it easy to take a direct blow from the gorilla. However, Mula was naturally inclined towards strength and not much of an evader. If dodging isn't an option, then it might as well come down to brute force. Thinking this way, Mula swung her fist and collided with the gorilla. The fists of the gorilla and Mula clashed repeatedly, producing loud thuds. In terms of power, Mula was no match for the gorilla. Moreover, the gorilla had reinforced its physical body with earth elements, which made it almost immune to backlash. On the contrary, Mula felt immense shock every time their fists met. As the battle dragged on, it became clear that Mula was at a disadvantage and began to tire noticeably. There were 5 people in the mercenary group, one of whom was Mula. The others included a rogue, 2 mages, and a cleric. The cleric's magic primarily focused on healing and had little offensive capability, generally lacking in strength. Unless they were facing undead creatures or dark mages, clerics contributed negligible damage in battles. The 2 mages, specializing in water and lightning, could have a significant impact when well coordinated. Unfortunately, these 2 were only second-level mages. An ordinary gorilla was a peak second-tier magical beast, but this one had clearly broken through its limits, becoming a third-tier junior magical beast. One mustn't underestimate the significance of such a level increase. From second-tier to third-tier is a completely different class altogether. This gorilla, having become a third-tier magical beast, was significantly stronger physically and could cast more kinds of spells. Take the spell the gorilla was using now to enhance its body, called Guardian of the Earth. By condensing soil elements into a protective armor, both its defense and offense were heightened. Clearly, the gorilla had just broken through, as it couldn't fully form its armor yet. Nevertheless, this wasn't something these 2 mages could break through. Had it not been for the fact that these 2 mages had attributes of water and lightning that boosted their attacks, they would likely not even be able to penetrate the gorilla's defenses, even without its Guardian of the Earth. As for the last member of the team, the rogue, without mastering the heart of the rogue skill set, he faced the greatest difficulty against a defensive enemy. His ability to enhance his dagger's attack power was severely limited, so in combat, he mostly faded into insignificance. Whether he was there or not didn't matter much. In other words, at this point on the battlefield, aside from Mula being able to hold her own against the gorilla, the rest of the team was effectively useless. Yet, even with the support of the cleric, Mula showed increasing signs of struggling under the gorilla's storm-like assault. If things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before Mula was defeated by the gorilla. If Mula fell, the fate of the mercenary team was certain. There would be no way out except death. But luckily, Yi Xiaofan happened to pass by, and Yi Xiaofan also had some connections with Mula. So, if Yi Xiaofan decided to intervene, their lives would certainly be spared. Even Dudu could tell Mula wouldn't last much longer, but Yi Xiaofan still hadn't moved to help, prompting Dudu to urge him anxiously. Don't worry, I'll act, but not now. A bunch of second-tier fighters dared to provoke a third-tier magical beast. They need a lesson. Otherwise, sooner or later, they'll die anyway. Yi Xiaofan's reasoning resonated with Dudu, who nodded and laid next to Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan plucked a leaf from the tree and held it between his middle and index finger. You all should run. I won't last much longer. No, we agreed to face everything together. How can we abandon you? Stop wasting time. It's my fault for even thinking about challenging this gorilla without fully gauging its strength. It's only right that I bear the consequences. It was a decision made by everyone. So how can it be all on you? Either we all leave together, or no one does. You. A punch from the gorilla slammed into Mula's chest, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her companion's refusal to abandon her filled her with both gratitude and overwhelming guilt. Since 10 years ago, after the incident with the Dark Sect, Yi Xiaofan had given her immense courage. Over these past 10 years, fueled by the courage instilled in her by Yi Xiaofan, her reputation among mercenaries soared. Eventually, she formed her own mercenary group. But sometimes, too much courage turned into arrogance. Today, they arrogantly challenged a magical beast far beyond their ability to confront. Death was unavoidable now, but dragging her companions down with her, it made her feel utterly terrible as a person. Mula finally gave in, her arms feeling as heavy as if filled with lead, unable even to lift them. Helplessly, she watched the massive fist of the gorilla hurtling towards her. Am I dying? Mula closed her eyes, hearing her companion's frantic calls. She waited silently for death to come. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sound cut through the air. Just as Mula completely shut her eyes, a bright green leaf zipped forward at great speed, interposing itself before her. The fist collided with the green leaf. Instead of shattering, the soft leaf sent the gorilla flying back. Dudu, let's go. From atop the ancient tree, Yi Xiaofan stood up, pulled his cloak's hood over his head, and quietly spoke to Dudu. Chapter 185, 3 Barriers. The fists of the Jinggang Xingsheng collided with the green leaves. Instead of breaking, the supple leaves repelled the Jinggang Xingsheng and sent it flying. Dudu, let's go. On the Qing and Da Su, Yi Xiaofan stood up, pulled his cloak's hood over his head, and said faintly to Dudu. Upon hearing this, Dudu rose and flew off with Yi Xiaofan into the distance. Throughout their departure, not a single sound was made. The mercenary group below remained undisturbed. Under the tree, MLA waited for death with closed eyes. After waiting for a long time and hearing no sound, MLA opened her eyes in tension only to discover that the mighty Ning had been pinned by a single leaf against a large tree. What happened? MLA turned toward her companion, who could only shake his head half-dazedly in response. I don't know. We don't know what just happened, only that he suddenly flew out. Indeed, they were unaware of what transpired, except that just as the Jingang's fist was about to strike MLA's head, there was a sharp sound cutting through the air. Next, the Jinggang Xingsheng was flung and pinned to the tree by the green leaf. It seems some master passerby helped us. The other four nodded. Who is the great one who saved us? Could you reveal yourself? MLA raised her voice and shouted loudly to the four winds. Yet all around remained utterly silent, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of cicadas. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaofan, who had saved them, was already far, far away with Dudu. Riding on Dudu's back, Yi Xiaofan advanced further into the dark forest. It wasn't long before he arrived at the entrance of a cave. This was where Bai Sanqiang resided. Bai Sanqiang, are you there? An old friend has come to visit. Yi Xiaofan called out from outside the cave, but received only echoes from within. The cave appeared to have been unoccupied for a long time. Could Bai Sanqiang be out? Whoa! Seeing no one respond, Yi Xiaofan asked Dudu. Dudu shook his head, signaling that he did not know either. Since Bai Sanqiang had installed a magic array inside the cave to prevent mental probing, Yi Xiaofan couldn't check with his mental force. Of course, with Yi Xiaofan's mental prowess, he could forcefully break through the magic array. However, doing so would cause the mountain cave to collapse. Let's go in and take a look. Whoa! Yi Xiaofan suggested entering the cave, to which Dudu indicated complete indifference. Thus, man and tiger ventured into the depths of the dark cavern. Though completely pitch black, both Yi Xiaofan and Dudu could see well enough in the darkness without any hindrance. Moving forward along the tunnel, Yi Xiaofan recalled that after roughly a 100-meter journey, a fork in the path would appear. This fork was deliberately set by Sanqiang as a trap for adventurers. Because whichever path one chose, it led to an abyss. Of course, such optical illusions wouldn't deceive mages above 7th rank, and served merely to trick weaker individuals. The reason for setting up such traps was due to past occurrences when mercenaries accidentally entered here and disturbed Bai Sanqiang's peace. Consequently, Bai Sanqiang set up this magical formation afterward. As they continued deeper inside, sure enough, around the 100-meter mark, two forks emerged. But Yi Xiaofan and Dudu disregarded them entirely and proceeded ahead undeterred. Once reaching the wall, Yi Xiaofan gave it a light kick, causing it to shatter onto the ground. Behind the wall, a brand new path revealed itself. After Yi Xiaofan and Dudu stepped through, the originally broken wall mysteriously restored itself. This was the first mechanism set up by Sanqiang, specifically targeting 6th rank mages and below. Not only because only mages above 6th rank could detect the illusion, but also because one required 6th rank strength to break this wall. But for those above 6th rank, this presented no challenge at all. Hence, Sanqiang set up a second barrier following the fork. Upon approaching a cliff face, something hard to imagine inside a cave, on one side of the chasm lay scorching magma, while the other side housed freezing ice. This magma and ice were not illusions like the previous paths, but real dangers. The magma to the left was painstakingly drawn by Sanqiang from the Earth's core over 3 years. At this magma's heat, even semi-divine artifacts would melt in an instant. The cold ice on the right was taken from the far north and the extreme south. In these two places, there were enormous icebergs that had existed since the age of the word gods. It was said that at the center of these icebergs, there lay an ice essence. Swallowing this ice essence would grant one the power to become a deity instantly. Of course, Sanqiang did not have the ability to extract the ice essence from the cores of the largest icebergs. However, smaller icebergs also contained their own ice essences. Though they couldn't compare with those in the largest icebergs, they were more than enough to construct an icy landscape. Below the cliff, heat and cold intertwined, while across the cliff stood another precipice. Since the path below was impassable, flying was the only way to proceed. Yet, without the stature of a saint, one couldn't fly even by studying wind magic. Therefore, only saints could traverse this area. If a real saint ever arrived here, Sanqiang wouldn't dare to treat them like she did the lesser ones. After Yi Xiaofan and Dudu flew over the cliff, they came upon a colossal fox statue. The body of the fox statue was made of ordinary stone, but its eyes were made of highly valuable obsidian. As soon as Yi Xiaofan and Dudu landed, the two pieces of obsidian glowed with eerie light. A force almost equal to that of a deity shot out from the obsidian directly toward Yi Xiaofan and Dudu. Calmly raising his right hand, Yi Xiaofan effortlessly deflected the power emanating from the obsidian. This was the final challenge set up by Sanqiang, specifically targeted towards saints. Within the two obsidians lay the strength Sanqiang had accumulated over 1,000 years. If a saint who reached here couldn't withstand this force, Sanqiang would deem them unworthy of meeting her. If one resisted it, Sanqiang would be alerted and emerge personally. Having been here twice, Yi Xiaofan naturally knew this. But after blocking the force, he waited for a long time and still didn't see Sanqiang appear. Chapter 186, Arrival at Qinyang Kingdom. After passing through the 3 checkpoints set by White Third Lady, they arrived at the room where White Third Lady usually resided. Perhaps due to poor ventilation, the entire room was filled with a strong smell of body odor. It seems she's no longer here. She left quite a while ago. Whimper. The whole room is empty. Did she move? Whimper. The desolate room was fully exposed, and apart from the thick layer of dust and the lingering body odor, there was nothing else left. Sigh? Well, since she's gone, let's go too. Whimper. Xuanhuan sighed, then left with Dudu. Not long after their departure, a figure suddenly appeared in the now empty room. Phew, I'm glad I prepared in advance. Otherwise that little girl would have extorted another payment from me. The figure revealed was none other than White Third Lady herself. With a wave of her hand, a large hole appeared in the floor of the room. Beneath it lay an identical room below. Not only was its size the same, but also the placement of items within mirrored exactly what Xuanhuan had seen upstairs. White Third Lady quietly stood in place, gazing steadily at the direction where Xuanhuan had departed. After about half an hour, upon confirming Xuanhuan wouldn't return, White Third Lady exhaled slowly, relaxing entirely. After leaving the territory of Xinxiang Kingdom, Xuanhuan took Dudu westward. Since they were not in a hurry this time, Xuanhuan stopped and played around thoroughly in every city before moving on to the next one. Walking like this intermittently, when Xuanhuan reached the borders of Qinyang Kingdom, they were standing in Luohua City at the western edge of the kingdom. Xuanhuan's destination was at the far eastern end of Qinyang Kingdom. In other words, she would have to cross the entirety of Qinyang Kingdom to reach her final destination. Upon entering Qinyang Kingdom, Xuanhuan immediately felt the bustling energy of human activity. The Luohua City did not resemble a border city at all. Even compared with the most prosperous cities, it hardly fell behind. After all, Qinyang Kingdom was one of the most powerful nations on Kanglan continent. There were 2 saint-level practitioners stationed within the boundaries of Qinyang Kingdom. However, in recent years, the situation in Qinyang Kingdom wasn't good. One reason was because their emperor was sick, and the successor hadn't been determined yet. Another reason was that the beast race had become increasingly aggressive against the kingdom in recent years. This time, Xuanhuan's destination, Lihua City, was among the first cities targeted by the beast race during their attacks on Qinyang Kingdom. Dudu, it seems we haven't been mercenaries for a long time. Would you like to experience being a mercenary again? Whimper. While walking down the streets of Luohua City, Xuanhuan excitedly suggested to Dudu upon passing by the Mercenaries Guild. After receiving Dudu's approval, Xuanhuan led Dudu into the guild hall. Qinyang Kingdom truly was one of the strongest human nations on the Kanglan continent. Even the scale of the Mercenaries Guild in a border city far exceeded what could be found in Xinxiang Kingdom. Here, the Mercenaries Guild was not only 2 or 3 times larger in area than the one in Water City, but unlike the guild in Water City, it wasn't overly noisy. Everything here seemed so orderly. Along both sides of the walls inside the guild hall, a guard was posted every 3 meters to maintain order. Loud noise, malicious task grabbing, and private brawls were all strictly prohibited. Wow, this place feels so high-end. Compared to this, the Water City Guild might as well be a roadside stall next to a 5-star hotel. Whimper. Curiously looking around the entire Mercenaries Guild, Xuanhuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Dudu quickly tugged on Xuanhuan's clothes, signaling her to lower her voice. But Xuanhuan paid no heed and remained curious about everything. Dudu, look over there. There's even snacks to eat. Dudu, look there. Isn't that where you sign up to be a mercenary? It's way better than in Water City, where just 2 people sat behind a desk. Dudu, look there. Is that where you accept missions? They use electronic boards here. Wait, something strange seems to have sneaked in somehow. Xuanhuan's loud shouting caused those nearby to frown. The guard closest to Xuanhuan had already started walking towards her. Miss, please quiet down. If you continue to make such a ruckus, we will forcibly ask you to leave. By the aesthetic standards of this world, the guard speaking to Xuanhuan was somewhat handsome. However, this slightly good-looking guard frowned and coldly stared at Xuanhuan. I see. Why so mean? Though a little upset, Xuanhuan also realized her fault, pouted, and stopped talking. Look over there. That woman is such a bumpkin. She's so unsophisticated. That's true. Look at her clothing. She must be from some small country. Behind Xuanhuan, 2 women in sturdy outfits quietly mocked her. But with Xuanhuan's hearing, their voices were as clear as if they had shouted directly in her ear. You. Cough cough. Never mind. I am an adult with great tolerance, so I'll forgive you this time. Xuanhuan was about to lose her temper when the guard beside her pretended to cough as a reminder. Helpless, Xuanhuan waved her hand and went to the electronic screen to look for tasks. Of course, Xuanhuan's earlier movements caught the attention of the 2 women. They covered their mouths and snickered after seeing Xuanhuan back off. What a bumpkin, truly lacking in manners. Look at her expression, it's so funny. This time, the 2 didn't bother to lower their voices, making Xuanhuan hear even more clearly. But remembering the rules here, she forced herself to suppress her anger. Wah! Dudu worriedly looked at Xuanhuan, fearing she would explode and destroy the place. When she arrived at the electronic screen, it was full of dazzling tasks. Moreover, most of the missions required B-level or higher mercenaries to undertake them. After being expelled from Xinxiang Kingdom, Xuanhuan had worked as a mercenary for quite a long time. Through her efforts during that period, though her mercenary rank wasn't yet very high, she did manage to reach C-level status. Chapter 187. Master, High-level Master. Most tasks that C-class mercenaries can take are mainly about escorting caravans. However, such missions are usually too difficult to be completed by a single person or a small group of people. Therefore, those who accept the escort mission are either large mercenary groups with many members or multiple individual mercenaries working together to escort the caravan. In the first case, because the members of a mercenary group have lived together for many years and experienced countless battles, they work better as a team than the loose-knit group of mercenaries. However, Hiring an entire mercenary group generally costs more in commissions. In the second case, the rich caravan pays less commission to the scattered mercenaries compared to a whole mercenary group. But relatively, there's worse coordination among the scattered mercenaries. Sometimes friction between them may even lead to the failure of the escort mission. Generally speaking, when the caravan publishes a task to the Mercenaries Guild, it will specify in detail whether to hire freelancers or mercenary groups, what level of mercenaries is required, and what type of magic is needed. The previous time Yi Xiaofan escorted the Tian Dangu was one such task. Dudu, help me look for a suitable task. Whoa. Yi Xiaofan and Dudu's eyes constantly scanned the electronic screen, searching for the appropriate task. In fact, given Yi Xiaofan's abilities, she could handle any kind of task. However, Yi Xiaofan had higher requirements than most. First of all, the requirement was that the caravan must travel directly from Luohua City to Lihua City. For missions spanning the entirety of the Xuanhuan Kingdom, most caravans would require a mercenary group to take on the job. And such missions would usually be classified as B-level or higher, making it impossible for C-class mercenaries to pick them up. Therefore, Yi Xiaofan modified her first condition. She decided to change it to going straight from Luohua City to Lihua City, and then taking another task once in the next city. On the entire C-class task screen, half of the options were immediately filtered out due to Yi Xiaofan's first requirement. Yi Xiaofan's second requirement was that there must be a vehicle called a ground dragon cart. Typically, mercenaries guarding caravans cannot follow them closely. Better conditioned caravans provide mounts for the mercenaries. Providing dragon carts is rare, so this further eliminated half of the remaining choices. Caravans hire mercenaries to protect themselves, not to let them indulge in comfort. If seated inside a dragon cart, mercenaries might not react in time during dangerous situations. Her third condition was that the commission must reach at least 1 gold coin. What Yi Xiaofan dislikes most is carrying around a bunch of petty coins. Therefore, every time she eats or buys something, she pays with whole gold coins. Except for the year she attended school in the Xinxiang Kingdom, when she carefully saved each copper coin due to lack of money. She has never seen copper coins or silver coins since. The advantage of doing this is that Yi Xiaofan doesn't need to worry about how much change the other party should give back. The downside is that Yi Xiaofan's assets shrink very quickly. Because of Yi Xiaofan's third condition, the remaining tasks disappeared instantly. For a C-class task, unless hiring a mercenary group, it is rare for the commission to be worth as much as 1 gold coin. One must know that in the Xinxiang Kingdom, 1 gold coin equals an average family's income for a month. In the strong country like the Xuanhuan Kingdom, the income of an ordinary household rarely exceeds 2 gold coins per month. From this, it can be seen that Yi Xiaofan's requirements are quite high. Such tasks do exist, but it is unusual for a C-class task to offer 1 gold coin, meaning the task must not be easy. But Yi Xiaofan didn't care about any of that. No matter what dangers she encounters, they're all minor issues to her. Suddenly, Dudu pulled Yi Xiaofan's clothes hard, pointing her attention to the bottom left corner of the screen. Escort task. Safely escort the caravan from Luohua City to Maya City. Reward. 1 gold coin per person. Requirements. Freelance mercenaries or mercenary groups accepted. No limit. Current number of participants required. 94/100. With strength at or above the 4th tier Great Mage. Yi Xiaofan read through all the tasks in the lower left corner, finally finding the one Dudu wanted her to see. She was highly satisfied with this task and gently patted Dudu's head as a reward. This is it, but how do I accept it? You just need to remember the task code. Then go to the machine over there, place your mercenary badge on it, and enter the code for the task you want to take. When Yi Xiaofan was confused, the service staff standing beside the electronic screen explained to her. I see. Let me check the task number 777. What a creepy number. Anyway, thanks. No need to thank me. It's my job. After thanking the attendant, Yi Xiaofan walked to the machine and accepted the mission. The time for the mission was at dawn 3 days later, meaning Yi Xiaofan still had time to tour around Luohua City. However, before touring, the first thing was to find a place to stay. Fortunately, although this was a border town, there were plenty of inns and taverns. After leaving the Mercenaries Guild, Yi Xiaofan easily found one such place, costing 1 silver coin per day. Although the price was a bit high, the environment here was very good. Although Yi Xiaofan's funds were becoming increasingly insufficient, she wasn't completely broke yet, so Yi Xiaofan absolutely wouldn't neglect herself. As soon as she entered the inn, Yi Xiaofan encountered the 2 women she had met earlier at the Mercenaries Guild. This time, these 2 women were accompanied by a tall man, who was at least 1.9 meters tall. With Yi Xiaofan's height at only 1.6 meters, she barely reached this man's waist. When entering the inn, Yi Xiaofan almost bumped into him. But with Yi Xiaofan's abilities, dodging such an unexpected situation was incredibly simple. What surprised Yi Xiaofan was that when she instinctively moved to the side to avoid him, she noticed his body also swayed slightly. Yi Xiaofan realized that he had also subconsciously tried to avoid her. However, after seeing that she had already moved out of the way, he immediately halted his movement. Under normal circumstances, humans have a few seconds delay between their body reacting and their brain retracting that reaction. But this man had no delay at all. This clearly showed that this person was definitely an expert. But what did this have to do with Yi Xiaofan? There were so many experts in the world, it was impossible for Yi Xiaofan to pay attention to each one. So, she continued walking into the inn on her own. Chapter 188, Dudu's Good Habit. Stop right there. You almost knocked someone down. Do you even know that? Are you just going to walk away without saying a word? Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to leave, one of the 2 women he had met earlier at the Mercenary Guild, the woman in green, spoke to Yi Xiaofan. What do you want me to say? An apology, obviously. I didn't actually hit anyone. Why should I apologize? After being ridiculed by these two women at the mercenary guild, they were now deliberately picking a fight, causing Yi Xiaofan to frown unhappily. I recognize this person. Isn't this the country bumpkin we saw earlier at the mercenary guild? No wonder he's so rude. He's from the countryside. At this moment, the other woman wearing red recognized Yi Xiaofan and spoke out. Her companion, the woman in green, appeared to have an expression of sudden realization. Tian, be quiet. As the two women continued to mock Yi Xiaofan, the man suddenly spoke up and silenced them. Then, the man turned his head toward Yi Xiaofan. I'm sorry, my two companions were a bit disrespectful. I hope you don't take it personally. The man was much more friendly than his two companions and apologized to Yi Xiaofan. It doesn't matter, I forgive them. Yi Xiaofan shrugged and walked into the tavern. What do you mean by that? Bumpkin, what did you just say? Who is forgiving who? If you two continue like this, then next time don't blame me for not bringing you along. After Yi Xiaofan left, the two women continued yelling after him, even wanting to teach Yi Xiaofan a lesson, but the man stopped them both. No matter what the two said behind him, if they dared approach again, Yi Xiaofan wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. But now, he decided to find a room first before anything else happened. Otherwise, there might not be any rooms available. After securing the best upper-class room from the innkeeper, Yi Xiaofan was led back to his room by a waiter. Upon pushing open the elegant ancient-style door, the entire room was made up of rustic wood furnishings, giving off a serene and harmonious feeling. With a wave of dismissal, Yi Xiaofan sent the waiter away and collapsed onto the bed, drifting off to sleep within 3 seconds. Traveling from the previous nation to the Xuanhuan kingdom meant crossing a vast, uninhabited wasteland. It was said that this wasteland used to be a city, but later, for unknown reasons, it stopped raining altogether in one day. Gradually, the city fell into ruin. Over time, the whole city was buried underground. Although it began to rain again in that area later, the rainfall remained extremely sparse. Under such circumstances, the place was entirely abandoned by people. Even with Yi Xiaofan's speed, passing through the wasteland would take at least 3 days. To cross it sooner, Yi Xiaofan sped up, arriving at the Xuanhuan kingdom in just 2 days and 1 night. However, after continuous travel over those 2 days and 1 night, Yi Xiaofan started to feel somewhat fatigued. Thus, upon reaching the bed, Yi Xiaofan immediately fell into a deep slumber. After Yi Xiaofan fell asleep, Dudu walked to his bedside and lay down, slightly closing its eyes. Although Dudu's eyes were closed, it was still very aware of the surroundings. Whenever someone passed by the door, Dudu's closed eyes would open a small crack, showing that it remained highly vigilant. This was a good habit that Dudu had recently developed. Not long ago, in a city of the previous nation, Yi Xiaofan had found an inn and immediately fell soundly asleep. But that turned out to be a den of darkness. After seeing Yi Xiaofan's appearance and lavish spending, the inn owner hatched a plan to take both his wealth and life. That night, the inn owner first prepared some sleeping powder and blew it into Yi Xiaofan's room. In hand, he carried a mysterious porcelain bottle filled with pills capable of clouding one's mind, quietly entering Yi Xiaofan's room. What the inn owner didn't know was that both the sleeping powder he had blown and the mysterious pills in his hand were merely average quality. These kinds of drugs wouldn't work on even a 6th-rank mage master, let alone Yi Xiaofan or Dudu. Later, when Yi Xiaofan woke up and discovered what had happened, he was furious. He destroyed the shop, stripped the inn owner naked, and hung him on the wall as a warning to others. Meanwhile, Dudu, as Yi Xiaofan's magical pet, almost got its fur ripped off because it failed to guard well. Even now, there was still a bald spot on the back of Dudu's neck, though it was in a rather hidden place and wasn't easily noticeable unless you looked closely. Although the incident had passed, it left a deep shadow in Dudu's heart. This was the second major scare in its life since following Yi Xiaofan, the first being the incident with roasted fish. Therefore, after that event, even while sleeping, Dudu always maintained a certain level of vigilance. All of this was simply to ensure its own safety. Fortunately, during Yi Xiaofan's slumber, nothing unusual happened. The night was exceptionally quiet, so much so that it seemed almost abnormal. Slept like a log. Woof woof. The next morning, Yi Xiaofan got up from bed and, opening the window, looked at the sunrise on the horizon and spoke. Dudu, woken up by Yi Xiaofan, blinked its little eyes in confusion and whined twice in agreement. Even though Dudu hadn't clearly heard what Yi Xiaofan said, having followed him for many years, it had already developed the habit of agreeing with whatever Yi Xiaofan said. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan slammed the window shut, his expression clearly becoming somewhat sulky. What rotten luck. Why did I have to run into those two annoying women so early in the morning? It turned out that outside the window, the two women and the man from yesterday just happened to be passing by. When Yi Xiaofan met them yesterday at the tavern, he thought they were checking out and leaving the city. However, it now appeared they were also here to book a room. In other words, they likely stayed at the same inn. Though Yi Xiaofan quickly closed the window upon spotting them, the two women still noticed him. Tian, wasn't the person upstairs just now the bumpkin we saw yesterday? That's right. Absolutely. That smug look can't be imitated by anyone else. So she's staying here too. Do you think we should? You're so mischievous, but I like it. While the man stepped away for a moment, these two women gathered together and exchanged wicked smiles. Chapter 189. The Man Named Xuanhuan. The wind swept across the sky of Falling Flame City, bringing endless sand while also carrying away much humidity. Due to its proximity to the wasteland, this city always seemed especially dry. People here would always wear windbreakers when they went out and cover their heads with veils. This way, more or less, it could reduce some skin problems. Above the sky, the sun was releasing all of its brilliance, roasting the earth into a golden hue. Although it was still morning, Falling Flame City had already shown signs of scorching heat. Under such weather conditions, Yi Xiaofan lost any intention of going out to play, and instead stayed in the tavern for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yi Xiaofan was quite cooped up. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yi Xiaofan hastily walked out of the inn with Dudu, heading to the location required by the mission, the southern part of Falling Flame City. Today was the departure date for the mercenary mission Yi Xiaofan accepted, departing from the south of Falling Flame City with the destination being Maya City. Yi Xiaofan thought he had arrived early enough, but upon reaching the south, he found that a large group of people had already gathered there. There are so many people. Aside from the 100 mercenaries who accepted the mission, the caravan itself brought along no fewer than 200 people, truly an impressive sight. Miss, is this your first time in Qinyang Kingdom? From Yi Xiaofan's left side, a man dressed in a suit approached elegantly. His name was Xuanhuan, a seasoned mercenary, with a mercenary rank of B. As a B-rank mercenary, it's rare for them to accept C-rank missions. Compared to B-rank tasks, the commission from C-rank tasks can seem quite pitiful. However, the reason Xuanhuan accepted the C-rank task was due to the numerous beauties within these kinds of tasks. Indeed, though Xuanhuan appears very refined on the surface, he's actually a notorious Lothario. In all of Falling Flame City, no one doesn't know the name of Lothario Xuanhuan. Because Xuanhuan is so well known, girls in Falling Flame City have already developed wariness towards him. It's often said, rather be harassed by a thug than speak to Xuanhuan. Thus, within Falling Flame City, Xuanhuan has run out of women to seduce. Having no choice, he turns his attention to beautiful female mercenaries accepting missions from other places. And why choose C-rank tasks? That's because many young ladies from noble families become mercenaries just to experience life. However, these young ladies wouldn't possibly start from the lowest level tasks like ordinary mercenaries do, gradually leveling up bit by bit. Therefore, they find ways to directly become C-rank mercenaries, then take on simple and easy tasks, even proudly claiming themselves as experts capable of independently completing mercenary missions. Then why not directly become B-rank or even A-rank mercenaries? Of course, it's because tasks at these ranks are too dangerous. Not only might no one help them handle those tasks, even they themselves wouldn't dare to take on such perilous work. These young ladies from prominent families may have little knowledge, yet consider themselves extraordinary. All Xuanhuan needs to do is present himself differently from those spoiled rich boys, and he can easily win their hearts. After succeeding, Xuanhuan will stay in other cities for a period of time, hooking up with several beauties there, living quite the happy-go-lucky life. 3 days ago, Xuanhuan had just returned to Falling Flame City. While searching for targets at the Mercenary Guild, he happened to see Yi Xiaofan's face. At that moment, Xuanhuan set his sights firmly on Yi Xiaofan as his next target. After Yi Xiaofan finished accepting the mission, Xuanhuan secretly learned what mission Yi Xiaofan had taken. It completely lived up to Xuanhuan's expectations. Another mission that was both enjoyable and highly rewarding. Xuanhuan immediately took on the same mission as Yi Xiaofan, tracking her to the inn where she was staying. For the past 2 days, he had been waiting outside Yi Xiaofan's door, trying to manufacture a chance to accidentally meet her. What Xuanhuan didn't expect was that Yi Xiaofan would remain indoors for 2 whole days without coming out, which made the patiently waiting Xuanhuan look like a lunatic to passersby. But Xuanhuan didn't give up, and finally waited until the day the mission began. When he saw Yi Xiaofan showing up late, his eyes almost welled up with tears of excitement. He had been observing Yi Xiaofan's expression, and at the perfect moment when Yi Xiaofan showed a look of surprise, Xuanhuan appeared right before her. Uncle, hello. I am indeed coming to Qinyang Kingdom for the first time. But how did you know? Uncle. Xuanhuan, who had just struck a pose he thought was very suave, nearly spat blood upon hearing Yi Xiaofan's address. Miss, do I really look that old? Not at all. If it weren't for the few wrinkles on your face, I would have thought you were only in your 20s. Spray. Struck by one blow after another, Xuanhuan could no longer hold back, and finally coughed up a mouthful of blood toward the sky. All the mercenaries gathered nearby, along with the members of the caravan's own guard squad, turned their heads to look at Xuanhuan. Let me tell you, it might be due to lack of sleep these past few days that wrinkles appeared on my face. But actually, I am only 26 years old. Uncle, don't make me laugh. You saying you're 26? I'd believe if you said you're 60. Spray. Let me tell you, I'm indeed only 26 years old. You sure grow up fast, Uncle. Spray. Since starting the conversation with Yi Xiaofan, Xuanhuan had already spit 3 times. Even someone as battle-hardened as him couldn't withstand someone like Yi Xiaofan, who doesn't play by the rules. But he is not one to give up easily. The harder the challenge, the more it ignites his fighting spirit. After wiping away the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, Xuanhuan straightened his mood and looked anew at Yi Xiaofan. Alright, since this is your first time in Qinyang Kingdom, there must be many things you don't understand. I am a B-rank mercenary, leaving my mark all over the world. Moreover, Falling Flame City is my hometown. If you have any questions, feel free to come ask me. I truly thank you, Uncle. However, since you've just spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, could it be that you have some terminal illness? This is none of your concern. Your uncle here is a 5th-stage magic master. Earlier, I was merely clearing out internal bruising caused by deviating energies after practicing yesterday. Oh, Uncle, you went through the ordeal of energy deviation. This isn't something trivial. By chance, I happen to know how to treat it. How about letting me take a look? Chapter 190, Unfortunate Xuanhuan. Hey, Uncle, You seem to have entered a state of walking fire and entering magic. This is no small matter. I happen to know how to treat it. How about letting me take a look? How exactly do you treat it? After mentioning his condition as walking fire and entering magic, now the other party says they can help. Xuanhuan felt like he was hoisted by his own petard. However, on second thought, having a pretty young girl touch him wasn't such a bad thing, so Xuanhuan readily agreed. Uncle, all you need to do is stand still. The rest is up to me. Yi Xiaofan raised her right hand and aimed at Xuanhuan's heart. Xuanhuan, looking at Yi Xiaofan's delicate fingers, couldn't help but fantasize about her small hands. Suddenly, a voice pulled Xuanhuan out from his fantasy. Rustic indeed. Someone who falls for such a stupid flirtation method. Don't always make fun of her. Coming from the countryside, she's already very prepared. Yet you, keep doing this. The two women Yi Xiaofan met 2 days ago in the mercenary guild had also accepted this mission. The man who was always with those two women came here too. 2 days ago, when Yi Xiaofan opened the window to let in fresh air in the morning, these two women happened to see her. They even devised an elaborate plan to embarrass Yi Xiaofan in public. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaofan remained indoors for 2 consecutive days and never left, ruining all their plans. The two women were upset about this, but unexpectedly bumped into Yi Xiaofan again here. If they didn't cause her some trouble now, it would feel wrong considering the anger they've been holding back for the last 2 days. Yi Xiaofan could not have imagined that just because she stayed inside for 2 days, she actually avoided a pile of trouble. If she knew this, she would certainly feel very relieved. This event tells us, don't go out unnecessarily. Staying at home is the best policy. Rustic, I tell you, this person is a well-known playboy in Luohua City, and countless dumb women like you have fallen into his traps. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I'm a decent person. The woman stepped forward and pointed her finger at Xiao's nose as she spoke to Yi Xiaofan. Upon hearing Yi's words, Xiaoan quickly panicked and explained himself. In front of him stood Yi, dressed in green, and Xiaoan's eyes revealed a glimmer of heat. Before Yi Xiaofan came to Luohua City, Xiaoan's targets were these two women, one in green and one in red. However, behind them was always a tall man serving as a bodyguard. Judging from their words, he was probably the brother of these two women. With him around, Xiaoan was unable to make a move. Even when Xiaoan tried some trite hero-saving beauty tactics by hiring a group of hooligans, the man uncovered Xiaoan's involvement and harshly disciplined him in front of these two women. Try glaring at me again. You, completely unafraid of Xiaoan, pointed her finger threateningly at him. As Xiaoan was about to lash out, the man who disciplined him before stepped behind Yi, scaring Xiaoan into becoming submissive immediately. TCH, we'll see about that. Leaving those empty words, Xiaoan left the place reluctantly, disappearing into the crowd. People around saw there was no spectacle worth watching and returned their attention elsewhere. Thank you. I never would have guessed that he looks so scholarly on the outside, but is in fact a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thanks are unnecessary. I find women like you most detestable. But your use of the phrase wolf in sheep's clothing was good, which shows you're not entirely clueless. To put it simply, this girl named Yi talks rather offensively. Yet, since they somewhat helped him once, Yi Xiaofan was unwilling to fuss over it. Of course, even without their interference, Yi Xiaofan wouldn't be the one suffering. Or rather, if it weren't for their interruption, there might possibly be one less mercenary among the 100 participating in this task. Everyone quiet down please. I am the initiator of this mission, also the supervisor of the latest Chamber of Commerce. Let me introduce myself. I am called Beikan. Just after Yi Xiaofan exchanged a few words with Yi, she realized this girl wasn't nearly as annoying on the surface as initially believed, involuntarily making Yi Xiaofan develop a little more liking towards her. At this time, a pot-bellied middle-aged man walked onto a small dirt mound, holding a magical amplifier, shouting toward all the mercenaries. This person was the employer of the current mission. First, regarding the route for this mission, I believe everyone is already well aware. We will depart from Luohua City and travel along the official road outside Tuster all the way to Maya City. However, due to some reasons, we've made a temporary change to our route. What exactly is the new route? For some reasons, I won't be telling you that. Our guard team will lead the way, and all you need to do is remain vigilant at all times and ensure the safety of our cargo until it reaches Maya City. That guy just talks about certain reasons. How could he change the route at the last minute without even informing us? It's pretty normal though. As one of the strongest countries on the continent, Qinyang Kingdom has been constantly attacked by beast races. Plus, royal family disputes have caused unrest lately, leading to an abundance of bandits in this country. Hence, many trade caravans adjust their routes shortly before departure to catch any informed bandits off guard. Yi and Tian's brother, the 1.9-meter-tall man, stood beside Yi Xiaofan and gave her a detailed explanation. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lu Qi. Nice to meet you. My name is Yi Xiaofan. As Yi Xiaofan and Lu Qi shook hands, Yi and Tian glared furiously at Yi Xiaofan, as if they wanted to devour her. Yi Xiaofan looked curiously at the two women, confused about what she had done to provoke them. Oh, sorry, my sisters can be quite mischievous sometimes. Please don't take offense. You two, go ahead and apologize to Miss Yi. Lu Qi felt the same glare from Yi and Tian, apologized first to Yi Xiaofan, then turned around to scold the two. Sorry. The two clearly listened to Lu Qi and obediently apologized to Yi Xiaofan. But as soon as Lu Qi turned away, both immediately started glaring fiercely at Yi Xiaofan, which made Yi Xiaofan chuckle involuntarily. Chapter 191, Setting Off. After the speech by the middle-aged man on stage who had a pot belly, the entire caravan officially set off. The guards and mercenaries that accompanied the caravan were divided into two groups to take turns checking the surroundings and protecting the goods. While one group was on inspection duty, the others were arranged to rest on the dragon carriages, maintaining their condition for upcoming battles. 100 mercenaries, grouped in teams of 50, worked alongside the guards to escort 10 cargo wagons. Each wagon had 5 mercenaries guarding it. This was indeed quite a luxurious arrangement. For a regular caravan, even if there were 10 wagons, they would hire at most 20 or 30 mercenaries. After all, mercenaries' pay was not trivial. One more person meant one more payment. According to the original route, after departing from the Fallen Flame City, the caravan was supposed to leave from the South Gate and cross the Never-Set-Sun Strait en route to Tustard. However, after the route changed, the caravan deliberately detoured around to the eastern part of the city, traveling along the official road which would pass through a dense black forest. Due to the numerous monsters in the Black Forest and the frequent appearance of high-level ones, there were rarely any bandits lying in ambush inside. Yi Xiaofan was assigned to the second team, responsible for the afternoon guard duties. Hence, she was currently lounging lazily on the dragon carriage, wishing no one nearby would disturb her, as this situation could not get much better. In the two dragon carriages where Yi Xiaofan was staying, coincidentally, Yi and Tian were also placed together with her. Or perhaps, it was inevitable for them to be grouped together. Among all the mercenaries, there were only 8 women, so naturally, they would be placed together. Don't think that having 8 women is many. Know that this already counts as very numerous. Normally, among 100 people, having just one woman was already very rare. The dragon carriages may not look large from the outside, but the space inside was quite spacious. With 8 women staying in one dragon carriage, it wasn't crowded at all. Instead, the space was rather wide. Of course, this was a favor granted to the young ladies. As for those men, they weren't so fortunate. Not only was the space in their dragon carriages smaller, but the environment was also far worse. Unlike theirs, this area was beautifully decorated, clearly meticulously prepared. Inside the dragon carriage, the women gathered in small groups, chatting with those they knew well or had just met but found compatible. The chitter-chatter was maddening, but the male mercenaries did not find it annoying at all. Instead, they kept peeking towards here curiously, wanting to see what the inside looked like. Yi Xiaofan lay alone in a corner of the dragon carriage. Since Dudu, being a monster, was not allowed to enter, Yi Xiaofan now had no one to chat with. But Yi Xiaofan wasn't the type who liked commotion anyway, preferring quiet solitude. Had it not been for the increasingly loud voices of the other women nearby, things couldn't have been more perfect. Who would have thought? You country bumpkin aren't as irritating as those shallow women over there. You're actually quiet. I like you more and more. Yi Xiaofan tried her best to tune out the annoying voice, wanting to rest during this brief time. Unexpectedly, the two women who had previously glared angrily at her suddenly approached her side. You don't like me, right? Why are you coming over then? Why not go chat with them? Too talkative, just too talkative. This miss is worried you're lonely since you're all alone, so I came specially to talk to you. Don't misbehave. Exactly, Tian thinks so too. Glancing over at the cluster of women, Yi Xiaofan noticed they occasionally stole looks at the two women before glaring disdainfully. It was clear that due to their manner of speaking, these two were excluded from their circle, hence why they had come to her. Realizing this, Yi Xiaofan's eyes twinkled with mischief as she grinned slyly. How unfortunate. I'm the kind who easily gets carried away, so in order not to make you two dislike me, I'd rather you didn't grant me such favors. You? This miss can give my favors to whoever I want, and you don't have the right to refuse. That's correct. Tian also thinks so. Neither of the two had anticipated that Yi Xiaofan would reject talking to them. They were momentarily flustered. Hadn't they talked happily back in Fallen Flame City? Though the two refused to let Yi Xiaofan turn them down verbally, tears quickly brimmed in their eyes upon noticing Yi Xiaofan rejecting them, making her feel like she had committed some unforgivable act. All right. How do you want to chat? What do you want to talk about? I'll accompany you, all right? You hick. It's your honor that we talk to you. You should jump at every chance to please us. That's right. Tian agrees with that. Are you a broken record? Yi Xiaofan really wanted to ask the girl in red, Tian, this question because ever since they got on the dragon carriage, all she would say was, Tian also thinks so, acting completely different from when they were on the ground. Upon careful observation, one could notice this girl's body trembling slightly. Her hands tightly clutched Yi's clothes as if she were very scared. From this, it seemed clear that these two girls were extremely uncomfortable interacting with others. Their tendency to ridicule people might just be a way for them to protect themselves. Thinking this way, Yi Xiaofan suddenly felt a great amount of sympathy for them. However, Yi Xiaofan wasn't exactly a social butterfly either, so she awkwardly tried starting conversations. For a moment, the scene became quite awkward. Are you two from the Qinyang Kingdom? Which city are you from? Or are you locals from Fallen Flame City? Nope, Yi and Tian aren't from some remote countryside. We're from the capital of the Qinyang Kingdom, Mafa City. We're genuine nobles. As she spoke, Yi made an expression of pride. Mafa City? Then why are you here? This is the border region. This is a secret, so I can't tell you. Our brother didn't let us tell anyone, including where we came from. But because I feel sorry for you, I'm telling you specially, don't tell others. Sometimes, the more secretive something is, the more curiosity and interest it arouses in others. Yi's half-spoken, half-kept words sparked Yi Xiaofan's curiosity about the two girls. Unconsciously, her mind began imagining the scenario of a very luxurious noble residence being brutally wiped out one day. The two young and beautiful noble ladies inside escaped secretly and eventually found themselves stranded in an insignificant city like this. Chapter 192, The Long-Awaited Bandits. After leaving the fallen fire city, 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The massive size of the caravan and the heavy cargo made it impossible to increase the speed. Fortunately, during these 3 days, they had not encountered any bandits, which was truly a stroke of luck. Whether it be the caravan itself or the hired mercenaries, everyone would prefer not to fight and to complete this journey peacefully. After 3 days of travel, Yi Xiaofan no longer felt the initial excitement and novelty. It wasn't just Yi Xiaofan. Almost everyone here felt the same way. The once annoying chatter had turned into complete silence. Everyone's spirits were more or less exhausted. For mercenaries and caravans used to such a lifestyle, none of this mattered. However, for Yi Xiaofan, this was indeed a terrible trip. Initially, Yi Xiaofan thought that it wouldn't take long to reach the next city. But what Yi Xiaofan didn't expect was how vast the territory of Qinyang Kingdom was. What surprised Yi Xiaofan even more was that the caravan chose this sparsely populated route to minimize encounters with bandits. This road was poorly maintained, and very few caravans would choose to pass through here anymore. Correspondingly, without caravans, there would be no reason for bandits to rob here. Moreover, the distance from this road to the nearest city was quite far, so it was considered a relatively safe path. This caused trouble for Yi Xiaofan. While resting on the carriage, she even thought that it would be good if 2 groups of bandits came by to entertain her. However, what Yi Xiaofan did not expect was that they were already being watched. At noon yesterday, while the caravan continued its monotonous march, 2 pairs of eyes were hidden in the dense forest, secretly observing them. Third brother, look over there. There's actually a caravan choosing this route. I see it. Judging by the banner, it should belong to Lightasai Guild. This is definitely a big catch. Third brother, if we report this to Big Brother, he will surely reward us greatly. We truly owe it all to you. If it weren't for you bringing me here, we might never have discovered them. I was just idling around wanting to hunt some wild game, and unexpectedly found a big fish. Li, go back quickly and inform the head chief. I'll secretly follow them. Understood. The man called Third Brother was a rugged individual with 3 long scars on his face, carrying a broad chopping blade on his back. His upper limbs were thick and powerful, indicating a strength-based fighter. Behind him followed a short man with a pointed nose and cheeky demeanor, who looked like a child compared to the imposing Third Brother. The 2 stayed concealed among the grasses in the dense forest, waiting as people of the caravan slowly passed by their line of sight. With countless experiences in robberies, they knew that caravans like this usually employed at least C-grade mercenaries. C-grade mercenaries were already very strong and extremely sensitive to changes in their surroundings. Even the slightest movement at this time could get them detected. If they were noticed then, regardless of how skillful their magic was or how great their power was, they'd be doomed to die. So the 2 held their breaths, remaining motionless as the caravan moved further away. Only after the caravan had walked more than 200 meters out of sight did Third Brother stand up and tell the nearby Shaoli something. Upon hearing Third Brother's instructions, Shaoli immediately bolted off towards deeper within the dense forest. There lay their main base, Qingfeng Fort. Qingfeng Fort was an exceptionally well-known bandit organization in Qinyang Kingdom. Rumors had it that the royal family of Qinyang Kingdom once dispatched 30,000 elite soldiers to annihilate Qingfeng Fort, but those troops disappeared as if swallowed by the earth, their fates forever unknown. Despite that, Qingfeng Fort remained active along various official roads, plundering wealth from passing caravans and travelers. Luckily, Qingfeng Fort did not carry out mass killings. Their victims only needed to hand over 9/10 of the property they carried, and they'd be allowed to leave alive. No one knew exactly how Qingfeng Fort knew how much property the robbed targets possessed. What was certain was that anyone trying to falsify their wealth or sneak past Qingfeng Fort had already been fed to the monsters in the forest by them. There was no denying the power of Qingfeng Fort. There was also a caravan that had dispatched many guards, and even recruited 2 B-level mercenary guilds to resist Qingfeng Fort. But the result was the entire caravan and the mercenaries were killed without exception. Since then, no one dared to resist Qingfeng Fort, and its fame grew day by day. However, no one knew exactly where Qingfeng Fort's main hideout was located. No one would ever guess that the fort's base was actually hidden deep within the Black Forest, a place teeming with countless magical beasts. It should be noted that not only are there many magical beasts in the Black Forest, but they are all high-tier magical creatures. Moreover, there were even rumors suggesting that more than one Saint-class magical beast resided there. Living under such perilous conditions would mean risking one's life repeatedly. Yet, paradoxically, Qingfeng Fort thrived right in the heart of this hazardous realm. Third Brother continued to shadow the caravan at a steady pace, maintaining a safe distance of about 200 meters away. This distance was neither too far to lose track of the caravan nor too close to risk being detected by its members, offering an impeccable balance for stealth. What Third Brother didn't realize, however, was that his presence had already been noticed by Yi Xiaofan. Early this morning, upon waking up and finding herself bored, Yi Xiaofan entertained the fantasy of encountering some bandits robbing the caravan. It seemed like it might liven things up a bit. Carried away by this mischievous line of thought, Yi Xiaofan subconsciously used her mental energy to scan the area around her, and sure enough, she immediately spotted the furtive figure of Third Brother trailing behind the caravan. Hey, it's time to switch shifts. Team 2, get down here. Suddenly, a group of mercenaries from Team 1 began pounding on the dragon carriage, urging the soldiers stationed atop it to quickly descend for their shift change. Having walked tirelessly through the morning, They were eager to retreat back into the comforts of the dragon carriage for a much-needed rest. Already time to swap shifts? Feels like I just rested for 5 minutes. Don't argue. You've already slept for nearly 4 hours. The mercenaries currently positioned atop the dragon carriage displayed unmistakable signs of exhaustion as they reluctantly disembarked. Meanwhile, the ones waiting below, though equally fatigued, ascended with evident joy into the comfort of the carriage. Their contrast was stark, a vivid portrayal of fatigue versus relief. Yet among those stepping off the dragon carriage, Yi Xiaofan stood out entirely. She wasn't reluctant or worn out. Instead, her face lit up with anticipation, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips. Chapter 193, Third Brother's Dilemma. Yi Xiaofan's position was on the right side of the caravan, near the Black Forest side. This made it more convenient for Yi Xiaofan to observe Third Brother's movements. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and an hour had gone by. Yi Xiaofan noticed that the person following behind the caravan maintained a distance of about 200 meters, which made Yi Xiaofan feel somewhat bored. Is he waiting for reinforcements? How dull. I might as well play with him first. While walking, Yi Xiaofan muttered quietly to himself. Mental energy swept over Third Brother, easily assessing his exact strength. He was a Chuji 5th rank Chuji magic mentor. A muscle-bound man turned out to be a magic mentor, almost making Yi Xiaofan doubt whether his detection results were incorrect. In the Black Forest, Third Brother cautiously followed the caravan. He cast 3 spells on himself: camouflage, light body, and shielding. These 3 spells allowed him to follow the caravan without being detected. Although they were just low-level spells, they had contributed greatly to his success many times before. The camouflage spell blended one with the surroundings, reducing their presence so others would naturally ignore them. This spell was invented 500 years ago by a thief. This thief stole countless national treasures from several countries without being discovered, thanks to this camouflage spell. According to magic levels, the camouflage spell is only a 3rd-tier magic. But the true power of this spell lies in its ability to upgrade. The thief who created this spell could remain undetected even when standing right in front of someone after using the camouflage spell. Had he not targeted the Pope's crown at the Holy Light Cathedral, he probably would have remained free forever. But that time, the thief was surrounded by 3 sages and died in a flood of magic unleashed in anger by the 3 sages. The light body spell belongs to the wind magic system and has an even lower rank than the camouflage spell. It's only a 2nd-tier spell. This spell doesn't have a grand history. It's merely a low-level spell. But the effect of the light body spell is to make the user's body lighter, ensuring that stepping on dried leaves wouldn't crush them or produce any sound. The last shield spell is specifically aimed at high-level magicians and is undoubtedly an advanced 6th-tier magic. Normally, based on Third Brother's strength, he should not be able to use this magic. But for some reason, Third Brother and this magic fit perfectly. After just seeing it once in the magic book, Third Brother could use it skillfully. It was as if this magic was custom-made for Third Brother. Its function is to block the spirit force detection of high-level magicians. Once a magician reaches the 5th rank and becomes a junior magic mentor, they can extend their spiritual force externally to observe the surroundings. The stronger the spirit force, the farther the detection range. Generally speaking, the detection range of a 5th rank magic mentor is about 150 meters. Some gifted individuals can reach nearly 200 meters. For warriors though, the maximum detection range is only around 100 meters since, as close-range attackers, their spirit forces are naturally weaker compared to magicians. With these 3 magic enhancements, Third Brother was confident that even a 7th rank magic mentor would be unable to detect his existence. As long as he stayed careful and maintained a proper distance from the caravan, he'd be absolutely safe. To ensure the main force could find him smoothly, he left magical marks along the way. These marks were personally developed by the leader of Qingfeng Fort, and could only be used by those personally authorized by the leader. Similarly, only those who received the marks could see them. Otherwise, one could only feel the faint magical fluctuation emitted by the marks. But the magic marks fluctuation was extremely weak enough to seem like a natural occurrence. Especially in places like the Black Forest, where countless natural resources emit magic, no one would pay attention to such a weak magical fluctuation. Confidently trailing behind the caravan, Third Brother suddenly felt a deep chill, as if something had swept past his body. Just as Third Brother thought it was a mere illusion, the feeling came again, scaring him so much that he fell flat on the ground, too frightened to move. The chill came as quickly as it disappeared, and after Third Brother confidently assured himself there was no danger, he was about to stand up when the cold swept over him again. This repeated 7 or 8 times before the cold finally faded away. But Third Brother remained as nervous as a startled bird. Even though 5 minutes had passed without any return of the chill, he still dared not move an inch. The caravan continued forward, about to disappear from his view, causing Third Brother's eyes to turn bloodshot with worry. But alas, the previous chill had been too terrifying, and even now, he couldn't help feeling dread in his heart. That guy has stayed in one place for so long. If this keeps up, my setup will be useless. That chilling sensation Third Brother felt had originated from Yi Xiaofan. While Yi Xiaofan was probing Third Brother's strength, he also detected it 7 or 8 more times out of disbelief. With each sweep of mental energy over Third Brother, powered by Yi Xiaofan's formidable spiritual force, it was no wonder that Third Brother felt waves of coldness. But while Third Brother was scared into staying still, Yi Xiaofan became increasingly dissatisfied. Because Yi Xiaofan, looking for some entertainment along the way, had deliberately set many traps on Third Brother's inevitable path. Given Third Brother's level, these traps wouldn't kill him or make him lose the caravan. After all, Yi Xiaofan was still waiting for the main force to arrive, so he could have some real fun later. However, the traps Yi Xiaofan had set would definitely give third brother a hard time, perhaps even making him question his life. Yi Xiaofan had already prepared snacks to enjoy the show, but who knew that third brother would just lie there motionless? This left Yi Xiaofan extremely anxious. But even if he were anxious, there was nothing he could do. It wasn't as if Yi Xiaofan could go up to him and ask, "Why are you lying here motionless? Hurry up and follow the caravan. I've set so many traps for you." If she actually did that, the other party would probably try to fight her regardless of whether they could win. "Xiao-san, what are you doing lying there?" Xiaoli said you found a big fish. When third brother was caught between advancing and retreating, a familiar yet frightening voice suddenly echoed. Chapter 194, The Robber Lord. "Little Sanzi, what are you crouching here for?" Xiaoli Z said you guys discovered a big fish. When Big Brother San was in a dilemma, a voice that made him both familiar and fearful sounded. It was a woman dressed in a white gown, holding a slender sword in her hand. "Big sister, you've finally come." Upon recognizing the person, Big Brother San became so excited that tears almost welled up in his eyes. This woman had appeared out of nowhere 3 years ago. With her own strength, she had completely wiped out the entire Qingfeng Fort. Back then, the leader of Qingfeng Fort was killed by this very woman. Then, this woman brought all the bandits from Qingfeng Fort to the Black Forest. Under her leadership, the name of Qingfeng Fort grew more and more formidable, reaching terrifying levels. Even when the king sent troops a year ago to clear out Qingfeng Fort, Qingfeng originally stood no chance. However, 30,000 elite soldiers of the king's army were all slaughtered by this woman with just one sword. Only then did Big Brother San realize that this person possessed the power of a saint. From that day on, all the bandits of Qingfeng Fort, who still harbored some resentment towards this woman, sincerely accepted her as their leader. "You mean, you suddenly felt something sweep over you?" "That's right, big sister. That feeling is very strange, causing uncontrollable waves of cold sensations." If my guess is correct, you should have already been noticed by the other side." "How could that be?" "You know my abilities, big sister. With the aid of stealth magic, lightness magic, and shielding magic, there should be very few people who can find me. Besides, I've kept a distance of 200 meters, making it even less likely for me to be detected. What if the other side has a saint?" Big Brother San rose from the ground, Big Sister's words making him feel disrespected. If he was looked down upon by Big Sister, then his position as the third elder in the fort would be precarious. So, in order to prove his worth, Big Brother San argued with Big Sister despite risking his life. However, when Big Sister mentioned the word saint, Big Brother San fell completely silent. That's right. If it was a saint, finding him would indeed be effortless. A saint's spiritual power and that of magicians below the saint level are completely different concepts. A saint's spiritual coverage can extend approximately 1 kilometer, and at the saint level, magical proficiency makes it virtually impossible to hide from a saint. A saint represents the pinnacle achievable by living beings. Beyond a saint lies the divine tier. For saints, nothing in the world can obscure their vision. In the eyes of a saint, only truth exists. You say you felt it 7 or 8 times, but I doubt the other side would have 7 or 8 saints. Though I don't understand why they've scanned you so many times, it might be because they've detected something unusual about you. It's strange, why didn't I notice anything? Big Sister was deeply puzzled and unconsciously used her spiritual power to scan over Big Brother San. He immediately felt an intense chill, as if everything about him had been seen through. It's exactly this feeling, Big Sister. In that case, my assumptions must be correct. Everyone gather up, quickly catch up with the caravan ahead. According to Little Sanzi, that's definitely a big fish. But Big Sister, according to your usual tactics, shouldn't we first find a good ambush location and then act unexpectedly? Idiot, there's a saint on the other side, and from the fact that you felt the chills, the other side isn't hiding their presence. It's a naked show of force. If that's the case, there's no need for any ambushes. Just confront them head on. Seeing the unambitious Big Brother San, Big Sister kicked him several meters away in anger. Although thrown off, Big Brother San shakily got up from the ground, not daring to harbor a single grievance. For the bandits of Qingfeng Fort, this was already commonplace. On normal days, whenever Big Sister feels the slightest dissatisfaction, she would kick those nearby far away. But Big Sister also knew how to control her strength. Although those kicked looked pitiful, they actually couldn't even feel the pain. Qingfeng Fort's bandits, being the largest and strongest group in Qinyang Kingdom, took only 5 minutes to calm the bustling crowd and neatly form rows of columns. Among this gang of bandits, leading the way were 50 bandits riding wind wolves, with Big Brother San at the forefront. Behind the wind wolves were 200-foot soldiers. Bringing up the rear were 150 men in heavy armor. On these sets of heavy armor, the totems of Qinyang Kingdom were clearly imprinted. Clearly, these armors were plundered from Qinyang Kingdom. Little Sanzi, take 50 of the Qing cavalry and quickly catch up with that caravan. Old 2, you lead 200-foot soldiers and follow Little Sanzi. Once Little Sanzi intercepts the caravan, provide support to him in a timely manner. If the saint intervenes, you must immediately withdraw. I will rush there with the rest of the men. Understood. Understood. The one called Little Sanzi by the Big Sister was a wiry figure who carried 2 heavy Langya maces. The mismatch between his build and the weight of his weapons made onlookers uncomfortable. After receiving the orders from the Big Sister, Brother San set off swiftly with 50 light cavalry. Not much time had passed since the caravan got away from Brother San. Given the pace of the caravan, they wouldn't have gone far. At the speed of the wolf cavalry, it would take no more than half an hour to catch up with the caravan. However, at the speed of the foot soldiers, it would take at least an hour. In other words, Brother San had to keep the caravan, which consisted of over 300 people, occupied for half an hour with only 50 wolf cavalrymen. And within this caravan, there was likely a saint as well, making this an undoubtedly challenging mission. If the saint decided to intervene, Brother San and his 50 wolf riders probably wouldn't last a second. But then again, soldier against soldier, general against general, these 50 small fries might not even be worth the saint's effort to fight back. At this moment, Yi Xiaofan stood idly under the scorching sun and wondered when the bandits would show up. Following this route, they were expected to reach the nearest city before nightfall. Once inside the city, the bandits would lose their chance to strike, and he himself would lose an opportunity to vent some frustration. This can absolutely not happen. Boredom is going to kill me. Chapter 195, A Battle on the Brink of Collapse. However, no matter what, Yi Xiaofan could not possibly help them get here quickly. He could only hope in his heart that they wouldn't miss the opportunity. While Yi Xiaofan was idly daydreaming, a sudden commotion arose from the rear of the Shang caravan. What's going on? What happened? As the leader of the caravan, Becken ordered everyone to stop and shouted toward the back. Soon after, a haughty guard of the caravan rushed over. Director, the reconnaissance guard has spotted people rapidly approaching from behind. There are about 50 of them. At their current speed, it will take no more than 3 minutes for them to catch up with us. Are they bandits? It cannot be confirmed as of yet. I see. Everyone prepare for combat. If they aren't bandits, we can let them pass without issues. But if they are bandits, then we'll have to rely on our mercenary friends. Becken truly was an experienced old hand in such situations, instantly issuing clear orders. Those who had appeared lax before were immediately all business now. People resting on the dragon carts were also called upon, gathering together in an arrayed formation, their eyes intently fixed on the back. Not long after, the sound of hooves was heard, the dust clouds swiftly rushing toward the caravan. It's the bandits from Qingfeng Fort. Everyone, prepare your attack. When the distance was still over 100 meters, Becken instantly recognized the identity of the incoming bandits and immediately alarmed everyone with panic. Whether mercenaries or guards brought by the caravan, all showed signs of agitation at the mention of the name Qingfeng Fort. There's no denying that, within the Qinyang Kingdom, the name Qingfeng Fort rang extremely loud. Countless caravans had been robbed by Qingfeng Fort's bandits. Sometimes, Qingfeng Fort would even go as far as raiding other bands of robbers. However, whoever they targeted, Qingfeng Fort had never once lost. Ha ha ha, since you know the great name of Qingfeng Fort, why don't you just surrender quickly? This wasn't heard only by the caravan members, but also by the Qingfeng Fort bandits led by third brother charging from the opposite side. 100-meter distance wasn't long. Almost instantly, Qingfeng Fort's wolf riders shortened it by 50 meters. And at this exact moment, the caravan's private guard unit had readied their magic. The first group, release fire magic. Under Becken's command, someone seemingly a squad leader accurately issued battle instructions. More than 30 guards immediately stepped forward, casting pre-prepared spells at the incoming wolf riders. A vast amount of flames fell from the sky, aimed directly at the wolf riders led by third brother. However, third brother didn't show any hint of panic. He had far more experience with small-scale combats like these compared to any merchant's team. At the very moment the flames began to descend, third brother made a gesture to the riders behind him. The 50 wolf riders promptly dispersed, avoiding the descending flames flawlessly. Though some minor effects of the fire still managed to reach a few of them, these did little harm, hardly enough to impede the progress of the wolf riders. The second group, release ice magic. That the wolf riders had evaded the first wave of flames didn't come as a surprise to the squad leader. For the renowned Qingfeng Fort in Qinyang Kingdom, if they couldn't withstand attacks like these, it'd certainly disappoint everyone. After unleashing the fire magic, the squad leader immediately gave new orders. 30 magicians, having finished their casts, hastily withdrew, replaced by another 30 taking their place, whose staves moved briefly. As a result, thick layers of ice cracked across the ground. The wolf riders, who had just dodged the flames, didn't realize what was underfoot until they slipped uncontrollably on the smooth ice. Even the four-legged wind wolves couldn't keep stable. The third group, release wind magic. Seizing the moment while the wolf riders struggled with balance, 30 ice mages quickly backed down and were replaced by 30 wind mages. Standing at the front of the line, each began chanting magical incantations. Both the previous 30 fire and 30 ice mages used instantaneous spells. Now, the wind mages started chanting spells, which meant they were about to cast something far beyond the realm of basic spells. The chant lasted approximately 10 seconds. The actions of the 30 mages were perfectly synchronized, releasing a wind spell ahead. The level 4 wind spell Great Tornado. When released simultaneously by 30 mages, the tornado became an enormous force. The wolf riders who had barely stabilized on the icy surface hadn't even caught their breath when they were swept off their feet into the air by the giant tornado. Not even third brother could maintain his stance, flying into the air along with his seated mount. Ha ha ha, hearing is not as good as meeting. I've always heard how incredibly skilled the bandits from Qingfeng Fort are, but now that we see them up close, they're just as such. Having so easily dealt with Qingfeng Fort's bandits, Becken was in a great mood. Watching the wolf riders struggle helplessly in the sky, he couldn't resist mocking them. That's not right. They deliberately let themselves get caught. Yi Xiaofan, who had been watching the entire battle from start to finish nearby, frowned when she saw the wolf riders flying through the air. Just as she was about to say something, someone else beat her to it. Yi Xiaofan turned her head and realized this person was the brother of Yi and Tiantian, the tall man. Why do you think so? I thought they were completely powerless to fight back. Right, sweetie thinks the same. Yi and Tian still stood by this man. After hearing his words, they looked at him confusedly. Even Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but turn her gaze toward him, waiting for an explanation. Yi Xiaofan could tell that this was because her strength was on a completely different level compared to these people. But this man was merely an elementary level battle mage at rank 5, and only in the mid-range level among the whole group. Yet he was also able to pick up on it. After all, even the mid-level mages at rank 6 within the group had failed to notice anything. It's simple. Although they were swept into the air by the spells, there wasn't a trace of panic on their faces. The most crucial point is that they have never separated from their mounts. Yi and Tian looked carefully at the sky and indeed found it to be as the man said. Why did they let themselves get caught then? Is it some kind of conspiracy? Right, sweetie thinks it too. They are just buying time, that's all. This time, Yi Xiaofan got a step ahead of the man and explained to the two sisters. Chapter 196, Butterflies Fluttering. After Yi Xiaofan spoke, the man turned his head towards her in some surprise. Perhaps he hadn't expected anyone to share his opinion. The man's family wielded no small amount of power in the Xuanhuan kingdom. Thus, growing up influenced by what he'd seen and heard, the man had a very good understanding of the big picture when it came to various battle situations. On the other hand, Yi Xiaofan was indeed very pretty, but judging by her clothing, she didn't appear to be from a distinguished family. Someone like that would either possess great strength or be someone who concealed their true abilities. My name is Nigel. May I inquire about your esteemed name? My name is Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan. Nigel carefully recalled which major families might have the surname Yi. But even after racking his brain, nothing came to mind. Perhaps she was from another country? This was highly possible. From the moment they first met, Yi Xiaofan clearly seemed unfamiliar with the Xuanhuan kingdom. However, her speech and conduct suggested that she wasn't exactly a provincial individual. While Yi Xiaofan and Nigel were discussing the battle situation, the level 4 magic Great Whirlwind, unleashed by the guards, gradually dissipated. Without the support of the spell, the Wolf Knights descended swiftly from the sky. If someone observed the Wolf Knights closely, they would notice that while they looked rather disheveled, not a single one of them had any injuries. The caravan's guard team apparently failed to notice this detail. They still congratulated themselves for having the upper hand. Nevertheless, the guards were veterans who definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity for attack. 4th Squad, Unleash Earth Magic. As the Wolf Knights landed from the sky, the squad captain responsible for command issued the next order. 30 Earth Mages stepped forward from the rear of the formation. After reciting their magic incantations, sharp stone spikes emerged from the ground. This was the level 4 Earth Magic Thorn spell. Though these thorns appeared unremarkable, they possessed a strength comparable to fine steel. Even a level 5 mage falling from such a height would surely be impaled and bleed profusely. Wind Slash. The cooperation within the guard team was commendable. However, Big Brother 3 wasn't just an ordinary fighter. With the strength of a 5th rank mage, being one of the renowned 3 leaders of Qingfeng Fort, he certainly had his unique skills. In the instant he descended from the sky, Big Brother 3 drew a flat broadsword from his waist and, channeling all his might, delivered a forceful downward slash on the ground. The stone spikes were immediately cut off. Without the pointed ends, the spikes lost much of their lethality. Although the Wolf Knights took some damage when colliding with them, it was far from incapacitating. After landing on the ground, the Wolf Knights demonstrated their excellent discipline to the caravan, enduring bodily pain as they leapt onto their wind wolves and charged toward the caravan. Fellow mercenaries, the guys from Qingfeng Fort are charging at us. We seek everyone's full assistance. Upon descending from the sky, the distance between the Wolf Knights and the caravan was less than 20 meters. In an instant, the Wolf Knights reached the front of the caravan. At this critical moment, the importance of hiring mercenaries became evident. Every member of the caravan's guard team was cultivated from a young age, consuming vast resources. The death of even one guard could make the caravan regret it for days. Mercenaries, however, were different. Between the caravan and the mercenaries, there existed only a transactional relationship. The caravan paid the mercenaries money, and in return, the mercenaries protected the safety of the caravan. Even if all the mercenaries present died, the caravan wouldn't feel a bit of sorrow. One might even say that the caravan would be quite happy, since until the destination was reached, the caravan only gave mercenaries part of the deposit. If the mercenaries died along the way, and no one came to claim the remaining commission, the caravan would save a significant sum of money. Although the commission for one mercenary wasn't much, if it involved a group of mercenaries, it would still add up to a substantial amount. As the infamous bandit group of the Xuanhuan Kingdom, Qingfeng Fort did not rely solely on the prowess of its leader. In every aspect, Qingfeng Fort's bandits could completely overpower those from other gangs. When the wolf cavalry and the mercenaries first clashed, the mercenaries on the caravan side were nearly overwhelmed. If it weren't for the support of the caravan's guard team utilizing magic for long-range support, it probably wouldn't take long before the 100 mercenaries would be entirely annihilated. Yi Xiaofan's position was near the front center of the mercenaries. Battle soon spread to her area. She gracefully swung her weapon, xuanhuan, slashing at every bandit daring to approach her. While fending off the bandits' attacks, Yi Xiaofan was observing the man named Nigel from earlier. Her intuition told her that this guy was definitely not ordinary. Sure enough, he turned out to be even more impressive than Yi Xiaofan had imagined. Nigel held a curved dagger in his hand, and it danced around like a beautiful butterfly fluttering its wings. With every movement of the butterfly-like dagger, bandits would fall one after another under its graceful, yet deadly dance. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen anything like it before, not even in the archives at Road Academy. Yi Xiaofan wasn't surprised that Nigel could effortlessly slay bandits. She had expected as much. What truly amazed her was the unique dagger technique that she had never encountered before. To say without exaggeration, Yi Xiaofan was familiar with almost all forms of magic and combat techniques in the world. The library at Road Academy was the most comprehensive and largest collection of magical knowledge she had ever seen. It was through Road Academy's library that Yi Xiaofan came to understand this world, magic, and everything else about it. Since leaving the Starshan Kingdom, the information she gleaned from the Academy's library had provided invaluable help to her over the years. In the decade or so since Yi Xiaofan arrived in this world, she had yet to encounter anything not documented in the library of Road Academy. Now, watching Nigel wield his dagger, Yi Xiaofan was genuinely surprised. However, her astonishment did not translate into feeling disheartened. The 50 wolf cavalry members of Qingfeng Fort, despite their notable skills, were still at a disadvantage against a caravan protected by over 300 people. It didn't take long for the wolf knights to suffer heavy casualties. Yet, even as the situation worsened, Yi Xiaofan noticed they hadn't revealed their true strength. This puzzled her greatly. What exactly were they concealing? Or rather, what were they waiting for? Chapter 197. Give me a break. Yi Xiaofan's question was quickly answered by the streets. When the caravan and the Qingfeng Fort's wolf cavalry were locked in fierce combat, from behind the caravan, in the direction they were heading, came the sound of uniformed footsteps. Beckon turned around sensing trouble, seeing only wind and sandstorms sweeping towards the caravan. Amidst the storm, he could make out a group of bandits running with long spears and knives. Clearly embroidered on their clothing was the emblem of Qingfeng Fort. Trouble, we're being surrounded, find a way to break through. Upon identifying the people in the sandstorm, Beckon's eyes widened, instinctively shouting to the small captain in charge of commanding the caravan. The small captain realized the situation wasn't good either, but breaking through wouldn't be that simple. Yi Xiaofan also understood why the wolf cavalry hadn't revealed their true strength earlier. They had been waiting for reinforcements all along. It made sense, just 50 wolf riders, with only one mage among them. How could the bandits be foolish enough to confront a caravan with over 300 people? The wolf riders led by Brother 3 seemed suddenly energized as soon as the reinforcements arrived, finally showcasing their true capabilities. Wolf cavalry that had previously been at a disadvantage now fought fiercely, striking down several mercenaries in quick succession. So the bandits have some intelligence after all. I guess it's time to stop holding back. Anyway, I've vented most of my boredom from this journey, so let's end these guys. A charming smile spread across Yi Xiaofan's face. She spun around in place, drawing an elegant arc with her sword, Mingyuan. 1,000 butterflies in love. Just as Yi Xiaofan prepared to attack, a low voice interrupted her. It belonged to Nepo. Turning around, she saw Nepo's form blur and vanish momentarily before appearing right in front of the rear group of bandits. Among these bandits were not a few level 6 mages, yet Nepo's speed was too great. Before any of them could react, he had already appeared before them. The daggers in Nepo's hands transformed into numerous pale blue butterflies, dancing toward the crowd of bandits. These butterflies circled the bandits, leaving behind bloody marks on their necks. In just moments, the pale blue butterflies were dyed bright red. Those level 6 mage bandits never managed to complete a single spell incantation before falling with wide eyes onto the ground. Even in death, they couldn't comprehend how they'd been killed. Perhaps, of everyone present, only Yi Xiaofan was capable of fully grasping what had happened. Through her eyes, the moment Nepo's dagger left his hand, it shattered into countless fragments, each glowing faintly with a pale blue light. Each fragment was extremely sharp, enhanced by wind attribute magic making them almost indestructible. Under Nepo's magical control, the fragments spun rapidly, resembling flying butterflies. This, then, was the truth behind Nepo's butterfly dagger technique. Seeing Nepo unleash such terrifying power, Yi Xiaofan decided against intervening. This Nepo was more secretive than she had initially imagined. Damn it, prepare to die. From among the infantry of bandits emerged a slender man, looking like a monkey. In his hands were 2 maces grossly mismatched with his frail figure. Swinging the spiked mace with force toward Nepo, who realizing the impending danger retracted his scattered daggers. The blood-red butterflies swirling in the air converged swiftly into Nepo's hand, forming a dagger once again, just in time, to block the thin man's attack. Blood soaked the dagger, dripping continuously to the ground. Clang! The mace struck the dagger, but unknown to its composition, it proved so sharp it actually left a mark on the mace itself. Nepo's dagger, however, remained undamaged. Despite this, Nepo's body was thrown backward by the immense force from the mace, stepping back 4 or 5 paces before regaining balance. Watching the lanky man wielding the mace, Nepo felt an increased level of respect in his eyes. This one blow had told him that the opponent was no weaker than himself. While Nepo became more vigilant, the frail man also looked at Nepo gravely. Apart from the former chief of Qingfeng Fort and the current big sister, nobody else had ever survived a direct blow from his mace without consequence. What is your name? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking others for theirs? Interesting, my name is Nepo. Satan. After exchanging names, the two immediately engaged again. Nepo was more agile than Satan, and his daggers were incredibly cunning, always finding unexpected ways to strike. However, Satan was stronger than Nepo. Every time he swung his mace, it forced Nepo to retreat. For a while, they were evenly matched. Meanwhile, the large-scale chaos on the battlefield was also at a standstill. After Nepo intercepted Satan, the latter no longer had time to command the bandits behind him. Although the bandits outnumbered the merchants and their overall strength was slightly better, the caravan still had someone directing them. This deadlock continued until the leader of Qingfeng Fort arrived. You useless fools, a mere merchant caravan, and you've taken so long to deal with it? Do I have to do everything myself? At the moment the leader appeared, the chaotic scene instantly fell silent. The leader stood in the black forest with 150 heavy infantrymen, looking down at the caravan below. From the leader, Becken could feel an overwhelming aura, which made him realize that this person definitely had the power to destroy the entire caravan. Even if not considering the leader herself, just the addition of those 150 heavy infantrymen to the battle would deal a severe blow to the caravan. I am the overseer of the Radath caravan. May I inquire if you are the head of Qingfeng Fort? That's correct, I am. Though expected, Becken still couldn't believe that the famous leader of Qingfeng Fort was actually a young girl. Long admiration. Our guild was just passing through your territory. Would the great leader consider letting us go? Yes. The sister's response brought joy to Becken's heart, leading him to believe that Qingfeng Fort might have backed down due to their formidable strength. Chapter 198, Death Finger. Alright, but, do you know the rules of Qingfeng Gang? What? Becken angrily stared at the leader, standing on the hilltop. He originally thought that she was surrendering out of fear of their combat power, but he never expected her to demand that he hand over 8/10 of the cargo. After all, the goods he carried this time were not ordinary items. The contents here were purchased with all the financial resources of Radish Chamber of Commerce and a large amount of borrowed gold coins. If these things are successfully delivered to the capital, then the Radish Chamber of Commerce will rise rapidly. However, if these goods are robbed, then the Radish Chamber of Commerce will be completely destroyed. For this batch of goods, the chamber has dispatched its most elite guard team, and even hired 100 mercenaries at great expense to escort it. They also changed routes at the last moment, just in case. Yet despite all these measures, they still encountered bandits, and they were none other than the most powerful bandit group of Qinyang Kingdom, Qingfeng Gang. So, will you agree or not? Think it through before answering. You only have one chance. The young miss stood on the hilltop looking down at Becken. Her tone was very gentle, but left no room for resistance. Becken gazed up at the young miss's figure and struggled internally. On one hand, if he agreed to her demands, the chamber would suffer heavy losses and the Radish Chamber of Commerce would thereafter be erased from Qinyang Kingdom, leaving him with no hope of escape. On the other hand, if he refused, he probably wouldn't escape Qingfeng Gang's pursuit either, ending with the same deadly result. Since death loomed both ways, Becken gritted his teeth, deciding to risk his life and fight Qingfeng Gang. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Young lady, out of respect for you as the leader of Qingfeng Gang, don't overdo it. We also have more than 300 magicians here, each of them highly skilled. If we truly engage in battle, it's uncertain who wins or loses. Oh, is that so? Of course. Here's 1,000 gold coins. If you understand, consider it payment for your gang's drinking expenses. Qingfeng Gang's reputation was far too fearsome. Even though Becken had decided to take a firm stance, there was still some hesitation. It would be best if Qingfeng Gang could leave with this 1,000 gold coins without further ado. Unfortunately, reality was far from Becken's hopes. Not only did the head reject the 1,000 gold coins, but she also revealed a terrifying strength that filled him with despair. Since the day I became the chief of Qingfeng Gang, my established rules have never been broken. I've already said, either leave 8/10 of the goods, or leave your names. Centered around the young miss, fierce storms blew around her. Accompanying the storm was an aura unique to saints. There was no doubt about it. The chief of Qingfeng Gang was indeed a true saint. Under the pressure of this saintly aura, everyone, including the robbers of Qingfeng Gang, fell to their knees. Saint. Becken, unable to control himself and remain upright, painfully raised his head toward the young miss. His eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. No wonder Qingfeng Gang was so powerful. No wonder no one had ever been able to exterminate it. Everything finally made sense today. Who would have guessed that the chief of Qingfeng Gang was actually a saint? In this era, saints were regarded by common people as the undisputed strongest beings. Although there were already signs of godlike presence on the continent, this was clearly far beyond what these lowly commoners, could experience. Isn't the hidden expert in this merchant caravan you? Ignoring those kneeling on the ground, the young miss turned her gaze instead towards a corner of the dragon carriage in the caravan. There, a young girl stood, the only person aside from the young miss herself who was still standing. Haha, it's really hard to go on vacation peacefully, yet somehow still encounter a saint's presence. When did saints become as common as cabbage? At the very moment when the young miss emitted her formidable aura, Yi Xiaofan knew her own identity couldn't remain hidden any longer. So, when the young miss looked at her, Xiaofan calmly stepped forward. Incidentally, she released her own aura to help shield the members of the caravan from the oppressive aura emanating from the young miss. What is your name? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking someone else's name? Ho, interesting. Very well, let me tell you my name. Bai Sanyang. Bai Sanyang? That sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. Never mind, I'm Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan? Haven't heard of that name. You're not from Qinyang Kingdom, are you? Isn't that obvious? I already said, I'm here on vacation. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Bai Sanyang, for she detested people who asked such obvious questions. Thus, she responded to Bai Sanyang with a hint of irritation. Bai Sanyang had only asked out of habit, but she hadn't expected to be so abruptly shut down by Xiaofan's response. She immediately grew somewhat flustered. Could you be Bai Shixin? The same Bai Shixin who once caused chaos in the royal palace and escaped unscathed despite being surrounded by 3 saints? Just as Bai Shixin was about to get angry, Beckon suddenly pointed at her and shouted tremulously. As Beckon's words echoed, an uproar swept across the field. No one could have guessed, not even the bandits of Qingfeng gang, that this demure young girl would turn out to be someone so ruthless. Ahaha, who would have thought? After all these years, there are still people who remember my name. As a reward, I shall grant you a swift and painless death. Bai Shixin threw her head back in laughter, her mood clearly very pleased. Lifting her finger lightly, she pointed it in Beckon's direction. Death finger, is it death finger? As Bai Shixin made her move, Beckon even blurted out the name of her signature skill before retreating fearfully. But behind him loomed the enormous wheel of a dragon carriage. Where could he possibly retreat? The death finger, one of Bai Shixin most fearsome techniques, when she rampaged through Qinyang Kingdom many years ago. A simple flick of her finger had taken countless lives. Even among the 3 saints of the imperial palace, the fiery Yongjin Saint Pambula himself had once been severely injured by Bai Shixin death finger due to a moment's carelessness. But now, this terrifying finger was pointed straight at him. With no choice, Beckon closed his eyes involuntarily, memories of his life flashing before his mind, sweetness, bitterness, saltiness, all flavors. Reflecting upon it, his life had indeed been colorful. The only pity was his son. Wait, didn't he have a son yet? Chapter 99, White Fox. Reflecting upon it, his life had indeed been colorful. The only pity was his son. Wait, didn't he have a son yet? Beckon had never felt closer to death, and though myriad thoughts raced through his mind, he realized he wasn't dead after all. Opening his eyes hesitantly, he saw Bai Shixin glaring furiously at Yi Xiaofan. This beautiful young girl left some impression on Beckon. At their first meeting, he had instinctively thought another highborn lady must have come for a taste of adventure. While Beckon was lost in his musings, Bai Shixin finally spoke up. I underestimated you. You actually managed to deflect my death finger so effortlessly. Oh my, what a powerful name. Yet the effect feels rather ordinary. I detest your catchphrase. TCH. And I despise your sense of fashion. Sharp-tongued little brat. Crazy old woman. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiaofan and Bai Shixin started bickering, utterly disregarding the feelings of their audience. Watching Xiaofan remain calm, Bai Shixin became so angry her teeth itched. Pointing her finger at Xiaofan, Bai Shixin unleashed the full power of her death finger, a technique that had gravely injured even the great fiery Yang sword Saint Pambula of old. Speaking of this death finger, Bai Shixin had discovered it unintentionally when she was merely a 3rd-tier magic warrior long ago. With Bai Shixin ever-growing cultivation, she found that the power of the death finger far exceeded her initial expectations. From a 3rd-tier magic warrior to a 5th-tier war master, and eventually a saint, death finger had accompanied her lifetime, saving her life countless times. It was thanks to this single skill, death finger, that Bai Shixin stood unrivaled among saints. This led her to speculate endlessly about the origins of death finger. In Bai Shixin opinion, the most plausible theory was that death finger originated from ancient times and had been created by a godlike powerhouse. She firmly believed that today, the death finger would not disappoint her, causing this annoying young girl to experience the chilling terror it brought. What did you do? I don't feel anything. After Bai Shixin launched her death finger towards Yi Xiaofan, Xiaofan paused for 2 seconds, scratched her ear unconcernedly, and said dismissively. Despite appearing casual, as if Bai Shixin had simply gestured at her, Xiaofan's eyes momentarily flickered with seriousness. Because when Bai Shixin directed the death finger at her, Xiaofan had indeed sensed the presence of death. This feeling was as if the essence of the death law was staring at her. Although it had no effect on her, it was enough to make Xiaofan take it seriously. It's impossible. You actually managed to withstand my full-strength death finger. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Ever since Bai Shixin had obtained the death finger technique, whenever she used this move, it had never failed her. Earlier, when she used it on Beckon, she hadn't even exerted 1/10 of her strength, so it wasn't surprising that Xiaofan could withstand it. But just now, Bai Shixin had unleashed all her power, determined to kill Xiaofan. Yet Xiaofan appeared unharmed, which made it hard for Bai Shixin to believe. It's impossible. She must have suppressed her injuries. She must be heavily wounded inside. That's right, it must be the case. She is just pretending to scare me. Bai Shixin quickly found excuses in her mind, and once again filled her eyes with confidence. This move certainly isn't your own creation. Can you tell me where you learned it? I'm very interested in it. Your fake act won't scare me. In a flash, Bai Shixin appeared in front of Yi Xiaofan. Her right hand transformed into a furry claw, its sharp tips slashing towards Yi Xiaofan's face. For other saints, enduring such an attack would have left them disfigured at the very least. However, with Yi Xiaofan's physical strength, Bai Shixin attack caused her absolutely no harm. Still, this was her beautiful face after all. Why would she endure such pain willingly? As Bai Shixin claws neared Yi Xiaofan, her Mingyuan sword blocked them perfectly. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. Surprisingly, Bai Shixin claws were so tough that the edge of the Mingyuan blade remained intact. As Yi Xiaofan parried Bai Shixin attack, she lifted her leg to kick her. Bai Shixin narrowly dodged. So, you're a white-haired beast then? No wonder there's such a strong fox smell about you. Bai Shixin claws were covered in white fur, looking quite adorable. Yi Xiaofan was correct. Bai Shixianyang wasn't human, but rather a white fox that had cultivated for thousands of years. Among the entire clan of white foxes, Bai Shixianyang ranked 13th, hence her title, Bai Shixianyang. Previously, the Bai Sanyang Xuanhuan encountered also belonged to the white fox race and held a rather high status within the clan. If even Bai Sanyang couldn't defeat Xuanhuan, Bai Shixianyang's loss to her naturally followed suit. But Bai Shixianyang didn't know that. She currently believed Xuanhuan had suffered serious injuries and wouldn't last much longer. With that thought, Bai Shixianyang attacked Xuanhuan again. Perhaps influenced by the death finger technique, her attacks weren't as overwhelmingly powerful as those of other saints, wreaking destruction everywhere indiscriminately. The aura of the death finger was extremely subtle and went unnoticed until it struck its target. Furthermore, the area affected by the damage from the death finger was extremely small, yet exceedingly potent. Just like the death finger, each attack of Bai Sanyang's was similarly subdued. Combined with Bai Shixianyang's incredible speed, to onlookers, they only saw an unpredictable flickering white shadow constantly appearing and disappearing around Yi Xiaofan. However, in Xuanhuan's perception, Bai Shixianyang's attacks were deceptively clever, moving erratically from left to right, breaking all conventions, and always managing to appear from the most painful and awkward corners. Had Xuanhuan not possessed greater strength than Bai Shixianyang, and thus clearly observed every one of her movements, she probably would have been dismembered by Bai Shixianyang long ago. Apparently, I underestimated you before. This is something I've recently understood, and I'll offer it as my return gesture. Xuanhuan suddenly increased her body size, escaping Bai Shixianyang's range of attack, put the Mingyuan sword back into its scabbard, and said to Bai Shixianyang. Chapter 200, Defeat with one move. It seems I did underestimate you before. This is a new technique I've recently mastered, and I'll use it as my response to you. Yi Xiaofan's figure suddenly expanded, moving out of Bai Shixianyang's attack range. He sheathed the sword Mingyuan and spoke to Bai Shixianyang. What? Bai Shixianyang had not yet reacted when she suddenly felt that the entire space was plunged into a sluggish state. The only thing unchanged was her brain's ability to think and Yi Xiaofan's silhouette. In Bai Shixianyang's eyes, all she saw was Yi Xiaofan passing by her slowly, his left hand gripping the already sheathed Mingyuan. Then, the space immediately returned to normal. What have you done? Nothing, just cut you once. As Yi Xiaofan's words echoed, a massive wound appeared on Bai Shixianyang's abdomen from top to bottom, blood spraying at least 3 meters away. In my hometown, there is a legend. If the speed of drawing a blade is fast enough, one can even see their own heart before death. In shock, Bai Shixianyang slowly lowered her head and saw her own heart pulsing within her body. Afterward, Bai Shixianyang lost consciousness and collapsed with a thud. The blood flowing from Bai Shixianyang's corpse dyed the earth around her a crimson red. Big sister. The second in command of Qingfeng Fort, the frail man, along with the third in command Brother San, and various bandits of Qingfeng Fort, shouted as they rushed to Bai Shixianyang's side. To them, Bai Shixianyang was the sky over Qingfeng Fort. If Bai Shixianyang died, then the days of Qingfeng Fort would be numbered for its downfall. Since Bai Shixianyang joined Qingfeng Fort, they hadn't spared any other forts in their raids. In this region, every bandit deeply hated Qingfeng Fort. The merchants didn't intercept the people of Qingfeng Fort, but allowed them to run to Bai Shixianyang's side. Today, if Yi Xiaofan hadn't been present unexpectedly, those who would now lie sprawled dead would surely have been them. Take Big Sister's body, let's retreat. But, no buts, do you think they'll let us go? We might as well fight our way through and try to break out. But the enemy has a saint-level fighter. How could we possibly escape from someone like that? We must flee, whether or not we survive. Do you want to die here? Around Bai Shixianyang's corpse, the second in command and third in command of Qingfeng Fort pretended to cry sorrowfully, while secretly exchanging thoughts telepathically. The second in command was right. After all, joining the life of a bandit meant risking death every day without sympathy from others or pity for their fate. While the two men were exchanging thoughts telepathically, the merchant caravan members began to subtly encircle Qingfeng Fort. Their telepathic communication, of course, couldn't be hidden from Yi Xiaofan. However, he only smiled faintly and tucked his disheveled hair behind his ear. Brothers, charge. Surround them. Don't let a single person escape. As though reading each other's minds, the second in command of Qingfeng Fort and Beckon from the merchant group simultaneously shouted out, reverting the scene back to how it was before Bai Shixianyang arrived. However, this time, Qingfeng Fort was clearly at a disadvantage. After the loss of their leader Bai Shixianyang, their morale dropped, leaving them no match for the high-spirited mercenaries. This battle lasted an hour and a half. Ultimately, among more than 400 bandits of Qingfeng Fort, fewer than 100 managed to escape. Of course, the merchant caravan also suffered losses. 58 mercenaries perished, reducing their forces by half. As for the caravan's own guards, their numbers dwindled sharply from 200 down to a mere 114. It was a hard-won victory, and at the moment the fighting ended, all the remaining people of the caravan collapsed onto the ground regardless of decorum, breathing heavily. From the beginning to the end, this war had continued for 2.5 hours. Even 5th and 6th grade magicians would struggle to maintain such intense stamina for so long. Thank you very much, Saint Master. Without you, we would surely have been killed by Qingfeng Fort. Here's a small gift, please kindly accept it. Being the manager of the guild, Beckon naturally didn't need to participate in the battle. Moreover, not only did he not take part in the battle, but he also always had 2 bodyguards protecting him nearby. So after the battle ended, besides Yi Xiaofan, his condition was by far the best. Yi Xiaofan took the bag from Beckon's hand. It was the same bag that had been originally prepared for by Shizenlang. According to Becken, it should contain 1,000 gold coins. After shaking the bag slightly to gauge its weight, Yi Xiaofan immediately realized that it contained more than just 1,000 gold coins. Based on his understanding of gold coins, this bag must hold at least 5,000. In fact, this was bound to be the case. Becken was an old hand in the business world and always conducted himself with extreme finesse. This bag had once been presented to by Shizenlang. If it still only contained 1,000 gold coins, he would not have dared to ensure whether or not the unknown saint-level master might feel any discontent. Even if there were no such feelings, giving a little extra could only serve to please the other party better. Moreover, paying 5,000 gold coins for a single act from a saint-level expert was still worth it for him. If he hadn't been lacking in additional gold coins, he might even have handed over 10,000. There's nothing much. Since I accepted the task of protecting the caravan as a mercenary, then naturally this is what I should do. A satisfied smile appeared on Yi Xiaofan's face as he discreetly tucked the bag into his spatial ring. Becken, upon seeing Yi Xiaofan accept the gold coins, became even more radiant than before. Esteemed Saint Master, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Becken, General Manager of latest Commerce House in Qinyang Kingdom. On behalf of our Commerce House, we formally extend an invitation for you to visit our latest Commerce House as a guest so we may properly express our gratitude. Skipping the visit will do. I have my own matters to attend to. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xiaofan declined Becken's invitation. Although finding Calais wasn't particularly urgent, the real reason Yi Xiaofan refused was because he recalled the incident at Tiandan Pavilion. Yi Xiaofan did not want to get entangled in any strange disputes again, despite gaining some benefits from the last encounter. In Qinyang Kingdom, Qingfeng Fort boasted a history that stretched back many years. Chapter 201. The Relocation of Qingfeng Fort. In the Qinyang Kingdom, the history of Qingfeng Fort could be said to have a long and enduring legacy. As early as the time of the previous emperor's ascension to the throne, Qingfeng Fort had already been established. From then until the death of the current emperor of the Qinyang Kingdom, and now nearing the demise of the present emperor, Qingfeng Fort has always existed. In this history spanning over 100 years, Qingfeng Fort has seen a total of 33 leaders. There were times of prosperity and times of decline, but from beginning to end, Qingfeng Fort has always endured. To speak of the most glorious period of Qingfeng Fort, it would undoubtedly be these few years when Bai Shixin Yang served as the leader. From being an obscure bandit stronghold to becoming a renowned large fortress, all of this was largely due to Bai Shixin Yang's efforts. However, today, Qingfeng Fort faces the hardest moment in its history. The revered Bai Shixin Yang was killed with one move by Yi Xiaofan, and after making countless enemies through the years, life at Qingfeng Fort will certainly not be easy. Qingfeng Fort continues to exist peacefully now only because news of Bai Shixin Yang's death has yet to spread. Once other fortresses learn of Bai Shixin Yang's death, it is likely that Qingfeng Fort will face attacks from many fronts. Even without intervention from other fortresses, the loss of a revered figure like Bai Shixin Yang means that just the monsters in the Black Forest alone are enough to completely destroy Qingfeng Fort. Big brother, over the years we've made many enemies. Even if we relocate to another mountain, where can we possibly go? I understand this too, but staying here in the Black Forest isn't a solution either. The Black Forest has a long history, filled with countless powerful beasts. If it weren't for the magic array set up by Sister in Charge, we would have been killed by the beasts long ago. But this magic array needs to be reinforced every month by Sister in Charge. Now that she's gone, we have no choice but to leave. Just as a nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day, so too a fort cannot be without a leader. After bringing Bai Shixin Yang back to the fort, the former second-in-command, a slim man, naturally assumed the position of Big Brother. Upon becoming the new leader, the first order issued by the slim man was to relocate the entire Qingfeng Fort out of the Black Forest. Before the bandits of Qingfeng Fort had time to panic, they began the urgent process of moving. But you don't need to worry. I've already thought of where we're going to move. To where? Now Brother 3, similar to second brother, has undergone a change in status due to Bai Shixin Yang's death. Currently, the followers of Qingfeng Fort address him respectfully as Brother 2. But this change is not what he desired. Fundamentally, he isn't someone who craves power or authority. If possible, he'd prefer to live idly and eat for the rest of his life. At this moment, he deeply regrets encountering the Radith's caravan back then. If he hadn't run into them, then Big Sister wouldn't have led the raid on the caravan, and Bai Shixin Yang wouldn't have been killed by that very beautiful yet terrifying woman. Moreover, even his follower Little Li was killed during their breakout attempt. Ah, such loneliness. Sitting on the back of a dragon beast, Brother 3 looked sorrowfully at the azure sky. In front of him was the current leader of Qingfeng Fort. Behind him were the underlings of Qingfeng Fort, each carrying large and small bundles of luggage. Normally, Little Li was always by his side, calling him Brother 3 often. Whenever something went awry, Little Li became his scapegoat. But Little Li never complained. Instead, he would find ways to cheer him up. Are you guys from Qingfeng Fort, the bandits? Suddenly, a woman dressed in white appeared before everyone. With a proud look, she clearly showed disdain for Qingfeng Fort. Yes, who are you? As the leader, one must act accordingly. Immediately, the slim man pointed his whip at the woman and questioned her. Big brother, be careful. She might be here to avenge herself from another fort. For vengeance? Is she alone? Ha ha ha. If that's true, I wouldn't mind playing around with her a bit. Upon seeing the woman, Brother 3 inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't recall where they'd met. Nevertheless, this woman somehow gave him a dangerous vibe. Thus, he approached the slim man and whispered his caution quietly. Unexpectedly, the slim man didn't take the woman seriously, instead laughing arrogantly aloud. His eyes gleamed lecherously as he stared at her. What the slim man was thinking, Brother 3 understood quite clearly, silently cursing him as a fool. They'd forgotten about their previous leader's death instantly, showing how mistaken one could be judging people's daily behaviors. Looking for death. The words of the slim man obviously enraged the woman, who slapped him through the air. With a loud slap, the slim man was directly knocked off the back of the dragon beast. You bastard are looking for death. After climbing up from the ground, the slim man took out 2 huge wolf-tooth clubs and furiously swung them at the woman. Humph. The woman let out a cold snort, as a vast momentum erupted from her body, forcing all the bandits of Qingfeng Fort to kneel on the ground in terror, including the slim man. Saint! Saint! The slim man finally regained his senses from his anger and looked at the white-clad woman before him with sheer horror. Damn, when did there become so many saints? They're practically as common as cabbage now. Not only was the slim man terrified, but third brother, who knelt beside him, shared the same look of uncontrollable fear in his eyes. In just 2 short days, they had encountered 2 saints other than Miss Bai. One must understand, an ordinary person might encounter a single saint in their entire lifetime, and that would be enough bragging material forever. On usual days, saints generally secluded themselves within their territories for cultivation. It was rare for so many saints to roam freely. The Qingfeng Fort of Qinyang Kingdom. I see I haven't come to the wrong place. Where is your leader? Reply, Lord, I am the leader. The slim man had already lost all of his previous bravado, hoping only that this saint before him would leave sooner rather than later. You say you're the leader, but didn't I hear that the leader of Qingfeng Fort is a woman? The white-clad woman clearly didn't believe what the slim man was saying, intensifying the powerful aura around her. Reply, Lord, I am not lying to you. Our leader used to indeed be a woman, but just yesterday, the previous leader died, and I have just become the new leader. You said what? The face of the white-clad woman instantly turned dark. Chapter 202, Revenge. Reply, Master, I did not deceive you. Our leader of Qingfeng Fort was indeed a woman in the past, but yesterday, the former leader passed away, and I just became the leader. What are you saying? The face of the white-clad woman immediately turned sullen, and her emanating aura grew more powerful with each passing moment, so powerful that the bandits of Qingfeng Fort were nearly breathless. It can't be. How could this be possible? Sister 13 is a sage. How could she die? Yes, it happened yesterday when we found out that Radis's caravan was transporting goods on the small road outside Black Forest. Then Leader 1 led us to raid the Radis caravan. But what? Tell me quickly. We didn't expect that there was also a sage in Radis's caravan. Leader 1. She was killed by that sage. What? Who killed my dear Sister 13, Panbuan, Kaus, or Meng Sata? The white-clad woman grabbed the frail man by the collar, her thin arms surprisingly lifting an adult man. The white-clad woman glared at the frail man angrily. And no, none of them. It was a young girl who looked very beautiful and seemed rather young. She shouldn't be from Qinyang Kingdom. Young girl, they're my most hated people. Take me to her. Throwing the frail man onto the ground, she ordered him to lead her to the sage who had killed Sister 13. In the white-clad woman's mind, Yi Xiaofan's figure instinctively appeared. Yes, this white-clad woman was Bai Sanlang, who had been extorted twice by Yi Xiaofan. After being extorted by Yi Xiaofan for the second time, Bai Sanlang took the secretly hidden treasure and left the Dark Forest. After leaving the Dark Forest, Bai Sanlang returned to her own race, one of the 3 most powerful races within the entire beast race, the Fox race. Among the 13 sisters, Bai Sanlang had the best relationship with White 13th sister. After staying for a period of time in the Fox tribe, someone from her clan informed her that Bai San, White 13th sister, had received an order from the Fox King to carry out a mission in the Qinyang Kingdom. After handling some minor affairs within the tribe, Bai Sanlang set off according to what she heard to find Bai San in the Black Forest. However, she never expected such tragic news would greet her. Although the people of Qingfeng Fort were unwilling to face Radis Trading Company again, even less willing to face the woman who had killed their leader, under Bai Sanlang's coercion, they reluctantly agreed to guide the way. By the next day, Yi Xiaofan's Radis Trading Company had already entered the nearest city. After spending a night resting in the city, the trading company's convoy once again departed. As the overlord of this region, Qingfeng Fort knew every detail about the nearby areas and accurately predicted the route of Radis Trading Company. Led by Qingfeng Fort, Bai Sanlang and the bandits of Qingfeng Fort had early laid ambush along the certain route where Radis Trading Company was bound to pass through. Unless Radis Trading Company suddenly changed its route, they would definitely pass here. Qingfeng Fort's judgment proved correct. Knowing that there was a sage in the team, Becken naturally wouldn't bother thinking about another new route. With a sage backing them, who could possibly rob their cargo? Becken confidently started the journey with 10 carriages full of goods at dawn. Despite starting so early, the mercenaries didn't complain, because they had a sage traveling among them. This should be one of the simplest tasks they've ever faced as mercenaries, filled with laughter between mercenaries and the guild members of the trading company, without a shred of vigilance. Yi Xiaofan lay alone in a spacious dragon cart. On the bottom of the dragon cart, magical arrays were engraved to maintain balance. Thus, although the road was bumpy, Yi Xiaofan felt nothing while sitting inside the dragon cart. Originally, this dragon cart was for Becken's use. After learning Yi Xiaofan's identity, Becken handed over the dragon cart to Yi Xiaofan as a gesture of respect. Yesterday, Beckon specially replaced everything in the dragon cart to brand new items, all high-quality luxury goods that gleamed splendidly. Despite lying in such a comfortable dragon cart, Yi Xiaofan couldn't fall asleep, despite feeling extremely drowsy. In fact, with her current strength, she could fully control whether or not she slept. However, ever since her power was exposed yesterday, the attitudes of the traders and mercenaries towards her made her feel very uncomfortable. Even Yi and Tian, the two girls who had always been sharp-tongued to her, became extremely respectful and restrained in front of her. It was only natural. When facing a sage, commoners would naturally feel constrained. However, Yi Xiaofan didn't like others treating her this way at all. It reminded her of the first time Karis learned about her power at Road Academy, which left Yi Xiaofan feeling lonely. Fortunately, whenever Yi Xiaofan felt lonely, Daodu was by her side for companionship. Daodu nudged Yi Xiaofan with its head, signaling her not to be sad anymore. Seeing Daodu's adorable expression, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but show a hint of smile on her face. As she stroked Daodu's head, Yi Xiaofan felt that perhaps she wasn't quite as alone. Noticing Yi Xiaofan's mood improve, Daodu turned around and continued eating the crystal fruits from the carpet. This fruit was unique to the Qinyang kingdom, shaped like grapes, but beautifully translucent. This type of fruit was magical, and regular consumption could make one's skin smoother and softer. In the upper echelons of society within the Qinyang kingdom, it was extremely popular among female nobility. Moreover, due to the low yield of crystal fruits, their price was also incredibly expensive. Daodu owed its chance to eat these fruits to Yi Xiaofan's favor. As the pet of a sage, its treatment was far better than before. If it were just an ordinary mercenary's pet, the traders wouldn't even take care of its meals. It would have been the responsibility of its owner. But Daodu was different. With status like that, the merchants went out of their way to please it. As long as Daodu stared at something for over 3 seconds, Beikin would order someone to buy it. How is it that there really seems to be a sage in this caravan, yet I cannot sense her presence? Chapter 203, Shastar. Is there really a sage in this caravan? Why can't I sense it? It's absolutely true. How dare we deceive you? In Qinyang Kingdom, there is such a road, with towering cliffs on both sides and only a narrow path in the middle that can accommodate 3 people walking side by side. This road is also the only way to the capital of Qinyang Kingdom and one of the routes the Reddish Chamber of Commerce will take. After deducing the route of the Reddish Chamber of Commerce, Bai Sanlang led the Qingfeng Fort people overnight and lay in ambush here. The Qingfeng Fort speculation was correct. Around 9 a.m., Bai Sanlang saw a group of merchants slowly coming from afar. With her sharp vision as a sage, Bai Sanlang clearly saw the emblem on the flag of the convoy. This belonged to the Reddish Chamber of Commerce. Bai Sanlang didn't hesitate at all when she used divine awareness to scan through the Reddish Chamber of Commerce. Bai Sanlang knew that if there were really any sages among them, they wouldn't be able to conceal themselves from her. And if there were no sages among them, then it would be impossible for them to detect Bai Sanlang's consciousness. Nevertheless, Bai Sanlang planned to kill everyone to vent her anger after learning that her 13th sister had been killed. Incidentally, she would also kill the people of Qingfeng Fort. Those who dared to deceive a sage must prepare for the worst. Of course, they probably didn't have the courage to deceive a sage. Still, whether they had deceived her or not, Bai Sanlang didn't intend to spare them. Era, it seems like we've met an old acquaintance. I said yesterday that guy looked familiar, and he should have something to do with her. But I never expected her to come here. Bai Sanlang thought right. When she just discovered the Reddish caravan, Yi Xiaofan also noticed her presence. As Bai Sanlang's divine awareness swept over the Reddish Chamber of Commerce, Yi Xiaofan's lips curled up into a mischievous smile. Because she already identified the owner of this divine awareness from it, the very same Bai Sanlang she couldn't find in the dark forest. You go surround them for me. Don't let anyone escape. Yes. As the Reddish Chamber of Commerce got closer and closer to the Qingfeng Fort, Bai Sanlang gave the order to the bandits of the Qingfeng Fort. The men of Qingfeng Fort loudly roared with high morale, quickly surrounding the Reddish Chamber of Commerce. The originally cheerful mercenaries and guards suddenly jumped when they heard the shouts of Qingfeng Fort. When they realized their situation, they found themselves completely surrounded. And among these surrounding faces, many familiar ones appeared. It was precisely the Qingfeng Fort that attempted to rob them yesterday. Ha ha ha, trash from Qingfeng Fort. Was yesterday's lesson not enough for you? Today you are still courting death. Knowing there was a sage backing them up, Bai Qin spoke with his chest out more than usual, arrogantly speaking to the scrawny man leading Qingfeng Fort. Don't get cocky. Who lives and who dies today isn't certain yet. As soon as the skinny man finished his sentence, Bai Sanlang emerged from behind the rocks. As Bai Sanlang's figure appeared, the exclusive aura of a sage also spread. Bai Sanlang intentionally directed the aura away from Qingfeng Fort, pressing it entirely onto the members of the Reddish Chamber of Commerce. Yet, the people who were supposed to be unable to withstand the aura of a sage showed no reaction at all. Actually capable of neutralizing my aura. It seems there truly is a sage present. There was already magic power in Bai Sanlang's words. Normal people hearing Bai Sanlang's voice would instantly die with ruptured internal organs. However, the people of the Reddish Chamber of Commerce remained perfectly fine. At this point, Bai Sanlang began to feel something was amiss. Because until now, she still hadn't detected the hidden sage within the Reddish Chamber of Commerce. It was highly likely that the opponent's strength exceeded hers, far surpassing her, which explained why she could easily counter her attacks without being found. I wonder which sage hides so timidly among these trash, unwilling to come out. However, Bai Sanlang still retained some confidence in herself because she possessed an extremely powerful ace. Even pointing to by 13's death meant nothing in front of her ultimate card. But the power of this ultimate card was too overwhelming, so even she didn't dare to use it lightly. If used improperly, it could very well injure herself heavily. Haven't seen you in such a long time. By San Lang. In the middle of the Redis caravan, the door curtain of a dragon carriage that looked extremely luxurious was gently lifted, and the person who walked out made by San Lang's pupils constrict sharply. Yi Xiaofan stepped out from the dragon carriage, a faint smile on her lips as she looked at Bai Sanlang. By Yi Xiaofan's side, Duda stood there proudly. It's you. The moment Bai Sanlang heard the voice, an ominous thought crossed her mind. But only after seeing Yi Xiaofan did Bai Sanlang truly feel fear rising within her heart. You, how could you possibly be here? Perhaps too shocked to articulate properly, Bai Sanlang stammered awkwardly, managing finally to form a coherent sentence. Bai Sanlang's change was noticed by everyone from Qingfeng Fort and the Reddish Chamber of Commerce. The first reaction of the Qingfeng Fort people was that this suddenly arrived sage knew their sage. Their second reaction was realizing how terrified Bai Sanlang was of the other sage. This was what the people from the Reddish Chamber of Commerce also thought, though their responses were completely different. The people from Qingfeng Fort were filled with despair. After barely escaping yesterday, would they still have such luck today? In contrast, those in the Reddish Chamber of Commerce were very glad, for it meant their sage must be incredibly powerful even among sages. Or how else could merely seeing them make the others so afraid? Ahara, I've just come to find a friend. And you, why are you here? Not long ago, I went to the dark forest looking for you, but you were no longer there. When Yi Xiaofan had visited the dark forest, she hadn't found Bai Sanlang in her cave. What Yi Xiaofan didn't know was that Bai Sanlang had actually been directly below the room she'd searched. After Yi Xiaofan left, fearing that she might one day return and blackmail her, Bai Sanlang quickly abandoned her residence. But what Bai Sanlang never expected was to encounter Yi Xiaofan once more here. Bai Sanlang deeply regretted coming to take revenge. If only she hadn't sought vengeance, she wouldn't have met this calamitous nemesis who left indelible terror in her heart. Chapter 204, White Sanning Essays. The deafening sounds continued without end, and the surrounding mountains were constantly collapsing. Huge rocks rolled down, creating one large crater after another on the ground. Whether they were the bandits of Qingfeng Fort, or the guards and mercenaries of the Radith Chamber of Commerce, they were all scrambling for their lives. As they ran, they couldn't help but look back. But in their eyes, they actually saw nothing. They could only hear the sound of clashing blows. Yi Xiaofan was fighting with White Sanning. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, commoners suffer. This is roughly what it meant. When White Sanning realized that the person who killed her younger sister was Yi Xiaofan, she immediately thought of retreating. But how could she possibly escape from Yi Xiaofan? The third level of the 12 slashes of the Great Sword, the Annihilation Slash, had the power to cut through space itself. The same technique he used to kill White 13 Nag earlier was now employed against White Sanning. The silent space seemed to freeze. Apart from thoughts, nothing could move. When Yi Xiaofan's Mingyuan sword grazed over White Sanning's neck, she truly felt how close death had come. In this critical moment, White Sanning finally unveiled her ace, a skeletal arm that blocked Yi Xiaofan's fatal strike. What is this thing? It looks so terrifying. Yi Xiaofan looked at the white bone on White Sanning's hand in astonishment. The aura emanating from the bone was mysterious and powerful. For some reason, whether it was a hallucination or not, Yi Xiaofan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she'd seen it somewhere before. But Yi Xiaofan was sure she had never seen this bone before. With her memory, once something caught her eye, it would be deeply etched into her mind, and she could recall it any time. For example, if you asked her what she ate for breakfast 10 years ago, Yi Xiaofan could answer accurately. This white bone is something I obtained long ago from the abyss of silence. It has accompanied me for countless years, and an untold number of powerful enemies have fallen under its power. So you mean to say I will die here today? Yi Xiaofan, I admit that you are indeed strong. But no matter how powerful you are no match for this white bone. Although I don't know its exact origins, I witnessed its history when I first got it. Do you know what I saw? What did you see? I saw that in ancient times, this white bone killed countless gods. Yes, gods, no god could withstand it. So die already. White Sanning's expression grew increasingly grotesque and fearsome. At her current strength, she still couldn't fully control the bone. Her thoughts had already been influenced by the bone, and eventually, she might fall into total madness, unable to regain clarity. Your current power is insufficient to control it. Stop right away. Otherwise, you will end up becoming a puppet. Haha. Even if that's true, I must kill you first, and then seek vengeance for my 13th sister later. Yi Xiaofan immediately realized that White Sanning's condition was seriously abnormal, so she couldn't help but warn her. This white bone gave Yi Xiaofan an unpleasant feeling. However, driven by madness, White Sanning refused to heed Yi Xiaofan's advice. Clutching the white bone arm, she attacked Yi Xiaofan with ferocity. The speed of the white bone arm was incredibly fast, reaching Yi Xiaofan almost instantaneously. Yi Xiaofan's pupils contracted sharply as she barely managed to block the bone arm with her Mingyuan sword. Actually, White Sanning wasn't unaware of the dangers associated with using the bone arm. However, she knew well about Yi Xiaofan's terror. During their first encounter, Yi Xiaofan chased her throughout the dark forest. So, in reality, White Sanning had no other choice but to use the bone. Without it, not only could she not avenge her 13th sister, but also, whether she could leave this place alive today was highly questionable. She didn't believe that Yi Xiaofan would spare her just because she provided some precious materials in the past. Since life or death was inevitable, she decided to take a gamble. It might give her a chance to survive. With the bone arm boosting her strength, White Sanbo was like a completely different person. Her movements became abnormally quick, her force incredibly potent. For a while, Yi Xiaofan was reduced to purely defending herself. Ah, kill you. On the other hand, Bai San's consciousness became increasingly unclear, her eyes completely covered in blood red. She alternated between fits of madness and repeatedly muttering about killing you. However, one thing remained unchanged. Bai San's attacks not only didn't weaken but grew more frenzied. The two figures of Yi Xiaofan and Bai Sanang moved quickly, and the occasional magical energy waves they emitted shattered large chunks of the mountain walls around them. The owner of this white bone arm must have been some unknown powerful existence during their lifetime. Despite Ming Yuan's sharpness in Yi Xiaofan's hands, and despite clashing with the bone arm multiple times, it showed no sign of damage. Instead, Ming Yuan was gradually affected by the energy emanating from the white bone arm each time they clashed. Over time, Ming Yuan began to emit faint sounds of sorrow. If Yi Xiaofan hadn't protected Ming Yuan with magical energy in time, the sword would likely have shattered into a pile of scrap iron by now. What a formidable white bone arm. Even Ming Yuan can't stand against it. Ah, kill you. As soon as Yi Xiaofan sheathed Ming Yuan, Bai Sanang's figure reappeared, thrusting toward Yi Xiaofan's throat. A flash of sharp white light shone on the white bone arm held by Bai Sana. With a whoosh, Yi Xiaofan disappeared from the spot just in time, leaving Bai Sanang unable to stop her momentum as the terrifying white bone arm plunged deep into the hard rock of the mountain. When Bai Sanang pulled the bone arm out, 5 finger-sized holes were left on the mountain surface. Yet surprisingly, the entire mountain remained undamaged. Even though it emits energy, its power is fully contained within. It seems this white bone is no ordinary artifact. Let me see exactly what it is. At this moment, Yi Xiaofan hovered midair, her 2 pure white wings slowly flapping to keep her aloft. Looking down at Bai Sanang from above, any trace of earlier mockery was gone from Yi Xiaofan's eyes, replaced now with solemnity. Chapter 205, The White Bone Arm. A gentle breeze wafted through the valley, lightly lifting Yi Xiaofan's long hair. Slowly closing his eyes, Yi Xiaofan murmured softly, "Starcloud Eye open." With a sudden flash, he opened his eyes, and within them appeared a rotating nebula. At that moment, Bai Sanlang had just pulled the white bone arm out of the mountainside and locked gazes with Yi Xiaofan. When Bai Sanlang saw the star cloud in Yi Xiaofan's eyes, the Fengkung blood red in her own eyes that represented madness seemed to slightly fade away. But only for an instant, it quickly reoccupied Bai Sanlang's eyes once again. Scanning, analyzing, deciphering. Yi Xiaofan continually analyzed the white bone arm in Bai Sanlang's possession. The conclusion that came from it shocked even Yi Xiaofan. The white bone arm in Bai Sanlang's hand actually belonged to an ancient giant beast. On the Kanglan continent, there were 12 absolute invincible killers, known by the world as the ancient giant beasts. Up until now, Yi Xiaofan had already encountered 2 of these 12 ancient giant beasts. One was the Frostwing Baiha in Hualide Snow Mountain, and the other was the frenzied Slotty seal beneath the capital of the Xinjiang Kingdom, Alaska. These 2 ancient giant beasts, though one had been defeated by Yi Xiaofan and the other sealed by him personally, without a doubt possessed immeasurable strength. Even a single ancient giant beast held the power to destroy all living creatures on the entire Kanglan continent. Moreover, because the ancient giant beasts were formed by absorbing the spark of life, the will of the Kanglan continent would provide them some degree of protection. Back then in Hualide Snow Mountain, when Yi Xiaofan was preparing to kill Frostwing Baiha, he was stopped by the will of Kanglan itself. And yet such an existence, an arm had been severed and lost over time, and ended up in Bai Sanlang's possession. Roar, kill, kill. Bai Sanlang's mind was entirely gone now, leaving only the instinct for slaughter brought by the white bone arm. Unlike earlier, Bai Sanlang no longer fixated on Yi Xiaofan. Perhaps it was due to Yi Xiaofan's Starcloud I'm making Bai Sanlang subconsciously feel uneasy. Right now, Bai Sanlang was instead chasing after the Qingfeng Fort bandits who were fleeing, as well as the guards and mercenaries of Lidasai Guild. The battle between Yi Xiaofan and Bai Sanlang might seem lengthy described, but in reality, it lasted merely a moment. The Qingfeng Fort bandits, along with the guards and mercenaries of Lidasai Guild, hadn't fled far enough yet. In a blink, at Bai Sanlang's speed, she caught up to those still running. By some terrible coincidence, Bai Sanlang's target was exactly the current leader of Qingfeng Fort, the emaciated man. Before he could react, the white bone arm in Bai Sanlang's hand pierced straight through the emaciated man's back to his chest. Ahara, what a greedy child indeed. But now things get complicated. The will of Kanglan would never allow me to completely eliminate an ancient giant beast, even if it's just an arm. So how am I supposed to subdue this lunatic? Floating in the sky, Yi Xiaofan frowned while observing Bai Sanlang below, going on a killing spree. Oddly enough, Yi Xiaofan felt not even a shred of sorrow regarding the deaths of these people. It was as if those who died down there were nothing more than broken objects, incapable of stirring any emotions within Yi Xiaofan. But I can't let her continue like this. Let's deal with Bai Sanlang first, then figure out how to handle the white bone arm. Having made up his mind, Yi Xiaofan forcefully flapped his pristine white wings, arriving before Bai Sanlang at a speed near light. Are you satisfied now? Then stop right here. Just as Bai Sanlang prepared to slay her next target, Yi Xiaofan's delicate hands timely blocked the white bone arm. The chilling corrosive aura emanating from the white bone arm seemed to have absolutely no effect on Yi Xiaofan. Kill, 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 give it to me. Bai Sanling roared, shouting kill as she attempted to attack Yi Xiaofan. However, Yi Xiaofan was ready and blocked her attack with his other hand, gripping the white bone arm firmly and using his strength to wrestle it away from Bai Sanling. Ugh! Ow! Ow! No! As Yi Xiaofan successfully took the white bone arm from her, Bai Sanling screamed in agony. The blood-red hue representing madness in her eyes began to gradually overflow. Oh, no! Save me! Simultaneously, as the blood red flowed out, Bai Sanling regained her sanity but appeared to be in immense pain, rolling on the ground uncontrollably. Within moments, her entire body was covered by this crimson tide. Soon, Bai Sanling's body dissolved into a pool of bloody water under the influence of the spreading crimson light, which then transformed into a streak of luminous flow, entering the white bone arm now in Yi Xiaofan's possession. Hungry. So hungry. Not enough. I need more. After consuming the crimson light, the white bone arm transmitted such thoughts to Yi Xiaofan, making him even more uncertain about how to handle it. Era, what shall I do with you? Perhaps I should seal you away in dimensional space, like I did with Slotty. Hungry. So hungry. Kill. Eat. Seemingly understanding Yi Xiaofan's intent, the white bone arm struggled wildly in his grasp, while continuously injecting murderous thoughts into Yi Xiaofan's mind, trying to control him through them. You're quite an unruly child, aren't you? Yi Xiaofan's brows furrowed slightly, and he tightened his grip just a little. Instantly, the white bone arm ceased its struggle. Yet Yi Xiaofan knew that the white bone arm wouldn't so easily submit. Chapter 206, Greedy Intent, Mosting. Lihua City, located in the far east of Qinyang Kingdom, is a border city that has long suffered from the harassment of beast tribes. 3 days ago, Yi Xiaofan finally arrived at this city. Sitting by a tea stall on the side of the road, Yi Xiaofan kept playing with a pure white ball in his hand. The ball was crystal clear, adorned with mysterious patterns. This was formed after Yi Xiaofan refined the white bone arm. Not long ago, when Yi Xiaofan acquired the white bone arm and was pondering how to deal with it, the will of Kanglin once again approached Yi Xiaofan. After a conversation, Yi Xiaofan finally learned that the owner of the white bone arm indeed belonged to one of the ancient giant beasts. Moreover, among the 12 ancient giant beasts, it was also one of the most restless creatures, Greedy Intent Mosting. The 12 ancient giant beasts had all received warnings from the will of Kanglin not to destroy the lives of Kanglin continent. Therefore, most of the time, the 12 ancient giant beasts only stayed in their lairs sleeping. But there was one exception, which was the Greedy Intent Mosting. Just looking at its title, one could tell that this ancient giant beast was extremely greedy. However, what it coveted was not wealth, but the life sparks within every living being. In order to obtain the life sparks within the living beings of Kanglin continent, Greedy Intent Mosting disregarded the warning from Kanglin's will and wreaked havoc indiscriminately across the land. However, because it was an ancient giant beast and had absorbed a large number of life sparks, becoming a pillar of the world, even Kanglin's will could not directly destroy it. Finally, Kanglin's will divided the body of Greedy Intent Mosting into countless pieces and sealed them away in various corners of Kanglin continent. The left arm belonging to Greedy Intent Mosting was accidentally obtained by Bai Sanling. Even though its body was fragmented into numerous parts, the will of Greedy Intent Mosting would not fade away. It existed in each fragment and still hoped to one day gather its body again. But in its incomplete state, while Greedy Intent Mosting possessed consciousness, it couldn't act independently, especially since Kanglin's will seal was also attached to it. Therefore, in order to break the seal and gather every part of itself, whenever Bai Sanling used it, it continuously eroded Bai Sanling's mind. Over countless years, Bai Sanling's mind was almost completely eroded. However, Bai Sanling was also a saint-level practitioner, and she realized that the white bone arm was not something good. So gradually, Bai Sanling stopped using the white bone arm. This deprived Greedy Intent Mosting of the opportunity to erode Bai Sanling's mind. Just as Greedy Intent Mosting was about to give up on eroding Bai Sanling unexpectedly started using it again. This gave Greedy Intent Mosting an opportunity. In fact, from the moment Bai Sanling took out the white bone arm, her fate was already sealed. In the end, she was truly seized upon by greed, and her flesh was completely devoured. After Kanglin's will explain the origin of the white bone arm to Yi Xiaofan, he further indicated to Yi Xiaofan that as long as all the body parts of Greedy Intent Mosting were not combined, there would be no problem. As for the white bone arm, Yi Xiaofan could decide for herself whether to destroy it, study it, or use it herself. Since Yi Xiaofan was so powerful, Greedy Intent Mosting wouldn't have the ability to erode her mind. Therefore, under the permission of Kanglin's will, Yi Xiaofan refined the white bone arm into a pure white sphere. Do not underestimate this white sphere made from the white bone arm. Its power is incomparable, even surpassing divine artifacts. Hey, have you heard? This year's beast tribe attack is more intense than previous ones. You just found out now? That's not news anymore. I heard that the city lord has issued a task to the mercenary guild, requesting help from mercenaries to repel the beast invasion. When Yi Xiaofan was lost in thought, the conversation between two men sitting at the table next to hers caught her attention. Really? That's great. I was worried before that Lihua City might fall to the beast invasion. Fisk, you're worrying too much. Do you know which mercenary groups have accepted the mission? That's nonsense. Since I didn't even know the city lord issued a mission, how could I possibly know these details? Do you want to know? The latter man revealed a knowing smile and pointed to the empty wine cup on the table, smiling without saying anything. The man opposite him looked annoyed and signaled the bartender to refill his tea. Hurry up and talk. Don't hold back. The man lightly sipped his aromatic tea and calmly began to speak. Currently, 3 major mercenary groups have accepted the mission. They are the Red Leaf A-Class Mercenary Group, the Extinction A-Class Mercenary Group, and the Skyfall B-Class Mercenary Group. If 2 out of the 3 major mercenary groups have accepted the task, what about the Xuanhuan Mercenary Group? They're an A-Class group too. Haven't they taken the mission? Shoo, keep your voice down. Let me tell you something. When it came to the Xuanhuan Mercenary Group, the man suddenly became serious, signaling the other person to lean in closer as he whispered softly into his ear. The rest of the people at the tea house looked disappointed, but Yi Xiaofan could still hear their conversation clearly. Even if saints communicated using spiritual awareness, Yi Xiaofan could still eavesdrop word for word, let alone the conversations of these ordinary people. Let me tell you, according to reliable intelligence, the leader of the Xuanhuan Mercenary Group, Tian Yu, was martyred during a previous mission. The entire Xuanhuan Mercenary Group suffered heavy losses and is almost on the verge of disbandment. It's said that now only a few core members and some rookies remain in the Xuanhuan Mercenary Group, with the entire organization currently being held together by the wife of the leader Tian Yu. Is that true? How come I didn't hear anything? Duh, do you think such a big event would be announced everywhere? Anyway, the Xuanhuan Mercenary Group has lost its qualification as an A-Class group, and it may disband at any time. Moreover, it's rumored that the other 2 A-Class groups, Red Leaf and Extinction, are secretly poaching members from the Xuanhuan Mercenary Group. Tisk, it's really lamentable. Who would have thought that the Xuanhuan Mercenary Group, which rose so quickly, would decline so fast just a few years later? Exactly. After saying this, the 2 men resumed their seats and began discussing other topics. But their subsequent discussions were of no interest to Yi Xiaofan. After getting up and paying her bill, Yi Xiaofan headed towards the Mercenaries Guild. Chapter 207, Finding Carisi. After saying this, the 2 of them sat back properly and started discussing other topics. But as for the subjects they discussed afterward, Yi Xiaofan had completely lost interest in them. After getting up to settle the bill, Yi Xiaofan headed toward the Mercenaries Guild. According to Xiaona's information, Carisi should be working as a mercenary in Lihua City. The entire Lihua City was incredibly vast, and trying to find someone in an entire city would undoubtedly be very difficult. However, since Carisi was a mercenary, if he went to the Mercenaries Guild, there would be a significant chance of meeting her. I wonder how that little girl Carisi is doing now. Out of the 4 of us who were in the dormitory back then, she was the wildest. While thinking about this, Yi Xiaofan arrived at the Mercenaries Guild in Lihua City. Compared to Luohua City, whether it be in scale or prosperity, the Mercenaries Guild in Lihua City did not fall short even slightly compared to Luohua City. Upon entering the door of the Mercenaries Guild, Yi Xiaofan noticed 2 groups of people facing off inside. It was clear these 2 factions weren't simple individuals. Their backgrounds likely weren't ordinary if they dared to cause trouble within the confines of the Mercenaries Guild. Ka-Koen, you're publicly stealing our tasks from the Myeba Mercenaries Group. Do you really think our Xuanhuan Mercenaries Group fears you? Yitmadai, how can you say we are stealing your tasks? The task is posted on the bulletin board. Anyone who wants it just takes it. We simply got the job before you. From their conversation, Yi Xiaofan realized that this was exactly what the 2 passers-by mentioned earlier at the tea stall, the A-Class Myeba Mercenaries Group and the Xuanhuan Mercenaries Group. In the realm of mercenaries, those who could form an A-Class group were all exceptionally skilled individuals. For such forces, unless they overstepped too much, the Mercenaries Guild generally turned a blind eye. This explained why, despite causing a disturbance in the guild hall, no one from the Mercenaries Guild intervened. Judging by the expressions around him, which clearly indicated familiarity with such scenes, this type of incident had happened more than once or twice. As the saying goes, wherever there are people, there will be grievances. Where there are grievances, there will be struggles. It was normal for mercenaries to have some minor disputes, so Yi Xiaofan decided not to pay attention to them, intending to look for a spot to rest and wait to see if Carisi came to accept the mission. However, the next thing they said made Yi Xiaofan stop in his tracks. Yate Madai, belonging to the Xuanhuan mercenaries, glared angrily at the people from the Myeba mercenaries. He knew that what they said was true. Tasks were posted on the notice board, and whoever took it first owned it. But Yate Madai just couldn't swallow this bitterness because it was obvious that the other side was deliberately targeting them. Such incidents had already occurred multiple times. Whenever they looked at any task, the other party would always snatch it beforehand. There were only so many A-class missions to begin with, and with their continuous theft, their mercenary group hadn't earned economic income in a long time. Since the death of the leader of the mercenary team, the Hongya mercenaries group had colluded with the Myeba mercenaries group to oppress them, making their days increasingly hard. Hey Yate Madai, little brother, why does your face look so ugly? Is it because you don't have money to buy food and are starving? Brother here still has a bit of money. How about I bestow some charity upon you? Of course, there's a condition. Let Miss Carisi, your leader, accompany me for one night. How about that? Just as Ka Kuan, the head of the Myeba mercenaries group, was about to leave through the gate of the mercenaries guild, he suddenly grinned lewdly, sidling up to Yate Madai and speaking vulgarities. Ka Kuan, are you looking for death? Ka Kuan's words thoroughly enraged Yate Madai. He pulled out a large broad axe from behind his back and charged at Ka Kuan. However, he was stopped in time by those behind him. Assistant Yate Madai, you've fallen for their trick. Ha, wanna hit me? Can you even beat me? Don't forget, last time when we clashed, you ended up being my underling. Ka Kuan showed no fear of Yate Madai and mocked him even more. Fighting is prohibited in the Mercenaries Guild Hall. If anyone disobeys, their mercenary status will be revoked forever, with no chance of reinstatement. As for you, Ka Kuan, if you're done accepting the task, go do it immediately. Don't hang around here creating problems. With the situation developing thus far, a responsible person from the Mercenaries Guild finally stepped forward to intervene. After chasing xuanhuan away, they let out a sigh, shaking their head while patting Madai on the shoulder and then leaving silently without uttering a word. Regarding the plight of the Qingshun Mercenaries group, how could the person in charge of the Mercenaries Guild not know about it? Though feeling extremely sympathetic toward them, for mercenaries, life and death were as common as daily meals. Even an A-class mercenary could accidentally lose their life during a task. Spit, let's go. Madai spat fiercely on the ground and prepared to leave with his subordinates, anger in his heart. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a pleasant voice reached Madai's ears. He instinctively turned around and saw a beautiful girl leading an imposing tiger walking toward him. Do you have something to do with us? Madai hesitated as he looked at Xiaofan. He didn't remember knowing this pretty girl and wondered why she sought him out. Are you from the Qingshun Mercenaries group? Yes. What's your leader's name? Why do you want to know that? Madai eyed Xiaofan warily. It wasn't surprising given their current situation. Anyone would be sensitive under these circumstances. Tell me what your leader is called first. Sorry, can't do that. Seeing that Xiaofan wouldn't explain her reason, Madai said sorry, then turned and led his group out of the Mercenaries Guild door, leaving Xiaofan standing there with only an amused wry smile. Well, mistaken for someone with ill intentions. She chuckled self-deprecatingly but didn't feel upset because through their earlier conversation, Xiaofan had learned some useful information. From the mouth of that man xuanhuan came Carisi's name personally. Unless there was another person with the same name, Xiaofan could consider finding her here accomplished. And back in the small city of Saxily near the Alaskan capital of Star King Xuanhuan, where Xiaonan once spoke, she mentioned Carisi didn't seem to be doing well. When this situation combined with the current plight of the Qingshun mercenaries, Xiaofan became more than 80% sure that the Carisi they spoke of was indeed the one he was looking for. However, just in case, Xiaofan decided to follow them quietly for a while. Once he met their leader, then everything would be confirmed without question. If it really was Carisi, then Xiaofan would inevitably confront the Hongya and Mieba mercenary groups. Those who dared to harm his sister would soon find that Xiaofan never was one to tolerate such actions. Chapter 208, Spotted Eagle. Quietly trailing behind Mudi, after zigzagging through the streets and alleys of Fire City, they arrived at a fairly large complex of buildings. The buildings were constructed with great luxury, yet exuded a sense of lifelessness. Even the two guards standing by the entrance seemed listless. Above the gate, a plaque clearly read, Qingshun Mercenary Group, in bold characters. Mudi, you're back. Did you receive any mission? No. I see. It's those people from Falling Leaves and Thanos causing trouble again, right? Forget it. This kind of thing has happened more than once. You'd better go inside quickly. The leaders of Red Leaf Mercenary Group and Thanos Mercenary Group are here. Our boss is negotiating with them. Why didn't you say that earlier? I'll go in first. Mudi rushed into the Qingshun Mercenary Group headquarters with his companion, while the guards on duty exchanged looks of wry humor. What difference would it make anyway? Nowadays, the Qingshun Mercenary Group was not the same as it used to be. After Mudi went in, Xiaofan completely concealed his presence and leapt over a nearby wall. As soon as he landed, he noticed a spotted eagle, a fourth-stage magical beast, eating nearby. The sound of Xiaofan scaling the wall startled the spotted eagle. The moment it raised its head to look at Xiaofan immediately suppressed it with overwhelming pressure, knocking it unconscious. Phew, that was close. I didn't expect there to be a spotted eagle here. I almost got discovered. Xiaofan wiped away sweat that wasn't even there inside. As a fourth-stage magical beast, the spotted eagle wasn't particularly powerful and had no magic abilities. One could say that even a second-stage magical beast could easily kill a spotted eagle. The only advantage of the spotted eagle was its extreme vigilance. It could detect even the presence of Saint-class warriors. Hence, many organizations used spotted eagles for guard duties, since these creatures emitted an ear-splitting shriek whenever they detected intruders. Theoretically, as long as there were spotted eagles present, one could guarantee that no enemies would sneak in. However, things aren't always absolute. Many powerful beings could neutralize a spotted eagle before it had time to react, just like Xiaofan did. Later, someone invented reconnaissance crystals to replace the function of the spotted eagle. They proved far more effective. Over time, reconnaissance crystals became standard practice for guarding purposes, while organizations keeping spotted eagles grew increasingly rare. Furthermore, the reproductive ability of spotted eagles was exceedingly low. Generally, they reproduced only once every 2 years, with each brood containing at most 2 baby spotted eagles, all of which had an alarmingly high mortality rate. Because of this, during the years Xiaofan spent on the Kanglan continent, he had only heard about spotted eagles but never actually seen one. However, today, Xiaofan finally had a chance to witness one. Hiding the unconscious spotted eagle carefully, Xiaofan followed the trail left by Mudi and cautiously moved forward within the Qingshun Mercenary Group compound, much like a thief. Initially, Xiaofan assumed that as a relatively rare ill-level mercenary group, their premises would be well protected, with at least some patrolling guards, if not continuous surveillance throughout. Yet, until Xiaofan reached the endpoint following Mudi's scent, he hadn't come across a single patrolling guard. In fact, one could openly walk through the compound without anyone noticing. Bang! A loud bang on the table inside snapped Xiaofan out of his thoughts. He hurriedly pressed closer, peeking through the window to spy on the situation indoors. Inside the room, Xiaofan instantly saw Karis staring angrily. More than 10 years had passed, and the little girl from before had now grown into a poised and graceful woman. If it weren't for her familiar facial features, Yi Xiaofan might have struggled to recognize her as Karis. It was evident that Karis had gone through much over the years. Her former innocence had faded, replaced by a mature and steady demeanor. There was undeniable fatigue in Karis' eyes, indicating that she had been struggling recently. At the very sight of Karis, Yi Xiaofan felt his eyes well up with emotion. He wanted nothing more than to rush in and embrace her, bursting into tears. But upon glancing at the two smug figures sitting opposite Karis, Yi Xiaofan suppressed that urge and decided to observe further developments. The two sitting across from Karis were, as Yi Xiaofan guessed correctly, Qing Feng, the leader of the Red Leaf Mercenary Group, and Tao Hai, the leader of the Thanos Mercenary Group. Looking at their sly smiles, Yi Xiaofan had an intense impulse to punch them dead. I've said it already, the Qingshan Mercenary Group will not disband. Both of you may leave. Inside the room, Karis glared angrily at Qing Feng and Tao Hai. After taking a deep breath, she sat back down and gestured for them to proceed. Don't be like that, Miss Karis. Just reconsider our offer. Given the current situation of the Qingshan Mercenary Group, the price we're offering is already very reasonable. But the two acted as if they hadn't understood her hint and continued to sit there, raising suspicions that their butts had grown onto the chairs. Reasonable? Your idea of reasonable is using 1,000 gold coins to buy out our Qingshan Mercenary Group's standing. Is that what you call reasonable? If a mercenary group registers with the Mercenary Guild and wants to level up, it must meet certain requirements for task completion at their current rank. Usually, this involves completing about 100 tasks. For example, if a C-ranked mercenary group wants to become a B-ranked mercenary group, they must first complete 100 C-ranked tasks, then pass a trial task to successfully upgrade to a B-ranked group. Similarly, from B rank to A rank, they must complete 100 B-ranked tasks. From A rank to S rank, 100 A-ranked tasks are needed. However, A-ranked tasks are extremely rare. In many cases, even A-ranked mercenary groups continue to undertake B-ranked tasks. Whenever an A-ranked task appears, it triggers fierce competition among A-ranked groups. Moreover, if a mercenary group fails its promotion task, their progress resets completely. The Red Leaf Mercenary Group and the Thanos Mercenary Group are well-established A-ranked groups in the Qinyang Kingdom, and even their leaders have changed several times over the years. What is known is that the Red Leaf Mercenary Group has attempted 6 S-rank promotion missions to advance from A rank to S rank and has yet to succeed. The Thanos Mercenary Group has similarly attempted 8 times to promote from A rank to S rank, but has also not completed the task successfully. Each time, both groups learn from their experiences and strive hard to prepare for their next promotion mission. Chapter 209, Reunion. It is known that the Red Leaf Mercenary Group has attempted to advance from A rank to S rank 6 times, but has not succeeded thus far. The OtherWorld Mercenary Group has also attempted to advance from A rank to S rank 8 times, and similarly has not completed the advancement yet. Each failure means starting over from the ancient past, accumulating task volumes all over again. For Red Leaf and Overlord, who are both eager to become S-rank mercenary groups, this is undoubtedly an arduous process. Fortunately, there is a rule in the Mercenary Guild. Mercenary groups of the same rank can transfer their accumulated task volume to other groups. Therefore, if these two groups could inherit Deep Bond Mercenary Group's task volume, they would quickly be able to accept the trial mission for S-rank mercenary groups again. This is why Red Leaf Mercenary Group and Overlord Mercenary Group took advantage of Deep Bond Mercenary Group during its decline. On the other hand, although Deep Bond Mercenary Group lost its main members in the previous mission, along with its leader, it still possesses some formidable forces. If the members of Deep Bond Mercenary Group were recruited into either group, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance their strength. With this in mind, the Red Leaf Mercenary Group and the Overlord Mercenary Group teamed up to suppress the Deep Bond Mercenary Group, making their situation increasingly difficult. Today, the reason Red Leaf Mercenary Group and Overlord Mercenary Group came to the Deep Bond Mercenary Group was because they believed the latter could no longer withstand the pressure and would agree to their terms. How could Karis not guess the intentions of Red Leaf Mercenary Group and Overlord Mercenary Group? But even though she knows, what can she do? With her current strength, there's no way to deal with these two groups. I've already said this before, Deep Bond Mercenary Group was founded by my husband and me. I absolutely will not hand it over to anyone. Although the guild allows transferring task volume between mercenary groups of the same rank, doing so means the original group must disband. Don't refuse our generous offer. We're willing to buy your group at a price you should feel honored. You insolent woman, don't complain or resist. Or do you want us to exterminate your entire group? Tao Hai, as the fiery-tempered leader of the Overlord Mercenary Group, immediately stood up and roared in anger at Karis' lack of cooperation. As Tao Hai erupted, the subordinates from all three sides drew their weapons and faced each other, making the atmosphere tense. But the most nervous person was Karis. Thump, thump, thump. Karis knew those sounds were her own heartbeat. As the current leader of the Deep Bond Mercenary Group, she fully understood that, with the current combat strength of her group, they had no chance of winning against either Red Leaf Mercenary Group or Overlord Mercenary Group, let alone facing two A-rank groups at once. Oh, what a lively scene here. Just as the tension grew heavier, a pleasant voice reached everyone's ears. Looking back, they saw a 16 or 17-year-old girl stroll in casually, dressed in white casual attire, hands in her pockets, looking quite relaxed. At her side followed a towering tiger, whose piercing eyes swept across everyone inside the room. Just one glance at the tiger was enough to send chills through anyone's spine. You are you. Facing the door, Karis immediately spotted Yi Xiaofan slowly walking in, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Oh, Karis. Long time no see. Yi Xiaofan raised her right hand and greeted Karis warmly. Xiaofan, you're Xiaofan. Karis ran to the entrance, embraced Yi Xiaofan tightly, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Karis, I know we haven't seen each other in ages and you're excited, but please don't hug me like this. It feels awkward. Yi Xiaofan tried to break free from Karis's embrace, but Karis held on too tight. Afraid of hurting Karis, Yi Xiaofan gave up struggling. Back when studying at Rod Academy, Yi Xiaofan used to be the tallest among all her dorm mates. However, Yi Xiaofan's body remains unchanged forever. It will never grow anymore. But the other 3 girls in her dorm were different. Back then, they were young and still had potential for growth. After all these years, both Jiona and Karis have grown taller than Yi Xiaofan. This made Yi Xiaofan, who once always looked down on them because of her height, inexplicably feel much more deflated. Xiaofan, where have you been all these years? No matter how hard Jiona, Su Rue, and I searched, we couldn't find any information about you. Well, there were various reasons. Yi Xiaofan felt somewhat embarrassed because she couldn't possibly tell her long-lost sister that she had been a homebody for 10 years. It would be too embarrassing. Karis, you seem to be in a tough situation. Finally, Karis released Yi Xiaofan from her embrace. After scanning the hall, Yi Xiaofan spoke to Karis. Someone is causing trouble for you, right? But don't worry, I can handle it myself. Don't fool me. While walking around the city, I've already heard about the Deep Bond mercenary group's issues. If you could handle it on your own, you wouldn't be in this state now. Xiaofan understood Karis' character well. She didn't bother saying more to Karis and just lightly patted her back as a sign that everything would be left to her to resolve. Xiaofan walked to where Karis had been standing earlier, then directly stepped onto a chair. Actually, Yi Xiaofan was helpless too. This body was far too short in height. If she didn't step on the chair, she would have to look up at others, which wasn't a good experience. When Xiaofan stood on the stool, she towered over everyone else. From a height advantage, she looked down at the leaders of the Red Leaf Mercenary Group and Overlord Mercenary Group, Qingfeng and Tao Hai. I heard you want to acquire Deep Bond Mercenary Group's task volume. You little girl, who are you to intrude here? What business is this of yours? I heard you want to acquire Deep Bond Mercenary Group's task volume. So what if we do? As Xiaofan spoke, she exerted a bit of pressure. This caused Tao Hai, when confronted by Xiaofan's questioning, to lose any thoughts of resistance and answer directly. Alright, I agree to this on my behalf. But how many gold coins do you plan to use to purchase it? Xiaofan. Karis called out anxiously, but Yi Xiaofan gave her a reassuring look. Chapter 210 Yi Xiaofan's Little Wit, Part 1. Oh, little girl, can you make the decision? Of course. Tao Hai glanced at Karis, then looked at Yi Xiaofan, and finally exchanged a glance with Qingfeng. Qingfeng nodded to him, indicating that it was fine. Well, let's continue the negotiation. We are prepared to use 1,000 gold coins to acquire all the task volumes of the Qingshan Mercenary Group. What do you think? Karis, how many task volumes do you have in total? Yi Xiaofan did not answer Tao Hai directly, but turned around and looked at Karis instead. In total, we have completed 99 A-level tasks. Originally, we planned to complete another A-level task before undertaking the promotion task. Just didn't expect. The Qingshan Mercenary Group had reached A-level for quite some time now. With the joint efforts of the entire mercenary group, the task volume was nearly up to the requirement for promotion. However, during the last task, the Qingshan Mercenary Group encountered danger, and all of its officers were completely wiped out. There are actually this many? 99 task volumes, just one task away from being able to undertake the promotion task directly. Do you think 1,000 gold coins is enough? If you guys are so insincere, then regardless of who it is, even if it means dying with you, it won't benefit you either. Yi Xiaofan nodded first, then looked at Tao Hai, her sharp eyes staring at Tao Hai unwaveringly, making Tao Hai feel very uneasy. Cough. So how much do you want? Tao Hai coughed dryly. In fact, he also knew that acquiring the task volume of the Qingshan Mercenary Group for 1,000 gold coins was indeed somewhat overreaching. Initially, it was just a price set out to oppress the Qingshan Mercenary Group because he never thought that the Qingshan Mercenary Group would sell its task volume. But Yi Xiaofan's arrival completely broke his plan. If they could really acquire the task volume of the Qingshan Mercenary Group, it would undoubtedly be a great thing. The task volume of the Dominator Mercenary Group is currently 65 A-level tasks. Once the task volume of the Qingshan Mercenary Group is obtained, it can challenge the S-level Mercenary Group. One task, 1,000 gold coins. After considering thoroughly, Yi Xiaofan gave an answer to Tao Hai. 1,000 gold coins per task. Isn't that a bit too expensive? Expensive? We have a total of 99 tasks, but you can't possibly buy all the tasks. Once the tasks are transferred to your mercenary group, even if it's just one task, the Qingshan Mercenary Group will be dissolved. Is 1,000 gold coins still expensive under these circumstances? Regarding transferring tasks, the Mercenaries Union has made explicit regulations. Transferring tasks requires 2 mercenary groups to be of the same level, and only tasks matching their level can be transferred. Moreover, after transferring tasks, the mercenary group will be forcibly dissolved, and members of the mercenary group cannot join any mercenary group within 3 years after the dissolution. On the other hand, the Mercenaries Union has also clearly stipulated regarding fun tasks. The standard for a mercenary group to reach the promotion task is 100 tasks. However, if the task volume exceeds this number, it will not be counted in the task volume. That is to say, even if you complete 1,000 tasks or 10,000 tasks, if your taboo task fails, you still have to start accumulating task volumes from scratch. Therefore, most mercenary groups will, After reaching the required task volume, put down all ongoing tasks and prioritize undertaking promotion tasks. If successful, everything goes smoothly. If not, there won't be any loss. At the very least, promotion tasks are always assigned by the Mercenaries Union, which are extremely difficult, but generally pose no life-threatening risks. This, undoubtedly, Yi Xiaofan's words made Tao Hai very tempted. To be honest, 1,000 gold coins per task is not cheap at all. Nevertheless, this price isn't unbearable for Tao Hai, who wants to become an S-level mercenary group. Cough. Cough. Qing Feng, who had been sitting quietly without a word, couldn't help but cough a few times as a reminder upon seeing Tao Hai's intent. However, Tao Hai had already been swayed by the conditions presented by Yi Xiaofan, and he no longer cared what Qing Feng thought. All right, I accept your offer, but you must also agree to my condition. What condition? Our Dominator Mercenary Group will acquire your task volumes at 1,000 gold coins per task, but you can only transact with our Dominator Mercenary Group. That is, even the remaining task volumes we don't buy, you can't sell to any other mercenary group. After speaking, Dominator glanced knowingly at Qing Feng, who sat on the side. What it meant, everyone understood tacitly. Yi Xiaofan did not expect Tao Hai to make a decision so quickly and was slightly surprised. However, so far, everything was still within Yi Xiaofan's plan. In that case, pretending to hesitate on the surface, Yi Xiaofan had actually been secretly observing Qing Feng's expression all along. Just as Yi Xiaofan expected, Qing Feng's face now looked as if it was dyed with soy sauce, making him look extremely unpleasant. Hey, Tao Hai, what do you mean by this? We had agreed on something before we came. Agreement? What are you talking about? I just agreed to come with you to acquire the task volumes of the Qing Mercenary Group. I didn't agree to any other requests from you. Qing Feng hadn't expected that Tao Hai would turn against him so quickly. Unlike Tao Hai, who he thought of as a muscle-headed fool, Qing Feng could already guess what Yi Xiaofan was planning at this moment. However, one thing Qing Feng knew for sure was that he absolutely couldn't let Tao Hai buy the task volume. If Tao Hai simply bought the task volumes of the Qing Mercenary Group, that would have been fine. They could also transact with the Qing Mercenary Group at the same price. But the problem lay in the fact that Tao Hai, thinking himself smart, proposed a condition to Yi Xiaofan, prohibiting transactions with other mercenary groups. If that happened, wouldn't their Red Leaf Mercenary Group fall behind the Dominator Mercenary Group? Even though there was no guarantee that the Dominator Mercenary Group would succeed in the taboo task, even if they managed to accumulate enough task volumes, Qing Feng dared not gamble with such slim chances. In the world of mercenaries, nothing was impossible. After all, although S-level and A-level mercenary groups only differed by one level, the authority they possessed within the Mercenaries Union was vastly different. For instance, an S-level mercenary group had full authority to decide the tasks that any mercenary group below the S-level could take. In other words, if the Dominator Mercenary Group became an S-level mercenary group, then every time the Red Leaf Mercenary Group wanted to undertake a task, the Dominator Mercenary Group could simply deny the Red Leaf Mercenary Group's capability to undertake that task. If this were to happen, the Red Leaf Mercenary Group would end up just like the Qing Mercenary Group right now, having no chance for further development. Chapter 211, Yi Xiaofan's Little Wit, Part 2. If the Thanos Mercenary Group were to become an S-class mercenary group, then as long as the Red Leaf Mercenary Group took a mission, the Thanos Mercenary Group could simply deny that the Red Leaf Mercenary Group has the capability to undertake this task. In such a case, the Red Leaf Mercenary Group would be in the same situation as the Qing Feng Mercenary Group now, having no chance for development. 1,000 gold coins per mission. Our Thanos Mercenary Group needs 35 missions, making it a total of 35,000 gold coins. This is, before Qing Feng could react, Tao Hai quickly announced the number of missions they wanted and pulled out a bag of gold coins from his spatial ring. Excuse me, may I ask your honorable name? My name is Yi Xiaofan. Qing Feng suddenly interrupted Tao Hai's words, looked at Yi Xiaofan, and made a standard gentleman's bow. Miss Yi, our Red Leaf Mercenary Group also wants to purchase missions from Qing Feng Mercenary Group. Could you sell them to us? Well, I have already agreed with him. Apart from the Thanos Mercenary Group, I will not trade with any other mercenary group. Yi Xiaofan deliberately acted as if he were troubled, but was secretly delighted inside. Even if Qing Feng understood Yi Xiaofan's plan, what could be done? As long as one of the Thanos Mercenary Group or the Red Leaf Mercenary Group falls for the bait, then the other would be powerless. Our Red Leaf Mercenary Group is willing to buy missions at 1,100 gold coins each. But, Qing Feng, do you want to die? Tao Hai angrily slammed the table upon seeing such a good opportunity. An opportunity to completely solve the Qing Feng Mercenary Group issue and get ahead of the Red Leaf Mercenary Group. Only for Qing Feng to interfere. 1,100 gold coins. It was an obvious act of vicious competition. In that case, I'm very sorry, leader of the Thanos Mercenary Group. Let's forget what I previously promised you. After all, we haven't signed the contract yet, right? Yi Xiaofan readily agreed, then smiled at Tao Hai with an unspoken meaning. Since the opponent raised the price, aren't you supposed to follow? All right, I'll offer 1,200 gold coins for each mission. After finishing his statement, Tao Hai glanced challengingly at Qing Feng. Qing Feng shook with anger at Tao Hai's childish move. The reason he increased the price to 1,100 gold coins was to delay and then properly discuss things with Tao Hai. After all, Qing Mercenary Group had a task quota of 99 tasks, which would be more than enough even if both groups bought some. There was absolutely no need for further internal strife. I'll offer 1,300 gold coins. An irate Qing Feng lost his senses and immediately added another 100 gold coins on top of that, glaring defiantly at Tao Hai. I'll offer 1,400 gold coins. 1,500 gold coins. 16. 17. Like two children in a temper tantrum, they continuously escalated the price, raising it within moments to 3,000 gold coins, stunning Carice, who had been watching from the sidelines. Ah, well, it's getting late already. If you continue like this, it might never end. I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? You speak. You speak. Qingfeng and Tao Hai both shouted at Yi Xiaofan simultaneously, their bloodshot eyes indicating that their current state of mind wasn't much different from beasts. Why don't both of you go home and think about it overnight? Come back tomorrow morning and tell me your final ideal prices. I will choose to trade with whoever offers the higher price. What do you think? Agreed. All right. Qingfeng and Tao Hai immediately accepted, got up, and left the territory of the Qingfeng mercenary group. In the bone-chilling cold of winter, the biting wind woke the two up as they exited the Qingfeng mercenary group's area, clearing their minds considerably. Hey, are you awake yet? Lifting his head to look at the sky, Qingfeng revealed a face full of weariness as he asked Tao Hai. Tao Hai mirrored his action, looking at the sky with a similar gesture, and gave a lukewarm response. Tao Hai was quite puzzled. Though his temper was normally fiery, he'd never been so impulsive as he had today. What exactly happened to me earlier? Most likely, someone fell into a trap. 7th grade magic, Disorder Heart spell. I didn't expect there was still someone who knew this forbidden magic. Disorder Heart spell? You mean the magic that destroyed the magic superpower Smoker Empire 300 years ago? Yes. Didn't the Holy Light Sanctuary order this magic to be classified as a forbidden technique and destroy all books recording this magic, making it so no one can learn it? How is it possible that someone still knows it? Even if it's the Holy Light Sanctuary, they couldn't possibly destroy all the spellbooks, could they? Not to mention others, between you and me. Who among us doesn't know some kind of forbidden magic? Forbidden techniques refer to the category of spells banned by entities such as the Holy Light Sanctuary for magicians to learn. These spells can be either offensive or supportive in nature, ranging from high-level to even low-level spells. Yet there is one thing these forbidden spells share: their potential to cause disorder in the human world. 300 years ago, there was once an empire that dared to rival the Holy Light Sanctuary, the Smoker Empire. The citizens of this nation were extremely fond of studying magic. Even a 3-year-old child in this country could recite long segments of magical theory. This nation displayed an obsessive fascination with the study of magic. Amidst this obsession, the 7th-tier magic Disorder Heart spell came into existence. The Disorder Heart spell does exactly what its name suggests. It's a magic capable of disrupting a person's mental state. Anyone afflicted by this magic would find themselves in a condition where they are prone to violent outbursts, incapable of maintaining control over their sanity. What makes this magic truly horrifying is that there is no known way to dispel it. This means, once a person is affected by this magic, they will carry it for life until the end of their days. A person cursed with this magic may regain lucidity when alone, but would lose control again as soon as they encounter disagreements or experience frustrations. The former great magical nation of the Smoker Empire fell victim to unforeseen circumstances, leading to the entire population of the nation being inflicted with the Disorder Heart spell. In the end, the whole nation perished through infighting, and thus, the Smoker Empire came to an end. Chapter 212. Night Talk in the Boudoir, Part 1. After the people from the Red Leaf Adventurers Guild and the Thanos Adventurers Guild left, all the members of the Qingshan Adventurers Guild immediately looked at Yi Xiaofan, wanting her to explain. Even Karis walked over to Yi Xiaofan, her face full of an expression that begged for enlightenment as she looked at her. Xiaoya, it's been a long time. You haven't changed at all. Karis, it's been a long time. Neither have you changed. Don't joke around. I even have wrinkles at the corners of my eyes. How could I not have changed? Not at all. You're clearly still as young and beautiful as before. Just taller now, even taller than me. All right, stop fooling around, Xiaoya. Why did you agree to sell off Qingshan Adventurers Guild's task quota to them? You should know. Calm down. Why would I possibly betray my own sisters? Yi Xiaofan pulled Karis to sit down. After noticing everyone around was looking at her, she sighed helplessly and began explaining. Karis, you know my strength. I could have directly helped you drive those people away, but do you know why I didn't do that? Is it because you're afraid they will come back after you leave? Good girlfriends are insightful. Karis just thought for a moment and realized what Yi Xiaofan had in mind. That's right. So whether Qingshan Adventurers Guild can get through this crisis depends on yourselves in the end. On us ourselves? That's right. Though I agreed to listen to their quotes tomorrow morning. If something unexpected happens tomorrow, won't this matter be postponed? What are you suggesting? Although Karis understands Yi Xiaofan very well, after such a long time without seeing each other, Karis didn't expect Yi Xiaofan to actually resort to cunning tactics too. To my knowledge, adventurers guilds aren't allowed to transfer their tasks when they already possess missions. Right. Yes, that's correct. Are you thinking we should immediately go claim a mission then? But it wouldn't work. Red Leaf Adventurers Guild and Thanos Adventurers Guild have already stationed people in the Adventurers Union. They will grab any missions we look at first. And if we grab loads of garbage missions, they won't foolishly take them either. In the end, it will still harm us. Idiot. I remember you used to be quite smart. Yi Xiaofan gave Karis a hard flick on the forehead, making Karis reveal a pair of large watery eyes as she pitifully gazed at Yi Xiaofan. Since they plan to snatch missions from you guys, then why don't you claim a mission that takes more time and one that they definitely can't snatch? Where to find such a mission? There's one right now. According to my knowledge, the mayor of Lihua City has posted a large group mission to the Adventurers Union. Sea-level adventurers and above are all eligible to participate. You mean fighting against the beast race? That's correct. Yi Xiaofan snapped her fingers in front of Karis, signaling that she guessed correctly, and showed her a thumbs up to commend her. If you accept the large group mission, then regardless of Red Leaf or Thanos Adventurers Guild, they cannot force you to sell your mission quotas. Moreover, you guys can use this opportunity to quickly strengthen yourselves and restore Qingshan Adventurers Guild to its prime condition. The so-called large group mission refers to the term used by the Adventurers Union for missions that require large numbers of mercenaries or adventurers guilds. Large group missions don't have rank distinctions, but when releasing missions, they generally request the rank of the mercenaries accepting the mission. However, there aren't many missions rated as large group missions, with only one appearing every few years. This time, the mayor of Lihua City's announced battle against the beast race has been evaluated by the Adventurers Union as a large group mission. I see. I didn't expect you, Xiaoya, to have gotten smarter. What do you mean by smarter? Wasn't I always intelligent? To Karis' teasing, Yi Xiaofan frowned dissatisfied, proudly responding to Karis. The members of the Qingshan Adventurers Guild relaxed their hearts after Yi Xiaofan's explanation. Then Karis dismissed everyone and pulled Yi Xiaofan into her room. Upon entering Karis' room, Yi Xiaofan directly laid down on her bed and recklessly rolled around. Rolling for a while, Yi Xiaofan suddenly froze and then sat up from the bed. By the way, Karis, I heard from Xiao that you got married. Why don't you bring your spouse here and let me take a look? So you've already seen Xiao, eh? How is she doing now? I heard a few years ago she also got married. Unfortunately, I am too far away from Xuanhuan Kingdom, so I couldn't attend her wedding. Not bad. Her family runs a small restaurant, and they even have a beautiful daughter. They are living a pretty good life. Zhou, that girl, was the wildest during school days. Never expected her to settle down so early. After hearing Xiaoya's recount of meeting Zhou, Karis couldn't help but let out a sincere smile at the corner of her lips. Her eyes involuntarily took on an expression filled with reminiscence. Let's not talk about Zhou now. Let me meet your spouse first and see how he looks. You've seen him before and... I've seen him. Could it be Xiong? Then why didn't I see him outside? Where has he gone? He is already dead. Xiaoya sat quietly on the bed in silence for a moment, uncertain of how to console Karis. Now that she thought about it, she had heard long ago that all the senior members of the Deep Affection Adventurers Guild had sacrificed their lives while on a mission. Looking at the situation now, it seems Xiong was among them. Did he pass away while on a mission? Xiaoya cautiously asked Karis, who solemnly nodded gently. After you left, Xiong and I quickly developed our feelings. We got married as soon as we graduated from school. Xiong is from Qinyang Kingdom, and after marriage, I moved there with him. Later, because of my issues, Xiong had a big fight with his family, and we moved to this border city in Qinyang Kingdom, partly to escape Xiong's family, partly because we wanted to carve out a place with our own abilities. That's great. Wait, wasn't the Deep Affection Adventurers Guild founded by you too? Xiaoya suddenly remembered when she first met Karis. Karis had mentioned that the Deep Affection Adventurers Guild was established by her and her husband. Therefore, you're absolutely right. Xiong and I established the Deep Affection Adventurers Guild, and within just 3 years, we promoted it to an A-level Adventurers Guild. Chapter 213, Nighttime Talk in the Chamber, Part 2. At the headquarters of the Qingshan Mercenary Group, in Carolys's private chamber, Yi Xiaofan and Carolys spoke about past events, sighing endlessly. As they recounted Carolys's experiences, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but feel deeply for her. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open by someone. A carefree little one burst inside, and immediately jumped into Carolys's arms. Mommy, Carolys, is this your son? Yeah. Ho-ho, say hello to Auntie. Auntie, hello. Hello, little one. Here, this is for you. The child obediently called out to Yi Xiaofan with a soft, adorable voice. Yi Xiaofan liked the little one and took out a small wooden sword from her spatial ring, handing it over. The little boy absolutely adored the wooden sword, clutching it tightly as he happily played with it. You should thank Auntie. Thank you, Auntie. You're welcome. Ho-ho is such a good boy. Yi Xiaofan patted the little one on the head gently. The child, holding the wooden sword, said something to Carolys and quickly ran out of the door. I didn't expect that you had a child now. It really makes you reflect on how fast time flies. Watching the child leave, Yi Xiaofan and Carolys couldn't help but exchange a smile. Then, Carolys continued to recount her experiences over the years to Yi Xiaofan. After Bear and I came to Lihua City, we established the current Qingshan Mercenary Group. Initially, both Bear and I were only at the 5th tier of Magic Masters, but after establishing the Mercenary Group, our magical abilities rapidly improved. In no time at all, we became 7th tier Grand Magic Masters. It took us 3 years to build the Qingshan Mercenary Group into the 3rd A-class Mercenary Group in Lihua City. Looking back, all of this wouldn't have been possible without your help, little Yi. My help? What do you mean? This was all thanks to your own efforts. Yi Xiaofan was completely puzzled and didn't understand what connection there was between the Mercenary Group becoming an A-class organization and herself. Of course it's related to you. Don't you remember when you left Luoda Academy? You gave us a lot of magical artifacts. Yes, but those were just some random things I practiced making. They weren't very useful. Hee. Little Yi, do you even know how powerful the things you made actually are? Huh. Slightly embarrassed, Yi Xiaofan scratched her head. To date, although Yi Xiaofan had already created a large number of magical artifacts, given her strength, she rarely used them. If she did use any, it was usually because the artifact looked particularly nice, something she could flaunt. She only had a general understanding of the capabilities of the artifacts she created. At first, I also didn't realize just how potent the things you made were. That realization came only once. An incident when Qing Shin Mercenary Group was still an ordinary D-class mercenary team. That time, Bear and I went to the Black Forest to carry out a mission. But within the forest, we encountered a 7th-tier magical beast, the Magic Eye Crystal Dragon. Back then, I was only at the 5th level, and Bear had just broken through to the 6th level. Against the 7th-tier magical beast, we had no resistance whatsoever. So how did you manage to escape? Even though Yi Xiaofan knew that everything likely ended well, hearing about her close friend almost dying at the hands of a magical beast still caused her heart to race uncontrollably. In the process of fleeing, I tripped over a branch on the ground. At that moment, the mouth of that 7th-tier Magic Eye Crystal Dragon was less than half a meter away from me. I could even smell its foul breath. A Magic Eye Crystal Dragon wasn't like other low-level dragons whose names merely hung on their identities without any connection to true dragons. The Magic Eye Crystal Dragon was a legitimate member of the dragon race. However, since Magic Eye Crystal Dragons were born with violent tempers and lacked full sanity unless they reached the saint level, the dragon race had expelled them long ago. And then, did you get injured? No. Lying on the ground in panic, I blindly felt around in my pocket and grabbed hold of the stone ball you gave me. It was that round thing, half black and half white. What stone ball? That's called Yin fish. Upon hearing Carolise refer to her masterpiece as a stone ball, Yi Xiaofan immediately corrected her with an awkward face. When she first came to this world and began learning alchemy, she was deeply captivated by the mysterious nature of it all. During her studies in alchemy, according to her memories from a past life, Yi Xiaofan tried to create legendary items from her previous existence. In the end, it was of course a failure. However, Yi Xiaofan did manage to create some seemingly similar items. This Yin fish was one of the magical artifacts that Yi Xiaofan had made back then. Alright, fish it is. Back then, I instinctively threw the fish at the Magic Eye Crystal Dragon. Can you guess what happened? What happened? I think the function of the Yin fish was sealing, right? Yi Xiaofan uncertainly said to Carolise. After all, so many years had passed, and Yi Xiaofan couldn't possibly remember the exact functions of every magical artifact. That's correct, it was sealing. When the stone ball touched the Magic Eye Crystal Dragon, it adhered to its body, with the black and white growing larger on its body until the dragon was completely enveloped. After finishing her sentence, Carolise took out a black and white sphere from her spatial ring and placed it in front of Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan scanned the Yin fish with her divine sense and found that there was actually a mini Magic Eye Crystal Dragon sleeping inside the fish. Yi Xiaofan didn't expect that something she considered a failure back then would have such great power. Realizing this, Yi Xiaofan regretfully slapped her forehead. Because she had always thought those things were failures, she had been giving them away bit by bit over the years. Now, Yi Xiaofan didn't even have a single sample left in her possession. Carolise didn't notice Yi Xiaofan's regret, her eyes reflecting memories as a smile appeared on her face, lost in her reminiscence. She spoke softly. After completing that mission, Bear and I realized that the magical artifacts you gave me were definitely no ordinary items. Bear even joked at the time that since they were given by a saint, they couldn't be bad no matter how terrible they seemed. After returning to Lihua City, Bear and I tested each of the magical artifacts you gave me one by one, figuring out their uses. With the help of these magical artifacts, Bear and I were finally able to upgrade Qing Shin Mercenary Group to an A-class mercenary group. Don't you agree we should thank you, little Yi? Chapter 214, Identity Exposed. The next morning, Chris personally went to the Mercenaries Guild to accept a large group task against the Beast Race. As soon as the person who took the task returned, members of the Maple Leaf Mercenaries Group and Thanos Mercenaries Group arrived at the headquarters of the Sentimental Mercenaries Group. Upon entering, Yi Xiaofan immediately saw the leader of the Maple Leaf Mercenaries Group, Qing Feng, and the leader of the Thanos Mercenaries Group, Tao Hai, both glaring at him with ill intent. Yi Xiaofan shrugged nonchalantly and sat directly opposite them. So, have you two decided on what price you'll offer to purchase the Sentimental Mercenaries Group's workload? For fairness, please write down your proposed prices on this piece of paper. I will choose the higher bidder. With a wave of his hand, Yat Mudi placed the paper and pen in front of the two. To their surprise, neither glanced at it, and Tao Hai even threw the paper and pen on the ground. What is the meaning of this? Despite the rudeness from both, Yi Xiaofan showed no sign of anger. Smiling slightly, he looked at them and asked, what a great trickster our friend here is. Tao Hai coldly snorted, then shut his mouth, trying to maintain his composure. I don't understand what the big boss of the Thanos Mercenaries Group means by that. Though Yi Xiaofan clearly knew what Tao Hai was referring to, he feigned ignorance and asked anyway. Friend, let's speak plainly without beating around the bush. After walking out from the Sentimental Mercenaries Group headquarters yesterday, we understood what had happened. Being able to catch us off guard without us noticing, your skills are truly impressive, and Qing Feng admires them. Yesterday, Tao Hai and I already discussed this matter. We are willing to jointly purchase the workloads of the Sentimental Mercenaries Group. 5,000 gold coins per task. However, first, please remove the Chaos Heart technique from us. 5,000 coins per task, which was basically market price. Apparently, Yi Xiaofan's Chaos Heart technique made both Qing Feng and Tao Hai very wary, leading them to offer such a fair price. And at this price, even for the A-class Maple Leaf Mercenaries Group and Thanos Mercenaries Group, it would still mean a heavy financial burden. Oh my, so you even know about the Chaos Heart technique? It seems I underestimated you. But unfortunately, the Sentimental Mercenaries Group's workload may be something you can't acquire. Hey woman, are you playing with me? Tao Hai, whose temper was already fiery compounded by the Chaos Heart technique's effect, stood up abruptly from her seat. The magic energy unique to a 7th-stage demon warrior surged within her. From her demeanor, she was clearly prepared to attack anytime. Oh, don't get mad. Actually, I just found out myself. Just now, a member of the Sentimental Mercenaries group secretly accepted tasks under the group's name because they didn't want the group to dissolve. As you know, once there are active tasks, any workload transaction cannot proceed. You sure do have a clever strategy, disrupting our minds first, then pulling another trick. Qing Feng immediately realized Yi Xiaofan's plan. And truthfully speaking, there wasn't much Qing Feng could do unless he wanted an outright confrontation. Alright, we'll wait until the Sentimental Mercenaries group completes its current tasks before discussing the transactions again. But we wonder if you could remove the Chaos Heart technique from us beforehand. The 7th-tier magic Chaos Heart technique can only be undone by its caster. Hence, upon arriving at the Sentimental Mercenaries group today, Qing Feng's attitude became much more polite than yesterday. Even Tao Hai, with her fiery temper, was required by Qing Feng to try suppressing herself and not lose her cool until after the spell was lifted. No problem. Yi Xiaofan clicked her fingers lightly. Suddenly Qing Feng and Tao Hai felt as though something disappeared from their minds. The original irritation when conversing with people instantly dissipated, bringing back stability. Die. Just as Yi Xiaofan removed the Chaos Heart technique, Tao Hai unexpectedly picked up her giant sword and slashed fiercely towards Yi Xiaofan in a thunderous move. Not even Qing Feng anticipated that Tao Hai would choose to directly attack. Before anyone could react, Tao Hai's giant sword was already in front of Yi Xiaofan. Clang. A sound of metal struck air as Yi Xiaofan simply stretched out one hand and blocked Tao Hai's enormous blade. Shocked, Tao Hai tried to withdraw her sword but realized it no longer felt like a mere giant sword. It seemed instead as heavy as a mountain. Kid, daring to attack me. You're itching to die once, right? Yi Xiaofan tilted his head slightly. A torrent of ferocious momentum erupted, pressing entirely on Tao Hai. Tao Hai fell to her knees as if struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Holy one. From her kneeling position, Tao Hai weakly raised her head to look at Yi Xiaofan, her eyes filled with disbelief. What? You mean she's the Holy One? Tao Hai's words struck everyone present like thunder. Everyone except Chris was utterly shocked. They would never have guessed that this unassuming young girl was actually of holy rank. Even more unimaginable was the fact that there was a holy-level powerhouse supporting Sentimental Mercenaries group from behind. Our vision was blurred and we offended the Holy One. We beg for forgiveness, great Holy One. Qing Feng immediately led all members of Maple Leaf Mercenaries group to kneel on the ground. He harbored no doubt about whether Yi Xiaofan was truly a Holy One because he knew that even with Tao Hai at the peak of 7th-tier demon warrior, it would be impossible for her to make a mistake in such an assessment. Besides, Yi Xiaofan had stopped Tao Hai's massive sword using just one hand, something not even an 8th-tier defense specialized magic battlemaster could accomplish. Or rather, only a Holy One could do so. After Maple Leaf Mercenaries group knelt down, the members of Thanos Mercenaries group exchanged glances and eventually knelt before Yi Xiaofan as well. Angering a Holy One was no laughing matter. If Yi Xiaofan so wished, slaughtering everyone present wouldn't bring any trouble from the city lord of Lihua City. On the contrary, Yi Xiaofan might be honored as a distinguished guest, while everyone else could be framed for crimes they didn't commit. Even their families would be captured and imprisoned for the rest of their lives. Ahaha, I knew this would happen. Everyone, get up already. It's boring. Watching the group bowing on the floor, Yi Xiaofan frowned unhappily and dismissed everyone, getting them all back on their feet. Chapter 215, The Beast Race's Attack. After Yi Xiaofan's identity was exposed, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since the Deep Affection Mercenary group learned that Yi Xiaofan was a sage, for the past month, Yi Xiaofan's life had been incredibly comfortable. One might say he lived a life where clothes came to him and meals were ready at the table. Whenever he was bored, he would play with Carisi's son, Ho. In order to take better care of Yi Xiaofan, the Deep Affection Mercenary group even formed a special team dedicated to serving Yi Xiaofan exclusively. The entire team consisted of girls under the age of 18. Yi Xiaofan found himself surrounded by giggling young women daily, nearly causing his nosebleeds. This infuriated Carisi, the leader of the Deep Affection Mercenary group, who often complained to Yi Xiaofan that not even she as the leader had been treated so attentively. Little Yi, having you around has surely provided us with great security, hasn't it? It's no big deal, but I won't intervene easily. Unless one of you is in a life or death situation, I won't meddle. Of course, this time against the beast race, we also want to test ourselves. We won't ask for your help unless things get desperate. 3 days ago, the scouts of Lihua City had already spotted the army of the beast race. The city lord of Lihua ordered all mercenaries who accepted large group missions to prepare thoroughly for the battle against the beast race. Yesterday, the army of the beast race had arrived below the walls of Lihua City. Without any surprises, today, the beast race would begin their attack on Lihua City. Before dawn, the city lord issued an assembly order for all mercenaries who accepted the mission. Waking up early, Yi Xiaofan, who suffered from morning grumpiness, was quite annoyed. But for Carisi's safety, Yi Xiaofan had no choice but to get up reluctantly and head east with the members of the Deep Affection Mercenary Group. There, the Deep Affection Mercenary Group would receive instructions from the defense officer. Carisi, why does the beast race leave its territory and come over to attack the Qinyang Kingdom? The popular explanation is that because the land of the beast race is very cold, they cannot produce enough food to sustain their entire population. Therefore, they are attacking the Qinyang Kingdom, both to plunder food resources and possibly occupy some cities with better climates. After thinking for a moment, Carisi organized her thoughts and explained this to Yi Xiaofan. The popular explanation, what about the less popular one? This, well, there's another version circulating among the major powers. What version? Do you really want to hear it? It's very melodramatic. Tell me. Sitting on Daodu's back and walking shoulder to shoulder with Carisi, Yi Xiaofan listened curiously. Carisi's mount was a 5th-tier Thunder Rush horse. Known for its incredible speed, it could also unleash powerful lightning attacks. All the participants of the Deep Affection mercenary group currently available were assembled for the mission. They followed behind Yi Xiaofan and Carisi, looking at them with admiration as they conversed. In fact, Xiong once told me about this. Mentioning Xiong made Carisi's eyes dim for just a second, but soon she smiled again. Supposedly, 500 years ago, the beast race wasn't like now where each tribe forms a country. Back then, all the races of the beast clan belonged to a single nation. I know, the Wind Kingdom, right? It's recorded in books. In the northernmost part of the Kanglan continent, there exists a race that possesses human-like appearances combined with animalistic features. These beings are collectively known as the beast race. But in reality, the beast race consists of different subraces. For instance, there are the wolf tribe, fox tribe, lion tribe, rabbit tribe, and the mighty Baimeng tribe, among others. Among these groups, 3 tribes stand out as especially powerful, known as the 3 main tribes of the beast race. These 3 tribes are the Baimeng tribe, lion tribe, and fox tribe. 500 years ago, all the subraces of the beast clan belonged to the same kingdom called the Wind Kingdom. For more than 8,000 years, the Wind Kingdom ruled over the beast clans until 500 years ago when it mysteriously disintegrated. All the subraces split from the kingdom, forming their own smaller countries. It is rumored that the strongest among the current tribes of the beast race, the Baimeng tribe, was actually the royal family of the Wind Kingdom long ago. It is said that 500 years ago, when Emperor Liesta of the Qinyang Kingdom disappeared into the beast race's territory for a period, the whole kingdom fell into chaos due to the disappearance of their emperor. Later, when Emperor Liesta reappeared, there was a beautiful woman by his side. But what was surprising was that behind this woman, there was a white, fluffy tail. I've also read about this in the records. This woman later became the empress of the Qinyang Kingdom, Emperor Liesta's only wife, Lanyi. According to the records, Lanyi was actually a member of the fox tribe of the beast race. Yes, love between different races was considered taboo back then. Liesta's actions were undoubtedly a challenge to the whole world. The records on this matter are very brief and vague, brushing over the details with just a few words. Yes, no one knows what happened afterward. The entire history has been covered up. However, it is known that Lanyi, Emperor Liesta's wife, spent her life in the royal palace of the Qinyang Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Wind Kingdom of the beast race disintegrated for unknown reasons. Era. Could it be that Emperor Liesta single-handedly overturned the entire beast race? Not even a sage could achieve that, unless it was someone at the god level. Who knows? Anyway, it doesn't concern us much. We might as well treat it as just another story. As Yi Xiaofan and Carisi chatted while walking, they soon arrived at the east gate of the city. As they approached, countless soldiers could be seen rushing back and forth in preparation for the upcoming battle, gathering supplies. When Yi Xiaofan and Carisi arrived with the members of the Deep Affection mercenary group, a soldier immediately ran over to greet them. Hello, may I ask if you're the leader of the Deep Affection mercenary group, Carisi? That's correct, I am. Fantastic. With the support of an A-rank mercenary group, fighting the beast race will be much easier. You're too kind. Please follow me. Our superior officer has ordered me to brief you all on your mission. In front of the soldiers, Carisi displayed great poise, without a hint of nervousness, which left Yi Xiaofan deeply impressed. He knew he couldn't have done as well as Carisi. Carisi really has grown over these years. Watching Carisi's retreating figure, Yi Xiaofan felt a complex mix of emotions stir within him. Chapter 216, The Battle Begins. Standing atop the city wall, gazing into the distance, one could faintly see the location of the beast tribe's vast army. Although it was just barely dawn, it was already clear how enormous the beast army was. The soldiers led the members of the Qingshun mercenary group to the top of the city wall, gave a few instructions, and then hurried away. This time the beast tribes are coming with great momentum, with far more numbers than in previous years. Yeah, in the past, there were only about a third of the current number. I really don't know what kind of madness has taken hold of the beast tribes this time. I don't even know if we can hold out this year. Last year, the city almost fell. Fear not. Though the beast army is larger than last year's, we've added 50 magic energy cannons this year, which will absolutely make them regret their decision. Carisi led the group of the Qingshin mercenary guild along the city wall. As they passed by some soldiers, Yi Xiaofan overheard their quiet conversation. Magic energy cannons are strategic weapons made by alchemists. Their power is roughly equivalent to cannons from Yi Xiaofan's previous life, relying on the magic crystals from within beasts as their source of power. The higher the grade of the magic crystal, the greater the power of the magic energy cannon. However, each shot requires a long cooldown period. Otherwise, there's a risk of explosion. Carisi, do the beast tribes attack the Qinyang Kingdom every year? Yes, the Qinyang Kingdom is troubled by invasions from the beast tribes every year. There are many border cities between the Qinyang Kingdom and the beast tribes, and Hua City is only one of them. Yet generally, the beast tribes only choose one city to attack at a time. Since 2 years ago, however, the beast tribes have continuously attacked Hua City for 3 years. Why? Is there something about Hua City that attracts them? Who knows? I didn't participate in the resistance against the beast tribes before, so I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. After finishing speaking, both Carice and Yi Xiaofan found themselves unconsciously gazing toward the distance at the great army of the beast tribes. What reason could possibly explain the beast tribes' relentless focus on Hua City? They kept this question buried in their hearts, both taciturn in unspoken agreement. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly oppressive, heavy like an impending storm. Time slowly slipped away. At 8 o'clock, the great army of the beast tribes finally began to move. The mighty force surged towards Hua City, with the wolf people of the beast tribes leading as vanguard troops. The wolf people were known for their extreme speed and excelled at using bows and arrows as well as wind-based magic. Behind the wolf people came the bear people of the beast tribes. The bear people had always been famous throughout the beast tribe for their immense strength. Even 7- or 8-year-old young bear people could easily lift a boulder weighing 300 pounds. With the wolf people clearing the path, covering the bear people until they reached the city gates to begin attacking. This has been the consistent strategy of the beast tribes. The Xuanhuan kingdom and the beast tribes have been at war for countless years, and the beast tribes have always used the same tactic. Xuanhuan kingdom had long prepared countermeasures for the beast tribes. The commander looked coldly at the approaching beast tribe. When the wolves were still about 100 meters away from the city walls, he issued an attack command. Mercenaries hired for anti-beast duties, such as the Qing mercenary team, typically only protect the safety of the city walls. That means unless the beasts climb onto the walls, mercenaries are not required nor allowed to act. The mercenaries' task is to ensure the safety of the mages who continuously release large-scale magic spells while standing on the city walls. As the commander gave his order, the magic energy cannons embedded inside the city wall roared successively. Magical energy bullets instantly flew over 100 meters, landing and creating explosions on the ground. Based on the attributes of the magical crystals, these bullets produced different effects upon explosion. Fire attribute bullets ignited the fur on the wolf men, causing countless wolf men to roll on the ground in agony. Ice attribute bullets froze the earth, creating numerous ice flowers alongside the frozen wolf people. Those not frozen were greatly hindered in movement. Wind attribute bullets dispersed countless wind blades in all directions, leaving numerous wounds on the bodies of the wolf men. Compared to fire and ice bullets, wind attribute bullets were the least lethal. Moreover, there were many other types of bullets, such as earth, lightning, light, and more. Even before nearing the walls, the beast tribes suffered heavy casualties. However, the cooling-off period for the magic energy cannons was too long. Even alternating firing couldn't prevent gaps being exploited by the beast tribes to break through. The commander seemed to have anticipated this, remaining composed as the beasts drew near. When the beasts entered within 50 meters, he issued the second round of attack commands. On the city wall, the first row of mages hurled the magic they had prepared towards the wolf men below. 50 meters was the farthest attack range that the mages of Hua City could achieve. But this time, the attack did not produce the expected results. Or rather, the reaction of the beast tribe exceeded the expectations of the high-level officials in Hua City. As the magic flew down from the city wall, the wolf men at the forefront suddenly paused and quickly retreated to the rear. When the first round of magic was completely expended, not a single wolf man had been killed. Just as the mages were about to release their second round of magic, a group of short and frail figures emerged from behind the wolf people, rapidly approaching the base of Hua City's wall. These small, frail creatures were the snake people of the beast tribes, gifted in direct strike abilities with smooth skin that can reduce incoming damage. More importantly, there has always been an ancient legend that claims snake people and dragons share the same ancestor. Hence, snake people and dragons share a common ability: immunity to magic of equal rank. Yes, magic immunity. The second wave of the mage's attacks had absolutely no effect on the snake people. Neither the highly lethal spells nor those designed to weaken conditions had even the slightest impact. At this moment, the calm and composed demeanor of the commander had already vanished. Before he had time to issue orders, the snake people had already scaled the walls. Not only the commander was panic-stricken, but also the soldiers and mercenaries on the city walls. In past battles, it had never happened so quickly that the beast tribe managed to climb the walls. Previously, the beast tribes had always paid a heavy price before barely reaching the walls to engage in close combat with humans. Chapter 217, Apathy and Affection. In the past, after the beast races had paid a painful price, they could only barely reach the city walls to engage in close combat with humans. For the beast races, their bodies were naturally stronger than humans. Close-range fighting was what the beast races excelled at most. Thus, once the beasts climbed onto the wall, humans would inevitably be drawn into fierce battles. Fortunately, almost everyone present had participated in battles against the beast races before, and reacted quickly the moment the snake people reached the walls. The beast men have climbed the walls. Everyone attack. Protect the mages, cut off the reinforcements of the beast races. Huge shouts rang out near Yi Xiaofan's ears. Those who just moments ago seemed peaceful now transformed completely, becoming ruthless killers. Even the members of the Qing mercenary group began engaging in close combat with the beast races. Explosion sounds, shouts, and screams continuously echoed around Yi Xiaofan's ears. This was the first time Yi Xiaofan truly witnessed the cruelty of war. SSS. A snake person approached Yi Xiaofan, hissing while thrusting a dagger toward Yi Xiaofan's heart. Yi Xiaofan simply turned slightly and kicked the snake person in the abdomen. Upon making contact with the snake person, Yi Xiaofan felt an odd sensation. Then, The snake person that Yi Xiaofan had kicked actually rebounded in the direction of her foot and immediately counterattacked her. Yi Xiaofan furrowed his brows, took out Ming Yuan from the space ring, and slashed the snake person in half with one stroke. Green blood sprayed from the snake person's body, irregularly splashing on the ground. The ground stained by the snake person's blood formed faint frost. Humph, you really deserve the title of cold-blooded animals. Even your blood is so icy. Yi Xiaofan observed the ground covered in ice flowers and spoke thoughtfully. Just as Yi Xiaofan was deep in thought, a snake person appeared behind her and raised a cleaver to strike. Xiaofan, be careful. A wind blade pierced through the snake person from back to front. The snake person fell to the ground, unwilling to accept its fate. After the snake person fell, Yi Xiaofan noticed Karis standing behind him. Ah, don't worry about me. They can't get to me yet. Don't let your guard down. Snake person's skin is very smooth. It can deflect most of the damage. Even if you are a saint, being careless will cost you dearly. Understood, understood. I'll be careful. You be careful too. Your safety rating is much lower than mine. Yi Xiaofan waved dismissively to Karis, but didn't forget to remind her to be cautious. Karis nodded at Yi Xiaofan and turned back to fight the snake people again. Amidst this intense battle on the city walls, everyone was bravely killing enemies, except for Yi Xiaofan, who moved along the walls as if everything around her was unrelated. She remained calm. Unless a snake person came to attack Yi Xiaofan, she would dispatch them with a single slash. Most of the time, Yi Xiaofan was observing the members of the Qing mercenary group and quietly eliminating potential threats to their lives when they couldn't see her. As for others, their life or death meant nothing to her. If it weren't for the fact that the members of the Qing mercenary group were under Karis' command, and Karis had especially entrusted her on the way here, Yi Xiaofan wouldn't even care about the lives of the mercenary group members. In recent years, Yi Xiaofan found herself becoming increasingly indifferent to life. However, she did not resist this change because she knew it was something she would eventually have to face. At the same time, beneath the walls, bear people had also reached the city gates. Their huge bodies collided fiercely with the gates, shaking them violently. Behind the bear people, pig people were slowly coming forward. Pig people were very slow, and among the beast races, they had the slowest movement speed. However, their defense power and the speed of wound recovery ranked highly across the entire xuanhuan continent. No race other than these two could match the recovery ability of the pig people. The magic from mages inflicted only very minor injuries on the pig people, which were quickly restored. Fortunately, all the mana cannons on the city walls had completed their cooldown, and the new round of cannon fire began to shoot. Under the commander's orders, the massive firepower struck preferentially where the pig people were located. Even the defensive abilities of pig people couldn't withstand the might of the mana cannons. At the center of the cannon explosions, countless remnants of pig people were hurled skyward. For pig people, the moment they stepped onto the battlefield, it indicated that they could only charge ahead regardless of life or death. Even after the battle concluded, they didn't have the opportunity to retreat, because their speed was just too slow. Their running speed was only slightly faster than that of an ordinary person walking. Things can't go on like this. Sooner or later the city gate will be smashed by the bear people. Xiaoya, you cover me. I'll deal with those few bear men down there. Karis, are you crazy? There are so many bear people down there. How long do you think it will take for you to kill them all? Moreover, would the commander not know that the city gates would be destroyed by the bear people? They must have a solution. Xuanhuan pulled Karis back, who had wanted to jump down from the wall, and lectured her earnestly. Xuanhuan could not understand why Karis was doing this. This was a war. The resistance against the beast races here wasn't shouldered by you alone. Why must you do such dangerous things? Perhaps because from the very beginning, Xuanhuan wasn't part of this world's ancient past. Or perhaps it could be due to Xuanhuan becoming increasingly indifferent. It could also possibly be because Xuanhuan harbored no affection towards this city. But regardless, Xuanhuan simply couldn't comprehend the reason behind Karis' actions. But actually, the reason was quite simple. Family. Xiaoyi, you wouldn't understand. I live in this city. Inside this city lives my only child with Xiong. Hu. Once the city gates are broken into by the beast races, they will massacre the whole city. At that time, I cannot ensure that Hu won't get hurt. I've already lost Xiong. If anything were to happen to Hu, I wouldn't know what would become of me. Hence, I have to prevent this at its root before it happens. Having said that, Karis leapt off the wall headlong, surrounded by 3 pale green wind blades which bisected any approaching beast race member. Oh my, when did my foolish sister learn to say such touching words? Chapter 218, The Blue Bottle. Just as Karis jumped down, countless orcs rushed towards her. In an instant, Karis was submerged in the sea of beasts. Yi Xiaofan followed Karis and leaped down just after her. At the moment when the Shouqin overwhelmed Karis, it seemed like time stood still. The third level of Heavenly Sword 12 strikes, slash, through the void. A gentle breeze passed over the heads of the orc horde, and the next second, all the orcs' bodies were cut into equally sized pieces of meat. Thanks, little Yi. The blood dyed Karis' body crimson. She thanked Yi Xiaofan before running towards the city gate. Even though Karis was less than 100 meters from the city gate, and Yi Xiaofan had killed dozens of orcs the very moment she landed, there were still countless orcs blocking Karis' path, making it impossible for her to move forward even an inch. There's nothing I can do with you around. Leave this to me. Follow closely. Yi Xiaofan shook her head, stepped forward to help Karis kill the orcs in front of her, and led her to run toward the city gate. With Yi Xiaofan's strength, even if there were hundreds of orcs, they wouldn't be able to block her path. Not long after, Yi Xiaofan brought Karis to face the city gate. Ming Yin fluttered slightly in the air, and all the bear men that were smashing against the city gate were killed. Carice, stay behind me and be responsible for casting large-scale magic. I'm not good at these. Leave the beasts rushing to us to me. Alright, it wasn't that Yi Xiaofan was not good at large-scale magic. It was that she couldn't use it at all. Large-scale magic required the recitation of an extremely long magical incantation. Even powerful individuals could only shorten the magical incantation and were unable to cast it instantly. During her time at Rod Academy, Yi Xiaofan would get a headache just looking at those long magical incantations in the books. Up until now, she hadn't managed to memorize even one large-scale magic incantation. Or rather, Yi Xiaofan hadn't even memorized the magical incantation of the most basic magic spell. Although she had barely learned the magical incantations, she had never used them. The magic Yi Xiaofan used was accomplished by comprehending the essence of magic and then forcibly unleashing it with the superhuman willpower granted to her by the supreme god Yadis. So if Yi Xiaofan wanted to use large-scale magic, she'd have to forcibly draw on the magic power in the air. This act would undoubtedly interfere with the mages on the wall who were already casting spells. Who are those two? The one standing back and releasing magic seems to be Carl's, the captain of the Deep Affection mercenary group. As for the one in front of her, her name is Yi Xiaofan. She recently arrived at Lihua City and appears to be a good friend of the captain of the Deep Affection mercenary group. They're really great. Just two women dare to stand before an infinite army of beast races. We shouldn't fall behind them. Undoubtedly, Carice and Yi Xiaofan caught everyone's attention. The commander on the city wall watched their figures and asked his adjutant. After finding out the identities of the two, the commander ordered full support for them. For a while, the pressure on Yi Xiaofan and Carice significantly decreased. Although for Yi Xiaofan, these orcs didn't amount to any pressure at all. Carice, drink this. The battle had already lasted an hour. Although Carice was already a 7th rank mage master, continuous high-intensity magical output for an entire hour still left her internal magic power somewhat inadequate. She accepted from Yi Xiaofan's hand a transparent glass bottle. Inside was a mysterious blue liquid. After opening the cap, Carice didn't hesitate and drank it down. So sweet. As soon as the blue liquid entered her mouth, Carice couldn't help but shout. She had never tasted anything so sweet before. Moreover, although the blue liquid was incredibly sweet, it didn't make her feel cloyed at all. Suddenly, Carice felt a heat in her abdomen, and afterward, an endless flow of magic surged out from within her body, even giving her the feeling that she might explode. Carice quickly began to chant the magical incantation to vent some of the magic, and she started to feel better. But soon, the continuously flowing magic refilled what had been vented. Xiaofan, what did you make me drink? Of course, it's a potion to restore magic power, but I haven't thought of a name yet. I was thinking of calling it the Omnipotent Perpetual Motion. Sounds good, right? It's blue screen quality though. While saying this, Yi Xiaofan didn't forget to turn back and wink at Carice. Ah. Don't say ah. Quickly release your magic power outside. I made this potion to restore magic power for the sages. With your level of magic power, you'd be exploded by the potion. If it would do that, why did you make me drink it? After hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, Carice rolled her eyes helplessly and quickly focused on casting large-scale magic at the approaching beast horde. After drinking the blue liquid, Carice found that she was casting spells much faster. Subsequently, the guards and mercenaries standing on the city wall witnessed a scene like this. In front of the city gate, two young and pretty girls stood out. One was dressed in white casual clothes, holding a slender and curved long sword. With every swing of the girl's long sword, several men's lives were reaped. The girl standing behind with the long sword appeared to be a few years older, making everyone guess whether they might be sisters. The girl behind held an ancient wooden staff, chanting incessantly. As the staff waved, one after another large-scale magic spell was released from her hands, wiping out entire clusters of the beast races. Who are those two people? They're so powerful. And so beautiful. I'd love to marry them. I know that mage. She's the captain of the Deep Affection mercenary group. Their figures caught countless gazes. Soon, Carice's identity was recognized by many. As for Yi Xiaofan, because she had been in Lihua City for too short a time, and most of her time was spent at the headquarters of the Deep Affection mercenary group, very few people had seen her. Thus, everyone was still guessing about her identity. Nevertheless, without a doubt, Yi Xiaofan and Carice indeed boosted everyone's morale. For a while, the beast races seemed to be on the verge of being driven back. Woo, woo, woo. A sound of a horn echoed, a unique call specific to the beast races. Upon hearing the horn, the beasts immediately began retreating slowly in the direction they came from. Not long after, the beasts vanished from everyone's sight. We won. We've won. Idiot, don't celebrate yet. The beast races' attacks will last for 2 months. Some cheered joyfully, while others reminded them not to get too excited. However, everyone's faces were filled with the smiles of surviving the battle. Chapter 219, The Beast Race Army. The war with the beast race lasted an entire day before their offensive was finally repelled. Since Carice drank the blue liquid given to her by Yi Xiaofan, all the way until the beast race retreated, Carice had barely managed to exhaust the magic brought on by the blue liquid. A clear look of fatigue could be seen on Carice's face. Amidst the jubilant voices on the city wall, Carice and Yi Xiaofan exchanged a smile. Xiaofan, the stuff you made me drink is really powerful. Of course. Anything produced by Yi Xiaofan is bound to be a masterpiece. As Xiaofan noticed Carice's weakened state, he reached out to steady her. When Carice mentioned the blue liquid, Yi Xiaofan looked incredibly proud. But, even if you pay me, I won't drink that stuff again. It was truly unbearable. Really? I've tasted it myself, and it wasn't bad. I'm not talking about the taste. Having so much magic surge within your body makes you feel like dying. I think it's okay. It's not too much, and you can absorb it quickly. That's only because you're a Saint-class practitioner, but I am not. Seeing Yi Xiaofan standing there looking somewhat absent-mindedly dumbfounded, Karis felt mentally more exhausted than physically, longing to faint away for a good 3-day nap. Well, Karis, go back and rest. I need to make a trip over to the beast race side. What? Where are you going? It's dangerous. Karis anxiously watched Yi Xiaofan, completely unable to understand why Yi Xiaofan would dare venture into beast territory. Even though Yi Xiaofan possessed saint-level strength, the beast race had saints as well. Although the saints of the beast race generally did not accompany the army, facing an endless beast army, even Yi Xiaofan might feel a bit troubled. Oh dear, don't worry about me. During the earlier attack by the beast race, I sensed something strange in that direction, so I'm going to investigate. I'll be back soon. Well, please be careful. Seeing that Yi Xiaofan had already made up his mind, Karis didn't argue further. Yi Xiaofan nodded at Karis, exerted his strength, and threw her up onto the city wall. Then, after shielding his own figure from the surrounding people, Yi Xiaofan quickly sprinted toward the beast race territory. At the same time, Dudu, still inside the city, suddenly sensed something. Unnoticed by anyone, he secretly sneaked out of the city and walked towards the direction Yi Xiaofan had left. Oh dear, Dudu, you're quite slow this time. Did you loaf around along the way? Woof woof. Dudu shook his head at Yi Xiaofan, indicating that he ran immediately after receiving Yi Xiaofan's message and hadn't slacked off. Alright, let's forgive you this time. By the way, have you also felt something strange? Woof woof. Initially, Yi Xiaofan assumed that the strange feeling she sensed in the beast race territory was exclusive to her. She asked Dudu casually without expecting any actual response. However, what shocked Yi Xiaofan was that Dudu nodded to her and looked southward. This was precisely the direction where Yi Xiaofan had also sensed something strange. Wow, you can sense it too. What could it possibly be? Woof woof. Dudu seemed deeply offended by Yi Xiaofan underestimating him. When Yi Xiaofan turned away, he snarled softly at her. What did you say? Woof woof. Yi Xiaofan clearly heard Dudu's bark, but couldn't comprehend it. So she turned back to inquire. Once Dudu saw Yi Xiaofan turning around, he quickly denied having said anything. Are you rested enough yet? If so, let's hurry on. Woof woof. Yi Xiaofan rode on Dudu's back, as Dudu swiftly galloped southward. Along this route, they were bound to pass through the campsite of the beast race army. In order to avoid causing chaos, Yi Xiaofan decided to take a slightly longer detour. There's no denying it. The sheer size of the beast race army was enormous. Yi Xiaofan roughly estimated that just within her line of sight, there were at least 1 million troops. With such overwhelming numbers, the defense force of Lihua City alone, without some secret ace-up-their-sleeve tactics, would absolutely stand no chance. It was hard to imagine how Lihua City had previously managed to fend off the beast race attacks. Hold on, Dudu, stop. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan gripped Dudu's neck tightly, signaling it to stop immediately. Dudu braked sharply, skidding several meters before stopping. Woof woof. Dudu, who had just come to a stop with great difficulty, looked at Yi Xiaofan in confusion. Yi Xiaofan's eyes gently closed as she extended her spiritual power towards the direction of the beast race army. Just a moment, Dudu, I'll be done soon. Whine. Dudu whined softly and quietly laid down beside Yi Xiaofan. Soon after, Yi Xiaofan withdrew her consciousness and took out several magic items she had crafted herself from her spatial ring. Dudu, I'm going to conduct a reconnaissance on my own. Afterward, you will take these things to Karis. Whine. As Yi Xiaofan hung the items around Dudu's neck, Dudu asked why Yi Xiaofan was doing this. Earlier, while scanning the campsite of the beast race army, I detected 3 saints. These items have been carefully refined by me, so there'll be no problem resisting attacks from saints. You must give these things to Karis and tell her about what is happening with the beast race. If my guess is correct, the beast race has made up their mind to conquer Qingyang Kingdom this time. Whine. Having understood Yi Xiaofan's explanation, Dudu also realized the urgency of the matter. After nodding at Yi Xiaofan to show he would definitely complete the task, Dudu quickly returned along the original path. Yi Xiaofan trusted Dudu completely. At this point, Dudu already possessed the strength of an 8th-tier magical beast, nearly reaching the level of a 9th-tier saint. Additionally, Dudu's speed was exceptionally fast, surpassing even that of a saint. Thus, unless Dudu happens to encounter a saint directly, there would be no risk for him. As Yi Xiaofan watched Dudu disappear into the distance, she couldn't help but worry about Karis's well-being. Just moments ago, when Yi Xiaofan was seated on Dudu's back, a faint trace of a saint's aura emanated briefly from the beast race army before vanishing. Though it was weak and only lasted an instant, Yi Xiaofan still managed to sense it. With this in mind, Yi Xiaofan stopped Dudu and released her consciousness to locate the source of the saint's aura within the beast race army. Chapter 220, Military Intelligence. For a Stujuo army consisting of millions, even with Yi Xiaofan's vast divine consciousness, it would take a considerable amount of time to fully scan everyone. Fortunately, what Yi Xiaofan needed was not an overview of the entire beast army. He simply extended his divine awareness in the direction where a sage-level presence emanated, intent on discovering whether any sages existed within the ranks of the beast army. If none were present, then that would be excellent. However, if there truly was a sage, the situation for Lihua City would not be favorable. In the very center of the massive beast army stood the largest tent, and within it, Yi Xiaofan saw 3 beast race sages sitting face to face. Although this was just a probing attack, I did not expect that the human side's strength had grown significantly this year. Sitting on the right was a fox person from the beast race. Among the Fox clan, the status of women has always been much higher than men. Throughout history, the leaders of the Fox clan have all been female, as only females can ascend to the level of sage. The noble woman sitting there now was Bai Ernyang, the current deputy leader of the Fox clan, her power at the peak sage level. Yo-ha-ha, so what? This year our Beast Alliance army has mobilized 5 million soldiers, basically assembling all forces from the beast races. Besides, aren't we 3 sages here? The individual sitting opposite Bai Ernyang on the right was Nyo Keet, the current deputy leader of the Lion People, his power also at the peak sage level. Don't say that, Nyo Keet. Even though this time the Beast Alliance army mobilized 3 sages, don't forget that Qinyang Kingdom also has 3 sages stationed. The one sitting at the head was Hillman, a member of the most powerful race within the beasts, and the former rulers of the entire Beast Kingdom, the ancient Bixia. His strength was at the peak sage level. Yo-ha! How could those humans with their weak bodies possibly match our beast sages? Do not underestimate humans. The fact that they occupy the majority of the Kanglan continent is not as simple as you imagine. Moreover, perhaps it's better if you explain this part, Bai Ernyang. Alright, I will briefly summarize. Yo-ha-ha. Has something interesting happened? Even though she'd known Nyo Keet for thousands of years, every time she heard his awkward laugh, Bai Ernyang felt an intense urge to strangle him. The matter is this. According to the battle plan laid out by the Beast Alliance, wasn't it decided that each clan's sages should proceed to execute missions among human factions? Yo-ha-ha, of course I know about this. And then, our Fox clan sent our youngest sister, Bai Shizenlang. At the same time, a long-absent sage from our clan returned today. She has a good relationship with Sister 13, and upon hearing of Sister 13's mission, she headed to find her in the human world. And then? Are you trying to tell me that both of them fell in love with the same man? Yo-ha-ha. Nyo Keet, are you insulting our Fox clan? Stop quarreling. Nyo Keet, you two, calm down and let Bai Ernyang finish. Nyo Keet's laugh sounded extremely grating in Bai Ernyang's ears, enraging her to the point of wanting to fight him on the spot. If it hadn't been for Hillman stopping her, the aftermath of a battle between these 2 sages might well have destroyed half of the beast army. Huff. Bai Ernyang took a deep breath, calmed herself, and continued. To sum up, the 2 sages we've dispatched into the human world include Sister 13, the weakest among us, and Sister 3, who's second in strength only to me. However, about a month ago, inside our clan shrine, the twin blue snow butterflies symbolizing the life force of these 2 sisters shattered into 2 halves. Yo-ha-ha, what did you say? Your meaning is that they were killed in the human world. It seems that way. At this, even Nyo Keet stopped laughing, staring wide-eyed at Bai Ernyang in disbelief. As for Bai Shizenlang, it was understandable. Though possessing the remarkable technique, Death Finger, she had only recently ascended to the rank of sage. Thus, being killed in the human world by a stronger foe wasn't surprising. But Bai Sanlang was different. One of the 3 strongest sages of the Fox clan, Nyo Keet was perfectly aware of Bai Sanlang's capabilities. How could this be possible? That little girl, I know her well. During the previous Great War, she was the talk of the town. Her presence in the human world was even tacitly accepted by the human hierarchy. That's right. Therefore, we absolutely cannot underestimate humans. Even the 3rd sister was killed. Either the humans deployed several sages, or she encountered an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. With her strength, even if surrounded by several sages, how could she fail to escape? And as for an adversary too powerful to resist, that's ridiculous. What kind of power could she not withstand? Unless it was a divine level one. Nyo Keet simply couldn't believe what Bai Ernyang had just said. Although Bai Sanlang ranked only 3rd among the Fox clan, Nyo Keet knew that Bai Sanlang's power was actually comparable to his and Bai Ernyang's. The reason she ranked 3rd was merely because Bai Ernyang had become a sage earlier than Bai Sanlang. The only thing that could make Bai Sanlang defenseless would be a divine level power. This is the human intelligence we obtained not long ago. Take a look. As he spoke, Hillman threw a piece of intelligence in front of Nyo Keet. Puzzled, Nyo Keet picked it up, and after reading for a while, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. This can't be possible. How dare the humans tear up the alliance and send out divine-level beings to act? They certainly dared. Haven't you seen the intelligence which clearly states that due to the appearance of ancient giant beasts, they send out divine-level powers? Even in the parliament, they have a justification for their actions. Hillman sighed. Divine-level warriors were not supposed to intervene. That rule had been set after the Great Battle. No race dared to easily break this rule, but if ancient giant beasts appeared, then it was another matter. And take a good look at the person named Mu Yi in the intelligence. He is the grandson of Mu Bing, the guardian war god of the Lai Ling kingdom in the human world. Previously, he was merely a measly 5th-rank mage, but somehow, he suddenly became a divine-level existence. Chapter 221, The Snake Person. Your meaning is, he was hiding his true strength all this time? No, that's not what I mean. Based on my guess, he was indeed at the 5th stage of power before. Then how could he suddenly become a deity? He must have experienced some kind of great fortune, hence becoming a deity suddenly. In the midst of the Shoyu race army camp, the atmosphere within the tent grew heavier by the minute. Bai Ernyang, as if she had just thought of something, began speaking to Hillman and Nyuk-tae. According to intelligence reports, the only sages dispatched by humans should be this person named Mu Yi, along with the seasoned sage Ren of the Holy Light Chamber, and Lottie of the Dark Cult. But merely 3 sages. Could they really handle ancient behemoths? This is indeed an issue. How humanity eventually dealt with the ancient behemoth has always been unclear. However, it's enough to prove their strength. Nyuktae, now do you still dare look down on humans? Humph. A string of incidents left Nyuktae shocked beyond words, even causing him to stop repeating his catchphrase, responding merely with a cold snort and sitting down in his seat. At the same moment, Yi Xiaofan obtained the information he desired and slowly withdrew his mental awareness. He also entrusted Du Du to deliver the refined alchemical items he was proud of to Carice. Even though these items wouldn't give Carice the ability to fight against sages, they could at least withstand the attacks of a sage. Even if 3 peak sages attacked simultaneously, these objects were enough to sustain Carice for 3 days. With Du Du assisting her from the sidelines, according to Yi Xiaofan's projections, it should be sufficient for her to return in time. It wasn't that Yi Xiaofan didn't want to provide more magical tools to Carice, but after years of depletion and considering what he reserved for Kiana, only these few magic devices remained in his possession. Du Du, you must protect Carice well. Watching Du Du's figure gradually vanish from sight, Yi Xiaofan softly said one sentence before rapidly advancing towards the south. After maintaining a distance of several 10,000 meters from the Zhou race army, Yi Xiaofan finally unfurled his sacred wings, speeding up towards the territory of the Zhou race. One day later, Yi Xiaofan reached his destination, unexpectedly finding out it was a village of the Zhou race. In this village resided various races of beast folk, including even those belonging to Fox tribe, Lion tribe, and the powerful Beastman tribe of the Zhou race. It's strange, isn't it? It's rumored that relationships between different tribes of the Zhou race aren't very good. Why can so many races coexist peacefully here? Walking on the streets of the Zhou village, Yi Xiaofan carefully observed the surroundings while murmuring curiously. Yi Xiaofan was not worried about being exposed as human because humans resembled the Zhou races quite closely. For instance, fox folk, aside from having a fluffy tail and 2 adorable fox ears, are practically indistinguishable from humans. There were even some kinds of Zhou people whose outward appearance was completely indistinguishable from humans. Big sister, are you also here to visit Kaos? A very cute rabbit girl of the rabbit tribe skipped over cheerfully, eyeing Yi Xiaofan curiously and asked, no, I'm actually a practitioner, wandering for training, and I happened to pass through here. Oh, you're so pretty, big sister. What race of beast person are you? After learning Yi Xiaofan was a practitioner, the little girl blinked and quickly changed the subject. Given her age, she didn't understand what practitioner meant and naturally assumed the beautiful big sister was here to visit Kaos. Thank you. As for what race of beast person I am, why don't you take a guess? The little rabbit girl bit her finger, thinking hard. I know. You must be of the snake tribe, right? I've heard that snake people have a lower body like a snake and an upper body like a human. Wearing clothes would make them indistinguishable. Hee hee, little sister is so smart. Yes, I'm indeed from the snake clan. Following the little girl's statement, Yi Xiaofan admitted it, instinctively wanting to step back with her exposed feet. By the way, what exactly is this Kaos you mentioned earlier? Kaos is just Kaos. What else could it be? Big sister, you're so strange. Confused by Yi Xiaofan's question, the little girl clearly couldn't fully understand what Yi Xiaofan was implying. She was too young. Then thank you. Could you tell me where there's a place to stay around here? Over there is an inn. Recently, a lot of people have come to visit Kaos, and they all stay there. Thank you, little sister. Following the direction indicated by the rabbit tribe little girl, Yi Xiaofan didn't walk far before seeing an inn. After booking a room at the inn, Yi Xiaofan entered and began to change disguises. The words of the rabbit tribe little girl reminded Yi Xiaofan that although the appearance of the beast folk and humans were quite similar, there were still some differences. In order to prevent being asked about what race he was and not knowing how to answer, Yi Xiaofan decided to disguise himself as a member of the beast folk. Fortunately, the first person he encountered was the rabbit girl, allowing Yi Xiaofan to get away with it. If it had been an adult beast folk, he might have already been exposed. Therefore, Yi Xiaofan decided to disguise himself as a snake person mentioned earlier by the rabbit girl. Snake people are not much different from humans in their upper body, except that snake people do not have legs. Below the waist is entirely made up of a snake's tail. This was easy to fake. Just by wearing a long skirt, no one would be able to tell. But just in case, Yi Xiaofan used magic to make his legs appear like a snake's tail. However, Yi Xiaofan hadn't thoroughly studied transformation magic, so the magic he could perform wasn't very advanced, only a 3rd level spell. If he met a powerful beast folk, it would be easy to be seen through. But who would keep staring at someone else's lower half, especially a young lady's lower half? That person would definitely be considered a pervert. It seems I haven't come to the wrong place. There are more than 10 saints here, and there even exists a deity-level presence. There must be something special here. After finishing his disguise, Yi Xiaofan had just come downstairs in the inn when he saw a group of beast folk leaving the inn. With just a glance, Yi Xiaofan could discern their strength. Chapter 222, Exposure. After completing his disguise, Yi Xiaofan had just arrived downstairs at the inn when he saw a group of beast men leaving. At just a glance, Yi Xiaofan saw through their strength. This group consisted of 7 different beast races, with the towering figure leading them clearly being the leader of the group. Yi Xiaofan recognized the race of this tall beast man. They belonged to the royal line among beast folk, the mighty Beaming clan. These 7 beast men obviously didn't want others to notice them, behaving very low-key, even concealing their powers down to around the 3rd rank. For beastmen, the 3rd rank represented quite weak strength. The entire beast folk race possessed powerful combat skills. A single adult beast man would naturally have strength no lower than the 3rd rank. Moreover, this group concealed their abilities perfectly. Even if one was of equal rank, without meticulous observation, it would be almost impossible to detect their concealed true strength. But for Yi Xiaofan, their concealment was akin to not hiding at all. They're really cautious. They must have some secret that can't be told, perhaps related to that strange feeling I sensed earlier. After following this group out of the inn and circling the entire village, they finally headed toward their destination. Naturally upset from being led around for nothing, Yi Xiaofan resolved to uncover exactly what these people were plotting to do. It's clear now, there's no one around. Let's drop our concealment. There might be danger soon, so stay vigilant. Yes. Upon reaching an abandoned well, the group dropped their power concealment. A faint oppressive aura spread out around them. Fortunately, there were no ordinary people here. Otherwise, there would have been quite a stir. The leading beaming beast man then mumbled something by the well that Yi Xiaofan couldn't understand. Subsequently, all 7 beast men jumped into the well one after another. Oh my, they've actually jumped in. This well looks filthy. Should I jump in as well? After all 7 beast men had jumped into the well, Yi Xiaofan approached its edge and looked down. All he could see was profound darkness stretching endlessly below. After some deliberation, Yi Xiaofan also leaped into the well. As soon as he entered, he felt a wave of dizziness, an unfamiliar yet familiar sensation. When Yi Xiaofan first came to this world, because he wasn't accustomed to it, every time he used a space magic array for teleportation, he would feel exactly like this. In recent years, Yi Xiaofan had grown accustomed to various long-distance and ultra-long-distance spatial transmission magic arrays. It had been a long time since he last experienced such a dizzying sensation. However, today, Yi Xiaofan encountered the same dizziness within the dried-up well. This indicated that the space transmission magic array laid inside the well was larger than any other magic array Yi Xiaofan had come across so far. And it wasn't just slightly larger. I wonder where this will teleport me to. It was Yi Xiaofan's last thought before everything turned black. When light returned, he realized he was still standing next to the well. What's going on? It teleported me back to the starting point. Looking around, the scenery seemed identical to before, which caused Yi Xiaofan some surprise. Nevertheless, there was a peculiar discomfort gnawing at him. Could it be that the space transmission array in this well identifies races? Perhaps only beast folk can be correctly transmitted, while non-beast races end up being sent back to the original location. You're mistaken. This isn't a space transmission array, it's a realm transmission array. It also doesn't possess the ability to recognize races. Regardless of who rides it, everyone is teleported here. Era. So that's how it works. That means we are now in a different world compared to earlier? No wonder I feel somewhat off. But you've made it look exactly like the place we left. Quite deceiving indeed. Thank you, Mr. Beaming. The 7 beast men who had jumped into the dry well earlier surrounded Yi Xiaofan, without him noticing. The leading beaming beast man glared at Yi Xiaofan malevolently. So, esteemed human visitor, may we inquire about your plans regarding tracking us? Era, I wasn't tracking you. I simply witnessed something interesting and acted upon my curiosity alone. Also, I'm not human. I'm a beast man. A serpent person, to be specific. Even though Yi Xiaofan was caught both red-handed for stalking and having his true identity exposed, he laughed nervously, attempting to bluff his way out. Though we beastmen and humans share many similarities, there are certain noticeable differences. Take snake persons, for instance. Their lower bodies are serpent tails rather than human-like legs. Uncle, you can even tell I don't have a tail under this long dress. Do you have X-ray vision or something? Yi Xiaofan quickly clutched her body tightly, suspecting that this beaming beast man could see through her clothing. The 2 other women among the 7 beast folk also mimicked Yi Xiaofan's actions, casting suspicious glances at the beaming beast man. Humph. When tails walk on the ground, they leave lines, not footprints. The beaming beast man coughed awkwardly and explained how he'd figured out there were feet beneath Yi Xiaofan's dress. Upon looking back, Yi Xiaofan noticed 2 rows of clear footprints behind her. Oh, so that's how it is. Also, members of the snake people are usually alluring and seductive. Even their children don't look as pure as you do. Besides, none of them are as flat-chested as you. After finishing his sentence, the beaming beast man glanced deliberately at Yi Xiaofan's chest, frightening her into covering herself again. So what if I'm flat-chested? Like my chest owes you any rice? Cough. Can you tell us your purpose then, mighty warrior from the human race? Noticing Yi Xiaofan's reaction, the beaming beast man coughed once more, adjusting his tone to become serious as he fixed a stern gaze upon Yi Xiaofan. If you want to know my purpose, why don't you guess? You get it right, and I'll tell you. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, we'll have no choice but to resort to harsh measures. As he spoke, the beaming beast man gave a signal to the rabbit person beside him, who nodded in understanding and stepped toward Yi Xiaofan. Well then, young lady, confess honestly and you won't need to suffer. This rabbit person was one of the only 2 females among the 7 beast folk. As she approached Yi Xiaofan, she extended her hand, aiming for Yi Xiaofan. Watching the hand coming towards her, though it seemed slow, it suddenly landed on her shoulder. Chapter 2:23, Destruction. Yi Xiaofan looked at the hand coming towards her. It seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, it had landed on her shoulder. Then there was a sound like a crack. The rabbit person's hand that had fallen on Yi Xiaofan's shoulder was caught by her, and with a twist, she subdued the rabbit person instantly. How is this possible? With Wendy's strength, she was subdued so easily. The remaining 6 beast folk could not believe what they were seeing as Yi Xiaofan held the rabbit person firmly. The rabbit person kept wriggling to try to free its arm from Yi Xiaofan's control. But the harder it tried, the more painful it became. A bunch of bumpkins who've never seen the world, This move is called a joint lock technique in my hometown. Yi Xiaofan said proudly to the astonished crowd. Joint lock technique. Is it about using joints to achieve controlling effects on opponents? It's indeed impressive, but you underestimated the power of a saint far too much. Suddenly, the rabbit person who had just been overpowered by Yi Xiaofan grinned menacingly and incredibly turned around, throwing a punch towards Yi Xiaofan. Fortunately, Yi Xiaofan reacted quickly, released the rabbit person's hand, and retreated swiftly, narrowly avoiding the blow. Era. Can you control your own joints? So that's why I said, don't underestimate the saints too much. Saints are beings at the peak of all creatures. For them, nothing is impossible. It still feels a bit unscientific. Yi Xiaofan sighed slightly, but didn't realize that her very existence was the least scientific thing of all. Sir, will you really not cooperate? The leader among the 7 beast folk, a mighty Baimon giant, stopped the rabbit person who wanted to continue attacking Yi Xiaofan and spoke directly to her. Era, what exactly do you want me to cooperate with? Tell us your purpose. Will you let me go if I tell you? Of course not. Then why waste so many words? Since that's the case, we'll have to take offense. The figure of the Baimon giant began to tower high above, his body gradually transforming into a crystal-like purple color, glaring down at Yi Xiaofan while exuding an overwhelming aura. This aura was countless times stronger than that of a saint. Clearly, this Baimon had reached a godly level. Era, such a big pile of amethyst, huh? By the way, is this real amethyst? Can I take it out and exchange it for money? I am Sayati, the chief of the Baimon clan, possessing advanced divine-level strength. A solemn voice echoed, accompanied by the sharp whistling sound caused by the palm descending. In Yi Xiaofan's eyes, the Baimon's hand seemed like it had replaced the sky, enveloping everything above her, evoking an indescribable sense that there would be no escape. Heavenly Sword 12's cuts, 3rd level, slash the void. Summoning Mingyuan from her spatial ring, Yi Xiaofan aligned herself and cut through with precision. Sparks erupted everywhere upon contact between Mingyuan and the Baimon's palm. Mingyuan was thrown back, and Yi Xiaofan shook her slightly numb right hand while focusing intensely on the Baimon giant. This was the first time she encountered something that felt so challenging. When Yi Xiaofan cut into the Baimon's palm, it felt as though she had struck against an entire world. This rule I've comprehended is called infinite rule. Under the effect of my rules, be it strength, defense, or speed, they all reach infinite levels. If I could also comprehend the infinitesimal rule after the infinite rule, then your strength, defense, speed, etc. could all be suppressed infinitely smaller. Era, truly a strange rule, huh? There actually exists a rule like this. However, one cannot deny that this kind of rule is nearly invincible. If you understand now, hurry up and frankly reveal the purpose of your visit to the beast race. And if I say no, obstinate till the end. Coldly scoffing, the Baimon's huge palm fell again from the heavens, smacking down toward Yi Xiaofan. Yet, instead of fear, Yi Xiaofan gave a faint smile. What a great opportunity. I have always wanted to test the limits of the strength of this body, but there has never been anyone capable enough to satisfy my requirements. Since you claim that all your attributes can be infinite, let me see whether your rules are stronger or my strength prevails. A serious sword slash, world cleaving. Drawing Mingyuan behind her, Yi Xiaofan mustered all her strength and fiercely slashed toward the Baimon's palm. In a flash, Mingyuan's sword light pierced through the center of the giant hand and continued undiminished, cutting a crevice through the air. After delivering the slash, Yi Xiaofan's Mingyuan shattered into pieces in her hand. This treasured sword that had accompanied Yi Xiaofan for over a decade finally came to its natural end. Era, Mingyuan actually broke. I might have used too much force. Yi Xiaofan looked at the shattered pieces of Mingyuan in her hand with a hint of sorrow. Suddenly, she heard strange noises in her ear. What is this sound? And why are you all standing there like statues? You weren't frightened out of your wits by my incredible slash, were you? Yi Xiaofan looked at the 7 beast folk who remained frozen in place, realizing something was off. Hey, what's wrong with all of you? Say something. Incredibly, world origin. In the end, it was the Baimon giant who spoke haltingly, but before he could finish, his body disintegrated. As the Baimon collapsed, the other 6 beast folk also fell apart. Once all 7 of their bodies disintegrated, even space began to collapse, shattering like a broken mirror into countless fragments. Through the cracks in space, Yi Xiaofan saw the rabbit girl who had first spoken to her when she arrived here. She watched as the little girl's body fragmented along with the collapsing space. What on earth is happening? Can someone please tell me what's going on? At this moment, Yi Xiaofan finally showed a trace of panic, losing the composure she had maintained before. But no matter how much she called out, no one answered her or told her what to do. How could this be? Did my slash just split the entire world in two? In Yi Xiaofan's eyes, the world was gradually fragmenting. Spatial storms and chaotic currents raged through the crumbling world, attempting to turn both Yi Xiaofan and this realm into cosmic dust. Chapter 2:24, Restoration. Darkness enveloped everything, and light no longer existed. Those familiar faces that were once known could never be seen again. Here was the ruins of the Kanglan world. After the destruction of the Kanglan world, in its former position, a massive black hole gradually formed. The black hole continuously devoured everything that approached it. In the center of the black hole, Yi Xiaofan knelt helplessly. She did not know what she should do or the meaning of her own existence. Even if one possessed the most powerful force in the entire universe, what could they achieve other than destruction? Thus, Yi Xiaofan remained inside the black hole, unaware how long she had stayed there. Perhaps only an instant, perhaps 10,000 years had passed. On this day, suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the entire black hole, shattering it into pieces instantly. After the light disappeared, Yi Xiaofan raised her head and stared in astonishment at the man before her. The supreme god Yades. Little girl, you really went too far this time. I just slept for a little while, and you actually blew up the entire Kanglan world. Sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. I just wanted to try how powerful my full force attack could be. Tears flowed continuously from Yi Xiaofan's eyes. At this moment, Yades in her heart was like the existence of a savior. I beg you, please restore the Kanglan world back to normal. I regretfully cannot do that. How is that possible? Aren't you the supreme god? Aren't you omnipotent? How can you fail to do this? You must understand, as long as there are things that can be done, there will always be things that cannot be accomplished. What do you mean? Who knows? Just like when Yi Xiaofan first met him, Yades remained as carefree as ever. He came and left in the same easygoing manner. Only Yi Xiaofan was left standing there alone, quietly pondering over the implications of Yades's words. In this vast universe, time seemed non-existent. It could be but a fleeting moment or an eternal duration. Like someone entranced, Yi Xiaofan incessantly repeated the same sentence. As long as there are things that can be achieved, then certainly there exist things that cannot be achieved. Then similarly, as long as unattainable things exist, surely attainable things also exist. Yi Xiaofan's body, personally created by the supreme god Yades and originally unchanging, started to undergo gradual changes now. Her short figure began growing taller, stopping at around 175 centimeters. Her hair, which was already almost reaching her waist, grew even further down to her calves. The clothes on Yi Xiaofan's body turned into shreds with her growth, revealing her enchanting form beneath. Two wings of pure white unfolded from her back, transforming into countless beams of feather-like light, covering her beautiful body. As all the beams fully covered her, they merged into a snow-white robe, bearing a Yi character on the left chest area. The space ring on her left index finger exploded into fragments, causing all the items Yi Xiaofan had accumulated over countless years to vanish into the universe along with the explosion. The nebula I activated automatically. Black pupils swallowed the irises completely, countless stars appearing within the black pupils, blending together into a swirling nebula that could ensnare one's gaze with just a single look. Originally, the nebula I represents the entire universe. Each star inside symbolizes a rule of the universe. The number of rules the universe has equals the number of stars within it. One who masters the nebula I is equivalent to mastering the whole universe. But why would Yades give me something so important? With such doubts lingering in her mind, Yi Xiaofan spent an unknown number of years in the void of the universe. The nebula inside the nebula I began to rotate slower and slower, showing signs of stagnation. At some point, the nebula paused momentarily, and then quickly spun again, smoother than ever before. Anyway, if it's confusing, stop thinking about it. You'll know sooner or later. For now, let me restore the Kanglan will. With a wave of her left hand, a spatial storm erupted seemingly out of nowhere. A sweep of her right hand brought countless luminous space fragments carried by the storm. Within these fragments, faintly visible was the silhouette of the Kanglan will. It screamed in constant agony, as if enduring immense suffering. All things in the universe will come to an end one day, and even a world is no exception. If a world does not end naturally, but is destroyed by the ruler of the universe, then the universe will preserve the world's will for eternity as a testament to the ruler's majesty, forcing it to endure endless suffering. When Yi Xiaofan attempted to revive the Kanglan world, she received such a message from the nebula I. This must also be a rule set by Yades, truly devoid of any humanity. But even so, the world will actually dare to defy the ruler's orders. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but recall the first trilateral meeting between herself, the Kanglan will, and Yades at the center of the world soon after she arrived in the Kanglan world. The scene back then was still vivid in Yi Xiaofan's mind. Even at the risk of being destroyed, the Kanglan will absolutely refuse to resurrect Mage. At that time, Yi Xiaofan did not know what it meant for a world to be killed by its ruler, and secretly criticized Yades for lacking the dignity of a supreme god. How could a world under his jurisdiction dare to disobey his orders so easily? Only now did Yi Xiaofan understand how much courage the Kanglan will possess to defy Yades' commands. Although Yi Xiaofan had some clues about how to restore the world, she still didn't fully understand the specific steps. She could only act on instinct, repeatedly drawing Tai Chi diagrams made of space fragments in the void. Every time Yi Xiaofan drew these diagrams, the space fragments would soon scatter again. However, Yi Xiaofan could clearly sense that there were gradually forming connections among the space fragments. Using the nebula I, she stabilized the connected fragments and integrated them with others. Thus, through Yi Xiaofan's continuous efforts, the Kanglan world was finally restored to its original state. Chapter 225, A Chaotic World. And so, through Yi Xiaofan's constant efforts, the Kanglan world was restored to its original state. On the outermost membrane of the entire world, dense cracks were everywhere. Phew, is this enough? Yi Xiaofan weakly looked at the Kanglan will, and a trace of relief flickered on his lips. What happened before? It seemed someone was following us. Then that person destroyed the world's essence. Destroying the world essence? How could that be possible? It must have been an illusion. Did all 7 of us experience the same illusion? In a beast race village near the border between the beast and human races, there was a team made up of the leaders of the 7 great tribes of the beast race, the 7 strongest beast men in the whole beast race. They all saw the scene of the world being destroyed, silence, disbelief, Various emotions filled their hearts. Let's retreat first. We'll come again another day. But, don't say but. At our level, even premonitions from beyond can possibly occur. Not to mention that all 7 of us saw the same scene. This matter is absolutely not as simple as it seems. I agree with Sayadi's opinion. I also agree. I agree too. At the headquarters of the Holy Light Sanctuary in the south of the Kanglan continent, the Pope of the Holy Light sat in the Pope's exclusive chair, looking at the restless members of the sanctuary below. What are everyone's thoughts on that incident? My Lord Pope, may I inquire if our deity has any message for us? There isn't one. I contacted our deity overnight, but our deity has not yet responded. That's why I summoned you all together to discuss a response. My Lord Pope, I believe this could very likely be a scheme of the Dark Cult. Nonsense. To make us see such a scene simultaneously, it would require the Dark God himself to take action. Otherwise, it would be impossible. What about using the power of ancient beasts? Don't forget, during the unsealing in the Star Auspicious Kingdom previously, there was evidence of the Dark Cult connected to the ancient beast known as Slotty, the Fury of Chaos. But according to my knowledge, among the 12 ancient beasts, none of them were responsible for illusions, right? I'm just drawing an analogy. Do you understand what an analogy means? Quiet, everyone. In the western part of the Kanglan continent in the Baghdad country, which houses the headquarters of the most mysterious human force, the Higher Beings Trading Group, people responsible for missions dispatched across the entire Kanglan continent were now uniformly gathered here. The reason for summoning everyone back, I believe, is quite clear to all of you. The overall head of the Higher Beings Trading Group sat at the head of a long table, his deep eyes scanning those seated around the table. Representatives from all races across the continent were present here, exactly 346 individuals. Faced with the inquiry from the general manager, everyone silently nodded. Being branch managers, they had at least reached the peak level of a saint. Their ability to assemble such a vast force attested to the power of the Higher Beings Trading Group. The scene of the world's destruction lingered in their minds like a nightmare, making it hard for them to forget. So, do you think that scenario could become reality? This is absolutely impossible. The world has already endured countless eons. How could it simply be destroyed so easily? After a moment of silence, someone voiced their opinion. That's not necessarily true. Since the world has survived countless eons, it might well be that this world has entered a phase akin to burnout. What we saw earlier might be the world itself warning us. After this individual finished speaking, another quickly expressed dissenting views. More and more voices began sharing opinions, turning the conference into chaos. The overall leader of the Higher Beings Trading Group merely observed the arguments unfolding beneath him, never interjecting a word throughout. No one could fathom his thoughts behind those piercing eyes. This is the eastern part of the Kanglan continent. Also the first place Yi Xiaofan arrived after coming to the Kanglan world, the Star Auspicious Kingdom. Surrounding the Star Auspicious Kingdom were 4 bustling cities: Water City, Fire City, Earth City, and Wind City. Water City was located north of the capital of the Star Auspicious Kingdom, Alashia, intersecting with the Chilean Mountains. None would have thought the Dark Cult's headquarters lay hidden deep within the treacherous Chilean Mountains. In a dark cavern, the Pope of the Dark Cult watched a crystal ball in his hand, where face after face flashed by. Each of these faces belonged to a key member of the Dark Cult. These individuals had all been conferred the title of Deputy Pope by the Pope of the Dark Cult. Each of them possessed the strength of a saint, while the more powerful among them even reached the divine level. Everyone should have seen that scene, right? I saw it. I saw it too. That must be the war declaration from our Dark God to the Kanglan continent. This proves that the Dark God is about to descend upon this world. As loyal followers of the Dark God, we must prepare for the arrival of the Dark God. Understood. Understood. Well, now I will start assigning tasks. Everyone must ensure their task is completed without failure. Yes. Yes. After shutting off the crystal ball, the Pope of the Dark Cult continued to stare at it with an increasingly sinister and horrifying smile on his face. Haha. My era is coming soon. On that day, countless people across the entire Kanglan continent witnessed the scene of the world's destruction. Once they snapped back to reality, the world was in an uproar. Countless undercurrents surged incessantly, signaling that this world would no longer remain peaceful. But all of this no longer had any relevance to Yi Xiaofan. After restoring the Kanglan world, Yi Xiaofan even rewound the timeline of the entire world. Although the memories of the world's end still lingered among the current strong individuals of the Kanglan world, these memories would gradually fade. Eventually, they would no longer remember the reason behind the storm that shook the entire world. And due to excessive exhaustion, Yi Xiaofan fell into a deep coma. At the moment Yi Xiaofan collapsed, the newly revived Kanglan will pulled him to the center of the world. To highest, why choose? Transformed into a giant light sphere, the Kanglan will hesitated before speaking a few words while looking at Yi Xiaofan's sleeping face. Then, as if sensing something, the Kanglan will retreated from the center of the world and sealed the core entirely. Chapter 226, The Curtain. Lihua City is a city at the border between the Qinyang Kingdom and the Beast Race. This city is currently suffering from the war caused by the Beast Race's attacks. It has been a month since the Beast Race began their attacks. During this time, the Beast Race has attacked 23 times in varying scales, causing countless casualties on both the human and beast sides. The royal family of the Qinyang Kingdom had received intelligence a month ago when the Beast Race first attacked. It was reported that the Beast Race had sent 3 saint-level individuals for this operation. In order to defend their land, The Qinyang Kingdom continuously dispatched reinforcements to Lihua City and even requested aid from other countries. After a month of negotiations, four neighboring countries finally agreed to send troops for assistance. Carrying her heavy body, Kaylee's walked into the headquarters of the Qingshin Mercenary Guild. The constant attacks by the beast race and daily combat meetings aimed at resisting them had already left Kaylee's utterly exhausted. You're back, leader. You've worked hard. No problem. Is Hohu being good? Yes, during your absence. Hohu has been diligently practicing magic, saying that he wants to help his mother as soon as possible. Ho-ho. Walking through the main entrance of the Qingshin Mercenary Guild's headquarters, Talos, who has always served as Kaylee's deputy and assisted her with her burdens, came up to meet her. As they walked through the quiet headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, Kaylee's kept asking about the various matters of the guild that occurred during her absence. By now, the Qingshin Mercenary Guild no longer held the prosperity it once did. In just 1 month, under the continuous assaults of the beast race, numerous people have fallen on the battlefield. The current number of members in the Qingshin Mercenary Guild can no longer meet the minimum requirement for an A-grade mercenary guild. However, due to the special circumstances, the Mercenary Union has not yet revoked the A-grade status of the Qingshin Mercenary Guild. Compared to the other 2 A-grade mercenary guilds in Lihua City, the Qingshin Mercenary Guild has fared much better. The Hongya Mercenary Guild, another A-grade guild, has been responsible for guarding the West Gate during the war with the beast race. It is said that there are now fewer than 3 senior officers remaining in the Hongya Mercenary Guild. Most of the remaining members are new recruits without much combat experience or strength. The other A-grade Miaba Mercenary Guild, including the guild leader, totaled 231 members, all of whom perished in battle. They became the first A-grade mercenary guild to be completely annihilated after the establishment of Lihua City. Mommy, you're back. After arriving at the training ground, Hohu, who was practicing magic, appeared sweaty, holding a cup of tea which he presented to Kaylee's. Hohu is so good. Mom isn't thirsty, you drink it. Kaylee's looked fondly at Hohu, wiping the sweat off his head. Woo-woo. Is it Dudu? Are you asking about Xiaoya's whereabouts? Unfortunately, we haven't heard anything. When Yi Xiaofan let Dudu return to Lihua City, she had said that she would be back within 2 to 3 days. But it has already been a month, and still, there has been no news of Yi Xiaofan. Worse still, Dudu could no longer sense Yi Xiaofan's presence. Since Dudu and Yi Xiaofan had signed a master-servant contract, regardless of the distance between them, Dudu should have been able to feel Yi Xiaofan's existence. If Dudu cannot sense her, then there are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that Yi Xiaofan has been sealed by an enchantment capable of blocking the perception of the contract. The second possibility is that Yi Xiaofan has already passed away. However, Dudu simply could not believe this. With Yi Xiaofan's abilities, there should be hardly anyone in the world capable of killing her. I don't know where Xiaoya has gone. There's not even a hint of news. If it weren't for the magical artifacts she delivered, the Qingshin Mercenary Guild might have suffered the same fate as the Miaba Mercenary Guild, complete annihilation. Woo-woo. Dudu absently responded to Kaylee's twice, leaped onto the roof, gazing in the direction where Yi Xiaofan departed, with a reminiscing look in his eyes. Leader. Suddenly, a lookout soldier responsible for the guard post at the Qingshin Mercenary Guild rushed over anxiously. Don't panic, what happened? The beast race is attacking. How is this possible? They've never attacked at this time before. It was dusk now. On normal days, though the beast race's attacks were fierce, they always happened during the daytime, and they had never once attacked at dusk. I don't know. The city master. They want you to take people over there quickly. I understand. Kaylee's put Hohu down, entrusted Talos to take good care of Hohu, and hurriedly gathered all the available personnel from the Qingshin Mercenary Guild. Currently, the Qingshin Mercenary Guild has only 30 members left with fighting capabilities. Woo-woo. Just as Kaylee's had gathered her team and was about to set off, Dudu suddenly ran up to her in front of everyone, handing over a spatial ring. Dudu, what is this? Woo-woo. It turned out that when Yi Xiaofan entrusted Dudu with the magical artifacts for Kaylee's, she instructed Dudu not to give all the items to Kaylee's at once. On one hand, Yi Xiaofan was worried that Kaylee's might develop a habit of overly relying on magical tools. On the other hand, she was also concerned about attracting unnecessary trouble. As the saying goes, a man without virtue can still possess treasure. But possessing so many powerful magical tools would inevitably invite unwanted attention from ill-intentioned individuals. With Yi Xiaofan's magical tools, there was no fear of open confrontations. However, some might resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Hence, Yi Xiaofan instructed Dudu to only provide Kaylee's with the necessary magical tools for self-defense. If any of those tools were to become unusable, then new ones could be given to Kaylee's. But the beast race's sudden unconventional attack made Dudu sense the presence of a conspiracy. He decided to hand over all the magical tools to Kaylee's, just in case something unforeseen happened while he was away. I see, thank you, Dudu. Woo-woo. Dudu, there is another thing I'd like to ask of you. Woo-woo. You've probably already figured it out. The beast race attacking at this moment must have some kind of scheme in mind. While we are away, please protect Hohu and the Qingshin Mercenary Guild for us. Woo-woo. After receiving Dudu's promise, Kaylee set off confidently with her team toward the city wall. As soon as they arrived, they heard thunderous roars and saw the ground covered with corpses. The head of the Qingshin Mercenary Guild, you finally arrived. The beast race's current attack is unusually fierce. Please help reinforce the soldiers on the city walls. Understood, everyone, follow me. Taking Lihua City as a stage, the war that swept through both the human and beast races officially began. Chapter 227, War. Not far from the capital of Xuanhuan Kingdom, Alaskag City, there was a city with a small area, but a prosperity level that rivaled the capital. Its name was Desaxley. When Alaskag was in trouble, Desaxley City once served as a stronghold for the Human Alliance Army, thus gaining fame across the world. Here, there was a restaurant called Memories, which was the most bustling part of the entire city. Every day, countless people came to taste the specialty fried rice of this restaurant. As for why it was so popular, it was said that after Alaskag was saved, the ice god who had rescued Alaskag once visited this restaurant to taste its fried rice and highly praised it. This drew countless people to come here, just to try the dish that even the ice god couldn't stop praising. The so-called celebrity effect was probably something like this. Nana, where have you run off to again? Hee, I went to Alaskag to play. I've told you how many times now. It's very dangerous outside now. Don't leave the city unless necessary. All right. The girl called Nana waved her hand impatiently, with mud all over her clothes. She climbed upstairs with a thud. Xiao helplessly looked at Nana, and then turned to roar at Kaba. You're still laughing over there. It's all your fault, and you still haven't gone to cook. Do you not know we still have over 20 servings of fried rice to serve? Okay. Kaba fled in disarray, hiding in the kitchen and not daring to come out. The diners eating in the hall seemed entirely accustomed to everything that happened. When will days like these end? Xiao sat by the window, one hand supporting her chin, looking outside, revealing an expression filled with reminiscence. The table and chair Xiao was sitting on now was the one that Yi Xiaofan had sat on last time he was here. After Yi Xiaofan left, Xiao ordered Kaba to move this table and chair near the window and didn't allow anyone to sit there. She herself would sometimes sit here, gazing out the window, seemingly deep in thought about something unknown. The Memories restaurant was no longer the little shop that no one visited back then. Now, it was always packed every day. Just relying on Xiao alone would never be enough to handle everything. So Xiao hired some people, taught them how to make fried rice, and became a hands-off manager herself. Among these people naturally included her husband, Kaba. Hey, boss, why think about those things? Us common folk can't do anything about the war anyway. Besides, it's even more a war between races. It won't end anytime soon. That may be true, but this war has been going on for over a decade already, and the business in the shop gets worse day by day. The war between humans and beast tribes started after Yi Xiaofan fell into slumber, continuing intermittently for over 10 years. Nowadays, all human nations were involved in fighting against the beast race. Even saints appeared frequently on the battlefield. There had been 3 confrontations involving divine-level experts. The first time, the divine-level expert of the beast tribe defeated the human divine-level expert. As a result, humans lost a large portion of their territories. The second time, the human divine-level expert defeated the beast divine-level expert, and humans reclaimed half of their territory back. The third time, humans and beasts fought to a draw, creating the current deadlock situation. Xian Kingdom, being a country far from the Beast Kingdom, had not yet been directly affected by the flames of war, but the atmosphere in the whole country was becoming increasingly tense. Moreover, Xiao had an unsaid sentence. Her good sister was in Lihuoqing, the birthplace of the war, in Qinyang Kingdom. Since the war fully erupted, she had no news from Carice. Later, Xiao heard from Mu Yi that Yi Xiaofan had once gone to Lihuoqing to look for Carice, and then disappeared without a trace since. This made Xiao even more worried. If even Yi Xiaofan was in danger, Carice's situation must be even more perilous. Each time Xiao gazed out the window, she was praying for Yi Xiaofan and Carice. Mom, I'm going out. Just as Xiao was lost in thought, little Nana stomped downstairs and shouted before disappearing. Xiao was just about to scold Nana, but seeing she had already vanished, could only sigh helplessly and looked out the window again. So many years had passed, and the little girl from before had grown up to be a beautiful young woman. More importantly, Nana's strength was increasing very quickly and had long surpassed her mother. Sometimes, when Xiao tried to discipline her wild daughter, she always found ways to escape. But Xiao had no recourse. After all, how could she possibly stop her daughter when she wasn't as powerful as her? More importantly, Nana always carried a little bear in her hand. This was originally a gift from Yi Xiaofan, which Nana had modified into the shape of a bear and named Tiburce. Tiburce could grow or shrink according to Nana's will and possessed formidable power. At the age of 7, Nana had already achieved the feat of killing a saint-level expert with Tiburce's help. Had it not been for the fact that Nana was not yet an adult, she would have surely been recruited by the Human Alliance Army to fight against the Beast Tribe forces long ago. Nowadays, the battle between humans and beast tribes was extremely intense. There were even rumors circulating that the Elf Tribe and Dragon Tribe also had the intention to participate in the war, and some people had already spotted their figures. Whether this claim was true or false remained unclear for the time being, but as time went on, the truth would eventually come to light. However, none of these matters had anything to do with Xiao. She only wished for Nana to grow up peacefully and safely, for her and her husband to continue running the Memories restaurant, and for Yi Xiaofan and Carice to be safe and sound. Phew. After secluding myself for so many years, I wonder how they are doing. It's time to go out and take a look. In an unknown cave somewhere on the Kanglan continent, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged. At some point, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, and the sharp gaze emitted from them pierced 2 deep holes into the wall opposite the cave. I guess Xiao Yi should be fine. But Carice, Xiao, how are you both doing? Indeed, this person was Su Rue, who had been missing without any news. Nowadays, Su Rue had long since transcended her initial identity as a little girl and had blossomed into the goddess admired by men. The cool and aloof aura emanating from Su Rue caused the surrounding air to drop several degrees. I don't know why, but I feel a sense of unease deep inside. Is something happening? Anyway, I've never been able to break through to the higher levels of divine power. Let me first go check on my sisters. Su Rue's figure flickered, and she disappeared within the cave. Later, on the Kanglan continent, there appeared a cold and aloof goddess who became the dream lover in the hearts of countless men. Chapter 228, Awakening. Sumu Town, located on the border of the Tingfeng Kingdom, lies adjacent to the Chilean mountain range. Every year, countless adventurers enter the Chilean mountains from here, and most never return. What you see most here are dilapidated taverns. Adventurers preparing to enter the Chilean mountains, or who have just returned, mostly choose to rest in these taverns. The reason is, aside from the mixed atmosphere that allows for unrestrained indulgence, the most important aspect is that the wine in these taverns is mostly quite cheap. Although it's only the lowest quality black beer brewed from some old grain, in the mouths of adventurers, it rivals the finest nectar. The owner of Megi Tavern is called Laohe. Laohe's father is called Laobai, and Laobai's father was called Mage. That is to say, this tavern was passed down by Laohe's grandfather to his father, and his father then handed it over to him. Laohe, who grew up in the tavern, believes he has seen all sorts of people. But today, in the tavern, he still encountered a person who made him feel strange. This person was dressed in a black cloak, making it impossible to see his face. Beneath the cloak, one could faintly make out a rather frail figure, especially when compared to the burly men around him. If it were just this, Laohe wouldn't pay too much attention. Various kinds of people frequented the tavern daily, many unwilling to expose their faces. What truly caught Laohe's attention was the aura this person emitted, an aura that was completely at odds with the surrounding environment, radiating endless melancholy. Hey, buddy, sitting here drinking alone, don't you feel bored? Xuanhuan is a member of the Shamong mercenary group in Sumu Town. Speaking of the Shamong mercenary group, they are the pride of all the people in Sumu Town, because they are the only B-level mercenary group in Sumu Town composed entirely of local residents. Today, the Shamong mercenary group had just emerged from the Chilean mountain range. They claimed to have hunted a 7th-tier magical beast in the mountains. As for evidence, it was the tiger tail held by the leader of the Shamong mercenary group, belonging to the 7th-tier magical beast Xiaotian Tiger. To celebrate, the leader of the Shamong mercenary group led all the members to drink at Megi Tavern. Initially, they planned to rent out the entire tavern, but alas, the cloaked individual had arrived earlier. The leader of the Shamong mercenary group, hoping to leave a good impression on outsiders about Sumu Town, did not forcibly evict this person. After multiple unsuccessful negotiations, the Shamong mercenary group decided to abandon any plans of driving the individual away. Frankly, having one more person didn't make much of a difference. Buddy, you sure you won't try Laohe's beer? If you're worried about money, it's on me, brother. No matter how Xuanhuan spoke to the cloaked figure, the other person would merely wave him off. Displeased after being brushed off, Xuanhuan shrugged and left. The cloaked figure continued to sit there motionless, with no food or drink on the table. Just sitting there doing nothing added an even stranger vibe. I can't believe I slept for 500 years. It feels so unreal. The cloaked figure was Yi Xiaofan. After restoring the Kanglan world, Yi Xiaofan fell into a deep sleep due to excessive energy expenditure. Originally, Yi Xiaofan, unconscious in the void, would have drifted endlessly through space. By the time he woke up, he would already have lost the coordinates of the Kanglan world. It was highly likely that until the Kanglan world was destroyed again, Yi Xiaofan wouldn't be able to return here. However, after Yi Xiaofan restored the Kanglan world, though the will of Kanglan was very weak at the time, it still desperately pulled Yi Xiaofan to the center of the world. In the heart of the Kanglan world, Yi Xiaofan slept for 500 years. It wasn't until yesterday that Yi Xiaofan woke up from his slumber. After leaving the center of the Kanglan world, Yi Xiaofan began contemplating life in this unfamiliar place he had never been before. 500 years have passed, Khaleesi and the others have probably turned to dust by now. Who would have thought that our last meeting was our final one? And Su Rue hasn't given any news either. I wonder how she's been. The Yi Xiaofan of now is slightly different from the one who first came to the Kanglan world 500 years ago. Back then, she had no ties and was deeply confused about the strange new world. In this confusion, she befriended 3 good friends and obtained a cute pet. At that time, Yi Xiaofan was willing to embrace this world and integrate into it. I wonder where Daodu is now. Back then, it had already reached the saint level. Given a saint's lifespan, 500 years is not that long. Unfortunately, when the world was destroyed, our contract was severed as well, or else I could have traced it to find him. Perhaps due to the ancient sleep of 500 years, or realizing her old friends might no longer be in this world, Yi Xiaofan now instinctively felt alienated from this place. This was why Laohe, the owner of Megi Tavern, thought Yi Xiaofan seemed so out of place with the surrounding environment. It was an instinct, an unconscious behavior, beyond Yi Xiaofan's control. Boss, the bill please. Coming. Laohe, who had been watching a group of rowdy customers at the bar counter, suddenly heard someone asking for the bill and responded instinctively. But then he froze, because the voice he just heard was incredibly melodious and feminine. The owner of the voice turned out to be none other than the person in the black cloak. She is a woman? Carrying this doubt, Laohe approached Yi Xiaofan and began scrutinizing her body for any signs. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the figure appeared much slimmer, which would make sense if she were a woman. Have you looked enough yet? As Laohe was pondering, the melodious voice sounded again. This time, it clearly carried a note of displeasure. Sorry, the total is. Lao He hurriedly apologized and glanced at Yi Xiaofan's table, on which there was only a glass of water. It's 0 copper coins. Water is free, no charge. Thank you, boss. Yi Xiaofan nodded and instinctively wanted to leave a tip for the owner. However, she realized her spatial ring was long broken. In other words, she didn't actually have a single coin on her. Fortunately, she hadn't ordered anything, otherwise she'd be eating without paying. Just imagining such a situation made Yi Xiaofan feel her face flush. Chapter 229, Deja Vu. The air after the rain carried a refreshing scent. Yi Xiaofan walked through the Chilean mountains, and the damp earth did nothing to impede her movements. Not even a speck of mud clung to her shoes. Ahead came the sound of combat. Without needing to move closer, Yi Xiaofan knew it was a group of adventurers hunting a magic beast. However, they had chosen the wrong adversary. It was a 5th-stage mutated magic beast, an earth demon bear, which now placed this group of adventurers in great peril. In the past, Yi Xiaofan would have gladly come to their aid. But today, she couldn't muster any interest, despite the fact that the group's presence grew weaker with each passing moment, putting them on the brink of death. Run fast. Help, help. Oh, trapped. The adventurers tried to escape, heading straight toward Yi Xiaofan. Yet, she didn't alter her course in the slightest. In her hand, a branch swung lightly as she continued to walk forward slowly. Soon, the escaping adventurers met Yi Xiaofan. Don't go forward. Huff, huff. There's a monster ahead. The adventurer at the front, upon seeing Yi Xiaofan, caught his breath heavily and warned her urgently. Oh, thanks for the warning. Yi Xiaofan responded indifferently before continuing her journey. Seeing that she wouldn't heed the warning, the adventurer stopped bothering her, focusing solely on saving his own life. A 5th-stage earth demon bear, a soil attribute magic beast, possessed exceptional defense and offensive abilities. However, speed has always been its weakness, which is why adventurers targeted it, believing they could either harm it and wear it down over time or escape if necessary. As long as the damage was effective, no matter how strong the defense, eventually it would succumb. And regardless of the beast's formidable attacks, if it couldn't reach the adventurers, those attacks were useless. Even if all else failed, escape from the earth demon bear should be manageable. Unfortunately, this earth demon bear was a mutated variant that had mastered wind attribute magic in addition to its original soil attributes. Wind attributes significantly compensated for the earth demon bear's greatest flaw, increasing its speed several times over what it had been previously. Clearly, the adventurer's speeds were no match for the mutated earth demon bear. Before long, the earth demon bear caught up with the group of adventurers, one after another letting out anguished screams as they fell under its sharp claws. And among those still alive, some barely managed to brush past Yi Xiaofan. As a result, Yi Xiaofan became the closest target to the earth demon bear, making her its prime target. Roar! Its foul-smelling mouth opened wide, emitting an enraged roar. The earth demon bear stood upright, its claws gleaming with yellow light due to the soil-based magic it had unleashed. An innate skill of the earth demon bear, petrifaction magic, a soil-based spell that encases a portion of its body with elemental power, enhancing both its defensive and offensive capabilities simultaneously. Quiet down. Yi Xiaofan stepped slightly to the side and whispered softly. The earth demon bear reacted as if it were faced with a mortal threat, revealing panic in its eyes and obediently collapsing onto the ground. The fleeing adventurers suddenly noticed that the noise behind them had ceased. Driven by immense curiosity, they turned back to witness Yi Xiaofan walking casually past the earth demon bear. Moments before fierce and unstoppable, the earth demon bear now lay docile like a pet dog. Leader, what's going on? You damn fool, ask me? Who do I ask? Faced with this wondrous scene, the adventurers were utterly baffled. For the earth demon bear to act so tame was something unheard of. Thus, Yi Xiaofan gradually distanced herself from the earth demon bear until her figure disappeared from sight, leaving only silence between the adventurers and the earth demon bear, who exchanged glances. Roar! The earth demon bear roared again, rising to chase after the adventurers once more. The adventurers, too, resumed their desperate flight. If they reached SMU town, they could surely escape the earth demon bear's grasp. As for whether these adventurers would survive the pursuit of the earth demon bear, Yi Xiaofan showed no concern at all. She even lacked the interest to observe using her divine senses, simply walking forward impassively. After a short while, Yi Xiaofan arrived at a valley where a towering waterfall poured into a river below. On both sides of the river flowed expansive fields of grass dotted with flowers familiar yet alien to Yi Xiaofan. Indeed, this is Dark Forest. It seems the Xinxiang Kingdom has already vanished into the annals of history, replaced by the Tingfeng Kingdom. This was the place where Yi Xiaofan had formed a contract with Dudu, and also where she had first met Bai Sanshan. It was here that Yi Xiaofan had extorted a large sum of money from Bai Sanshan, ensuring that she never lacked for funds afterward. Alas, if only someone like Bai Sanshan would show up right now to hand me some money, it would be wonderful. Yi Xiaofan sighed. For some reason, she felt a twinge of nostalgia for Bai Sanshan, the very person she herself had killed. Was this what it felt like to grow old? Whose descendant are you? Not knowing that entry here is forbidden? A familiar yet strange voice caused Yi Xiaofan to turn around in surprise. Behind her stood a young man holding a pitchfork. He looked at her and asked, "Oh, I don't know. Could you tell me why?" Seeing that the person behind her wasn't Bai Sanshan, Yi Xiaofan's spirits dimmed slightly. With a self-deprecating laugh, she looked up at the young man. I'm not too sure either, but I do know there's an agreement that humans are forbidden from entering here. Why did you ask if I belong to any family? Because only those with blood ties to the three families guarding this place can come here. No one else should be able to enter unless they're related to them. Didn't you know that? The young man was clearly confused, but still explained patiently to Yi Xiaofan. I'm not from any of these families. I came here by accident. Oh, how is that possible? It shouldn't happen. Can you tell me about the three families guarding this place? Certainly, though. Apparently unfamiliar with society, the young man had a very pure heart and hadn't considered whether Yi Xiaofan might have ill intentions. He answered all her questions straightforwardly. Just what? I only belong to the Shun family's lesser branch among the three families, so I only know much about the Shin family. The other two families, I know less about. That's fine. Just share what you do know. Chapter 230, Magic Immunity. The three major families are the Shun family, the MLA family, and the Jin family. Around 100 years ago, these three families rose to prominence and together control all the resources in the northern half of the Tingle Kingdom, including the Dark Forest. The young man honestly narrated everything he knew to Yi Xiaofan without any hint of caution. Why do the three major families prohibit entering here? And what do you mean by outsiders not being able to enter? I've heard that it has something to do with how the three major families first gained their wealth. But as for why exactly entry is forbidden, I'm not entirely sure about that either. As for why outsiders can't enter, it's because the heads of the three families have jointly set up a magical array here. Anyone without the bloodline of the three families will be affected by this array upon arrival and will instinctively move away from this place. Oh, but a magical array. Why didn't I detect it? Yi Xiaofan nodded slightly, indicating she understood what the young man was saying, but muttered quietly to herself. She extended her spiritual awareness around, carefully sensing the fluctuations of magical energy in the air. With Yi Xiaofan's level of strength, if there were indeed any magical arrays present, even if she wasn't paying full attention, she should still be able to sense its existence. If what the young man said was true, then this magical array must not be so simple. Otherwise, she would have detected it at the first moment. By the way, you haven't told me who you are or why you're here. In fact, it's because my body constitution is somewhat special. Since I was young, I've been completely immune to magic. Neither magic nor magical arrays have any effect on me. I see. That is truly an unusual constitution. Never heard of it before. While humoring the youth, Yi Xiaofan continued probing the surroundings, yet found no sign of the magical array. The magical fluctuations in the air were indeed strange though. If one did not investigate carefully, it might remain undetected. Could it be set underground? As soon as this thought surfaced, Yi Xiaofan stopped looking for it on the surface and transferred all her senses downwards instead. Sure enough, at about 300 meters beneath the ground, Yi Xiaofan discovered a vast hall. In the center of this hall, a mysterious magical array had been constructed, and its light illuminated the entire chamber. Even with Yi Xiaofan's extensive knowledge, she had never seen such a magical array before. Yet, strangely, this array felt familiar to her somehow. Yi Xiaofan knew that she must have encountered this array somewhere else before, but she just couldn't recall where it was at the moment. Isn't this world vast? Some unusual constitutions aren't uncommon. That's true. The young man nodded, agreeing with Yi Xiaofan's statement. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, seemingly remembering something important, and spoke to Yi Xiaofan. You said magic doesn't work on you. That's great news. Simply fantastic. I suddenly remember. The three families have recently been searching for people naturally resistant to magic. Your constitution fits perfectly. Wouldn't you want to give it a try? There will be a very generous reward. Sounds interesting. I'll check it out then. After making this decision, Yi Xiaofan temporarily put aside her exploration of the magical array and followed the young man through the dark forest. By the way, my name is Shun Linfeng. What about yours? My name is Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan can venture deep into the dark forest alone. Surely her strength is quite extraordinary. Not really. My natural state is insulated against magic. The only thing I can claim as skillful is my brute force. Haha, Missy, you jest. Judging from your attire, you obviously come from nobility. How could you possibly have brute strength? Don't believe it. As she said this, Yi Xiaofan walked to a massive boulder and effortlessly lifted it over her head with just one hand. With a gentle throw, the boulder sailed through the air in an elegant parabolic arc, landing hundreds of meters away and stirring up clouds of dust. Shun Linfeng stared dumbfounded at the scene unfolding before him, unable to comprehend how such immense strength could lie within Yi Xiaofan's seemingly frail frame. Stop standing there like a statue. Let's go already. Not until Yi Xiaofan lightly tapped his shoulder did Shun Linfeng snap back to reality, moving stiffly ahead to guide them. Not long after, they exited the dark forest and reached a bustling marketplace in Samu Town. The three families are based in Moor City. If we take a flying mount from here, it won't take more than 3 days to get there. Can flying mounts be rented as well? Of course, don't you know? Shun Linfeng looked at Yi Xiaofan curiously. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Xiaofan's attire clearly didn't belong to an ordinary family, he would have suspected that Yi Xiaofan was from some remote countryside. I've been kept at home since I was young, and only recently have I been allowed to come out. I don't know much about the outside world. Can you explain to me about the flying mounts? Of course. Shun Linfeng nodded as if everything became clear, then began to explain in detail to Yi Xiaofan about renting flying mounts. Apparently, 500 years ago, the human race and the beast race had erupted into an unprecedented war. In the middle and late stages of this war, even the dragon race and the elf race got involved. Later, a man named Si Daishide invented a method to tame magic beasts. With the help of a great number of tamed beasts and dragons, the human race barely managed to defeat the beast race. After the war, this man named Si Daishai declined all rewards from the Human Alliance Army and instead founded a company for leasing tamed beasts. Although Si Daishai has passed away, the beast leasing company has grown stronger over hundreds of years. Its branches are now spread across all human kingdoms. These flying mounts belong to the beast leasing company, and they represent the most popular and profitable project of the company. Is that so? Then surely no one has ever tried to seize the method to tame magic beasts. Why bother with that when on the market street? A single gold coin can buy you a comprehensive guide to taming beasts, detailing everything from basic to advanced methods. Yi Xiaofan scratched her head awkwardly, deciding not to ask anything further for now. Once she found time, she'd visit a library well-stocked with books to catch up on her knowledge. She certainly didn't want to experience such an embarrassing situation again. Soon, Shun Linfeng rented a magic beast. It was a third-tier red-crowned gray hawk, whose flying speed among third-tier beasts was absolutely outstanding. Chapter 231, Shin Manor. Soon, Shun Linfeng had rented a magical beast. It was a third-stage red-crowned gray eagle, and its flying speed was undoubtedly among the best in third-stage magical beasts. However, renting a magical beast was indeed expensive. A third-stage red-crowned gray eagle cost 3 gold coins for just 3 days. Naturally, Yi Xiaofan, who didn't have a penny on him, couldn't afford it, so the entire cost fell onto Shun Linfeng's shoulders. Although Shin Linfeng was merely a collateral descendant of the Shin family, he still belonged to a great family, and the 3 gold coins were handed over smoothly, without hesitation. How is it? Isn't it a great feeling to soar through the skies? My biggest dream is to one day use my own strength to tame a flying magical beast. Shin Linfeng lay comfortably on the back of the red-crowned gray eagle, protected by a magic barrier, with no worries about falling down from the sky. I thought your greatest dream was to fly in the sky by your own strength. How could that be possible? Humans would need to reach the sage level to fly in the air. The back of the red-crowned gray eagle was very spacious. Both Yi Xiaofan and Shun Linfeng sat on it at the same time, yet it didn't feel crowded at all. Moreover, the flight speed of the red-crowned gray eagle far exceeded other flying magical beasts of the same rank. But such speed was still too slow for Yi Xiaofan. Whether Yi Xiaofan flew by his own strength or when riding Daodu, it would easily leave the red-crowned gray eagle behind many times over. Nevertheless, conditions were limited now, so Yi Xiaofan did not demand anything excessively. And for the current Yi Xiaofan, there was nothing left that made her feel urgently pressed. The 3 days passed quickly. During this period, Yi Xiaofan and Shun Linfeng spent their entire time except for eating and sleeping on the back of the red-crowned gray eagle. Yi Xiaofan almost felt like vomiting, but Shin Linfeng still looked enthusiastic. It seemed that flying truly was his greatest dream. Upon arriving at Moor City, as soon as Yi Xiaofan and Shun Linfeng dismounted from the eagle, the red-crowned gray eagle let out a long cry, and then flew back toward SMU town. When we reach our destination, the rented magical beast will automatically return to its original town. We don't need to worry about it. Seeing that Yi Xiaofan was still watching the retreating figure of the red-crowned gray eagle, Shun Linfeng mistakenly thought she was worried if it could return to SMU town and explained briefly. Oh. In response, Yi Xiaofan gave an indifferent reply. Shun Linfeng immediately felt somewhat embarrassed, touched his nose awkwardly, and said to Yi Xiaofan in an attempt to lighten the atmosphere. 3 days ago, I already informed the family, so someone should come to pick us up soon. No sooner had Shin Linfeng finished speaking than a man bearing a striking resemblance to him approached. Big brother, you're finally back. Is this the person you mentioned who can naturally immunize against magic? How do you talk? No manners. Quickly apologized to Lady Yi. Sorry, Lady Yi, this is my younger brother, Shun Lifeng. After reprimanding the newcomer, Shin Linfeng instructed him to bow and apologize to Yi Xiaofan. Then Shin Linfeng smiled apologetically at Yi Xiaofan. It's fine, I'm not that petty. Brother, let's go, the family has been waiting. Upon hearing Shin Lifeng's words, Shin Linfeng glanced at Yi Xiaofan, wanting to get her consent. Yi Xiaofan understood what Shin Linfeng meant, nodded her head, and said, well, let's go then. Anyway, I don't have anything else planned. Thus, led by the brothers Shin Linfeng and Shun Lifeng, Yi Xiaofan arrived at the legendary residence of the Shin family, one of the 3 major families. Standing before the entrance to the Shun household, Yi Xiaofan found it completely different from what she had imagined. In Yi Xiaofan's mind, powerful families would certainly embellish their appearance. Even if not gilded and dazzling, they would surely exude grandeur. But the Shun family manor, in Yi Xiaofan's eyes, seemed akin to a fallen noble household. Though not dilapidated, it lacked a certain sense of majesty. Lady Yi, please come inside. All right. Yi Xiaofan nodded. Just as the trio reached the door, they were intercepted by a middle-aged man. Shin Linfeng, is this the person you mentioned? The one who is naturally immune to magic? With an air of superiority, the man arrogantly looked down upon Shin Linfeng. Yes, great administrator. This is Miss Yi Xiaofan. And this, Miss Yi, is the great administrator of the Shin family. Facing the middle-aged man, both Shin Linfeng and Shun Lifeng appeared extremely respectful, hurriedly introducing Yi Xiaofan to him, while simultaneously informing Yi Xiaofan about his identity. Could a mere child possibly possess such skill? An old fool whose eyes have grown to the top of his head. The great administrator seemed skeptical, looking at Yi Xiaofan with a doubtful gaze. Shin Linfeng was just about to explain to the great administrator, but unexpectedly, Yi Xiaofan retorted without any hesitation. Just as Shun Linfeng and Shun Lifeng were getting anxious, surprisingly, the great administrator burst into laughter. A little girl has some charm indeed. Unlike others who only know how to bow and scrape, They even lose the basic dignity of being human. Follow me inside. After finishing his words, the great administrator turned around, gesturing for the three to follow him. Shun Linfeng and Shun Lifeng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. When did the great administrator become so easy to please? Who knows? He must have encountered some good news. As the two followed behind the great administrator, they whispered softly. With their abilities, although their voices were low, both Yi Xiaofan and the great administrator walking ahead could still hear them crystal clear. However, neither Yi Xiaofan nor the great administrator paid attention to the two. The reason why the great administrator acted this way wasn't as simple as what the two had assumed. When the great administrator questioned Yi Xiaofan, he had already used magic on her. It was a fifth-stage magic called mental oppression that could inflict a certain level of mental attack on the target. If one's strength was inferior to the opponent's, then the target's mind would suffer heavy damage. In response to the great administrator's magic, Yi Xiaofan appeared completely calm. Either Yi Xiaofan really was immune to magic as Shen Linfeng had said, or Yi Xiaofan possessed strength equal to or greater than the great administrator's. In either case, Yi Xiaofan had earned the recognition of the great administrator. From the outside, the Shun Manor didn't seem large, but its inner space was quite extensive. Under the guidance of the great administrator, Yi Xiaofan took several winding paths for over 10 minutes before reaching the Shun family's training ground. At the training ground, there were high-level administrators from the Shun family, as well as people similar to Yi Xiaofan who had some resistance to magic. Yi Xiaofan's arrival naturally drew everyone's attention. Chapter 232, Trial. As Yi Xiaofan and the others entered, all eyes in the training arena immediately turned to them. The chief steward walked up to the person seated at the main seat and paid his respects respectfully. Master, this is the one Shen Linfeng spoke of, the one with immunity to magic. The chief steward pointed at Yi Xiaofan while addressing the person sitting at the main seat. I understand. The person seated at the main seat nodded and then gestured for the chief steward to wait aside with the others. Later, the chief steward led Yi Xiaofan to a waiting room within the training arena. You should wait here. Soon, the master will personally test you. I hope you pass. After saying this, the chief steward turned and left. Brothers Shun Linfeng and Shun Lifeng exchanged glances, apologized briefly to Yi Xiaofan, and also departed. They were, after all, members of the Shun family, and it wasn't appropriate for them to linger. After the chief steward and the Shun brothers left, Yi Xiaofan idly scanned the waiting room. This is so boring. In the waiting room, there were various kinds of people, roughly 20 in number. All these individuals, like Yi Xiaofan, had some resistance to magic. On one wall of the waiting room, there was a large transparent glass that allowed a clear view of the training arena outside. Sounds from outside could also be heard clearly inside the waiting room. All 20-some-odd people waiting in the room were pressed against the glass, watching what was happening outside. No one cared about Yi Xiaofan's arrival. Bored, Yi Xiaofan approached the large glass and observed the scene outside. On the training field outside, a thin-lipped man stood anxiously in the center of the ground. What type of magical attribute are you skilled in resisting? Fire. As a child, I once fell into a fire pit, and ever since. Good, the trial is about to begin. Are you ready? Ready. With the man's words, the examiner opposite him silently retreated under the round platform. Suddenly, on the round platform, a massive magic circle appeared. As the magic circle manifested, flames erupted from the ground. Amidst the flames, faint sounds of the thin figure running around could be heard, along with screams echoing in the air. However, on the platform, a powerful defensive array was set up, preventing the man from escaping off the platform. In no time, the man's cries grew quieter and gradually faded away. The moment the flames dissipated, all that remained on the platform was a pile of charcoal. Naturally, it was what was left of the thin-lipped man. Whoa! Everyone watching from the glass involuntarily sucked in their breaths at the sight. Number 2, it's your turn. A Shun family staff member came in from outside and shouted towards the group by the glass window. Hearing the staff member's call, the startled crowd returned to their senses and hurriedly checked their waists. It was only then Yi Xiaofan noticed that they all wore numbered plaques around their waists. Numbered from 1 to 23, indicating 23 people in total. If including Yi Xiaofan, that made 24. It's you. Hurry up, don't keep the master waiting. The man wearing the number 2 plaque was robust and muscular. Hearing the staff member's voice, he collapsed onto the floor in fright. I quit. I'm not participating. I don't want to participate. You think you can just participate or not? Do you know where you are? The staff member revealed a cold expression, walking to the muscular man and forcibly dragging him away. While being dragged, the man continued struggling, shouting for help. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. There are 3 children waiting for me at home. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. Once dragged to the round platform, the staff left. On the platform now stood only the muscular man and the examiner in front of him. Well, what kind of magic do you specialize in resisting? I actually have no resistance to magic at all. I lied before. I just wanted to cheat some money to buy food for my kids. I'm sorry, please let me go. The man grabbed the examiner's leg, wiping snot and tears all over him. The examiner showed no signs of disgust, maintaining a frosty expression. If you don't speak, then I'll choose for you. No. Still fire then. Still fire then. The examiner said this and kicked the man away with a foot, then left the arena. Soon after, cries of abuse and pain rang out again from the round platform. Next, number 3. After the previous man's death, the staff member once again walked into the waiting room, his icy tone striking fear into everyone's hearts. Finally, it's my turn to show off. This time, Without needing the staff member to force him, a man covered in countless small purple sores confidently stood up and strode toward the training ground. Standing at the center of the round platform, the man still waved to those around, evidently very confident. What kind of magic do you specialize in resisting? Seeing the man's confidence, even the examiner's cold face softened slightly. With such confidence, this person should be able to pass the test, right? Poison. I choose poison. His choice startled everyone, including Yi Xiaofan. Magic elements come in many varieties. The most common are the 4 basic ones: water, fire, earth, and wind. Following the basic elements, there are also numerous exotic ones, like the water element variant ice element, as well as the incredibly rare thunder element. There are others too, like light and dark elements, among others. Poison element, however, is an extremely rare type even among the rare elements. A very rare one, but fortunately, we have preparations for it. The examiner nodded and signaled someone below. Immediately, several people rushed up and began manipulating something on the ground. Before long, a new magic circle appeared on the floor. Are you ready? I'm ready whenever you are. The man was highly confident, and the examiner, satisfied, stepped back off the platform. The magic circle started activating, gradually covering the entire platform in poisonous fumes. At first, one could faintly make out the figure on the platform, but soon the poison gas grew so thick that no one could see what was happening inside anymore. However, everyone could hear the occasional sounds of painful wheezing emanating from the round platform. Chapter 233, Taking the Stage. When the poison gas dissipated, the man who had lain on the round platform was barely alive. Fortunately, he managed to survive. Congratulations, you've passed the test. The examiner stepped onto the stage, completely unfazed by the lingering traces of poison gas on the platform, and congratulated him. Immediately afterward, someone rushed up to carry the person down for treatment. Next, number 4. After the platform was cleaned, the staff returned to the preparation room and called out another identity card. Could someone explain what this so-called test is all about? Yi Xiaofan had been observing for a long time, but still couldn't understand the significance of it. Although she had already asked Shin Linfeng on the way here, since Shin Linfeng had been in the Dark Forest, his knowledge of this matter was also limited. He only knew that their family was looking for people with such talent. You don't even know what's going on, and you're still here? The one stopped by Yi Xiaofan was one of the 2 women among the 24 participants besides Yi Xiaofan herself. The woman gave Yi Xiaofan a cold look before offering an explanation. Fine, since we're all taking the same test, I'll tell you. By the way, my name is Sia. Nice to meet you. I'm Yi Xiaofan. I'm not entirely clear on the goals of the 3 major families, but I know they're looking for people who have some resistance to magic. But doesn't anyone with magical power have a certain degree of resistance to magic? That's true. But what the 3 major families are looking for are those who can resist magic without using their own magical power. Did you see the bracelet that gets put on once you step onto the platform? Yes, it should be a mana suppression ring, right? Following Siya's gaze, Yi Xiaofan noticed that when stepping onto the platform, both hands would be fitted with a silver ring. Yi Xiaofan immediately recognized it as a mana suppression ring, which could suppress the wearer's internal mana. However, the range of suppression by a mana suppression ring is quite limited. Generally, for 3rd-tier magicians, its effect diminishes significantly, and for 5th-tier magicians and above, it has no effect at all. That's actually the upgraded version of the mana suppression ring, called the absolute mana suppression ring. It suppresses even the mana of a 5th-tier magician completely. This was the first time Yi Xiaofan had heard of the absolute mana suppression ring, which must be something newly developed in the last 500 years. After putting it on, inform the examiner what type of magical attribute you are proficient in resisting, and the magical array on the platform will release the corresponding magic. Though these seem large-scale, they're just advanced 2nd-level spells. If you could use your magical power, these wouldn't pose any threat. But with the mana sealed, these low-level spells become demons capable of ending lives. So that's how it works, but why do you participate? Aren't you afraid of dying? Of course I'm afraid. However, the reward offered by the Shun family is incredibly generous, worth risking one's life for. Don't pretend you're not here for the rewards as well. In response to Si Ya's disdainful look, Yi Xiaofan opened her mouth but decided to say nothing. They were here for the rich rewards, while Yi Xiaofan had simply come for fun. Before long, all 23 participants ahead of Yi Xiaofan completed the trial. Among these 23 individuals, only 4 passed the test. Besides the first man full of sores who passed, the woman whom Yi Xiaofan had spoken to also passed. The other 2 successful candidates were unremarkable-looking men whose names Yi Xiaofan didn't bother to remember. The rest perished on the platform. It's your turn now. Go ahead unless you're scared. The staff arrived at the waiting room, mocking Yi Xiaofan with a cold voice. They already knew Yi Xiaofan's identity, her complete immunity to magic as claimed by Fan Yin, and none of the Shun family members believed it. Still, conducting a trial would result in no loss to the Shun family. Otherwise, Yi Xiaofan probably wouldn't even have the qualification to enter. In response to the staff's mockery, Yi Xiaofan shot them an unconcerned glance before walking steadily toward the stage. Head of the family, isn't this young lady the one brought here by Shin Linfeng? That's correct. According to Shin Linfeng, this young lady is fully immune to magic. This is indeed fascinating. With neither haste nor hesitation, Yi Xiaofan walked forward so that everyone could clearly see her. Naturally, Shin family executives seated at the highest positions kept a close watch on her every move. Some people doubted Yi Xiaofan's claim of complete immunity to magic, believing she was merely trying to make a fool of herself in front of the crowd. They pitted such a beautiful girl who would soon perish here. There were also those who supported Yi Xiaofan, thinking that in this vast world, there's nothing too strange to exist. Even if there are people with an innate resistance to all forms of magic, they believed it was possible. The two factions formed, with the elder grandfathers from the Shun family as their leaders. Clearly, the group led by the Grand Elder, who didn't believe in Yi Xiaofan's ability, held the majority. As for the head of the Shin family, he always kept a smiling face and never commented on the situation. What kind of magic do you excel at resisting? The distance from the preparation room to the circular platform wasn't far. Despite walking at a moderate pace, Yi Xiaofan still reached the stage. Standing atop the round platform, the examiner looked at Yi Xiaofan expressionlessly and asked. This examiner belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder and had completely disbelieved in the possibility of being immune to all types of magic. Moreover, he had been somewhat eagerly waiting for Yi Xiaofan's cries of agony under the effect of the spells. Which magic should I choose? My head hurts just thinking about it. How about you decide for me? Yi Xiaofan tilted her head and pondered for a moment, then put on a perplexed expression. Afterward, she smiled at the examiner, handing the decision over to him. Truly arrogant. I can't wait to hear your screams soon. The examiner coldly snorted, anger evident in his voice. Put the absolute mana suppression ring on her. With a click, Yi Xiaofan now wore a delicate silver bracelet on her wrist. She lifted it up for inspection and seemed to be delighted with its appearance. Sir, what type of magical attribute should we use? Let's use fire magic at full power. Fire magic is one of the most violent kinds among all types of magic. The ground array lit up, and a roaring flame engulfed the entire round platform. Chapter 234, The Grand Elder steps in. Let out your ear-pleasing scream of agony. The examiner stood below the podium, with a ferocious expression as he glared at the flames on the round platform. As a member of the Shin family, no one had ever been so brazen in front of him. Why don't we all guess whether she can last more than 10 minutes? The head of the Shin family, who had been silent while sitting in the main seat, suddenly asked. The limit for this test was 10 minutes. If she could endure the magic for 10 minutes, then the test would be considered complete. I think it won't last more than a minute. The Grand Elder to the left of the Shun family head immediately responded without hesitation. Soon after, the fourth elder disagreed. I believe this young lady, looking quite confident, should be able to last through the test. Let's wait and see. The head of the Shin family laughed heartily as he stared at the round platform, seemingly able to peer through it and directly see Yi Xiaofan's figure inside. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. By the 5th minute, Yi Xiaofan, amidst the raging flames, hadn't made a single sound. How is it that after such a long time, there's still no sound? The eerily quiet circular platform gave off an odd sensation. The Grand Elder could finally no longer contain himself and opened his mouth to speak. This just shows that the opponent has an extremely high resistance to magic. This level of flame doesn't harm her at all. Not necessarily. She might already be dead before even having a chance to scream. As the Grand Elder and the fourth elder argued, something finally happened within the flames of the circular platform. Era, what exactly are you trying to do here? Is bringing out a flame of such degree nothing but a waste? Yi Xiaofan's figure gradually emerged near the edge of the platform. Without the defensive magic shield, she might have already stepped down from the circular platform herself. But even like this, it allowed everyone to clearly identify her. Amidst the blazing inferno, not only did Yi Xiaofan feel not even the slightest discomfort, her clothes were undamaged as well. How is this possible? Quickly, increase the magic output. Everyone in the Shun household was shocked by how comfortable and relaxed Yi Xiaofan appeared. But the one most shocked was the examiner, angered and humiliated by Yi Xiaofan. But it's already at maximum magic output. The person responsible for controlling the magic array trembled as they replied. Before, the participants of the test hadn't even reached half the magic output level, but now the magic was at its peak. Yet Yi Xiaofan hadn't suffered any injury, an unimaginable feat. Do you think, in this world, there could really exist someone completely immune to magic? Even the head of the Shun household, after observing Yi Xiaofan's figure for a moment, muttered these words. His statement immediately drew rebuttal from the Grand Elder. It's impossible. No one can be entirely immune to magic. There's no rule allowing for that. Even if not entirely immune, this young lady's resistance to magic has definitely reached an inconceivable level. Isn't she fully qualified according to our requirements? Seeing the disbelieving face of the Grand Elder, the fourth elder arrogantly said to him, obviously reveling in victory. To be honest, even he found it hard to believe. If this is all it takes, then isn't it too boring? Isn't there anything more challenging? On the circular platform, Yi Xiaofan continuously paced back and forth, like an emperor arriving. Wherever she went, the flames all retreated to the sides. What a fascinating young lady. Why don't you try testing her limits, Grand Elder? With the command from the family head, the Grand Elder showed a cruel smile. He intended to personally punish this person who had caused him to lose face. You may step down first. There's no need for you here anymore. Yes. Step by step, the Grand Elder descended from the stand to where the examiner stood. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the examiner, who, seeing the Grand Elder prepare to personally intervene, became uncontrollably excited. The arrogant one, let the Grand Elder teach you a lesson. Before departing, the examiner couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiaofan, still proudly swaggering on the platform. Filled with resentment, he thought. Without even hearing the Grand Elder utter any magical incantations, he simply pointed his staff towards the flames on the platform. Instantly, the flames surged threefold higher. Era, it seems a bit hotter than before. Is this your doing? But it's still not enough. Xiaofan, who had been standing in the flames all along, immediately felt the change in the flames. Xuanhuan saw at a glance that the previous examiner had been replaced by an elder with a head of white hair. Walking up to the Grand Elder, Xuanhuan said to him, "You can turn it up a bit more. I can still handle it. This is on your head. Don't blame me for bullying you, young one." The Grand Elder pointed at the flames again, and the fierce flames on the round platform began to shift from red to blue. Even the magical protective shield at the edge of the platform was twisting continuously. The magical protective shield is about to collapse. Hurry up and reinforce it. Upon noticing, the surrounding staff quickly became tense. If they let the flames inside leak out, there was no way they could withstand it. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 staff members gathered around the circular platform, channeling their magical power into reinforcing the shield. In no time, the magical protective shield, which was close to collapsing, stabilized once again. Era, it can be stronger. I'm fine. Humph. Facing Xuanhuan's constant provocations, the Grand Elder just let out a cold snort without saying a word. It wasn't that the Grand Elder didn't want to speak. Rather, he simply couldn't now. At this moment, he had already unleashed his full strength and had no extra energy left to respond to Xuanhuan. Though unable to reply, it certainly didn't mean that the Grand Elder couldn't hear what Xuanhuan was saying. The rage constantly stimulated the Grand Elder's nerves until, abruptly, he swung his staff. On the circular platform, the fierce flames that were roaring just moments ago vanished without a trace. With another wave of his staff, the Grand Elder conjured a massive blizzard over the platform. Between the extremes of heat and cold, the magical protective shield at the edge of the circular platform couldn't withstand the force and collapsed instantly. The staff members responsible for reinforcing the shield also suffered from a backlash of magic power, coughing blood as they fell to the ground. Chapter 235, Passing the Test. Under alternating temperatures of heat and cold, the protective magic barrier at the edge of the circular platform could not withstand this force and collapsed. The staff responsible for reinforcing the magic barrier were also affected by the backlash of magical energy, spitting blood as they fell to the ground. The platform was made of spirit magic stones, which are highly conductive to magical energy and can guide large amounts of magic out without easily getting damaged. Still, despite this, the platform was now covered with fine cracks. One could only imagine how terrifying the attack from the Elder had been. Yet standing on the platform, Xuanhuan remained completely unharmed, looking at the Elder with a grin. "Is that all you've got? Just so you know, there's only 1 minute left. It'll be 10 minutes soon. Smart mouth. I'll make you regret it in a second." With that, the Great Elder channeled all their magical power, quickly chanting the incantations for a spell. Clearly, the Great Elder was furiously preparing to release a high-level magic. "That's enough. Stop it, assistant." Suddenly, the head of the Shin family spoke up, stopping the Great Elder's actions. "But Lord of the House." The Great Elder reluctantly looked at the head of the Shin family, but shut their mouth under the latter's stern glare, casting an evil look at Xuanhuan instead. "Though there's still a minute left, it's already sufficient. You've passed the test." Era, what a bore. I thought it would at least be a bit fun. Anyway, hopefully from here on out, things will start getting interesting. Xuanhuan chuckled lightly, and then followed the staff away from the training arena to where the Shin family had specially prepared a resting place for all those who passed the trial. "Wow, you're really amazing." As soon as they arrived at the resting area, Sia, who had spoken to Xuanhuan earlier, came right up to her with an admiring expression, completely different from before. Era, it's nothing much. I'm naturally immune to magic. No matter how powerful the spell, it won't have any effect on me. Besides Sia, the other 3 people were also looking at Xuanhuan with admiration. Their injuries sustained during the trial had already been treated effectively by the Shin family and were no longer serious issues. Among these 4 individuals, the man covered in sores who passed first admired Xuanhuan the most, even developing romantic feelings for her. Since he passed earliest, his injuries were stabilized fastest. He didn't miss a single moment of Xuanhuan's performance on the platform. He never imagined that there could exist someone like her in the world, a person who could capture his fascination in such a profound way. It seems everyone is doing well now. Just as Sia was pulling Xuanhuan closer and chatting incessantly, the head of the Shin family entered, accompanied by some senior members of the Shin clan. "Firstly, congratulations to each of you for passing our Shin family's trial. The rewards we promised will be delivered fully to each of you shortly." The head of the Shin family congratulated them upon opening their speech. Subsequently, with a grave expression, the Shin family had added, "However, do not think this is the end. Our recruitment of those resistant to magic serves a purpose. For now, you may stay at our residence, and in 3 days, we will lead all of you to the gathering place of our 3 families. Once we arrive, we will explain why we have recruited each of you." After speaking, the head of the Shin family left with the others. Through conversations with the 4 newly acquainted companions, Xuanhuan learned more about them. The first to pass was a pockmarked man named Huada, who had been poisoned and framed as a child. Although he barely survived, he became weak and prone to illness ever since. The purple sores on his face were manifestations of accumulated toxins within his body. But because of this misfortune, he developed an extraordinary resistance to poison-based magic. The second to succeed was a boy around 13 or 14 years old, named Xiangxi. Xiangxi was already a second-grade fire mage who joined Shin family's trials hoping to earn enough money to attend a formal magic and martial academy. The third was a tall yet frail individual resembling a bamboo stick, and even named Zhugan. Despite being susceptible to strong wind magic himself, he demonstrated good resistance against wind spells. Finally, the fourth and last, apart from Xuanhuan, was Sia, the sole female participant other than herself. During the trial, she chose light magic, making her passage through the test the easiest among those present after Yi Xiaofan. Through conversations with them, Yi Xiaofan learned the name of the Xun family head. Originally called Xun Tianyi, renowned from 100 years ago, he once achieved the remarkable feat of a 6th-tier mage defeating a 7th-tier master in single combat. 80 years ago, Xun Tianyi founded the Xun family here and gradually strengthened it, making it one of the 3 most powerful families in the Tingfeng Kingdom. Do any of you know why the Xin family has gathered people like us? What is their purpose? Just as they were happily chatting, Xiongxi, the youngest one, suddenly said mysteriously to everyone. His words successfully aroused the interest of all. Among them, Yi Xiaofan was the most curious. Could it be that you know? Xia resented Xiongxi for stealing her thunder and asked with jealousy. Hee, I do know a little, though it may not be entirely true. Then why don't you tell us? Xia wanted to argue further with Xiongxi, but Zhugan had already spoken to Xiongxi before she could. If what I say isn't true, you can't get mad at me if it's wrong. Quit the nonsense and just spit it out already. Xiongxi was told impatiently by Huoda, though his eyes never left Yi Xiaofan's figure. Yi Xiaofan naturally felt Huoda's gaze upon her. But since the other party hadn't done anything inappropriate, even though Yi Xiaofan didn't like it much, there wasn't much she could say. Do you know why the Xun family, the Malasi family, and the Jinshi family have become the 3 strongest families in the Tingfeng Kingdom? We don't. All shook their heads. Hee, I knew you wouldn't. It's rumored that the 3 families jointly control a secret realm, which contains an abundance of rare treasures. This is why these 3 families can cultivate so many experts. TSK, how would a kid like you know such confidential things? Hee, don't worry about how I know. I have my ways. At first, Yi Xiaofan thought Xiongxi had merely overheard some rumors somewhere and was trying to show off to them. But after hearing what he said, Yi Xiaofan realized that this boy seemed to know quite a lot indeed. Chapter 236, Arrival at the Jin family. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this early morning, Yi Xiaofan and the others, under the lead of the head of the Xin family, boarded an airship heading to Hasaponsad. Wow, look quickly, this big guy can actually fly. Sitting on the airship, Yi Xiaofan looked down excitedly at the ground, where the landscape was shrunk to the size of ants. Even though Yi Xiaofan could fly himself, riding on an airship gave him a different feeling entirely. Though airplanes existed in his previous life, Yi Xiaofan had never ridden one. Today, it seemed he finally got his wish. TSK, what a hick. Behind Yi Xiaofan's back, Xia revealed a hint of contempt. The other 4 who passed the test along with Yi Xiaofan, although they appeared friendly towards him on the surface, were actually quite upset about Yi Xiaofan stealing all the limelight. Among them, Xia felt this resentment most strongly. What is this thing called? What's its operating principle? Why can it fly? Don't you know? It was created by dwarves 300 years ago. It's called an airship. After 300 years of popularization, almost every race on the continent has it now. I've long heard that each dwarf is a master builder, but I didn't expect them to be able to build something like this. Looks like if I get the chance in the future, I must visit the dwarf clan. The speed of the airship was very fast. Though it couldn't match the flight speed of a saint, it was still much faster than ordinary flying beasts. Moreover, the space inside the airship was very large. There were more than 100 people in Yi Xiaofan's group, and despite everyone being aboard the airship, there wasn't even the slightest sense of crowding. After traveling for half a day, the airship finally arrived at Hasaponsad, a trading city located to the south of the Tingfeng Kingdom, bordering the sea. Upon entering Hasaponsad territory, there were dedicated personnel guiding the airship to its landing spot. After disembarking from the airship through special passageways, Yi Xiaofan and his companions soon entered the city of Hasaponsad. Walking on the streets of the city, the massive group of over 100 people attracted the eyes of pedestrians on the roadside. Fortunately, the streets within Hasaponsad were very broad, and the massive formation composed of 3 columns didn't cause much congestion in the city. This place was the domain of the Jin family among the 3 major families. Every 3 years, the 3 families held a gathering, which cycled through the cities where the 3 families resided. This year, it was the Jin family's turn. Upon reaching the residence of the Jin family, it presented an entirely different style from the Xin family. Compared to the Xin family, the gates of the Jin family were much more lavish, fully displaying the grandeur of a great family. Thinking of the somewhat modest residence of the Xin family, Yi Xiaofan doubted how the Xun family managed to stand alongside the other 2 families. At the gate of the Jin family, there were specific people responsible for greeting the members of the Xin family. Upon seeing Xun Tianyi, the patriarch of the Xin family, they immediately greeted him warmly. Mr. Xun, it's been 3 years since we last met, yet your grace remains unchanged. Haha, Mr. Jin only grows younger. As it turned out, the person waiting here was actually the current patriarch of the Jin family, which made Yi Xiaofan feel somewhat incredulous. The founding time of the Jin family predated the Xin family. When the Xin family was first established, the Jin family was already one of the top clans in the Tingfeng Kingdom. Yet now, the head of the Jin family personally welcomed the head of the Xin family, clearly showing just how much importance the Jin family placed on the Xin family. I wonder how many people Chief Xin has found. Not many, only 5. And Chief Jin? 7. After saying this, both men burst into hearty laughter. Chief Xun, please come in. Chief Mullah has been waiting inside for quite some time. That old guy beat me here this time. Looks like I won't escape being mocked by him. It's not just that. This time, Chief Mullah has found as many as 9. So many. Of course. Among them, there is a young boy who shows an exceptionally high resistance to magic. Even under 5th stage magic, he would only suffer minor injuries. Old Mullah really stumbled upon a treasure this time. But the people I've found are no less remarkable. Oh, so Chief Shin has found good talents. Which one is it? As he spoke, the patriarch of the Jin family cast his gaze toward Yi Xiaofan and the other four. Among the more than 100 people, only these 5 weren't wearing the special clothes of the Shin family, and naturally, the Jin family patriarch identified them as the ones Shun Tianyi had brought. Let me keep it a secret for now. After meeting old Mullah, I'll disclose it to you. Let's give him a surprise. You're not even going to tell me? But fine, let me wait and see. After saying this, the 2 men once again burst into hearty laughter. Listening to their laughter, Yi Xiaofan impatiently poked at his ears. They had been standing here for over 10 minutes already. When would it end? Fortunately, after their laughter subsided this time, they didn't chat idly any longer. Instead, under the lead of the head of the Shin family, they brought everyone from the Shin family and Yi Xiaofan into the residence of the Jin family. Whether it was the Shun family, the Mullah family, or the Jin family, to prevent conflicts among the younger generations and avoid unnecessary unpleasantness, the Jin family had deliberately separated the living quarters of the 3 families. Only on the following day would the people of the 3 families meet, exchange knowledge, and practice magic. This was a regular routine every time the 3 great families gathered in the past. However, this time was clearly different from previous years. After being assigned his accommodations, Yi Xiaofan lay down on a comfortable double bed, recalling the words Jones had spoken 3 days ago. Rumors have it that the 3 great families jointly control a secret realm. This secret realm is abundant with rare treasures of nature. It is because of this secret realm that the 3 great families are able to cultivate so many experts. The 3 great families hold a gathering every 3 years because the secret realm requires 3 years to reset each time it is opened. But 6 years ago, an unexpected situation occurred in the secret realm for unknown reasons. Although the secret realm can still be opened as usual, those who entered have never come out again. To find out why, 3 years ago, the 3 great families sent experts into the secret realm. In the end, only one expert managed to escape from the secret realm, and upon returning, he only lived for 3 more days before dying. As for what this expert said before dying, no one knows. But one thing is certain. The incident in the secret realm must require someone with some resistance to magic to resolve it. Otherwise, the 3 great families wouldn't need to look for people like us. After Jones finished speaking, the other 3 sniffed dismissively at his words, but Yi Xiaofan noticed that Jones seemed very confident when he spoke. Chapter 237, The Final Test. On the following morning, just as dawn began to break, Yi Xiaofan and the others were summoned to the backyard of the Jin family residence. After the head of the Jin family activated a hidden mechanism, a secret passage appeared on the ground. Walking along the passageway for about 10 minutes led them to an expansive area. In the very center of this place, there was a massive stone. The stone emitted a faint yellow glow, appearing exceptionally mysterious. This is the Emirless, and it's the one from the City of Earth. Upon seeing the enormous rock at first glance, Yi Xiaofan revealed a look of astonishment. He immediately recognized it. During the incident with the ancient monstrous beast known as Sladidi in the Star Auspicious Kingdom, he had personally seen this Emirless within the City of Earth. Moreover, across the entire world, to find an Emirless so large and earth elemental, only the one from the City of Earth would fit. I didn't expect that the Emirless buried beneath the City of Earth would have been transported here. Gazing at the immense earth attribute Emirless, Yi Xiaofan murmured to himself. It wasn't only Yi Xiaofan who felt astonished. Everyone unfamiliar with it displayed expressions of shock. As such, naturally no one noticed Yi Xiaofan's muttering, except for one person, Xia, who had always looked unfavorably upon Yi Xiaofan and closely observed him. The City of Earth, what a familiar name. It feels like I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't recall. After hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, Xia started pondering everything related to the City of Earth. Suddenly, her mind flickered with a flash of insight. I remember now. I once read in a book that, before the founding of the Wind Listening Kingdom, this place was called the Star Auspicious Kingdom, and the City of Earth was a city near the Star Auspicious Kingdom. However, the Star Auspicious Kingdom perished 400 years ago. How could she know something from 400 years ago? What is this guy's real background? Regardless of how Xia speculated in her heart, others would not know or care about it. At this moment, the heads of the 3 great families, Jin Sha of the Jin family, Shun Tianyi of the Shin family, and Mullah Fan Kin of the Mullah family, had already arrived before the colossal rock, looking at everyone present. The events of 6 years ago are still fresh in our minds. 3 years ago, we finally uncovered clues, and after 3 years of research, we have found a solution. This being the Jin family's domain, it was natural for Jin Sha, the head of the Jin family, to speak. Therefore, this time we've gathered individuals resistant to magic. Now, please step forward. Following Jin Sha's words, Yi Xiaofan and the others exchanged glances and quietly moved toward the front of the 3 patriarchs. Alongside Yi Xiaofan and his 5 companions, 7 people brought by the Jin family and 9 people found by the Mullah family also stepped forward. In total, 21 individuals stood before the 3 patriarchs. Although you have already passed the tests of one of our families, before revealing our plan to you all, you must undergo a final test. This test will be more dangerous than the ones you faced previously. You have the option to decline and exit. Naturally, any previous promises made to you won't count. However, to compensate, we will provide each of you with a substantial amount of money. If you choose to accept the test, whether or not you pass or even survive, we'll fulfill whatever was promised to you. If you die, your families will receive the compensation. Now, make your choice. Will you accept the final test? Those who wish to accept should stand on my right. Those who do not wish to participate should stand on my left. None of the group, including Yi Xiaofan, had anticipated another test at this point. However, Yi Xiaofan, naturally unconcerned, felt confident that even if the final test was perilous, it wouldn't endanger her life. Moreover, she grew increasingly curious about what the three families were up to. Thus, when Jin Sha finished speaking, Yi Xiaofan prepared to walk to Jin Sha's right side. But unexpectedly, someone acted even faster and more decisively than her. This individual was brought by the Mu La family, merely 16 or 17 years old, with a face yet fully matured. Despite his youthful demeanor, an unbending determination burned in this young man's eyes. With Yi Xiaofan plus this young man, two individuals had now chosen to accept the test, while the remaining 19 fell into deep contemplation. Their decision to come here was primarily due to the lucrative offer presented by the three families. Yet, even without accepting the test, they'd still receive a hefty sum of money. Why risk danger then? By this point, people had already started choosing to withdraw one after another. In no time, out of the 19 individuals, 9 had already moved to Jin Sha's left. What Yi Xiaofan hadn't expected was that the third person to agree to take on the final test was Xia, who had come with her. Through a few days of interaction, Yi Xiaofan believed she had figured out Xia's character to some extent. As far as Yi Xiaofan thought, Xia would definitely choose to give up the test and leave with a large sum of money. Ironically, Jones, who Yi Xiaofan originally assumed would agree to participate, chose to back out. This made Yi Xiaofan start questioning her own judgment. Don't misunderstand me. I just can't stand always being overshadowed by you. Standing next to Yi Xiaofan, Xia immediately understood what went through Yi Xiaofan's mind from her gaze. With a slight cold chuckle, she explained herself. With 21 people in total, it didn't take long for everyone to make their choice. Among the 21 participants, 14 decided to drop out, while 7 agreed to take on the challenge. Only 7 people? Fewer than I anticipated. Jin Sha glanced at the 7 standing on his right, and then looked at the 14 on his left, slightly disappointed. Haha, stop overthinking it. To have 7 is already quite impressive. After all, no one treasures their life less than others, right? Xin Tianyi, however, seemed entirely unconcerned. Laughing heartily, he reassured Jin Sha. A group of cowards, they will never achieve much. Taking them along might only ruin things. Mu La Fan Can from the Mu La family chimed in with his own opinion. I know, but with only 7 people now, if we lose more during the final test, there will truly be hardly anyone left. Jin Sha's words sent a chill down the spines of the 7 who had agreed to participate. The so-called final test must be extremely difficult. Chapter 238, The Cosmic Cube. Yi Xiaofan stood in the midst of an expansive void, surrounded by nothing but endless darkness, without a single trace of human presence. No matter how long one walked here, it felt as if one would never reach the end. An environmental space created by Amara's technology? This is somewhat interesting. This was the final test set up by the 3 great families. After the final 7 who agreed to participate were decided upon, the clan leaders of the 3 families joined hands and sent them here. The moment Yi Xiaofan opened the star nebula eye, the surrounding darkness disappeared completely, replaced by a spherical space. The other 6 people participating in the test with Yi Xiaofan stood just a few meters away. On their faces, Yi Xiaofan saw nothing but confusion. Presumably, what they were seeing now was the same scenery that Yi Xiaofan had seen earlier. Suddenly, a wisp of magic drifted out from the outer wall of the spherical space, heading toward one of the 6 people, a guy with yellow hair. As soon as the magic touched the body of the blonde, he immediately revealed an expression of pain. The mouth of the blonde opened wide, as if he were screaming in agony, but oddly enough, Yi Xiaofan couldn't hear a single sound coming out from his mouth. Space folding or sound blocking. Achieving this wouldn't be difficult. In an instant, Yi Xiaofan thought of over a dozen kinds of magic that could achieve this effect. But very quickly, Yi Xiaofan ruled out all the methods she had considered, because within this spherical space, apart from the wisp of magic that drifted down from the outer wall, she could feel no other magic at all. Not long after, Yi Xiaofan watched as the blonde's body shrank visibly at an alarming rate, gradually turning into a mummy. Then countless wisps of magic emanated from the blonde's corpse and were absorbed by the outer wall of the spherical space. After killing someone, it absorbs their magic. Truly an evil thing. But what exactly is that wisp of magic? To analyze the attributes of the magic, Yi Xiaofan decided to observe further. Soon, another wisp of magic floated down again from the outer wall of the spherical space. The wisp of magic that previously drifted towards the blonde was golden yellow, while this time the magic was emerald green. The emerald green magic circled around the spherical space once before heading towards Xia. Yi Xiaofan moved quickly, intercepting the green magic right before it reached Xia and grabbing it firmly in her hand. It has self-awareness? That's truly unique. The emerald green magic wriggled in Yi Xiaofan's grip, trying to struggle free. However, Yi Xiaofan's delicate hands were like a mountain, leaving the green magic unable to move even the slightest bit. Perhaps sensing that the released magic had been captured, the spherical space suddenly trembled violently. Countless colorful wisps of magic emerged from the outer wall and swarmed towards Yi Xiaofan. At this point, the other 5 people, whose faces showed confusion, also revealed expressions of unease. They must have felt the change occurring within the spherical space. However, their vision was blocked by the darkness, so they didn't know what was happening. Facing the fear of the unknown, everyone's heart was trembling with apprehension. Outside the spherical space, the clan leaders of the 3 great families exchanged glances when they saw the sudden violent shaking of the spherical space. Countless years ago, the three great families had obtained this spherical space. During that time, the spherical space had always been very stable and had never experienced anything like today. Even when the clan leaders of the three families launched attacks on the spherical space together, their attacks were completely swallowed without any effect on the space itself. Jinsha, what's going on? Why is the cosmic cube suddenly shaking? Shintiani, who knows? This has never happened before. MLA Fankong. It seems those 7 little ones inside have done something incredible. The cosmic cube is the name of the spherical space, personally named by Jinsha, the head of the Jin family. At this moment, no matter what happens inside the cosmic cube, the clan leaders of the three great families had no way of knowing. Because every time the cosmic cube is activated, it takes 3 days to activate again. Within these 3 days, no method can open the cosmic cube again. So this space was formed during the sealing of the Berserk Fury creature Slotty when the water, fire, earth, and wind Emera resonated under the influence of a magical array. More and more threads of magic attacked Yi Xiaofan, but each one was grabbed firmly by her hand. With the increasing number of magic threads, there was an implicit trend towards fusion. That is to say, the 4 attributes of Emera can come to this spherical space from anywhere. Yi Xiaofan did not care about the fusion of magical filaments, because no matter how much these filaments fused, they could not cause any harm to Yi Xiaofan. Would they stop being magic after fusing? Under Yi Xiaofan's nebula eye, these forces of magic could even be erased directly. The founder of Starshang Kingdom, Long Outyan I, once laid down a magic array on the 4 Emeras that could make magic flow back. After hundreds of years of evolution, this reflux made the Emeras have memory, and even when the magic array was removed later, the Emeras continued to reflux instinctively. But without the magic array, the Emeras could not make magic flow back. Thus, this spherical space came into being. The creatures in this space would be killed by the magic of Emeras, and then all the magic inside their bodies would be absorbed. I guess what I said should be correct, right? Yi Xiaofan suddenly looked up and spoke to the outer wall of the spherical space. As if understanding Yi Xiaofan's meaning, the outer wall emitted angry growls. More frighteningly, the magic within Emera flows only inward but never outward. The magic gradually becomes dormant, and eventually these 4 Emeras have produced self-awareness. This is why the threads of magic can make human-like moves. Because this spherical space itself has self-awareness, and each thread of magic is actually an alter ego of the spherical space. The threads of magic in the spherical space continue to fuse together, and finally merged into a giant python, dozens of meters long. The python's body is blue translucent, its eyes are bright red, and its flickering tongue is even yellowish-brown. Chapter 239, Suspicion. The magic filaments within the spherical space continued to merge, eventually forming a giant python over tens of meters long. The python's body was blue and semi-transparent, its eyes a vivid red, and even the snake tongue it flicked out was feces yellow. The magical python lunged violently toward Yi Xiaofan, but unexpectedly, Yi Xiaofan simply flipped his wrist, seizing control of the python's vital point. With just a bit more force, the magical python split again into countless magic filaments. Even after merging together, the power hasn't increased. Instead, because of its massive size, it's inconvenient to move, making it easier to deal with. In the end, the lack of intellect is still too apparent. This thing doesn't know how to control itself properly. Yi Xiaofan looked at the magic filaments constantly swirling within the spherical space, and a smirk of disdain appeared on his face. He released the magic filaments in his hand, raising his right hand high. This is completely meaningless. Just open up the exit already. After he finished speaking, the spherical space immediately began to dissipate from the bottom. Soon enough, the entire spherical space had disappeared entirely. After the space dissipated, the other 5 participants looked around them, their confused expressions growing more intense. What happened just now? I only remember that I was in a place of complete darkness, and then suddenly, it became like this. Me too. What exactly does this test mean? Not only were the participants puzzled, even the leaders of the 3 great families wore befuddled expressions. Jinsha, what's going on? Why did the Xuanyu cube disappear? Shun Tianyi, isn't it said that once it's opened, you have to wait 3 days before opening it again? What's going on here? Mu La Fankan. All participants seem fine. No, one individual has been drained by the Xuanyu cube. Thanks to Mu La Fankan's reminder, everyone then noticed that there was a dried-up corpse lying on the ground, with a head full of yellow hair. Jinsha. This person was brought in by our family. I remember this person was called Siwei Di. Shen Tianyi. Could it be that he blocked all the attacks from the Xuanyu cube, causing it to disappear early and saving the others, sacrificing himself in the process? Mu La Fankan. If so, he truly was an admirable and great individual. It's such a pity. The 3 family leaders exchanged words, forcibly providing an explanation for the disappearance of the Xuanyu cube. Their dialogue naturally reached the ears of the participants. Thus, except for Yi Xiaofan, the other 5 participants bowed respectfully toward the yellow-haired corpse. Yi Xiaofan, you still have no conscience. This man sacrificed himself to save us, yet you don't show him any respect. Among the 5 participants, the young man who had always been particularly arrogant saw Yi Xiaofan standing still and angrily confronted her. Is that so? Then, I really must thank him. Yi Xiaofan forcibly suppressed a laugh, saying, thank you, to the corpse of the yellow-haired man. Do these people have no brains at all? Especially the leaders of the 3 families. How did they manage to develop their clans? Well, let's calm down. No matter what, you could say everyone has passed the final trial. Please go back and rest for now. Tomorrow morning, I will explain to everyone the purpose of why we gathered you. The leaders of the three families exchanged glances, and as usual, Jin Sha addressed the 6 participants, including Yi Xiaofan. Since the master family had spoken thus, the arrogant young man could only glare resentfully at Yi Xiaofan before turning and leaving. It wasn't long before everyone left the underground chamber. Jin Sha, have you figured out why the Xuanyu cube disappeared? Shen Tianyi, not yet. We currently cannot make contact with Imira. Mullah Fankin, I think this might very well have something to do with that young girl. As the leaders managing such powerful clans, the three of them obviously couldn't possibly believe that it was the yellow-haired person turned into a mummy on the ground who broke the Xuanyu cube. They said so merely to preserve the dignity of the three families. After all, their devised challenge ended abruptly and prematurely. Spreading word of this would severely tarnish the face of the three families. Jin Sha, you're referring to the young woman Master Shun brought along, Yexiafan? Mullah Fankin, that's correct. There's an air of mystery surrounding her. And didn't you notice? When the Xuanyu cube disappeared, the others all looked utterly bewildered. But her expression remained unchanged. Shen Tianyi. In fact, I don't know much about her either. This person is Shun Linfeng, who is in charge of guarding the dark black forest for our Shen family. They met by chance in the Qingfeng Canyon. Mullah Fankin. Qingfeng Canyon. Isn't that where environmental magic arrays are set up? How could she have entered? Shen Tianyi. According to what she herself said, she is naturally immune to magical power, so the magic array has no effect on her. Moreover, because she is immune to magical power, she does not possess any magical abilities. Jin Sha. Not possessing any magic. I cannot believe that an ordinary person with no magic would have the courage to venture deep into the dark black forest alone. Mullah Fankin. Not knowing magic. She reminds me of someone. Shen Tianyi. The person you're referring to, wouldn't that be the one who created the 12 heavenly knife strikes? Mullah Fankin. That's right. It's that individual from thousands of years ago who was just an ordinary person but managed to kill a saint through a set of knife techniques. Jin Sha. Could this person be a descendant of that person? Mullah Fankin. Though there is no evidence, I feel that this person must have some connection to that individual. No matter how the heads of the three great families guessed, they could ultimately never figure out Yi Xiaofan's true identity. Because from the very beginning, their line of thinking was wrong. They could never imagine that Yi Xiaofan was not immune to magical power, but rather had surpassed the level of saints and gods due to her own strength. These mid to high level magic spells were absolutely insufficient to harm Yi Xiaofan. Furthermore, they had never even seen a saint, let alone think along those lines. A person's perspective determines their way of thinking. However, they did guess something correctly. Yi Xiaofan indeed knows the legendary 12 heavenly knife strikes. But in fact, Yi Xiaofan has no relation at all to the creator of this knife technique. Chapter 240. Return to the Dark Forest. The sky was overcast, and the air was occasionally swept by a gentle breeze, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Yi Xiaofan stood at the back of the group, observing with a strange expression as everyone else ahead bustled about. After yesterday's trial had concluded, Yi Xiaofan and 5 others who participated in it returned to the residence provided by the Jin family for a night of rest. Early this morning, Yi Xiaofan set off with people from the 3 major families. What Yi Xiaofan hadn't anticipated was that the location chosen by the 3 families would be the canyon within the dark forest. Could there be some secret here? Previously, because Yi Xiaofan had accompanied Shen Linfeng to the Shen family, he hadn't thoroughly investigated this area. All Yi Xiaofan knew was that beneath the ground, here, lay a massive magical array. While lost in thought, Yi Xiaofan extended his spiritual awareness underground, quickly making contact with the magical array below. To his astonishment, something seemed to be hidden even further beneath this array. The purpose of gathering all of you here is what lies beneath this very place. At this moment, the head of the Jin family, Jin Sha, spoke up, snapping Yi Xiaofan out of his thoughts. Instantly, Yi Xiaofan withdrew his spiritual awareness. What I am about to say next is a secret of our 3 families. We hope you will keep it confidential. If we find out later that anyone has spoken of this. Jin Sha didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood its meaning. I don't know about others, but as for me, Lord Jin can have my full assurance. After a brief silence, one of the 6 successful participants, a pot-bellied middle-aged man, voiced his guarantee. This man was the only older individual among the 6 who had passed the trial. I also guarantee. 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 Within moments, including Yi Xiaofan, all 6 assured the 3 patriarchs they would never reveal what they were about to hear. Very good. You must have all heard the rumors by now. Our 3 families have remained powerful due to our joint control of a hidden realm. At this point, Jin Sha paused momentarily, casting a glance at the 6 individuals, sending chills down their spines. He then retracted his gaze and continued speaking. What I'm going to tell you now is true. The rumors are real. Jin Sha's words triggered immediate shock throughout the crowd. The participants looked at each other, their eyes wide with disbelief. And the reason we have gathered you all here relates to this hidden realm. 6 years ago, an unexpected incident occurred inside it. Every single person we sent in failed to return alive. 3 more years passed. 3 years ago, we once again sent individuals into the hidden realm. This time, we uncovered the cause of the changes in the realm. Soon, Lord Shun, Lady Mula, and I will open the entrance to the hidden realm and send all of you in. Your mission inside will be to locate a red crystal ball and shatter it. After Jin Sha finished speaking, someone immediately raised a question. Lord Jin, may I ask why it has to be us? Even the elite forces of the three families met complete annihilation. What could someone like us accomplish? The one asking was again the pot-bellied middle-aged man. During the previous trials, this individual had kept a low profile, not showing any outstanding qualities. However, after arriving at the dark forest, his demeanor completely shifted. He became extremely active. Humph. Things are getting interesting indeed, muttered Yi Xiaofan, abandoning the idea of probing further with his spiritual awareness and allowing a faint, undetected smirk to appear on his lips. As for the question posed by the pot-bellied man, Jin Sha responded promptly. The reason is simple. Within the hidden realm, due to inexplicable factors, a group of creatures emerged that cannot be killed. Only by destroying the red crystal ball can these creatures vanish. That is why it's necessary for you to destroy the red crystal ball. More importantly, the power of these creatures isn't strong. Our elites could easily hack them to pieces. Based on our estimation, these creatures' strength levels align roughly with those of first or second rank mages. They pose no real threat to any of you. The reason we're inviting you all here is that these creatures cannot be touched with physical force. Otherwise, they will fuse with your body, slowly killing you from the inside. Shoo! The participants instantly drew in a sharp breath. If what Jin Sha had said was true, then it would be extremely dangerous inside. Yet, he still hadn't clearly explained why they were summoned here. But what does this have to do with us? Could it be because of our resistance to magic? Exactly right. There are so many of these creatures that our people couldn't possibly eliminate the red crystal without coming into contact with them. However, we also discovered that magic cannot prevent these creatures from fusing with us. But the speed of fusion varies based on the strength of one's physical body. Through our research, we've determined these creatures also have elemental distinctions. As long as someone has an extremely high resistance to the same elemental magic, they can completely stop the fusion. Jin Sha's face revealed a relaxed smile, as if the secret realm truly posed no danger to him. But there wasn't a single fool present. Nobody completely trusted Jin Sha's words. Even if what he said was true, everything was still merely speculation by the three families. If their speculation was incorrect, once they entered the hidden realm, they would be faced with a situation beyond redemption. You all must remember that you were previously given the option to back out. It was your own choice to come here. I believe I mentioned yesterday, if you agree to participate in the final trial, there will be no turning back. A hint of mockery flashed across Jin Sha's face, and once again, a chill crept into the hearts of everyone present. They all knew that if anyone now suggested withdrawing, Jin Sha would surely hesitate not at all before eliminating them on the spot. This made sense. The three families had already divulged the foundation of their clans to everyone. Leaving without contributing anything would never be allowed by the three families. Since Lord Jin has spoken so plainly, I can put my mind at ease. Please rest assured, Lord Jin, I won't let the three patriarchs down. I'll shatter the red crystal ball. Chapter 241, The Secret Realm. Since Mr. Jin has said this, I am also reassured. Mr. Jin, please rest assured. I will definitely not go through the great expectations of the three patriarchs and will shatter the red crystal ball. Very good then. So what about all of you? Satisfied with the response from the portly middle-aged man, Jin Sha nodded his head approvingly before turning to look at the others. Of course, we guarantee that we won't fail in fulfilling the trust placed in us by the three patriarchs. The group chorused their assent, each repeating nearly identical lines of assurance. Faced with Jin Sha's eyes like those of a poisonous snake, everyone quickly nodded in agreement. Yi Xiaofan was among them, though on the surface he only pretended to do so. In reality, Yi Xiaofan paid no mind at all to Jin Sha's threat. Regarding this secret realm expedition, Yi Xiaofan had primarily agreed because he found it amusing. Otherwise, even if he had discovered the secrets of the three major families, Yi Xiaofan would have simply turned around and left without a second thought if uninterested. As for these three families, Yi Xiaofan had never put them in high regard. In that case, I, as an elder, will thank all of you beforehand and wish you all safe return. After saying this, the three patriarchs moved to the canyon where each occupied one position, continuously chanting arcane magic spells. As the chanting neared its end, the previously calm and harmonious magical elements in the air suddenly began to become violent. With the center of the canyon as its origin, a deep black hole appeared before everyone's eyes. After entering this black hole, you will arrive at the secret realm of our three families. Due to certain special reasons, the next time the realm opens is in 1 month. After 1 month, I, together with the patriarchs Shun and MLA, will reopen the gate to let you out. At that time, all of you must prepare ahead of time at the exit. If you miss it, then you'll have to wait 3 years inside the secret realm until today, 3 years later to get out again. After opening the entrance to the secret realm, all three patriarchs showed clear signs of fatigue on their faces. Jin Sha approached the group with a pale face and informed them of the precautions they needed to take. Subsequently, 6 people involved, including Yi Xiaofan, jumped into the dark, deep black hole one after another. It seems that this place should be beneath the dark forest, rather than being in a separate independent space or somewhere else on the continent. After jumping into the black hole, Yi Xiaofan did not feel the sensation typically associated with a spatial magic array. After a brief period of darkness, Yi Xiaofan was greeted by sudden brightness. Although this light wasn't as harsh as sunlight, but rather was more gentle, it still felt somewhat blinding when coming out of complete darkness. Fortunately, this group of 6 individuals were all well equipped with various skills, preventing them from being caught completely off guard by the unexpected brightness. Era. This turns out to be some kind of palace. It looks quite magnificent and grand. After adapting to the local lighting, Yi Xiaofan looked around and issued a tone of admiration. In front of Yi Xiaofan and the others stood an ancient wall, covered with strange patterns that seemed to tell a story from long ago. Only a small door approximately wide enough for 2 people to pass through was present on the central portion of this large wall. This group's goal was clearly behind this door. Behind the door, sounds of occasional roaring could be heard, giving the impression that there were fierce monsters lurking within. You've all probably heard Mr. Jin's warning. The creatures inside here possess the ability to merge with human bodies, and their attributes vary. Thus, we need teamwork. So, I suggest that among our group, we select someone responsible for directing our actions. It was still the same portly middle-aged man who spoke, and it was clear that he wished to be the leader of this expedition. However, none of the others were short of unique abilities or possessed any less arrogant attitudes, unwilling to readily follow his commands. I don't oppose selecting a leader, but if it's going to be you, then I absolutely disagree. Another man, around 30-odd years old with a hunched back, responded. Yi Xiaofan remembered him as someone named Tuofeng. Of course, only someone with the capability can become the leader. I merely proposed this idea. Though obviously embarrassed, the portly middle-aged man hurriedly replied to Tuofeng. However, Yi Xiaofan noticed a flash of ill intent in his eyes, which was hard to detect. It seemed that this person was no good individual either. Everyone in this group harbored sinister intentions. Such a team would likely struggle to survive in such a perilous place. Throughout the argument over who should be the leader, Yi Xiaofan never opened his mouth to say a single word. A team unable to unite was worse than sand scattered everywhere. Yi Xiaofan had already decided that he would act alone soon. As for these 5 people, in Yi Xiaofan's eyes, they were already like 4 individuals. Behind that door, Yi Xiaofan felt a powerful presence. Although Yi Xiaofan was not afraid at all, for these 5 people, the owner of that strong presence could easily crush them. The monsters inside did not seem to be like what Jin Sha said, just a bunch of low-level monsters from level 1 to 2. Before long, a leader was selected, and it turned out to be the 16 or 17-year-old youth named Bick. Since that is the case, I will not decline further. I will certainly take responsibility for everyone's safety. The youth named Bick couldn't hide the smug satisfaction on his face. At first, Yi Xiaofan found it very surprising that such a youthful-looking boy would be the leader. However, after noticing the shadows of malice flicker across the faces of the other 4, Yi Xiaofan completely understood. None of the 4 wanted to submit to anyone else, so they picked a seemingly shrewd yet utterly inexperienced young man as their figurehead. This big fellow was being played around by the others like a toy. Alright, let me arrange the formation first. As the captain, I must naturally stand in the middle, so I can take care of everyone. And that Yi-something guy over there. I remember you are supposedly immune to all elemental magics, right? You'll stand at the front of the formation. In no time, the young man began exercising his captain's authority and started arranging formations and strategies for entering through the door. Yi Xiaofan, whom he always disliked, was dispatched to the front of the team. Chapter 242, The Monsters. Soon, the young man began to exert all his strength as captain, laying out formations and plans for entering the door. Yi Xiaofan, who had always been annoying to him, was assigned to the very front of the team. It sounded like the young man's words made sense, but walking at the front of the team meant being the first to face the threat of the monsters. It was extremely dangerous. Oh my, am I really supposed to be at the front of the team? But unfortunately, I don't plan on moving forward with you guys. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaofan rejected the young man's request. Yi Xiaofan smiled kindly as he looked at them, but for some reason, a chill ran down their spines. You want to act alone? That's dangerous. Xia looked at Yi Xiaofan in surprise, wanting to stop this reckless behavior. Before she could finish her sentence, the young man named Bick interrupted her, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Since he feels so skilled and unwilling to move with us, there's no need to insist further. Let's reconsider the formation. Bick's cruel expression didn't escape Yi Xiaofan's notice, but Yi Xiaofan didn't take it to heart and gave a careless laugh as he stepped alone into the door on the wall. Once inside the door, sure enough, as Jin Sha, the clan leader of the Jin family, had said, there were peculiar-looking monsters everywhere. Even with Yi Xiaofan's extensive experience, he couldn't identify what these things were. So these are the so-called monsters? They really are ugly. The moment Yi Xiaofan entered, all the monsters turned to look at him in unison and roared angrily in his direction. Even though these so-called monsters had no eyes. When the monsters rushed towards Yi Xiaofan, he slightly stepped back, retreating behind the door. Instantly, all the monsters seemed to lose their target and aimlessly wandered around, trying to locate the intruder they had sensed before. These monsters, even without eyes, seem to have unique sensory abilities. Stepping through this door will make them aware. Observing the actions of the monsters, Yi Xiaofan nodded knowingly. His body gradually became semi-transparent as he moved further inside. This time, the monsters did not detect Yi Xiaofan again, still aimlessly wandering around, confused. This is interesting. I'll hide first and see how those guys deal with the army of monsters. Yi Xiaofan's eyes gleamed with a cunning idea. His semi-transparent body leaned close to the wall. Without careful observation, he would indeed go unnoticed. Then, Yi Xiaofan used magic to reduce his presence. Even if someone stood right in front of her at this moment, they would likely overlook her subconsciously. Not long after, the group of 5 other participants came through the door. Leading at the front was Xia, who had just tried to stop Yi Xiaofan from acting alone. Clearly, because Xia had shown goodwill towards Yi Xiaofan, Bick vented his anger on her. Behind Xia was Bick, the team captain. Although Bick verbally claimed he stayed in the middle of the group to provide timely support to everyone, Yi Xiaofan knew that his position was chosen only to minimize danger. With people surrounding him from all directions, no matter where the threat came from, someone would block the monsters. A simple thought, easy to guess, yet the others still chose to protect him. If there were no ulterior motives, Yi Xiaofan absolutely wouldn't believe it. On Bic's left was a pot-bellied middle-aged man named Char, who claimed to be a merchant. Due to financial problems with his business, he was forced to join the recruitment of the three major families. On Bic's right was the man called Tu Feng, wearing gloves with sharp blades, his curved back appearing as though a heavy mountain weighed upon it. The person walking at the back, whose name Yi Xiaofan had already forgotten, was very quiet and rarely spoke unless necessary. In a cross formation, the five entered through the door. The scent of strangers immediately set off the monsters, who went berserk and charged wildly towards the group. Faced with the overwhelming number of monsters, their expressions changed noticeably. Damn it, I never expected there to be so many monsters. Stop complaining and head inside. After speaking, the five of them charged towards the massive army of monsters. In no time, they engaged in battle with the monsters. As Jinsha had mentioned, magic was completely ineffective against the monsters, so each of the five wielded melee weapons, slashing and hacking at the incoming beasts. The strength of these monsters indeed matched what clan leader Jinsha of the Jin family had said. They were roughly at a first to second tier level of power. The group easily slaughtered one monster after another without much effort. However, while an individual monster's strength was certainly not formidable, their sheer numbers made up for it. Even if they killed for 3 days and 3 nights non-stop, they would never finish off all the monsters. This isn't going to work. We'll be worn down by these monsters. We need to find a way to push forward into the next room. Standing safely in the middle of the group, Bic naturally faced the least pressure. After glancing around the entire room, he spoke to the other four. Easy for you to say, but how do we rush forward with the monsters in the way? And besides, there are 3 doors ahead of us. How do we know which one to choose? Following Char's gaze, the group looked forward to see that on the other 3 walls of the room, similar doors also existed. But which door should they take? That became the dilemma. Hidden away in the corner, Yi Xiaofan also spotted those 3 doors. Instinctively, his divine consciousness extended toward the doors, but then he abruptly pulled it back, as if something had reminded him. I always use my divine awareness to scan things first, no matter what situation arises. It's become such a habit. But if I already knew the answers beforehand, what fun would there be in it? 500 years of slumber had caused Yi Xiaofan's personality to shift slightly. His old friends had long since passed away, leaving him utterly alone in this world. He no longer valued the lives of others. Nowadays, there were only 2 scenarios in Yi Xiaofan's eyes, interesting or boring. For boring matters, Yi Xiaofan wouldn't even bother to pay attention. For interesting matters, however, he would carefully unravel the mysteries step by step, savoring the process entirely. Chapter 243, Fire Dragon. Boring things never interest Yi Xiaofan. Only the interesting ones would draw her step by step into uncovering their mysteries, enjoying the entire process of decryption. Die 9 coils of Cloud Dragon. Seeing the 4 people around him barely holding on, Bic cursed under his breath, and then shouted as he charged out from beside Sia. The long spear in his hand transformed into a giant green dragon, flinging away a large group of monsters in one swoop. The moment the monsters that were flung by Bic hit the ground, they all dissolved into faint points of light, dispersing into thin air. Before the 5 of them stood in open space, a vacuum zone clear all the way to the door on the opposite wall. Take this opportunity, hurry. Bic's words weren't finished when the other 4 had already run toward the door, leaving Bic alone to face a crowd of monsters. Thankfully, Bic was no simpleton. Before the horde could swarm him, he also rushed inside the door. Despite Bic's smooth movements, Yi Xiaofan still noticed that after executing the 9 coils of Cloud Dragon, his breathing had slightly become disordered. Clearly, that previous move had consumed a vast amount of Bic's magical energy. Era, I wonder what kind of entity lies behind the other door? It's truly anticipation-inducing. Seeing the others gradually disappear into the door, Yi Xiaofan no longer hid in the corner. As she just moved, some light points appeared in the sky. These light points gradually coalesced, forming once more into a number of monsters. The monsters that had been slain by the 5 earlier actually revived again. How exactly are these monsters formed? Why do I perceive them merely as a collection of magic? Yi Xiaofan became increasingly curious about these monsters. They possessed no consciousness, seemingly nothing more than a mass of aggregated magic. But according to common sense, pure magic shouldn't be able to form something with life. What then was the reason for the birth of these monsters? This question, Yi Xiaofan believed, should find its answer at the very center of the secret realm. When Yi Xiaofan reached the back of the door, she found that the 5 who had entered earlier were already embroiled in a fierce battle. Before them stood a 3-meter-tall monster. Everyone had sustained varying degrees of minor injuries. Bic, as the squad leader, was injured the worst, bearing a deep claw-shaped wound on his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably. With a pale complexion, Bic was barely fending off the attacks of the 3-meter-high monster while also having to keep an eye on the smaller monster's attacks. For a time, the situation was perilous. And wasn't Jinsha saying that the creatures within the secret realm should only be between 1 and 2 ranks in strength? So what is this giant thing doing here? While dodging the massive monster's attack, Bic said through clenched teeth, filled with resentment. The issue at hand isn't why Jinsha lied to us, but how we're supposed to kill this colossal beast. Simultaneously avoiding the giant monster's attacks, the group attempted counterattacks, but to little avail. their strikes did not seem to affect the massive creature significantly. Only Tuafeng's claws managed to leave marks on the enormous monster's body. However, each time it turned its head and swallowed a small monster, those wounds rapidly vanished. Suddenly, Xia, as if realizing something, asked the others, "Have any of you seen Yi Xiaofan? Didn't she come in here before us? Why don't we see her anywhere? Who knows? There were 3 doors earlier. Perhaps she went through one of the other 2. Charlie, after dodging the huge monster's attack, answered Xia's question. But there were so many monsters in that room before. She's only one person. How could she vanish so quickly? Charlie's response left Xia uneasy. For some reason, she felt disaster looming ahead, like something far more terrifying was about to occur. It wasn't just Xia who sensed this. Yi Xiaofan felt it too. Unlike the previous room with 3 doors, this room only had one huge door. The even more terrifying presence that both Xia and Yi Xiaofan felt originated from this door. As time passed, the sensation grew stronger, until not just Xia and Yi Xiaofan, but the other 4 could clearly feel it too. Even the monsters in this room seemed to sense something. They no longer focused on attacking the group, instead trembling and trying to escape from the room. But in this room, aside from the huge door, there was only the door through which they had entered. The monsters appeared completely unaware of this massive door, not daring to even approach it. Retreat. Quickly retreat. These monsters won't go near the door. If we can just fall back to where we started, we'll be safe. Not only Yi Xiaofan, but Bic also noticed that the monsters wouldn't approach the door. He shouted to the other 4. It seems to be true. Hurry, retreat, retreat. The other 4 exchanged glances and retreated with Bic toward the entrance they came from. Since there were no monsters blocking their path, they quickly arrived at the door. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as they were about to reach the door, a colossal claw emerged from the huge door, striking down upon the fleeing 5. With just one swipe, the 5 were sent spitting blood, their faces deathly pale. Bic, already grievously injured, fell unconscious outright. Roar. A deafening roar echoed from beyond the door. Following this sound, an enormous monster emerged from inside. How is this possible? How could there be such a creature here? Dragon, it's a dragon. Even the weakest dragon possesses 7th tier strength. We're doomed. What came out of the door was not like the indiscernible monsters in the previous room, but rather one of the most powerful races in the Xuanhuan continent, dragonkind. Before the group now stood a red-scaled dragon. With every breath, mist-like gases of fire sprayed from its nostrils. There was no doubt, it was a fire dragon. Chapter 544. The flame that can burn the sky and ordinary flames. Appearing before Yi Xiaofan was a giant dragon that was completely red. With every breath, it exhaled gases resembling fire mist from its nostrils. There was no doubt, it was a fire dragon. As soon as the fire dragon emerged, it stared at the direction where Yi Xiaofan was for a long while before turning to look at the other 5 people. The aura of this dragon feels so familiar. Yi Xiaofan wasn't surprised at all that the fire dragon coming out from behind the door had discovered her. The magic she used merely reduced her presence and made her body semi-transparent. Individuals or creatures with lower strength wouldn't be able to notice Yi Xiaofan. But as a member of the strongest race on the Kanglan continent, the Crimson Dragon's power, though puzzling why it would be here, was undoubtedly strong. Invaders, fake Balada, will bring you death. The Crimson Dragon opened its mouth and spoke to everyone. As high-intelligence beings, dragon speaking is not an extraordinary thing. What caught Yi Xiaofan's attention was the name of the Crimson Dragon. Fake. During her time at Rod Academy, there had been a ceremony where the dragon race signed pacts with humans. Among the 3 dragons that arrived at Rod Academy responsible for the event, one of them was named Fake. Vast flames spewed from the Crimson Dragon's mouth. The dragon's breath, an inherent talent of dragons, an instinct they have since hatching from their eggs. Under the intense flames, the monsters in the room disappeared one after another. The 5 individuals with good anti-magic properties could not endure more than a breath within this flame. After the flames disappeared, only Crimson Dragon Fake and Yi Xiaofan remained in the room. The semi-transparent figure of Yi Xiaofan reappeared, evidently indicating the spell she cast upon herself had been destroyed by the Crimson Dragon's flames. I remember you, the person who refused our dragon race's goodwill. The Crimson Dragon glared at Yi Xiaofan with eyes as big as bells. The putrid smell emanating from its mouth involuntarily made Yi Xiaofan cover her nose and mouth. As the most powerful race on the Kanglan continent, dragons boast a longevity far surpassing any other races on the continent. In exchange for this longevity, dragons' reproductive abilities are incredibly low, almost reaching absurd levels. In their lengthy lifespans, there were rarely any events worth remembering for dragons. Perhaps because Yi Xiaofan refused to sign a pact with the dragon race, which the Crimson Dragon considered as an affront to the dignity of the entire dragon race, thus remembering her clearly. As punishment for your disdain for my race, I will bestow upon you an excruciating death. The claw of the Crimson Dragon lifted lightly, and without needing to chant any magical incantations, a massive magic circle appeared under its claw. Yi Xiaofan recognized this magic circle. It was among the rare 3 forbidden fire magics in fire elemental magic. Furthian, true to the magic's name, possessed the ability to burn the skies. However, what truly made this magic terrifying was its capacity to annihilate living flesh and continue to immolate the soul. But although it could scorch the sky, it didn't necessarily mean it could burn Yi Xiaofan. Facing the force capable of destroying heavens and earth, Yi Xiaofan looked indifferently at the Crimson Dragon, her eyes as calm as water, devoid of emotion. How can this be? surrounded by intensely high-temperature flames. Even the surrounding walls showed signs of melting. Shocked, the Crimson Dragon watched Yi Xiaofan standing in the flames. Under the gaze of Yi Xiaofan's twin eyes, it felt a touch of fear for the first time. The Crimson Dragon could not tolerate the notion of being afraid of such a puny human. Enraged, it unleashed its magical energy recklessly. The temperature around increased continuously. The walls surrounding the room had completely melted away, revealing the void space outside and the terrifying space turbulence. Is this all you've got? The strongest race on the continent? Finally, Yi Xiaofan spoke. Her first sentence was filled with ridicule. You will regret those words. Crimson Dragon Fake had lived over 1,000 years. Throughout his 1,000-year lifespan, all who dared to challenge the authority of the dragon race ended up buried under graves that have long since crumbled. Take a look then, the true flames. Dragon's roar. She placed her hands together, forming a ring near her mouth, took a deep breath, and forcefully exhaled, unleashing a skill long and used once again. Ordinary flames, yet containing boundless power. Even the Furthian flames that could scorch the sky were assimilated and surged toward the Crimson Dragon's body. Roar. The Crimson Dragon barely managed to emit a pain scream before being incinerated into ashes by the flames expelled from Yi Xiaofan's mouth. Fire is the most proficient magic for red dragons, and no red dragon has ever died by fire. If there were a hell in this world, it's likely that red dragons entering hell would be mocked by their own kind. But none of this had anything to do with Yi Xiaofan. Right now, she was looking at where the red dragon had been with a troubled expression. The red dragon came out from behind the door, but only half of its body emerged. The rest remained on the other side of the door. Yet now, under Yi Xiaofan's flames, the red dragon and the door had both turned to dust. This is bad. How am I supposed to get to the next level? There were no paths originally in this world, but as more people walked, the paths naturally formed. The same principle applies. There were no doors in the world, yet mankind could still create them. Yi Xiaofan struck a punch into the spot where the red dragon had stood. A crisp sound resonated through the space, splitting into countless cracks. Crack, crack. The cracks continued to expand, getting larger and larger, bigger and bigger. Finally, the cracks covered the entire room, reaching a critical point, and shattered into countless pieces, swept away by the surrounding space storm. Together with it, the entire secret realm shattered. As the secret realm broke apart, Yi Xiaofan caught sight of the red crystal stone mentioned by the three family patriarchs. True to her promise, Yi Xiaofan completed the task entrusted by the three patriarchs, and under the ravaging of the space storm, the red crystal stone had completely turned to ashes. The three family patriarchs waiting for good news within the canyon of the dark forest could never have imagined in their dreams that the secret realm they'd relied on for so long had vanished without a trace. The Dragon Valley is millions of miles away from the dark forest, so why did the red dragon appear inside the dark forest's secret realm? Carrying this question, Yi Xiaofan drifted along with the space storm, soon catching sight of a glimmer of light. Beyond the light, the roar of red dragons echoed intermittently, identical to the cries of the red dragon. Chapter 245, The Dragon Valley. The Dragon Valley is separated from the dark forest by millions of miles. Why would a red dragon appear in the secret realm of the dark forest? With this question in mind, Yi Xiaofan drifted with the spatial storm. Not long after, he saw a patch of brightness. Beyond the brightness, intermittent roars could be heard, identical to the cries of a red dragon. After passing through the light, what came into Yi Xiaofan's sight was a place with picturesque scenery, birds chirping and flowers blooming. Countless dragons soared across the sky. Legend has it that the dragon race, in order to seclude themselves, used a magic array to cover the entire Dragon Valley, making it impossible for anyone to find its location since then. Who would have thought it would be here? From the moment Yi Xiaofan stepped into this place, he understood where exactly he had arrived and unraveled the mystery of why there were dragon clans hidden in the secret realm of the dark forest. 6 years ago, due to some unknown reason, a space channel formed between the Dragon Valley and the secret realm in the dark forest. The dragons who discovered this channel considered it a blessing from the dragon god and treated the secret realm as a sacred land of the dragon clan. They dispatched the red dragon Bic to guard within the secret realm. Those monsters without consciousness in the secret realm, purely condensed from magical power, were creations of the dragon clan using the heart of dragon, which is that red crystal stone. And the three great families did not know that the interior had already been occupied by the dragon clan. They foolishly tried to clear the monsters in the secret realm to remaster it. Human, how did you come to the Dragon Valley? Yi Xiaofan did not hide his figure, so he was quickly spotted by the dragons flying in the sky. This should be a place akin to a kindergarten for the dragon clan, because standing before Yi Xiaofan were basically all young dragons. Because of their long lifespan, the juvenile stage of the dragon clan also lasts an extremely long time. Young dragons under 500 years old usually don't have much ability to protect themselves. Therefore, young dragons of the dragon clan are always cared for by several powerful adult dragons. The one questioning Yi Xiaofan was an adult dragon guarding the young ones like a nanny. This was a wind dragon with a completely emerald body. From her, Yi Xiaofan also felt a familiar aura. If it hadn't been for encountering the red dragon Bic yet, Yi Xiaofan definitely wouldn't remember the identity of this dragon. However, after meeting the red dragon, Yi Xiaofan could accurately say the name of the wind dragon in front of him. Because Yi Xiaofan had only ever seen 3 real dragons. I remember, your name is Shirley, right? Do you know me? Shirley, the wind dragon, looked at Yi Xiaofan with confusion. After a short while, Shirley revealed an expression of sudden understanding. I remember now. You were the human who refused to sign a contract with our dragon clan back then. It seems that Yi Xiaofan's refusal to sign a contract with the dragon clan left a deep impression on them. Otherwise, dragons would never bother remembering a human's appearance. Yes, it's me. How did you get to the Dragon Valley? The dragon clan rarely interacts with the outside world unless something major happens. For thousands of years, no one has been able to find where the dragon clan resides. To put it simply, I drifted here following the spatial storm. Yi Xiaofan spoke very casually, but in Shirley's ears, it was indeed unbelievable. Even beings at the sage level, including the dragon clan, cannot survive more than a minute in the spatial storm. To survive the spatial storm requires at least god-level strength. What Yi Xiaofan said also clearly indicated his own strength. A divine-level powerhouse visiting the Dragon Valley wasn't a trivial matter. Shirley gave another 2 adult dragons a signal, asking them to keep an eye on Yi Xiaofan here. Then she told Yi Xiaofan to wait a moment, and swiftly flew towards the tallest peak in the Dragon Valley. Stop. Ahead lies the sacred ground of the dragon clan. Ordinary dragons are not allowed to enter. Just as Shirley flew to the peak, she was blocked by 2 huge dragons covered in golden scales. They looked at Shirley with unfriendly expressions. In the entire Grand Dragon race, there are different racial divisions, classified by the attributes of magical elements. Red dragons, wind dragons, blue dragons, earth dragons, light dragons, dark dragons, etc. However, the highest in status among these are the rather rare golden dragons within the entire dragon clan. Golden dragons are not a separate dragon species. All offspring born to dragon clans have the possibility of becoming a golden dragon. Golden dragons are naturally endowed with tremendous strength, reaching at least sage level upon adulthood, with a few even directly achieving divine level. Yet, despite such esteemed status, 2 golden dragons were responsible for guarding here, indicating just how highly esteemed the dragons residing on this peak must be. I have an urgent matter requiring an audience with the Dragon King. No, even if the sky is falling, without approval, entry into the sacred peak is not allowed. If you want to enter, first submit an application to the head of the Wind Dragon clan. The matter is extremely urgent. There simply isn't time for that. That won't do either. A divine-level powerhouse has arrived in the Dragon Valley. The 2 golden dragons guarding the area exchanged glances, both realizing the severity of the situation. You wait here while I go and report. After speaking, the golden dragon on the left unfurled its wings and flew upwards toward the mountain peak, disappearing moments later. Shirley anxiously awaited below. The 2 giant dragons she had left to guard Yi Xiaofan were merely 8th stage in strength and had not yet reached the level of a sage. If Yi Xiaofan truly was divine level, he could wipe them out with a wave of his hand, and even the future hope of the entire dragon race might die from the aftermath. The Dragon King has granted permission for your ascent. Finally, the dragon responsible for reporting returned, nodding at Shirley. Upon receiving the go-ahead, Shirley hurriedly flew toward the mountain peak. As the sacred site of the entire dragon race, this mountain itself exuded a formidable pressure, placed there by the previous Dragon King. Under this pressure, even Shirley struggled to breathe. Fortunately, at that moment, a gentle force enveloped her, instantly dissipating the pressure, allowing Shirley to ascend steadily. Upon reaching the summit, there stood a magnificent palace with crystal walls, where all the dragon kings and elders resided. Though grand, the palace was still slightly small compared to the size of the dragons. Shirley had to transform into her human form and enter through the main gate. Once inside, Shirley saw the Dragon King and the 13 elders sitting above her, looking down from their lofty positions. This was Shirley's first time entering here, and naturally, she felt some tension. Chapter 246, Yi Xiaofan's Breakdown. Upon entering, Shirley immediately saw the Dragon King and 13 elders seated there, looking down at her from a higher position. This was the first time Shirley had come here, so naturally she felt a bit nervous. Child, don't be nervous. You said that a god-level strengthener came to Dragon Valley. Is this true? The Dragon King, sitting in the main seat, kept his eyes half closed as if he hadn't woken up yet. The third person from the left of the Dragon King, a beautiful woman, looked at Shirley gently and spoke. Every individual sitting here was among the strongest in the dragon race. Each one possessed at least mid-god level strength and didn't know how many years they had lived. Calling Shirley child wasn't inappropriate. Replying to Elder 3, it is indeed the truth. Could you explain what exactly happened in detail? Since Elder 3 and Shirley were both of the Wind Dragon clan, this helped ease Shirley's tension slightly. After briefly organizing her thoughts, she raised her head and began speaking calmly to the dragon leadership high above. The situation is as follows. I am responsible for being the mentor of the young dragons in the third layer of Dragon Valley. While teaching the kids their usual lesson today, a storm suddenly arose. After the storm disappeared, the figure of a human appeared. According to this human, she accidentally ended up in Dragon Valley after being swept through a space storm. In Dragon Valley, the young dragons are all gathered in one place to receive guidance in magic from adult dragons. Such places include layers 1, 2, and 3 within Dragon Valley. Shirley's location is layer 3 of Dragon Valley. I recognize this person. 500 years ago, during our Heaven Plan alliance with the human race, we met her in one of the human countries. This person is named Yi Xiaofan. At that time, even 3 of our dragon eggs resonated with her. If 3 dragon eggs could resonate, this child's talent is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, on the contract registry between humans and our race, I did not see the name Yi Xiaofan there. The person who spoke this time was a burly man on the Dragon King's left side. Despite his large build, His tone was exceptionally gentle. This person's talent is indeed formidable. In just 500 years, she has already advanced to the god level. As for the contract registry, she did not form any binding agreement with any of the dragon eggs back then. What? At Shirley's statement, the Dragon King, who had been pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, opened them in shock. Why hasn't this person entered into a contract with our dragon race? To this, the specific reasons have not been explained by the individual. And where is this person now? She is still in Lair 3 of Dragon Valley. I've already instructed 2 other teachers to keep an eye on her. You should invite this person to visit Holy Peak. After some deliberation, the Dragon King quickly issued instructions for Shirley to invite Yi Xiaofan as a guest here. This shocked Shirley immensely. Ever since Dragon Valley went into seclusion, countless years have passed. During these years, although there have been occasions when powerful humans arrived in Dragon Valley, some getting lost at sea and being invited over by passing dragons, others being rescued by dragons after disasters at sea, never before had a human managed to come to Dragon Valley under their own power, nor had any human ever received personal hospitality from the Dragon King. Understood. For the dragons, the Dragon King's orders supersede everything else. Despite the confusion in Shirley's heart, she didn't voice it and quietly retreated from the palace. Dragon King, why do you wish to invite a human to Holy Peak as a guest? Not only Shirley but also several elders who had worked alongside the Dragon King for countless years failed to understand his intentions. After a long silence, one elder could no longer help themselves and questioned aloud. I know you have questions in your hearts, but for now, let us wait until I meet with this person. Since the Dragon King had spoken thusly, the elders naturally refrained from further questioning and waited patiently on their seats for Yi Xiaofan's arrival. Dragon Valley isn't extremely large, nor exceedingly small. From the Holy Peak of the Dragon Race to the third lair of Dragon Valley, at Wind Dragon Shirley's speed, it took only moments to arrive. When Shirley returned to the third lair of Dragon Valley, the scene before her eyes shocked her greatly. The 2 dragon guardians she had ordered to watch over Yi Xiaofan were tied up on the ground, their limbs bound. The young dragons from Lair 3 of Dragon Valley were happily hopping around Yi Xiaofan, vying to ask her to tell them stories. Sister, could you please tell us another monkey story? Sister, is the monkey really as powerful as you described? I can eat dozens of monkeys in one meal. In the middle of a group of young dragons, Yi Xiaofan felt like her headache had doubled. Even if she were to fight for 3 days and 3 nights, she would not want to play with these children anymore. When Shirley returned, Yi Xiaofan saw her as a savior, struggling toward her. Quick, please save me. Yi Xiaofan grabbed Shirley's hem, looking at her with an expression that conveyed the utmost despair, full of unbearable pain. Could you tell me what happened? Faced with Yi Xiaofan's plea for help, Shirley didn't know how to handle it. After a long time, following Yi Xiaofan's explanation and much disturbance from a large group of baby dragons, Shirley finally understood the situation clearly. It turned out that after Shirley left, all was initially calm. The 2 dragons responsible for monitoring Yi Xiaofan were dutifully performing their tasks. Meanwhile, as an outsider, Yi Xiaofan sat idly on a rock, waiting for Shirley's return. On the Cyanland continent, countless years ago, before dragons retreated from the world, there was a popular saying among humans about dragons. The nature of dragons is lustful. These 4 simple words succinctly exposed the true essence of dragons. And indeed, after keeping watch over Yi Xiaofan for some time, these 2 male dragons began to act improperly. They transformed into human form, approaching Yi Xiaofan. With provocative words spilling from their mouths, they started making inappropriate advances toward her. The result was, these brainless male dragons were tightly bound by Yi Xiaofan. But what Yi Xiaofan hadn't anticipated was that binding these male dragons caused the unattended baby dragons to become completely unruly. Not only did they wreak havoc everywhere, but they also kept pestering Yi Xiaofan to tell them stories. Adult dragons might have faced harsh measures from Yi Xiaofan, but for this adorable group of baby dragons, she simply couldn't bring herself to tie them up. Chapter 247, The Dragon Palace. Not only were they causing destruction everywhere, but they also kept pestering Yi Xiaofan to tell them stories. While Yi Xiaofan could be ruthless with adult dragons, she simply couldn't bring herself to tie up these adorable baby dragons. Later, under the coercion of a group of baby dragons, Yi Xiaofan told story after story, starting from Journey to the West and Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, then moving on to Soul Land and Battle Through the Heavens. Shirley was the magical mentor of the baby dragons, so she knew all too well how mischievous they could be. She couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaofan with sympathy in her eyes. Our Dragon King wishes to see you. Come with me. Can I leave here now? That's excellent. Yi Xiaofan finally freed herself from the annoying group of baby dragons, feeling a great sense of relief. However, the baby dragons were extremely reluctant to let her go, crying with streams of tears. Big sister human, you must come back and tell us more stories. As Yi Xiaofan left, the baby dragons waved their little paws frantically at her, scaring her enough to flee quickly. During her travels through the Kanglan continent, Yi Xiaofan had seen countless magnificent structures, but none of them could compare with the palace of the dragon race. So grandiose, so powerful, so overwhelmingly majestic. Since they had already received orders from the Dragon King earlier, this time Shirley and Yi Xiaofan were not stopped by anyone. Yi Xiaofan followed behind Shirley and proceeded unhindered to the Dragon Palace. In front of her stood the Dragon King and 13 elders sitting majestically above, looking down upon her. Are you the human who dared intrude into the Valley of Dragons? The Dragon King's voice was filled with authority, inspiring an instinctual desire to bow before him. Yes, it's me. Yi Xiaofan answered promptly, unhesitatingly admitting that she was indeed the intruder. Human, do you know that trespassing into the Valley of Dragons is a grave offense? You are the dragon race, and I am human. Your punishments do not apply to me, do they? And aren't you afraid that I'll just kill you again? If you can manage it, then try. After just a few words exchanged, the scene had already become charged with tension. Shirley was astonished by Yi Xiaofan's boldness, yet at the same time, she felt a bit concerned for Yi Xiaofan's safety. For some unknown reason, Shirley didn't want this somewhat unfamiliar human to die. Quite daring. A pressure belonging solely to the supreme gods was released toward Yi Xiaofan by the Dragon King. From the saint level onward, one can release this sort of pressure at will, capable of directly rendering weaker enemies incapable of fighting. Upon achieving godhood, the pressure becomes stronger again. High-ranking gods can suppress mid-level gods, while mid-level gods can suppress low-level gods. However, this effect is not as strong against peers within the saint tier, unless there's a significant difference between two large tiers, in which case the effect is still notable. Within the Dragon King's thoughts, even though Yi Xiaofan was an extraordinary talent, in merely 500 years, she should have reached no higher than the lower echelon of gods. Under his high god pressure, she should have lost her ability to fight, if not kneel on the ground. Oh my, using pressure right off the bat? Is this supposed to scare me? To the Dragon King's surprise, Yi Xiaofan standing below showed no signs of being affected, instead casually digging her ear out of boredom, then lightly blowing toward the Dragon King. In an instant, a violent wind arose, with the Dragon King hit first, experiencing a sensation of suffocation. As for Shirley, who stood behind Yi Xiaofan, although she only caught the edge of the impact, it felt as if her whole body was about to disintegrate. Trying to escape the range covered by the hurricane, she discovered she couldn't control her own body. Break! A soul-shaking sound emanated from the Dragon King, dispersing the hurricane conjured by Yi Xiaofan. Shirley knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, unable to believe what she was seeing. Is this the power of the divine realm? Shirley, considered a prodigy among the dragons, achieved the strength of a 7th rank mage during her juvenile phase, then jumped another rank reaching the 8th when transitioning to adulthood. After 300 years of cultivation, Shirley successfully became a saint. She'd always been proud of her strength and never placed other people her age in high regard. But today, witnessing Yi Xiaofan's might, Shirley's long-standing sense of pride had been crushed completely. Human, you indeed possess very formidable strength, worthy of being on equal footing with us. Please take your seat. As she spoke, the elegant elder of the Wind Dragon clan, who had earlier told Shirley not to be nervous, raised her hand and conjured a chair out of thin air. This chair was positioned equally beside those of the Dragon King and the Dragon Elders. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude to the elegant woman, Yi Xiaofan sat down confidently on the levitating chair. Meanwhile, Shirley quietly exited the hall upon receiving a subtle nod from the elegant woman. Could you tell me how you arrived here? After the previous hurricane incident, the tone of the Dragon King softened significantly, no longer as aggressively pressing as before. There's nothing I can't say. I've already mentioned this before. I followed a spatial storm unintentionally and ended up here. But I'm curious, why were you in a spatial storm to begin with? While its force isn't enough to destroy a divine body, it makes one unable to move voluntarily. No one would willingly jump into a spatial storm just for fun. A so-called spatial storm is a phenomenon found within chaotic spatial currents. When a certain part of space is damaged, the flow of these chaotic currents becomes erratic, generating a spatial storm. The appearance of spatial storms is unpredictable and random. They might break space on the eastern side of the continent, yet manifest as a storm on the western side. What can be confirmed, however, is that while divine-level experts can still move freely within chaotic spatial currents, once they encounter a spatial storm, maintaining their position becomes exceedingly difficult. They can only wait until the storm passes and then try to escape from the chaotic currents. You're correct. I wasn't willingly inside the spatial storm. In a secret realm within the human realm, I encountered one of your dragon kind. When I killed him, the energy unleashed inadvertently tore apart the space around us, leaving me stranded here. Chapter 248, Dragon Tomb. You're right. I didn't go into the spatial storm willingly. In one of the secret realms within the human realm, I encountered a member of your dragon race. When I killed him, because of the immense power, I accidentally broke through the space barrier and ended up here. Indeed, you do have some guts to speak of killing a member of my clan on dragon territory. Thank you for the compliment. I think my courage is commendable too. Yi Xiaofan's attitude left the Dragon King somewhat puzzled. Coupled with her ability to easily break his pressure when she first entered, it was obvious that her strength could not be underestimated. After deep thought, the Dragon King spoke to Yi Xiaofan. I have a favor to ask of you. If you agree, I will reward you generously. What? The Dragon King's words took Yi Xiaofan by surprise. Just moments ago, their dialogue was filled with tension, but now, the tone had abruptly changed. Well, let's hear it. Since the forefathers of the Dragon clan sealed Dragon Valley, our kind lived in peace and tranquility, free from worldly conflicts. But 500 years ago, an unexpected incident occurred in Dragon Valley, endangering the entire Dragon clan with extinction. You mean to say your alliance with humans relates to this disaster? Upon hearing the Dragon King's words, Yi Xiaofan instantly recalled how 500 years ago, dragons suddenly formed an alliance with humans and sent many dragon eggs to human territories. That's correct. 500 years ago, something inexplicable happened at our ancestral homeland, which produced vast amounts of black energy. Anyone who came into contact with it became mindless beasts, knowing only destruction. even saint-level dragons were no exception. At the same time, sporadic spatial portals appeared across various places inhabited by dragons. These portals connect to any place on the continent. The one you used to come to Dragon Valley is likely one of them. To avoid invasion through these portals, we sent our kind to guard them. You want me to investigate the source of this black energy for you? Why don't you look into it yourselves? There's something you should know. Only when a member of our race approaches the end of their lifespan are they permitted entry into the ancestral grounds, which serves as the final resting place for all dragons. Once entered, there's no return. However, as a human, you aren't bound by the rules of the ancestral grounds. Hence, your investigation would be optimal. Understood. I accept. Regarding what the Dragon King said, Yi Xiaofan believed only half of it. Who would entrust their survival to a complete stranger just met? Clearly, there were secrets undisclosed. Still, Yi Xiaofan accepted out of boredom and curiosity about the dragon's ancestral land. Regardless of the Dragon King's plan, Yi Xiaofan was confident he could handle anything. Power makes one whimsical. After accepting, the Dragon King ordered Shirley to treat Yi Xiaofan well, and cited old age and illness as a reason to send Yi Xiaofan down from the sacred peak of Dragon Valley. The lifespans of higher-grade gods approach near immortality. How could they possibly grow old? Knowing better than to point this out, Yi Xiaofan silently followed Shirley off the holy peak. After leaving the peak, Yi Xiaofan noticed Shirley looking at him strangely and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Naturally, it's out of curiosity. I've never seen anyone withstand the overwhelming pressure of Lord Dragon King before. While saying this, Shirley's eyes lit up like stars, causing Yi Xiaofan to feel a shiver down his spine. Fans of celebrities in his past life probably acted much the same way as Shirley did now. Who would have thought that he'd gain a dragon as a fan? Yi Xiaofan touched his nose, unsure whether he should feel honored or find it amusing. Standing in front of the dragon's ancestral grounds mentioned by the Dragon King, seeing the seemingly sentient black smoke twisting inside, Yi Xiaofan tilted his head towards the Dragon King, standing nearby. "You're sure? These black vapors can't harm god-level experts?" "Maybe, I suppose." With uncertainty, the Dragon King awkwardly responded to Yi Xiaofan's inquiry. "Well, regardless if it affects god-level experts or not, it definitely wouldn't affect me." Lifting his foot to step inside, when crossing a certain threshold, the floating black smoke woke up like ferocious beasts, crazily sweeping towards Yi Xiaofan. Glancing back, Yi Xiaofan realized that he could no longer see Dragon King or others behind him. He had only taken a few steps, not exceeding even 5 meters. No doubt about it. If there wasn't something peculiar about this place, then the reason must be these black mists above. If Yi Xiaofan used the nebula eye, she believed she would definitely see through to where the Dragon King stood. However, Yi Xiaofan had no intention of using the nebula eye, or perhaps would never use it again. Under the gaze of the nebula eye, all illusions vanished, and only the sole truth of this world remained visible. But at the same time, it greatly diminished the intrigue of events, something Yi Xiaofan didn't want to happen. Ignoring the ominous black smoke that resembled gaping mouths ready to devour her, Yi Xiaofan continued forward on her own. Frankly speaking, the smell in the dragon ancestral grounds was quite atrocious. Since the dragons were born into this world, this place served as their eternal resting place for generations. Countless years passed. No one knew how many dragons were buried here. Even though dragons lived longer, had larger bodies, and possessed greater strength than other creatures, they still fell under the category of living beings. As living beings, after death, their bodies would decay, century after century, millennium after millennium, even over countless eons, with the corpses of so many dragons stacked together. Even without the bizarre black smoke, it's likely that some other substances would have formed by now. Thus, after death, cremation is preferable. Yi Xiaofan covered her nose and mouth with one hand while wandering down a muddy path, lost in random musings. The deeper she ventured inside, the denser the black smoke grew. Just as Yi Xiaofan thought, these black smokes had no effect on her whatsoever. Finally, after walking for an indeterminate amount of time, Yi Xiaofan encountered the first creature since her arrival, or rather, the first movable corpse. Before her stood the skeletal remains of a giant dragon, its eyes burning with sinister green flames, blocking Yi Xiaofan's way. Chapter 249, Bone Dragon. A massive dragon, nothing but a skeleton with green, eerie flames burning in its eyes, blocked Yi Xiaofan's path. The moment it saw Yi Xiaofan, the bone dragon launched an attack without hesitation. Its bony claws, accompanied by the sound of tearing through the air, swiped down towards Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan slightly sidestepped, dodging this seemingly ferocious blow. After Yi Xiaofan dodged, the bone dragon's claw struck the ground instead. A crisp sound echoed, and the bone dragon let out a painful howl. Yi Xiaofan. How many years had this dragon been dead? Was it so fragile that it seemed to suffer from osteoporosis? In this world, when creatures die, their souls disperse, leaving behind only corpses as proof of their past existence. No species could retain physical activity after death, but there was a type of magic that could make a corpse devoid of vital signs continue to move. Even though the memories from life were gone, the strength from before still remained. This magic was called forbidden magic, necromancy. Even dark magic did not provoke as much aversion as necromancy. Anyone who dared to desecrate the dead would become the common enemy of all living beings. Yet despite this, some people were secretly studying necromancy. All for one reason. According to legend, necromancy held the secret to eternal life. Dust returns to dust, earth to earth, soul dissipates, body rests. Yi Xiaofan sighed softly as the green flames in the bone dragon's eyes gradually faded away. The whole skeleton collapsed onto the ground. This dragon, perhaps once a famous figure in history, had now truly disappeared into the annals of time. Just when Yi Xiaofan thought she could catch her breath, in the distance, countless green dots appeared before her. Each pair of dots represented a dragon that had once lived. The army of dead dragons advanced towards Yi Xiaofan. Some were like the previous one, merely a pile of white skeletons, while others still had chunks of decaying flesh hanging off them. They shared a common goal: to eliminate the intruder. Dust returns to dust, earth to earth, soul dissipates, body rests. Dust returns to dust, earth to earth, soul dissipates, body rests. Dust returns to dust, earth to earth, soul dissipates, body rests. Although Yi Xiaofan didn't know much about necromancy, she knew that as long as the necrotic fire, the symbol of existence, did not extinguish, these creatures could revive no matter how many times they were killed. The method to extinguish the necrotic fire, which Yi Xiaofan knew of, was discovered unintentionally during her time at Luodar Academy. One by one, the bone dragons fell to the ground, yet there were simply too many of them. Even with her throat parched from chanting, a large group of bone dragons continued to slowly advance towards her. Roar of the fire dragon. After taking a deep breath, Yi Xiaofan spewed forth roaring flames, destroying a vast number of bone dragons in one fell swoop. In the midst of the bone dragon army, a void appeared. Taking advantage of this respite, Yi Xiaofan quickly crossed the void and swiftly ventured deeper into the ancestral land of the dragons. Behind her, the slain bone dragons began to slowly restore themselves. Even bones split into two halves began to mend. Such is the terror of the undead. There was once a saint-level necromancer who, with the power of countless undead troops, razed 3 kingdoms to the ground. Even other saint-level entities were powerless against him. In the end, it took the intervention of 3 god-level experts to kill the necromancer. It was from that point onward that necromancy became a taboo across the continent. As Yi Xiaofan delved deeper into the territory, the number of undead dragons increased, and the black smoke in the air grew denser. Yi Xiaofan could even hear the mournful cries emitted by the smoke. These were the souls of the undead, wailing because they could not find peace. To desecrate the dead and manipulate souls, this was the truth of necromancy. And this was why the living beings of the continent detested it so much. What Yi Xiaofan couldn't understand was why the will of xuanhuan allowed such an evil form of magic to persist in the world. Eradicating this kind of magic would surely benefit the development of the entire world, wouldn't it? Regardless, Yi Xiaofan was not the will of xuanhuan, and thus couldn't comprehend what might be considered good or bad for the essence of a world itself. What Yi Xiaofan did know was that the manipulator of the necromancy lay in the deepest part of the ancestral land of the dragons. Even without using the nebula eye, she could feel it. As if sensing Yi Xiaofan's intentions, the undead dragons around her launched a reckless charge. At first, Yi Xiaofan would pulverize every undead dragon that approached her. Later on, she didn't even need to lift a finger. When the undead dragons came near her, they would choose to self-destruct instead. The explosions of 7th-rank dragons, 8th-rank dragons, and even saint-rank dragons would have likely caused the fall of a god-level entity by now. Even a mid-tier god-level being would find no benefit in enduring so many explosions. But Yi Xiaofan was not a low-tier god-level, mid-tier god-level, or high-tier god-level expert. She certainly wasn't a divine king. She was just herself, Yi Xiaofan. No rank could properly describe Yi Xiaofan's strength. The explosive attacks from undead dragons felt as gentle to her as a breeze brushing against her cheeks. Unable to harm Yi Xiaofan, the black smoke hovering in the sky reluctantly joined the fray. However, the smoke lacked proper offensive means, and could only play for Yi Xiaofan the cries of tormented souls unable to find peace. Pain. It hurts. So painful. Save me. No. Who can? Let me go. Repeating like a broken record, it drove Yi Xiaofan utterly mad. All of you get lost. Infuriated, Yi Xiaofan shouted up at the black smoke, which froze momentarily before instinctively retreating away from her. This woman, she's terrifying. Without the disturbance of the black smoke, and with the undead dragons powerless to stop her, Yi Xiaofan soon reached the deepest part of the ancestral land of the dragons. Here, there was a bone dragon larger than any other undead dragon. Unlike the whitish bones of the other bone dragons, this one had a frightening black hue. Upon seeing Yi Xiaofan, this bone dragon seemed extremely surprised and instinctively laid down on the ground, the green flames in its eyes gradually dying out. Chapter 250, Differences in Cultivation. Here, there was a bone dragon far larger than any undead giant dragon. Unlike the pale bones of other bone dragons, this one's bones were an alarming black. When it saw Xiaofan Yi, the bone dragon seemed very surprised and instinctively laid down on the ground, the emerald flames in its eyes slowly extinguishing. Get up. Looking at the bone dragon lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Xiaofan Yi spoke coldly. The black smoke in the sky continued to flow slowly. There was no wind here, yet the black smoke floated freely as if unaffected. The bone dragon lying on the ground made not a sound, as if truly dead. No, he had already been dead. What remained here was merely a vengeful wandering soul. I shall warn you one last time, get up. Seemingly sensing Xiaofan Yi's growing impatience, emerald flames gradually reappeared in the bone dragon's eyes. Its massive body slowly rose from the ground with a creaking sound. Human, why are you in the ancestral land of my kind? After great effort, the bone dragon finally succeeded in getting up. Its emerald pupils stared at Xiaofan Yi as it asked with authority. Do you know that everything that has happened here is your doing? Xiaofan Yi did not answer the bone dragon's question, or rather, she had neither the interest nor the necessity to clarify things for someone who had died countless years ago. Human, are you trying to test the patience of the great dragon king, Dikabayur? The bone dragon, which had feigned death before, now struggled to maintain its dignity after being exposed by Xiaofan Yi. Then, Xiaofan Yi extended her right hand and lightly tapped the bone dragon's head. Why can't we have a calm conversation instead of resorting to violence? We're all civilized people. After picking its head up from the ground and reattaching it to its neck, the tone of the bone dragon noticeably softened, all traces of its previous majesty gone, perhaps even hinting at a touch of flattery. Do you know that all that has happened here is because of you? Yes. Golden dragons enjoy exceedingly high status within the dragon race. Not only are they born powerful, but they also represent purity. Even when they die, they shouldn't be able to practice dark necromancy like this evil magic, right? Xiaofan Yi looked at the bone dragon and calmly revealed what she knew about bone dragons. In front of her, this bone dragon emitted a faint golden hue from its pitch-black bones. Among all the dragon races, only the golden dragons could display such characteristics. On the other hand, this also indicated that the opponent in life must have been an incredibly strong existence, cultivating the essence of the golden dragon to an extraordinary level. The methods of cultivation for dragonkind differ greatly from humans. Humans, at birth, do not inherently possess any magical elements, and their bodies are not particularly strong either. Only through later cultivation can humans learn to control magic, manipulate magical elements, and strengthen their physical forms. Since humans are akin to pure vessels untouched by magical elements, they can almost learn any type of magic. However, everyone's soul is different, and thus their affinity with various types of magical elements varies. Besides, most people understand the principle that too much ambition leads to inefficiency. So, generally speaking, most individuals can master no more than 2 or 3 types of magic, which would already be their limit. As for the dragon race, even when they are still dragon eggs, they already possess the ability to command magical elements. It's just that during their juvenile period before the age of 500, due to their young age, they cannot effectively utilize these magical elements well. What juvenile dragons need to learn is how to control the magical elements inside their bodies, as well as enhancing the inherent essence of their dragon lineage. The inherent essence of dragonkind is the foundation of their immense strength. Wind dragons possess the essence of wind. Red dragons have the essence of fire. Each different species of dragon possesses a unique essence corresponding to different attributes. The magical essence of the golden dragon, however, nearly encompasses all magical elements. Hence, the golden dragon is the only species of dragon that can use all kinds of magic within the dragon race. That's just the misconception of the general public. Every golden dragon that appears on the continent doesn't use dark magic or necromancy, so you humans think this way. So what is the truth? The truth is that our golden dragon race can use all kinds of magic, be it elemental, rare, or even the dark and wicked ones without issue. Our dragon essence itself contains all the magical elements of this world. Why wouldn't we be able to use necromantic magic? After pondering for a moment, the bone dragon seemed to make some sense. If they could use light-based magic, then why couldn't they use dark-based magic? There was no reason. All of this was merely the unfounded conclusions drawn by humans. Since the dragon race had always stood on the side of humanity, humans believed that dragons were just and radiant, representing sanctity. Anything contradictory to these ideas was considered entirely unrelated to dragons, especially golden dragons. In human legends, golden dragons were depicted as being grander and more prestigious than ever. Yet no one stopped to consider. Since dragons were allies to humans, they were regarded as just and radiant. But what about from the perspective of humanity's enemies? What kind of image did dragons present then? Evil, dark, almost like emissaries from hell. Cough cough. We've strayed off topic. Let's return to the question from before. Was it all you're doing here? Of course not. Although in life, I was the mighty Saint Dragon King Dikabayur, and after death, I even gained the ability to command the domain of my fallen kin. I simply lacked the capability to create something on such a massive scale. As it spoke, the bone dragon extended one of its claws, bending the fingers to only leave one pointing upwards toward the black smoke in the sky. You said you command the entire fallen race of your kin. Are there other dragons here who have turned into undead creatures? The bone dragon realized it had let something slip and awkwardly gazed up at the black smoke, contemplating how to bluff its way past. This human woman. She wasn't ordinary. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't attention be focused on the black smoke above our heads? Why do you care about my fellow dragons? Aren't they all just piles of bones? Could there possibly be anything else different about them? Even though we dragons are one of the most remarkable races on the continent, we don't wish to die either. When our lifespan approaches its limit, all we can do is transform ourselves into undead beings to eke out a bit longer existence. But we've never done anything inappropriate. We even marked this area as forbidden ground, not even allowing our own dragonkin to enter. And we ourselves aren't allowed to leave. Chapter 251, The Mirror World. Even though we dragons are one of the greatest races on the continent, we don't want to die either. When our lifespan reaches its limit, we can only convert ourselves into undead creatures in order to eke out a meager existence. However, we have never done anything outrageous. We even designated this place as forbidden territory. Even our own kin from the dragon race aren't allowed to come in. And we are not allowed to go out. So what? So what? All this blabbering was for nothing more than proving that I'm harmless. But you actually respond like this? You're too cold-hearted. As the bone dragon saw Yi Xiaofan's calm gaze, it felt so frustrated inside that it wanted to strangle Yi Xiaofan. If it had been during its lifetime, it would have surely acted on that impulse. It doesn't matter whether you practice necromancy or plan to slaughter the world, none of it concerns me. The reason I came here is simply because I thought there might be something interesting here. But right now, nothing exciting has happened, and I'm getting bored. Back when he was still in Wind Kingdom, after Yi Xiaofan learned about the three families, he developed a strong curiosity for gossip. But every subsequent event became more and more boring, grinding down Yi Xiaofan's patience completely. It wasn't until learning about a situation within the ancestral grounds of the Dragon Clan that a little interest sparked back up. But the result left Yi Xiaofan feeling intensely disappointed. So what do you really want? The bone dragon hesitated while looking at Yi Xiaofan and said, You seem very afraid of me? How could that be possible? I am the great Saint Dragon King Dichio Buyer. What in this world could possibly make me feel fear? Caught having his thoughts laid bare, the bone dragon put up a tough front when talking to Yi Xiaofan, but his trembling body exposed everything. There's an old saying, dying for face, living in pain. If you're scared, just say it. I won't do anything to you. I have no such inclination. Seemingly disinterested, Yi Xiaofan gave the bone dragon one last look before continuing toward the deeper parts of the Dragon Clan's ancestral grounds. Yi Xiaofan originally thought this was the deepest point of the Dragon Clan's ancestral grounds. However, upon approaching, he realized there was a path leading underground behind the bone dragon. In other words, these ancestral grounds of the Dragon Clan also have a basement level. If there's an underground first level, wouldn't there also be an underground second level? With an underground second level, then perhaps an underground third level, fourth, fifth, all the way to the 18th underground level corresponding with the 18 levels of hell. Oh, forgot. Here we have fantasies, not Eastern Xinxia. So there's no setup with an 18-layered hell. Hey human. The bone dragon watched helplessly as Yi Xiaofan walked toward the passageway. Right as Yi Xiaofan was about to enter, the bone dragon spoke. Although I don't know where these black smokes come from, their owner probably isn't in existence from the Kanglan continent. Oh thanks. To Yi Xiaofan, this statement had two implications. First, the guy releasing the black smoke truly isn't a person from the Kanglan world, but from another world, similar to how Yi Xiaofan came over as an illegal immigrant. Secondly, it's someone who hasn't lived on the Kanglan continent itself, existing on the dual sides of Kanglan's consciousness, either divine races or demonic races. Such races have two types, gods or demons. But regardless of which type, things seem to get interesting again. A trace of a smile flickered across Yi Xiaofan's lips as he disappeared into the passage. Spinning skies, twisting worlds. Only space teleportation could leave Yi Xiaofan feeling this sensation. The lower level seemed to exist in a different dimension than the Dragon Clan's ancestral grounds. That channel was merely a decoration. What truly worked was the spatial transmission formation carved above it. The environment here isn't bad. After the transmission ended, Yi Xiaofan looked around at his surroundings. Birdsong and flowers scented the air, beautiful scenery made the area idyllic. Occasionally, a few bone dragons ran by, creating a harmonious picture. This place, and the one before, they should be the same location. A dual nature of space, huh? Behind Yi Xiaofan lay a similar channel to the one he'd seen before. Again, the pathway was merely ornamental, with the space transmission formation still engraved overhead. The surrounding terrain was exactly the same as before, except here there was sunlight and vitality like energy present. Yi Xiaofan's guess was correct. This place was like a mirror world, completely identical yet opposite to the ancestral grounds of the Dragon Clan. So far, Yi Xiaofan had seen two such places. The first time was in Alaska of the Starshang Kingdom, where she used the mirror world to seal the ancient beast, Zlati, whose wrath raged endlessly. The second time was when she followed the beast race to a world while destroying her own. At that time, Yi Xiaofan hadn't given it much thought, but now reflecting on it, wasn't that also a mirror world? And here, this was the third mirror world Yi Xiaofan had encountered. Human, how did you end up in the ancestral grounds of my race? Familiar yet strange words rang in Yi Xiaofan's ears as a pitch-black bone dragon walked up to her and curiously stared. Is it you who came over, or are you a replica from the mirror world? Human, you have great audacity to dare call the mighty Saint Dragon King Dichio Buyer a replica. Are you trying to challenge my authority? Should I commend the mirror world for even reversing the names? But if reversed, shouldn't it be Ir by Chiodi? That would conform to the principles of mirror science. So, indeed, it's still the same old guy from earlier. Why can't we have a civilized conversation without resorting to violence? We're all educated beings. After picking his head off the ground and reattaching it to his neck, the tone of the bone dragon softened considerably, losing the initial air of authority. It seemed, perhaps even somewhat ingratiating. What is this place? Regardless of whether this being belonged to the mirror world or not, Yi Xiaofan had no interest in playing around anymore and cut straight to the chase. Haha, funny. You actually don't know what place you're in. How did you even get here? Allow the great Saint Dragon King Dichio Buyer to enlighten you. Just don't be scared now. This is the ancestral grounds of the Dragon Clan, the resting place of all dragons that have perished. Chapter 252, Science. Haha, it's really funny. You don't even know where you are and how you got here. Let the great holy Dragon King Buyer Dichio tell you, but don't get scared. This is the ancestral land of the dragon race, and also the resting place of all deceased dragons. As he spoke, the bone dragon stretched out his bony right claw and pointed at Yi Xiaofan, mocking him. Left and right are reversed here. It seems this truly is the mirror world. The bone dragon used his right claw to point at Yi Xiaofan. There seemed to be nothing wrong with that. However, Yi Xiaofan had clearly remembered that this bone dragon was accustomed to using his left claw. If you say this is the ancestral land of the dragon race, then where is the Valley of Dragons? The Valley of Dragons? What do you need to know that for? No matter what enters the ancestral land, whether they are from the dragon race or humans or any other race, they can never leave again. Because this rule was set by the great dragon god himself. Upon hearing the words of the bone dragon, Yi Xiaofan's pupils contracted violently. MMP. He had been outsmarted. When entering the ancestral land of the dragons, the Dragon King had told Yi Xiaofan that due to the uniqueness of the ancestral land, members of the dragon race were unable to enter. Once inside, it would mean they could never leave. But as a human, Yi Xiaofan was not influenced by the particular nature of the dragon ancestral land and could freely go in. However, now the bone dragon in the mirror world claimed that once one entered the dragon ancestral land, no matter what race they were, they would be unable to leave. If so, since this is true in the mirror world, then it must be the same in the real world, which is on the other side of the mirror world. Never mind. Yi Xiaofan didn't say anything more, shaking his hand with some weariness while walking towards the periphery of the dragon ancestral land with an astonished expression on the face of the bone dragon. Hey, I already told you can't leave. Did you hear me? The bone dragon shouted behind Yi Xiaofan, trying to stop this foolish action. See, I told you that you can't leave. We've been walking for so long. Aren't you tired? How about taking a seat and having a rest? I can't go on. I just can't walk anymore. Can we take a break? Yi Xiaofan watched the bone dragon beside her with a headache, wishing she could dismantle him outright. Ever since Yi Xiaofan decided to try leaving the dragon ancestral land, this bone dragon had been following her. Even if he was just following her, it wouldn't have been so bad, but this bone dragon was whispering incessantly by Yi Xiaofan's side while walking, truly annoying. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll dismantle you. The threat worked. The bone dragon shut his mouth and cautiously followed Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan failed to understand what this bone dragon intended. On the one hand, he acted like he feared her, and on the other hand, insisted on following her. Or maybe, he had some sort of intention? But Yi Xiaofan wasn't worried anyway. There was no way he could match her. Then, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Let me just say one thing, alright? The bone dragon trailed behind Yi Xiaofan, hesitatingly looking at her back. Seeing no response from Yi Xiaofan, he gathered a little courage. If you don't say anything, I will consider this as your agreement. I saw that you came from a space transmission array earlier. Are you from another world? Why did you come here? Are you planning to invade this world? I advise you to give up. This world has many powerful beings. You don't stand a chance. Just take me for instance. I am very strong myself. Yi Xiaofan blocked her ears with magic, refusing to listen to this dead idiot talk nonsense after who knows how many years. Man and dragon walked a long time on the dragon ancestral land until they finally could see the only passage between the Valley of Dragons and the ancestral land. It was a gate, very large. Even a bone dragon of such massive size could allow 3 to pass through simultaneously. The gate stood tall right there, looking close. Yet, no matter how Yi Xiaofan moved forward, the distance between them never shortened. It's as though when Yi Xiaofan moved forward, the gate retreated, and when Yi Xiaofan accelerated, the gate sped backward too. See, I already told you, you absolutely cannot leave here. The bone dragon mocked Yi Xiaofan maliciously, as if following her for so long was only to see her make a fool of herself. Shut up. Yi Xiaofan fiercely glared at the bone dragon, scaring him into burying his head deep within his wings. This shouldn't be the case. There's neither a fluctuation of magical elements nor any sign of laws existing here. But why can't I reach the lock on the gate? Yi Xiaofan was looking at the gate, Yi Xiaofan was pondering, and Yi Xiaofan was troubled. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, so subconsciously, she began to use her nebula eye. The swirling nebula just barely appeared in her black eyes before retreating again. No, if it has been determined that the nebula eye should not be used, then it absolutely will not be used. Deciphering this mystery with her own strength would be much more fun. Yi Xiaofan shook her head, suppressing the urge to use the nebula eye. She made an effort to remain calm and thought about how to solve the problem. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Xiaofan. She picked up a branch from the ground, held one end in her hand, and pointed the other end at the ground. Hey, are you crazy? We've only rested for a short while, and you're walking again. Didn't I say there's definitely no way out? The bone dragon saw Yi Xiaofan's figure getting farther and farther away, and couldn't help but sigh as he took steps to catch up. By the time he finally caught up to Yi Xiaofan, she had stopped again. What are you doing? Stop and go like this. Are you stupid? Yi Xiaofan turned around and looked at the trail the branch had left on the ground behind her. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked up and happily stared at the bone dragon. Have you ever heard of science? Science. The bone dragon looked confused at Yi Xiaofan, though his all-bone skull could hardly express confusion. Science? What is this thing? Some new kind of magic? Or maybe something tasty? No, I cannot appear too ignorant. I am the great holy dragon King Dicio. How can I let a human mock me? With this in mind, the bone dragon responded disdainfully. Science? Of course I know. Chapter 253, A Snap. The bone dragon looked at Yi Xiaofan in utter confusion, although his completely skeletal head couldn't really form an expression of bewilderment. Science? What is this thing? New magic or something delicious, he thought. No, I can't appear too ignorant. I am the great Saint Dragon King Baal Derek. How can I let a human mock me? Thinking this, the bone dragon said in a disdainful tone, "Science? Of course I know. Oh, then tell me, what is science?" A faint smile flickered on the corner of Yi Xiaofan's lips as she watched the bone dragon, waiting for his explanation. This science is, The bone dragon stammered for a long time and still couldn't explain what science was. Balderdash, I haven't even tasted it. How would I know what science is? The bone dragon felt deeply aggrieved. He should not have pretended to understand in the first place. Now his act had failed, leaving him embarrassed. So-called science refers to refining knowledge into classifications, like mathematics, physics, chemistry research, forming a gradually complete knowledge system. It is about the discovery, invention, creation, and practice of understanding the changes and patterns of the universe, collectively known as science. Got it. Yi Xiaofan delivered a long lecture while looking at the bone dragon. The bone dragon only shook his enormous, bony skull, indicating that he did not understand. Forget it. With your IQ, you probably wouldn't get it even if I explained more clearly. In short, just follow me. After finishing, Yi Xiaofan threw aside the branch, closed her eyes, shut off her senses, and then reopened her eyes, walking towards the gate. The bone dragon still trailed behind her in bewilderment, unconsciously moving his steps, mulling over Yi Xiaofan's previous words. Weakness, skiing, what nonsense is this? Why does knowing these things help one leave the dragon tribe's ancestral land? This isn't magic at all. But the bone dragon gradually noticed that they were actually getting closer to the gate. To be able to approach the ancestral dragon gate. How is this possible? Realizing this, the bone dragon stared incredulously at the nearby gate and found himself increasingly wary of Yi Xiaofan. Actually, it's very simple. In this world, everywhere is filled with traces of magic. Even I, because of long-term use of magic, overlooked some other factors. Other factors? Yi Xiaofan nodded before continuing. Yes, if I'm correct, there was no restriction placed by the dragon god here. Here, the magnetic field is merely somewhat peculiar. Magnetic field. While continuing her explanation ahead, Yi Xiaofan didn't notice the green flames within the bone dragon's skull jumping wildly when she mentioned magnetic field. The magnetic field here affects biological perception. Visually, tactily, audibly. It affects both humans and your dragon race, as well as any other races. Magic can only enhance our perception, but if the perception itself is wrong to begin with, enhancing it will also magnify the error. So this is why once one enters here, they can never go back out. The bone dragon completed the sentence Yi Xiaofan hadn't yet said. His voice no longer carried its initial frivolity, instead becoming hoarse and heavy. Exactly. Once the perception is corrected, leaving this place is as easy as. She didn't finish her sentence as Yi Xiaofan suddenly jumped aside, evading an attack from the bone dragon coming from the rear sky. Humph, you finally made your move after following me for so long. Turning around, Yi Xiaofan fixed her gaze on the bone dragon, danger evident in her eyes. Ever since the bone dragon started trailing her, Yi Xiaofan knew there was something suspicious about him. She had now figured out the bone dragon's intentions. You followed me all along and only attacked after I uncovered the secret of why no one can leave the dragon tribe's ancestral land. Could it be because you didn't want me to leave here? You're right. My sole mission, and the mission of another version of me, is to ensure that anyone who enters the dragon tribe's ancestral land never leaves again. That's right. So, if I had been unable to find a way out forever, you wouldn't have acted against me. That's correct. Honestly, I didn't want to fight with you. I've been incredibly bored in this world, and only now have I found someone to talk to. The bone dragon's raspy voice made Yi Xiaofan feel extremely uncomfortable, longing for the sound it used to make. In the mirror world's opposite side, in the real world, the other version of you is someone I can easily defeat. As the same kind of dragon, do you actually think you stand a chance against me? You can try. After uttering these words, black smoke began to emanate from the bone dragon's body, precisely the same as the black smoke Yi Xiaofan had seen in the dragon tribe's ancestral land within the real world. At the same time, on the road where Yi Xiaofan and the bone dragon came from, torrents of black smoke rushed toward them at an incredible speed. These black fumes are indeed related to you. Yet earlier you told me you didn't know anything about these fumes. Now, it seems like you lied to me. I ask you this. What allows a corpse to have self-awareness but still follow its master's commands entirely? Or, how exactly does necromancy magic accomplish this? The bone dragon countered with a question that caught Yi Xiaofan off guard. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xiaofan understood the point behind the bone dragon's query. You're saying it's because of these black fumes? Exactly. These so-called black fumes that you refer to are actually the true form of necromancy magic, known as the soul of the nether realm. As long as the soul of the nether realm still retains a trace of consciousness, my power will be infinite, and I will not die. So this is the truth. Yi Xiaofan nodded understandingly, slowly extending her right hand above her head before snapping her fingers. Pop. And just like that, the black smoke, the soul of the nether realm, vanished. Now, I can finally kill you, can I? Yi Xiaofan laughed, a genuinely happy laugh, like a child. Since she had awakened, though Yi Xiaofan had laughed before, none felt as pleasant as this one did. Especially when she noticed the completely disbelieving confusion on the bone dragon's skull face. Even though a skull couldn't really make an expression, still, Yi Xiaofan could feel it. The bewilderment of the bone dragon. Chapter 254, Necromancy. Why? Are you? How is this possible? Upon realizing that the black smoke had been entirely dispersed by Yi Xiaofan, the bone dragon collapsed to the ground, looking at Yi Xiaofan in despair. The black smoke, the soul of the nether realm, was the very foundation of the bone dragon's existence. With the black smoke gone, the bone dragon would not survive much longer. He could already feel himself growing weaker and weaker. It's actually quite simple. You just have to erase existence from its roots. Yi Xiaofan squatted in front of the bone dragon, seriously explaining. But she didn't realize that her explanation was more shocking to the bone dragon than her having dispersed all the black smoke. It's impossible. This can't be. The power to erase existence is something only the creator should possess. How could you? If I can do it, then I can. That creator you mentioned, isn't it the will of this world, the Kanglan will? Sorry, my rank is higher than its. I won't beat around the bush. Can you now tell me why you practice necromancy? Don't tell me again that it's inherent in the dragon clan. I know there's no inheritance of necromancy in your essence. The bone dragon lowered his head silently. Then after a long pause, he raised his head to look at Yi Xiaofan, the emerald flames in his eyes weaker than before. If I don't tell you, I probably won't die in peace either. What do you think? I can tell you, but aren't you afraid I might lie to you? Whether you're lying or not, I'll make my own judgment. No need for you to worry about it. Yi Xiaofan extended her right hand and lightly pointed at the bone dragon. His fading life flame that was constantly waning actually stabilized. But the bone dragon knew this was just Yi Xiaofan prolonging his end for the sake of answers. Once he explained everything, his life flame would also be extinguished. Though he felt somewhat reluctant, he had no other options. It was like thousands of years ago when he realized his impending death and was similarly helpless. You should know that when we dragons die, we all voluntarily walk into here, quietly waiting for death to come. But in fact, each generation of dragon kings entering here is influenced by the great rules set down by the dragon god and cannot truly die. The purpose is to prevent any dragon wanting to leave here. Each generation of dragon king must endure endless loneliness to guard the orders left by the great dragon god. To gain freedom, one must wait for the arrival of the next dragon king. There was a sense of deep age in the bone dragon's voice. At this moment, he was just like an old man on his deathbed slowly recounting his life. Although what the bone dragon said now wasn't particularly enlightening, Yi Xiaofan did not interrupt him. A dying dragon, listening to him ramble a bit. What harm was there? Anyway, his days were numbered. And anyway, she had plenty of time. Back then, I took over the heavy responsibility of the Dragon King from the previous Dragon King. Later, I also received the task from him to guard the ancestral grounds of the dragon race. I've always stayed in the pitch-black dragon ancestral lands until one day, a race from the abyss found me. When he got to this point, Yi Xiaofan knew the main act was coming. Why did the mirror world appear here? Why was there black smoke? Why did the dragons touched by the black smoke become uncontrollably mad? All the truth would soon be revealed by the bone dragon's words. However, Yi Xiaofan had already roughly guessed what happened, so she couldn't help asking. The race from the abyss, was it the demon race? That's correct, it was the demon race. Bone Dragon didn't seem surprised that Yi Xiaofan had figured it out. Pausing briefly, he continued speaking to her. At that time, the great demon god of the demon race brought a fragment of his will through a spatial rift and descended here. The demon race was an alien race that all races on the continent resisted. When I saw the residue of the great demon god, my first thought was to kill him. But you couldn't fight against him, right? That's correct, I couldn't defeat him. How laughable, a mighty dragon king, considered top tier even among high gods, faced with a mere fragment of the great demon god's consciousness and was unable to resist. The bone dragon didn't feel shame about being defeated by the fragment of the great demon god's consciousness. Instead, he admitted frankly, the shadow of the great demon god had already become an indelible wound in the bone dragon's heart. I think, with the power of the great demon god, it should be simple to erase the power of the dragon god and let you truly die. Yet, he didn't do it, instead sparing your life. What? Why? Ho, why, huh? The bone dragon laughed, his laughter growing louder and more unrestrained. The emerald flames flickered wildly, indicating the turmoil in his heart. Because he wanted me to become his subordinate, to contribute to the demon race's next assault on the continent. And if I could bring the entire dragon race into submission, that would be even better. The bone dragon's skull moved abruptly closer to Yi Xiaofan, his enormous pupils staring fixedly at her. The emerald flames representing his soul seemed ready to leap out from those eyes. But you still accepted his offer and learned necromancy from him. Despite being so close to the bone dragon, Yi Xiaofan spoke to him in an unchanging tone. Yes, I accepted it. He taught me necromancy, the magic despised by mortals and deities alike. My lifespan had already come to its end. Only through necromancy could my life be extended. After I mastered necromancy, something even funnier happened. Do you know what it was? The bone dragon sat up again. Perhaps due to the insufficient fuel of his life flame, his behavior became erratic. It turned out that there had always been necromancy present in the dragon ancestral lands. All the previous dragon kings could prolong their lives precisely because of necromancy. Our revered dragon god, whom our race has worshipped for generations, was actually using necromancy, the magic rejected by both humans and gods. Even though Yi Xiaofan couldn't fully understand the bone dragon's sorrow, this didn't mean she lacked sympathy for him. If one day you discovered that the deity you've long believed in as benevolent was, in fact, an evil god, wouldn't anyone collapse under the revelation? Chapter 255, Familiar Strangers. Although Yi Xiaofan could not understand the sorrow of the bone dragon, this did not mean that Yi Xiaofan would not sympathize with him. What if one day you suddenly found out that the deity you have always believed in and thought to be good was actually an evil god? Anyone in that situation would probably break down. So, what's going on here with this mirror world in you? This mirror world was formed from the remnants of the great demon god. As for me, I am a fragment of soul essence extracted from the main body. Because my soul essence is trapped here, I am unable to resist the great demon god. Yi Xiaofan nodded understandingly. In fact, he had already suspected something when he first arrived here. After all, the mirror world is merely a reflection of the real world. While it can reflect the environment of the real world, it cannot reflect living beings. When Yi Xiaofan sealed the ancient beast Sladti in the star auspicious kingdom, and when he entered the mirror world through a well in the Siju territory, there were no living beings present. However, in this mirror world, there are actual reflections of living creatures, which made Yi Xiaofan very suspicious. So, does the disappearance of your soul essence also mean that you in the real world will disappear as well? Pretty much. It's not because of the disappearance of the soul essence, but when you erase the soul of the nether realm, the real me died without the support of magic power. And since I exist as the soul essence, under such conditions where the outer soul vanishes, I too will vanish. Yi Xiaofan nodded again. Soul essence and the main body share a mutual success or mutual destruction relationship. Before I disappear, I have one last request. Speak, but I may not agree. As you wish. After deep thought, the bone dragon looked up at the bright sky within the mirror world and quickly said to Yi Xiaofan. His expression was as though he feared something. You say you're a being even higher than the creator, so can you please kill the great demon god for me? Why? Because. Suddenly, a bolt of sweat thunder appeared in the sky, rapidly striking down towards the bone dragon. Before Yi Xiaofan could react, the incomplete sentence of the bone dragon ended as he was completely annihilated by the lightning. At the same time, after the death of the bone dragon, the entire mirror world began to shatter. Soon, the space here would completely collapse, forming a new round of spatial storms. If Yi Xiaofan did not leave in time, she would be carried away by the spatial storm, ending up who knows where. Are you trying to prevent me from knowing? Using the entire strength of the mirror world to make one final attack, covering up your ambition. Yi Xiaofan didn't leave. Instead, she calmly observed the constantly fracturing mirror world and quietly muttered to herself. She had come here looking for entertainment, her purpose achieved. Now she had no more reason to stay in Dragon Valley. Thus, Yi Xiaofan quietly sat there, waiting for the collapse of the mirror world, waiting for the arrival of the spatial storm. As for the plot of the great demon god and the safety of all races in the Kanglan world, they were not related to Yi Xiaofan at all. When Yi Xiaofan emerged from the spatial storm, she had returned to the territories of human forces once again. However, things were no longer peaceful or harmonious here. Everywhere she looked, there were corpses of humans, fires that had yet to completely die out, and cities reduced to ruins. What exactly happened here? Yi Xiaofan kept walking through the ruins, stepping over corpse after corpse, and eventually, found someone who still retained a faint breath. Hey, you're not completely dead yet, right? Judging by his attire, this individual should be a soldier, though from which country, Yi Xiaofan was unsure. 500 years of slumber had seen many changes among the human nations on the continent. Apart from the few great powers, most of the smaller nations had long been wiped out. I'm dead. Under Yi Xiaofan's call, the soldier forced his eyes open and tried to speak, but the words were broken and unclear. Oh, this is quite troublesome. I can't even find someone to understand what's going on. Yi Xiaofan sighed, troubled, as she looked at the soldier who fell back into unconsciousness. If you're trying to find out what's happening, perhaps I'm a good person to talk to. The voice came from behind Yi Xiaofan, feeling somewhat familiar. Turning around, what she saw was a set of commanding golden armor and a handsome spear nearly 2 meters long. The owner of the armor and spear stared at Yi Xiaofan with a lecherous grin. No, it was a friendly smile. Do we know each other? As she looked at the figure approaching, Yi Xiaofan felt a sense of familiarity, but she couldn't quite place where they had met. While lost in thought, she asked the newcomer her question. The air seemed to have grown quiet. Yi Xiaofan could feel that after she had spoken, the newcomer's smile immediately froze, leaving them awkwardly standing there, unsure whether to step forward or retreat. Ha ha, for all your self-assuredness, it turns out she doesn't even know who you are. At this moment, another figure stepped out from behind the man in golden armor and a handsome spear nearly 2 meters long. This person was dressed in an entirely black magical robe with a mysterious black veil covering their face. A grown man wearing a veil left Yi Xiaofan feeling distinctly uneasy. Wouldn't it be better just to drape some random piece of black cloth over your face? What about you, Yi Xiaofan? Don't tell me you don't remember him either, but surely you remember me. With that, the figure removed their black veil, revealing a face that still felt very familiar to Yi Xiaofan, though she still couldn't recall where they had met. But this person had clearly called out her name. It had been 500 years since anyone might have recognized her. There couldn't be many such people left in the world. I don't recognize you. When Yi Xiaofan spoke these 3 words, both the man in golden armor and the one in the black veil sank to a corner, continuously drawing circles on the ground. Apparently, they had suffered quite a blow. As one act ends and another begins, just as the two were sitting gloomily in the corner drawing circles, yet another figure approached, showing great excitement upon seeing Yi Xiaofan. Xiao Yi, long time no see. How are you doing now? This was a young man dressed in blue robes, whose arrival seemed to lower the temperature in the surrounding air by several degrees. I'm fine, but you are? Yi Xiaofan found today strange. Why did everyone come up to greet her as if they were old friends? After all, those who actually knew her and were still alive today could be counted on fewer than 10 fingers. And now, out of nowhere, 3 people appeared in quick succession. Chapter 256, Grievance. Yi Xiaofan thought today was inexplicable. Why did everyone come to greet him as if he were close friends with them? After all, there were fewer than 10 people who knew Yi Xiaofan and were still alive. But now, 3 had suddenly appeared. Wah wah wah, you've actually forgotten me. The youth in blue kneeled on the ground, his face exuding despair about life. Curiously, Yi Xiaofan looked at the 3 kneeling, dejected individuals, shook his head with a sigh, and turned to leave. Hey, how can you leave, little Yi? Just as Yi Xiaofan's figure was about to leave their sight, the carefree youth finally noticed and hurriedly took the other 2 to chase after Yi Xiaofan. The 4 companions walked through the ruins of the city, where the black sky emanated an oppressive atmosphere. The entire city was silent except for the sounds of their footsteps, echoing tap tap. Who are you really? Why do you keep following me? If you don't speak up soon, I'll take action. As he spoke, Yi Xiaofan raised his right hand, assuming a fierce expression. Little Yi, it's me Mu Yi. Seeing that Yi Xiaofan was truly going to fight, the 3 quickly panicked. They were well aware of Yi Xiaofan's abilities. Even combined, they wouldn't be enough for one dish from Yi Xiaofan. Mu Yi, are you Mu Yi? How is this possible? Yi Xiaofan stared at the youth in blue in disbelief. Hee, I know I'm handsomer than before, but there's no need for you to be so shocked. Mu Yi said with an air of modesty yet obvious arrogance. Not just a little more handsome, practically an entirely different person, don't you think? Though Yi Xiaofan understood time could bring great change, she never expected that in just 500 years, Mu Yi would have changed so drastically. The previously scruffy young man now carried himself with grace, exuding a cold demeanor. Of course, this was true only when Mu Yi didn't open his mouth. Once he started talking, it was evident his inner scrub remained unchanged. And Mu Yi's once fiery red hair was now a green hue, and he looked much younger than before. After all, 500 years have passed. My understanding of the ice principle has deepened, and thus my body naturally underwent some changes. Yi Xiaofan nodded understandingly. Indeed, cultivation could cause significant changes in appearance and demeanor. Mu Yi practiced the ice principle, so such transformations were understandable. As for the other 2 behind Mu Yi, since they claimed to be known by her, they must have been acquaintances. So who are the 2 of you? I'm Rain Gat. I'm Moody. Rain, Moody. Yi Xiaofan carefully recalled their information, but eventually exhaled deeply, slowly speaking to the 2. I'm sorry, but I think I don't recognize either of you. At that, Rain and Moody crouched down again in a corner, drawing circles on the ground, while murmuring repeatedly. She forgot me. She forgot me. She forgot me. She forgot me. Little Yi, please stop playing jokes on them already. Mu Yi could no longer bear watching the scene, and hesitantly said to Yi Xiaofan. Looking at her side profile, Mu Yi felt his heart racing uncontrollably. It had been 500 years without seeing her, and she remained as beautiful and enchanting as ever. Seemingly sensing Mu Yi's gaze, Yi Xiaofan glanced at Mu Yi, scaring him into quickly looking away. But I genuinely don't remember who they are. Her voice continuously echoed in the minds of Rain and Moody, plunging them further into sorrow. Who exactly are they then? Unable to endure these 2 any longer, Yi Xiaofan could only turn to Mu Yi for help with pleading eyes. That heart-wrenching look made Mu Yi's heart miss 2 beats. Where should I start? Do you, little Yi, still remember the furious anger Slarty in Alaska? Of course, it was sealed by my own hands. Speaking of the furious anger Slarty, Yi Xiaofan certainly couldn't forget it, because that big dog came from the same hometown as Yi Xiaofan. See, Moody, wasn't he the one who originally summoned the furious anger back then? Mu Yi pointed to the crouching Moody and explained to Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan watched Moody curiously. Yi Xiaofan remembered that the seal of the furious anger Slarty was once broken by someone, but she couldn't recall what that person looked like. Or rather, Yi Xiaofan had never really looked at him back then, which was why she couldn't remember now. Oh, I remember now. To cover up her awkwardness, Yi Xiaofan pretended as if she had just remembered, looking enlightened. And this one? Then, fearing that Mu Yi might realize the pretense, Yi Xiaofan quickly pointed to Rain and said, "This is Uncle Rain, the Grand Knight Commander of the Light Holy Hall." Before Mu Yi could finish speaking, Rain suddenly stood up from the corner, glaring reproachfully at Mu Yi with a look resembling that of an aggrieved housewife. "Mu Yi, how dare you call me uncle? Am I really that old?" Actually, compared to women, men cared more about their age. Even though they often appeared not to care, deep down, they hoped others would say they looked young. Not at all. How could uncle appear old? Sensing Rain's killing intent, Mu Yi hurriedly tried to explain himself. It must be said, Mu Yi's survival instinct was quite strong. This is Uncle Rain. It's been a long time since we last met, and he looks much younger than before. I almost didn't recognize him. In order to ease the tension, Yi Xiaofan stepped in timely to help Mu Yi save face. After hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, Rain's face almost split into a radiant smile. Ha ha ha, little Yi sure knows how to talk. Rain laughed heartily, obviously pleased by Yi Xiaofan's flattery. Splash. Beside him, Moody dropped to his knees on the ground. I'm the only one forgotten. Only me. After Rain, Moody successfully transformed into the new generation of grievance, staring at Yi Xiaofan, as if looking at an unfaithful lover. Enough nonsense. Can anyone tell me what exactly happened here? Chapter 257, Demon Tribe Invasion. Let's cut to the chase. Can anyone tell me what exactly happened here? After a long exchange of pleasantries upon their reunion, Yi Xiaofan suddenly became serious and asked Mu Yi and the other 2 with a grave expression. When Yi Xiaofan posed this question, Mu Yi and the others visibly became somber. Finally, Mu Yi spoke up. The Demon Tribe has started its assault on the Kanglan continent. For all races residing in the Kanglan continent, the demon tribe represented a nightmare-like existence. Although few had truly witnessed the ferocity of the demons, even the fragmented historical records left behind were enough to deeply convey the horrors associated with the demon tribe. What do you mean? When did the demon tribe invade? Why didn't I know anything about it? It's been going on for several years now. Most races may be unaware, but currently more than half of humanity's territories have already been occupied by the demon tribe. Yi Xiaofan wore an expression of confusion. From her awakening up until her departure for the Dragon Valley, she hadn't heard any news of a demon invasion. And within the mirror world located in the dragon ancestral grounds, she had only stayed there for half a day. How could the demon tribe manage to invade so much territory of the human race in such a short period? Could the demon tribe truly be that terrifying? Suddenly, as if remembering something, Yi Xiaofan abruptly looked up at Mu Yi and asked, "What year is it now?" "Now? It's the year 10003 of the xuanhuan innovation calendar." Mu Yi couldn't understand why Yi Xiaofan was asking this, so he replied with confusion. After hearing Mu Yi's answer, Yi Xiaofan completely understood. At the time of her awakening, it was the year 10,000 of the xuanhuan innovation calendar. Yet, the brief half-day she spent in the mirror world of the dragon ancestral ground had equated to 3 real-world years passing by. This meant that shortly after Yi Xiaofan entered the mirror world, the demon tribe had begun its invasion. Due to certain reasons, I've been away in one place for 3 years and was completely clueless about what happened outside. I see. Mu Yi showed understanding now, comprehending why Yi Xiaofan had initially asked such a question. Tell me specifically what happened after the demon tribe invaded. Then, the four found a clean spot to sit down. Mu Yi began recounting everything to Yi Xiaofan. 3 years ago, the entire continent experienced sudden, intense spatial fluctuations. At that time, the Pope of the Light Holy Temple issued an urgent decree to all human nations. The general content of the decree indicated that the space disturbances were caused by the demon tribe. After being absent for 10,000 years, the demon tribe was about to return to the Kanglan continent. To combat the demon tribe, all secluded strong figures and countries were summoned to the headquarters of the Light Holy Temple. Moreover, the Pope back then even tried to ally with other races to jointly fight against the demon tribe. As Mu Yi recounted the story, Lei Yan interrupted him, surprising Mu Yi. Apparently, not even he knew about this matter. Seeing Mu Yi's curious expression, Lei Yan continued from where Mu Yi had left off. Unfortunately, our human race had just ended a war with the beast race. The animosity between us was deep-rooted, and the beasts were unwilling to ally with us. The elves have always maintained good relations with the beast race, while their relationship with the human race was extremely strained. Additionally, the dwarves are hard to track down, and the spirit race rarely interacts with any race. By the end, we were only able to form an alliance with the dragon race. Wait a second. This time it was Mu Yi who interrupted Lei Yan. But I remember that we didn't see the dragons at all back then. That's because... Lei Yan paused, revealing a bitter expression. It's because the arrival of the demon tribe happened a month earlier than we had expected. This extra month delayed the dragon's timely assistance. In fact, the dragons en route suffered an ambush from the demon tribe. Nearly all the elites of the dragon tribe were almost wiped out. Even Yi Xiaofan felt surprised by this revelation. Just recently, Yi Xiaofan had returned from touring around the Dragon Valley, thoroughly aware of the dragon's power. Although, to Yi Xiaofan, the strength of the dragons wasn't extraordinary, she could obliterate the whole dragon race countless times with a wave of her hand. But this didn't negate the dragon's immense power. Simply judging by the visible forces, Yi Xiaofan believed that if the dragons used just half of their true strength, they could easily wipe out the humans. Yet, despite the dragons being such a powerful race, their elite warriors were nearly annihilated under the assault of the demon tribe. Just how powerful could the demon tribe be? Are the demon tribe really that strong? Of course they're strong. As Lei Yan, Mu Yi, and Mu Di spoke of the demon tribe's might, all three simultaneously swallowed hard, their eyes revealing an unmistakable fear for the demons. Xiao Yi, at the time of the demon tribe's invasion, the human race immediately reacted and formed a great army to counter the demon tribe. But do you know how long it took from the demon tribe's arrival on the Kanglan continent until the complete collapse of the human allied forces? How long? Xiaofan curiously looked at Mu Yi, asking. 3 days. It only took 3 days for the entire human alliance army to completely collapse. Xiao Yi, do you know what the strength of the human alliance army was like? I don't know. To be honest, Yi Xiaofan was truly shocked. After 10,000 years of development, the human strength was something Yi Xiaofan understood well. After all, with her starry cloud eyes, even if she couldn't sense every powerful being miles away, she could still perceive many of them. At that time, the human alliance army consisted of 172 saints, 98 lower gods, 43 middle gods, and 12 high gods. This figure differed greatly from the numbers disclosed during peacetime, but still closely aligned with what Yi Xiaofan had estimated. Yet, despite such formidable power, they were unable to withstand the demon tribe's invasion. Then, how had humanity managed to resist the demon tribe's incursions in ancient times, or even in the age of gods? When Yi Xiaofan voiced this doubt, she noticed their faces becoming even graver. Xiao Yi, in the past when the demon tribe invaded, the divine race would also descend upon the Kanglan continent to help its races fight against the demon tribe. But this time, the divine race fell into the demon tribe's trap, and all of their forces are trapped in another world, unable to return. To smoothly arrive at the Kanglan continent will probably take another year. But can we hold out for another year? For a moment, The future of all races on the Kanglan continent seemed as uncertain as ever. Chapter 258, Ambush. For a moment, the future of all races in the Kanglan continent seemed to become incredibly uncertain. Given the current state of the world, the four individuals engaged in a lengthy discussion, and before they knew it, the surrounding air gradually became oppressive. Although Mu Yi and the other three were still talking with Yi Xiaofan, it was evident that their bodies had tensed up, as if they were ready to strike at any moment. Oh my, it's just a bunch of young ones, no need to be so tense. Seeing the trio's nervousness, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh wryly. If Mu Yi and the other three lower gods could sense it, how could Yi Xiaofan not? Without them realizing it, they had already been surrounded. And the ones who surrounded them were none other than the demon race attacking the continent. Xiao Yi, I know you're very skilled, but don't underestimate them. The strength of the demon race is absolutely not as simple as you might think. After 3 years of war against the demon race, the horror of the demons had deeply imprinted itself on Mu Yi's mind. This made him forget how he had originally ascended to godhood. Even ancient behemoths weren't a match for Yi Xiaofan. How could these elite demons be of concern to her? Even the great demon gods would at most be on par with ancient behemoths, posing no real threat to Yi Xiaofan. The air grew increasingly oppressive, signaling that the surrounding demons were slowly closing in. The innate aura carried by the demon race would make every species uncomfortable across the entire continent. Xiaofan, you take care of the demons on the left side. The rest will be handled by us. Among the demon encirclement, the left side could be said to be the weakest area. By assigning the left flank to Yi Xiaofan, Mu Yi hoped to ensure Yi Xiaofan's safety as much as possible. Alright, looking at the trio's cautious expressions, Yi Xiaofan found it amusing but did not refuse Mu Yi's kindness. It would suffice to lend a helping hand once they faced danger. Yi Xiaofan held absolute confidence in her own abilities. If there were enemies she couldn't handle, then the Kanglan continent would have fallen centuries ago. No, as early as when the demon race first attacked the Kanglan continent countless years ago, the continent would have already been conquered. The sky near dawn had already begun to lighten. However, unknown black smoke emerged from somewhere, turning the sky black once again. With no light, the ruins became pitch dark, making it impossible to see even one's own hand in front of their face. Fortunately, whether it was Yi Xiaofan or Mu Yi and the others, they had long since developed the ability to see without light. The obscured sky could not confuse them. What truly confused them was that among the demons surrounding them, there seemed to exist beings at the demon god level. Among the three, Mu Yi specialized in dark magic, which gave him an advantage in this darkness. 2 divine-level beings, 12 saint levels, plus over 100 lackeys. A low yet rapid voice emanated from Mu Yi as he swiftly discerned the overall strength of the opposition within a short period of time. However, it had to be said that for them, this was undoubtedly bad news. At equal levels, the demon race was naturally stronger than humans. At the same lower god level, often one demon could contend with 2 human cultivators. 2 divine-level beings? That's quite a problem. Lin, you and I will hold off these 2 divine-level beings. Mu Yi, you take care of the 12 saints and the lackeys. After hearing Mu Yi describe the overall strength of the demons, Mu Yi quickly devised a battle plan. Clearly, the trio had coordinated with each other more than once. As for Yi Xiaofan, although Mu Yi assigned her to take responsibility for the left side of the encirclement, Mu Yi did not expect much from her. He had, after all, forgotten about how terrifying Yi Xiaofan truly was. Hey, didn't you say I was in charge of the left side? Why do I suddenly have nothing to do now? Naturally, Yi Xiaofan raised this question. It was the first time Yi Xiaofan had ever been so underestimated, by someone she knew, no less. Xiaofan, stop fooling around. You don't understand how to fight demons. Just protect yourself. Frowning, Mu Yi scolded Yi Xiaofan, leaving her momentarily speechless. This guy actually dared to yell at her like this? After 500 years of not seeing each other, has his courage grown so much? Mu Yi's body began to change, slowly turning into ice. This was Mu Yi's trump card, converting his physical form into ice, allowing him to completely ignore physical attacks. And demons excelled in physical attacks. On the demon's side, they also seemed to realize these 4 people were a bit difficult to deal with. They had hesitated to launch an attack, seemingly having other plans in mind. Lin, get ready. Suddenly, Mu Yi whispered to Lin. At this moment, the demon race was about to completely enter his range of attack. Ice Age. When the demons were entirely within Mu Yi's attack range, he instantly unleashed his magic. Centered on himself, all within a radius of 10 meters, turned into an icy world. Holy Light Judgment. Following Mu Yi, Lin also launched his attack. The spear in his hand emitted dazzling light as his figure suddenly surged forward, charging towards the only 2 demons that had not been frozen. These 2 demons were clearly the ones possessing lower god-level strength. Shadow Assault. Coordinating with Lin's attack, Mu Yi's shadow underfoot quickly extended, branching out into countless directions. 2 thick shadows moved together with Lin toward the 2 lower god-level demon gods. Where there is light, darkness exists. Caught off guard, the 2 lower demon gods hurriedly attempted to defend, but found themselves immobilized. Mu Yi's shadows had trapped them. Lin's spear struck the 2 demon gods forcefully, sending them flying several meters away. In just one round, the 2 demon gods were gravely wounded. Meanwhile, the 12 saint-level demons sealed by Mu Yi had barely escaped from their ice prison when they were entangled again by Mu Yi's shadows, rendering them momentarily immobile. Oh, great teamwork. Seeing the trio's flawless coordination, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but praise them. Upon hearing Yi Xiaofan's commendation, Mu Yi's face involuntarily flushed red. Don't let your guard down. This won't solve them yet. The demon race not only has greater overall power than humans, but their physical bodies are also different from those of humans, both extremely tough and highly regenerative. When the demon race first descended upon the Kanglan continent, humans suffered greatly due to misunderstanding this fact. What was thought to be a severely injured demon without defensive capability could recover in the blink of an eye. A moment of carelessness resulted in being caught off guard by the demon race. Chapter 259, The Alliance of 100 Races. When the demon race first arrived on the Kanglan continent, humans suffered from not understanding the truth. They originally thought that the demon race, severely injured and without defense, would take time to recover, but unexpectedly, they were back on their feet in an instant. Carelessness led to the demon race catching humanity off guard. Isn't it overkill to put so much effort into dealing with these little guys who aren't even at the divine level? When Yi Xiaofan saw Mu Di confining the saint-level demons, preparing to disembowel them one by one, he couldn't help but question doubtfully. Can't everything be solved just by using overwhelming pressure? Once a person reaches the saint level, they can harness the power of oppression, subjugating all existences beneath the saint rank under this pressure. After advancing to the divine level, the power of oppression will further increase. The divine might is like a prison. The divine might is akin to the vast ocean. All beings below the divine rank might even collapse directly under the oppressive might of a divine level entity. Xiaofan don't. Seeing Yi Xiaofan about to use his oppressive might, Mu Yi quickly tried to stop him, but it was too late. A vast pressure emanated from Yi Xiaofan's body. With the arrival of Yi Xiaofan's oppressive might, the demons didn't fall to their knees as Xiaofan had imagined. Instead, the ice-frozen demons broke free from their frozen state. Eli, what's going on here? Yi Xiaofan could feel that his own oppressive aura was the reason for the demons' accelerated escape from the frozen state, leaving him utterly confused. The structure of the demon race is different from those on the Kanglan continent. Their bodies seem to work differently. They can enhance themselves by consuming spiritual forces. Mu Yi looked solemnly around at the demons and explained carefully to Yi Xiaofan. This spiritual force refers to the mental energy that mages use when communicating with magic elements during spellcasting. Oppression, in essence, is a concrete manifestation of spiritual force. After being replenished, the two demon gods who were struck down earlier also stood up, uniting with the surrounding demon henchmen to roar ferociously at Yi Xiaofan and his group of four. Ara, this is quite embarrassing. For the first time, Yi Xiaofan felt so humiliated that his face turned slightly red. Stubbornly, he wanted to release the oppressive force once again. No, you cannot. Sensing Yi Xiaofan's movements, Mu Yi urgently shouted, unable once more to stop Yi Xiaofan in time. From Yi Xiaofan, a towering pressure radiated outward, affecting all demons except for the trio of Mu Yi and others. This pressure was much stronger than before. Xiaofan had already exerted 3/10 of his power. It's over. Get ready for a tough battle. Though Yi Xiaofan's oppressive might avoided the trio of Mu Yi and the others, they still keenly sensed the terrifying strength hidden within Xiaofan's oppression. And after absorbing such a terrifying amount of pressure, how powerful would the demons become? In an instant, Mu Yi and his companions felt their prospects were bleak. Thud, thud, thud. What Mu Yi and the other two did not expect was that, under Yi Xiaofan's pressure, the demons fell one by one, the sound of thud connecting into a rhythmic melody. First went the minor henchmen, then the 12 saint-level demons, and finally, the two demon gods. None of them moved, devoid of any life signs. Evidently, they had perished. What's happening? For the demon race, shouldn't oppressive force be a great boon? How come they died? This time, it was Mu Yi and the others who were utterly baffled. With regained dignity, Yi Xiaofan smiled happily and told Mu Yi, you said earlier that the demons could absorb spiritual forces. At that point, I thought, isn't there likely an upper limit to their absorption? What would happen if that limit was exceeded? What happens? Although already aware of the answer, Mu Yi asked dumbly, cooperating perfectly with Yi Xiaofan, whose smile grew brighter. The answer is, they die. To put it simply, all these demons had been overfed to death. Right, quickly go extract the heart of darkness. Suddenly remembering something, Lei Yin ran excitedly to the front of the two demon gods and tore open their abdomens, extracting from the chest area a completely pitch-black stone. What is this thing? Approaching Lei Yin, Yi Xiaofan curiously eyed the heart of darkness in Lei Yin's hand. Ugh, so disgusting. This thing is called the heart of darkness. It's the energy source for the demon race. If they're severely injured, swallowing this thing allows their wounds to heal quickly. Lei Yin looked at the two dark hearts in his hands and couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. However, Lei Yin did not forget who had killed these demon races and handed over the two dark hearts to Yi Xiaofan. Although this thing can quickly heal injuries, it shouldn't be consumed excessively at one time. Otherwise, it might lead to mental erosion by demonic energy, turning one into a madman who knows only how to kill. I don't want them. You keep them. Yi Xiaofan waved his hand, declining Lei Yin's offer. The idea of swallowing something so disgusting made Yi Xiaofan feel nauseous. Moreover, after fully mastering the Nebula Eye, Yi Xiaofan was already able to utilize the power of creation. If Yi Xiaofan wished, he could create something far more powerful than the Dark Heart, something that was also visually appealing. Xiaofan, what's your next plan? By this point, Mu Yi and Mu Di had already gathered all the Dark Hearts from the defeated demon minions and 12 saint-level demons and approached Yi Xiaofan with a question. Haven't thought much about it yet. If you don't mind, why don't you join us on our journey? Together? Where are we going? The Alliance of 100 Races. The Alliance of 100 Races? Afterward, through Mu Yi's explanation, Yi Xiaofan learned what exactly this Alliance of 100 Races referred to. As of now, which was the third year since the invasion of the demon race, all the races of the Kanglan continent were plunged into severe distress. Even a few smaller races had met with catastrophic annihilation under the attacks of the demons. In this dire situation, the 5 strongest races of the current world, humans, beastmen, dragons, elves, and dwarves, came together to announce the formation of an alliance, garnering strong reactions from other races. Nowadays, all races were marching toward the Almont Grand Canyon, which would serve as the first front for counterattacking the demons on the Kanglan continent. It was rumored that currently 123 different races had gathered at the Almont Grand Canyon, hence the name Alliance of 100 Races. Chapter 260, Inspection. On the way to the Almont Grand Canyon, Yi Xiaofan had witnessed far too many scenes of hell on Earth. The once glorious cities were now reduced to piles of rubble in the blink of an eye. During the entire journey, Yi Xiaofan hadn't encountered a single surviving human. Once a city fell, all its living beings, without exception, were devoured by the demon race. Whether humans or livestock, none escaped this fate. For the demons, their occupation of Kanglan continent was merely an attempt to expand their sphere of influence. Within the territory of their dominion, only members of the demon race were permitted to exist. Other races were deemed unnecessary. Food, not necessary. Slaves, not necessary. Currency, not necessary. All the demons craved was the thrill of killing for the sake of killing. Phew, we've finally arrived. Upon reaching the Almont Grand Canyon, what greeted Yi Xiaofan's eyes were 2 towering peaks that pierced through the clouds. On one side of the peaks lay the allied forces of the 100 races of the Kanglan continent, while the other side housed an enormous, pitch-black spatial teleportation array. It was through such arrays that the demons entered the Kanglan continent. There were 72 similar teleportation arrays across the Kanglan continent, but this one was the largest and also housed the highest concentration of demonic war power. The supreme commander of the demon race, the great demon god, resided beyond this array. On ordinary days, the demons would stay hidden in the demon realm, recuperating. Only during warfare did they emerge from the teleportation arrays. The 100 races had considered sealing these arrays, but those infused with the will of the great demon god were not entities that humans could possibly seal. If one day we can counterattack and cross over to the other side of the teleportation array, how wonderful that would be. Don't dream. Have you forgotten about that group of people? Mu Yi stood behind Yi Xiaofan. This was also his first time seeing the demon realm teleportation array at the Almont Grand Canyon, larger even than the one at the headquarters of the Holy Light Temple. Gazing upon the teleportation array leading to the demon realm, Mu Yi's eyes glinted with anger, fantasizing about one day invading the demon realm so that they could taste the bitterness of their homes being destroyed. Mudi, who stood beside Mu Yi, harbored no hopes whatsoever. Being a member of the dark sect, he always chose to approach matters with rationality. There had been a group of elite human warriors who voluntarily formed a team, entering the demon realm via its teleportation array to attack the demon realm stronghold. However, among the 38 individuals in that group, only one returned alive. When this person escaped from the demon realm, their injuries were already irreparable. In their final moments, the words they spoke left Moody trembling. The demon realm. It's horrifying. We have no hope. After saying this, the person slumped their head and passed away. But those around him who heard these words were now cloaked in an immense shadow of despair. What exactly had they witnessed within the demon realm to make someone who had once been brimming with confidence utter such desperate words? And Moody was one of those who stood beside him when he said these last words. There's no need for useless talk. Let's head quickly to the coalition of the 100 races. Lin intervened just as Mu Yi and Yi Xiaofan were about to argue, speaking in a grave tone to both of them. Clearly, some unpleasant memories had resurfaced in Lin's mind after arriving here. The four quickened their pace, climbing upward from beneath the Almont Grand Canyon until they finally reached the fortress of the coalition of the 100 races. Just as they were about to enter, they discovered they were locked onto by a strand of energy. They immediately stopped in their tracks. If they had taken another step forward, they were certain that the opposing party would launch an unrelenting attack. Who are you? Behind the four of them, unknown when, a troop of soldiers clad in dark red armor appeared. In their hands were standard-issue long spears, the spear tips uniformly aimed at Yi Xiaofan and the others. The leader stepped forward and, upon seeing Yi Xiaofan and his companions, visibly relaxed a little. This contingent of soldiers also belonged to the human race. We've come from Xuanhuan Kingdom. Having received word from the coalition of the 100 races, we've specially come here to offer our contribution. After exchanging glances among themselves, Mu Yi stepped forward and explained to the captain of the soldiers. Apologies, but to prevent demons from impersonating members of the 100 races and infiltrating our coalition forces, we must conduct inspections. The captain's expression softened somewhat, but the long spear in his hand remained steadfast. What kind of inspection? Because there have been instances in the past where demons disguised themselves as members of the 100 races, causing considerable chaos within our ranks. Anyone arriving here from the coalition must undergo inspection beforehand. I see. That makes sense. Absolutely fine. How should we cooperate? Take off your clothes, and then release your magical power, which will allow us to naturally determine if you are of the demon race. The captain of the soldiers retracted his long spear and took out a compass-like device from his pocket, pointing it at the four people, Yi Xiaofan included. Upon hearing the words of the soldier's captain, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but frown. It was fine for the others, though they might feel some embarrassment. They were all men after all, so there was nothing too terrible. However, Yi Xiaofan was different. She was a girl. We pose no issue, but as you can see, we do have a lady among us. Evidently, the captain also found himself in a difficult situation. Since the coalition army implemented this policy, he really hadn't encountered a situation with women before, leaving him unsure of what to do. Has the coalition army not seen a single female since then? Yi Xiaofan knew that if they refused inspection, the other side would never let them enter and might even attack them. While Yi Xiaofan wasn't afraid, she didn't want to cause any trouble with the coalition army of the 100 races. Out of necessity, she asked the other side to send a woman to conduct the inspection for her. Speaking of which, was the coalition army so vast that they hadn't thought of such a simple matter? It can be done, but the coalition army is currently short-staffed, so you'll just have to wait here until we can spare someone to inspect you before allowing you entry. Yi Xiaofan nodded. This was already the only solution. So, Yi Xiaofan and Mu Yi set up a makeshift tent and temporarily settled down. A day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed, half a month passed. As Yi Xiaofan waited, and after waiting for half a month, no one had come to inspect her yet. In these half months, more and more people came to join the coalition of the 100 races. Among these people, there were naturally women as well. Without being able to enter the coalition army of the 100 races, everyone camped out here to pass the days. In just half a month, this place had grown into a camp of considerable size. Chapter 261. Men. Naturally, there were no shortage of women among these people. Unable to join the 100 Clans Alliance army, they all camped here to pass the days. In just half a month's time, this place had surprisingly formed into a rather large encampment. The appearance of such a massive camp outside the Alliance army could not go unnoticed by the higher-ups. Inside the tent of the human race commander of the Alliance army, a middle-aged man sat on his high seat, yelling at those below him. Damn it! Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? There is a huge crowd gathered outside. All of them are our vital forces among the 100 clans. He violently threw the teacup in his hand down at the people standing below, who only bowed their heads and dared not utter a single word. Wang Ming, before the demonic races began their attack on the Kanglan continent, was merely an unknown minor character. Despite having the power of a high-level god, he did not enjoy much fame within the circle of equally powerful individuals. However, after the demonic race attacks commenced, Wang Ming, with his remarkable strength and clever mind, managed to repel the demonic race's attacks several times. Because of this, he was elevated to the position of the human race's commander by many of the strongest humans. Ho ho, brother Wang Ming, do not be angry. Yelling at them now will change nothing. Let's quickly arrange for some people to inspect those mighty ones outside, and then allow them inside. If Yi Xiaofan were present at this moment, he would instantly recognize that the one sitting beside Wang Ming was none other than the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan has always been close to the human race. During these current times, the Dragon King often sought out Wang Ming to discuss matters of policy. With the Dragon King mediating nearby, Wang Ming couldn't remain furious, waving his hand dismissively as the subordinates retreated, ordering them to promptly carry out the task. Indeed, this cannot solely blame the inefficiency of the Alliance army. The real problem lay in the 100 Clans Alliance army being too newly formed, too hastily put together. So many different races congregating meant there was an overwhelming amount of issues to handle. The manpower within the Alliance army had long been insufficient. Furthermore, with so many people gathered, the daily consumption of supplies amounted to an astronomical number, and those in charge below were already swamped with work. Yi Xiaofan, who had been waiting outside the Alliance army for half a month, suddenly noticed someone coming out from within the army today. Hello everyone. We have been specially sent out by the Alliance army to conduct checks specifically for females. Please cooperate with us. Naturally, noticing movement within the Alliance army was not limited to Yi Xiaofan alone. Many others from neighboring tents also stepped out. A Fox clan member looked at the crowd, explaining her mission. This situation was something Yi Xiaofan had foreseen. Following the female Fox clan member, she arrived at a temporarily constructed tent. To accommodate more people, this tent was larger and more spacious than the rest. Hello, please take off your clothes. The person checking Yi Xiaofan happened to be that very Fox clan woman, who, upon entering the tent, immediately spoke. Do I really have to strip here? Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaofan displayed a shy expression, seemingly reluctant. That's correct. This compass can detect traces of the demonic races, but, under the condition, that there should be no obstruction by clothing, and it also requires you to release your magical energy. The Fox woman showed Yi Xiaofan the compass in her hand, providing an explanation. In fact, what I mean is, isn't it inappropriate to undress completely in front of so many men? Upon hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, a shock rippled through the other women present. Some had already removed half of their clothes and quickly put them back on after hearing her statement, looking around. There wasn't a single man present in sight. Please rest assured, we have specially appointed guards stationed outside the tent who won't let any male creatures enter. But peeping doesn't necessarily require entering, does it? After Yi Xiaofan said these words, the Fox woman seemed to understand something suddenly. Her face flushed slightly, as she chanted a magic incantation. A beam of light shot out from the Fox woman's hand, causing everyone to instantly feel countless eyes secretly watching them. These watchers emitted continuous lewd chuckles. The Light of Detection, an 8th grade spell, capable of detecting all kinds of spells in the surrounding area. My goodness, how careless you've been. No wonder the demonic races have infiltrated the Alliance army. You must remember, Aren't all of the individuals here beings above the sage level? If they wanted to spy, there'd be countless ways they could do so. Seeing that the fox woman had finally realized the situation, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh while covering her face. How could she not notice the group of male creatures spying from outside when others hadn't? That was precisely why Yi Xiaofan had intentionally provided the fox woman with a hint. Excuse me, this is our dereliction of duty. I will ask the higher-ups for a shielding magic device right now. As she said this, the fox woman turned to leave, but was promptly stopped by Yi Xiaofan. Oh my, according to your efficiency, it will take another half a month for you to come back with the instrument. So, let me do it instead. You? The fox woman looked at Yi Xiaofan in puzzlement. Among the males outside, some were high-level gods. Unless a special magical tool was used, it would be very difficult to shield all their magic. Each one who could become a high-level god possessed some special abilities. Don't worry. Yi Xiaofan patted the fox woman's shoulder and gave her an assuring look, then raised her right hand and snapped her fingers lightly. Ouch! It hurts. My eyes. Outside the tent, as Yi Xiaofan snapped her fingers, cries of pain arose from countless male creatures. The entire tent was enveloped in a purple haze. All right, that should do the job. Yi Xiaofan smiled at the fox woman confidently. The fox woman checked the purple glow outside the tent, finding that it was indeed comparable to a specialized shielding magic device. Her view of Yi Xiaofan had greatly changed after that. Now, may I ask you to take off your clothes? When addressing Yi Xiaofan, the fox woman unconsciously used formal honorifics. Of course. Yi Xiaofan smiled slightly and reached to untie her waistband. After a series of rustling sounds, Yi Xiaofan stood unveiled before the fox woman. The fox woman stared dumbly at the naked Yi Xiaofan, speechless for a moment. Among the 100 clans, the fox women of the beast clan were universally acknowledged as the most perfect females of all races on the continent. But today, the fox woman realized there could be a woman even more perfect than those of the fox race. Chapter 262, The Arrival of the Divine Race. Time flows on, with celestial constellations shifting, and before anyone knew it, half a year had passed since Yi Xiaofan joined the 100 Races Alliance army. During these 6 months, countless battles, big and small, were fought between the 100 races and the demon race. But in most cases, the 100 races suffered more defeats than victories. Even when combining all their strength across Kanglan continent, they were no match for the demons. However, for unknown reasons, the main forces of the demon race remained in the demon realm, never stepping foot onto Kanglan continent. Nevertheless, if it were only against the elite units of the demons, the 100 races could still put up some kind of resistance. And today would be the day for the 100 races to launch a counterattack. Because on this day, the divine race would break the seal set by the demons and finally arrive at Kanglan continent. With the help of the divine race, they were certain to defeat the demons. Standing amidst the square, Yi Xiaofan gazed toward the far-off higher-ups of the 100 races. Given her status, she could only stand at the very rear. Despite demonstrating decent skills during evaluations, her performance failed to garner much attention from the high-ranking officials among the 100 races. There were over 100 different races, each with its own fair share of capable warriors. Seriously, just because the divine race is arriving, do we have to gather everyone like this? I'd rather sleep a little longer. With hazy, sleepy eyes, Yi Xiaofan lazily leaned against Mu Yi's body. This immense honor made Mu Yi so tense that he dared not move an inch. After all, they're the divine race, the only race capable of combating the demons. Our presence here as welcomers is fitting, said Lan, observing Mu Yi's smug expression, his voice carrying traces of dissatisfaction. If he could, he'd want Yi Xiaofan to lean on him instead, damn it. Just as the group was conversing, a sudden brilliant light erupted from ahead. In response, a colossal magic circle hanging in the sky above the demon realm began trembling violently, seemingly sensing the presence of its natural enemy. As the light faded, another enormous space transmission array appeared above the alliance of the 100 races, identical to the one hovering above the demons. However, whereas the demon's space transmission array was black, this side's was white. Black and white. Two contrasting colors, much like the relationship between the divine and demon races, which were born to be sworn enemies. Then, warriors clad in golden armor emerged from the white space transmission array. Their mere presence exuded immense pressure. Everyone present from the 100 races, except Yi Xiaofan, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence. This was the innate pressure of the divine race, beings who stood atop all other races. Are you done looking? Can we go back now? After all members of the divine race had fully exited the space transmission array, Yi Xiaofan, still lacking energy, addressed Mu Yi. Nodding, Mu Yi led Yi Xiaofan back to the tent. Next, there would be talks between the divine race and the 100 race alliance's leadership, a matter completely irrelevant to lowly soldiers like them. Back in Yi Xiaofan's tent, Mu Yi savored the faint aroma in the air and wore a contented smile. This was the dormitory of the goddess in his heart. He intended to explore carefully. With that in mind, Mu Yi planned to meticulously inspect the tent. Suddenly, a force struck his buttocks, kicking him right out of the tent. Clueless. Can't you see I wanted to sleep? Seated on the ground, Mu Yi embarrassingly touched his nose. What a waste of such a good opportunity. What's going on? Yi Xiaofan woke up, feeling the emptiness in her stomach. As she came out of the tent to find food, the first thing she saw was Mu Yi squatting outside. Ever since being kicked out by Yi Xiaofan, Mu Yi had been squatting there, deliberating whether he should sneak into the tent while Yi Xiaofan was asleep and peek at something forbidden. Oh, Xiaofan, you're awake. Upon hearing Yi Xiaofan's voice, Mu Yi jumped slightly, clearly startled, turning to speak somewhat humbly. Why did Yi Xiaofan wake up? Could she possibly know what I was thinking? What should I do? Should I pretend to be ignorant? How does ignorance usually look? Like how I normally behave. Thinking about it, Mu Yi realized he usually acted like a fool around Yi Xiaofan anyway. Such insight brought him slight embarrassment. Did your brain short-circuit or something? I'm asking you a question. Yi Xiaofan waved her hand in front of Mu Yi's face, puzzled why he stood there dumbly laughing. Although he often seemed vacant, this was unusual even for him. Could too much cultivation freeze his brain? Oh, you mean them? It's because of the divine race's arrival. Everyone in the entire Alliance army has gone crazy with busyness. They've come already. Just assign them places to stay, and that's it, right? Why the fuss? You don't understand. Those divine race members are quite fussy, with all sorts of requirements, truly troublesome. Yi Xiaofan nodded understandingly, indicating that she got it. This kind of thing, the higher-ups of the 100 Races Alliance army should have foreseen. After all, since they play the role of protectors, they have the right to make demands on you. And the people of the 100 races can only obediently follow. Have they said when we will counterattack the demon race? This hasn't been decided yet. After all, the divine race has only been here for 3 hours. It's too soon to make a decision. Oh, so I've already slept for 3 hours, which means it's noon now. No wonder I'm so hungry. Yi Xiaofan looked up at the big sun in the sky. The world is vast, but food is the most important thing. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yi Xiaofan found it was already packed. Most importantly, everyone inside was from the divine race. Each member of the divine race sat there, devouring the food in front of them with no sense of their own divine status, behaving more like starving ghosts. There were quite a few people outside, watching along with Yi Xiaofan. She pulled aside someone nearby and asked, "What's going on? Is there no food in the divine realm?" "This? I don't know clearly either, umph." The one Yi Xiaofan grabbed was a pig clan member of the beast race, who, upon seeing Yi Xiaofan's face, drooled and hummed at her. "Oh, thank you." After seeing the other person's disgusting expression, Yi Xiaofan impatiently waved her hand, showed insincere gratitude to the other side, and prepared to leave here. With so many food lovers inside, there's no way I can blend in. Walking through the camp of the Alliance army, Yi Xiaofan thought about where she could go to find something to eat. The entire Alliance army was divided into 7 large sections, and as the loner with the least power, Yi Xiaofan was limited to just this small section of the camp. Even within this large area, Yi Xiaofan was not allowed into many places. As for why this was done, it was to avoid unnecessary conflicts between different races. Chapter 263, Pig-Headed Meat. As for why this was done, it was to avoid unnecessary conflicts between people of various races. Yi Xiaofan wandered around the areas within District 3 where she could move freely, but failed to find any place that provided food. Garbage. After Yi Xiaofan gave a cold snort, she started walking towards the outside of the camp. Outside the camp, there was no presence of the allied army, making it suitable for doing things that couldn't be seen by others. As for what kind of deeds couldn't be seen by others, it was obviously for dealing with that annoying stalker who had been following her all along. After Yi Xiaofan left the cafeteria, the pig-headed man she had spoken to saw the look of disdain on Yi Xiaofan's face and immediately became enraged with embarrassment. What if you were good-looking? Did being good-looking give you the right to look down on others, look down on pigs? Being good-looking allowed you to act however you wanted. The pig-headed man followed behind Yi Xiaofan, ready to seize an opportunity to properly teach this impolite human girl a lesson, showing her the power and endurance of the pig-headed race, certain that he could conquer her, be it in heart or in body. Among the beast races, every species of beast folk carried 1 or 2 animal traits. Some of the beast races' features were not obvious, nearly identical to humans. But some races' features were extremely distinctive. The pig-headed folk were just such a race. Other beast folk might have animal features on their bodies, but their heads remained human-like, making these features on them not ugly but slightly sexy. However, the pig-headed folk were different. Their entire bodies were no different from those of humans, except for their heads, which indeed were pig heads. Therefore, the pig-headed folk held a very low status among the beast races. Even across all the races on the continent, the pig-headed folk were the most disdained. Hee, looks like you ran off to a deserted spot on your own. This isn't my fault. Following the main road straight out until leaving the camp, Yi Xiaofan walked toward the dense forest where no one was present. Seeing this, the pig-headed man immediately followed with great joy, appearing in front of Yi Xiaofan to block her path with a lewd smile. What a waste, all you do is act like a stalker. If I hadn't come here, you probably wouldn't dare to show up. Yi Xiaofan looked at the pig-headed man disdainfully, and her expression made him even angrier. Humph, you can still brag now, but soon, I'll make you beg under me. With a humph, the pig-headed man continuously manipulated magic symbols, instantly covering Yi Xiaofan with a huge barrier. This barrier was exactly the same as the one Yi Xiaofan used during her physical examination. It could block magical espionage. Moreover, this barrier concealed fluctuations in magical power, so it wouldn't be noticed by the guards in the camp. Of course, such a barrier was very fragile and could easily be broken. But the pig-headed man didn't care, because after his attack, he believed the other party would definitely have no chance to even attack the barrier. Get down on your knees quietly for me. The pig-headed man emitted the aura of a lower god, attempting to use intimidation to make Yi Xiaofan submit. Are you an idiot? What shocked the pig-headed man was that Yi Xiaofan continued to look at him with a disdainful expression, completely unaffected by the intimidation. Even more infuriatingly, she actually called him an idiot. How infuriating. Calling someone an idiot. Doesn't a pig also need its dignity? The pig-headed man never considered that, among the 100-race allied army, there were already 178 races from the Kanglan continent alone, each filled with top talents from their respective races. Here, even the lowest level beings were at least sage level. He, as a lower god, truly belonged to the weakest group in this alliance army. And this wasn't entirely the pig-headed man's fault, perhaps due to inheriting a pig brain from ancient times. Not only was his IQ very low, but his talent for cultivation was also extremely poor. Throughout the entire pig-headed tribe, there were only 2 divine-level experts. Of these 2 divine levels, one was a middle god, and the other was the one standing before Xuanhuan, a lower god. Having gone smoothly in his own tribe, the pig-headed man didn't realize how vast the world really was. Apart from the few main generals of the allied army, he thought middle gods were incredibly impressive figures. In reality, within this allied army, not only were high gods abundant, but even god kings weren't rare. You truly live up to having a pig's brain. You don't even know your own limits. Seeing the pig-headed man still dumbly pondering why Xuanhuan was unaffected by his intimidation, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel that it was truly remarkable that this race had managed to survive until now. However, Xuanhuan had no intention of letting him off easily. If it were before, when Xuanhuan merely intended to teach the other a lesson, after hearing those obscene words, she was now determined to kill. A joke. Who is Little Leaf? The greatest existence beneath the supreme god. How dare a pig have designs on Little Leaf? This time, Xuanhuan directly unleashed 5/10 of her strength, releasing her own pressure. Although it was only for an instant, it crushed the pig-headed man's body into a pulp, and the barrier shattered in response. Lord God of Light, what is wrong? In the 7th district of the Allied Army, inside the main general's discussion hall, the beast folk head general noticed that the God of Light suddenly raised his head to gaze at the distant sky, and couldn't help but ask curiously. The others had naturally also seen the God of Light's movement, and all turned their gazes towards him, unsure of what had happened. Nothing. The God of Light did not elaborate much, merely responded indifferently before gesturing for the 5 head generals of the 100 races to continue discussing their battle plan. But the God of Light was very puzzled in his heart. Just now, he suddenly sensed from that direction a presence that made his soul tremble. Although this presence disappeared in an instant, the God of Light knew it wasn't an illusion. Or rather, at his level, there could be no illusions. And the previous presence wasn't his old rivals either, which was why the God of Light was confused. Still, at this moment, he definitely couldn't just go check out who the source of that aura was. If he assigned someone else to do it, he wouldn't trust them. That was an aura that even made him feel uneasy. Others going would just be as good as offering themselves up as sacrifices. Besides, the aura vanished in an instant. It was likely that person had already left. The owner of the aura, Xuanhuan, had by now already returned to the campsite of the 3rd district. Xuanhuan found Mu-Yi, asking him to figure out a way to get some food for her. And surprisingly, these days of being able to command others seemed not too bad at all. Chapter 264, Demon Tribe Attack. Dong dong dong. The sound came from a golden bell hanging in the 7th zone of the Alliance Army. A member of the divine race continuously struck the bell, producing a light and ethereal sound that spread throughout the entire Alliance Army. This bell was hung here by the light god himself after the divine race arrived on the Kanglan continent. It was said that this bell had the power to calm one's spirit, enhance cultivation, and most importantly, it was used in the divine realm to convey the light god's decrees to all members of the divine race. 3 strikes of the bell meant the light god had an important announcement for all his subordinates to gather and listen to the divine decree. 6 strikes signified enemies attempting to invade the divine realm, calling all divine warriors to resist. These enemies were typically the demon race or other gods who were at odds with the light god. 9 strikes indicated that the light god would personally lead an army to punish the evil-doing demon race. Since the bell had been brought to the Kanglan continent and hung here by the light god, it meant the races on the Kanglan continent must also follow the orders signaled by the golden bell. Speaking of which, the divine realm isn't just ruled by the light god alone, right? What about the other deities? Standing in the ranks, Xuanhuan noticed that Mu-Yi was coincidentally in the same team as her, right in front of her. Out of boredom, Xuanhuan started a conversation. Under the leadership of the 5 commanders of the 100 Races Alliance, all individuals of different races were mixed and divided into many teams. The purpose was to encourage cooperation among different races and compensate for the shortcomings of each race. Of course, whether this method worked or not was another question. Like Lian and Mu-Di, they were assigned to other teams, not the same as Xuanhuan's. This left Lian and Mu-Di somewhat disappointed. They had already recalled the time when Xuanhuan sealed away the ancient beasts, remembered the fear she once instilled in them. If Xuanhuan were an enemy, it would undoubtedly be a disastrous thing. But as a teammate, she was certainly the most reliable. It is said that due to the light god's overly domineering actions in the divine realm, he does not get along with other deities, so they are unwilling to stay here. However, rest assured, the 5 commanders have already contacted other divine races. When we go to war with the demon race, other divine races will come to help. Perhaps out of nervousness, after Xuanhuan asked her question, Mu-Yi took a long while before stutteringly answering. Even though Mu-Yi had already reached the lower god stage 500 years ago, this was still the first big scene he had faced. Being nervous was normal. Thinking this, Xuanhuan poked Mu-Yi and said, "I see. Are you alright? Don't be nervous. I'll protect you." When these words came from a girl's mouth, it sounded strange. And it was even more awkward considering this girl was someone he liked. No, I'm not nervous, nor am I afraid. To be honest, Mu-Yi wasn't actually afraid of facing the demon race in battle. What made him nervous was thinking that today was his chance to make a good impression. It was a great opportunity to stand out in front of the person he liked. If he messed up, he wouldn't forgive himself. Alright, Yi Xiaofan shrugged and replied, understanding that men always care about their dignity. However, it was fine as long as she knew. Once the battle began, she could just pay more attention to Mu-Yi and act quickly if he was in danger. Meanwhile, Mu-Yi was thinking, after encountering the demons, I must kill a few and show off in front of Xiaofan. And if Xiaofan gets into danger, a heroic rescue would be perfect. Because Yi Xiaofan was standing behind Mu-Yi, she couldn't see that Mu-Yi was drooling and had a foolish expression on his face. The person standing next to Mu-Yi quietly moved aside, maintaining a safe distance from him, fearing contagion. Soon, the light god and the 5 commanders of the 100 races stood in front of everyone. A long, stirring speech followed, making Yi Xiaofan yawn repeatedly. It felt just like the start of school when the principal would passionately talk, spewing saliva, delivering a bunch of speeches that nobody listened to seriously. Yet, he would think everyone below was moved. Who knows, maybe all leaders like speaking in public. Then, after the principal finished, another speaker stepped forward. After the light god finished speaking, the dragon race commander took the stage. After the dragon race commander finished, the elf race commander spoke. After the elf race commander concluded, the beast race commander had his say. After the beast race commander finished, the human race commander addressed the crowd. When the human race commander was in full flow with his speech, suddenly, the demon tribe launched an attack. The human race commander stood dumbfounded before all the races. Weren't we supposed to have the final showdown at the Great Canyon? Why is this not going according to the script? I still have a lot more to say. Inside, the human race commander was distraught. But he didn't know that the dwarf race commander standing beside him was even more troubled. This isn't fair. I haven't even had my chance to speak yet. Why do you guys go first and leave me last? Look, now it's not my turn anymore. I might as well just quit. Of the 6 leaders, 2 were confused right off the bat. However, the remaining 4, though a little startled, were still able to think clearly and quickly issued orders to meet the enemy. The sudden assault by the demon tribe caught the 100 races completely off guard. According to their intelligence, the demon tribe's great demon god should still have been in the demon realm. So how could the demon tribe dare to attack without their supreme leader present? Don't they fear being annihilated, just rushing in to die? But regardless of all this, the demon tribe had indeed crossed over. Surprise or no surprise, unexpected or not, Yi Xiaofan's team was among the weakest in terms of combat strength amongst all the teams in the 100 races. This was because their reported strength was merely lower gods. Fortunately, they weren't the absolute weakest. Below them, there were teams entirely made up of sages. These teams were basically cannon fodder. Cannon fodder has no status, so when speeches were being delivered, they stood furthest out, sparing them the trouble of listening to the lullaby. However, they also became the first ones to come under attack from the demon tribe. Chapter 265, Blurred Tears. Cannon fodder have no status, so when listening to speeches, they stand on the outermost perimeter. This spares them the trouble of hearing lullabies. But at the same time, they are also the first to be attacked by the demon race. Oh, save me. Before the saint-level team could react, they were already brutally slaughtered by the demons. Cries of pain and shouts for help rose continuously, creating a chaotic scene. The god of light wanted to reorganize the order, but found that no one would listen to his commands. A group of swine. The god of light was extremely angry. If it were only his team, this would never have happened. He cursed under his breath. Day black sky. Suddenly, from within the ranks of the demon army, a thick voice echoed out. As the voice resounded, from the direction of the demons, a black cloud slowly drifted over, enveloping the sky above the 100 races. This black cloud was conjured by the demons through secret arts, summoned from the demon realm. It contained the unique essence of the demon realm. Under the shadow of the black cloud, the 100 races would suffer from plagues, diseases, and other negative effects. Their combat strength diminished to almost nothing. Even the divine race, if covered by the black cloud, would see their fighting capacity greatly weakened. This is why the divine race has never attacked the demon realm. Knowing they must not be fully enveloped by the black cloud, the god of light waved his hand and softly said, I say, let there be light. The brazier hanging in the sky, as though infused with a stimulant, emitted an incredibly strong light, repelling the black cloud. Haha, it's been tens of thousands of years since I last saw you, and you still only know this one trick, Mr. Stinky Light. After the god of light unleashed the great light technique, the owner of the voice that had earlier summoned the black cloud appeared on the battlefield. Smog, how dare you act freely before me? The god of light looked coldly at the newcomer, his disdain evident, visible to anyone who wasn't blind. In fact, the god of light was right. He was the supreme god of the entire light deity clan, the strongest force in the divine realm. Smog, however, was just one of the 3 great generals under the great demon god, naturally having no qualification to speak with him as equals. My lord, please allow your servant to eradicate this sinner. Under the great demon god, there were 3 great generals, and under the god of light, there were 3 great archangels. The one volunteering now was Gabriel, armed with a fiery sword reputed to burn away all sin in the world. Gabriel and Smog had unresolved grudges against each other, becoming perfectly matched opponents in past battles across countless eons. Neither had managed to overcome the other. Gabriel and Smog engaged in battle, gradually moving toward uninhabited areas. With their powers, if the ripples of their fight spread out, fewer than 1/10 of the divine, demon, or the 100 races present would survive. The 10th squad, hurry to the outskirts to assist the lower gods. The 9th and 8th squads attacked the flanks of the demon army. Among the 5 commanders of the 100 races, there was naturally a hierarchy. The most powerful xuanhuan, Dragon King, was the highest ranking among the 5 commanders. It couldn't be better suited for him to lead the charge. However, the team sent by xuanhuan consisted mostly of non-dragon members. His intention was clearly aimed at minimizing dragon expenditure. Dragon reproduction was difficult, and every dragon was a precious life. Naturally, he hoped for the fewest possible casualties. God of Light, take my spear. In front of the God of Light, space rippled faintly due to spatial magic. A cold, spear-wielding man appeared before the God of Light. A sharp glimmer flashed on the spear held by the cold man, aiming precisely at the God of Light's heart. Faced with the imminent attack, the God of Light didn't move an inch. Clang. The sound of metal meeting issued forth as Salder, one of the 3 great archangels in charge of punishment, who had been standing behind the God of Light all along, intercepted the attack. Oomph. After so many years, the great demon god hasn't made any progress at all. Attacking one by one, do you really think this is a game? Haha, since the great God of Light himself says this, we might as well stop holding back then. Everyone come out. Around the God of Light and the 5 commanders of the 100 races, a large group of people cloaked in black mist suddenly appeared. Their eyes filled with mockery gazed at the God of Light. Upon sensing the aura emanating from these individuals, the faces of the 5 commanders of the 100 races immediately darkened. Because among those who came, each person possessed an aura much stronger than theirs, by countless times. Even the leading trio exuded an aura no less formidable than that of the God of Light. This is unexpected. Not only has the great demon god appeared, but so have the great evil god and the great ghost god. Upon seeing the faces of the leading 3, the God of Light clearly showed surprise, because these 3 represented the most powerful forces within the demon race. At first, the God of Light thought that the dispute over the Cyan Blue continent involved only the participation of the great demon god. He didn't expect the other 2 to show up as well. This was originally an impossible event. Though the 3 belonged to the demon race, they had always been at odds. The only person who could reconcile their grudges and unite them for cooperation was likely to be someone specific. 10,000 years ago, this individual had personally set foot on the Cyan Blue continent. Back then, all the deities of the divine realm mobilized together, barely managing to drive this figure back to the demon realm. That battle left the entire divine realm severely damaged. Even after 10,000 years, it had not fully recovered. If this individual planned to descend upon the Cyan Blue continent again this time, the situation would become extremely dire. Morgana, I never would have thought that after leaving the divine realm, you'd run off to join the demons in the demon realm. After exchanging greetings with the 3 leaders of the demon race, the God of Light shifted his gaze toward the woman standing behind the great demon god. Unlike other demons, this woman had a pair of pitch-black wings on her back. They were identical to those of the divine race, differing only in color. Hey, Lord God of Light, you've driven us out of the divine realm entirely. I had no choice but to seek refuge with the demons. Since you've revealed yourself, today, this deity will cleanse the ranks personally. God of Light, Morgana is now under my protection. For one as powerful as you to oppress the weaker goes against proper conduct, does it not? Seeing that the God of Light intended to act, the great demon god stepped in front of Morgana. The other 2 great gods surrounded the God of Light, and the 5 commanders of the 100 races. Lords and ladies, may we count on your assistance. Realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, the 5 commanders of the 100 races shouted aloud to the sky simultaneously. Following their voices, on the outskirts of the demon army, numerous divine beings emerged, radiating powerful auras. Yi Xiaofan, watching the figures flying across the sky, found her tears blurring her vision uncontrollably. Chapter 266, Goddess of Life, Su Rui. As the voices of the 5 faded, on the periphery of the demon race, one after another gods radiating with powerful auras appeared. Yi Xiaofan looked at the figures flying over in the sky, and her eyes involuntarily blurred with tears. Xiao Yi, what's wrong with you? Mu Yi noticed the movement from Yi Xiaofan behind him, and turned around to find that Yi Xiaofan was covered in tears. He asked anxiously, It's nothing. I'm fine. Although Yi Xiaofan continued crying while shaking her head, happiness could still be felt from her tone. It has really been a long time since we've seen each other. Su Rui? That's right. Among the newly arrived gods, the leading woman was Su Rui, Yi Xiaofan's good sister. After returning to the Starshang Kingdom, Yi Xiaofan met Xiaona, then she saw Karis in Lihua City. But Su Rui, Yi Xiaofan didn't see again all the way until before she fell into slumber. Originally, Yi Xiaofan thought she would never see Su Rui again. Unexpectedly, they met today here in this manner. Su Rui, flying in the air, had a serious expression but suddenly lowered her gaze as if sensing something, just to see Yi Xiaofan below full of tear marks, causing her to hesitate. Goddess of Life, what's wrong with you? Flying alongside Su Rui was a male god who was bare-chested. Upon noticing Su Rui's abnormal state, he questioned her. It's nothing. Su Rui did not greet Yi Xiaofan. The situation wasn't appropriate for expressing joy at their reunion. After dealing with the demon race matters, there will be plenty of time and opportunities to gather together. Goddess of Life, War God, it seems old acquaintances have gathered today. GG, so let's end this battle spanning countless eras perfectly today. After Su Rui and the bare-chested man appeared, the 3 demon gods instantly recognized the 2. It was unexpected, yet within expectation. In the center of the square, the three top-tier gods stood opposite the three great demon gods, and an overwhelming aura continuously emanated from these 6 individuals. The 5 leaders of the 100 Races Alliance could only keep retreating under this aura, unable to even approach. Here, it was no longer a place where people of their level could interfere. You, go command the fight against the demon race. Leave this to us. The Light God instructed the 5 leaders of the 100 Races Alliance, his face clearly looking rather uncomfortable. Light God was extremely displeased by the appearance of Su Rue and the bare-chested man, for no other reason than the fact that during the time in the God realm, the relationship between him and these two was far from friendly. However, faced now with the demon gods, greater demon gods, great evil gods, and great ghost gods, any one of the 3 had strength comparable to Light God himself. Naturally, the Light God wouldn't foolishly suggest taking them all on alone. Deal with the demon race first, then address internal disputes. With such thoughts, Light God moved forward, standing side by side with Su Rue and the War God. As tensions rose among the 6 supreme beings, the war between the divine, demonic races, and the 100 races of the Kanglan continent officially began. There was no place left on the battlefield that could be considered absolutely safe. The orderly ranks of the 100 Races coalition were already broken apart by the demon race's attacks. Among the chaotic clash between the demon race and the 100 races, figures from the divine race were also interwoven, making the scene incredibly disordered. Yi Xiaofan, while killing the demons approaching her, kept her attention fixed on Su Rue, who was confronting the demon race. If Su Rue was in danger, she would be ready to provide timely aid. However, at the moment, she also needed to take care of Mu Yi's safety. Previously, when observing the stuttering Mu Yi, Yi Xiaofan thought Mu Yi was afraid due to the presence of many powerful warriors. But once the war truly began, Yi Xiaofan realized Mu Yi indeed possessed remarkable abilities. At the lower god rank, he could battle and kill middle-rank gods, exactly as Mu Yi had said. For these past 500 years, he hadn't been idle. However, it was precisely because Mu Yi's performance was so striking that high-ranking gods had taken notice of him and attacked. Clash. A high-ranked demon god sneaked up behind Mu Yi and thrust its claws towards Mu Yi's back. However, Yi Xiaofan easily grabbed hold of it with one hand and gave a slight squeeze. Crack! A sound of bone breaking rang out as the high-ranked demon god, who ambushed Mu Yi, let out a painful scream. Be more careful. Only at this point did Mu Yi realize what had happened. Turning his head, he just saw Yi Xiaofan crushing the high-ranked demon god's arm, giving him a nonchalant reminder. Thank you. Mu Yi's face turned red, and he responded in a soft voice. Is Yi Xiaofan worried about me? Does she like me too? Should I confess to her after the war ends? Despite being in the midst of battle, Mu Yi was still daydreaming. However, though his mind wandered, his hands did not slow down. Every demon that approached him was frozen into an icicle. Around Mu Yi on the battlefield, one ice sculpture after another appeared, each beautiful and exquisite. Boom. A massive sound erupted as a dark shadow rapidly arrived at the battlefield, crushing countless gods, demons, and members of the 100 races. When the shadow finally came to a stop, everyone realized it was none other than Somo Gu, one of the 3 great generals under the great demon god. Had he been thrown here? Soon, all doubts were answered when Gabriel followed along Somo Gu's trajectory and arrived. Though Gabriel himself was heavily injured, with only one wing remaining on his back, there was no doubt. He had emerged victorious in his battle against Somo Gu. With the defeat of one of their high-ranking generals, the morale of the divine and the 100 races surged dramatically. In contrast, the demons glared angrily at Gabriel, their eyes blood-red with fury. It wasn't clear who started it, but soon numerous high-ranked demon gods charged toward the heavily wounded Gabriel. When you're down, we'll finish you off. If they could eliminate Gabriel, the demons' momentum would return. But the divine were no fools. They clearly saw the demons' intentions and rushed over to protect Gabriel. The members of the 100 races, realizing this belatedly, hurried to assist them. As a result, the center of the divine demon war gradually shifted towards where Gabriel stood. Meanwhile, the location of the 6 supreme beings became a vast empty area. But this was for the best. Once the 6 supreme gods or demons made their move, even just their residual energy would be enough to instantly kill any nearby gods or demons. Chapter 267, The Demon Ancestor. However, this was for the best. If the 6 supreme beings were to engage in battle, the mere aftermath of their fight would likely annihilate nearby gods and demons instantly. Light, shining upon the earth, bringing hope, eradicating evil. The 6 god-demon entities that had been confronting each other for so long finally lost control and initiated combat. As soon as the god of light opened his mouth, he cast a grand illumination spell. A beam of light emitted from the god of light's hand, instantly enveloping 3 demon gods. The light caused thick black vapors to rise from their bodies, repelling the illumination. Naturally, the god of light understood that it wasn't possible to defeat them so simply. Just as he prepared for further attacks, the great ghost god acted first. Suddenly, countless ghostly figures burst forth from under the god of light's feet, entangling his body. Unprepared, the god of light was immediately ensnared. Haha, how does it feel to be bound by 100 ghosts? It must be quite uncomfortable, no? Facing the great ghost god's mockery, the god of light remained silent, brows furrowed as he attempted to drive the little ghosts off his body. Normally, it would only take a single breath for the god of light to dispel these ghosts. However, every one of those present possessed top-tier strength. Even a moment's time was enough for much to happen. The great demon god seized this opportunity, breaking through the light barrier and rushing directly before the god of light. Rebirth of life. All things entwined. Fortunately, Su Rue acted in time. Countless vines sprouted from the ground, tightly binding the great demon god. You're fighting so joyously, but don't forget my existence either. The great evil god let out a cold laugh. At an indeterminate moment, his figure standing at its original place suddenly disappeared, only to reappear behind Su Rue. And you? Have you forgotten about me as well? Calm. Just as the great evil god had materialized, his figure was smashed away by a punch from the god of war. Along with the great evil god being thrown far away, ripples of spatial fractures appeared around him. The majesty of the war god was terrifying indeed. Even just a tiny ripple of the clash between the 6 supreme god demons could wipe out numerous divine and demonic beings. The already shifted focus of the battlefield moved further again as the 6 supreme beings began their confrontation, leaving more space for their grand battle. Yi Xiaofan naturally followed along with the shifting battlefield. But at this moment, Yi Xiaofan's gaze was no longer fixed on Su Rue. Instead, it was placed on the distant magical portal belonging to the demon race. An intuition told Yi Xiaofan that something within it was about to emerge. Xiaofan. Due to the massive consumption of mana, Mu Yi was no longer as formidable as he was initially. His breathing was clearly somewhat disordered. Yet when he noticed Yi Xiaofan staring at the demon race's magical portal, concern prompted him to speak. I'm fine, you should take care of yourself first. I just have a feeling that there's something inside it trying to come out. How is that possible? Haven't all the demons already arrived at the Kanglan continent? Is there still reinforcement coming from within? I don't know, but my intuition never fails. Shaking his head, Yi Xiaofan frowned deeply. Even without utilizing divine senses, with Yi Xiaofan's perception, he could detect what others could not notice. Therefore, Yi Xiaofan believed that the demon race certainly hid some formidable ace. Then, Yi Xiaofan's premonition turned into reality. Ahahaha, it has truly been a long while, Kanglan continent. From the magical portal of the demon race came a low-pitched voice. Yet, merely this sound alone made the 6 supreme gods and demons who were deep in battle experience turmoil in their chi and blood. Even if the 6 supreme gods and demons couldn't withstand it, what about the other gods and demons on the battlefield? Even some saint-level and lower-ranked deities collapsed straightaway after the sound echoed, their survival uncertain. Gradually, a shadow emerged from the magical portal. With the appearance of this shadow, the magical portal itself couldn't bear the strain and slowly fractured. Snap! The entire magical portal shattered completely, simultaneously fracturing the space it connected. A charming man stepped out into view. We welcome Lord Demon Ancestor. As soon as the charming man appeared, the great demon god, the great evil god, and the great ghost god knelt down in reverence, loudly hailing the demon ancestor. Even the god of light, Su Rue, and the war god exhibited shocked expressions when they saw the charming man. Staring motionlessly for a few moments, the god of light was the first to react, spitting out a wad of phlegm onto the ground and saying, Tisk, aren't these supposed to be allies? How did they turn into the demon ancestor? It's the god of light, hasn't seen you in a long time. Seeing an old friend, why such a sour face? The charming man gracefully descended from the sky, elegantly striding forward as if on a casual stroll, lightly walking up to stand before the god of light. In reality, the charming man had only taken 4 steps. A traitor of the demon race has become the demon ancestor? Truly laughable. Looking at the charming man right before him, the god of light, while struggling to support his shaking body, said sarcastically. The god of light knew exactly who this person was. 10,000 years ago, the demon race attacked the Kanglan continent, and the then demon ancestor personally went into battle, pushing back the divine race and the 100 clans of the continent. When it seemed they couldn't hold on much longer, it was this very person who secretly made contact with the god of light. Later, with the help of this individual, the demon race suffered a major defeat and was driven back to the demon realm. Although we are old friends, my status is quite different now. You should be more careful with your words. After speaking, the charming man showed no visible movement, yet the god of light suddenly fell to his knees in agony, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Did you see that? That's the reason why I became the demon ancestor. This unmatched power. The charming man spoke to the god of light, but didn't even glance at him. In fact, there wasn't anyone in his eyes as if he existed completely above all others. Arrogance could not have been described any better than this. Ever since the charming man appeared, Yi Xiaofan had been staring at him, sensing an ominous presence from him. Indeed, this presence was overwhelmingly powerful. If Yi Xiaofan did not intervene, none present could match him. Initially, Yi Xiaofan didn't care whether the gods or demons won their battle. If not for Mu Yi's connection, Yi Xiaofan wouldn't have even come here. Even so, Yi Xiaofan only intended to protect Mu Yi, caring little about the life or death of the others. But everything changed after Su Rue's appearance. It was evident from her actions that she was determined to fight the demons until the end. And Yi Xiaofan could not let Su Rue die without trying to stop it. Therefore, Yi Xiaofan found herself compelled to act, regardless of her original intent. Alas, letting out a sigh just as Yi Xiaofan was about to move, something unexpected happened. Chapter 268, Dudu and Mage. Letting out a sigh, Yi Xiaofan was just about to act when an unexpected event occurred. The sky, which had been partly covered by black mist and partly filled with light, suddenly lost both the mist and the brightness. Darkness enveloped the entire world. Yi Xiaofan looked up and saw that a colossal claw had completely blocked out the sky. Damn it, he's still alive. At the moment the giant claw appeared, the face of the enigmatic man darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with fierce determination as a sharp beam shot from his eyes towards the colossal claw in the sky. Wherever the light passed, space dissolved into nothingness in an instant. In no time, the light struck the claw. Then, there was no reaction at all. After the light hit the claw, not even a ripple appeared as the enormous claw continued its unstoppable descent from the sky. And the mysterious man seemed to have foreseen this. After emitting the sharp beam, he quickly pointed his right hand at the claw. The right hand gradually withered until, eventually, only bones remained. Bang! A cold voice emanated from the lips of the enigmatic man as his bone claw tightly gripped, causing the giant claw to crumble instantly. Huh, after so many years, you're still using the same tricks. When the claw in the sky shattered, it melted into strands of black mist before coalescing into a black tiger that landed before the mysterious man. Dudu, Yi Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, what landed in front of the enigmatic man was none other than Dudu, Yi Xiaofan's pet that she had been raising. Who would have thought that Dudu is still alive and has become so powerful? Once the initial shock had passed, there was nothing but joy left. When the Kanglan world was originally destroyed by Yi Xiaofan, the contract between her and Dudu had naturally dissipated. Even after Yi Xiaofan resurrected the Kanglan world later on, her original contract with Dudu could not be restored unless they signed a new one. If the disappearance of the contract wasn't too significant, then actually Yi Xiaofan had countless ways to find Dudu if she desired to do so. However, after reviving the Kanglan world, Yi Xiaofan herself had fallen into deep slumber due to excessive energy consumption. She slept for 500 years. Upon waking after 5 centuries, Yi Xiaofan did not believe that Dudu could possibly still be alive. Back when she went into hibernation, Dudu was merely at the 7th stage of power, unlikely to ascend to the sage realm without Yi Xiaofan by his side. Not to mention reaching the 8th stage, that too was improbable. Therefore, Yi Xiaofan always assumed that Dudu had met the same end as xuanhuan and carries, turning into a pile of dust over time. Yet Yi Xiaofan never imagined that Dudu was not only still alive, but also extremely powerful. Just observing how the so-called light god and great demon god trembled in fear from Dudu's earlier claw, it was clear just how strong Dudu had become. Dudu. Before Yi Xiaofan could greet Dudu, someone abruptly intervened. In front of Yi Xiaofan, a figure slowly emerged. Don't approach him. He is no longer your pet. Who are you? With vigilance, Yi Xiaofan eyed the sudden appearance of the person before her. Since this person was facing away, Yi Xiaofan couldn't discern their features. Still, for reasons unknown, Yi Xiaofan felt an inexplicable familiarity. Ever since exiting the Valley of Dragons, Yi Xiaofan felt as though her fortune had suddenly turned around, encountering one familiar individual after another. It was only upon identifying them that Yi Xiaofan realized she truly knew these people. Most importantly, her best friend Su Rue and her pet Dudu both reappeared before her eyes one after another. Xiaoyi, who is he? At this moment, Mu Yi had just stabilized his breathing and, out of concern for Yi Xiaofan's safety, rushed over. However, upon approaching, Mu Yi noticed an unfamiliar man standing close to Yi Xiaofan. Their proximity raised questions about their relationship. Rival in love. That was Mu Yi's first thought. Therefore, after moving closer to Yi Xiaofan, Mu Yi deliberately sidled up to her, glaring provocatively at the stranger. Yet the stranger completely ignored him, calmly turning around while looking at Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan, we may not have seen each other for a long time, but surely you haven't forgotten me? Remember, I've yet to repay your great kindness. As the person turned around, revealing their face, confirming their identity. I'm sorry, but there's no such person recorded. Never mind, I won't trouble you anymore. Evidently, the stranger had already figured out that Yi Xiaofan had genuinely forgotten him. With an expression full of helplessness, he said to her, "It's me, Mage, the one who nearly died while cultivating spiritual magic. Wow, now I remember. Mage, you have a body now. Does that mean you've reached the divine level?" Of course, 500 years ago, I was already a low-rank god, and now I'm a god master. God master? Is there such a rank? Well, how should I put it? The title of god master isn't really a rank. It's more of an identity. Like Su Rue being the goddess of life. Both are among the very top gods in the divine realm. So amazing. Never would I have thought you're doing this well. Yi Xiaofan and Mage were chatting happily over there, which made Mu Yi, standing nearby, extremely uneasy. He wanted to interject but couldn't find an opportunity, hopping around restlessly like a monkey. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaofan still didn't pay attention to him. By the way, just now when you stopped me and said Dudu isn't my pet anymore, what did you mean? Mage paused for a moment, organizing his words before speaking. Let me put it this way. Could your pet be this powerful? As he spoke, Mage pointed towards Dudu, who had shrunk to normal tiger size and was kicking that sinister man around like a ball. Meanwhile, the 6 supreme divine demons looked completely bewildered and disheartened. No, but after 500 years without seeing each other, if you can become so strong, why wouldn't my pet be able to as well? Mage looked utterly helpless, thinking silently that he was less powerful than her pet. To be exact, it's not about becoming stronger, it's about returning to his original strength. Returning to his original strength. Yi Xiaofan became increasingly confused by Mage's words. Speaking of Dudu's true strength reminded her of their first encounter when Dudu had trembled and hidden behind a rock, with 2 magical beasts fighting over him on the side. That's right, Dudu's real identity is Hades, the ancestor of the demon race. Chapter 269, the grand finale. Yes, the true identity of Dudu is Hades, the patriarch of the devil race. Oh, Mage thought that when he revealed Dudu's true identity, Yi Xiaofan would at least be somewhat surprised and react. But what Mage didn't expect was that Yi Xiaofan's reaction was only one word. Oh, you big-headed ghost, it's the demon ancestor, the most powerful existence in the demon realm. Even the 12 ancient giant beasts combined are not as powerful as he is. Mage's heart was crushed. When he first learned Dudu's true identity, he was so scared that he couldn't eat for days. Of course, back then, he hadn't yet become a god. He was merely a spiritual form and couldn't eat anyway. Xiaoyi, do you even know what the demon ancestor represents? No. Mage felt relieved. It seemed Yi Xiaofan didn't really know what the demon ancestor was, just like she didn't know the identity of the god master. No wonder there was no reaction. Anyway, you can't defeat me. I'll go and capture Dudu now. After saying this, Yi Xiaofan actually moved forward, which frightened Mage enough to want to stop her. But before Mage could act, Yi Xiaofan had already disappeared from sight. When did? Since the time Yi Xiaofan managed to protect Mage's spiritual form, Mage knew Yi Xiaofan's strength wasn't merely that of a holy saint. But now, Mage realized he still underestimated Yi Xiaofan. With Mage's current power, unless someone was as powerful as the demon ancestor, they wouldn't be able to vanish without him noticing. Even deities like the god of light or the great demon king wouldn't be able to. On the other side, after Dudu appeared, the sinister handsome man was first shocked, then terrified, and finally filled with anger. How have you not died yet? Weren't you supposed to fall into the chaotic devil energy? Why do you stand before me again? The sinister man's face was grotesquely contorted. He had spent much effort and a great deal of time all for one day replacing Dudu's position and becoming the new demon ancestor. Indeed, he had succeeded. In the last divine demonic war, he used the power of the deity race to secretly attack Dudu from behind, forcing Dudu to retreat to the demon realm. Then, within the demon realm, he devised a scheme to throw Dudu into the chaotic devil energy. Not even a devil could survive unscathed in such chaos. What? You're quite surprised, aren't you? When I fell into the chaotic devil energy, I was scared out of my wits too. I thought I would perish. But, just as I was about to die, I unintentionally discovered the secrets of the chaotic devil energy. So I didn't die. Not only did I survive, but I became even stronger than before. Now, I am truly invincible. It's impossible. This can't be possible. The sinister man's face was full of madness. Initially having only his right hand as bones, in an instant, his entire right arm turned into bone. With a ghastly howl, he swung his bony hand towards Dudu. Humph. With your power, you were originally nothing but a mere dog to me, yet you dared to rebel against me. Dudu looked down on the sinister man disdainfully, effortlessly blocking his attack with a single claw, and with slight force, sent the sinister man flying away. Before the sinister man could hit the ground, Dudu had already anticipated where he would land and was waiting there. When the sinister man flew over, Dudu struck again with his claws. Completely defenseless, the sinister man was treated like a ball by Dudu, who vented his rage. Meanwhile, the 6 supreme gods and devils watched dumbfounded. Who can explain what's going on? This was their unified state of bewilderment. Hey, Dudu, long time no see. Just as Dudu was venting his anger, a voice suddenly rang out, a sound he'd never forget in his entire life. To this voice's owner, Dudu harbored even more hatred than he did towards the sinister man. After the contract vanished, Dudu had hidden deep in the mountains and furiously trained. While training, he repeatedly shouted, "I'll make you dry fish. I'll fry worms for you. I'm a tiger, not a cat. Dudu, why are you crying? Is it because you miss me too much?" Yi Xiaofan stood in front of Dudu, looking at his tear-filled face, sympathetically speaking. Roar. Dudu let out an enraged roar and swung his right paw fiercely at Yi Xiaofan. However, even Dudu himself didn't notice that this blow lacked any former vigor. The terror instilled by Yi Xiaofan had long since become Dudu's heart devil. Slap. Boom. Without thinking, Yi Xiaofan waved a hand, and Dudu was immediately flung away, disappearing instantly from sight. Who are you? The sinister man had narrowly escaped death from Dudu's claws. Seeing Yi Xiaofan, who could so easily swat his nightmare away, he asked with some trepidation, "Where does this freak come from? She looks beautiful, but she's terrifying." Yi Xiaofan didn't even glance at the sinister man. Instead, she directly walked to Su Rui's side. "Rui, come here and let your sister hold you. I don't know who you think you're being a sister to me. I should be older than you." After a long separation, the two sisters exchanged smiles, embraced each other, and stayed silent for a long time. Finally, Su Rui parted from Yi Xiaofan, wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and said to Yi Xiaofan, "Xiaoya, since our first meeting, I felt that you're not an ordinary person. But I never expected that your extraordinariness far surpasses my imagination. Even the demon ancestor is no match for you. I don't know what the demon ancestor is, but I do know that it's merely my pet." As she spoke, Yi Xiaofan extended her hand and flicked her claw in the air, summoning a mini version of Dudu into her hand. But at this moment, Dudu was unconscious, with circles spinning in his eyes. "Xiaoya, there's one thing I would like to ask for your help with. Just say it. We're close enough not to need formalities. For countless years, the great battles between gods and demons have taken place on the Kanglan continent, destroying civilizations again and again. Can you bring an end to this never-ending fight?" "This? All right." After contemplating for a moment, Yi Xiaofan agreed with a nod. With just a wave of her hand, Beams of faint light emitted from the bodies of members of both the god and demon races. In an instant, they disappeared from the Kanglan continent. Left behind were only 6 supreme gods and demons of formidable power, as well as the sinister man. I have sent all the gods and demons back to their original worlds and permanently sealed off the channels between the 3 realms. Starting today, the 3 realms will never connect again. Thank you, Xiaoya. Come find me if you get the chance. Sure. Then, under Yi Xiaofan's watchful eyes, Su Rui's figure gradually faded into thin air. Well, with this matter settled, it's time for me to take care of my own affairs. Feeling that mystical calling, Yi Xiaofan looked once more at the unconscious Dudu in her hand, smiled lightly, and vanished instantly. The end.